When the livestream chat analyzed out a quantum key, Duan Zitong's pupils flashed with a binary end-of-the-world countdown. Cinnabar talismans suddenly appeared as holographic contracts, and the livestream chat refracted the coordinates of 49 original male lead cloning pods. Do you know how difficult it will be for you to step back into the entertainment industry now if you cancel your contract? The agent looked at the woman in front of him, her curvaceous figure leaving him in disbelief. She was twirling her hair with delicate fingers, her demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance. Admittedly, she looked enticing, justifying the flower vase label the industry had attached to her. But this wasn't the time to admire her beauty. Duan Zitong was a rising star under the wing of a powerful sponsor, beloved by countless fans. She was poised to become one of the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. And yet, she declared that she wanted to quit and become an online streamer instead. Her agent almost thought his ears were deceiving him. His eyes bulged wide open. Do you know what terminating the contract means? The astronomical compensation amount, and the many advertisements you've just taken on. Duan Zitong nodded in acknowledgement, pulling a bank card out of her pocket and handing it over. The money I've earned these years is enough to cover the compensation. Right now, all I want is to terminate my contract and not think about anything else. She didn't offer any explanation. If pressed for a reason, it would be simply because she wanted to survive, to keep living until she could return to the cultivation world. Duan Zitong knew well that everything beautiful she possessed now was merely an illusion. If she continued down the same self-destructive path as the original main character, abusing the identity of a star to exploit an 18th-tier actress who was actually the protagonist, she'd likely meet an untimely death without even realizing it. Better to use this chance, now that she had come back, to sort out her future path. There was no need to get tangled up in this novel story anymore. Indeed, Duan Zitong was a two-cross traveler. Why two-cross? Because her first cross was into a cultivation continent. There, she lived for hundreds of years, protected under the wings of the greatest first master of sword cultivation, watching as they ascended together to immortality. With a snap, she was transported again, this time into the body of a vicious female side character from a novel she once read. Not only had she lost almost all her cultivation powers, but knowing the plot of the story, she realized that soon, during the passionate phase of the protagonist's romance, it would be her time to die in this novel. Being an explosively popular top-tier streaming celebrity or a leading actress, all of that was just a fleeting illusion. She couldn't remain stuck in the story any longer, otherwise, she'd only be waiting for her own demise. After all, with the male lead's protective nature, once he understood her heart, he didn't hesitate to eliminate the so-called, cherished, female side character. What choice did she have staying there? To be slaughtered like a lamb? It was better to leave early and give herself a chance to turn her life around. Otherwise, accidents might happen unexpectedly, as sudden as her crossing worlds. The agent had never expected Duan Zitong to be so resolute. Even the money was already prepared. For a moment, he was speechless. His face complex, he asked again, "Are you really sure? After this opportunity, it won't come again." So many people dreamt of attaining the status she currently held. Yet Duan Zitong shook her head furiously, as if shaking off a weight. To her, the entertainment circle seemed more like a perilous pond. Every extra second stayed might endanger her life. That being said, precisely because of this, many people viewed Duan Zitong as exceptionally lucky. She hadn't sold her body to gain her current standing, relying purely on her looks and emotional intelligence. Others might never dare to dream of what she has achieved, let alone abandon it all to quietly transition back into normalcy. Thus, the agent simply couldn't understand. But since she had decided with finality, any further persuasion would be meaningless. He could only say, "I'll discuss it with higher-ups. You wait for my notification," and left the office. As for Duan Zitong, she sat cross-legged, elegantly playing with her rounded, alabaster nails while awaiting calmly. Her face remained emotionless, though internally, she planned her next move. Since coming back from her previous crossover, she had no intention of completely blending into ordinary life. Being accustomed to sword cultivation, it was akin to eating rare delicacies for years. How could she now settle for plain porridge and vegetables? Hence, she'd already identified a media company, planning to sign on as a live streamer. Regarding the content of the stream, mentioning it would bring ridicule, cultivating while earning some extra cash on the side. Of course, at the beginning, no one would believe her, thinking perhaps she had gone mad. In Duan Zitong's previous life before she crossed over, if she saw such a live streamer, she probably would have thought they were crazy too. But now, there was no trace of jest within her. Although she had lost her cultivation base, her knowledge of how to cultivate and her foundation remained intact. On top of that, she had examined her current body. It possessed an excellent cultivation constitution. Her cultivation speed would only be faster than before. Once she successfully cultivated to the peak, permanently tearing through realms and returning to the cultivation world would not be impossible. With this thought in mind, a faint smile finally curved at the corner of Duan Zi's lips. It added a touch of cool elegance to her otherwise languid demeanor. This caused passing staff members to glance at her several times, whispering among themselves. "Did you hear? Duan Zi is planning to retire from the entertainment circle. Is that true? At her current status, it's too early to retire now. But I just overheard in the boss's office. Apparently, the financial backer no longer plans to support her, so she knows she'll have no more backers and is leaving preemptively. What about all those breach penalties? Isn't it still half a year before her contract ends? Why such a rush? Who knows? Maybe she offended someone important, angering her benefactor into forcing her out of the circle so soon. After all, the entertainment industry always moves forward with talented newcomers while she's been around for a while. Retiring to stay behind the scenes isn't unreasonable, especially given how many people she has upset. That's true. Without any powerful backing, it won't be easy for her going forward. Retiring can make sense. She does have a beautiful face though. In this entire industry, few can compare to her. Even if she relied solely on her looks, she could still survive quite well. Duanzi listened carefully to the gossiping of the staff outside the door, yet showed no change in expression. Not until her agent returned, holding a termination contract, did her emotions flicker. He looked deeply troubled, which made her suppress a giggle. Is it really so serious? It's not like I'll vanish from the internet after this. I'm just transitioning from being a star to becoming a streamer. He exclaimed. Can those even be compared? This isn't the same thing at all. The boss has already issued a notice through the company. Starting today, you're no longer one of our artists. As for you, he shook his head disapprovingly. I don't understand what you're thinking. You earned so much money throughout your career, but now you're throwing it all away like water. What am I supposed to say to you? Duanzi stood up and said calmly. It's just messing around in the entertainment business, trying it out for fun. Money is just materialistic. There's no need to dwell on it. The next second, her agent stared at her as if looking at a mental patient. Then she pulled another card out of her pocket. This is the card you gave me earlier for safekeeping. There should still be some money left inside. If you ever run into difficulties, tell me instead of shouldering everything alone. Even though I don't know why you've decided this way, considering we've known each other for years, I'll still remind you once more. After stepping out of this swamp, don't go back into its mess. You're still young, with both money and resources. The entertainment industry may not be the best choice for you anymore. Hearing this, Duanzi felt touched inside. She hadn't expected that even this secondary character could have a sincere friend. Without hesitation, she accepted the card directly. However, before parting ways, she said sincerely, don't worry, I'll be fine. As for you, I remember this favor. If you ever need help in the future, you can find me. I will definitely help you. This remark made the agent chuckle, shaking his head as he watched Duanzi walk away. He wasn't sure who might seek whom's assistance in the future. Chapter 2 First come, first served, 10 rockets for your fortune-telling. On the morning of the second day, Duanzi saw the news about her termination of the contract with the company and her retreat from the entertainment circle trending on social media. And the media company she currently signed to was extremely smart. Since she was already a streamer under their management, they definitely aimed for making money, so why not take advantage of this wave of popularity? They quickly posted an announcement about signing Duanzi online. The onlooker netizens were astounded. This world, stars don't want to be stars anymore, choosing to become internet personalities with bad reputations? Is Duanzi crazy? Seems like she's crazy. Otherwise, why would she say goodbye to her former company after staying there for so long? She's going to be a streamer. Does it mean she's doing what everyone else does, selling products? If she sells cosmetics, I could support her. As far as I know, no Duanzi offended someone in the entertainment industry, hence the breach of contract. The person upstairs, if you have information, just say it, don't keep holding it back. Maybe if I do say it, the fans of Duan Green Tea will attack me later. So let's not talk about it. Seeing this, Duanzi sneered lightly. Looking at the comments above, her gossiping mood suddenly disappeared by half. Suspenseful, making her think that the original host had done something she didn't know about. However, judging from her memories, she indeed offended many stars in the circle. As for why, it's because the original host had a character similar to hers, fond of speaking the truth. She particularly disliked those who played both ends against the middle, thus often putting people in awkward situations during interviews, making them feel humiliated. If it weren't for the male protagonist being her backing force back then, she might have been blacklisted long ago. Now that she has decided to leave the industry, the previously unassertive group would likely start showing up soon. Estimating over the next period, there would be quite a bit of negative exposure about her on the internet. But Duanzi herself did not care much, because she intended to take advantage of this wave of attention to boost her viewership when she resumed streaming. Otherwise, how is she supposed to make money? Ironically speaking, after working in the entertainment industry for so long, Duanzi actually only owned one set of properties, which her parents left behind. Apart from that, all the money she earned was spent on the original male protagonist, which is hard to comprehend honestly. She was clearly the one being supported, yet she ended up falling head over heels in love with a man from a completely different world, and crucially, he even looked down on the gifts she sent. If Duanzi could communicate with the original host now, she would certainly press her face close to hers and ask two questions. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Definitely not. Could she not recognize reality, shake off the man, focus on her career, and that way ascend to the pinnacle of life? Unfortunately, the original host couldn't hear her anymore. And Duanzi chose the time slot with the most evening traffic to turn on her live stream. The company also released advance notices beforehand. Thus, even though the official live broadcast hadn't started yet, there were already tens of thousands of views in the room. This was naturally due to the influence she should have possessed as a previous female celebrity. Everyone assumed that Duanzi's departure from the entertainment world to try streaming was probably for product sales. After all, that was the side job most artists chose nowadays, allowing them to earn significant sums of money. The star effect was powerful, and given Duanzi's existing fan base, if she sold cosmetic or skincare products, quite a few would follow blindly. This could fill the income gap caused by her inability to continue filming dramas without a proper schedule. Yet, something unexpected happened when Duanzi went live. She changed the title of her live content to The First Day of Cultivation. It stunned them completely. Looking at the camera, they saw a long-haired Duan Z dressed simply, appearing naturally beautiful despite being makeup-free. They thought that perhaps she was planning for an all-night session, explaining the term cultivation. But on her arm, there were strange symbols painted with cinnabar, which gave her a mysterious aura. Someone had already tipped her some gifts. Also asking Duan Z, "Are you really not going to act anymore? Sister Duan Z, are you here to sell stuff today? Planning to go all night? What pattern is painted on your arm? Why does it look so peculiar?" Stepping down from a celebrity to becoming a mere internet personality ultimately means your fall, Miss Duang Xiao. So to say, good looks alone aren't useful. This person has issues of moral quality, unable to survive anywhere. Am I the only one noticing that Duan Air's first live stream is all in plain clothing resembling a Taoist robe form, but there are no products nearby? Deliberately drawing attention, right? It's flashy. As previously mentioned, Duan Z had not only fans, but also plenty of detractors. The entertainment industry brought her much lead, but also riled up many colleagues. Her starting of the stream attracted lots of people ready to capitalize on her downfall. And numerous detractors began to spread rumors about her having improper behavior in the circle. Some people had come to see the commotion, and upon seeing these comments, they inevitably started to believe. But most people's attention was still on their curiosity about why she had chosen this critical moment to go live. After all, having withdrawn from the circle, her being in a live stream would simply look like an attempt to exploit her fans for money. Duan Z took in all of these words at a glance. Her delicate face remained slightly nonchalant. To her, none of these words could shake her resolve by even a fraction. Otherwise, if she got upset so easily, how could she cultivate her own disposition? She smoothed out the creases in her clothing and spoke softly. "I'm live streaming, indeed, to make money. There's no doubt about that." Instantly, the chat room lit up with flying comments. "I told you, she's definitely just after the fans' money. Creating suspense, celebrities all have the same tactics." Duan Z's live broadcast room had no moderator. Otherwise, those commenters would surely be blocked. But there were more important matters at hand. She cleared her throat and said, "However, it's mainly for cultivation. You may not believe me, but don't regret later asking me to teach you such things. I don't take apprentices. And over the next while, I'll randomly pick someone to predict their fate for the next 10 years. First come, first served, 10 rockets for your fortune telling, and I'll pull you into a voice call." Chapter 3. An actor becoming a fortune teller must be crazy. The audience suspected there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could Duan Z possibly make a comment similar to a fortune teller's statement? Filling the chat room represented their confusion. Worse still, some directly started cursing Duan Z. Must be crazy for money, or just plain crazy, helping someone tell their fortune for 10 rockets. My God, am I hearing correctly? An actor wants to cultivate immortality? Were you deceived by a PPT presentation, or did someone bewitch you? If you're this divine, why were you an actor before? Your brain must have issues. There's definitely something wrong. Duan Z chose to respond to these few comments. Did I make money as an actor? You tell me. As for my popularity, it can be monetized. How many actors desire my status in the entertainment industry? Isn't it clear? I just foresaw that my acting career would take a downer and decided to cut my losses on time. How do you know I won't pursue immortality just because you're not me? Black fans should accumulate some virtue. Sometimes, doing too much bad stuff really brings retribution. Her soft voice made her sound as if she was teasing if one didn't pay attention to her tone. But anyone who wasn't a fool could hear the sarcasm in her words. Those people were shocked inwardly. Now that she said it like that, it made sense. Duan Z's popularity was undoubtedly high. To say she hadn't made money would be impossible. Celebrities earn at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions, each year. Let alone someone at her level, making tens of millions is nothing but normal. She had received the title of the 95 Flowers several times, which proved her influence in the entertainment circle. Some were already half believing her claims. As time went by, the traffic in the live streaming room kept rising. And soon enough, a big spender named Mr. Zhao of unexpected brightness appeared, brushing 10 rockets and topping the ranking list. Duan Z accepted his challenge and promised to directly connect with him. He was a man with a round face, looking about 30 years old. He smiled humbly and wore black-rimmed glasses with a short shirt. To be honest, he was very ordinary, so ordinary that one might think he only earned a few $1,000s per month. Some netizens criticized the looks of the connected person, while others doubted why anyone would believe Duan Z could read fortunes. In general, the controversy was huge, and in some aspects, this achieved what Duan Z wanted. She slightly tilted her chin and asked, "What would you like me to calculate for you?" With her current cultivation, foretelling the future presented no problem. The man, however, smiled strangely. "Shouldn't you already know what I want calculated?" Oh, this was getting interesting. Originally, Duan Z had been a bit lazy, but instantly, her lips curled up in a smile. Even the netizens seemed to catch a hint of something odd. Isn't this person supposed to be a plant? Not bad. Quite challenging questions from the start. If she can't answer this, she'll be discredited immediately. Look at this man. Does he seem like someone Duan Z would hire as a plant? I think she'd at least choose someone better looking. I agree, so I'm curious what she will say. Instead of responding directly, Duan Z displayed delicate fingers in front of the camera, counting them carefully, as if calculating seriously. After 2 seconds, she said, "Would it matter if I told all your things out loud?" The man seemed confident. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Duanzi interrupted him. Lives in the southern province, 36 years old, surname Zhao, has an adopted daughter, divorced, currently settled in Beihai, and not residing domestically. At the age of 12, your parents divorced due to a car accident, leaving you an orphan raised by your grandparents. At 23, you ventured out into the world and experienced bankruptcy once, but now, life is good for you. Your circumstances are showing signs of further improvement, though there's always one worry on your mind. I guess you contacted me regarding that issue. Mr. Zhao was stunned. He originally planned to join the call just to mock Duanzi lightly. After all, the chance to connect with a star and embarrass them isn't everyday fare. Fortune-telling and pursuing immortality. He didn't believe in such nonsense at all. So his opening words carried a slight edge. Who would have thought Duanzi would bring up those private matters of his past? Word for word, without a single mistake. And even ignoring the fact that anyone around him could find out about his divorce and adopted daughter. His parents' car accident and growing up with his grandparents were things even his closest wife didn't know, let alone Duanzi. This left Zhao Wei somewhat shaken internally, his heart thumping anxiously. He cleared his throat twice. Then asked the question most important to him. So Miss Duan, when will I have my own child? Very soon. How soon? Duanzi's eyelids flickered. A few hours. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei burst into laughter immediately. He suddenly thought it was absurd to entertain the notion that Duanzi truly could tell fortunes. After all, the issue of having a child had troubled Zhao Wei for many years. Even his divorce from his ex-wife partly stemmed from this reason. He himself had undergone medical examinations and found no physical issues, yet he still couldn't conceive a child, which caused great anxiety, so he adopted one. But outwardly claimed she was his biological daughter. Now he was remarried. Still, the thought of having a biological child remained firmly planted in his mind. Hence, he had devoted tremendous effort towards this goal. Medication, exercise, you name it. He tried every method available. Now Duanzi was dismissively stating that the problem that had plagued him for years would be resolved in a few hours. It just sounded ridiculous. Even adults wouldn't believe such nonsense. Shaking his head immediately, he said, "You're not allowed to say that. Miss Duan's fortune-telling has some flaws. However, what you mentioned earlier about me is indeed correct. So, perhaps your cultivation isn't sufficient yet." Netizens online also began to mock her. Man, this guy looks pretty gentlemanlike, but who knew his background was so tragic? But if she didn't predict accurately, there must be a problem. How can she possibly conjure up a baby within hours? Absolutely laughable. Am I really watching a live stream of a celebrity performing as a fortune teller? Her first attempt at fortune telling, and Miss Duan already crashes. Alright, tomorrow's headlines will be quite a spectacle. I've been saying this all along. She's here for the traffic and attention. There's no way she's as divine as she claims. Typical Liha behavior, gold digger. She thinks flaunting charm will make everyone listen to her. It's clear she's not smart. Yet, Duanzi looked completely unfazed by these comments. She simply rested her chin on her hand and calmly replied, "Since you agree that what I said earlier was accurate, why don't you go ask your wife if her monthly visitor has arrived? Don't you have pregnancy test strips at home?" Chapter 4. If you guess right, I'll tip you 1 million. Zhao Wei was momentarily stunned by Duanzi's firm tone. When he looked at her again, that faint smile, as if she could see straight through him, prompted him to instinctively turn around, revealing the figure of his wife cooking in the kitchen. That was a woman with a very graceful figure, compared to Duanzi's face, which appeared to be noble. She looked much gentler. To put it bluntly, she didn't look anything like Zhao Wei's wife at all. She was too young, and yet, when he called her wife, the internet users immediately erupted in chaos. What? Isn't she supposed to be his daughter? Am I hearing wrong? This plain man actually calls this beautiful girl his wife? Hey dude, money talks, let alone bringing a beauty home. Jealousy makes me ugly. Stay on topic. I just want to know if what Duanzi said is true. Can this guy produce a child within a few hours? As good looking as she is, she can't hold a candle to Duanzi. It's not that the older brother's wife isn't pretty. It's just that there's a visible difference in the aura between celebrities and regular people. Zhao Wei had no mood at all to check out the comments on the live stream. He was fully immersed in what Duanzi had just said. An indescribable tension started to build up inside him. Honey, have you started your monthly cycle this month? They were always trying to conceive. For that reason, Zhao Wei even quit smoking, declining social engagements whenever possible. Given how much Duanzi guessed correctly before, he hoped deep down this matter would also turn out to be true. But Zhao Jia gave him an exasperated glance. What do you want? I'm busy. Thinking that she was sending him signals. She was still picking vegetables at that moment. She had no idea Zhao Wei was live streaming. On hearing this, Zhao Wei knew exactly what the netizens would be saying, so he coughed twice. I don't mean that, honey. Have you tested today, you know? Has auntie come? The woman paused for a moment. Wiping her wet hands on herself, she said, Not really, why? My period seems to be 2 days late this month. Clearly, this was something quite common, otherwise, she wouldn't have disregarded it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei urged her to go test immediately. This made the woman feel somewhat helpless. It's not like testing will give results right away, and I don't want to go to the restroom now. This sentence clearly revealed her disappointment. However, in the next second, she drank a glass of water and obediently went to the bathroom. The netizens, on the other hand, were teasing Zhao Wei for his great fortune, having married such a beautiful wife. Some crude men spoke without any consideration. You're so lucky. Your wife would suit me perfectly. Far too good for you. It's such a waste. Yes, men in their 30s marrying women in their 20s are simply shallow. And who cares about the fact that they find 5,000 yuan per month insufficient for these women who splurge on cosmetics? Cosmetics are expensive for no good reason. So materialistic. This immediately aroused dissatisfaction among many female viewers. A war of words broke out in the comment section. Especially Zhao Wei, who upon seeing others tease his wife, looked extremely displeased. Before he could respond, Duanzi took the lead and said, "It's 2021 already. Are there still men who think girls buy expensive cosmetics and skincare products to attract your attention? Come on, use your brain. Women haven't stolen or robbed anyone. They're not spending your money. Why act like they're coveting your cash? Can't they earn their own living? Besides, women who can afford luxury goods aren't even on the same level as you guys. It's understandable that they choose men older and more caring. If it were me, I'd be fine too. Just because I've got money now and don't need emotional support from anyone else doesn't change the truth. Moreover, labeling women as materialistic, it's because you only make 2,000 to 3,000 or 4,000 to 5,000 per month. That's the value you offer society. If someone handed you 1 million for free, would you refuse? Wow. I can only say men like you bring bad luck to whoever meets them. A moment of silence for your wives first. If you don't like watching, feel free to leave the live stream. I don't care about losing some garbage views." When Duanzi delivered this speech, her tone was calm, yet challenging, her dazzling face completely expressionless, but somehow managing to project a bit of sarcasm. And only she and Zhao Wei heard the direct words spoken under these circumstances. If those in the chat could speak up, it would surely have turned into a heated argument. Most female viewers, however, felt Duanzi's words resonated deeply with them. They all chimed in agreement. That's right. We dress up for our own joy, not for you. Exactly. It's none of your business, and it didn't cost you a penny. Why are you so agitated like a monkey? It has nothing to do with you. Truly, the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. I think those who attacked Duanzi earlier must all be paid trolls. If they really had skewed values, I don't think they could say such things. Exactly. Choosing what kind of life is everyone's personal decision. Some girls prefer a comfortable lifestyle, and coincidentally, the other party also likes them. Both sides have no problem with this. But why the hell do you have so much to say about their choices? There's too much idle talk. And let's face it, someone making 30,000 to 40,000 a month can't even cover my living expenses. Without even mentioning how ugly the men who said these words are, judging by their income. If I ever met them, I'd tell them to go as far away from me as possible. We're not from the same world. This thoroughly resonated with many women. Zhao Wei also heard Duanzi's protective undertones. His expression remained serious. If everything you say is true, Miss Duan, and my wife can get pregnant, I'll immediately give you 1 million yuan as thanks. I'll also let all the netizens bear witness so others can't accuse me of being your shill. After all, since their connection began, there were always haters spreading rumors that they knew each other and were deliberately colluding to create drama. However, after Zhao Wei said this, anyone paying attention could tell that they were strangers. After all, setting up a live stream just for the sake of making the content more realistic and spending 1 million on it was unrealistic. So everyone understood the situation, now only waiting for the results. As time passed, the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a scream came from the restroom. "Ah, what's wrong? What's wrong, honey?" He was about to rush over to check. The woman walked out. She held the pregnancy test stick in her hand, her face flushed with excitement. What happened? Could it be? Zhao Wei hesitated, not daring to finish his sentence. But the woman vigorously nodded. Pregnant. Pregnant. I'm pregnant. Chapter 5. Count once a day? The air in the room seemed to be silent for a few seconds. The next second, Zhao Wei jumped up directly. He picked up his wife in one move, full of disbelief and surprise on his face. Is it true? You didn't fool me? Has the test paper expired? He was afraid this might only be a short-lived surprise. However, the woman's eyes began to redden. I've tested twice. The test papers were bought just 2 days ago, and both showed the same result. Look, old Zhao, I am really pregnant. With that, the two of them burst into tears. They had spent a great deal of effort trying for their first child. Such an emotional display moved netizens watching on the screen, allowing them to feel their joy. Hey, for a man in his 30s, if he were said to be incapable of fathering children, no matter how liberal people are nowadays, there would still be some prejudice towards such special groups. Yes, but luckily, they managed to conceive. Damn, why am I so happy for someone else having a child? Freaking nonsense, don't you think this is scripted? The actors for this green tea drama act too well. I wouldn't believe this was real anyway. Top floor commenters, whether or not you believe it is irrelevant. They outshine those fresh young stars with their acting. Even if it is a script, I'm willing to watch it. This person did mention brushing up to 1 million if his wife was pregnant, right? We'll see if he actually does it or not, won't we? After all, 1 million isn't a small sum. For some, it could be an unattainable number throughout their entire lives. But Duanzi confidently leaned back against her chair without saying anything. She waited until Zhao Wei's emotions settled down. Then the couple approached the camera and said, Master Duan, can I take my wife to the hospital for a checkup first? After all, this was their first child. They feared any mishaps and thought another full-body checkup at the hospital would be wise. Zhao Wei's address to Duanzi changed from Miss Duan to Master Duan, revealing deep respect. And naturally, Master Duan understood. Nodding, she ended the video. As for that million, Duanzi knew Zhao Wei wouldn't break his word. But when the netizens saw her cut off the call, they began to suspect her, as though it were a predetermined act, thinking this must be a plant of hers. Why else would she end the live session without asking for money? Right away, derisive and mocking voices rose up everywhere. All were criticizing Duanzi for putting on a show. However, less than half a minute later, the name, Bright Path Mr. Zhao, appeared on the public screen, frantically spamming. The festival effects were spectacular, nearly taking up half the lens of the live stream. Everyone watched as these effects almost made the live room lag. Even the #1 ranker on the hour chart, just minutes after, was replaced by Duanzi's name. Netizens were in an uproar, unable to believe the fact. About 10 minutes had passed before the effects of 200 festivals stopped. In the comments section, chaos erupted. Wow, it's serious? $1 million? Does this guy just toss around money like that? Big Brother must be rich beyond belief. How could he not be? He's leveled up from level 20 to over 40. Whoa, it's not fake. How exactly did Duanzi calculate it? She wasn't arranging ritual arrays like in movies, right? Was she just spouting words? Is it even reliable? The truth is right here in front of us. Would someone brush so much money without being truly pregnant? Are they fools? Hell, this has me excited too. I want to have my fortune told. You guys are idiots. $1 million is a lot for celebrities, obviously fake. She's building her persona for herself. Do you even think? And you dumbass believe in this supernatural stuff, and even fortune telling? If she were genuinely good at it, why leave showbiz where the money is better? What about fame and glory? Aren't those more profitable than being an online star? Duanzi didn't bother with the haters. She just expressed her thanks to Zhao Wei. After all, what 10 rockets could achieve, others generously provided in the form of a tip. Knowing the proper way to act, she thanked him sincerely. Who could go against a major financier? Immediately after, seeing someone still wanting to brush gifts for her readings, she disabled the function outright. Everywhere on the comment feed. Why can't I brush gifts anymore? What? I want a reading too. Prove it. Holy crap. What happened? I just topped up 10,000 yuan, and you shut down the gift brushing feature already? Duanzi rested her chin on her hand, smiling happily. Yeah, I've earned enough today. So next, I'm not doing any more readings. From now on, there will only be one calculation per day, first come, first served. This left the netizens hanging with anticipation. Everyone was shouting, oh no, turn the function back on. Only one calculation? Who even thinks that's too much? Exactly. Are you turning down money when it's right in front of you? In reality, Duanzi had reasons not to continue calculating. Her cultivation wasn't high enough yet, and overusing her abilities could cause a backlash. Taking payment was also a way of accumulating virtue while warding off calamity. As an old saying goes, the mysteries of heaven should not be revealed lightly. If you want to know something, you must pay a price. The balance between yin and yang must always remain constant and conserved. One calculation per day would allow her to both hone her skills in this area and make money at the same time. Most importantly, she needed to cultivate herself by running through the small circulation to reach the chi practitioner stage. At present, she was merely at the bronze iron level, a novice karami in the immortal world. Any random monster that had cultivated itself to the sprite stage could easily kill her. Here, a farmer could punch a bull to death with 3 strikes without any trouble. But one must have aspirations. Duanzi, who had seen countless worlds, wouldn't possibly settle for such a low point. Even with reincarnating again, nothing could stop her desire to practice cultivation. Her master would surely feel proud if he saw how far she'd come. Then, Duanzi said, the real show is coming next. I mentioned before that the theme of our live stream today is cultivation. I'd like to show everyone just what it means when we say there's someone better beyond every person and higher realms beyond this sky. My current level is bronze iron, and it'll take about a week until I reach the chi practicing stage. I hope everyone can join me on this journey. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I won't tell you anyway. This thing relies entirely on talent and insight. By the way, I'm turning the gift sending function back on. If you want to send gifts, go ahead. If not, we can just chat. But as I've promised, I won't calculate fortunes for anyone during this time. All the tips you send now will count toward my other income. Oh, one more thing. If you think it's fake, then just don't watch. After all, I never forced you to stay. But if you're overly disrespectful, don't blame me for not warning you. Be careful walking home at night. After speaking, Duanzi turned the gift-sending function back on. A flurry of small gifts started rolling in. Many still thought she was putting on an act from the messages flooding the chat. But seeing her serious demeanor, they couldn't help but wonder how exactly she planned to cultivate. So, no one left from the live stream. Until they realized, Duanzi was just sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. And another wave of speechlessness spread among them. Chapter 6, going offline without saying goodbye. Yet some people showered gifts on Duanzi solely because of her looks. After all, she was undeniably beautiful. Even without makeup, her overly enchanting features stood out prominently. Coupled with her demeanor of lowering her eyes, as if closing a curtain, she resembled a motionless doll to AT. If it weren't for the occasional sight of her body gently rising and falling with each breath, probably no one would have thought she was alive. She was nothing short of breathtakingly delightful. But the comment section wasn't as harmonious. Maybe Duanzi thinks we're all fools. This sitting meditation being called cultivation? My 3-year-old dog could do better. Haha, there are even people gifting while she sleeps. Are you guys being taken for suckers? Why don't you just use your own money to gift? The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Just because she correctly predicted someone's fortune earlier, I found it amusing, so why not give her a few gifts? Yeah, and even if she's just a beauty streamer, Duanzi still ranks among the top in terms of program effects. Also, I don't think she's joking around. The upstairs comment simply reveals your lack of intelligence. Immortal cultivation exists only in novels. And regarding fortune-telling, I strongly suspect that she hired shills, which isn't impossible. Makes sense. The media company Duanzi signed with didn't anticipate her live broadcast debut performing so well. Just by creating buzz through fortune-telling, it quickly gained popularity, reaching the headlines of various major medias. Even in the evening, when the number of viewers should have declined due to her appearing to nap during cultivation, instead, there was an upward trend. New fans also questioned whether her earlier successful predictions were true or not. Reactions varied from blacklisted trolls to random visitors. Headlines everywhere mentioned Duanzi. Other paid-for trending topics were eclipsed by her presence. Even the original owner of Duanzi's body, along with her financier, got wind of these developments. A friend directly pulled out their phone, showing Chu Zheng her current live-streamed cultivation scene, mockingly commenting that after breaking up with him, she had seemingly lost her mind. Instead of continuing as a celebrated star, she chose to become an online divination influencer. Surely, you haven't retracted all the things you bought for her before dumping her? Otherwise, he really couldn't understand how a woman who was once adored like a treasure in his palms could transform so overnight. Chu Zheng smoked silently, saying nothing. His pitch-black eyes focused on Duanzi as she earnestly cultivated, as if pondering deeply. After a long pause, he said indifferently, "Do you think I'm poor?" Zhang caught the implication underneath. There was no way he'd resort to such low tactics. So the question arises again. Why did you discard such a fine beauty to go chasing after a newly emerged actress? I don't think she's even half as attractive as Duanzi. This almost hit the mark of what Chu Zheng was thinking about at the moment. Yes, why indeed? It might be because she once saved his life. That time, he almost got beaten to death by his adoptive father. If it hadn't been for that girl taking him in, his grandfather wouldn't have found him later. He might have died in the alleyway back when he was 9 years old. And the name, Fu Miao Miao, remained engraved in his heart. When he returned looking for her to express his gratitude, the family had already moved away. He never expected, after 13 years, they'd meet again. At this very moment, his young playmate Duanzi actually created trouble for Fu Miao Miao due to disliking her. What to do? Blood runs thicker than water. Only removing the unimportant part. Chu Zheng was indeed an outstanding patron. What needed to be provided, and even what shouldn't, he had arranged for Duanzi. His sole demand was for her to stay out of the entertainment industry. As long as she didn't continue targeting Fu Miao Miao, her life thereafter would be comfortable enough. The wealth available to her was sufficient for many lifetimes of extravagant spending. He negotiated with her agency, intending for her contract to naturally expire, freeing her from any further involvement with the entertainment world. But unexpectedly, this little lass seemed to have read his thoughts. Not waiting till the end, she breached the contract early. The money left for her was almost entirely compensated to the company. This made Chu Zheng, upon first hearing the news, lose his grasp on understanding Duanzi for the first time. After all, apart from her good looks, what she possessed that he highly valued was her love-centric mindset. Such individuals often give their all, making it easy to predict her actions. Except for this time. Still, it didn't matter anymore. Regardless of whether she now wanted to be an internet celebrity or how much wealth she had, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Her future achievements would never measure up to himself and Fu Miao Miao. He's done everything he felt obligated to. As for the future, he liked to keep everything clear. If it was cut off, it would be a thorough ending. Chu Zheng took a sip of champagne in front of him. Likes and good looks are two separate things. Zhang heard this and rolled his eyes. That's true, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But since you're serious, does that mean I might also have some other thoughts about her? After all, the beauties in the entertainment circle were just playthings for them super-rich second-generation heirs and businessmen. At least in Zhang Yi's view, if Chu Zheng hadn't signed Duanzi earlier, he himself would have probably made a move. Her figure and looks were unmatched even in the whole entertainment industry. Even if there were matches, they wouldn't be as young as her. In her 20s, she was at the peak of her beauty. Which man wouldn't lose their head over her? And Chu Zheng's indifferent, it's up to you. Gave Zhang Yi hope. On the spot, he spent several $100,000, preparing to take the top donor spot in Duanzi's live stream room. More accurately, he wanted to get familiar with her. The result was that after all the money was spent, he found himself still in the second place. Looking at others' donation records, wow, someone had already splashed over 1.1 million yuan. Clearly, there was someone trying to take the first move. Zhang Yi scoffed, thinking silently that Duanzi was pretty crafty. Likely, she had already found another sponsor. Otherwise, who would willingly spend over $1 million on her like that? Or maybe it was part of her public image strategy and she had hired plants. Anyway, just like most people, he didn't consider that she could actually cultivate immortality. With a wave of his hand, he threw another $1 million or so, continuing to shower gifts. When Duanzi finished running the small circulation and opened her eyes, she saw gifts still floating on her phone screen. Fortunately, during the live broadcast, her phone was always charging. Otherwise, with all this money, she might not have earned it. The number of people in the live stream room remained steady at over 990,000. Seeing Duanzi awake, the chat lit up once more. Hey, she's awake. Miss Duan, now that you're awake, can we continue fortune telling? Duan T girl earns over 2 million sleeping. I truly don't understand. What's lacking in me compared to her? Damn, I'm so envious. Watching beautiful women and cool effects while sleepless, who can empathize with me? Seeing a beauty open her eyes, mom. I feel like I'm going to pass out. So many suckers, I don't understand. Is she just going to sleep again to make more money? Duanzi didn't even glance at the comments and directly turned off the live stream. If asked why, it was simply because she was tired from cultivation, hungry, and needed to eat. The boss of the media company had mentioned before that one should stay in front of the camera during live broadcasts. She obviously couldn't live stream herself eating, it was too much trouble, so she simply went offline without saying goodbye. It couldn't be any more sudden. Chapter 7. A pretty good performance, next time take more photos. Not only were the netizens bewildered, but even Zhang Yi was confused. He had spent all night sending gifts, hoping that Duanzi would see it and say thank you to him at least for getting acquainted. To his shock, she didn't say a single word before going offline. He had stayed up overnight happily, but now with 2 deep dark circles under his eyes, he looked like the biggest sucker. He'd never seen this kind of operation before. It was ruthless, just like being ghosted. Is Duanzi's live streaming always this overbearing? Meanwhile, Duanzi had no clue that someone had her in their sights. Plus, this live streaming platform allows instant cash withdrawal. So the first thing she did after going offline was to check her account balance. The live stream platform takes 40%, the company 10%, leaving her 50%. After Zhao Wei brushed $1 million yuan, there was still over 1.3 million left inside. It seems that many people actually believe in her cultivation practice, otherwise they wouldn't have given her so much money. Duanzi thought herself truly clever for coming up with such a great idea. She planned to keep trying later on. She already felt signs of a breakthrough in her body. Perhaps advancing to the qi practicing stage might be faster than she anticipated. Then, she went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. She found all the food had been consumed. With no other choice, she put on her light gray Taoist robes and headed downstairs to a food stall, buying some glutinous rice steamers or fried buns just to fill her stomach temporarily. These foods she hadn't tasted in the cultivation world for quite some time. Now having them again, the taste was simply unforgettable. It made her unconsciously close her eyes in satisfaction, looking every bit like an elegant Burmese cat. Her demeanor was both audacious and graceful. Later, she visited the supermarket and bought some groceries. Planning to practice cooking at home when she returns since she wasn't in the Keat Valley stage yet, eating was definitely necessary daily. And if you ask why she doesn't order takeout because she's rusty at cooking, simply put, she used to be a celebrity, not lacking in fans or popularity. Having people find out her address is definitely not a good thing. The number of crazy fans of the previous host is not small either. And during yesterday's live stream, Duanzi had not missed much vulgar content, though those people said they liked her. The next sentence would often be, I took quite a few photos of you in a bikini during a drama shoot last time. It looks so good. Duanzi's figure is really excellent. You're my wife, whether you retire from the circle or not. You'll always be my wife. Whoever badmouths my wife, I'll kill them. And such radical remarks, causing her eyebrows to slightly knit together. But these people posed no threat to her whatsoever. She simply found it troublesome. When Duanzi went out, she was still without makeup, wearing no mask. She had quite a bit of recognition. Carrying her groceries, she had just exited the supermarket door when someone recognized her. They were 3 high school girls, pushing each other bashfully. With excited expressions, they approached her, their eyes nearly sparkling with stars. Then carefully asked, Excuse me, are you Miss Duanzi? Yes, what's the matter? Holy crap, it's really her. I told you I didn't misidentify her. My goddess, I finally meet you in person. You're more beautiful in person than on camera. And I have so many things I want to ask you, but it seems inconvenient. Could you please take a photo with us? Who wouldn't enjoy being complimented? Anyway, Duanzi liked it. She relaxed her expression and nodded in agreement. Once they finished taking pictures, they then asked her why she decided to leave the entertainment industry. Is it because people say your acting isn't good? Actually, I think your acting is super good. Every time you act in crying scenes, I can't help but cry along with you. Exactly. Is there another reason you left the entertainment industry? Without you, watching dramas feels less interesting. You're the first female celebrity I truly admire. For most people, these words would make them suspect these kids could be reporters. But in front of her, their gazes held no malice. It was pure curiosity. She figured there was no point in hiding certain things. Or rather, in this novel world, things don't revolve around supporting characters, so it doesn't matter if others know. Thus, she plainly explained. Because I got dumped. I entered the entertainment industry for that person. Now that he doesn't want me anymore, I'm going to focus on my career. The entertainment industry is too dirty. It's not suitable for me. This statement startled the 3 girls. Because the original owner had always claimed to be single in the entertainment industry. Now knowing that their idol actually dated and got dumped, their eyes immediately widened, full of disbelief written on their faces. That guy must be blind. I swear, ignoring such a good beauty, he must have a problem with his brain. Yes, who else could be as pretty as you, Duanzi? He must have taken the wrong medicine. Duanzi shrugged, thinking to herself, it's true, this original owner looks exactly like her from a past life. She was quite confident in her looks, and that was one of the reasons why she adapted so quickly to this place. However, this novel world is subject to fate. If it's fate, then let things take their natural course. Meanwhile, the girls were still imagining various dramatic scenarios. They thought about how after Duanzi got dumped, she lost her soul and had no heart for acting, only breaking contracts and leaving the circle due to participation in various performances, then being persuaded or manipulated by others, and so on. She herself showed no expression at all. Instead, a few of them, felt sorry for her so much that they wanted to cry for her. Duanzi, don't be sad. You deserve better. That's right. To me, your beauty represents justice. That person will definitely regret it in the future. Don't give up your career for a man easily. Duanzi nodded. I know, those are all past events. Even though I left the entertainment circle, now I've started live streaming. You won't see me on TV anymore, but you can come to my live stream. If her contracted media company boss saw her say that, he might probably say, that's some good advertising. The girls enthusiastically agreed. We'll definitely watch your live streams every day. Then they chatted a little more. Duanzi noticed nearby people began to constantly stop and take photos of her. She smiled at them and then left, carrying a bunch of groceries. That afternoon, a news piece about a famous actress shopping for groceries alone after exiting the entertainment industry went viral on the hot search list. When she saw the message, she could only silently comment inside her mind about how skillfully this journalist wrote. She just casually smiled and was on her way home to cook dinner, and it was already interpreted as looking pitiful. And considering she made over 1,000,000 yuan yesterday, she wondered, wasn't that even more pitiful? Of course, she hoped every day could be that pitiful. Looking at the photo again. In the sunlight, her pale white skin appeared almost translucent. Her delicate features, highlighted by the shadows, looked beautiful yet fragile, as if in the next second, she would vanish into foam like the little mermaid in the fairy tale. Duanzi nodded approvingly. She logged into her Weibo account and left a comment under the post of that photo. The picture was well taken, next time take a few more shots. She immediately switched off her phone and continued cooking. Unbeknownst to her, the 3 girls she met earlier spread the story within a few days that she dated a wealthy benefactor while in showbiz, got dumped, and thus broke up and became the talk of the town. Chapter 8. You will go bankrupt. Waiting until 6 o'clock in the evening. Duanzi started her broadcast as scheduled. This time, the popularity surged even faster than last time, surpassing 1 million within 10 minutes. And because of her excellent performance yesterday, the platform put her live stream on the recommendation page this time with a large featured image. This way, others could see her right away when they browsed the platform. Of course, none of these mattered to Duanzi. She cared more about how much money she could make today, before she even had a chance to voice her requirements. Someone already sent 10 rockets requesting a co-stream. Her eyebrows twitched slightly, and she pulled the person up. This person's name was Gongchang Xiaobangwang, which was quite cliché. But that wasn't the key. The key was, as soon as Duanzi asked if he wanted a reading, Zhang Yi interrupted with, let's see if there's any possibility for us two to be together. The other person immediately disconnected him from the co-stream. Then with a blank expression said, I've already calculated it. There's no chance. Next, today we're doing readings twice. No mercy at all. 10 rockets, that's 10,000 yuan, dismissed with just one sentence. Immediately, the entire screen was filled with ha-ha-has, mocking Zhang Yi. No one knew how he could even ask such a question. Maybe this is how the rich play, right? No, it's over. I'm dying laughing. Ha-ha-ha. Duanzi, are you a comedian? So good. I almost thought the stream would end like this, but it's 2 readings today? Ha-ha-ha. I think Duanzi didn't actually calculate anything. She just voiced what was on her mind. My friend told me there's something interesting in Duanzi's stream. Today it's exactly as expected. I salute her with laughter. Ha, truly knows how to play. Exactly, this is a big loser. The last big spender at least got some information, but calling yourself Xiaobangwang, you're more like a little turtle, die laughing. Zhang Yi didn't expect Duanzi to handle it this way. It wasn't that he was pained by losing money. Rather, it was that she completely disregarded his contribution of over 1,000,000 yuan yesterday and showed him no face. Only a few people from yesterday's stream recognized his ID and commented, isn't this the big loser who threw away over 1,000,000 in the stream yesterday? Yes, he did it while Duanzi was sleeping, probably wanting to say something to her. But he didn't get the chance, and she shut down the stream. Looks like history repeats itself. In terms of effect, this big spender surely hit the mark this time. Got to speak, achievement unlocked, 1 sentence. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi felt they would have been better off not recognizing him. Meanwhile, Duanzi only realized through online comments why her account balance skyrocketed so high. Turns out, this Xiaobangwang was responsible. Her charming eyes moved a bit, but she made no attempt to pull him back into the stream. Instead, she changed the stream title to Immortal Cultivation Day 2, then leisurely outlined the conditions for the next fortune-telling session. For divination today, the requirement is 10 carnivals. And let me clarify something. Wise men do not jump into rivers of love. Drawing swords naturally makes one a god. I hope everyone doesn't waste their money. Of course, the gift from before will not be refunded. Consider it as thanks for the big brother's tip. As soon as Duanzi finished speaking, someone directly brushed past with 10 carnivals. It was Zhang Yi again. Undeterred, he climbed back up. Others hadn't anticipated Duanzi pulling another fast one. They thought 10 rockets were enough, but now she raised the price. Some quick-fingered individuals frantically clicked several times, sending multiple gifts, thus wasting money unintentionally. In the comments section, curses erupted, accusing her of profiteering. Most were curious though, would Gongchang Xiaobangwang ask another foolish question, only to get kicked off again? Certainly, Duanzi didn't mind teaching him some manners if needed. True to her word, She reconnected the individual to the microphone. She patiently asked, "Is there anything you'd like me to predict?" Her demeanor remained calm, showing no sign of recognition. Zhang Yi noticed this but refused to look like a joke again, determined to reclaim some pride. He cleared his throat twice, asking, "Can everything really be calculated? Career, studies, romance, your past life and present. What do you want to know?" Duan Ziru's serious expression looked genuinely professional. Previously, Zhang Yi merely flashed his face for a few seconds on the internet. Now, with this connected audio call, netizens finally got a clear view of Zhang Yi's looks. He was pretty handsome, at least judging from his ability to splash 60,000 yuan, adding a significant aura to his persona. Some netizens even praised his appearance in the chat room, referring to him affectionately as husband. Zhang Yi enjoyed this attention thoroughly and decided not to act goofy this time. Just like Zhao Wei, he raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll randomly pick one. How about career?" He was very clear in his mind that Duanzi knew him. Asking about the career was a way of pointing out the relationship between them. All she could know was the superficial layer of what was written online. He didn't believe in fortune-telling at all. He was just teasing her on purpose. No matter what she said later, he could simply claim it wasn't accurate enough. With family businesses, 9 out of 10 would be predicted to do well. Never had he imagined that Duanzi closed her eyes for a moment next. After about 5 seconds, she said, "Unfortunately, your family's business won't go smoothly in the future. It's not you, it's your family." Zhang Yi immediately froze. This seemed different from the script he had in mind. But there wasn't too much of a difference. Was the girl cursing him? Because of Chu Zheng? He chuckled. "Unfortunately, what you said." Duanzi cut him off before he finished. "You think my prediction is inaccurate because we know each other, but I can responsibly tell you, I've never been wrong with my divination. Within half a year, your family will lose everything, even your underwear, and both you and your family will end up in prison, burdened by a lifetime of unpayable debts. The friends you take for granted will coldly look on when you need help most. That's your outcome, Zhang Yi. I'm not cursing you or joking around. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." In the original novel, Zhang Yi had never even appeared. But due to the memories of the previous owner, Chu Zheng used to frequently take her to various events, so she remembered this person. Duanzi also knew they were acquainted since he often teased the previous owner as being Chu Zheng's hidden treasure. Unfortunately, the reason he wasn't significant in the book might be related to his family's bankruptcy. Few poor people ever stayed around Chu Zheng. Zhang Yi never thought Duanzi would speak so harshly, not only exposing their acquaintance, before he could instinctively counter, claiming her words were nonsense. He recalled his position in Phoenix City. While not as high as Chu Zheng, he was still someone respectable. How could he possibly end up in jail? Yet in the lens, seeing the serious look on her face, staring into those clear black and white pupils, he felt inexplicably terrified. As if exposed, the words on his lips turned into "Why?" Chapter 9. I owe you a favor. Duanzi let out 2 low moans. In a tone that was half laugh, half serious, she said, "Are you sure some things are suitable to discuss in the live stream? You can send me a private message later." But to Zhang Yi's ears, this became Duanzi deliberately acting mysterious, behaving like an oddball in front of the netizens. It seemed as if the feeling of being seen through just now had all been an illusion. His brows furrowed lightly. He couldn't figure it out at all. How could his family company, so big and influential, possibly be framed and thrown into jail? It was simply nonsense. He blurted out, "What can't be said here? I pride myself on my family's integrity, having no grudges with others, always very stable. So how does it become an almost failing family enterprise in your mouth?" Zhang Yi almost forgot why he had come to talk to Duanzi, to build a relationship and gain familiarity. Unexpectedly, after exchanging just a few words, there was already a sharp edge to their conversation. Moreover, some netizens in the live room had already recognized Zhang Yi. They knew he was Mr. Zhang's young master from Phoenix City. They thought Duanzi was talking nonsense too, considering that Zhang Yi belonged to a household that could spend hundreds of thousands casually. Becoming the subject of mockery as a soon-to-be fallen rich kid in someone else's mouth wasn't something anyone would be happy about. They also found it unrealistic. Duanzi, however, didn't care what others thought. Since he had made such a demand, there was no need for her to hold back anymore. "You don't have a good relationship with your stepmother, right?" Zhang Yi froze directly. This was something he had never told anyone. His father had remarried, and his biological mother passed away when he was very young. Hardly 2 months after her death, while her body was still not cold, his father brought another woman home. He had a poor impression of her, because Zhang Yi knew his mother had met with an accident on her way to find his father after seeing photos of him with another woman. And that woman was the one in the photo. To save face, his father had always forced him to call her mother publicly. Behind closed doors, his status at home gradually diminished. The only thing that remained high were the countless amounts of money he had access to. Control over the family business had basically fallen into their hands. This was also one reason for his apparent debauchery. "You have a younger brother too. More accurately speaking, that was his father's illegitimate son." The woman had told him herself, explaining why his father was often absent from home during his childhood. Family flowers cannot compare with wild ones. Seeing Zhang Yi's subtle change in expression, Duanzi continued, "To be honest, your family situation is pretty complicated. Your stepmother and younger brother married into the family solely for your family fortune. All these years, they've been secretly transferring assets. Now it's just missing a small bit before they will exceed the shares owned by your father and you. Since you've consulted me for a reading, I won't keep anything from you. And you. Wait a moment." Before Duanzi could finish, Zhang Yi had already interrupted impatiently. It seemed he guessed the upcoming topics wouldn't be fit for the audience. Because with just this much information alone, it was enough to stun a great number of netizens. Is this real life or fiction? Isn't this something that should happen only in novels? Could something like this really happen in reality? But thinking about it, which wealthy household doesn't have its share of scandals? These kinds of affairs seem rather common. Many rich people end up bankrupt because they're stabbed in the back by their closest ones. Just hearing it with your own ears makes it even more shocking. Immediately, upon seeing Zhang Yi interrupt, netizens began flooding the screen with comments. Don't hold back, you've already started. This is like starting to go to the bathroom, and then getting up halfway. Don't leave us hanging. Yeah, you said you didn't believe it anyway, so why interrupt? Keep going. Don't stop. I feel like I know a huge secret. Rich families aren't simple, even rich people have their troubles. Haha, no one would think this is staged by Duanzi. After all, Master Zhang is richer than Duanzi, so there's no need to put family secrets out in the open. They just got acquainted, how can you think it's not staged? Anyway, you fools who believe, there will always come a day when the truth comes out. Duanzi ignored the comments. Her eyebrows slightly lifted, looking at Zhang Yi's complicated expression. What's wrong? We'll discuss privately. A slight smile curved her lips. According to the original host's nature, she should definitely mock him a bit to put him in an awkward spot. But for her, Zhang Yi was a major sponsor. So who could quarrel with money? She informed the audience in the live room, saying she'd start broadcasting again in half an hour, then ended the stream. After watching Zhang Yi quickly initiate contact through his private WeChat account, she asked, do you believe now? Zhang Yi's expression turned solemn. What did you mean, but didn't finish saying? Have your father and your younger brother take a paternity test. I've calculated everything about your family. You think your younger brother is your father's illegitimate child, and even your father himself believes this. But I can tell you for sure, it's not the case. Your stepmother has been seeing another man. If you find a reliable person to investigate, the truth will come out. Zhang Yi had actually guessed something was amiss before making the call. But hearing it straight from Duanzi's mouth was an entirely different feeling. It was as though nothing could escape her notice. He also discarded his earlier lewd thoughts about Duanzi. Through their exchange, Zhang Yi changed his view of her being shallow and just having a beautiful appearance. She was nothing like the Duanzi he'd seen with Chu Zheng in his memories. Could someone really change so much after escaping the suffering of love? The Duanzi before him seemed far too insightful. He even thought that the person in front of him might not be the real Duanzi, but someone else with the same face. Even her smile carried a tinge of lazy indifference. What's wrong? Are you wondering why I have this attitude? Before Zhang Yi could speak, Duanzi laughed and said, don't ask what you shouldn't. You have more important things to deal with right now, don't you? Yes, he had a pile of messes to clean up. If everything she said was true, Zhang Yi wouldn't be able to enjoy his good life for much longer. He absolutely wouldn't allow an outsider to divide his grandfather's inheritance, not even a tiny bit. And even though this was still a guess on his part, he already trusted Duanzi's words from the bottom of his heart. No one understood the situation at home better than he did, yet she had pinpointed both the cause and the problem. Zhang Yi's expression grew serious. If this matter is resolved, I'll owe you a favor. A favor from a rich man is far more valuable than money. Duanzi knew how to play her cards. Satisfied, she promptly hung up the phone and resumed her live stream. Chapter 10. Tearing off the masks. On the other hand, Zhang Yi returned home to find some hair strands of his father and younger brother, preparing to send them to the hospital for examination. Since he became an adult, he has rarely lived at home. When he got home, he found those three people all sitting around the dinner table eating. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. However, with just his appearance, it seemed like he was an outsider, standing by the door for 2 seconds, looking out of place. But he didn't bother to say anything, going upstairs without even greeting anyone. When seen by Zhang Guojia, he was scolded. Can't you even greet people? What kind of manners have you learned? Zhang Yi replied. Greet who? Greet my nominal stepmother or my nominal younger brother. You insolent boy, they are your mother and real younger brother. How dare you call them nominal? How do you talk to me? Seeing the situation, the stepmother then falsely came forward to comfort. They're all our children, they can be as they want. It's not necessary to greet. I'm already used to it. As if she were implying how wrong she feels at home. This made Zhang Guojia immediately become furious. You shouldn't have come back. You always hang out with that group of disreputable friends. The only one who amounts to anything is Chu Zhang. Why don't you learn from good examples? Who are you showing this face to upon coming back? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi also looked extremely displeased. He came back for the company and inheritance left by his grandfather. Yet in his father's eyes, he was merely causing trouble. If it weren't for preventing these things from falling into others' hands, would he even choose to come back? By now, he clearly understood that confronting the hypocritical mother and son duo was inevitable. It would be better to lay everything on the table right in front of the old man. Anyway, Duanzi had explained every detail to him word by word. Zhang Yi no longer went upstairs. Walking to his father's side, he said expressionlessly, Isn't it crystal clear in your heart whom I'm showing this face to? With all the green fields above your head, you're still trying to side with outsiders. Do you have a bad memory in your old age? About to be deceived yet still counting beans? I don't have your abilities. The relationship between him and his father collapsed completely since the moment his father married the stepmother. Now saying such words was nothing more than Zhang Yi finding this man increasingly foolish. Nurturing another person's son, spending money, harming his own wife to death. and eventually helping someone else count money. He really didn't know. If he hadn't found Duanzi, would he have been deceived until death, being calculated? Unable to suppress a deep breath. Beside him, the stepmother instantly changed her expression when she heard his words. Zhang Guojia, however, became enraged. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you rambling about? Country, don't get upset. Xiaoyi must be drunk and talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously, sit down to eat first. Xiaoyi, go upstairs. The woman wanted to shoo him away. Her intuition told her that Zhang Yi might have discovered something. Otherwise, he wouldn't return unannounced, nor would he say such insinuating words. She swallowed hard. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's gaze fell on her. What? Can't admit what you've done? Afraid I'll expose the fact that you've been having affairs outside behind my father's back for years. Also transferring the family's property? Huh. The woman's eyes widened directly, and Zhang Guojia also seemed to realize something was off. He paused momentarily, subconsciously glancing at his wife next to him, noticing her pale complexion. As if there were things about to be uncovered, he immediately questioned Zhang Yi. What do you mean by this? Speak clearly. What is this nonsense about sneaking around and having affairs behind my back? Your mother is incapable of doing such things. Incapable? An easy DNA test will show the truth. Let me tell you, not only did this old hag cheat on you, even you, this illegitimate son, aren't biologically yours. Which means while you stupidly keep pushing me, your legitimate son, out. I'm telling you, starting from today, the family inheritance left by grandpa, I'd rather give it to uncle instead of dividing any of it to you. The money in Zhang Yi's household actually originated from his mother's family, and should naturally fall into his own hands. However, after the passing of his mother and being too young at that time, power over their assets was handed over to his father. Now, given the current situation, pretending ignorance would make him truly brain dead. Hearing this, Zhang Guojia directly called him crazy. DNA test? I've done it long ago when I brought them back, so whose lies are you repeating here, talking nonsense? Even now, he refused to believe that what Zhang Yi said could possibly be true. Only beside them, the woman and Zhang Ji showed uneasy expressions, wanting to move forward to prevent Zhang Yi from speaking further. Dad and I have already done a DNA test long ago. I know you don't like me, brother, but the fact that I am Dad's son is indisputable. Zhang Yi then sneered. Indisputable? Great. Would you dare to do a paternity test again? Why do we need another one after it's been done? You're deliberately making us uncomfortable. I know you didn't like me from when I was little, brother Zhang, but this doesn't give you the right to accuse me of being insincere toward Dad. You've really disappointed me. But Zhang Yi was insistent. For this, he had already anticipated that such an event might occur. With a snap of his fingers, the butler appeared promptly. Young master. Bring the doctor in for me. Yes. In the next second, the woman began to wail. She turned to Zhang Guojia and cried. What bad karma have I committed to end up with a man like you? It's one thing for your child to call me the third party, but now even you are defaming me. Over the years we've lived together, how is Zhang Ji not like you? His nose, eyes, and eyebrows all look exactly like yours. He speaks falsehoods while you refuse to discipline him. What if this spreads around? How am I supposed to face others? When you became a mistress, you were no longer human anyway. At once, Zhang Yi turned his gaze to his silent father. I only have one request. Let my doctor conduct a paternity test between you and Zhang Ji. If the results confirm that you two are biological father and son, I will remain silent and never interfere in your affairs again. But if the results match what I've claimed, his tone was as cold as ice. They must be sentenced to prison. Make sure they rot there until the very end. On another note, I know you've handed over the company shares and management of some projects to Zhang Ji. Do you want to check whether there's any shortage in project funding or why the company has kept experiencing investment failures recently? Don't tell me these kinds of problems happen frequently in business. If everything goes wrong under Zhang Ji's hands, that can only mean two things. First, he's unsuitable for commerce. Second, he's scheming at the company, cooking up false accounts. I don't want to say harsh words, but if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, if I weren't your legitimate son, who would bother worrying about your fate? Chapter 11, Chaos. This statement felt like a thunderclap, leaving Zhang Guojia completely stunned on the spot. The woman continued to cry uncontrollably as the doctor stepped forward. The whole process from sampling to results will be personally supervised by me. If you're not at ease, you can also assign someone to oversee it, said Zhang Yi. I have no reason to deceive you on this matter. Yes, I am your stepmother, but haven't I treated you well? How could you humiliate me like this? The woman shrieked in a hysterical tone. Zhang Ji sat numbly on the sofa, watching coldly as all of this unfolded. I think you should go check the company accounts now. Neither of you two should leave this house during this period, Zhang Yi said sternly, his face grim. Zhang Guojia's eyes widened in disbelief, yet seeing the woman's cries softened his heart once more. If you're wrong, then get out, and never come back. Zhang Guojia shouted loudly. This was tantamount to having her sign a binding agreement to give an account for their actions. If that's how it is, I don't need you to chase me away. I'll leave on my own. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth furiously. It was unclear what kind of spell this woman had cast over him. These are your words. Put it in writing. Zhang Guojia clenched his teeth, looking determined. Zhang Yi sneered. So eager to see me go, huh? What grudge or hatred do I have against you? For me, when my mother passed away, this family fell apart. Now, this house belongs only to you two. As Zhang Yi spoke, his emotions reached their peak. However, if that's how you feel, the test results here might send you into despair. Zhang Yi's sarcasm must have struck home. Zhang Guijia glanced at the woman, but showed no further intention of stopping Zhang Yi. Desperation flashed in the woman's eyes as she let the doctor take the sample. Meanwhile, Duanzi was living a tranquil life, engrossed in a book on the balcony. All seemed calm and peaceful until Chu Zheng's call shattered that tranquility. She didn't originally want to answer it, but the calls kept coming relentlessly. What? Duanzi's voice wasn't kind, revealing her impatience. Chu Zheng asked, quickly clarify the incident online. Don't bring negative effects to Miao Miao. Fu Miao Miao? Duanzi was momentarily confused, convinced that in this period she hadn't done anything out of line, nor had any connection with Fu Miao Miao. Exiting her interface, she took a glance at the Weibo trending topics and found that a fan, who gained popularity because of Duanzi's garnered quite a number of followers. To keep up the attention, they revealed her offhand comment. You. Chu Zheng faltered briefly. Isn't it you who wants to break the contract? Why show such pity now? Brother, I didn't even mention names specifically, and everything I said was true anyway. What exactly do you want me to clarify? Duanzi looked at a few more comments below. There were plenty of trolls too. This woman is obviously being maintained. She isn't sincere at all, yet she talks about love affairs so convincingly. Haha, talk about love indeed. Exactly. Already left the entertainment industry. Why come out again to ride the wave of popularity? Wait. Is there anyone who cares about who the other person is? Heard that her major benefactor is Chu Zheng. Haha, falling in love with a sugar daddy. I already have a picture in my head. Duanzi rubbed her hands together excitedly, clearly recognizing this as a great way to draw traffic. Chu Zheng mumbled something from the other end, while Duanzi's thoughts were entirely focused on making money. But her original intention was to distance herself from these quarrelsome individuals and stay far away from trouble. She hesitated for a moment, first privately messaging the other party, asking them to delete the Weibo post, saying she didn't wish this personal grievance to consume public resources. Then, she sent out her own Weibo update. Everyone, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, please tune in to day 3 of Ascension practice. Alright, I understand your point. If necessary, I'll handle it appropriately. After saying this, Duanzi hung up the phone. On the other side, Chu Zheng frowned deeply, feeling that Duanzi had changed too much. Previously, when the two would talk on the phone, it was always Duanzi who did most of the talking, almost sticking to him around the clock. Nowadays, it seems like she doesn't even want to pick up the phone. He spaced out for a while before calling Fu Miao Miao immediately. At that time, Fu Miao Miao was practicing dance moves in the studio for a fantasy drama set to happen in half a month. Originally, this fantasy drama was meant for Duanzi. However, after Duanzi decided to quit the entertainment circle decisively, Fu Miao Miao got her chance. She felt a bit sad about what she saw online, all those messy things, actions all in disarray. Her teacher dared not to say harsh words and could only carefully console her. When she saw the big boss calling her, she hurriedly turned off the speaker and went out. Fu Miao Miao looked at the dance teacher. Her sense of superiority was obvious. Hey, Brother Zheng. Are you busy? Am I disturbing you? Unlike the tone just now, Chu Zheng was gentler this time. No, I'm resting for a while. I just started thinking about you. Then you called me. Fu Miao Miao said sweetly. Chu Zheng said a lot of caring words to her, and at last said, Duanzi said she would explain this matter during tomorrow's live broadcast. Don't worry, I won't let you be wronged. A hint of jealousy flashed in Fu Miao Miao's eyes. Did Brother Zheng go see her? Chu Zheng hesitated for a moment and quickly said, No, it's because there is a tendency online targeting you, so I specially warned her. Fu Miao Miao sighed with relief and slowly said, Brother Zheng, don't worry. I don't mean anything by that. I won't care about your past. It has been such a long time since Duanzi left the company. Why doesn't Chu Zheng show any intention to be with me? I have already expressed my feelings so clearly. Chu Zheng pulled on his tie as he spoke. Miao Miao is very well behaved. I believe Miao Miao can do better than anyone else. For some unknown reason, there was a strange feeling in his heart. He always felt like he was missing something. Brother Zheng is the best. Fu Miao Miao said happily. I need to hurry up here. I'll call you later. Men should keep women guessing. Don't make him too satisfied. I am unique. Fu Miao Miao was silently calculating in her heart. Alright. Chu Zheng smiled and responded. I'll wait for your call. After the line went dead, Chu Zheng still felt uncomfortable. After much thought, it was probably because of Duanzi's Vian just now. Annoyed, he opened his computer and immersed himself in work. Chapter 12. Strange number 1 on the donor list. After much thought, it was probably because of Duanzi's evasiveness earlier. Annoyed, she turned on her computer and threw herself into work. After posting the Weibo, Duanzi let the matter develop without paying any attention to what happened afterward. Isn't this just like someone handing you a pillow when you're sleepy? She felt as if she had grasped the secret to internet fame. She thought it was great, and all the lucky things were heading her way. Thus, humming a tune, she put on an apron and decided to make a good meal to reward herself. What should I make? Sweet and sour pork ribs or sweet and sour fish? How about something salty instead? Duanzi looked at the items in the fridge, hesitating, but when she noticed the green vegetables in the corner, she decisively grabbed the ketchup beside her. I'll go with the sweet and sour pork ribs. At this time, chaos reigned online. Is Duanzi using her main account to post Weibo updates just to ride the traffic wave? The person who leaked the story has already deleted the article, either the power of money or that it was self-directed from the start. When did Duanzi start having so many haters? Such bad luck. Why are you all in such a hurry? Why not just ask tomorrow during the live stream? Recently, wasn't the trending topic about Chu Jun meeting the new generation's top female star? Is that female star really not the third party? Yes, indeed. There were quite a few people under that article claiming it was FMM interfering. For a moment, everyone anticipated the live stream. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Duanzi, after getting ready, started her live stream on time. The name of the live stream also fit perfectly, changed to Third Day of Ascension. When she appeared dressed in white, the barrage of comments immediately went berserk. Duanzi, is it true that you left the entertainment circle after being dumped? Who is the financier? Damn, why are there so many black fans? Our goddess relies on herself. Are you some kind of brainless fan? Duanzi ignored the barrage of messages and smiled, saying, welcome to my live stream. Today is the third day of Ascension, and we still follow the usual rules. I wonder which lucky viewer will be able to successfully connect with me today. Suddenly, a large number of GIFs flooded the live stream, making the screen full of colorful animations, obscuring any visible comments. The viewers below were dumbfounded. My goodness, where are all these suckers coming from? Oh no, stop throwing GIFs. My question hasn't been answered yet. Duanzi remained very calm, thinking of Chu Jun's phone call yesterday, and said softly, lately, I've heard rumors about everyone's concern over my love life. Firstly, thank you all for your concern. I'm enjoying my current life, with no negative thoughts at all. Eating well, drinking well, sleeping well. GIFs disappeared for a moment, indicating the person sending them was likely listening attentively. Thank you for the feed from the top donor. I'll get back to you soon. Duanzi mentioned. The barrage of comments kept exploding beneath. Duanzi continue. The critical part. Is your financier Chu Jun? Is it true that someone interfered in your relationship? Duanzi furrowed her brows, clicked on the voice chat feature, wanting to divert the conversation. But unexpectedly, the other side rejected her request. Duanzi paused, saying, this top one's sister, isn't this about divining? The other party did not respond through the chat. Duanzi sighed, saying, if you're not calculating, then let's invite the second top donor to come on the microphone. Still no response. For the first time encountering such a person, Duanzi felt a bit puzzled and decided to cast a quick divination spell. But she found a message from the other side saying, please respect my privacy. Don't casually divine me. Thank you. The comments below exploded instantly. Wow, this must be the real benefactor. This definitely surpasses the strength of that Zhang Xiao from the other day. Heavens, this cannot possibly be out of sheer love for streaming, right? I admit, I envy this. How can Duanzi keep silent? Tell us who the benefactor behind her is. This is greed, pretending not to see our questions. Duanzi froze for a moment. This friend is rather individualistic. I am just a fan. Another message appeared from the top donor. At some point, this top donor had activated their fan sign, a golden badge showing tender flaky rolls, leaving Duanzi staring speechlessly. Miss, if you simply like me, please don't waste your money. Duanzi suddenly felt guilty. If it weren't for the donor's name being female, she might have guessed it was her senior brother. But what if? Duanzi couldn't help but click on the other party's avatar, discovering that their address was overseas. In an instant, her original thoughts were dispelled. She had clearly been daydreaming. Perhaps because Duanzi had been in a daze, her fans started feeling sorry for her, thinking those improper comments must have hurt her. They immediately launched counterattacks at the offenders, and the ensuing chaos drew more people into the fray, overwhelming the software to the point of crashing it entirely. The programmers were nearly in tears, locked up in the restroom, with 3 of them unable to fix the issue within half an hour. As Duanzi watched the software suddenly go dark, she felt a mix of amusement and frustration. She briefly felt sad, thinking about how anxious her master brother would be. In order to return faster and ease master brother's worries, she needed to work hard and focus on her cultivation. Thinking this, she quickly composed herself and concentrated fully on sitting in meditation to cultivate. Upon seeing the software crash, everyone immediately moved the battle to Weibo. Her fans thought this wasn't good, it could negatively affect Duanzi, and directly started reporting anything they came across. Meanwhile, Duanzi was deeply immersed in her cultivation and didn't see any of these messages. Fu Miao, who had watched the entire live stream, was so furious she shook with anger. Envious emotions surged out of control. Why? What kind of charm did this Duanzi possess? Wasn't it just that she was somewhat pretty? That face of hers was definitely a product of plastic surgery. Only these brain-dead fans liked it. But still, Duanzi hadn't cleared up the relationship between her and Chu Jun. She didn't feel right asking Chu Jun directly since Fu Miao's name had never appeared throughout this drama. Why? This generation of haters really didn't know what they were doing. If they entered the live stream, why didn't they mention her name once? What Fu Miao didn't realize was that her name never appeared in the live stream because Duanzi had set her name as a sensitive keyword, blocking all references to Fu Miao from being posted. Chu Jun also followed the related posts and noticed the mention on Weibo. He then contacted some influencers and buried the topic under other bigger news items. For instance, is Duanzi suspected of having a new financier? Or, even if Duanzi leaves the entertainment industry, she will not lack financial support, among others. Chapter 13, Ranking Slaughter Routine. After finishing her sitting meditation, Duanzi tentatively opened the live streaming software. The program had indeed returned to normal, but her private messages were inundated. She looked through all the command tabs and didn't see a bulk clear function. She would have to open each one individually. Upon encountering a sender claiming to be from an investigation bureau, she grew curious and read their message thoroughly. The cinder claimed to represent the relevant department researching the revival of spiritual energy, commonly known as the Investigation Bureau, and stated that after several days of verification, they believed Duanzi had special abilities. They hoped Duanzi could assist them in investigating the reasons behind the spiritual awakening, with negotiable compensation. Could this person be a scammer? After pondering for a moment, Duanzi thought about casting a divination, but noticed the cinder had sent another message. Compensation calculated based on official task volume, 100,000 per job with commissions available. Duanzi rubbed her hands together. Since making money through live streaming was also a way to earn income, why not add another stream? Thus, she quickly formulated a response and typed back. Let's talk facts. When shall we meet? Zhao Yi, the head of the special case group of the Investigation Bureau, chuckled upon seeing these words. As expected, money always works. How come today's masters are so worldly? Li Sun, who was responsible for typing, adjusted his glasses pensively and said, even masters need to eat, right? Staying alive is most important. Zhao Yi casually picked up the thermos beside him and said slowly, while steam rose, so, should you go? Regarding matters like this, it's better for the group leader to go personally. After all, you're a big shot in front of the director. In case Duanzi raises any inappropriate opinions, your presence will help settle things properly. Li Sun concluded and sent his WeChat number to allow the other side to add him as a friend. Duanzi acted promptly and immediately added him. After a brief pause, Li Sun sent an address for a luxurious cafe. Zhao Yi slapped his back directly and scolded, young man, the cost of this coffee will be deducted from your salary. Li Sun smiled faintly and didn't argue. Everyone knew their group leader spoke harshly but acted kindly, so it wasn't to be taken too seriously. On Duanzi's end, she hadn't anticipated such extravagance and started getting curious. Is this line of work really so lucrative nowadays? She stroked her chin and glanced at the notebook beside her. Clearly listed on its pages were a few tasks. First, strive to cultivate and return to the original world. Second, investigate whether elder brother also arrived in this world, and find him if so. After hesitating with her pen in hand, she carefully wrote down. Third, uncover the source of the spiritual revival. After writing it down, she couldn't help laughing out loud herself. I don't even know if this is true or false, yet I just wrote it down. Despite her musings, she felt a premonition deep in her heart. This self-claimed investigation bureau was almost certainly real. In the novels she used to read, there were never any references to cultivation techniques. It wasn't until she entered this world and realized she could sense certain fluctuations in spiritual energy that she formulated a plan for cultivation. Of course, the main purpose of cultivating was still to return. This made Duanzi increasingly interested in the investigation bureau. What could have been figured out with just one divination now seemed intriguing when left to unfold naturally. Holding a banana and embracing her computer, she leisurely climbed onto her bed. Searching online for investigation bureau, she found numerous types of investigative agencies, but nothing related to spiritual awakenings. Throwing away the banana peel, she sighed deeply, realizing this matter wasn't going to be easy. If only elder brother were here. Though he did have a sharp tongue, having him around always made one feel secure. Out of sheer boredom, she randomly flipped through Weibo and soon encountered various trending topics. Duanzi suspected of having a new benefactor. Duanzi won't lack benefactors even if she leaves showbiz. Duanzi furrowed her brow. That person was obviously a young lady, yet in their mouths, it turns into something so dirty. Then, after flipping through the comment section, she noticed many people saying that the great benefactor changed their gender to female for Duanzi's reputation. This kind of imagination is truly incredible, marveled Duanzi. At this exact moment, her previous agent called. After glancing at the caller ID, she answered, "Hello, brother Zhao." Zhao Mian sighed, saying, "My dear, you've just exited the entertainment industry, yet you're being so ruthless to your colleagues." "Brother Zhao, what you're saying isn't accurate. I left the entertainment industry precisely to give others more opportunities," retorted Duanzi confidently with narrowed, gleaming eyes. "Let's cut to the chase though, right? Hey, you're really fine. Your ranking slaughter routine is almost becoming a daily occurrence. At least give the newbies under my wing a chance to shine," Zhao Mian sighed. "I had a new group ready for their debut these few days, but who would have known that your trending topics would dominate so much that there wasn't even one trace about our rookies in the top 10. Duanzi chuckled and said, "It's not my fault. If anyone's to blame, it's Chu Zhang." "Chill. Why are you bringing up the big boss for no reason?" Zhao Mian said. "I didn't hear anything. You just focus on live streaming." Duanzi murmured, "Brother Zhao, you're too naive. Haven't you seen the hot searches from the other day? I was just chatting idly with my fans. Yet somehow the omnipotent netizens linked it to Chu Zhang and insinuated that his favorite is a third party. He wouldn't be happy about that. So those trending topics, you get it now, right?" "I don't. If it's about changing patrons, wouldn't some mention the patron beforehand? Anyway, it still boils down to your issue. Why can't you switch to a more normal live stream? This kind of traffic isn't sustainable," Zhao Mian lectured earnestly. "As for patrons, they're all fabricated by the netizens. Don't take them too seriously. Do make sure to rest properly." Duanzi repeatedly assured him that she understood. This manager of hers was truly, obviously concerned about her situation, but insisted on going around in circles to express it. Looks like her predecessor had someone who genuinely cared. What a pity. "Understood, brother Zhao, you can rest assured. I'll definitely take steady steps forward." Duanzi changed the subject here. "Brother Zhao, you should also pay attention to resting well. Staying up late all the time isn't good either. Don't be disrespectful and start lecturing me now. Fine. I got it, as long as you know where you stand. I've got things to handle, gotta go, bye. Before Duanzi could finish speaking, the other side hung up abruptly. Duanzi was utterly speechless. Tisk, how urgent could it be? Just didn't want to listen to me nagging. If Master Brother were here, it'd be great. Duanzi reclined on her bed. If Master Brother were here, there would be lots of tasks to do. Even running errands for him would be okay. Chapter 14, They've Given Too Much. Duanzi went to sleep early and dreamt of her senior brother in the dream. In the dream, her senior brother was poking her head, urging her to focus on cultivation and not be distracted. Duanzi shook her head while dodging, and then heard a thud, followed by intense pain. She groggily got up from the ground, looked around, and there was no sign of her senior brother, just a mere dream. TCH, that damn senior brother. Not even here, and still managed to scare me out of bed. Duanzi muttered as she got up and headed to the bathroom for cleaning. When she came out, she mumbled about wanting to eat something delicious to make up for the psychological shadow left by her senior brother. She glanced at the time and felt that the scheduled meeting at 10 seemed a bit late. After finishing breakfast, it would only be 6 at most. She's now a top-ranked candidate, so wearing a mask and cap might be better. Duanzi carefully planned this, changed into casual clothes, and set out with her mask and cap on. Though the steamed buns downstairs were tasty, she'd had enough of them. Suddenly, she missed her senior brother's cooking, but her current progress in cultivation was too slow. She didn't know when she'd return to the original world. As Duanzi patted her stomach, which was already hollow from hunger, she lamented, I've been by his side for so long, but how come my dishes still don't taste anywhere near as good as his? In the end, she pulled out her phone from her pocket, searching among recommendations for a char siu bun shop. It happened to be quite close to the cafe, hence, she decided to go. However, just as she arrived at the entrance, she saw a cripple being stopped outside. From afar, it sounded like the server was saying, Our store is relatively small, and your wheelchair is too big, it will block the aisle. A bystander whispered persuasively, Young master, why don't we skip going inside for now? I'll enter and buy what you want. Just tell me what you'd like. The young man sitting in the wheelchair said something quietly, then turned the wheelchair toward another direction. For some reason, looking at the figure retreating, Duanzi felt an indescribable emotion. What's up with the young master breaking his leg? Duanzi muttered softly before briskly entering the store. Thankfully, the store inside was orderly, and food came quickly. In just a few minutes, she picked up her breakfast. Just as she stepped out, a sleek Maybach passed slowly by her side. Duanzi abruptly looked up, but only caught the rising window of the car. She shoved a char siu bun into her mouth and mumbled, What nonsense. It's nowhere near as good as what senior brother makes. Zhao Yi arrived early at the cafe to avoid breaching etiquette. Boss, isn't this not exactly right? Li Sun said thoughtfully. You're discussing a business deal with them, so why bring me along? Isn't this for cover? She's at least a big star. If anyone snapped pictures of us meeting alone, wouldn't that be awkward? Zhao Yi grinned. Besides, aren't you young folks all about celebrity chasing? Here's your chance to get close to a star. Li Sun rolled his eyes, but said nothing. Duanzi, after wandering around outside for long enough, decided to wait in the cafe for a moment. As soon as she entered, her eyes locked onto the two of them. The reason? There was no mistaking their aura. They both looked like government employees. She walked over and sat opposite them. Zhao Yi turned back and saw her, slightly startled. Miss, we have an appointment. I should introduce myself. I'm Duanzi. Duanzi removed her mask and hat, extending her hand across the table. Zhao Yi hurriedly reached out and shook hands with her, remaining stunned for a while. Li Sun, on the other hand, stayed calm and also shook hands with her. Miss Duanzi truly surpasses expectations. How did you recognize us? Zhao Yi asked tentatively. Duanzi smiled faintly. No need for further ado. I am skilled at observing people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing fortune-telling live streams. Let's cut to the chase. Absolutely. Miss Duanzi sure has a straightforward personality. Zhao Yi smiled and said, Allow me to introduce briefly. I'm the special case team leader of the investigation bureau, Zhao Yi. This is our brains, Li Sunday. Duanzi nodded slightly. Your name certainly sounds imposing. Those who call it must have suffered quite a bit. Let's talk about the contract. That shift in topic was pretty quick. Zhao Yi exchanged glances with Li Sun, who cleared his throat and said, Here's the situation. Our preliminary plan is the same as what we discussed online with Miss Duanzi earlier. Now, we would like to understand any conditions Miss Duanzi has. Indeed, I have some conditions. Duanzi leaned back in her chair and said lazily. Can the mission you mentioned be made public? My live streams can't be interrupted. If it weren't for their generosity, I would have lost my economic lifeline. Zhao Yi uncomfortably twisted his neck. Strictly speaking, these matters shouldn't be known by too many people. After all, we still don't know whether the origin of this spiritual energy resurgence is man-made or not. But, the reason given is, everyone has a sliver of hope to survive, and cultivating is necessary. As long as you don't reveal that this is a mission, it'll be fine. Zhao Yi quickly added when he feared Duanzi might lose patience. I imagine your investigation bureau must have many capable individuals. Why single me out? Duanzi asked. Zhao Yi licked his lips. It's just that we haven't figured out yet how to explain this situation to everyone in a way they can accept. Something that sounds so far-fetched. So, take your time to think about it. Should we order some coffee or desserts? Duanzi said. Let's go for a dessert. Otherwise, this meeting feels too dry. Soon after, Xiao Yi called over the server, and the three quickly ordered their desserts and coffee. When Xiao Yi heard Li Sun ordering coffee, he feigned annoyance and gave him a stern look. Humph. What's the harm in enjoying free stuff if it's there? Li Sun replied nonchalantly. Seeing the familiarity between them, Duanzi took the opportunity to comment. How come everything is still shrouded in mystery with no end in sight? She furrowed her brow, suddenly becoming interested. Also, Duanzi blinked her eyes mischievously. How about a 70-30 split? 70 for me, 30 for you, sound good? Xiao Yi hesitated. Well, honestly, that's a bit tough. If the workload isn't proportionate, it will be difficult to justify to higher-ups. And I can't really negotiate terms with them either, you understand? I get it, Duanzi said confidently. Don't worry. Once I take action, success is guaranteed. After all, those who are capable must work harder. Chapter 15. She really dares to ask. Xiao Yi and Li Sun exchanged a glance, tactically drinking their water. Duanzi observed their movements, took the dessert from the server's hand, and sighed. It seems like you're quite torn. Or perhaps you could find someone who can have the final say? That's not it, Miss Duan, cough cough. It's like this. Xiao Yi adjusted his clothes. In principle, it's not impossible, but wouldn't saying big words just make us a laughing stock? Our special case group has always been underestimated anyway. Although we get a lot of support from above, still, if we report this, it will surely spread to other departments. If we exaggerate too much, we'll be laughed at. Li Sun whispered. Duanzi sighed. Ah, I see. Then I guess we're meant to meet, but never destined to work together. Xiao Yi quickly changed posture. Miss Duan, don't rush yet. Have some more dessert. Let me discuss with my superior first. Duanzi smiled sweetly at him. Then it's up to you, Director Zhao. Wow. It's really a pity that she didn't continue in the entertainment industry. Xiao Yi and Li Sun were momentarily blinded by her smile. Xiao Yi chuckled dryly and stepped out to make a phone call, leaving Li Sun alone. Li Sun's pale face was burning red now, unable to utter a word to Duanzi, so he focused on eating the desserts on the plate. Faintly, it seemed flashlights went off around them. Duanzi squinted and swiftly identified a few people, then quickly reverted to an aloof demeanor. Li Sun pushed his glasses and finally managed to speak. If you join us, any unfavorable online comments about you in the future will be non-existent. Duanzi took a bite of the dessert and asked, are you what they call? Something like that. My ancestors had certain talented individuals as well, but I'm inexperienced, only at the beginner level. Li Sun said modestly. Oh, so this person in front also has some skills. Duanzi idly poked at the dessert in front of her, contemplating what to do next. Being an internet celebrity is good, it's free-spirited, but too unrestrained sometimes. And without Master Brothers delicacies or monster fighting routines, 1 or 2 days are bearable, but after 3 or 4 days, it becomes unbearable. If we could reach an agreement, it might be fun. If not, I'll start a new business. Besides, I've just broken through my own bottleneck these last few days. Miss Duan. Xiao Yi suddenly reappeared at the dining table. The director agreed to your conditions. If possible, could we sign the contract now? Duanzi noticed immediately the ominous dark chi on his forehead and frowned slightly. What happened? Xiao Yi remained silent, pulled out the contract from the document bag, signed his name on it directly. Write down your requirements. I have things to handle, so I must take my leave. Hey, wait. Duanzi obviously saw that as soon as her words came out, the ominous dark chi on his forehead dissipated a bit. Goodness, is it unavoidable? It's like this, cough cough. Aren't you going on some kind of mission? How about I settle things for you first, and then we can finalize the terms. At this point, Duanzi started despising herself. TSK, Duanzi, why did you suddenly start minding other people's business? Haven't the karmic connections you've seen in your past life been enough? Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment and said, we apologize. This mission requires signing a confidentiality agreement. If Miss Duan doesn't sign the contract, we probably cannot bring you there. Li Sun put the last bite of the dessert in his mouth, gulped down the coffee in his cup, and said, Director Zhao, I'm ready. Seeing both of them about to leave, Duanzi couldn't help but sigh and hastily signed her name. Let's take a look first. Don't want to lose our boss before I even start. The two originally felt delighted seeing Duanzi sign the name, but after hearing the latter part of her sentence, both of their smiles froze on their faces. Although Duanzi didn't say clearly, it was obvious that this trip would be full of dangers and possibly even result in death during the mission. However, given the crowd constantly coming and going in the cafe, Xiao Yi didn't ask further and led the two onto the car first. After settling down, Li Sun specifically introduced their identities to Duanzi. Xiao Yi becoming the head of the Special Cases Group was partly due to misfortune turning into a blessing. Originally a Special Forces soldier, he experienced a miraculous transformation of his physical abilities during an operation. In the trade, this process is known as refining the body. Since she had entered the field, she should find a proper master. However, in the initial stage of spiritual awakening, disciples from the physical refinement families had already lost their legacies long ago. At this point, they could hardly offer any help, leaving Xiao Yi to explore on his own. Li Sun's abilities were also quite unique, asking spirits. It was rumored that his clan were guides for souls and made a living around the Yellow Springs. But specifics were lost to time due to their ancient origins. One thing that could be confirmed was that Li Sun had never failed in communicating with spirits. There were 3 other people in the group. One excelled in predicting fate, another was adept at talisman arts, and the third was a half-baked practitioner. In summary, these 5 members of the team lacked someone who was truly well-versed throughout history. Duanzi sighed inwardly, thinking that things were still manageable given this situation. At least none of them were ordinary civilians. Clearing her throat, Duanzi asked, "So what exactly is our mission?" "There's an issue with a new land development. Reports suggest that people just vanish when passing by. This is the 12th disappearance in the past 3 days. A street vendor noticed it from far away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been alerted," Zhao Yi explained. Hearing this, Duanzi quickly calculated something with her fingers. Extreme misfortune. This trip would be perilous. And it happened in broad daylight. Duanzi muttered as if pondering some intriguing fact. "That's fascinating." "What?" Li Sun, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked. "Nothing. You two are about to learn something today," Duanzi rephrased. "The area's spiritual energy is in chaos, making it hard to discern clearly. But one thing's for sure, there's a formation there." Li Sun adjusted his glasses. "Can you tell all that?" "Can't you? Have you ever seen ghosts wandering around during the day?" Duanzi retorted bluntly. TSK, she regretted not bringing live streaming equipment. What a missed opportunity. Li Sun nodded slightly but raised a doubt. "That makes sense, but what if it's not a ghost, but a spirit monster instead?" Duanzi paused momentarily. "But if it really were a spirit monster, then things would get much more complicated. A formation capable of fostering such a creature in such a short period was certainly not to be underestimated." Chapter 16, Full Team Assembly. When Li Sun saw Duanzi fall silent, he immediately realized the flaw in his words and hurriedly explained, "I'm not questioning your expertise, it's just, accidents have happened before. I know what you mean. I've calculated it to be extremely ominous. The spiritual energy there is chaotic, so I can only faintly sense the presence of an array. But if it's the situation you described, it does indeed match the ominous sign," Duanzi slowly said. "No worries, it's just a spirit monster. I will definitely be fine. You should focus on protecting yourselves as much as possible." Duanzi dared not guarantee too much regarding such matters, because her current cultivation level would make fighting a spirit monster quite strenuous. However, this could also be an opportunity to gauge the abilities of the other two individuals. Silence fell within the car for a long time before Zhao Yi finally spoke up. "Don't worry. Even though we're all half-trained, we do have props to help us. The other team members are already on their way." If he hadn't said that, Duanzi might not have become more nervous after hearing those words. The last time she went on a mission with her juniors, the senior disciple was around. Come to think of it, she depended too much on the senior disciple, always thinking of him in any situation. Sigh, if only the senior disciple were here too. If only her cultivation from her previous life still existed, Duanzi would have already reached the destination by riding clouds. Instead, she was stuck feeling melancholy inside a car. "What's the name of that talisman master?" Duanzi asked. "Meng Tang," Li Sun replied. Duanzi paused for a moment. "What about the half-trained one?" "Sunny Qian," Li Sun responded again. Duanzi suddenly didn't want to ask further questions. Why did these people's names seem so ordinary? But if she didn't inquire, would it seem like she was isolating the person who predicted their fortune? "The remaining member is called Li Sameo," Li Sun answered without waiting for her question. "Everyone in our group are small characters." Duanzi revealed a trace of a wry smile. Wow, truly surprising. However, upon seeing the rest of the members, Duanzi suddenly felt that she had underestimated them. Honestly, someone among them actually looked like a master. She couldn't help but poke Li Sun. "Who is that old man with the white beard?" "He's Sunny Qian, the half-trained one," Zhao Yi answered on behalf of Li Sun and then enthusiastically introduced the others to her. "The fashionista Fu Lu master is Meng Tang, who is a cute girl. The undernourished individual is Li Sameo, skilled in divining fortunes. Look, at occasions like this, wouldn't you want the person who predicts fortunes to tell you if a certain strategy works or not?" Duanzi blurted out her thoughts despite the awkwardness it caused. Li Sameo adjusted his black sunglasses. "Just because you look good doesn't mean you can talk nonsense. Just because I excel at predicting fortunes doesn't mean I only do that." Sameo used to be part of an acrobatic troupe. His agility plays a crucial role in team battles, Zhao Yi said with a smile. "We can trust his back entirely." Duanzi nodded. "My apologies, my judgment was too shallow. I didn't even know that Sunny Qian is the name of the old man with the white beard. How regretful." Still, seeing them all encased in golden light gave her hope that today they would turn misfortune into good luck. It's a pity, however, that given the large scale of this operation, she didn't bring any live streaming equipment. Zhao Yi must have really gathered his courage to lead this crew into battle. Intentionally wanting to observe their coordination, Duanzi deliberately stayed a few steps behind. However, when she saw Sunny Qian clutching a luo pan, compass, muttering while directing the team towards some spot led by Zhao Yi, Duanzi quickly hastened to catch up. Suddenly, a dizzying sensation took over and Duanzi found herself enveloped in complete darkness, seemingly bound within a cramped space. It couldn't possibly be a spider spirit, right? She mused, forming a fire talisman. In the instant that she illuminated her surroundings, Duanzi let out a heavy sigh. Fear has a way of coming true. How could she meet a spirit for the first time in such a manner? It was truly bothersome. The last time she encountered a spider spirit was when she was 9 years old. It was her first outing after becoming a disciple, and due to her mischief, she didn't lay down proper foundations. Consequently, she was captured in a cocoon and hung there for a full day and night. Her tears ran dry before the senior disciple finally arrived late, and he cruelly teased her endlessly after rescuing her. But precisely because of that experience, she resolutely became his little follower ever since. Thinking of this brought a wave of sadness over Duanzi. "Duanzi, are you there?" came Meng Tang's voice from outside. sounding somewhat distant through the thick cocoon. Duanzi abruptly intensified the flames, appearing before everyone like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Surprisingly, everyone from the special case team was outside except her. Duanzi. This mistake should be blamed on the senior disciple. The others, seeing her emerge unharmed, didn't expend too much energy on this side. When they initially brought her in, they had already prepared to treat her as an ornament. Lisa Mayo lightly coughed. Inside those cocoons should be the missing people. Following their gaze, Duanzi looked at the cocoons far away and glanced back at where she just descended from. Her cultivation level was still insufficient. If it were from her previous life, she could have ignited the entire cave. What shall we do? Using fire is evidently not feasible, in case we harm the people inside, Lisa Mayo said, glancing at Duanzi. Duanzi was speechless. So what if she made a wrong statement once? Why did he bear a grudge? She slowly said, logically speaking, with all the noise we've made, that spider spirit must have heard us by now. It's strange it hasn't rushed over immediately. Do you have to say this? We all have eyes. We can see clearly, right? Lisa Mayo said bluntly. Xiao Yi slapped him on the back. Speak properly. Lisa Mayo frowned, shaking his arm to distance himself from the other person. Captain Xiao, you really? Fine. I'll speak nicely, okay? Let's not hurry to release them. Investigate the situation thoroughly first. Confirm safety before releasing. Xiao Yi glared at Lisa Mayo and said. Duanzi rubbed her nose. It seems that the spider has laid eggs. These people are probably intended for its unborn children. So, we need to find the formation quickly, destroy it, and send these people out. Meng Tang asked. Duanzi turned her head to look at Meng Tang and nodded continuously. Yes. Do any of you excel at finding formations? In an instant, all gazes focused on her. For some reason, she actually felt anticipation. Chapter 17, Breaking the Bottleneck. Alright, this result wasn't entirely unexpected. It was time to show these fine teammates some talent as well, to justify my salary. What about it? Do you have any means to make these ordinary people forget what just happened? Duanzi asked, and immediately regretted it. With the spiritual energy resurgence, higher-ups wanted everyone to believe this was all true. Let's pretend I didn't say that. Duanzi cleared his throat. My suggestion is, let's release this group of people and allow them to feel a little fear. Fine. Not exactly funny. Another moment where Master Brother was on her mind. Li Sun adjusted his glasses. Here's what we'll do. Let's split up. Sun Qian and Lisa Mayo will rescue people. Meng Tang and Xiao team leader will look for the spider's position. You and I will find the formation. The others acted as if nothing was strange, seemingly by default obeying Li Sun's commands. So, he was the brains of the team? Duanzi took a deep breath and calmed down. He randomly pointed at a direction and said to Li Sun, shall we check out that place? Before Li Sun could respond, there was a deafening boom. Everyone turned their attention towards one direction, only to see a giant spider coming towards them with ferocious movements. Sun Qian coughed twice and said to Lisa Mayo, hurry up, save those people first. Before she even finished speaking, Lisa Mayo had already rushed off, dismantling cocoon after cocoon. Xiao Yi charged straight ahead, facing the spider head-on. Duanzi swallowed hard, thinking, if I were one of those kidnapped people, I'd be scared to death. This way of being awakened was certainly not easy to accept. Li Sun pulled Duanzi slightly to dodge a falling rock, saying, let's go then, aren't we supposed to find the array? Duanzi glanced at Meng Tang who'd been flung away by the spider, and said to Li Sun, you help them, leave the array to me. The scene was in utter chaos. Xiao Yi also showed numerous scars on his body. The rocks kept plummeting, leaving Li Sun no time to think. He grabbed something unknown from his pocket and directly charged forward. Duanzi squinted his eyes and observed for a while before turning around and looking for the array. At first, she merely thought that area was suspicious. As she approached closer, she indeed felt its abnormality. It seemed the more she approached this spot, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. No wonder such spirits formed here. Without much thought, Duanzi studied briefly and decided to reinforce the seal first. The spider seemed to sense the commotion here and recklessly charged toward them. Xiao Yi and the two others were already struggling to handle it. Now there was no way they could stop it. Sensing the situation from over there, Duanzi increased the speed of his hand signs. Xiao Yi looked at the direction the spider came from and shouted to Meng Tang, go inside and check. Are there really spider eggs? Meng Tang quickly agreed and darted through. The spider stretched its legs wildly, almost ready to attack Duanzi, but Duanzi leapt away just in time, creating distance between the two. As soon as he landed, brilliant light burst forth beneath him, trapping Duanzi within a circle of light. She couldn't help but sigh. Does this array bear me a grudge? Why does it always treat me like this? She usually disliked arrays, yet every time she encountered all kinds of difficult arrays, it was as if she fell into some sort of vicious cycle. Wherever there were arrays, Duanzi would inevitably get caught. Later, she had no choice but to follow Master Brother to seriously study array techniques. Sigh. Recalling everything brought her thoughts back to Master Brother. Master Brother, can you hear my heart or not? I miss you so much. The spider launched its nth attack, leaving Duanzi no choice but to shake her head helplessly. This array is clearly to prevent anyone from tampering with the seal. It has nothing to do with those people coming in. The root cause still lies with our buddy outside. But if I can't break free from here, won't all these efforts go to waste? She paced around in circles, kicking a nearby rock out of frustration. Who would have thought the next blow from the spider came directly swinging toward Duanzi's face? Scared, she took a few steps back. Where are my team members? I haven't even broken through my bottleneck yet. How am I supposed to fight? Using my life force. Duanzi hastily tore a vine and started wildly lashing it at the spider. However erratic the spider moved, it never managed to touch Duanzi, and each time it got hit, the spider roared in anger, becoming even fiercer. Duanzi fumed too. How many times has she broken this vine? Where are her good teammates? The spider's eyes glowed red with fury, suddenly stopped, then hurriedly retreated. Furious, Duanzi stood with her hands on her hips, once again studying the array. All the while, muttering some incantations, the array's glow flickered between bright and dim, then suddenly stabilized, radiating an attractive pink glow. Duanzi slowly sat on the ground, taking a long breath. There was no time for much rest before she quickly got up to help the others. When Meng Tang and the others saw the spider returning, they swiftly threw several talismans. In an instant, there were explosions on the spider's body, causing screams of terror among the crowd. As Duanzi passed by, she pointed in a direction to Sun Qian and the others. Do you see that array over there? I've improved it. You can directly go back through it. Sun Qian furrowed her brows, but still nodded. You should hurry and help Xiao Yi. Duanzi waved her hand, already having dashed off a significant distance. Among the crowd, someone recognized Duanzi. Hey, isn't that the very popular internet celebrity recently? The one who switched from the entertainment industry. Right. Isn't it called Duanzi? How come they don't look as good as on TV? Almost didn't recognize them. TCH, under these circumstances, who isn't a mess? And talking about appearances now, look at yourself, you're practically unrecognizable. Sun Qian's head throbbed with annoyance, her tone serious. Anyone who wants to leave, shut your mouths. Elders cannot tolerate disorder. Lisa Mayo ran from the back of the group to the front. Why aren't we moving? The noise is getting pretty loud over there. It looks like the cave won't hold for much longer. Didn't find an exit? Xiao Yi said that pink array leads out. Sun Qian slowly said. You lead them out first. I'll go back and check on the captain. You? Seriously? With your old bones, are you going to make it back? Lisa Mayo remarked. Everyone here, except one with a heart condition, who has truly perished, all have been saved. As long as there are no complications later, everyone can be safely brought home. Sun Qian glanced at the direction Duanzi disappeared into, only nodding in agreement. When Duanzi arrived, a few small spiders had already emerged, surrounding Xiao Yi and his team, quite lively. She shouted, everyone gather over here. Li Sun, lead them toward the direction I just pointed out. Without waiting for any reactions, she kicked away one small spider, then took another in the opposite direction and ran. Chapter 18, Escape from Death. As the big and small spiders all ran in the direction Duanzi was heading, Xiao Yi instinctively wanted to follow. He was stopped by Li Sun, who pulled him aside and said, Xiao team leader, let's go first. We can't leave her alone there. Xiao Yi shouted. She'll be fine, Li Sun said firmly. Li Simao hated her because he envied her good luck, so she will definitely be fine. Meng Tang also advised, since she could find the main array at a glance, she must be competent. I believe she wouldn't do anything reckless. We shouldn't disappoint her. But Xiao Yi didn't listen to their advice and insisted on going back. At this point, not far away, there suddenly appeared a flash of golden light, and several small spiders were thrown flying. Just as the three were stunned, Duanzi came running over with tattered clothes. What are you standing there for? Let's go quick. When they saw the group of spiders behind her, the group decisively turned around and ran towards the direction of the array. Duanzi, however, suddenly stopped and threw a fire spell into the spider cluster. Unlike the small flames earlier, these fires quickly engulfed the spiders, turning them into ashes upon contact. Although Li Simao arrived with his people, he didn't know how to activate the array and could only watch helplessly. Sun Qian was using a stone to calculate something on the ground, also drenched in sweat. Are you done yet? Li Simao asked anxiously. Wiping the sweat off, Sun Qian replied. Almost. Don't worry. Another cry echoed through the crowd. On fire. It's on fire. Following the direction indicated, Sun Qian saw the flames crawling along the spider's silk towards them. Unable to control herself, she cursed. Who did this? Don't you know that once the silk catches fire, the whole cave will burn? Just after her words, the disheveled trio was seen. She hurriedly waved them over. Team leader Xiao, we're here. The group, focused solely on outrunning the flames, couldn't even spare time to acknowledge them. In contrast to the trio's dishevelment, Duanzi danced among the blazing fires like a butterfly, landing quickly ahead of them. Just as the trio entered, Duanzi activated the array. A momentary confusion followed, and everyone found themselves surrounded by familiar scenery again, prompting collective cheers. Duanzi rubbed her shoulders and checked her pockets. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, she suddenly shouted, What time is it now? Everyone paused momentarily before Xiao Yi glanced at his watch. 9 o'clock. No. She realized she had missed her live streaming session and deeply inhaled. How long did it take us to get here? About 3 hours, said Xiao Yi. Then did any of you see my phone? Duanzi asked again. Li Sun blinked. It should have been left in the car. Duanzi panicked further. So, where's the car? Shouldn't you be asking that? Li Simao rolled his eyes. You set up the array. With a resentful expression, Duanzi muttered. My cultivation limits are reached. Just barely broke through, or I wouldn't have been able to start the array. Who would have thought you're all useless when it comes to arrays? You. Sun Qian's white beard twitched furiously, but he managed no retort. Meng Tang laughed, saying, All right, today's success relies entirely on Duanzi. Otherwise, we half-baked ones would have perished. Duanzi was lost in thoughts about missing her live stream. Losing credibility wasn't easy. She softly asked, So, who knows the way? I need a taxi back. By the time Duanzi got home, it was already 11 p.m. She felt this journey was utterly frustrating, losing both face and material wealth. If not for breaking through her cultivation barrier during this ordeal, she'd have cried until her eyes were red. Her first action upon arriving home was to take a bath and make a meal for herself. After climbing into bed, she turned on her computer. Sure enough, her Weibo was filled with mentions, people asking if anything happened to her and why she wasn't live streaming today. Some cynics even asked if she had been taken in to prevent her from causing chaos in society. Duanzi was so irritated, she muttered, "If heaven wants to take anyone, it better be you, not me. I've saved plenty of lives. Telling you all my virtues might scare you to death." According to her usual habits, she would normally spend some time on her phone before sleeping, but today, she hadn't brought her phone back, so she could only use the computer for a bit before sleeping. However, no matter how much she tossed and turned, nothing caught her fancy. In the end, she reluctantly went to sleep. What she didn't know was that those who had returned safely were already fiercely battling the naysayers online. That night, one trending topic held the #1 spot. However, Duanzi was completely unaware of it all and slept soundly until noon. In the end, she was woken up by the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yi was there. His face had been injured yesterday. Now it was scabbed over, but made him appear more ferocious than before. "Regarding what happened yesterday, I truly owe Miss Duanzi my thanks," Zhao Yi said as soon as he sat down. "Here's your phone. And in this contract, I've added the clauses you need." Duanzi glanced through the contract casually and found her requirements written clearly at the end, which left her quite satisfied. She cleared her throat. "No need to be formal. We're on the same side now. Call me Duanzi. But should I call you Xiao Team Leader?" "Oh, that's entirely up to you," Zhao Yi smiled. "They call me Xiao Team Leader because of my past profession, though they insist Xiao Team Leader sounds better than Xiao Group Leader. However, becoming a team leader is inevitable." Duanzi smiled and said, "All right then, Xiao Team Leader it is, so we don't have to change later." "Are you aware of the matter online?" Zhao Yi asked. Duanzi nodded. "I checked it out yesterday on the computer. What's the plan?" "The higher-ups think that since the decision has been made to go public and promote cultivation among the populace, we might as well start from you, and also disclose our special case group publicly," Zhao Yi explained. Duanzi nodded. "So, basically, in the future, I can bring my live streaming equipment along when I accompany you on missions." "That's correct. After all, we've agreed to your request. To better adapt to your needs, we also feel that making this public during this opportunity would be best," Zhao Yi grinned. "Just wondering, Ms. Duan." "Oh, Duanzi, if it's convenient for you." "How could it not be convenient? As long as you don't turn around and ask me for wages." Duanzi laughed loudly. Chapter 19, Business as Usual. Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Haha, Duanzi is so funny. It's all right, we will definitely cooperate with you." After saying that, he glanced at the time and then said, "That's it for today. I'll contact you if there's anything else." "Okay, Xiao Team Leader, take care." Duanzi revealed a smile and politely waved to him. Duanzi picked up her phone and found it wouldn't turn on. Realizing this belatedly, she hurried to charge it. If yesterday was missed entirely, should today be called Day 4 of Cultivation, or Day 5 of Cultivation? While waiting for the phone to start, Duanzi deeply pondered this question. Then, she quickly set up the live streaming equipment and started broadcasting in the morning for the first time. She cleared her throat and changed the name of the live room to 5th Day of Cultivation. The people in the live room went crazy, sending barrage comments. "Duanzi, where were you yesterday? Duanzi, did you really go fight monsters yesterday? Is that true? Don't worry, everyone. I was actually saving the world yesterday, so I missed a day. Did everyone cultivate diligently yesterday?" Duanzi smiled brilliantly, captivating all the fans in the live room. But there were still trolls calling Duanzi ridiculous, claiming anyone could buy water friends and questioning what kind of monsters existed. Duanzi ignored them as usual and continued, still following the old rules. "I'll only draw one fortune-telling hexagram today. Also, I'll take on an additional task today, such as exorcising ghosts or catching strange creatures. If any relatives have weird issues like being possessed by spirits or similar things." The trolls kept dancing below, but were promptly stomped down by the fans. "Duanzi is amazing. The Purple Sweet Potatoes community is proud of you. Duanzi, forever #1. Just then, dazzling gifts came pouring in, turning Duanzi's face into various colors. Jiaowan Suswan jumped back to the top spot, leaving second place Lin Lai Zaiqian far behind. Jiaowan Suswan seemed dissatisfied with the result and sent another 10 carnivals. Duanzi's eyes lingered on the username Lin Lai Zaiqian for a while before shifting her attention back due to the glow of the incoming gifts. She said, "Sister Suswan, please stop sending gifts. Hang on a second, I'll bring you onto the microphone." The chat froze for a moment, apparently shocked by the grandiosity of the gift. Jiaowan Suswan, did everything go well yesterday? Were you injured? Duanzi read out the comment slowly. "I wasn't hurt, don't worry sister." She took a sip of water and asked, "Do you have anything you want me to predict?" Jiaowan Suswan, no. Jiaowan Suswan, by the way, I'm not female. Duanzi looked flustered for a moment as the comments revived below. "Purple Sweet Potato Slaughter. Haha, this isn't Duanzi Goddess' fault. It's just he didn't let her cast a hexagram. Purple Sweet Potato, Purple Sweet Potato. Yeah, last time when we addressed him as sister, he never corrected us either. Cool sadness. Haha laughed so hard. That's the funniest joke I've heard today." Duanzi scratched her head awkwardly and said, Sorry about that. Then today, little brother, do you have anything you would like calculated?" Jiaowan Suswan, no, just checking in. The comments section was buzzing, filled with ship goals, ship explosions. Internet rumors are true. He's the financial backer. Duanzi cleared her throat and said, "Little loves, let's calm down a bit. I can confirm I don't know this top donor. Brother, please stop making assumptions. And, brother from the top spot, if your intention is just to dominate the ranking, I suggest you don't keep giving gifts." Someone below suggested, "Why not give the brother moderator status?" The chat was scrolling too fast. Duanzi couldn't make out who the person was named. Duanzi scratched her head again. "Hold on, let me check something." Afterwards, she carefully investigated and processed accordingly, looking rather slow and clumsy. Underneath, everyone began commenting on how cute Duanzi was, but Duanzi herself had no time to see. "All done, I've made arrangements." Duanzi smiled and clapped her hands. "Here, administrator." The trolls tried stirring trouble again, criticizing her tone and pretending they knew better, etc. Suswan immediately muted a string of them. Seeing these trolls get punished, everyone got increasingly excited, until some small accounts crawled up and cursed Duanzi for not being able to handle the situation, at which point everyone suddenly understood. This admin was reliable. He really banned the trolls. Our Sujuan is quite reliable. Let's continue with the divination then. Since number 1 on the list doesn't count, shall we calculate for number 2? Duanzi wore a professional smile. However, number 2 was nowhere to be found as well. Duanzi scratched her head and said, "Look, I just missed a day. Why are you guys all acting this way? Do you want me to lose my job directly?" As soon as those words were out, the audience exploded, all talking about giving compensation to Duanzi. Duanzi also made a few jokes, saying, "Now the chance has been given to number 3. I wonder if our number 3 will be the same as the first 2 people." Number 3 was called Qi Jiao de Xian, and when Duanzi saw that name, she rubbed her nose and said, "All right, this Qi Jiao de Xian." Qi Jiao de Xian almost immediately responded, and upon connecting, revealed a square face which seemed rather honest and sincere. Upon logging in, he hastily said, "Miss Duanzi, there's something I need to ask you for help with. I can't explain this phenomenon at all. I've heard that you have started taking on tasks. Could you?" Soon, someone below began sending gifts too, saying they had strange occurrences in their home, wanting Duanzi to check it out. Duanzi directly cast a divination. "Your issue isn't major. Just look if you've offended anyone recently. It looks like something related to romance. If you don't have anything pressing to do, burn some money paper for them. There's nothing more I should say. This person might not have been directly caused harm by you, but you're somewhat associated with this. The party concerned is kind of difficult to deal with. This entity's resentment is quite heavy, so it might take a while before it leaves. The spirit guide hasn't even officially started his job yet, and is still half-baked. What can you expect him to accomplish?" Back at his home, Li Sun sneezed heavily and mumbled, "Who's thinking of me?" The barrage below once again went wild, mentioning these could be plants arranged by Duanzi, although it sounded like it was said but never fully articulated. Nevertheless, Qi Jiao de Xian himself was already sweating profusely, appearing as if he had experienced a great scare. "So, is there any good method? I've already burned the paper, but it's useless. She just likes standing at the head of my bed watching me, making my scalp tingle." Chapter 20, Cause and Effect Cycle. Duanzi sighed. "All right, give me an address. I'll check it out tonight. But the payment will be calculated separately." The other party seemed very eager, agreeing quickly. Yes, of course this is additional compensation. I've already prepared for it. My friend also needs your help desperately, and we will offer double the reward." The main issue is that this cause and effect situation, it's a bit powerful, Duanzi slowly said. All she wanted was to cultivate in peace. These messy karmic connections were exactly what she wanted nothing to do with. However, the path of cultivation is long and solitary, so finding some fun wasn't such a bad idea. "I understand. We have plenty of money, and we can give you half of our wealth if necessary. As long as Master Duan agrees to lend a hand. We've tried many others. That bald monk last time, he went insane when he came back." After saying this, the person seemed a little regretful. Duanzi waved her hand, saying, "All right, we can discuss this further when we meet. Send me a private message. It's still early for today's broadcast. I don't suggest everyone follows my example by skipping work. Cultivation should be practiced daily. As for the barefoot great immortal, we'll handle it privately. Also, does your side have any issues with live streaming? The point is, we're dealing with real people and real matters here. If anything morally questionable happens, it might affect your reputation." Barefoot Great Immortal muted his microphone and spoke with someone next to him about something unknown before responding. "My friend said they have no problem with that. We're not evildoers or anything. This is simply a personal matter involving some misunderstandings and coincidences." Duanzi nodded. "All right then, let's move on to the next part." With that, Duanzi disconnected from the live audio feed and started meditating at a distance. Initially, the chat messages, on the screen, were chaotic, filled with sarcastic comments. However, they soon quieted down. When Duanzi returned after completing her meditation, the chat remained empty. Duanzi remarked, "Everyone has been quite focused. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask." Subtle, ethereal immortal. There are many ways to sit in meditation online. I'm unsure which school you belong to. Are you possibly leading people astray? Duanzi paused for a moment before smiling slightly. Well, every school follows its own Tao. The methods you find online, at worst, might simply be ineffective. Our cultural heritage, however, remains reliable, so there shouldn't be any concerns of straying off the correct path. If anyone feels unwell anywhere, please feel free to communicate and discuss with me. Chu Zheng, watching the video, frowned upon seeing this ID. Is it Fu Miao Miao? While her question appeared normal, it didn't hold up under scrutiny. Chu Zheng couldn't help but call Fu Miao Miao, only to have the call declined. His frown deepened as he then dialed an internal line. Check Fu Miao Miao's schedule for me. Sure, Mr. Chu. The secretary replied with a smile. Chu Zheng did not stop the livestream. On the screen, Duanzi was still smiling and answering the various chat comments, both good and bad. Noticing those malicious commenters had no second message, Duanzi thought this #1 spot was truly dedicated. So, she gave them a follow, and this gesture was noticed quickly. Everyone below began buzzing again, while Duanzi chose not to say more and simply turned off the livestream. As usual, she was ruthless and decisive. As soon as Duanzi went offline, she checked her private messages, added the other person's WeChat, and successfully obtained their address. Duanzi asked without hesitation, "By the way, do you mind telling me the origin story behind all this? Preferably the truth. If you don't tell the truth, it could affect the progress of subsequent events. In short, you have the option to remain silent, but please do not lie." After sending this message, Duanzi started preparing her lunch without waiting. Stories could be heard later, but this meal must be made now. Duanzi planned to eat noodles, but, unable to make handmade noodles, had to settle for egg instant noodles. By the time she checked her phone again, the other party had sent more than a dozen voice messages. The general gist was this: a big brother's friend, who happened to be a well-known boss with a decent appearance, was getting married. However, on the day of the engagement, his first love showed up, stating she did not agree. He was frantic, worried his fiancée would get angry. So, he consulted with his buddy, who came up with a plan to give the ex-girlfriend a wrong address. But because of this incorrect address, the woman ended up falling into a sewer and had an accident. Even worse, there was a kind-hearted person who noticed the manhole cover was off and decided to replace it. It was only half a month later that a repairman discovered her body. As Duanzi listened, she even lost her appetite for the noodles in her bowl. What kind of nonsense was this? How could someone have such bad luck? It was truly unprecedented. Duanzi flexed her fingers and carefully phrased her question. Didn't her family look for her? They're from out of town. No one knew what happened to her. Came the quick reply from the other side. Zhou Qi was extremely anxious. His friend had suffered a lot recently because of Miss Sunday. To make matters worse, his fiancée was pregnant and couldn't handle these stresses. Don't worry too much. This matter isn't too big or too small. The main concern is how long your friend has been entangled in this. Duanzi said. A wandering soul would become abnormal after more than a month. About when did you first notice her presence? Duanzi asked again. Zhou Qi quickly responded. It should be the night it happened. My friend was immediately haunted that day. That night, he told me he felt very cold, even though it was summer and the air conditioning wasn't on. I thought he'd just drunk too much, but later, it clearly didn't seem right. When we sought help from a master, it was because his sister-in-law saw something unclean and got scared enough to be hospitalized, Zhou Qi explained. We even went to the Taoist temple and requested a talisman then. Although she stopped approaching the sister-in-law, we still see her every day. Duanzi stirred her noodles, finding the situation rather tricky. Is your sister-in-law pregnant? Yes, they married because of the pregnancy. They initially planned to get married after the new year once my friend's job stabilized a bit, Zhou Qi honestly stated. Duanzi sighed and typed. Understood. I'll arrive at 5 this afternoon. Then she put her phone aside and focused on finishing her meal. Ghosts weren't scary, but the situation with the sewer was intriguing. She might check it out if she had the chance. Chapter 21. A Billion Days of Missing Master Brother. As soon as this thought appeared, Duanzi should have gone immediately. After finishing her meal, she informed Xiao Yi that she wanted to look into the recent cases of deaths involving people falling into the sewers. Xiao Yi, upon seeing this message, briefly looked puzzled. He then turned to Li Sun. What about this sewer case? Do you know anything about it? Li Sun scratched his head. Just a few really bizarre cases? Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask. How bizarre? Li Sun hesitated. I paid attention for a while, but this thing didn't cause much of an impact. It's just really tragic. Xiao Yi didn't want to hear him rambling, so he said directly. All right, I'll create a group chat. You explain it to her yourself. Enough dragging on. Duanzi was anxiously waiting and eventually received a group chat. Including herself, there were 6 people in total. She knew what was going on even with her eyes closed, but without nicknames set up, she only recognized one person. She hesitated for a moment and sent out a message directly. Duanzi, I've got something to deal with today and need to conserve my energy. As for you all, feel free to add your own nicknames. Don't make me figure them all out. It's too much work. Xiao Yi. Li Sun quickly sent a message. Li Sun. So several places had issues with their sewers, various kinds, but the outcome was always death. Duanzi deeply inhaled. Duanzi, can you be more specific? I learned about a wandering soul causing harm which happened in a sewer. I'd like to go see the place where the incident occurred. Can you provide an accurate address? Li Simao. If there's such a thing, why doesn't Sister Duan take us along? Duanzi rolled her eyes. This Li Simao was skinny like a monkey. How could he still hold a grudge? Duanzi, what fun is there in dealing with deaths? People in the group began responding one after another. Sun Qian, there's indeed no fun in this, but we shouldn't overlook any clues. Ming Tang, are there any common features among these places, besides the sewers? Duanzi, she suddenly felt like her lines were being stolen. Her hand returned to the keyboard. Duanzi, let's start by talking about the cases. Ming Tang, or maybe we start discussing the cases first. What are you doing, Li Sun? Duanzi massaged her temples and exited the group chat, opening a conversation with Zhou Qi. Duanzi, where did you trick her to go? I'll check it out. Zhou Qi gave her feedback promptly, and Duanzi finally let out a sigh of relief. This Li Sun is truly slow, unbelievably so. Duanzi sighed once again and headed to the location. However, at this location, there were several manhole covers, making it difficult to find the entrance in such a short time. Duanzi sighed once more, pressing down her hat brim, and approached an old-fashioned store. The wind chimes sounded, signaling Duanzi's arrival at the counter. Behind the counter stood a young lad who noticed someone had entered, but merely glanced up before returning to his own world. Duanzi narrowed her eyes and sized him up. The energy field around this young man seemed a bit off, tinged slightly black, leading her to casually perform a divination. It remained hazy. She asked, "Are you the shopkeeper here?" He chuckled mockingly. "Pretty obvious, isn't it?" Duanzi paused. Then, regarding the incident at our sewage system, "Do you have any information on it?" The young man stared at Duanzi for a while and said, "Sorry, I'm closing up shop. Let's talk tomorrow." "Huh?" Duanzi frowned. "Well, you can consider me a friend. How about a small chat?" Lightly. The young man remained cold. "Truth is, I just bought this store a couple days ago. Regarding the incidents you mentioned, I don't know anything." Duanzi hesitated. "Such bad timing?" "Young man, yes." Duanzi glared at his emotionless face, suddenly wanting to beat him up. "You kind of store owner." The young man glanced at the time and said, "Sorry, Miss Duan. Everything has been peaceful around here for almost a month. I don't know which manhole cover you're referring to. This person knows me." Duanzi removed her hat. "How did you recognize me?" The young man stepped back a step. "Miss Duanzi's live streams are very popular. No one doesn't know who you are. How do you know I'm asking about a manhole?" Duanzi asked again. Ma Sanwei resisted slapping himself. "Oh, wrong words came out." He managed a strained smile. "Fact is, I watched your live stream today and knew someone fell down there here, so I figured some things out." Duanzi asked with confusion. "If you already know that someone fell, why not tell me where?" It was utterly exasperating, so much nonsense, and not a single useful word could be extracted. She checked her phone and indeed found no substantive message in the group chat. Ma Sanwei hurriedly said, "Miss Duan, there really isn't anything going on here. Everything is completely calm." Duanzi was infuriated and turned around to leave immediately. What was all this nonsense? She squinted her eyes and scanned all the streets but froze in place. Nothing at all. When she looked back, the store's door had already closed. Not. Novels can't even be written like this. "Hey, Ma Sanwei." Duanzi pounded on the door, and a gust of wind passed by, brushing over the wind chimes with a melodious ring. The old shop before her vanished into thin air. Duanzi stood bewildered for a moment, then reacted and sent a message in the group. "Duanzi, besides our special cases group, are there other teams, or? Li Sun, no? Xiao Yi, nope. Li Si Mao, +1. Meng Tang, how could that be? Sun Xian, of course not." Duanzi narrowed her eyes, wanting to divine again, but suddenly remembered she had already done several divinations today and abandoned the thought. It seemed there were still capable people in this world. After all, this kind of illusion wasn't something the members of the special cases group could pull off. Could it be they're afraid I might quit? Duanzi couldn't help rolling her eyes at the thought. "Duanzi, the contracts have been signed, so please be more straightforward." "Xiao Yi, this is a long story. We'll talk when there's an opportunity." "Li Sun, there's something odd about this organization. We know little ourselves." "So, Duanzi, Li Sun, didn't you already know that what I mentioned involved their participation?" "Li Sun, pretty much." This feeling of guilt made one think too much. There were quite a lot of secrets in this world. Interesting. Duanzi bit her lip. "If I had known earlier, could I have skipped this trip? Might as well be a lone wolf. Big brother, how much I miss you." Chapter 22. Feelings are truly complicated. In just these few short hours, Duanzi had thought of her eldest master brother millions of times. When she was in the taxi, the driver noticed her melancholy and assumed she had gone through a breakup, so he couldn't help but offer advice. "Young lady, you look young and very pretty. You remind me of some big movie star." Duanzi raised her eyes and slowly said, "Indeed, quite a lot of people have complimented me like that." Seeing that the other party responded, the driver quickly continued. "TSK, young lady, don't be sad. Hanging on one crooked neck tree isn't wise at all." Duanzi suddenly sat up straight. "Uncle driver, can you read minds?" Before the other could answer, she leaned back against the seat again. "How could it be? It's absolutely impossible. It's too incredible to happen. You must have guessed randomly, just small talk. Little girl, when something happens, we need to think open-mindedly. Life goes on with or without someone. There's no need for us to be so stubborn and obsess over one person." The driver continued. "There are plenty of them around. Didn't I feel happy a few days ago? Why did I suddenly start thinking about him? Wasn't it just because he took me to complete some tasks? And cooked a little better than others?" The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became. Duanzi sniffled, on the verge of tears. Just then, the driver uncle said again, "If necessary, we'll beat the guy up. How big is this matter anyway?" "But uncle, my eldest master brother has already passed away." Duanzi finally interjected, unable to hold back. The driver paused for a moment, realizing there was nothing he could do but closed his mouth awkwardly. Duanzi was still immersed in sorrow. When she got out of the car, she suddenly saw Zhou Qi's haggard face, and it was a shock she couldn't immediately accept. "Miss Duan, you finally arrived. The time is almost here," Zhou Qi said, showing clear signs of urgency. Duanzi let out a soft sigh, saying, "Life is unpredictable. I went to check the accident site earlier. The situation is complicated. It seems someone has already handled it." Zhou Qi's expression changed repeatedly as Duanzi spoke, and then led her to a pregnant woman. "This is brother Lin Mei." My friend's name is Tan Xingtong, who is currently discussing a contract and cannot come immediately. Duanzi nodded and carefully observed this pregnant woman in front of her. She had an oval-shaped face, delicate eyebrows that arched like distant mountains. Though appearing elegant and graceful, there was a subtle air of misfortune surrounding her. The talisman hanging around her neck emitted a faint golden glow, suggesting that it worked somewhat effectively. Approaching closer, Duanzi examined it further. This talisman certainly has some merit. Lin Mei bit her lips slightly and whispered softly. Thank you for troubling you, Miss Duan. It's only fair to take payment and relieve disaster accordingly. Duanzi waved her hand lightly. Mr. Zhao should have informed you about this live streaming thing, right? Lin Mei nodded. Yes, I need some cover-up. Duanzi agreed. I understand. You can wear a hat or sunglasses during the stream. Lin Mei sighed with relief. To tell the truth, I dare not mention this matter to my family. I'm worried they might misunderstand Xingtong. So what about your home now? Duanzi hesitated for a moment. Will they recognize you if they see it? Lin Mei uncomfortably brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. You can rest assured about that. Before you arrived, I covered up all the family photos. Have the positions of the ornaments or furniture been moved? Duanzi asked. If that were the case, it would hinder her feng shui assessment. Lin Mei looked flustered. No, they haven't. Previously, the master mentioned the feng shui would have significant influence. Duanzi nodded and first inspected the structure of the house, as well as the placement of items inside. She felt the previous feng shui master also had certain skills. But why didn't he send away the spirit? Excuse me, do you mind explaining how that feng shui master dealt with this situation? Duanzi asked. Recalling, Lin Mei said. The master helped adjust the feng shui and set up a ritual array while chanting scriptures, claiming it could subdue evil spirits. That day, I was in the bedroom when I heard a fight outside. A lot of clanging sounds followed. Later, the master came in, saying that everything was resolved. Duanzi looked toward the direction Lin Mei pointed and gave a slight nod. All right, thank you for your effort, Miss Lin. After speaking, Duanzi rubbed her shoulders. When 6 o'clock comes, I'll start the live stream. Okay, Lin Mei nodded. Duanzi still had quite a few questions to ask Miss Sun, but she was concerned the live stream would leak out some secrets. Thus, she decided to establish an array, adding encryption to it. While she was deep in thought, Zhou Qi suddenly broke the silence. Miss Duan, is there anything you need me to do? Duanzi glanced at him and said, I need you to stay away from the lady of this house. Some connections are best left alone. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Qi hesitated to speak, but Duanzi waved her hand. All right, no explanations necessary. Miss Duan, the lady and I really aren't in any kind of relationship. My friend, well. Okay, that's enough. Stop right there. The things I should know, I already do. As for the things I shouldn't know, I'll pretend ignorance. You don't have to hide your little thoughts from me. Duanzi interrupted. This Mr. Tan is Miss Lin's true connection, and as for you, you'll find your own match eventually. Zhou Qi's face instantly turned pale as he slowly replied. Thank you for your advice, Miss Duan. I will keep it in mind. Just keeping it in mind isn't enough. It has to translate into action, Duanzi said. The incorrect address you mentioned earlier, wasn't that actually Miss Lin's idea? Because she was dissatisfied with Miss Sun for entangling herself with Mr. Tan, so she asked you for help? Zhou Qi swallowed hard. Miss Duan, it's not entirely like that. Xingtong also asked me for a favor. So, Duanzi let out a derisive laugh. Enough. None of that is correct. Actually, mutual affection between two people can transcend gender boundaries. Though this situation may not exactly be one of irresponsibility or abandonment, it's still complicated. It was amusing how roles had suddenly been reversed. Today's matter isn't suitable for live streaming, Duanzi said. And I don't have a habit of exposing others' privacy either. Once today's issue is resolved, consider it closed. And you, get on with your life. Zhou Qi wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. I honestly don't know what to do next. You shouldn't even be entering her bedroom anyway, Duanzi remarked. But given how good you are with words, why don't you just stay here with me for now? Helping to deceive some wandering spirits wouldn't be too bad. As Duanzi thought this, Zhou Qi couldn't contain his distress anymore. Miss Duan, Master Duan, do you perhaps have any talismans or tools to protect life? Protective tools, huh? Does a fist count? Duanzi raised an eyebrow. Chapter 23, a bit aggressive. Zhou Qi swallowed and shook his head repeatedly. No, thank you, Miss Duan. There's no need for your kindness. Duanzi had a look of bewilderment on her face and said, Isn't there something wrong with you? Didn't you ask me if there was any way? It's not that, Miss Duan, about the issue of this punch. We can talk about it another day. I have things to do, stuff I need to attend to. Zhou Qi laughed awkwardly. Why don't you start a live stream? If anything happens here, I'll know. Duanzi looked puzzled. Didn't you just say you wanted to help? Why are you leaving now? It's not that, Miss Duan. I really have things I need to go back and handle. Zhou Qi forced a smile. I've prepared all the live streaming equipment for you. See, wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't do it? Duanzi saw through his unreliability immediately and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a pity. You were just pretending to help conceal things from sister earlier. And now you're urging me to broadcast it live. How fickle you are. I don't want to say much, but fix my live stream before you leave. Duanzi added casually at the end. Missing out on potential earnings would be foolish. As soon as Duanzi came online, cheers erupted below. Everyone asked Duanzi if there was anything interesting to watch today. Duanzi cleared her throat and first drew something incomprehensible to the audience, then said, I've drawn a talisman. When Ghost comes later, you'll be able to see it. Many in the chat doubted Duanzi was simply conjuring up nonsense, fabricating stories, and would simply find someone else to impersonate. Ignoring these comments, Duanzi warned everyone. Let me tell you, watching such things will bring bad luck soon. I'll draw you all a talisman when the time comes, to clear your bad luck. The audience instantly went wild, calling Duanzi a fraud who made up ghost stories just for attention. Unfazed, Duanzi replied coolly, whatever, I still have lots of fans, you critics should be careful. After she said this, the purple sweet potatoes were spurred into action, shouting in the chat wanting to witness Duanzi's supernatural abilities. Duanzi said, don't just spectate. After this is over, everyone should practice sitting meditation faithfully. Purple sweet potato massacre, yes, yes. Cool heartbreak. To be honest, I've already started practicing sitting meditation with her guidance. Delicate crisp roll, me too. Duanzi looking at familiar usernames found it amusing. Brother crisp roll is here too? Purple sweet potato, my god, what's going on? Am I feeling some attraction here? Cool heartbreak, me too. Lucky sign today, don't know why, but I feel like there's a sense of sisterhood and her little puppy around. Society stack, finally someone who shares the same vibe as me. Duanzi also kept her focus on the chat, while suddenly sensing strange movements nearby. She became immediately alert, fixing her eyes tightly on the window side. The viewers noticed this too. Happy every day, isn't it? Isn't it? Has she already gotten immersed in her act? Purple sweet potato, stop talking nonsense and watch carefully. Our Duanzi wouldn't deceive us. Criticism, too absurd. Up until now, Duanzi hasn't explained her connection with the financier. Is it true or not? Seemingly, all of a sudden, the room grew dark. What was once bright and clear, now resembled as though draped by a layer of black cloth, or more like a mass of sticky darkness. Purple sweet potato, is it just me, or did I really see something? Criticism, enough, come on. Happy every day. Keep going, critic brother. Purple sweet potato, aren't you having issues? Why hasn't brother crisp roll taken action yet? This isn't like him at all. Lucky sign today. If I'm correct, this criticism might already be gone. Duanzi had no time to glance at the chats. She poured all her energy into finding the figure of the other party. I'm not afraid of you. Just come out. Duanzi rotated her neck, sat down directly. I'm tired of standing. The black mist gradually coalesced into a human shape, wearing tattered clothes, and hair all disheveled. Yet the clothing seemed branded, implying that their life wasn't bad. Duanzi sighed. I already know everything about you. That place truly does get quite peculiar. If you change course now, I can still offer you some assistance. But if you insist on your wrong path. Before she could finish, the ghost known as a Piao lost all patience and lunged directly at her. Duanzi moved swiftly, dodging the attack. Grabbing the ghost's hair, she slammed it onto the ground. The thud sound rang out, making the audience's scalps tingle. Purple sweet potato, am I seeing this wrong? Our Duanzi is so violent. I like it so much. Lucky sign today, you brainless fan. But, I like it too. The audience below also started confessing their love for Duanzi, but she did not get distracted by any of these messages. Duanzi rotated her neck. Have you learned to behave yourself? Sun Yu was utterly confused. It would hurt when alive. Why does it still hurt after death? Seeing that Duanzi was about to make another move, Sun Yu kept begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I won't scare you anymore, I promise. That's not what I want to talk about, Duanzi said. Is it right for you to keep haunting a pregnant woman? Isn't that immoral? Sun Yu glared at her. You don't understand. I just can't bear to leave her. What does a ghost have to be reluctant about? Haven't you been beaten enough? Duanzi smirked. Let me tell you, my hands aren't going to let go easily. If you struggle again, I'll bash your head until it flowers. Sun Yu gulped an imaginary mouthful of saliva and said, It's not that I don't want to leave, it's just that I cannot leave. Then why did you try to rush at me? Duanzi asked. Sun Yu frantically waved his hands. No, I was trying to hug your legs, asking you for help. Duanzi didn't loosen her grip immediately, saying, You ghosts always lie. It's one of your many bad habits. Sun Yu was angry and tried his best to attack Duanzi, but she threw a punch at him. Feeling unsatisfied, she hit him several more times, shouting, Do you surrender? Do you surrender? At this moment, the chatroom was on fire with comments, all agreeing that Duanzi went too far for views, treating an extra actor like this. Unexpectedly, Suwan didn't show up, nor did she mute anyone. Beside Tanjia's courtyard, a luxury car slowly came to a stop. Inside the car was a driver and a frail-looking person. The latter took out his phone and clicked on Duanzi's live stream. Chapter 24, Being Interfered. Duanzi delivered a few more punches to the other side. Eventually, Sun Yu could no longer restrain herself and shouted, Sister, fairy sister, I was wrong, alright? I truly know I was wrong. I'm willing to go. But can I have one last look at her before I leave? Look what? If fate's ended, then it's ended. You'd better not hinder them. Besides, how many times have you seen her now? You scared her half to death, so what's the result? Duanzi tugged on her hair. Alright, I won't see her anymore. Can I? Sun Yu said. I truly know I was wrong, sister. Aren't your hands tired by now? Duanzi replied. There is such a matter. She thought since she had hit so hard, the other wouldn't be able to run far anyway, so she let go. Who would have known that once she let go, the other party leapt out of the window? Duanzi made a tooting sound and said, Why bother? There are fewer and fewer people in this world who kill ghosts without talismans. Your chances of survival might be slim after going out like that. After speaking, she followed out immediately, leaving her phone behind. The chat messages scrolled faster and faster, all urging Duanzi to turn back and check her phone, not forgetting about little cutie, the phone. Duanzi ultimately came out too late and only saw Sun Yu shimmering with golden light disappearing right there. Duanzi frowned. Since you've come, why don't you show yourself? In response, only the sound of a car engine echoed. As Duanzi followed the sound with her eyes, even the exhaust from the car was beyond her reach. Duanzi felt deeply regretful. She reached up and rubbed her nose, saying, "You tell me, why do people these days always do good deeds without leaving their names? Originally, I intended to cast a divination, but today has been too tiring. Let's just leave it as a suspense." Muttering complaints, she returned to turn off the live stream, then went inside to greet Lu Mei. "This thing is settled, but remember one sentence, some debts need to be repaid. Your karmic connection with her isn't finished yet." Lu Mei revealed a forced smile. "I watched the live stream just now. Thank you, Miss Duan." Seeing the other party dodging the main issue, Duanzi didn't chatter on much, saying, "Remember to transfer the money to my account. It's already dark. I should return to sleep." Lu Mei thanked repeatedly and saw her guest off to the door. Once Duanzi sat into a taxi and reported the address, she immediately fell asleep. A sound of flowing water began. Suddenly a man dressed in a blue long robe sat in front of a musical instrument, seemingly preparing to play. Duanzi walked forward and kicked his stool. "Hey, brother, I'm about to suffocate. When will we be allowed to leave? Isn't this mountain big enough for you to play around?" The man's face was slightly unclear, but his tone was venomous. "Plenty of spirits and demons in this mountain have complained to our master because of you. Even I have heard numerous reports. And still, you're not satisfied." Duanzi pulled on his sleeve. "What? Aren't they just too weak? Come on, brother, practice with me." He retracted his sleeve and tapped her forehead. Brother cannot afford this price." Duanzi crossed her arms angrily. "What's the big deal about a little sparring match? It's not such a big deal. Only, after the last win, you conned me out of a pair of jade bracelets, and the time before that, 10 taels of silver. Hey brother, saying this makes it feel way too distant between us. Haven't I been very obedient?" Duanzi pleaded cutely. The man extended a finger, pressing against her forehead to push her away. "Obedient? Why don't you go ask the geese down the mountain village? Let's see who secretly roasted them." "Brother, miss, we've arrived. Wake up." The driver's voice suddenly sounded, pulling Duanzi back to reality. She looked at the driver, then glanced around her surroundings, paid the driver, and got out of the car in a daze, muttering, "Big brother is really something else, bothering me even in dreams." On the way, Duanzi seemed like a lost soul. Though receiving money earlier felt somewhat reluctant. Wasn't it her real payment? But she doesn't know whether the helper was good or bad, or if this person would later bring this matter up again. After opening the door, she found the lights were on. Momentarily puzzled, she immediately grabbed a knife from the kitchen. Xiao Yi, who was leisurely eating sunflower seeds, got a fright and hurriedly stood up. I just waited too long outside and decided to sit inside for a bit." Upon seeing him, Duanzi sighed in relief. "Scared me. I thought there was a thief inside." Xiao Yi chuckled and said, "Today's affair has been tough." Duanzi glanced at him sideways. "Tough, huh? Something that could have been resolved instantly turned into an epic twist of fate when put into your mouths. Tell me, do you guys distrust me?" Xiao Yi chuckled dryly. "How could that be? The thing is, we don't know much either. We're just worried that if we tell you what little we know, it might affect your judgment." "What judgment?" Duanzi snatched the sunflower seeds from his hand. "You'd better explain this to me properly." Xiao Yi said, "That organization of theirs, we happened to encounter them a few times while on missions. During Li Sun's investigation, even the computers got hacked." "Come on, if the computer got hacked, can't your half-baked expert do some divination?" Duanzi asked. "Aren't you also capable of divination? Why haven't I seen you perform one?" Xiao Yi countered. Both immediately stared at each other eye to eye. Duanzi opened her mouth several times, but eventually raised her hands in surrender. All right, I give up. I've done too much calculating today already. That's so and so Ma Sanwei. Everything was hazy. I couldn't see clearly at all." Xiao Yi paused for a moment. "You said Ma Sanwei," Duanzi repeated. Xiao Yi cleared his throat. "Let me tell you something, and it might be a bit." "Just cut to the chase," Duanzi interrupted. Seeing her expression had hardened, Xiao Yi sighed. "In fact, there isn't just one organization. One has the code S, the other is called the Duan Han Min, Broken Soul Sect." "Is there a good or bad side?" Duanzi asked. "Not exactly. This S has only emerged recently, about 3 months ago, with almost no data available. They seem pretty whimsical in their operations, whereas Duan Han Min has existed for a very long time, reputed to excel in formations. When we set up this special case group, we did investigate them, intending to ask them to send someone over to help, but they declined." Xiao Yi paused briefly. "I heard that their master's surname might be Chu, or Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li. That's enough. Don't make random guesses when you don't know for sure." Duanzi firmly refused to listen any further. "Now tell me the main purpose of your visit." It seemed highly likely that the S organization had been the ones who helped today. Chapter 25, Worried. Xiao Yi expressed another round of apologies, and Duanzi accepted them all. After all, they were nothing but empty words. Duanzi did not remember to reassure her fans until bedtime. The fans were very anxious, fearing that something unfortunate might have happened to Duanzi. Many people were still guiding public opinion, saying that Duanzi just participated in some roadshow. Someone silently stood up, saying that the appearance of that person known as a Piao looked familiar, like Sun Yu, his neighbor. However, His comment was quickly drowned out, like a small stone thrown into the water, causing only a slight ripple and then calming down again. In the investigation bureau, those who witnessed the entire live broadcast were quite shocked at this live stream. Hence, Xiao Yi went afterward to care for Duanzi. Li Sun had been nervous all night, and while browsing online, saw this information and silently gave it a thumbs up. To be honest, I think Duanzi looks really cool that way, Meng Tang said while emerging from a pile of documents, slowly yawned. I think you don't need to be so afraid. Wasn't it just a little violent when beating a Piao? Li Simao fell off his chair with a thud and slowly said, Speak for yourself. I think it's a miracle that I'm still alive today despite being so arrogant that day. How about you stop killing yourself? Meng Tang sneered. Sun Qian didn't do much better. He shook his gray beard and sighed heavily. What are you afraid of? Young girl is just a bit fierce, but she is nice to people anyway. If you hadn't stayed up all night, I would believe what you said. Li Simao sighed and groaned. Ai yo-yo. I don't think she is petty. Are you worried that she will retaliate for something you've done? Xiao Yi came back and heard these few sentences, couldn't help but ask. It can't all be our fault. Although these organizations are all black-hearted, they pay well. If by any chance Duanzi sees money and runs off with them, then we'll just be sitting ducks. Li Sun hesitated to say, but Duanji has talent, last time saving us in Spider Cave, this time showing off her skills. I wonder if those organizations would come snatch her away? Xiao Yi cleared his throat. It's hard to say. But with the contract, Duanzi, who loves money so much, should. Captain Xiao, it's not my intention to put you down, but others have richer organizations that may be able to balance the books. Li Sun said. Xiao Yi sighed. All right. Stop encouraging their spirit and destroying mine. This is the truth. Li Sun said with a headache. And the fact that Duanzi has caught the attention of S organization means that they're paying attention to her. Xiao Yi shook his head. Don't say anything more. Let's focus on fostering good relations with Duanzi. If she gets recruited by other organizations, you guys are going to regret it. Everyone glanced at each other and sighed once again. But what they didn't know was that Duanzi preferred a quiet life without too many troubles. There was also the fact that Duanzi believed that if there's a stable job available, why not take it? Of course, all these were for future considerations. When Duanzi woke up, it was already noon at 12 o'clock. She stretched her arms and sighed. Looks like these past few days have been exhausting. There wasn't even time for early lessons, truly regrettable. She glanced at the kitchen and decided to save her own stomach and intestines. After tidying up, she finally got herself a bowl of delicious spaghetti tomato noodles with color, fragrance, and taste all present. Looking at her work of art, she laughed with her teeth exposed but eyes invisible. Seems like I actually have a natural talent for cooking. Unintentionally catching sight of her phone lighting up, Duanzi casually picked it up. Seeing a private message asking her to take care of someone's child made her speechless. Isn't this era where people hire nannies online? Duanzi mumbled to herself and decisively placed the phone aside. Better focus on having a good meal. Seeing his private message being read but left unanswered, Sui Ongguo was fuming, losing all sense of being an elder. A familiar face sitting in a wheelchair, pushed by a bodyguard behind, spotted Sui Ongguo far away. He immediately instructed the bodyguard to change direction. Let's take a different route. Pretend we don't know him. Sui Yu instantly understood, helping to make adjustments. However, accidentally bumped into a nearby flower bed, creating some noise. Seeing Sui Ongguo looking over, Sui Zhao wished he could sprout wings and fly away. But then he heard the call. Hey, kid, my beloved son, don't go. Unfortunately, his bodyguard was clumsy and struggled to move them away quickly. Sui Zhao was speechless. Sui Yu, do you want to quit? Even if it's not related, you don't have to torture me like this, do you? Before Sui Yu could open his mouth, Sui Ongguo had already rushed up. Puffed. You little brat, are you pretending not to hear me? How could I, Dad? Sui Zhao showed a fake smile. Sui Ongguo said anxiously. For your sake, I don't even care that the girl is a scammer. How can you talk to your dad like this? What girl, what scammer? Sui Zhao narrowed his eyes, unconsciously twirling the jade ring on his thumb. Sui Ongguo patted his shoulder and said, Stop fooling around with your old man. I especially want to talk to that Duanzi for you. Sui Zhao paused and looked at Sui Ongguo. Then what happened? Come on, did you spend so much money on that young lady just to flirt with her? Sui Ongguo spoke with the air of someone who has been through it all. TSK, you don't look anything like your old man. Your father fell in love with your mother at first sight. All right, stop. I know those stories by heart. Sui Zhao helplessly said. Tell me specifically what you did. Specifically. Hiss, you little brat. I just sent her a private message asking if she would come help me take care of my son, and she ignored it after reading. Sui Ongguo sighed heavily. What I said wasn't wrong. Why wouldn't the girl give her fans a bit of face? Sui Zhao's hand froze, and he looked at his father as if looking at a fool, then exchanged a glance with Sui Yu. Sui Yu hurriedly pushed Sui Zhao aside. Hey brat, you're really getting better. Sui Ongguo angrily stomped his feet. She is going to be your future wife anyway. Sui Zhao sighed. Give me the phone. Chapter 26. Enormous long-term task. Duanzi was eating with relish when her phone suddenly lit up. She glanced at it and saw the notification from the handsomest dad in the world. She couldn't help shaking her head. He really won't give up until he hits a dead end. Initially not planning to check it, a sudden surge of curiosity made her open the chat. It read, Miss Duan may not know, but my son has had unusual experiences since childhood, often plagued by unsavory things around him. In recent years, there have been some unexpected incidents because of these entities. If Miss Duan is willing to come, we can negotiate compensation. It could be twice your monthly streaming income. Wow, What a big spender, said Duanzi as she took another few bites of her food, contemplating the feasibility of this offer in her mind. Her phone quickly showed another message, advance monthly payment. Miss Duan can leave anytime if she's unhappy. Are you crazy? Swaingwa gave Sui Zhao's back a slap directly. If he takes a pile of money and leaves, wouldn't that just make you lose both wife and soldier? Sui Zhao almost fell off his wheelchair due to the hit, but luckily Sui Yu was quick to catch him. Veins on his hand were bulging as he smiled, and said, it was clearly you who wanted her to come over. What does it have to do with me? Even if she leaves, the fool will still be you. Swaingwa looked at him in frustration. You idiot. I'm not looking for a stepmother for you. This person is supposed to be tricked into becoming my daughter-in-law. Besides, isn't it because you like her? I'm merely a fan of Miss Duan, Sui Zhao replied slowly. As soon as he noticed a new message popping up on the screen, Sui Zhao handed the phone back. There you go. Make sure you cover the cost yourself. Swaingwa looked at the screen and rolled his eyes instantly. Did you charm her over? Then show off all you want. After replying to the message, Duanzi anxiously waited for the other party's response. The handsomest dad in the world. Let's meet today then? My son has low self-esteem and may not appear in front of your camera. After reading through the message, Duanzi murmured. This father seems somewhat interesting. Fine if he doesn't want to appear on camera. She tapped lightly on the screen. All right then, when should we meet? The handsomest dad in the world. No point choosing a day when the moment is right. So let's go for today. Your broadcast can take place at my house. Let's exchange contact information. Duanzi pressed her lips together. This guy is too eager. Isn't there something fishy about this? She couldn't help twirling her fingers, wishing she could immediately cast a divination. But she quickly abandoned this idea. I've only just broken through my bottleneck. I must move steadily. Constantly calculating back and forth like this is inappropriate. Duanzi patted her own hand. Leave the mystery of things that seem curious. Anyway, I'll see them tonight. Duanzi added the other party on WeChat and asked for their address. When she saw the nickname, the handsomest dad in the world, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. All right. This person is quite consistent in their style. Being this shameless, he should be an interesting individual. The handsomest dad in the world. It's inconvenient for us to take a taxi here. We might need Miss Duan to live here long term. So, please prepare any essentials. Send me your address, and the driver will pick you up later. Duanzi rubbed her forehead, thinking about her refrigerator full of vegetables, unable to resist sending a message. Sorry, but I have a fridge full of fruits and vegetables, making it unsuitable for long-term residence. The handsomest dad in the world, that's no problem. I can take the food with me. Duanzi. What a strange man. Why is he so urgent? Could it be that his son really has something peculiar? But they are offering such generous terms. What if he's trying to cheat me? Duanzi pursed her lips and sent another message. Then how about you pay a deposit first? Your situation seems pretty complicated. Swaingwa slapped his thigh. Hey, this girl is actually fine, as you wish. When Duanzi saw the request for her bank account number, she sent it directly. Seeing the instant confirmation of the transaction, Duanzi hesitated. This, so straightforward. Could this be the organization Zhao you mentioned? Anyway, I'll figure it out after meeting them. Duanzi tidied up simply, but was troubled when she saw the fridge. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crossed her face. How about letting him take the fridge with him? But, won't it be hard if I ever need to leave? Duanzi paused for a moment, and then performed a divination. Great auspice. Duanzi licked her little tiger teeth. Interesting. They offered so much money, but it's not for anything critical. Is there really such a good deal in the world? When the driver who came to pick up Duanzi heard that the fridge was to be moved as well, his face was filled with bewilderment. Miss, we already have a fridge at our place, and it's even a double-door one. We really don't need to bring your fridge. How about this? I'll help you pack the things inside your fridge into bags, then we'll take them along. Duanzi hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Only then did the driver uncle sigh in relief. As soon as he delivered Duanzi to the destination, he immediately sidestepped to vent to the housekeeper. Tell me, what kind of situation is this where a nanny brings her own fridge? That person isn't a nanny. Even if she's not a nanny. If she's just a guest, is it reasonable for her to bring a fridge? Duanzi sighed deeply. It was too noisy, so much that she didn't even get a chance to enjoy the scenery. This employer's house was truly rich, exuding an ancient charm. Clearly, it had some history. With winding corridors and elegant pavilions, and lush flowers and trees everywhere, the surroundings were undeniably pleasing. Except, these chatty people really ruined the atmosphere. But how was the subject reacting? Soon enough, there came a gurgling sound. Turning around, Duanzi saw someone being wheeled towards her from afar. Feels somewhat familiar, Duanzi muttered involuntarily. Suddenly, a scene popped into her mind. The morning when she bought breakfast. She couldn't help but look closer. What surrounded him was no less than opulence and grandeur. One would expect nothing but peace and prosperity from such wealth and status. Yet, why on earth did he break his leg? And despite all that, he sure was handsome. Was it him who called me here? Given his youthful appearance, though he has the features indicating blessings of having many children, it seemed a bit premature. Unless, was he betrayed? His destiny surely didn't predict such calamity. Or should I cast another divination? Miss Duan correct? Sui Yu asked confidently, taking a small step forward to align himself beside Sui Zhao. Duanzi adjusted her shoulders uneasily and replied, Yes, that's me. This is, Sui Yu introduced, our young master, also the person you will be taking care of moving forward. Chapter 27. Can't be taken away. Oh, so you're the son. Duanzi was momentarily stunned and said slowly. Sui Yu was taken aback for a moment, unsure of what to say. In contrast, Sui Zhao turned the ring on his thumb and chuckled with a smirk. If you don't want this mouth of yours, you can donate it. Duanzi smiled at him. Thanks for the reminder. How could this person's mouth be so venomous? He's quite comparable to Master Brother. However, Master Brother was always like a tiger with a smile, only knowing how to curse in roundabout ways. Sui was somewhat surprised that this Mr. Duan was actually very tempered. Duanzi noticed his gaze and showed a slight smile to the other side. Sui quickly turned his face away, and after a long time, he turned back. What they thought were subtle gestures, Duanzi had caught every single one of them. Just as Duanzi was pondering how to break this awkwardness, a middle-aged man resembling Sui Zhao walked out. Though slightly overweight, one could still see his youthful charm. Miss Duan, you've come. Sui Ongwa shook hands with her happily. Duanzi's gaze gradually became strange. These father and son pair were peculiar. The father didn't seem fatherly, and the son didn't seem like a son. I think your son is fine. Duanzi spoke first. I am a very principled person. Now, I'll leave the money to you. There are things at my place, so I won't disturb anymore. Miss Duan. Miss Duan. Sui Ongwa kept looking at Sui Zhao, thinking why this boy didn't know how to retain her. Once she leaves, the one who will feel wronged would be yourself. Duanzi heard his inner thoughts clearly. Could there really be some conspiracy that she didn't notice? No, it wasn't possible. Even if the heavens spoke, this guy was someone blessed. Or maybe someone has placed a curse on him. It doesn't look like it. Duanzi's expression changed slightly, but Sui Ongwa had already seen all of it in his eyes. He gave Sui Zhao a glance, hoping that the other party could properly retain her. Sui Zhao revealed a slight smile, and just when Sui Ongwa thought he would retain her, he heard him say, the deposit needn't be returned. It was quite troubling you to make this trip. Sui Ongwa's face was full of shock as he lowered his voice. That's not what I meant. Well, then I won't disturb anymore, haha. Duanzi dryly laughed a few times, bid farewell to everyone, and dragged her suitcase away. Hey Miss Duan, here's your dish. A voice from the crowd called out. Duanzi wished she could find a crack to drill into, but soon after, she stabilized herself, turned around, and smiled at the other side. Oh, that's a gift for your master and young master. Eating more fruits and vegetables, and exercising helps for a healthy life. As she continued speaking, she began doubting herself. But after barely finishing all her words, she finally left the Sui residence. Sui Zhao looked at the nearly fleeing back figure and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sui Ongwa looked at Sui Zhao. Son, are you dumb? Speaking sincerely, I'm scared when you laugh like that. Sui Zhao didn't even spare a glance. The return journey was especially long. As Sui Ongwa had said, there indeed weren't any taxis available in this area. She deliberated repeatedly and decided to call Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, hearing the other party was in the villa area, lowered his voice and asked, is this on your way to go or coming back? Duanzi hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, going, of course, on the way to go. Before Xiao Yi could speak, she continued, this is a long-term job with super high rewards, so I was thinking. No, you're not thinking. I'm picking you up right now. This kind of long-term, high-reward work must have many restrictions. You definitely won't get used to it. Duanzi raised an eyebrow. As she thought, Xiao Yi was worried she might be lured away. She slowly said, but this task doesn't conflict with our special case group, does it? You don't understand. Aren't you doing live streaming? This wealthy family has many taboos. If you went and they stopped you from streaming, wouldn't that be such a loss? Li Sun's voice came from the other side of the phone. Looks like a collective consultation. Where's Commander Xiao? Duanzi knowingly asked. Li Sun seemingly took over the phone. Commander Xiao went to get the car, and I'm going together to pick you up. Duanzi said, all right, and hung up the phone. Meng Tang hurriedly leaned close to Li Sun's side. How did it go? What did she say? Meng Tang's looks were pretty striking and highly aggressive. Li Sun simply couldn't bear the ultra-short distance between them, silently pulling the distance apart a little. She told us the address, which means there's hope. Rest assured, we certainly won't let her be taken away by another organization. Li Sun reassured by thumping his chest. The car horn sounded, and Li Sun hurriedly ran out, getting into the car. Xiao Yi blew a smoke ring and laughed, asking, what have you encountered? Some ferocious tigers. Li Sun laughed in reply. Master said that all the women down in the plains are ferocious tigers. Phew, you definitely don't have that kind of good fortune. In our team, other than Duanzi, she's the only girl. You even helped her find her mother. The gratitude she feels towards you is like endless flowing water. If you worked hard, you could achieve internal harmony. Xiao Yi continued his crude joke, but Li Sun didn't respond, leaving Xiao Yi without the desire to continue. Alright. It was just a couple jokes with you. Meng Tang joined because of you. And yet you always keep your distance from her. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Yi kept teasing him. Li Sun sniffed. It's separate matters. I'm worried about all your assumptions, which is why I keep my distance. Xiao Yi chuckled a few times and said, fine. If we don't say anything then we don't. There'll be a time when you regret this, young man. In the distance, they saw Duanzi sitting in meditation by the flower bed. They exchanged a glance and got off the car together. Our payment to you has already doubled what the others get. How can you still look for extra earnings? Xiao Yi sat beside Duanzi. Duanzi remained absorbed in her meditation, shutting out all external disturbances. Li Sun pulled Xiao Yi aside. Xiao Captain, take a rest. Isn't she meditating right now? She surely won't hear what you're saying. He glanced at Duanzi and continued. If she gets annoyed by your loud voice and decides to replace the captain, then you'll cry non-stop. Xiao Yi pointed at himself, but swallowed back his words. Thus, the two stayed with Duanzi until she opened her eyes. Seeing the two additional figures by her side, Duanzi sighed deeply. I was just bored and decided to meditate. Now that you're here, why don't you let me know? Xiao Yi glared at Li Sun furiously, who helplessly spread his hands. Chapter 28. Public rations taste so good. When Duanzi sat in the car and heard Li Sun recount the ins and outs, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry about that. My cultivation hasn't reached the highest level yet, so I might be a little. No problem. It's been a while since we meditated either. Sitting down together is not bad at all, Xiao Yi said. Duanzi recalled the earlier scene, how one was sitting and the other lying down, both engrossed with their phones, and found it somewhat absurd. She said, I think this meditation should be written into the special case group's code of conduct. Li Sun rubbed his nose. Doesn't that depend on the direction of one's cultivation? As for mine, what would you say about that? Duanzi didn't get stuck on the question. Is your clan's decline really unrelated to not practicing meditation? Li Sun hung his head. Who knows? There could be countless reasons why something doesn't last forever, like how spiritual energies fade. Duanzi shook her head and didn't say more. What he said wasn't unreasonable, but skills never burden a person. If the original path is no longer feasible, switching to another route wouldn't cause any harm, right? Xiao Yi only spoke when the two had quieted down. Little Duan, it's not Li Sun's fault for being unmotivated. There are thousands of secret arts in the world, each with its own methods of cultivation, aren't they? Duanzi sighed, saying, I'm just giving a suggestion. Though it may not be perfect, meditation is still the foundation of all practices. Anyway, I will definitely cultivate until I reach immortality. Xiao Yi and Li Sun exchanged a glance, the latter asking, Are you that certain? Why not? Let me tell you, I've seen someone achieve immortality. Duanzi realized then that she had said too much. Anyway, it's possible. The cabin fell silent again. Duanzi was correct. Since the situation can't be reversed, why not try an unconventional way? Duanzi didn't dwell on this little episode, inviting the two down to a restaurant as a gesture of thanks. What's there to thank? It should be me thanking you. Xiao Yi raised his wine glass. You firmly decided to return with us from the start, and that moved me incredibly. Li Sun snatched the other's glass. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? You know nothing. Xiao Yi frowned, but didn't take back the glass. There are only 6 of us in our group, and we've been talking about recruiting people forever. There have only been 5 of us. Finally, the 6th person came, so I certainly can't let her go. Duanzi twirled her eyes playfully and laughed. Don't worry, I actually enjoy live streaming. The nobility won't possibly let me stream, so I won't be poached. Oh, what you're saying is, if they let you stream, you'd leave? Xiao Yi wagged a finger. Duanzi, you truly speak. Doesn't it sound sophisticated? Duanzi chuckled. Alright, I was just joking with you. On account of Captain Xiao treating me so well, I won't leave you easily. Ah, that's correct. Xiao Yi was ecstatic. Afterwards, the 3 returned home happily. Upon getting home, Duanzi instinctively opened the refrigerator, wanting to grab a bottle of yogurt. Opening it revealed it was completely empty, leaving her looking desolate as she closed the fridge door. What am I even doing? If I had decided then and there to stay with them, wouldn't all these things still belong to me? Duanzi pulled at her hair. Thinking back to Sui Zhao's teasing smile, her regret intensified. Though he couldn't be her senior brother, his eyes were indeed strikingly similar. I should have acted as a money-grabbing villain, simply stating that there was something suspicious about him that needed further observation. And then, Duanzi shouted desperately, Duanzi, you're such a super idiot. When Duanzi started her live broadcast, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing her look sorrowful, fans asked what happened. Some coldly mocked her, asking why a person of high Taoist virtue suddenly became troubled by worldly concerns. Duanzi ignored these comments and calmly said, Good evening everyone, I started a bit late today. I've already meditated. To make up for it, I can calculate an additional fortune for someone. Let's see, who's the lucky one? Viewers held their breath, watching the vibrant gifts burst like flowers in the barrage chat. This time, the top-ranking viewer was a stranger with the ID name, Wind and Rain Smoothness. Duanzi sent a call request, which the person quickly accepted. A wax-yellow face appeared on the live stream screen, full of wrinkles, drooping eyelids, looking lifeless. His tone was anxious. Hello, my name is Jiang Peng. I have a tricky matter that requires your help, preferably coming over tonight. Would your schedule allow it? Duanzi didn't expect such a big request right away. Alright, send me the address privately, and I'll first cast a divination line for you online. How does that sound? Okay, but I hope you can come as soon as possible. She's about to find me. Jiang Peng hung up after speaking. Duanzi furrowed her brows tightly and silently cast a hexagram. Lingering. It wasn't too bad, but this person's face certainly wasn't favorable, so they should act swiftly. Duanzi spoke quickly. This situation is rather special, so let's take a quick look at the next one before dealing with Jiang Peng's matter. Gifts began to trickle in sporadically, then came a large wave. Seeing the familiar top one, Tinderflake, Duanzi fell silent for a moment. The chat messages said, You go ahead, no one higher will appear. The chat messages surged like crazy, all talking about the CEO vibe being great to ship. After seeing Tinderflake's message, Duanzi felt inexplicably moved and slowly said, Let's do it this way this time, and not repeat it. Tinderflake, wearing the manager badge, was especially prominent. Agreed. Duanzi kept the live stream on and pulled out Jiang Peng from the private messages, adding each other on WeChat. Seeing the given address of a famous cemetery in Sioux City, Duanzi muttered, Going to the graveyard in the middle of the night. If people don't come looking for you, would they be finding me instead? Though she said that, Duanzi still thought human lives shouldn't be taken lightly. The viewers in the live room, watching the dark screen and hearing rustling sounds, couldn't help but feel tense. Purple sweet potato. Are we going to follow Duan Zi to capture ghosts tonight? Golden-plated wizard. It seems so, but this angle is really making me dizzy. Purple sweet potato supreme. Everyone stay calm. Buying talismans ensures peace. Tenderflake. The person above is a scammer. Everyone ignore them. Chapter 29, Yearning Affliction. After Duan Zi got into the taxi, she slowly took out her phone and focused on the discussion topic by Sujuan and others. Her gaze fell on the ID, Purple Sweet Potato number 1, and clicked on the other party's avatar, noticing that the account was squeaky clean, as if it had just been created recently. Duan Zi's face suddenly appeared in the live stream, causing a buzz below. Duan Zi, are you in the car? Probably. Sister looks really good even without makeup. I could support you for 100 years. Goddess, can you check that talisman seller? Is she real? Yes, me too. Duan Zi showed a smile and said, thank you all for your love, but there is one point I hope everyone understands. I have not started any talisman-related businesses. The quality of talismans available on the market varies. I haven't seen this particular talisman, so I don't know its authenticity. Still, I must remind everyone not to advertise in my live stream. The fans at the bottom sent several more messages. Does our goddess know how to draw talismans? Our goddess must be an all-around expert. Even if not proficient in everything, she should at least have experience with every skill. Sujuan, Duan Zi's only flaw is being lazy. How do you know that? How do you know whether our goddess is lazy or not? However, Duan Zi's eyes stopped at Sujuan's message. How did this person seem to know so much about her? The gender listed is fake. Could the address also be fake? Duan Zi felt excited, but her words became obscure when they reached her lips. She pursed her lips slightly and joked. Sujuan seems to know me better than expected. Looks like another devoted fan. My god, what am I hearing? So is the CPI ship real? Isn't this considered public dating? To tell you the truth, I've just written a piece of fan fiction for these two. Does anyone want to read it? Sure. I also saw one recently. Let me privately share it with you. Duan Zi's eyes landed on Ziza Purple, wondering why her fans suddenly went off topic. What's this talk about fan fiction? She had no idea. What is this fan fiction? She asked. Looking at Duan Zi's clear eyes, the fans below pretended to be confused. It's a TV series I watched recently. Writers wrote extra stories about the show's main characters, called Same Person Writing. Yeah, I've been following the same drama. It's called Boss's Little Wife. Yes, that's probably true. Duan Zi scratched her cheek and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. I guess. I miss quite a lot of news. I'll soon arrive, and we can discuss some things. Seeing Duan Zi herself change the subject, the fans were all delighted and readily followed along. Good. Wow, my goddess appears to be slightly adorable and contradictory somehow. Hush, what are you talking about? Listen attentively. Fans of the show will catch up later. Duan Zi cleared her throat. Friends who meditate together and persist until now, send a 1 so I can see how many of you there are. Hearing about meditation, the driver uncle couldn't help but look at Duan Zi twice through the rearview mirror. Aren't you that big celebrity? The driver uncle asked. Duan Zi's attention shifted for a moment. No, I'm not a star. Uncle, you must have mistaken me. I'm just an internet influencer. As you can see, I'm doing a live broadcast right now. Uncle, don't believe her. She's a star. That's right. Even if she has left the entertainment circle, she's still a big star. Our big star. This statement is so moving. +1. The driver uncle dared not lose focus for too long and quickly returned his attention to the road. Young lady, you're bound to become famous, he said. Duan Zi smiled and replied. Then let's say it's thanks to your good words. The driver glanced at the address once more and said, but tell me, aren't you that type of adventurer live streamer? Something like that, Duan Zi said slowly. The driver sighed. Look at you, such a young girl. Why not do something easier? This graveyard bad vibes. Even we taxi drivers know this place gives off eerie vibes. Duan Zi grew curious. How eerie exactly? It was some time ago, but the ghostly legend continues until now. The most recent event was when someone got lost accidentally while coming back. Then, at the gate of the cemetery, they saw a man. What kind of man? Duan Zi immediately perked up, thinking this might have something to do with her client. The man is not the main point. The main point is that there was a semi-transparent thing following him. At first, he thought it was just a mistake in his vision. But then, that thing seemed to notice him and gave him a smile. The driver uncle continued. The man was terrified out of his wits and ran along the main road like crazy. Later, he met a taxi driver and told him the story. Duan Zi pursed her lips slightly, thinking this man did resemble Jiang Peng's hexagram reading. It wasn't clear what exactly Jiang Peng intended. The driver stopped near the cemetery and refused to go further inside. He also advised Duan Zi, it's so late, it's really unsafe for you, a girl here. Why don't you just go back? Dad, don't worry about me. Whatever comes my way, I can handle it properly. If you're concerned, you can watch my live stream. Just log into the Villain app now, and you should see my live recommendation, Duan Zi said with a smile. Before the driver could react, Duan Zi had already walked far away. Uncle hesitated for a moment, but finally took out his phone and downloaded the app. Duan Zi is playing deep tricks. She successfully converted a new fan. He is at best considered a viewer. Still, Duan Zi is indeed awesome. Goddess, how about hiring an assistant? Your live streams will have trouble if you only use your phone. The battery won't last. Yes, hire an assistant. We cannot get great shots when you just set it on the ground. Duan Zi glanced at the comments and said seriously, I'll carefully consider all your suggestions. I forgot to mention some common knowledge during our previous car ride. Next time, we'll make up for it. And, what's it called again? Talismans. Yes, I'll later arrange to list them. However, these are matters of fate, so there will only be 10 available. At this, Duanzi added. The first listing will definitely concern some people regarding the quality. Let's start with 10 guinea pigs. Chapter 30. An encounter with a flying stiff. Duanzi's comment successfully entertained the audience, who started pleading with her. Hey, Miss Goddess, can you give us more? I don't mind being a guinea pig. I'm just worried about not getting the chance. Yes. I'm also worried about not getting the chance. Hey, have any of you encountered anything strange recently? What kind of thing? Ever since I watched that live stream of fighting ghosts in the mansion, bad luck has been following me. When I drove past a manhole cover, I almost fell in. Yeah, now that you mention it, I've been having misfortunes too. As more and more such comments appeared, Duanzi frowned deeply. Wasn't the sewer issue already resolved? Those who are already at home, I suggest you don't go out today anymore. Those who are still outside, I suggest traveling in groups. After I resolve this case, I'll draw talismans for you. You can use them as screensavers. Just as Duanzi finished speaking, she heard someone calling her. Though the sky was not yet very dark, Duanzi remained cautious and didn't reply easily. She walked to the entrance and asked the staff on duty there, "Is this Chungbei Shunan Cemetery?" Yes. But little girl, isn't it a bit inappropriate to come here so late? The kind words from the elderly guard in his 60s seemed gentle, but his face indeed looked fierce. No wonder he could sit here guarding. Duanzi pursed her lips and asked, "Did you just hear someone call for Duanzi?" "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. My hearing isn't what it used to be," the elderly guard slowly replied. "However, a young man did ask me before. But at the time, there was only him and me in the whole yard. Isn't that weird?" Duanzi smiled and nodded at the old man. "I probably just misheard it." She pursed her lips again and asked, "Excuse me, do people entering here need to register?" No registration. But right now, there should be one guy in the cemetery, the same one I mentioned earlier. He should still be inside now." The elder man recalled and spoke slowly. "Thank you, Grandpa. The person I'm looking for is likely him." "I'll go in," said Duanzi, ready to bid farewell. The grandpa hastily stopped her. "Wait a second, miss, it's not safe in there lately." "Where this?" Duanzi glanced at the Buddha pendant in the grandpa's hand, with its red rope clearly attached for a long time. It emitted a warm glow, partly due to its origin and partly because of the grandpa's physical constitution. Although the item was great, coveting it wouldn't do. Duanzi cleared her throat and said, "Grandpa, you will stay here, so the Buddha pendant is better off with you. I'll only be inside for a short while." Before the grandpa could react, Duanzi dashed off. What kind of physique does Goddess possess? Her interpersonal relations are super good. It's not good interpersonal relations. It's simply because she is extremely beautiful. So, is that Buddha pendant real or fake? Why doesn't she accept it? Duanzi sprinted furiously, eager to find Jiang Peng quickly. Oddly enough, the other party hadn't sent a single prompting message. From a distance, Duanzi saw a figure standing in front of a tombstone high up. She changed the camera view to the back and called out, "Jiang Peng." The figure hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly bolted like lightning. Confused, Duanzi immediately reacted and leaped down from the high place. Viewers in the livestream only noticed a blur before their eyes, and then were instantly struck by the proximity of the gravestones, sending the chat messages soaring. My God, did she just jump from that high up? Probably. Everything happened too fast. I couldn't catch it. Me too. The camera swiftly passed over several gravestones and finally settled on the distant silhouette. Dang, is this speed not too human? She is definitely not an ordinary person, alright? Super cool. Amidst the debate, the distance between the two grew shorter and shorter until Duanzi eventually caught up. Goddess, your mission is to capture him, not race with him. However, these messages were all invisible to Duanzi. It wasn't that she suddenly wanted to race against him, but upon running closer, she smelled an old preserved vegetable scent, like some rotten thing. At this point, turning around and running away would have been too wimpy, so she decided to surpass him instead. How did you end up here, Miss Duan? Jiang Peng suddenly appeared in front of Duanzi. Why the sudden change? Because Duanzi's attention was all on her stomach, and she felt like she was about to throw up any second. In this moment, facing Jiang Peng directly, she couldn't quite distinguish the situation clearly. She hesitated for a bit, then turned her entire body around to ensure that the offending thing wasn't behind her before letting out a sigh of relief. Didn't you arrange to meet here? Duanzi asked. Jiang Peng paused, saying, "Oh, I assumed Miss Duan would wait outside the cemetery. After all, inside are, it's not common, so let me hear your request." Duanzi's gaze briefly lingered on the ghost hovering behind Jiang Peng before quickly averting her eyes. The apparition appeared semi-transparent, yet its complexion seemed somewhat rosy. She glanced at the live stream but saw no mention from anyone about the presence behind him, which reassured her. This suggested the ghost had some supernatural skills, but they weren't advanced. Jiang Peng pressed his lips together. Well, it was a heat-of-the-moment decision. Actually, she meant no harm. Duanzi didn't immediately respond, instead addressing the girl. "Can't leave or don't want to leave?" "What?" Jiang Peng was startled by Duanzi's words, suddenly feeling a chill down his back, but seeing nothing there. "Miss Duan, don't scare me. It's too heavy with Yin energy here. Why don't we find a coffee shop?" Duanzi suggested. Jiang Peng didn't argue, but rather followed her lead to leave. Yet spotting another shadow behind Duanzi, he couldn't help but scream in shock. Reacting swiftly, Duanzi leaped aside for a brief distance, and, turning around, got a clear view of the figure, almost skeletal. Seeing Jiang Peng sitting on the ground looking disappointed, she felt a mix of frustration akin to despair over wasted potential. Had she thought he was more courageous? It's only a flying stiff after all. Fueled with strength, Duanzi threw a punch straight ahead, forcing the flying stiff to stagger back one step. It seemed stunned for a moment, then angrily pounced toward Duanzi. Chapter 31. Too weird. Duanzi had not expected that this thing was actually quite something. Just as it was about to pounce on Duanzi's face, she dodged and threw her phone into Jiang Peng's hands. Help me hold it. Jiang Peng reacted pretty quickly and did not let the phone fall to the ground. But it was a hard time for the livestream viewers. They all complained about dizziness and blurred vision. What happened? Let me see. I'm dizzy already, my dear. You should hire an assistant. I feel dizzy too. Is there a fight going on over there? I really want to see it. Hey, isn't that Jiang Peng? Aim the lens at him. Yes, do it quickly. Jiang Peng must have been nervous. He glanced at the phone and belatedly aimed the lens in that direction. Over there, Duanzi was fiercely battling with the zombie. Finally unable to restrain herself, she grabbed the zombie's wrist and bent it backward. How on earth did you end up like this? In these days, to become like you still requires some luck. The zombie made an AO-woo sound, acting as if it did not feel pain, continuing to attack Duanzi. Duanzi took several steps back and continued to tussle with it for a bit. Originally, Duanzi planned to strike a fatal blow, but there were traces of bloody tears in the zombie's eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then the zombie attacked again with a bite. Duanzi hastily evaded, bit her finger until it bled, conjured a talisman out of thin air, and directly hurled it at the thing. In just a moment, the zombie was nailed to the spot. Everyone in the live stream felt utterly dazzled. What was that? Was it a talisman? Wow, is this even real? Isn't this too cool? I've decided. From tomorrow onwards, I will practice sitting meditation with Duanzi. My goodness, others drawing talismans need talisman paper. Duanzi is truly amazing. After Duanzi immobilized the zombie, she finally exhaled. What kind of thing are you? I'm exhausted. Let's have our ice beauty back. Goddess ma'am, why suddenly so down to earth? Hurrah, you haven't noticed, since Duanzi left the entertainment industry, she has lived more freely and truthfully? What counts as being real? Beating wandering spirits with fists, breaking zombies' wrists with bare hands. I think this is far better than those kung fu movies. Come on, tell me, do you know where this person came from? Duanzi stepped closer, suddenly asking. Jiang Peng froze for a second, bewildered. Is this question directed at me? Duanzi slightly raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. An ethereal voice echoed. He is also a pitiable person. Can Sister Taoist leave him alive? Once a person dies, they are like extinguished lamps. Now he is nothing more than a walking corpse. What do you mean by sparing or not sparing his life? Duanzi scoffed coldly. Your way of speaking is interesting. Is the next sentence supposed to beg me to spare your life? Jiang Peng broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, and the people in the live stream room were all discussing wildly. Did you guys hear any sound earlier? I'm not alone in mishearing things after all. Help! There really is a ghost. Where is it? Are you new here? In this live stream, ghosts get beaten without giving them a chance to escape. Good heavens, didn't the zombie bleed just now? It's terrifying. Duanzi. A deep voice sounded. Duanzi paused, turning around only to see Xiao Yi and his group. Director Xiao, why are you all here? Duanzi couldn't help but ask. Lisa Mayo scratched his head. We saw this zombie and thought it was interesting, so we came over. So is this considered public service or private business? Duanzi asked. Xiao Yi cleared his throat and said, whatever. We don't care about your rewards. We just came along for the fun. Duanzi blinked her eyes and said, that's fine. That zombie seems quite rare. Take your time studying it. I still haven't dealt with the ghost over here. Xiao Yi coughed, but didn't reply. Li Sun laughed, saying, I think I can help. Duanzi stared at him for a while. It's your own decision to help, not mine begging you. We'll each handle our own part. Li Sun. Li Sun was momentarily speechless, unable to think of what to say, and could only give him an apologetic smile. Duanzi shook her hand. Fighting that zombie just now had caused her hand to be bitten open, and it was still a bit painful. Li Sun exclaimed, Sister Duan, your hand is injured? Is it serious? Duanzi was puzzled by the title. Are you feeling unwell today? Why are you talking nonsense? Show it to you. Is that acceptable? This Sister Duan sounds fascinating. Wow, this little puppy character is quite cute. I feel like picking up my pen again. Stop. What's wrong with your eyes? How could someone like Duanzi ever look at these things? Do you think we're not here because Su Wan is absent? Watch out, he might kick all of you out. Yeah, where is Brother Su Wan today? I don't know. Haven't those people who talked earlier disappeared? Why don't you guys show up and say something? Duanzi had already shifted her attention to Jiang Peng, as Li Sun was skilled in communicating with spirits, and coincidentally, today was the day to witness it. But this Jiang Peng came here every day, which was indeed quite strange. Have you never seen that weird thing before? Duanzi asked. Jiang Peng's face turned a bit pale. No, I've never seen anything like it before. Duanzi didn't care whether he was telling the truth or not, and continued asking. Then why do you come here every day? Not going home late at night seems pretty leisurely. And what does she will come soon mean? Is it referring to the one earlier? Not. I don't know. I haven't met him either, Jiang Peng slowly replied. Duanzi wanted to massage her temples, but suddenly remembered that she had touched the living corpse with her hand, so she stopped. Can you not speak word by word like that? Just tell me straightforwardly what happened. It can't be that difficult, right? Jiang Peng looked a bit embarrassed and mumbled for a while, without saying anything important. You met Xiaomei online and agreed on a day to meet, but she didn't show up. Afterward, you kept dreaming about her inviting you to the graveyard. Initially, you didn't take it seriously, but as the disturbance worsened, you couldn't sleep at night anymore, so you had to come here. But you don't know which tombstone is hers, and you're also scared. So after visiting a fortune teller several times, they said that you shouldn't go out tonight or you'd be taken away by her. Then you became frightened. When Duanzi reached this point, she couldn't help herself. Does this girl have any ill intentions? And what is that person you want to see? Are they just a half-trained practitioner? Chapter 32, Ghostly Path. Jiang Peng swallowed and hastily nodded. Yes, you're absolutely right. Miss Duan, you're truly amazing. So why didn't you let me come before? Duanzi sat down beside the flower bed, obviously very tired. Do I seem like the kind who can handle a piao at the drop of a hat? Jiang Peng struggled to respond. It's not me. I heard that last time. When you encountered that piao, you punched it to death with just a few blows. Duanzi snorted with amusement, her gaze landing on Li Sun and the ghost. Li Sun was enveloped in a faint bluish glow, while the ghost opposite him was also encased in this same pale blue light, making for a strangely beautiful sight. Duanzi brushed some dirt off her clothes as she edged closer. The moment she leaned in, someone suddenly pulled her back. Caught by surprise, Duanzi had no time to speak before the person said, "Stay away from him." Duanzi. She caught a glimpse of the person's face, red lights flickering around them, and teased, "Could it be you fancy him?" "Absolutely not. Who would ever fancy him? It's only because I owe him a favor." Meng Tang sniffed, turning his face away. Duanzi smiled and changed the subject. "I'm just curious about this asking spirits business. So, I take a second look." Meng Tang said, "Each family has its own advantages. It's not something one glance can figure out." Duanzi teased intentionally. "I'm just puzzled. How did chatting turn into stealing secrets?" Meng Tang's face turned red. I don't care. All right, just keep yourself happy. I won't go over there, all right." Duanzi chuckled. "You deny it all you want, but I already know. If you don't make your move, and he gets away, you'll cry until you're hoarse. I am too focused on my work here, and you two are gossiping?" Li Sun, sweating profusely now, took a tissue that Meng Tang handed over. That movement looked almost too natural. "It's done. This big sister and the young man really make a great pair. Where's the girl who promised to write fanfiction for these two? Why haven't we seen her appear again? Right here. It's not intentional, but I've been blocked." "Huh, I knew Brother Sujuan was lurking." Li Sun stepped back slightly, refusing to take it. "Hey." Duanzi immediately perked up. "There's a story between these two. Looks like you still aren't tired enough." Duanzi commented. "Even passing you a tissue today made you uneasy. Would you jump if someone got any closer?" Duanzi mimed a jumping height as she spoke. Li Sun grew more uncomfortable, while Meng Tang couldn't help but laugh. "Guess I'm onto something, huh?" Duanzi teased. Xiao Yi appeared without warning and laughed. "You're completely right. Just giving him a glass of water under normal circumstances would already make him lose his cool." Seeing Li Sun's expression change, Xiao Yi quickly shifted the topic. "The undead must have been placed here today. Someone likely knew you'd come today, so they set it up." "That's impossible. The location was privately shared with me. None of the livestream audience knows." Duanzi stopped and asked Jiang Peng. "Who else besides me knew we'd be coming here today?" "Who knew?" Jiang Peng paused, then answered. "Apart from you, only the fortune-telling shaman knows." "Do you know his identity and address?" Xiao Yi asked. Jiang Peng nodded. "I do." Li Simao handed his phone over so the other could input the address into the positioning app. Duanzi watched silently without interfering. Disturbing the snake to warn the rat. Was it intentional or an actual plan to catch someone? Isn't it obvious? Are you letting him go because you think you've offended him beyond reconciliation? Or do you fear retaliation will affect us? Duanzi turned and whispered quietly to Meng Tang. Meng Tang coughed lightly and kept some distance. Duanzi didn't pursue further but walked up to Li Sun instead and asked, "What exactly did they say to you earlier?" "It's probably about how during their date they had a car accident, and they were not saved in the emergency room." Li Sun's face was slightly flushed, probably still thinking about the teasing moments. "What about the dream passing part?" Duanzi inquired. "Ordinary ghosts can hardly possess such strength so soon after passing. They said even taxi drivers could see them." As Li Sun listened to Duanzi's words, he noticed a certain literary refinement in them, and found himself distracted for a moment. Meng Tang interjected and pushed between the two. "If you two are going to talk, why stand so close? You stop fooling around." Li Sun's expression slightly changed as he pulled the person aside. "The strange part is right here. It might be because of some abundant spiritual energy somewhere that she accidentally encountered her." Duanzi walked directly to the girl and said, "Don't be in a hurry. If there's anything you want to say to Jiang Peng, I can give you the chance to meet him." The girl was momentarily excited but quickly calmed down. "No, it's better not to remember me. Can you? Do you have any way to send me away?" Duanzi hesitated for a moment. "You're different from the previous Apiao I met. There aren't many with such a pure spirit form. Can you recall what happened during this period?" The girl pressed her lips together and said, "In the days right after I passed, I was also disoriented. But on a certain day, I suddenly became lucid. I think it might be because of an amulet." "An amulet?" Duanzi suddenly remembered the old man's Buddha talisman. "Is it a Buddha talisman? How did you know that?" The girl became excited. "That Buddha talisman was sought by my mother from a wise person, but I still couldn't escape my fate." Perhaps due to her sudden emotional agitation, her body became more translucent. Duanzi was thoroughly confused but still asked, "Don't get so worked up first. This spiritual essence within you is very pure. You're already considered a cultivator and wouldn't suit reincarnation. Become a Taoist through ghosthood? Zhao Yi furrowed his brows. This path is difficult to tread, and currently, no one has succeeded in it. Duanzi said, difficult doesn't mean impossible. With someone guiding you, reincarnation is possible too. But look at that guide. Does his current cultivation level suffice? With one sentence, all present were plunged into silence. Did I hear wrong? Are they talking about some kind of ferryman? To enter the Tao as a ghost, what exactly does that mean? Weep, weep, weep. Why don't we get to see Sister Apiao this time? I'd love to take a peek. You guys should pray she remembers us instead. Chapter 33, Break the Tombstone. What about that big brother? The male protagonist? Don't you want to see what your sweetheart looks like? Yes. How can you not care at all? Hey, big brother Fengtio Yeshin. Don't pretend to be dead. That young lady has a nice voice and should look good too. Don't be an unfaithful man. Of course, Jiang Peng saw all these comments. He was not a heartless person. The regret in his heart needed to be resolved. But he lacked the courage. The scenes from his dreams were still vivid in his mind. In 1 second, there was a girl as beautiful as a flower. In the next, her mouth turned into a blood-soaked abyss. Duanzi saw him peeking over repeatedly, looking like he wanted to listen but dared not come closer. She couldn't help asking the young girl, what are you planning to do next? Do you intend to keep following him or something else? I don't have any other intentions with appearing in his dream besides bidding farewell to my past and wanting him to stop searching for me so that he could live well. Unlike a vengeful spirit, although what she said seemed hesitant, her tears were of normal color. This scene made Duanzi curious. She stepped forward a few steps. Why don't you just follow me? There's only me at home anyway. It's quite boring. Can this kind of thing be casually taken in? You may think she seems normal now. Who knows if there will be issues in the future? Besides, you haven't even figured out the origin of that amulet. Li Sun hastily advised Duanzi. If you're not in a hurry, I'll go back home and check some ancient texts to see if there's a way to send her away. Duanzi sneered. Who says there is no way? I say it's because your level isn't enough. Letting her stay at my house is also convenient for supervision, and when my cultivation improves, I'll still be able to send her away. Li Sun felt belittled and said, do you still look down on those of us who don't meditate? What harm would meditation do to you? Why won't you just try? Duanzi asked. I've seen powerful people who could invite spirits into their bodies. Look at what you can do, nothing. Before Li Sun could open his mouth, Meng Tang fired off. You talk. Why must you insult others while doing so? Why don't you explain how you usually skip sitting meditation, ignore foundational practice, and just rely on racial talents? Duanzi questioned. This blocked Meng Tang momentarily. She said, anyway, you shouldn't speak against him. Alright, what's his name? Duanzi changed the subject, Song Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Li Sun didn't reply but merely nodded. Song Xiaoxiao immediately responded upon hearing her name. Yes, I'm here. I've thought about what you mentioned earlier. I'll follow you for now and wait until you can send me away. These words pleased Duanzi. She nodded and then turned to Jiang Peng. I'll give you one chance. If you want to see her right now, I can let you. But after today, even if you want to see me, I won't let you. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Peng shouted. To see. I want to see. Do you wish to see? Duanzi turned back and asked Song Xiaoxiao. Song Xiaoxiao bit her lips and finally nodded. Since both parties agreed, if Duanzi were to interfere, it would be against her conscience. Alright, you can see each other, but don't get too excited. Otherwise, before our skills improve enough to send you away, you might dissipate first, and I won't know what to say then, Duanzi forewarned. After personally ensuring Song Xiaoxiao nodded, Duanzi sighed with relief. Meng Tang, talisman. Meng Tang was puzzled for a moment and then handed the talisman to Duanzi. What is this? Duanzi paused. Is your talisman effective? How is it ineffective? Meng Tang reached to snatch the talisman back. I tell you, they can testify that my talismans are always effective. Duanzi was quick, dodging instantly. Once given to me, it's mine. How could you take it back? Alright, Duanzi tossed the talisman to the other side. Go chat yourself, give me my phone back. Jiang Peng absent-mindedly replied, handing over the phone to Duanzi. Seeing that the comments were still streaming wildly, she couldn't help but sigh. Why do everyone have to be so nosy? The matters and people within our group aren't for ordinary people like you to discuss. What group? What group? Lady Goddess is up to what? Could it be a secret organization? A secret organization out in the open? It must be a public organization. Yeah, we are from the government, so you'd better not cause trouble. As Duanzi said this, she leaned toward Zhao Yi. This is our team leader, who was originally in the military. His identity is definitely classified, so don't ask too much. Zhao Yi chuckled after hearing this. You guy. The noisy pair earlier are Li Sun, who specializes in communicating with spirits, and Master Meng Tang of talismans. Another one's a half-baked practitioner. That thin fellow over there with nimble moves. Duanzi paused here. Zhao team leader, where is Sun Qian? Oh, he's feeling a bit unwell, so he didn't come along, Zhao Yi replied. Sun Qian sounds like a beauty. When can we see her? Yep, goddess lady. I'm also curious about what kind of person she is. After looking at their comments, Duanzi just smiled. If there's another chance next time, you will be able to see her. What did you mean by deliberately scaring people earlier? This comment caught Duanzi's attention, and as she saw the ID clearly, anticipation rose once again. Well, it's quite hard to explain. My cultivation has been short. From the very first day, it's all been under everyone's watchful eyes. There are many things I still don't understand, but I'm not in a rush either. I'll take my time to get to know gradually. Wow, the goddess is answering questions seriously. Looking at the questioner, wow, it's Suwan. Ha ha ha, your eyes are really sharp. But there are so many stories imagined since knowing Su Wan is a guy. A sudden loud noise shifted Duan Zi's focus directly. What happened? That Jiang Peng has lost his mind, insisting on dying together with that girl. Look at this. Lisa Mayo clicked his tongue in amazement. Isn't that guy still fine? Seeing that the man was still standing well, Duan Zi immediately sighed with relief. Can you stop exaggerating? Lisa Mayo glanced at her and said, it's clear that you're too anxious, isn't it? I haven't finished speaking yet. After that female ghost pulled him back, she might have been too angry and directly shattered his tombstone. You'd better think about how to compensate for the damage. Chapter 34, Ridiculous. Hey, you two quarreling spouses, why are you breaking people's tombstones? Duan Zi sighed and took a few steps towards the two of them. You're ruining your virtue by doing this. Don't you have any sense? After hearing that, Jiang Peng instinctively shielded Song Xiaoxiao behind him. Alright, you two really are something. When one dies, ties end. With the way you're going, I might as well let Song Xiaoxiao dissipate into nothingness. Duan Zi smirked, giving them a cold look. You want my help, but at the same time, you're wary of me. Is that right? Jiang Peng and Song Xiaoxiao exchanged glances and hurriedly knelt down. No, that's not what I meant. Duan, Taoist priest, we didn't do it on purpose. We truly didn't. It's just that she lost control for a moment. Jiang Peng quickly added, if you want to die, now is the time. If you crash your head and kill yourself like this, I'll collect both of you. Duan Zi said. Meng Tang immediately changed his expression and tried to stop her, but he was pulled back as Xiao Yi said, calm down. This is their business. Let them settle it themselves. The reanimated corpse thing won't stay hidden anymore. We should figure out how to tell her about it. But that doesn't mean we aren't responsible either. If she could focus on her job and thoroughly go through the files in the archive, would she know nothing at all? Lisa Mayo said disdainfully. However, what they didn't realize was that every single word was being heard by Duan Zi. She rubbed her nose, eyeing the two before her. So you're scared now? Go ahead, bash, and continue destroying things. You can keep breaking the tombstones here till they're all shattered. Anyway, losing a little virtue or losing a lot, it's all the same, right? What difference does it make? Was it me who said that human and ghost worlds should be separate? Being with each other like this, he will soon join you below. It's inevitable. The two looked at each other, then Song Xiaoxiao stepped forward. Sorry, Priestess Duan, I didn't mean to cause trouble. But, if he dies, won't the situation get even worse? Worse? How could anything be worse than breaking tombstones? Duan Zi said as she walked a few steps towards the tombstone. I don't have supernatural powers to move mountains and fill seas. Once broken, the tombstone stays broken. She's already a wandering spirit. This isn't even her fault. It's on you to take responsibility. Fine, as long as this doesn't fall on Xiaoxiao, I agree to whatever, Jiang Peng hastily said. Duan Zi fiddled carefully with the broken pieces of the tombstone. Though shattered, they weren't pulverized, and faintly, the name of the deceased was still legible. We've met. Everything that needed to be said has been said. It's time for you two to part ways. Hearing Duan Zi's words, Jiang Peng immediately looked at Song Xiaoxiao. You must wait for me. Wait for what? Wait till you die, which will be decades later. Even if reincarnation happens, who knows which one becomes an animal and which one remains human? You two better shut up and accept reality. Duan Zi sneered again. You've got full children's fortune, clearly not destined to be alone. Even if Song Xiaoxiao waits for that day, you'll already have a prosperous family line with many descendants. As for whether she herself disperses into nothingness, that, she can't even predict. Are you selfish enough to think otherwise? Jiang Peng was left speechless, while Song Xiaoxiao's face changed repeatedly. Wow, our goddess has such a sharp tongue. Exactly. She silenced them both with just a few sentences. Probably being around good people rubs off on you. Sujin bro, you've got a point there. Damn, that sounds like drama. Seeing neither responded, Duan Zi continued. Song Xiaoxiao, you previously said it would be best if he forgot you, but now, why do you seem a bit regretful? Whatever moral high ground you think you're standing on doesn't work with me. I reject these types of emotional manipulations. I didn't mean that. Jiang Peng quickly explained. Not meaning that. What exactly do you mean? I asked you about your relationship with her, and you were stammering and couldn't clarify. All the details, her name, etc., were figured out by me. They had nothing to do with you. Someone like you has no connection to the Taoist path, so don't waste Song Xiaoxiao's bright future. How come Duan Zi sounds so resolute? Lisa Mayo whispered hesitantly. You feel it too? I think she shows absolutely no sentiment. They're so touching together, and yet, she says such ruthless things. Meng Tang frowned. But I did hear before that she might have been scammed emotionally by a boyfriend. Apparently, because that guy entered showbiz, he changed his heart, leaving her heartbroken and forcing her to leave the entertainment world. She even mentioned once, the wise do not fall in love. In that case, you should really learn from her. Li Sun commented appropriately. At the same time, the audience in the live stream were sympathizing with the couple. Don't you feel that everything she says is particularly heart-wrenching? Yeah, if it were me, I'd probably burst into tears after being scolded. You guys need to figure out how a human and a ghost are supposed to be together. What a pity, online romance meeting in real life could have been romantic. So what do you think will happen next? Didn't you hear the goddess say that the girl couldn't leave, and with their cultivation level, they can't send her away? I guess this girl will let go. Who knows? Keep watching. Keep watching. Song Xiaoxiao knelt down before Duan Zi, kowtowing. I will follow your path of cultivation from now on. Since this person has his own road to walk, then let him go. No way, Jiang Peng firmly stated. Now that we've met, I cannot let you walk alone. Duan Zi frowned. And don't say those useless words either. If you don't want to live anymore, keep away from me and die however you like. Why are you moaning in front of me? As Jiang Peng's imprinted forehead started turning black, he was filled with melancholy inside. Could there be another hidden cause and effect at play? Song Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together. I'm about to give up the mundane world and cultivate immortality. We're not the same kind of people anyway. What's the point of saying so much? Even if you die, I can't go with you. Didn't you hear that? Or didn't you understand? Xiao, I really don't want to leave you. Jiang Peng exclaimed emotionally. We finally met, and if we separate this way, I'll regret it for my entire life. But if you die because of me, I would feel immense guilt as well, Song Xiaoxiao said. Duanzi took a few steps forward, grabbing Jiang Peng by the collar with one hand. Were you calculating something just now? You're almost in the grave already. After hearing Duanzi's words, Xiao Yi also became serious, hurriedly running over to take a look. Chapter 35 Hypocrisy. Xiao Yi may not understand these intricacies, but he could tell the other party's expression wasn't pleasant. What else did that dream interpreter tell you? Nothing, really nothing. Jiang Peng took a few steps back, but any perceptive person could tell he wasn't speaking the truth. Did you give something to someone, asking them to remove your bad luck? Duanzi asked. Or did someone get some leverage over you, telling you to accomplish something today which you delayed? No way. How could that happen? I just met Xiao properly. Why would I think so much? Jiang Peng laughed somewhat awkwardly. As the black energy around him grew more intense, Duanzi felt this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed. She finally remembered the live streaming event and said goodbye to everyone. Today's affairs will conclude for now. Tomorrow, I'll update you. Hey, it's not over yet. It must involve something we're not supposed to know. Hardly ever says goodbye to us. Can you cherish it a bit more? As soon as these words were posted, gifts flooded the screen, creating a dazzling display. However, Duanzi ignored all of it and directly turned off the live stream. Zhang Yi was once again speechless. After rushing desperately to the live room, he sent a few gifts without even getting the chance to say thank you before she shut down the live stream. How outrageous. If it weren't for you accurately predicting things about my family, I wouldn't have given you those gifts. Zhang Yi stared at the live stream ended text, muttering angrily. Chu Zhen found this amusing. You rushed here just to send money to the live stream? This is no trivial matter. I came to support her, telling everyone that she didn't predict wrong. Zhang Yi looked pale with an unkempt beard, far from his previously carefree self. Duzi simply stumbled upon good luck. Not long ago, she made Meow Meow feel like they were roasted on a stove. If I don't hold her accountable, that's already giving her face, Chu Zhen said. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. You are really blind. Blind. At this moment, do you still think that little girl of yours is precious? You shut up. Chu Zhen's expression changed. I already told you, she's different. Different? How? Even now, no, forever. I will feel that this Fu Meow Meow is not as good as Duzi's little toe, Zhang Yi asserted firmly. Chu Zhen wanted to argue further, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, and his vision became blurred for a moment. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yi grabbed Chu Zhen's arm out of fright. We were just arguing a bit. Why do you look more exhausted than me? Don't exaggerate. Chu Zhen waved his hand. It might be because I haven't rested well these past few days. Isn't that your fault? Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have compared your precious heart with this pearl before jade, Zhang Yi said. How come your words still seem like they're belittling me? Chu Zhen asked. Zhang Yi laughed. No. How could that be? My buddy here just has some eye problems. There's nothing else wrong with him. These words sounded worse and worse. Chu Zhen threw a nearby pillow. Still being sarcastic, huh? You're so high and mighty, but you still don't have a girlfriend. Have you even pursued Duzi? Hey, are you fired up? Zhang Yi picked up the pillow and started playing around with Chu Zhen. After turning off the live stream, Duanzi examined each stone tablet in front of her one by one, whispering incantations, then took some ash from someone's incense burner. She blew the ash toward Jiang Peng, revealing a blood-red thread. What is this? Meng Tang exclaimed in shock. So, incense ash can actually be used this way? Duanzi smiled. Not necessarily. If used incorrectly, it might bring trouble. Pointing at the surrounding tombstones, she added meaningfully. Meng Tang coughed lightly and hid behind Li Sun. Forget it. I won't ask anymore, okay? You scared me. I'm not trying to scare you. What's coming next might be even scarier. Duanzi raised her eyebrows at Jiang Peng. You can either honestly explain yourself now, or prepare to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Peng felt his heart pounding wildly. Speaking the truth scared him that Song Xiao might tear him apart. However, if he didn't speak up, he might not even see tomorrow's sun. He sighed, and after hesitating for a moment, finally revealed the truth. That dream interpreter did indeed ask for a few strands of my hair, claiming that they were to be offered before the 3 pure ones so as to bring enduring blessings. Of course, this came at a price. I was supposed to lead Xiao there and present her to him. You, Song Xiao was astonished to learn his intentions. Didn't you even inquire why he wanted me? And how do you know I didn't ask? If I hadn't been concerned for your safety, I wouldn't have called upon Miss Duan. Jiang Peng's black energy in his forehead grew even darker. All right, stop arguing. Duanzi looked down at her finger, seeing the scabs already formed, and realizing how filthy her hands were, making it impossible for her to eat anything right now. She glanced around and then extended her hand toward Meng Tang. Could you kindly provide another talisman, Meng's sister? You're certainly not one to shy away from asking. Meng Tang was momentarily dazzled by Duanzi's smile and couldn't bring herself to say no. What kind of effect are you looking for? Something to protect life, obviously. This person lacks full integrity of their 3 souls and 6 gog souls. Duanzi said. Now she understood why the divination seemed so peculiar. It was all because of this issue. Duanzi immediately decided to leave the situation here with Xiao Yi and personally go investigate the person pretending to be a deity behind everything. Wait, I'll come along with you, Xiao Yi hurriedly said. There's no need. You'd only hold me back. Duanzi dismissed him, irritated by how everyone answered questions evasively or reluctantly. In such a large place, do you really fear eavesdroppers behind the walls? Just as Xiao Yi opened his mouth to reply, Duanzi cut in again. I see. You have an archive room, don't you? I'll visit when I'm free. Will that work? This question successfully silenced the group. Lisa Mayo whispered nervously. Did anyone mention anything to her? No, none of us were alone with her. Li Sun remained completely dumbfounded. Chapter 36. Complicated relationships. Is it because she has good hearing? Li Sun said after a long pause. Upon hearing this, Lisa Mayo immediately covered his mouth and whispered, Are you kidding me? Sho. Meng Tang gave him a sharp look. Talk less, Shigo. You can't talk to me like that. Careful, or you'll never get married. Lisa Mayo was so angry that his hands were trembling. Oh, I said the wrong thing, didn't I? Only someone as pretty as her could be called that. You look like a monkey, better not even try. Meng Tang replied rudely. The commotion here wasn't small, and Xiao Yi heard everything clearly. He glared at everyone. Quickly do your own business, don't chatter nonsense. The relationships are so complicated, they can't be explained in a short time. Besides, there are outsiders present now. Let's go back and talk later. He then turned around with a cheerful expression. Duanzi glanced at Jiang Peng and Song Xiaoxiao and said, Since this matter is directed at Song Xiaoxiao, take her along too. It might be interesting to see what the person behind all this is planning. I think, as long as we save Jiang Peng's life, we should just let the rest go, Xiao Yi said, frowning. Duanzi rolled his eyes at him, speaking lazily. What you're saying is quite amusing. No wonder our special case team has so few people and cases. There are people like you who muddle through the waters, aren't there? Not really. You don't know the Duan Hun sect well. Although many of them excel in array techniques, they also have quite a number of skilled experts. There might even be some from unorthodox paths among them. Our special case team is in its first year under my command, with shallow roots. If something goes wrong, there won't be anyone of great ability to take responsibility, you know? Xiao Yi anxiously moved away. Don't mess around, alright? When the troublemakers of the Duan Hun sect come after you, there will be no one on my side who can protect you. Can you understand that? Duanzi pressed her lips and said, When I signed the contract, you didn't say much about these things, did you? I'm telling you, I truly don't fear them. What makes you so fearless alone? Anyway, I won't explain further. Let's save this person first, okay? Xiao Yi hastily changed the subject. At this point, there's no more meaning in discussing further. Understood. Duanzi casually made a finger gesture, making the originally fading bloodline shine brighter. The two followed the bloodline, nearly reaching the entrance of the cemetery when it suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Xiao Yi asked. We've spent too much time. The person behind the scenes left. Duanzi said calmly. Song Xiaoxiao, who was close by and heard everything clearly, asked, Aren't we going to chase anymore? No need to chase. Go back and see if the life of your lover is still intact. Duanzi glanced at her phone and slowly said. Her demeanor showed no signs of urgency. Xiao Yi couldn't figure out her intentions, so he leaned in and asked, Weren't you very worried just now? With such a prominent target here, I'm not worried about them not finding me. Duanzi replied. And isn't this exactly what you wanted, fulfilling your wish? Fortunately, upon checking, Jiang Peng had merely lost some years of life. Otherwise, nothing was wrong. Say your farewells properly. Unless the Taoist comes looking for trouble again, there should be no more opportunities to meet. Duanzi said. Though tearful, Song Xiaoxiao did not step forward to bid farewell. Maybe due to previous events, Jiang Peng felt guilt toward Song Xiaoxiao and steadfastly avoided glancing back at her. Do you still care for him? Duanzi asked. I do, and I don't regret it. Song Xiaoxiao raised a faint smile. The human and ghost exchanged a glance, but said no more. I'll find you a free-moving doll for your resting place later. Duanzi said calmly. The others didn't intervene. Each was thinking about returning quickly to file reports. Reaching the cemetery gate, the old man saw Duanzi and greeted cheerfully. Young lady, did you encounter anything unpleasant? Duanzi smiled at the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. I was with a companion, and everything went smoothly. If there were any problems, it would only mean their incompetence. The old man offered her a pack of pastries and shoved it into Duanzi's hand. Young girl, you don't eat enough good things. Look how thin you've become. Some others might not dare accept, but Duanzi took it directly. She said, Since I accepted your gift, feel free to ask for help whenever needed. While saying this, she left a string of phone numbers for him. Lisa Mayo was confused and he went up for a look. Hey, you were at least a big star in the past. How can you have no safety awareness at all? Duanzi pulled him aside and shook her head at him. This guy was already intimidated by Duanzi, and now he seemed even more like a frightened bird, retreating quite a bit. The old man watched their interaction, smiling with just his teeth showing. Well, it's almost dawn. Go back and rest soon. Young ladies should get good beauty sleep, and don't come to places like this anymore. All right, I'll try my best. Duanzi answered loudly and waved to the old man. Not really. Why doesn't he ask me? Meng Tang couldn't help but sigh. Is it because I don't have fair skin and good looks? Xiao Yi chuckled twice. Maybe people can see your inner tigress nature. But Duanzi also punched up Yao. How is she not considered a tigress? After Meng Tang said that, she realized it too late and covered her mouth, looking cautiously toward Duanzi. At this moment, everyone else's eyes were on Duan Zi as well. Calm Duan Zi looked serene and icy cold, clearly a beauty of ice and snow. Under the moon's clear cold glow, she looked even more outstanding. Xiao Yi was the first to turn around, clearing his throat. That is, little Duan, she's just a little impetuous in her actions. But otherwise, she's pretty good, pretty good. Yes, I've got many things to discuss with her. Li Sun chimed in. Meng Tang gave him a tug. No, you must keep away from her. You can't look at anyone except me. This made him stumble and nearly twist his foot. Where did you get such strength? Tell me, can you conjure talismans out of thin air, or what? You two fight if you want, but why involve me? Let me tell you, the two of you are heaven-made and earth-set pair. No one can separate. Li Sun, you'd better submit to her. Duan Zi snapped back to life amid the clamor and suddenly said to the two. It successfully made Meng Tang blush, but Li Sun's face turned dark and scary. Chapter 37, Diminished Presence. Stop acting like someone owes you $100,000 every time we talk about the two of us, complained Meng Tang irritably. I really am not just saying this because you helped my family out before, so why won't you believe me? Lisa Mayo laughed and said cheerfully. Today, at least we've managed to get some recognition from the crowd, but since we didn't continue with our investigation, there are no substantial results to report. Hopefully, we won't be cursed too much. Duan Zi, who had been silent all along, was now forced to speak up. Actually, both of you could try to think of different ways to phrase your words and explain the situation to me first. These words caused everyone present to fall silent. All eyes once again turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi sighed exasperatedly, saying, everything I can say has already been said. These organizations aren't easy to deal with. We're inexperienced and don't have a strong foundation yet. And that same sentence again. Duan Zi thought that Xiao Yi was just like one of those people trying to avoid conflict and had nothing useful to offer. Did your boss never consider forming alliances or finding an experienced organization as backing when they initially set up your special cases group? With such amateurs involved, what kind of outcome can there even be? Duan Zi asked bitterly. They can use puppet techniques to take someone's life from a great distance away. Our own team has a fake talisman master, an incompetent guide for spirits, a person who reads fortunes that only knows how to read his own luck, and a half-trained member just making up the numbers. Looking across the whole group, it seems like there isn't anyone reliable at all. You don't need to look down on us now. It'll gradually get better. Xiao Yi said. This statement wasn't false, but the road ahead is difficult, and no one knows if these people will suddenly turn against them. Then, have you ever tried negotiating with these organizations? A society full of cultivators has many benefits, like increasing their disciple population, for instance. Duan Zi asked. To tell the truth, a group of misfits like us wouldn't even have the confidence to go out and negotiate. Also, earlier that person clearly just wanted Song Xiao Xiao's spirit form, which wasn't something evil, Lisa Mayo responded. As for that zombie, it might just be because you spoke too much with Song Xiao Xiao, leading them to assume you're coming to snatch business from them and thus angered them. Such absurdities were endless. Duan Zi waved a hand and didn't bother pressing further. It was boring, so utterly uninspiring. Even though this novel world is similar to the ones he had read, things have changed drastically due to the rise in spiritual energy. For example, dedicating oneself to public service, or simply staying alive in good condition. Come to think of it, does everything rely on me? At this point, Duan Zi scanned the group briefly. What I know is limited, and I cannot plan strategies for you all. Plus, your performances indicate that none of you should appear in live broadcasts. What's wrong with our performance? Li Sun attempted to hold Lisa Mayo back, but failed completely, becoming more anxious after hearing his words. You'd better stop talking so much. Not offending either side and merely fighting defensively already puts us in an unfavorable position, said Li Sun. Thank goodness someone understands. These words made a difference, and silence fell over the group again. On the way home, despite Lisa Mayo telling many jokes to liven up the atmosphere, nobody found themselves laughing easily anymore. Duan Zi encountered members of the organization twice, but each time, they refused to reveal their identities, seemingly wanting to help him too. First by taking in the ghost without causing a scene, and second, he still doesn't know whether it was they themselves or others who cut off that thread of connection. If we get a chance to connect with those people, would that help move our plans forward? The gathering places of these noble families probably aren't easy to approach. Otherwise, Xiao Yi definitely would have visited them already and wouldn't need me to contemplate this question. Duan Zi whispered to himself as he opened the refrigerator, feeling disheartened by the emptiness inside. Moreover, she returned all the money in full as an expression of apology. Recalling the event, he felt quite remarkable, truly remarkable. Sniffing slightly, he ate a packet of instant noodles unhappily and couldn't help but reflect sincerely. If only Big Brother was here, everything would be fine. After sending Duan Zi home, everyone else was notably restless on the way back. I just can't figure it out. In 6 months, we haven't come across events like these a couple of times, yet somehow she gets into these twice as soon as she begins her practice. Lisa Mayo asked confusedly. Could it be because we did something wrong beforehand? If we started live streaming like she did earlier, wouldn't everything be going well by now? Meng Tang also voiced his opinion. But no matter what, after all these years of our hard work, we still don't measure up to Duan Zi's brash actions over just a few days. I've been negotiating with that organization countless times, but they refuse to give me any direct response. Xiao Yi paused for a moment. Didn't Sun Qian once read my future? He said that my bad luck would turn around, and I'd meet someone who could help me immensely. Now, I believe this Duan Zi is that person, my savior and the key to breaking my current deadlock. Seeing their leaders so pleased, Everyone hesitated to utter any disheartening words. Yeah, he's right. Duan Zi is our savior. But she draws too much attention, and we might face some serious trouble because of her later on, Lisa Mayo said sourly. Didn't you see how she put me down? You're exaggerating. Look around. Who in this group doesn't pick on you? Meng Tang quickly retorted. Zhao Yi chuckled at this. Lisa Mayo, haven't you learned phrenology? If you had any skill, wouldn't you have already seen through all of this? All right, my expertise isn't great. You can't blame others for it. But you guys shouldn't ridicule me like this, right? Lisa Mayo whined pitifully. Isn't this just trying to turn me into a hedgehog? Actually, we can make good use of Duan Zi. Li Sun suddenly interjected after staying silent for a while. Zhao Yi immediately pulled the car over to the side and said earnestly, that thought has crossed my mind as well. I've been thinking about how to persuade you timid quails to go along with it. Tisk, hindsight's 20/20, Meng Tang muttered sarcastically. I just hope you don't make your intentions too obvious. We don't want people to think we're ganging up on her, do we? Duan Zi is a smart person. Whatever we can think of, she definitely can as well, Li Sun pointed out. This comment earned him a classic eye roll from Meng Tang. Well, now I've seen everything. Our quiet one is praising someone else. It's not that. Then it must be your oversight, right? Let me tell you, whenever he's around Duan Zi, his words flow endlessly, and he never runs out of things to say. Zhao Yi joked half-heartedly. Chapter 38, Hiring an Assistant. Meng Tang was fairly generous and didn't put on airs over the matter. She smiled as she said, sure, after Duan Zi arrives, will I no longer be favored? As everyone debated, a phone suddenly chimed with a notification. The sound echoed in the carriage. Meng Tang read it out first. I think live streaming is too much trouble. To keep stable traffic, I need to buy professional equipment and hire an assistant. Does this mean? Lisa Mayo paused. Others exchanged glances, understanding immediately. This meant that organizations interested in Duan Zi could start sending people around her. Then there wouldn't be a lack of matchmakers. I still think we should discuss this with Duan Zi herself. Only then can she cooperate with us, right? Meng Tang hesitated to push forward. After all, they had practically tricked her into joining the group, so respecting her opinion was necessary. Is this such a big deal? Aren't you women being overly petty? Lisa Mayo scratched his face, utterly confused. I'd say don't forget how sharp her hearing is. If you're found out, you'll be in deep trouble, Zhao Yi remarked. Meng Tang's eyes narrowed strangely. Didn't you say earlier that your thoughts were aligned with Li Sun? So why now does it feel like our doom? I thought that way, but I didn't suggest it. Even about having people infiltrated, it wasn't me who said it. Zhao Yi chuckled good-naturedly. This needed thorough deliberation and perhaps should be discussed face-to-face. But if we don't reply, won't that seem strange? Meng Tang asked. She has been asking peculiar questions lately. I better not get involved. Zhao Yi cleared his throat. Nevertheless, for her sake, whatever one of you says is fine. We're united before her. Just then, he started the car. The other three couldn't peel their eyes off their phone screens. Suddenly, another message popped up. Sun Qin messaged. You've already drawn the attention of 2 other organizations. Is hiring an assistant not just an opportunity for them to send people close to you? I'd welcome any talented or skilled individuals they send my way. Duan Zi replied almost instantly. It'd help me trace their steps and bring them down completely. Bring them down completely? This little missy sounds pretty cocky. Lisa Mayo snorted with disdain. It's not a time when you can be afraid. Consider her fists and her keen ears. In future, let's watch what we say. Meng Tang nudged him with her shoulder. Don't drag us along in your idiocy. I'm grateful enough as it is. Li Sun listened silently, but didn't stop texting. Shall we set up a trap? Let us help screen candidates. No. How could you reply that way? Meng Tang hurried to grab the phone, but was a step too late. Duan Zi touched her chin upon reading the message. Li Sun isn't impulsive, so this must have been discussed with others. My initial guesses were correct, huh? If there's no clear route yet, it's definitely not fake. Normally, shouldn't these righteous people be more abundant? Well, might as well consider this as accumulating good karma. Duan Zi muttered while opening Weibo and posted a recruitment notice for an assistant. Soon, night owls came out. Too superstitious, can't stand feudal beliefs. Seems like some random ignorant folks. My goddess is a real master. TCH, hate comments. Stop pretending to be fans when defaming our goddess Duan. What is Duan Zi up to? She's left showbiz. Why does she keep stirring things up? Who's stirring anything up? Influencer circles are also part of the industry. Aren't these people blind? Can't they see Duan Zi is faking it all? Fu Miao Miao was furious, smashing a cup on the desk. The little assistant was startled. Miao Miao, we're top-tier internet celebrities. There's no need to tussle with some random influencer. What influencer? Can someone like her even be called an influencer? She's a world-renowned celebrity. She keeps trending every 2 or 3 days. So why hasn't anyone silenced her yet? Fu Miao Miao shot daggers at the assistant, grinding her teeth. The assistant grinned nervously, because she has financial backers who've helped her make inroads into the entertainment circle. Whatever she needs, she can get. Even after leaving the circle, her previous connections remain active. Impossible. Fu Miao Miao slammed the table and stood up. I'm willing to bet 100% that her major backer will never protect her again. Don't spread baseless rumors. The assistant was confused. How do you know that? The other person didn't respond, but instead coughed lightly. She immediately caught on. Then there must be other backers, right? There's no rule saying there can only be one backer. Don't you think? This satisfied Fu Miao Miao greatly. She withdrew her gaze and smiled. You really understand things. The assistant shivered for no reason, quickly tidied up the broken pieces on the ground, and then rushed out. Fu Miao Miao's intentions were already clear. She wanted this news spread around, but it overestimated her capabilities. After all, she had just been an assistant for a few days. How could she possess the power to leak this kind of information? Or should she seek help from Manager Chu? Assistant Xiaosong quietly reached the doorstep of Chu Zheng's office where Zhang Yi had just joked with him and got kicked out. What are you doing here sneaking around like that? Zhang Yi asked. Are you a stalker fan? No, I'm Miss Miao Miao's assistant. My name is Xiaosong stuttered. Zhang Yi suddenly became interested and didn't plan to leave anymore. He directly opened the door and let Xiaosong in. Come on in. Your little girlfriend sent someone over. No, Miss Miao Miao didn't send me. I came myself. Xiaosong waved her hands frantically. Chu Zheng looked up from his documents, his tone slightly cold. If you have something, say it fast. If not, go outside and sing it. No issue, I'll leave now. Xiaosong finished speaking and bolted out of the door. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Your little girlfriend's people don't seem great either. Just get out. Chu Zheng directly threw a file out. That night, a figure stood by the window in the villa area. The light from behind illuminated their faint silhouette. Master, Miss Duan said she needs to hire a live-streaming assistant with a high salary. A shadow appeared behind him. The man nodded slightly and said, all right, arrange it, but do it secretly so no one figures out. Yes. Chapter 39, 1 in 100. This was not a restful sleep. How to put it? Big Brother's chicken leg wasn't roasted well all night, leaving her with nothing but an empty anticipation. Big Brother, I miss you so much. Duanzi cried out in sorrow. Recalling yesterday's events, Duanzi instinctively reached for her phone to see if there were any repercussions from yesterday's drama. Instead, she found something called Duanzi's Super Topic. What on earth is this? The young generation these days sure knows how to play. Duanzi muttered as she clicked into it. Upon seeing a comment saying, yesterday's live stream was just too exciting. Could these be those two? Opening the attached screenshots, there was a row of bullet comments. Goodness gracious, our goddess has such a sharp tongue. That's right, a few words made them speechless. Maybe being close to red makes one red, and being close to black makes one black. Her eyes landed on the ID of the one who said that, soft flaky roll. Where did they get this idea of being influenced by one's surroundings? Previously, someone mentioned that she used to be cute and genuine when she was younger, but later learned otherwise from Big Brother, becoming rather harsh in speech. She hadn't heard this saying in ages. Who exactly is this soft flaky roll? Duanzi hesitated multiple times before casting a divination. However, she didn't finish it when she heard a loud bang. Duanzi was startled, looking at the air conditioner on the ground and the now empty wall. Well, am I not supposed to perform divination? She smiled slightly, growing even more curious. However, after finishing the divination, she was even more confused. Wasn't the person a bodyguard? Duanzi was full of incredulity. This Big Brother has such talent. If he came over, he wouldn't be just a bodyguard, would he? Even if he were reborn into the same soul as hers, his fate wouldn't have been like this either. This bodyguard also served a formidable master, and this master happened to be from the Sui family. The Sui family? Wait a moment, wasn't that number one handsome dad from the Sui family? What's his name again? Suiangwa. His son had a bit of intrigue. There was some mystery to him. Seeing a message pop up, Duanzi immediately clicked into it. Oh, it was a private message from the Orange app, saying that someone wanted to apply for a job. Apply, huh? Duanzi's eyes lit up. Connecting in the live broadcast room could work as well. With that thought, she directly opened Weibo and drafted a new job announcement. While browsing Weibo with her side account during filming breaks, Fu Miao Miao gritted her teeth again. Why is she everywhere? Miao Miao Ji, don't be upset. Little Song said, then realized he spoke too loudly and quickly added, it's no big deal. Let's focus on filming. When this drama is released, we will have our debut work, which will give us credentials. Then, the trending topic will definitely belong to us. What do you mean? Fu Miao Miao stood up in anger, glancing around, only pulling Xiaosong's arm aside when she saw no one nearby. What do you mean by that? How come? How come I don't have any material to talk about? Her face turned pale from anger. I tell you, I'm better than any internet celebrity, no matter what. That's true. I know all that, but others don't know that. Or else, Miao Miao Ji can start live streaming too. Xiaosong couldn't help but suggest. Fu Miao Miao's expression darkened further. Do you think I'm the same as those internet celebrities? What kind of question is that? It's the trend, Miao Miao Ji. Quite a few Lilang stars are like this. Xiaosong hurriedly explained. Am I a flow star? What? Fu Miao Miao was very angry, interrupting her own speech when someone called her, immediately changing her tone. Coming. After replying, she darkened her face once more, saying, somehow, I feel you actually like Duanzi. Fine, why don't you resign here and register under Duanzi? If you don't get hired, don't come back. Xiaosong panicked, wanting to step forward but retreated under Fu Miao Miao's glare. After pursing her lips, she finally slinked off. Duanzi received numerous private messages throughout the day and decided to open the live stream at 8 o'clock in the evening. Today, we're recruiting assistants without doing divinations. Live voice calls will be conducted on site. If you have any qualms, don't waste your spot. Now, let's hold a draw, 50 spots available. Those who manage to secure one will be deemed destined. As she said this, she started the operation. The moment to test your hand speed has arrived. I'm king of luck, I'll definitely be chosen. Here I come. By the time she took a sip of water, the spots were already filled. Everyone seems very enthusiastic. Just a moment while I turn on my computer to tally the numbers, Duanzi said. Those who are selected, please private message me. Don't even think about trying to sneak in. I'll check each and every one of you. In just a few short minutes, the 50 people were already confirmed. Duan Zi sighed slowly and said, I've had a quick look, and there are only 5 suitable candidates among them. I'll do a deeper audio connection with these 5 individuals. What gives? Why? They said 50 slots would be available, so why are there only 5 now? Do you even understand anything? Our great goddess obviously knows all of you well. Just think about yourselves. I won't be convinced unless she gives us an explanation. Alright, I'm connecting with the first person now. She ignored the complaints below and made today's first call. On screen appeared a beautiful young lady who looked especially graceful. I see that you're no ordinary person, and I'm curious why you want to be my assistant, Duan Zi said. Yes. Such a good-looking young lady. Why come here to be an assistant? She looks like those noble ladies from ancient times. Isn't it true? Her bearing is just impeccable. The young lady smiled shyly. I work in self-media, I know some live streaming techniques, and also have experience in operations. I've always liked our great goddess. Coincidentally, you're hiring assistants, so I thought I'd give it a try. Before she finished speaking, Zheng Yu's face was already flushed red. I also need you to warm up the audience and such. Do you have any questions? Duan Zi gave a faint smile. Yes, absolutely. Zheng Yu pressed her lips together. I just tend to blush, but I do have plenty of experience. You can trust me. Duan Zi nodded. So far, I am pretty satisfied with you, but I still want to give the other 4 a chance, alright? Absolutely. Even if someone else is chosen, that's completely fine. Zheng Yu nervously said. Thank you, Miss Zheng. Duan Zi's lips curled up slightly. Not bad, quite decent manners. Chapter 40, quite interesting. The second person was a young lady with a square face. Her looks were not as remarkable as the first one, and there was even a hint of calculation in her eyes. Duan Zi squinted his eyes. A square face usually represents uprightness, but why did it look cunning and sly on her? Could it be the distance between her facial features? It really was. Seeing that Duan Zi hadn't spoken for a long time, she asked coyly, Hey, can you hear me? Yes. Duan Zi responded expressionlessly. What the hell is this demon? It might be because ugly people always act strangely. I can't take it. If there's such a thing in the goddess's live stream, I think the number of viewers would decrease by half. My goodness, her voice is so fake. Truly impressive. Is the person upstairs blind or deaf? It's really disgusting. Lady Goddess, please hang up the call. After clearing her throat, she continued to speak artificially. I thought there was something wrong with the microphone since you didn't respond. Duan Zi nodded. Please introduce yourself. The comments below became increasingly unpleasant, and her expression changed slightly. My name is Li Wei. I am a small-scale host mainly focusing on writing. I don't have much fame, but I know a little bit about streaming and editing. Li Wei smiled. Let me tell you, my fans love the copy I write, and they're urging me to update on Weibo. Duan Zi waved his hand. Please pause for a moment. I have 3 other people here who can't handle too much information. Oh, sorry then. Should I just hang up? Said Li Wei. Hang up quickly, buddy. I can't bear it anymore. Hang up fast. You guys don't have to judge people by their appearance like this, right? I'm not judging her by appearance. A person acting this way isn't likely to be good. Duan Zi nodded. Yes. Just by looking at her features, she seemed like a crafty person. Don't bother me. Let's see the next one. Duan Zi said expressionlessly. Be careful in the comments. Do not comment on others' appearances casually. I think this young lady's voice is quite nice. Everyone has their strengths. We can't defame someone simply because of their looks. The next person also had strong bone structure, narrow eyes, and thin lips. She looked a bit strange. What's going on? In a beauty's live stream, aren't there supposed to be beauties? I find the first person more reliable. Just look at their faces. Both are obviously the types of people who scheme behind others' backs. A poor-looking person. As a female friend, let me say this fairly. If we all judged by looks, those ugly ones among you shouldn't exist. Ugly people cause trouble. What kind of friends could ugly people possibly have? So what are your strengths? Duan Zi asked professionally. Aren't you able to calculate? You should already know about me. I study performing arts and have some experience in live streaming. I can write scripts, compose music, write poetry, and sing well too. I'm definitely good at warming up the audience, said the person. Isn't she trying to overshadow the main event? Everyone should have their own stage. What a psycho. She must be crazy to want to get famous. Why must everything be said in such a nasty way? Don't insult my friend. She is my best girlfriend. And as before, you can insult me, but leave my friend alone, said the speaker who was about to cry. This caused Duan Zi a severe headache. What oddballs are these? Shall we? Don't be afraid. I've got your back. Insulting us means nothing. They don't even know who we are. That's right. We have your back. What's the deal with this broadcaster? Don't suffer, here. Let's apply elsewhere. Exactly. Just look at her smugness. Obviously no good stuff. But you're much prettier than her. Beauty inside out is the best. Oh my god, what kind of things are these? You don't need to fight for me. It's all my fault. I won't apply for this assistant position anymore, alright? Please don't curse my friends, said Pang Hui tearfully. Why does everyone scold me? I deserve it. I have no parents. Yet why do you still treat me like this? No, if you don't have parents, we do. Because we have parents, we are polite and don't curse at you. But could you stop pretending here? Why try to piggyback on this traffic unnecessarily? What on earth is she doing? This can actually give her attention. Truly amazing. Duan Zi directly ended the voice call. Sorry, this is a proper recruitment site, not a place for someone to lament. Is Sujuan here? Kick these people out. You're really interesting, claiming discrimination based on looks so confidently. And you talk about physiognomy too. How shameless. You are so virtuous to dance around us and steal our traffic. Let's stop arguing. We'll just go to the next one. Duan Zi said, then connected with the next person. This girl looked uncomfortable right away. Although her face was full of smiles, why did it seem so fake? Duanzi frowned. The first one could still be explained, but what was wrong with these three afterwards? Could they possibly work? What were these evil connections? Everyone has their own cause and effect. Has anything strange happened around you recently? Duanzi asked. Yes, no? No. I'm here to apply for the assistant position. My name is Liz Wang. I used to be a graphic designer, but now I want to switch to live streaming. I am very talented, and I've already figured out everything recently, said Liz Wang. Duanzi remained silent for a while, didn't reply, and let her continue speaking. This person looks quite simple and pure, seemingly naive and foolish. The kind who would never stab you in the back. What's wrong with you? Why are your words becoming more and more offensive? Liz Wang went on talking for a long time, flaunting her little cleverness. Strangely enough, this time Duanzi didn't interrupt her. She even left the camera for a glass of water, but the other person continued without pausing at all. I'm exhausted from listening. Why doesn't she change people? You guys are funny. Didn't the last person just say Duanzi was impolite for interrupting others? Duanzi ignored those comments and opened the group chat. Seeing Lu Sun send a message. There's another person standing behind this person, did you see? Duanzi hesitated for a moment and replied. This person has heavy merit of virtue. Maybe it's some kind of guardian spirit. There should be no major issues. Chapter 41. The Power of Public Opinion. As the barrage of comments below grew increasingly dense, the female ghost standing behind that person seemed to grow more and more agitated, as if she was extremely eager for human desires. When Duanzi saw this, she finally couldn't help but interrupt the other party. She slowly said, Li Zhuang, Miss Li, I need to confirm a few things with you, and I only need the results. Go ahead. Li Zhuang sat upright, her eyes filled with excitement as she looked at Duanzi. Do you fear ghosts? Duanzi asked. What's so scary about them? Lately, I just feel like someone's always watching me, Li Zhuang said. Even if heaven has eyes, I haven't done anything wrong. Duanzi paused for a moment, then slowly said, I like people who don't talk much. Thanks, next. Hey, you let that psycho stay on for so long, and you straight up dismissed this normal person? What do you know? The previous ones were all difficult to deal with. A direct refusal would have led to some lawsuits. What are these people doing here anyway? Trying to leech off our traffic? Leeching off traffic? Haven't we already said that those selected are predestined? She even chose these 5 herself. Duanzi ignored the chaos below and said, this one is the last. After finishing up with this last person, I'll tell you the result. When the last person connected through, Duanzi looked at the familiar face and fell silent. It seemed that the other side had more patience. Neither spoke until Duanzi broke the silence first. Your name is Song Jia, right? Duanzi asked. Song Jia nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Does Senior Duan still remember me? Cutting to the chase, your connection with your previous host hasn't completely ended yet. Duanzi continued, nodding slightly. I randomly picked 5 names out of convenience when selecting you 5 earlier. To put it simply, the karmic energies that felt most harmonious also happened to be you 5. After all this talk, isn't it all just to set up the first one? If you think the first one was good, why didn't you just go with her instead of wasting everyone's time? Are your eyes working fine? The first lady is clearly the most beautiful. Hey, would you stop talking and focus on what my goddess is saying? Today, I don't want to perform any divination. I just want to look at the eye of compatibility. Comparatively speaking, I prefer the first lady. She's gentle, magnanimous, and has a strong sense of self-determination. This isn't to say the others weren't qualified either. But from what everyone has seen, the direction of public opinion is clear. My fans have followed me for a long time, and most know to respect my opinions without disparaging the applicants in the comment section, which I'm grateful for. This session took longer than planned, so now I must begin my cultivation practice. Do you all wish to follow me in this practice, or continue discussing these topics? After Duanzi finished speaking, she glanced at the reactions scrolling in the barrage. Seeing everyone happily agreeing to join in on her practice routine, she smiled, feeling gratified. Looks like my fans are all very aware and mature. Is Zhongyu still around? Please send me a private message on the back end. We'll have a more detailed chat later. Having said that, Duanzi immediately crossed her legs and began meditating on the side. You guys, did you notice how well this went today? Is it possible Sujuan blocked all the problematic people beforehand? Definitely. Sujuan's sharpness never disappoints. Huh? Aren't you all supposed to start cultivating by now? Why call me? Did you block the troublesome comments? We'd better hurry up and start our cultivation and not get Sujuan into trouble. Sui Zhao looked over the rapidly rolling barrage messages and no longer replied to them, handing his phone directly to Sui Yu. The latter gave a shocked expression. If you've placed them there yourself, why are you reacting like this? Placed there? What about the rest of the people? They were so strange looking. Are they your arrangement too? Sui Zhao questioned. Not exactly. They're somehow linked to us in various ways. I asked someone to assist while sacrificing a lot myself in the process, Sui Yu explained slowly. Sui Zhao gave him a glare and changed the subject. Have you noticed any movements from her ex-boyfriend recently? Seeing Sui Yu put away his phone, he grew even more annoyed. Why did you put away your phone? Go brush gifts. All right. Reluctantly, Sui Yu pulled out the phone again. It's actually more stable doing it yourself, isn't it? That ex-boyfriend is cozying up with his new girlfriend. However, I heard Zhang Yi, due to Duanzi solving his family problems, has been very grateful. He sent her a significant number of gifts yesterday. Witnessing another wave of messages populating the screen below, the chatter read phrases like, here comes Sujuan spending money like water again. Isn't this the real-life version of a domineering CEO romance novel? Sui Zhao sighed helplessly. She will figure it out on her own. Aren't you afraid that your sweetheart might, upon realizing the person behind it all is me and seeing my lavish spending, end up liking me instead? Sui Yu questioned in confusion. Sui Zhao's lips tightened into a straight line. Isn't the money you so freely spend originating from me? It was merely conducted under your name. Master, if you're this upset, why did you chase her away last time? Sui Yu asked. My lord, our father's actions were indeed somewhat immature, but it still resolved the situation. Weren't these things planned by you? I asked you to create accounts. How did my father come to know about them? Sui Zhao gave a cold laugh. And chasing her away? Does speaking just a few words equate to forcing someone out? Sui Yu awkwardly changed the topic. So, are you still going to watch this live stream? Begone, Sui Zhao said icily. Hastily leaving, Sui Yu turned back halfway through to hand over the phone to Sui Zhao. You'd better watch it yourself. I'm worried it will cut short my lifespan. The barrage of comments below lay empty, likely because everyone had been led away by Duanzi for cultivation practice. Her influence really was quite significant. When Duanzi opened her eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. I apologize, today's meditation lasted a bit too long. We'll have to conclude here. Duanzi finished speaking and promptly turned off the live stream. At this hour, I wonder if the supermarket is even still open? It's time to go buy some more food from the supermarket. All thanks to the Sui family, they've truly gone too far. I clearly stated that I didn't want those items, so why did they actually withhold them all? How could they truly not intend to give anything to me at all? As she thought this, her phone suddenly lit up. Duanzi took out her phone and saw a message from World's First Handsome. Upon opening it, she read, Miss Duan, my son may be a little caustic with his words, but he truly is approachable. He desperately needs your help. Didn't you see his fortunes? You said they were good. Yet why does he always seem to encounter bad luck? Could you possibly come over once more? Chapter 42, just a little lie. She glanced at the time again, hesitating for a moment. I'm really sorry, she replied. I have some things to deal with today, so I can't discuss this with you. Let's make another appointment. How about tomorrow morning? While waiting for the other party's message, she tidied up quickly, put on a mask and cap, picked up her basket, and went out the door. It might be due to the arrival of autumn. A gust of wind outside made her shiver violently. She sneezed heavily and laughed, saying, I should have worn more clothes. Every day, without Master One, she had to calculate everything herself. Not only did she develop the habit of relying on Master One in her previous life, but also the meager knowledge in this life could do very little. Things that one glance could see couldn't be stated too clearly. What was terrifying in this era was public opinion. Even if someone looked like a sycophant or a despicable person, they shouldn't be easily exposed. Big things in the world require one to remain unclear occasionally. As she arrived at the supermarket entrance, she just heard an announcement saying it was closing down. After hesitation, she turned into a 24-hour convenience store. After looking around, she finally bought some instant noodles and snacks. Shouldn't their family have something edible to offer me? Duanzi thought about this point and took out her phone to send him a message. I cannot handle this situation concerning your son because my cultivation is limited. Wait, why am I being so honest? Duanzi sighed helplessly. Anyway, telling lies damages virtue. I'd better think about how to enhance my cultivation. She opened the map casually and searched for nearby coffin stores. After hesitating for a while, she still decided to go. The facilities inside the coffin shop were extremely old-fashioned and had a strong sense of history. Duanzi saw an amiable old lady as soon as she entered. The old lady probably didn't expect that a young girl would come in the middle of the night. She coughed once and said, Young girl, this isn't a place for you. Come back during the daytime. I'm old and need to rest. I'm here to buy goods. If business goes well, I will take care of grandma's business frequently. Duanzi smiled. With her good looks, her smile was radiant like a bulb. The old lady was stunned for a moment and smiled back. This young girl is truly beautiful. What made you suddenly decide to engage in funeral merchandise? Not necessarily. It can be used by the living too. Duanzi approached a paper figure. That paper-made human was exquisitely crafted, resembling a pair of live gold boys and jade girls. Only a pair of eyes were missing. Apparently, this grandma was an expert. From the aura, Duanzi shifted her gaze and asked with a smile, Grandma, do you have cinnabar yellow paper? Yes, we do, the old lady replied cheerfully. All these items have been stored for many years. No one has bought them for a long time. Indeed. But in the future, there will definitely be a lot more people interested. Duanzi came over to check. Let me see what you have. If the quality is good, I'll surely become a regular customer. Oh dear, look at this sweet-talking little thing. Perhaps due to old age, the old lady moved slowly and came out from the inner room after quite a while. Duanzi flipped through them briefly and said, Grandma, these are all great items. How much are they? That's true. I've never done any insincere deals. These items have been stored for many years. Many bearded Taoist masters used to buy them long ago, then stopped, claiming they hit a bottleneck. The old lady mumbled. Grandma, do you have their contact information or addresses? Duanzi hurriedly followed up. The old lady lowered her reading glasses a bit, scrutinizing Duanzi carefully. Little girl, you're really sharp, trying to trick words out of me right away. Before Duanzi could respond, the old lady added, I do know a little, but with all these relocations, even if I tell you, you might not be able to find their residence. No problem, knowing their names works too, Duanzi said. The old lady rummaged through some cabinets and found some more cinnabar. Back then, they asked me to deliver it personally. Let me think. Where did I jot it down? No rush, Grandma. Duanzi looked at the cinnabar, which was of good quality. Where does this old lady get all these supplies? That paper figure earlier was exquisitely detailed. Could our grandma have a hidden identity? seeing the old lady trembling as she pulled out a piece of paper. You look at this. My handwriting isn't pretty. Don't know if you can read it. Sure, I can read it. Grandma's handwriting is really cute, Duanzi said. The old lady laughed heartily. You're such a smart girl. Duanzi said. Grandma, how much do all these cost? When I'm done drawing talismans, I'll give you a few another day. Just give me $100, the old lady said. This price was quite reasonable, and they were all of good quality. It was unclear what sort of background this maker of yellow paper had, but there was a faint spiritual energy on them. Duanzi didn't bargain, and directly handed the money to the old lady. It's getting late. Grandma, you should get some rest. The old lady nodded, accompanying Duanzi to the door. After the other person had walked far away, she slowly closed the door. Master. She locked the door and called out to the shadows. I've already said what I need to say. She will probably visit your place often in the future. You'd better take care of her. Came a deep voice from inside. This little girl is quite cute. If Master likes her, he should act quickly before it's too late. The old lady chuckled until only her mouth was visible beneath her eyes. But the inside fell silent, with not a sound remaining. These youngsters nowadays, when they like someone, they just like them outright. They do good deeds secretly but don't want anyone to know. The old lady shook her head. If it weren't for my fine craftsmanship, they might not return. She left without even saying goodbye. Grandma Zhao, I haven't gone yet, came the sound again from within. Grandma Zhao paused for a moment, then smiled again. So does Master actually like her or not? You are not supposed to know these things. I shall go first. Grandma Zhao lifted the curtain of the inner room, but found no one there. She sighed, leaves pretty fast. At that time, Duanzi took those items and hurried back home. She casually brewed a pack of instant noodles, only realizing afterward that she had forgotten to buy a writing brush. I've spent enough today. Tomorrow, I'll just ask Meng Tang for one. Duanzi rubbed her hands together, focusing on waiting for the instant noodles. Chapter 43, Being Watched. This meal was truly a little uncomfortable. If we were to strengthen our bond, what better way than sharing a meal? As Duanzi ate instant noodles, he suddenly thought of this, and couldn't help but laugh. Let's meet up for a meal then. Upon receiving Duanzi's friend request, Meng Tang still felt quite strange. She even asked others about it. Lisa Mayo was the most enthusiastic, persistently questioning Meng Tang. Come on, tell us, did Duanzi add you as a friend? What do you care so much for? Meng Tang couldn't help but retort. Even if she doesn't add me, would she add you, who has neither face nor shame? Besides, we're both girls. After hesitating for a while, she eventually accepted the friend request. Just as she was contemplating whether to send a message, she received one from the other side. What I said earlier about your talisman wasn't that it was bad, but that it could be better. Was she apologizing to me? What should I reply? She deleted and rewrote multiple times before finally sending. Don't worry, I didn't take it to heart. Another message from Duanzi followed. When I say there is karmic connection between the two of you, it's not false. It's just that the process might be a bit difficult. This struck right at the core of Meng Tang's thoughts, her words immediately multiplying. More. Master, please enlighten me. About how long will it take for me to succeed with him? Is it a long time? No matter how long, I can wait. I just want to know where his heart's not lies. Duanzi, looking at each of these messages, knew she was close to achieving her goal. This story takes a bit of time, let's chat slowly. Duanzi typed this sentence with a grin. Sure enough, not long after, the other side sent an invitation to dine. So pleasing to my heart. Without hesitation, Duanzi requested the other's home address, saying she wanted to come over and check the feng shui. She mentioned this feng shui also affected their karmic connection favorably. She herself found this reason rather satisfactory. After hearing that feng shui also influences karmic connections, Meng Tang immediately sent her address to Duanzi. This result was exactly what Duanzi desired. She chatted a bit more with the other side. In just a few short sentences, she managed to extract quite a lot of information. In other words, there are elders in the other's family, and they have surpassed 60 years of age. If so, does that mean there may be heirlooms in their home? Perhaps not brushes, but inkstones or such items. It's becoming increasingly interesting. The next morning, before dawn, Duanzi got up and prepared things. By early morning, she was already standing at the gate of the large Meng residence. Seeing Duanzi with drowsy eyes, Meng Tang became entirely flustered. Though she also hoped to quickly resolve her lifelong concerns, she never imagined that the other party cared more than herself. How come you arrived so early? Meng Tang asked. There's nothing. Lately, it's been too boring, so I thought I'd find something to do. Coincidentally, I had a great chat with my sister yesterday, thus deciding to help you solve this issue sooner. Duanzi responded calmly as she took the tea offered by the servant. Meng Tang perked up instantly, sitting beside Duanzi and grabbing her arm. Quickly tell me, what's significant about the feng shui of my home? Amen, why are you up so early? Is today the day the sun rises in the west? A kindly voice came, prompting Duanzi to glance over. There stood a frail-looking elderly woman, walking out of a room, bent over slightly. Her silver hair shimmered under the light, giving off a sense of vigor despite her age. Duanzi cleared her throat. Is this grandmother? Such good spirit you have. This comment successfully caught the elderly woman's attention. She said slowly, who might this young lady be? Meng Tang, ever since the elderly woman appeared, was like a cat with its fur bristled, restless. Oh, she is my colleague, named Duanzi, Meng Tang stammered. She seems to be an energetic young lady. The elder Mrs. Meng chuckled. Look at your scared face. Do you think I'd eat you? Not at all. It's just, without your permission, I allowed my colleague to come over to our house, Meng Tang replied cautiously. What a straightforward person. Even if the elderly person were stern, they're still a family elder. And this individual appears far cuter than my own master. Duanzi revealed a smile. Today, I came uninvited, upon hearing from Meng Tang that there's a highly respected elder in the family, which made me somewhat envious. Hence, I came especially to pay my respects. The elderly woman laughed lightly and said, "All right, go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'm old now and bother everyone." "Thank you, grandmother." Meng Tang happily grabbed Duanzi's hand. Witnessing Meng Tang's candid expression of emotions, Duanzi couldn't help but chuckle. Before elders, no matter how grown up, one remains a child. "Then, I'll go with Meng Tang first," Duanzi said politely. The old lady waved her hand, signifying her approval of their actions. With the confirmation, Meng Tang directly pulled Duanzi into the garden. Duanzi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Why do you look like a cat seeing a mouse?" If she managed to repair the relationship between the two, obtaining a brush should be no big deal, as long as it made sense. "It's not me. You don't know, after my parents passed away, someone said it was the feng shui in our courtyard that wasn't good. My grandma immediately sent them away," Meng Tang said. She also said that those people were only after money, taking advantage of my parents' absence and the lack of leadership at home to try and bully us. Duanzi nodded. "But I'm not after your money." "You're not after money, but you're here to change the feng shui." Meng Tang quickly lowered her voice. "You don't know, my parents believed in this too. Before the incident, they had even invited someone to check our home's feng shui. They wanted to level the building and rebuild it, which made my parents so upset that they drove the person out immediately. It seemed like there was something interesting about this building. Perhaps someone was after whatever was being suppressed under their building? Hasn't your family's building been around for quite some time?" Duanzi asked. "Not really. I heard the building is an ancient one. Before the Republic era, it was all wood. But a capable ancestor remodeled it into a stone structure. It looks nice enough, but it certainly doesn't blend well with modern architecture." Meng Tang couldn't help but sigh. "May I take a look?" Duanzi asked. She was truly curious to see it. This house was pretty large, yet no bodyguards or anything could be seen. If the family was hiding something precious, shouldn't there be plenty of people guarding it? Unless there's a reason why it can't be moved. For instance, an array, or perhaps, a spirit guardian protecting the treasure? Chapter 44, both of them. All of you who know how to read feng shui, isn't there something wrong with you? That kind of curiosity that can harm cats. Meng Tang suddenly shivered, as if remembering something. It's no wonder people say that building is bad. I feel cold all over just walking around it. Is it really that powerful? Why do I feel more curious now? Let's take a distant look, shall we? We won't go near it, suggested Duanzi immediately following. Hey, sister, when I was in the entertainment circle before, I never had the chance to travel. All those posts on social media about famous scenic spots were actually posted by my agent. Since I've never seen much of the world, could we just take a quick glance from afar and not get close? Is that all right? Meng Tang almost fell for the act. She said, Fine. I'll take you, just don't cry." "Really? Then, shall we go now?" Duanzi instantly changed her demeanor. Meng Tang sighed. "Can't you fake it for longer? So that I don't feel like an idiot?" All right, no problem. Let's go." Eventually, Meng Tang sighed again and led Duanzi towards the building. "Listen up. You must not tell others about this. Otherwise, my grandma will beat me to death," Meng Tang warned again. Yes. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Moreover, she only has you as her granddaughter. Could she eat you? Duanzi laughed jokingly. "How come your words sound familiar?" Meng Tang realized late. "You truly deserve being an actor. Your mood changes quite fast. And you dare to imitate my grandma scolding me without settling accounts yet? Saying this, she started tickling Duanzi. Unable to escape, Duanzi laughed loudly while saying, "Not the same words, huh? I've said, why don't you feel scared? My grandma told you, and you are afraid to that extent. Could it be the same? Meng Tang stopped her hands. "My parents left long ago. Talking about this, my connection with Li's son started back then. I'm all ears." Duanzi looked expectantly. "Do you still want to see or not?" Meng Tang blushed red and diverted the topic. Duanzi slightly raised her eyebrows and sighed. "If I guessed these things by counting on my fingers, wouldn't I know already? Asking you is merely because I want to hear the subjective feelings of the involved person, right? You're just shameless." Meng Tang stuttered. "This girl is actually quite cute. Having such a playmate would surely bring lots of fun in the future. So you be nice to me, treat me to a good lunch today, and buy my favor," Duanzi said shamelessly. "How do I feel like, you this faceless and shameless person?" Seeing Duanzi blinking her eyes cleverly, Meng Tang twisted her original statement. "I still like you very much." The two shared a smile, and Duanzi said, "But what you just said, it's just to win me over, right? Hey, you sure are amusing. Are you going to look or not?" Meng Tang asked irritably. "To look? Of course we should." Duanzi excitedly held Meng Tang's arm. Come on. I won't talk too much, okay?" During the rest of the way, Duanzi didn't say a word indeed. All her attention was focused on the surroundings. This courtyard appeared to have been there for a long time. The farther they went inside, the older the architecture seemed. It's as if in order to avoid disturbing anything inside, nothing was deliberately adjusted. Could it be related to the revival of spiritual energy? It shouldn't be. If so, Meng Tang would have already told Xiao Yi and others, right? Or maybe Xiao Yi already knew about this and recruited Meng Tang because of it. Finally, upon seeing the stone house mentioned by Meng Tang, Duanzi ended her wild thoughts. Based on various traces, the building was indeed as Meng Tang described. This eerie feeling doesn't seem like any monster. It feels like some powerful ghost might be around. However, they are still too far away. Without getting closer, they couldn't clearly sense it. Duanzi asked, "Do you think this eerie feeling has always been here? Or did it start from one day suddenly? Don't you think this place has bad feng shui?" Meng Tang subconsciously asked, noticing Duanzi's grim expression and quickly adding, "It wasn't sudden. It might be because after losing my parents, I became more sensitive." Duanzi gave her a meaningful look. "That may not be true. Maybe whatever's locked inside has some relation to your parents. But, you said that Li Sun helped your family before. What was it about?" Duanzi asked. Perhaps because the topic had shifted too quickly, Meng Tang was momentarily dazed. "It's just, asking my parents what exactly happened back then. Wouldn't your family elder be able to do such a thing?" Duanzi frowned. "The talismans in your house should have been passed down through generations, right? But the most skilled with these in our family was my father. According to Grandma, he was the most talented master of talismans in the clan. The skills you mentioned, my father and grandfather knew them well, but not my grandma. You see, she didn't learn this stuff from childhood. Only after my father passed away and she was deeply affected did she study talismans carefully. Even so, her skill isn't very good." As Meng Tang spoke, her emotions grew more subdued. She must have recalled some painful past. Duanzi didn't dare to ask further, yet she couldn't shake off the unease about this building. Could it be that this old lady did something against nature for her son and daughter-in-law? That's impossible. Even as Duanzi thought this, she resisted no longer and cast a divination. "Sigh, now that's going to be difficult." "What?" Meng Tang's voice startled Duanzi. What? Duanzi hesitated. "You just said something was hard, didn't you?" Meng Tang was puzzled. Duanzi realized she'd unintentionally spoken her thoughts aloud and cautiously asked her, "If you knew any way to resurrect or bring the dead back to life, would you use it on your own parents?" "What are you talking about? Is such a matter to be joked about?" Meng Tang immediately changed her demeanor. "Everyone knows that life and death have their destined numbers. How could they be arbitrarily altered?" "Amin is right. Such things shouldn't be made into jokes." The voice of Ming's grandmother came from nearby, and Duanzi unconsciously pressed her lips together. "Now it's really complicated." Chapter 45, A Well-Played Drama. Meng Tang looked at Duanzi, then at her grandmother, and hastily stepped in front of Duanzi. "Grandma, she didn't mean that. I'm sorry." Duanzi interrupted Meng Tang's words and walked to her side. "Duanzi has known since childhood that the people who raised me were not my biological parents. They told me that my biological father passed away before I was born. My birth mother died due to childbirth complications while giving birth to me." After hearing the story Meng Tang told, "I couldn't help but feel sorrowful and said those things without intending it as a joke." "Yes, correct. There was no joking intent. Why didn't you tell me these things earlier?" "I had no idea," Meng Tang hurriedly said. "Truly, if you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have misunderstood." "Grandma, don't be upset. It's fine." The elder lady of the Meng family glanced at Duanzi with unclear meaning and smiled, saying, "You, little girl, sure do have a sharp tongue. AI Min is really something. How could she bring people here without thinking? If your father were still alive, he would definitely punish you." It was better when she didn't smile. But once she did, Meng Tang was utterly terrified and quickly pulled on Duanzi, saying, I just brought her to look at our antique architecture, nothing else. Grandma, we're not that stingy, are we?" Seeing Meng Tang so afraid for her grandmother's reaction, yet willing to shield her like this, made Duanzi somewhat moved. She slowly sighed and grasped Meng Tang's hand. "Grandma, Meng Tang has long told me about our Fu Lu family legacy. I also have some knowledge about Fu Lu, talismans, and naturally want to observe more. When I heard there's such a grand old building in your house, of course, I wish to come see." "That's right, absolutely correct." Meng Tang nodded furiously. Duanzi glanced at her without making it obvious. This young lady seems rather unruly and arrogant outside, likely spoiled by the family. However, seeing her grandmother now, she acts like a mouse in front of a cat. This is quite interesting indeed. The old lady of the Meng family sighed. "Many feng shui masters have said that this place brings ill omens and shouldn't welcome guests. Why do you look at me like a rat facing a cat? Aren't you worried about being laughed at?" Unthinkingly, these words echoed what Duanzi had expected. This old woman was truly interesting. But today's actions did involve disrespecting her, and if this matter isn't handled well, the future might very well be non-existent. Most things in this world don't actually bear good or bad omen titles. The key lies in where they are placed. Even if misplaced, there are other methods to resolve issues, Duanzi slowly explained. For instance, using talismans, hanging 8 trigram bronze mirrors, and so on. Mistress Ming's gaze toward Duanzi changed slightly, yet she still smiled. "AI Min, this friend of yours seems to be someone of great character. And how could I possibly determine the nature of things from afar?" Mistress Ming questioned. This left Meng Tang speechless all at once. Duanzi gave an ingratiating smile and said, "I was merely talking off the top of my head. My abilities are far from perfect. I can't discern such deep meanings. Even if she could see deeper truths, telling them would not be wise." The elder's words implied danger. Saying even one word more seemed perilous. Duanzi noticed that the elder was about to speak again and quickly interjected. "Grandma, we already understand that we were wrong. Let us find another place to sit, all right? Surely, this elder isn't entirely unreasonable? I haven't exposed her secrets, nor pursued the truth repeatedly, preserving their family's face. Shouldn't this matter be considered resolved here?" The old lady appraised Duanzi several times more and smiled. "Your colleague is quite intriguing. She should visit more often." Hearing this, both women exchanged glances, and Meng Tang hastily agreed. "Of course, definitely." As long as your food is delicious, I will definitely visit frequently, Duanzi replied. These words successfully caused the elder to laugh heartily. All right, I still have things to attend to, so I won't delay you two further. How can you say delay? Today, it was impolite of me. Next time, I will certainly bring some gifts to present my apologies, Duanzi responded. So there's a chance for another visit? Haha, intelligence shines bright through me. Intelligence shines bright through me. Since you're familiar with talismans, take your colleague to the study and see if there's anything that catches your eye. If there is, just take it, said Grandmother Ming. So, she can't wait to get rid of us. Duanzi poked Meng Tang in the back waist, and after a moment's realization, Meng Tang said, All right, we'll go. Without even waiting for Grandmother Ming to say anything else, Meng Tang dragged Duanzi away. My goodness, I really admire you. Meng Tang finally sighed in relief when they were far enough away. I was genuinely afraid my grandma would kick you out. What are you talking about? I think the old lady quite dotes on you, right? Did she beat you when you were a child? Duanzi asked. No, what we're discussing isn't the same thing. Why are you bringing up my childhood? Meng Tang massaged her stomach, almost losing her breath. I never realized before how nosy you are. TSK, isn't this all to build a good relationship with you? I want to learn more about the talismans in this world. Actually, asking questions could be resolved with just one sentence. But living in this world, everyone needs a companion. In the special case group, you're the only female partner, so we should definitely cultivate a better rapport. I'm not being nosy, I'm envious. Looking at your family elders reminds me of my master. He was also a highly respected elder. Duanzi paused here involuntarily. Meng Tang straightened up. Why did you stop? All that happened long ago. Most of it has been forgotten. Duanzi stared at the ground for a while. There seems to be something wrong with the stone building at your house, but it has nothing to do with your peaches or blossoms, so you don't need to worry. Then, is there any way for us to get together quickly? Meng Tang asked anxiously. Do you have this much urgency? Does your grandmother know? Duanzi smiled and asked. If you two were to be together, how would you plan to tell the grandmother? Chapter 46, Giving Gifts. This caught Meng Tang off guard, and she hesitated. But I haven't even managed to get close to the person yet. How am I supposed to tell my grandma about it? Duanzi said. You should rather tell me the story of what's going on between you two. We still have a good distance to go before we reach the study. Some stories are more interesting when told by someone else. When she was little, she loved listening to these kinds of tales the most. But at some point, her behavior began to resemble Master Brothers more and more. When did it change? Maybe it was after being swayed by some female ghost who claimed she was benevolent, almost causing the family to lose everything? Or possibly, after witnessing too much of this world's corruption? Duanzi suddenly felt a bit melancholic. During the first live broadcast, she had been completely in her element, going with the flow effortlessly. The second and third time, she gradually learned to know when to stop. Only, after the new task started, she neglected quite a bit of her cultivation training. She initially thought that airing those stories live would increase traffic and popularity, allowing everyone to see the various facets of human life. However, since the incident involving Chen Xiaoxiao, it seemed like she had rediscovered her true self. Because of his help, we found the murderer of my parents. It's just there wasn't enough evidence to hold the other party accountable. Later on, things even involved Li Sun's family. It wasn't until he joined the special case group that those responsible received their due punishment. Meng Tang wasn't very skilled at storytelling. Our family closely followed developments here as well. Once we knew he'd joined the special case group, I thought about how my field of expertise matched up, so I followed over. At first, our old lady didn't agree, but after meeting Captain Xiao twice, she changed her mind. I have no idea what kind of sweet talk he used on my grandma. Meng Tang said. Upon hearing this, Duanzi got a general sense of the elder's thinking. It probably started with thinking the granddaughter was just messing around, all worked up over Li Sunday. But later they realized Meng Tang's dedication within the group, which is why they gave their consent. Your grandmother actually cares deeply for you. Try not to be afraid of her in the future. She might also want to get closer to you, but doesn't know how. Duanzi said. I know, but every time I see grandma, my legs go weak, Meng Tang slowly said. There might need to be an event or two where one side takes a step back for things to work out. After turning the corner, Meng Tang pointed at a small house and said, That's our family study. Isn't it separate from the living area? Duanzi couldn't help muttering. That's really interesting. Does your family building layout have any blueprints? I'm genuinely interested in the construction of your house. This wasn't done by just one or two people. It's a massive project. Duanzi stroked the tree trunk beside him, unable to resist admiring. It must be uncommon in this world, right? Glancing around, the residential areas were made of modern concrete, the study was wooden, and that problematic building was stone. The issue was, even though he'd walked around for so long, he still couldn't spot any feng shui problems. Your grandmother doesn't like having people come home to examine the feng shui. Does she know how herself? Duanzi asked. Meng Tang was already climbing the steps, furrowing her brows upon hearing Duanzi's words. Aren't you just giving me trouble? There's no way I'd dare ask. With that, Duanzi ceased probing further. You said last time that there's something wrong with my talismans. What exactly is the problem? Meng Tang said here, annoyance tinged in her voice. How do you only remember that sentence, and not the other one? Duanzi sighed in exasperation. It could be that during the transmission from our ancestors, descendants made modifications to them. It was likely that she wouldn't be able to master those techniques fully, learning merely superficial parts. However, this person who made alterations seems somewhat stubborn and lacks adequate practice. Duanzi couldn't help but add. If you're right, can you draw one for me then? Meng Tang, while saying this, pulled Duanzi into the study. how quickly your attitude changes when you're away from your grandmother. What brought this on? Duanzi couldn't resist teasing her. Meng Tang let go of Duanzi's hand and crossed her arms defiantly. Each thing has its place. Regardless, you just can't embarrass me in front of so many people. In the end, it was all about saving face. She didn't know whether she would be like her grandmother when she grew old. Even if that happened, mocking her then would still be timely enough. With your temper, it's really hard to imagine you catching Li Sun's attention, Duanzi sighed. Alright, I'll draw one for you, no several. That will count as my gift for visiting. Would that work? Meng Tang's eyes rolled a few times. No, this isn't up to you. If the thing you draw turns out to be worthless, wouldn't I be the one losing big? Suit yourself then? Duanzi couldn't help but laugh. She was clearly still somewhat childlike. Following Meng Tang's guidance, she came over to the desk. Oh, this brush is quite good, wolf hair. Duanzi paused to inspect closely. And this paper isn't bad either. Where did you buy it from? Looking at this yellow paper, there seemed to be something special about it. That day in the old lady's shop, the items seemed pretty similar. If your drawings turn out well, I can just give all these materials to you, Meng Tang said generously as she made her offer. Duanzi knew that the other party was just eager to see her skills. Fine, so eager to see my talismans, huh? Duanzi chuckled. Didn't you already see them during the cemetery visit last time? No, I arrived late and didn't catch anything. Don't waste my time, hurry up. Otherwise, Meng Tang hesitated for a moment. Otherwise, I won't let you eat lunch. So you want the donkey to work without feeding it grass? Duanzi shook her head with a laugh, but picked up the brush nonetheless. Hey, you need to wash your hands and burn incense. Meng Tang hurried over worriedly. These steps are crucial. Do you even know the rules? Oh, forgot that part. But it doesn't matter. Duanzi said calmly. Rest assured, if the drawing doesn't meet your standards, I'll compensate you. Meng Tang met Duanzi's eyes and involuntarily took a small step back, coughing lightly as she said, money or no money, an apology would suffice afterwards. Duanzi didn't respond further, instead focusing fully on creating the talisman. The strokes flowed effortlessly, one continuous motion. Meng Tang found herself mesmerized. This golden shimmer effect wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. She wanted to applaud but feared disturbing Duanzi, holding her breath. Indeed, the other's skill in talismans was far superior to hers. Chapter 47. Refusing the master-pupil relationship. Meng Lao Tai-Dai had just come out from the stone building when she accidentally noticed golden light appearing in the direction of the study. Unable to resist, she asked the person beside her, "What's that?" The person next to her shook their head. She sighed. "Let's go and take a look." Inside the study, Duanzi put down the brush, smiling as he said, "My life's cultivation still isn't enough. I'm only at this level. The imperfections can be excused, I hope. Don't start with all these pretentious words. Do you think I don't know you? Look at my eyes almost popping out, wanting to cram your talismans into my pocket. You must be delighted inside." Meng Tang lightly hit her. "I only knew you could read faces, then I found out you know some about formations and combat skills too. Today, I saw your talent for making talismans. Tell me, how many more things are you hiding from us?" Who hides or reveals something right upon meeting someone? People gradually reveal themselves during our interactions, wouldn't you agree? Duanzi blew on the talisman while speaking. Alright, let me write a few more, otherwise it'll seem like my gift is too meager. Your family might not even let me eat there. How can you joke like that? As if they would really not give you food. Meng Tang teased. Though saying that, Meng Tang did nothing to stop Duanzi, perhaps thinking of secretly learning her craft. Duanzi laughed, shaking her head, picking up the brush again. As time passed minute by minute, Meng Tang inadvertently looked up and saw Meng Lao Tai-Tai standing nearby. Just before she could speak, she was stopped. It had been a long time since Duanzi last calmed herself down to draw talismans, and once started, it went on for a long time, gradually filling up the desk until it could no longer hold them. The people accompanying the old lady quickly stepped forward to help, and eventually, even the old lady herself got busy. Holding each talisman carefully, inspecting them thoroughly, tears welled up in her eyes, murmuring softly, "Marvelous, truly marvelous. In my entire lifetime, I've never drawn such exquisite talismans." In the end, the meal wasn't eaten. Duanzi grabbed a pen and fled because none other than the old lady insisted on Duanzi taking her as a disciple. This was no joke, right? Since Meng Tang worked alongside her, if the old lady became her apprentice, how on earth would this relationship with Meng Tang be maintained? Meng Tang made things worse by urging Duanzi to accept, saying this way he could hold his head high in front of grandma. What nonsense was he talking? Even if Duanzi were to become the great ancestor master to Meng Lao Tai-Tai, the grandmother-grandchild relationship would remain unchanged. Anyway, the gifts were given, the items taken. If dinner couldn't be shared, so be it, it wasn't a big deal. Clearly, social engagements suit everyone else but Duanzi. After leaving the Meng family, Duanzi randomly found a restaurant and settled down for the first meal of the day. Each bite brought immense satisfaction, as though she hadn't eaten for several hundred years. The innkeeper watched with wide-eyed astonishment. His wife pulled him. "Why are you staring at the young girl like that?" "Huh, what? It's not what you think, wife. I've been a chef for decades, yet I've never seen anyone enjoying my cooking like her. Truly, a kindred spirit, a kindred spirit." After saying that, the innkeeper left his dazed wife behind and rushed over to Duanzi. "Young miss, are you full?" Duanzi raised her head to see the innkeeper's face magnified several times in front of her, frightening her to the point where she choked and started coughing nonstop. Seeing this, the innkeeper panicked, helping her by handing over tea and tissues, bustling around with great concern. Cough, cough, cough. Boss, is there something you need? Duanzi couldn't help but ask. Aya, this is the first time I've met someone who enjoys my dishes so much. A true kindred spirit. Witnessing the innkeeper becoming emotional to the point of tears streaming down his cheeks, Duanzi hesitated to inform him that she was simply very hungry. Clearing her throat, she said, then, another time, let's exchange cooking tips another time. I should go home today. Having said that, she turned and ran without looking back. Later, realizing she hadn't paid, she stealthily returned and paid the innkeeper's wife before leaving. That little girl now, quite honest, the innkeeper's wife said to Duanzi's retreating figure. Just then, the innkeeper came out of the kitchen, hearing this sentence, asking immediately, what young girl? Upon seeing Duanzi pause slightly, darting out like a rabbit, the innkeeper's wife couldn't help but laugh, turning to block her husband's view. Nothing. How much did your soulmate eat? And why didn't you ask for money? What soulmate needs payment? The innkeeper patted his round belly. Consider this meal on me as an invitation. Knew you'd say that. But the soulmate already came back and paid, said the innkeeper's wife. Huh? When? The boss immediately became anxious. She came, but you didn't tell me? The boss's wife said, not long ago. She just left a moment ago, like 1 or 2 minutes ago. You're simply, hey, what are you doing? You've already scared that girl, and now you want to chase her. The boss's wife pulled him aside. That's enough. Maybe she was just very hungry. It's already good enough that she went home without any indigestion. Why scare her more? Go back to your work. Only after grumbling about the interruption of his lofty friendship with great reluctance did the boss return to work. Of course, Duanzi didn't know any of these things. She just wanted to go back quickly and have a nap since she had woken up too early that day. When she was about to reach her building, she noticed a luxury car parked below. But instead of paying much attention, she walked upstairs directly. When nearing the 5th floor, 2 muscular men suddenly appeared. Duanzi froze momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Could you step aside? You're blocking my way home, Duanzi said calmly. Miss Duan, our Mr. Chu wishes to see you, one of them spoke. Duanzi thought it must be because she hadn't checked the almanac when leaving today. Otherwise, why would she encounter such bad luck to run into that bastard? No time, she replied composedly. I'm eager to rest at home right now. If you block me again, I'll call the police on you. No problem. If Miss Duan doesn't want to come downstairs by herself, we have other ways, the other man wearing sunglasses said. Before Duanzi could respond, someone grabbed her, making her face turn pale. Yet, she forced herself to stay calm. Doesn't your Mr. Chu wish never to see me again? What's so urgent this time? Unfortunately, no one answered Duanzi's question. Of course, Duanzi wasn't afraid either. This is a law-based society after all. Is this even Chu Zheng? Hasn't he heard this saying before? A qualified ex should be like they're dead. Chapter 48. Use her as a stepping stone. When she was brought to the front of the luxury car, Duanzi had all the patience in the world, but still felt like rolling her eyes. Good heavens, did they see her before and intentionally not call her over? Instead, they made her climb 4 flights of stairs. What was that about? The sunglasses-clad bodyguard stepped forward, tapped on the car window, and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, I've brought the person down. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing half of Chu Zheng's face. Get in the car, Chu Zheng said, leaving no room for argument. Duanzi placed the bag in her hands on the ground, massaged her arms, picked it up again, and opened the rear door to get in. Upon seeing the figure sitting in the passenger seat and the lipstick mark on the other side of Chu Zheng's face, Duanzi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did you drag me here, just so I can watch your public display of affection? Your tastes truly amaze me. Sister Duan, we've been waiting since early this morning, but there was no one at your place. We don't know if Sister Duan went out early this morning or wasn't home last night. Fu Miao Miao asked with a smile. Duanzi yawned lazily, leaning back. I could have slept on the street last night, and it wouldn't have been any of your business, would it? Speak quickly or let loose. My dear lady has something else to attend to. At this point, she couldn't help but rub her wrist. She had written too much at once, and her wrist was now hurting. How do you speak to people? Miao Miao is also concerned about you. Chu Zheng frowned, saying, you're always so petty, and I was too indulgent with you earlier, which has made you arrogant and disrespectful. I doubt your eyes are good, nor your ears. Say what you want. I'll ask you one last time. What exactly do you want from me? If you don't clarify soon, I'm getting out right now. Duanzi sneered, finding these two very amusing. Fu Miao Miao pressed her lips together, suppressing the displeasure in her eyes. Sister Duan's live stream room is really popular. This time, we came specially to congratulate you. Please spare us the pretense. I bet you're up to no good, aren't you? Just after Duanzi spoke, her phone rang. Isn't this a savior when needed most? She opened her phone and hesitated upon seeing the note. Hello? Captain Zhao, what's wrong? There's been an issue on our end, quite a significant one, and we need you to come over. Would you like me to pick you up? Xiao Ye's voice came through. His car only has 5 seats including the driver, and during previous missions, Meng Tang drove another vehicle. To be able to sit in the same car with Li Sun, she deliberately let Li Simeo drive. That was pretty troublesome. It might be better to buy herself a car when she has some free time. She didn't know if Zheng Yu knew how to drive though. No need, I'll head over shortly. Just send me the location. After answering, Duanzi hung up immediately and said directly to them, you heard that right? I've got things to attend to, so stop bothering me. What kind of unsavory people are you associating with all day? Chu Zheng interjected again. Isn't this act going a little too far? You think whatever you want. Duanzi acted completely nonchalant, unaffected by his accusations. Fu Miao Miao clenched her teeth in frustration, but, for the sake of appearing generous and kind before Chu Zheng, forced a smile and said, Sister Duan, you were born under a lucky star. Have you ever considered making a comeback in the entertainment industry? Duan Zi didn't respond immediately, instead staring intently at her until Fu Miao Miao started feeling uneasy. There's a TV show, a ghost house exploration variety program, and it also invited several internet celebrities. If you want to make a comeback, I can introduce you to it, Chu Jing added. Conditions? Dragging along your little girlfriend and using her as a stepping stone. Duan Zi questioned. Hear what you're saying? That's originally Miao Miao's show, specifically arranged by favors with the production team. This slot was emptied. No need. I see that Mr. Chu seems to have nothing better to do than worry about his girlfriend's work. Why don't you fill this spot yourself? Announce your love publicly, and save others the trouble of speculating. Duan Zi interrupted him, opening the car door to get out. Chu Zheng hastily pressed the lock button, but for some reason, it didn't seem to work, failing to prevent her from opening the car door. He leaned halfway out of the window and gritted his teeth. Don't think I won't dare to do anything about you. Duan Zi didn't reply, merely waving without even turning around. She hailed a taxi nearby, and only after sitting inside did she sigh in relief, muttering, Isn't the security of this residential area supposed to be excellent? Rubbish. Let me check. Where's Zhengyu? Duan Zi finally found Zhengyu's chat box and sent a message carefully considering the words. Can you drive? Zhengyu replied quickly. Of course I can drive. I wonder when I will start working. Little cat rolling over JPG. Duan Zi couldn't help but laugh. This young lady was pretty interesting. She had her own career, but was rushing to work for her. Let her wait a little longer. It had been too busy these days, needing to look at cars and find a house. It would be best to live alone, far from the hustle and bustle. I plan to change my living place and buy a car. If you join now, it will be very busy. The reply came quickly. I don't mind. I mean, as your hardcore fan, how could I possibly let you do the heavy work? Duan Zi furrowed her brows. Although she said she was a hardcore fan, wasn't this enthusiasm for work a bit much? Alright, once things stabilize, I'll give you a red envelope gift. Alright, then, when will I start? This Zhengyu. Tomorrow perhaps. Right now, I've got some things to handle. Could you find some items for me to use during outside broadcasts? I'll send money later. That's what I excel at, don't worry. Message retracted. That's what I excel at. Leave it to me. Everything happened so fast that Duan Zi felt a bit lost. What? Which daughter? She had originally saved energy by simply consulting fortune after confirming Zhengyu, knowing she was her fan, and also worked in literary writing, thinking future tasks like drafting text could fall under Zhengyu's responsibility. Moreover, she even sent a resume directly. She showed great attentiveness, and Duan Zi appreciated that greatly. But what Duan Zi didn't know was that Zhengyu was one of her few mother fans in the industry. She had also written a lot of doujinshi about Duan Zi and Su Wan, using her words, getting more grooms for her daughter, the more the merrier. She did worry if Duan Zi might figure out, so she performed a spur-of-the-moment divination herself to avoid making the other side suspicious, carefully composing such a detailed resume. Chapter 49, A Rapidly Advancing Relationship. On the way, the two of them chatted a lot. Zhengyu also learned quite a few exclusive pieces of information. Eventually, she realized that there was something improper about this. If the elder brother were here, wouldn't he scold her again? Duan Zi sighed and hastily ended the topic. The rest of the journey, she remained silent. The driver uncle was also rather taciturn, and they didn't exchange many words. Just as they were approaching their destination, the driver uncle reminded Duan Zi a bit. This place isn't peaceful. If you want to accomplish anything, do it quickly, preferably before it gets dark. Duan Zi nodded. Thank you for your reminder, uncle. These past few nights, please don't drive at night, it's not safe. You clearly look like someone who stays up late often. Give yourself a break and take some time to rest properly. Uncle didn't expect that after he said a sentence, Duan Zi had several sentences prepared for him. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. I just kindly gave you a heads up. I heard that there was a large project done here recently, and it seems that strange things happened, so it couldn't be completed. Anyway, these are all talk of spirits and deities, don't take it too seriously. The driver uncle couldn't resist adding more chatter. Duan Zi smiled back at him. Uncle, since you know about this matter, I won't hide it from you either. I am here to resolve this issue. If you don't believe me, you can watch the live broadcast tonight on the Violin app. To test the traffic flow, she specifically created different apps. The Orange app features scientific knowledge she promotes, with fewer posts, but significant impact. She did a good job in terms of traffic diversion, so let's see how these two apps would cooperate with her. The substantial amount of money on Liulian, she hadn't even taken out yet. Even though checking private messages daily, she never saw them reaching out. Huh? Are you a streamer? The uncle looked surprised. Sort of, Duan Zi scratched her head, but I specialize in reading faces. I believe you won't easily trust me, so I invite you to watch the live broadcast. After saying this, Duan Zi paid the car fare and left. The driver uncle suddenly realized later. Hey, I didn't even ask her name. How am I supposed to find her broadcast? Gosh, you've finally arrived. Meng Tang shouted from afar. Seeing Meng Tang's affectionate enthusiasm, Lisa Mayo's sourness rose again. I remember that you didn't treat her this way a few days ago. No, yesterday must have been the turning point, right? Go to hell, you're just upset about our sisterhood bond. Meng Tang shot him a glare and rushed toward Duan Zi. Hearing the commotion, Duan Zi also turned to look. She noticed Duan Zi wearing a practical sportswear, giving Lisa Mayo an intense glare. As usual, Lisa Mayo was dressed carelessly, looking thin like a bamboo stick, trembling under Meng Tang's stare. Duan Zi glanced at the time, then casually put the phone back and slowly walked over. Never would she have thought that. Originally assuming she could have a comfortable nap before working, only to find that there would be no time to rest at all. What's going on? Duanzi asked. Should we check now, or wait a bit? It's too early now. People don't start working around here until much later, Lisa Mayo said offhandedly. Duanzi ignored him and turned to Meng Tang. Where did you park your car? I'll go rest for a while. Oh, it's just over there. Did you see it? Let me lead you there. Meng Tang rushed over, linking arms with Duanzi, looking very close. Everyone else stared wide-eyed, speculating what had happened between the two. By the time Meng Tang leaned in to check, Duanzi had already closed her eyes. Her long black eyelashes cast thick shadows on her face. Upon closer inspection, her lower eyelids seemed slightly discolored. Well, could you charge my phone for me? Once it's charged, start the live broadcast and just point it at me, Duanzi said half dreaming, pulling out her phone while the pin fell onto the ground. Meng Tang immediately took the phone without hesitation, then picked up the pin that dropped to the floor. She hesitated for a moment, placing the pin into the bag behind the main driver's seat. Finally, she turned around to look for Lisa Mayo, requesting his power bank. Wait, what happened between you two? To make someone with such a bad temper like you obedient to her? Lisa Mayo's mouth got him in trouble again, and Meng Tang kicked him directly. Mind your own business. She extended her hand. Now give me your power bank. Despite his muttering, Lisa Mayo dutifully went to fetch the power bank. Xiao Yi and Li Sun, who were sitting in the car reviewing surveillance footage, also noticed the commotion. Xiao Yi chuckled. These two girls are really not that young anymore, Li Sun replied. You're quite interesting yourself. Xiao Yi exclaimed as he got out of the car. You youngsters sure have a lot of energy. There's going to be a tough battle tonight. Don't remind me. When I joined the team, you said it wouldn't take long before we'd all be on the same team. It's been such a long time, and we're still just these few lackeys. Old Master Sun is probably sleeping at home right now, while the five of us are holding everything up here. Lisa Mayo's voice nearly cracked from talking so much. Xiao Yi gave him a slap. Lowering his voice, he scolded. Do you think you're the only one with a mouth? If anyone hears you, Li Sun and I worked hard to invite this person over. What are you doing? Duanzi's headache was getting worse due to the noise, but she might have been too tired to even want to get up. What are you two doing? Lower your voices. Meng Tang charged the phone and said, don't disturb her. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned by her words and couldn't help laughing. Looks like someone's about to lose favor. This earned him a big eye roll from Meng Tang. Hey, Captain Xiao, did you see that? She rolled her eyes at you. Lisa Mayo couldn't resist stirring up trouble. I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, his leg hurt, and just as he was about to ask what was going on, he met Xiao Ye's glare. Why does everyone pick on me all the time? Lisa Mayo gritted his teeth and asked, is there no way to survive in this world anymore? He lit a cigarette silently, then moved farther away when he saw Meng Tang glaring at him again. Matt, these days, you can't offend anyone. If only he hadn't joined this so-called special case group. Everyone thinks his job isn't legitimate when they find out. The only somewhat competent person might be Duanzi. Chapter 50. Taking turns to ask for apprenticeship. The early autumn wind was very refreshing, slipping into the car through the window, and gradually put Duanzi, who had been dozing off, into a deep sleep. He couldn't hear any noise from outside anymore. It seemed like he could hear the sound of flowing water, then the chirping of birds. Very pleasant. Lazybones. A familiar voice rang out, and Duanzi became so excited that he wanted to jump up, but after struggling for a long time, he only saw an indistinct person in the mist. A both familiar and unfamiliar person. At first, he could see the face clearly, but later it became increasingly blurred. Big brother. Another burst of excitement. Is she having a nightmare? Why does she look so excited? I think she's encountering someone familiar. Look at how excited she is, almost crying. What is she shouting? What is she shouting? It seems like, big brother. Big brother. Brother? Sob, sob, sob. I feel like I'm connecting to something terrible. Oh no, big brother. Isn't this her ex-boyfriend from the entertainment circle? Ex-boyfriend. She's crazy. Hey, where are these black fans coming from? Where's Sujuan? Get this person kicked out. Kick them out. Kick them out. You've made my tears come back. Once she wakes up, I want to ask her about her story with the big brothered. Zhao Ruan, Sujian. She won't tell you. Just compliment how pretty she looks. Wow. Mom goodness, our Sujuan brother is jealous. One comment after another appeared, and Meng Tang's eyes were spinning from looking at all of them. Big brother, what big brother? She mumbled once more, glancing at her phone's battery level. Still charging and streaming. It would be a hard battle tonight. Don't think that I don't know what you're saying. It's not you who don't know me. It's you who don't know me. Duanzi suddenly spoke up, startling Meng Tang so much that she nearly dropped her phone. In the next moment, their eyes met, and they both froze. What's wrong with you? Watching someone sleep? Duanzi massaged his stiff neck and said slowly. Meng Tang sighed and said, who knows what I heard from somewhere, told me to start your live stream for you. Now you're scaring everyone to death. You were talking in your sleep earlier. Duanzi looked confused for a while, slowly nodding. Ah, there was that thing. Sorry, forgot. She rubbed her temples, yawned, and asked drowsily, what time is it now? It's 8:30 now, time's about right. Meng Tang answered. She didn't appear on camera during the whole time. When she fiddled with her phone earlier, only part of her wrist was revealed, which already caused quite a commotion in the live stream. Viewers in the live room were boiling over, shouting to see the pretty little sister. Duanzi glanced at the screen and waved her hand. I'm going to work soon. All of you behave. I painted talismans today. Did you take them with you? She asked as she tilted her head. Yes, I took them. Not a single one left behind. Meng Tang replied cheerfully. You don't know? When I left, my grandma gave me a glare that could have killed me. Is it possible that she was just disappointed that her good granddaughter didn't grow a brain? Duanzi deeply inhaled. Among those, there were some longevity-enhancing ones. Bringing them here was completely useless. Meng Tang paused. You don't have a brain. And continued. But anyway, among those, which ones exactly enhance longevity? Seeing the other person's awkward expression, Duanzi also realized her words went too far. She slowed down and said, Sorry, originally I was able to rest at home a bit more today, but then encountered an idiot, affecting my rest, and even stopped me from going home. I didn't mean to treat you rudely, just need some time to calm down. I do indeed not recognize those talismans, and what you said makes sense. Meng Tang lowered her head. Anyway, my grandma always says I have no talent. That's not true. Your talismans aren't as exquisite as mine, but they still pack power, quite impressive, said Duanzi. But I just want those exquisite ones. Can you accept me as a disciple? Meng Tang lunged forward as Duanzi was getting out of the car holding her phone. Wait, does this mean you accepted or not? Accepting what kind of nonsense? I am truly tired of the two of you and your family. I don't take disciples, understand? We are colleagues. We could easily be friends. There's no need to start by asking for apprenticeship. Besides, your grandma bowing to me. Would I dare accept that? I'm scared of shortening my life. Duanzi nearly ran away in panic, muttering under her breath. No, how come it shortens one's lifespan? Meng Tang hurriedly followed up. Our ancestors left behind many things, but we've never understood this book on talismans. However, there's a family rule that it cannot be casually shown to others. Only if you became my master or teacher. Well, even among family members, can it be seen. My grandmother, and I just want your help in studying it. What nonsense is this? Duanzi turned back. Do you really believe in these ridiculous rules? I don't think so. No, shill. Meng Tang took a few more steps forward. Don't talk nonsense. Our family used to be from a prestigious lineage. This rule has been passed down for years. Besides, I will definitely give you the proper respect of a disciple when the time comes. Have you even thought about how long I've been part of the team? You have more experience than me. If you call me master, what will others think of you? Duanzi deliberately lowered her voice. In the live room, the audience could only see darkness, and now couldn't even hear the voices clearly. They all started guessing what had happened, wondering if the two would fight, as Duanzi's words earlier were indeed harsh. Even though she might have said them to prevent the other from becoming her disciple, it was still excessive. Meng Tang didn't seem to care after hearing Duanzi. What do I fear? I won't be swayed by their gossip or rumors. As long as I'm upright, I don't worry about shadows. Duanzi fell silent for a moment before leaning in and asking her, All right, if you don't mind, have you considered Li's son? If he's around you all the time and needs to address you as master too, wouldn't that bother him? This sentence struck right at Meng Tang's heart, but she merely hesitated for an instant. Even so, I must go through with it. I want to learn skills. You're truly stubborn. Duanzi felt an intense headache. Wait, let's talk about this after everything settles down. She always felt like she forgot something important, but ultimately couldn't remember. Chapter 51. Not knowing one's good fortune. Meanwhile, a rare barrage appeared in the live streaming room. Tianxia Dai Shui Ba, literally the world's first handsome dad, was jumping up and down saying that Duanzi had stood him up. They were supposed to meet this morning to discuss something, but she didn't show up. Everyone was waiting for Su Wan to ban this person, but Su Wan surprisingly did not appear. At the same time, Fu Miao Miao, who was also watching the live stream, was clinging to Chu Zheng's arm with her mouth pouted. She said unhappily, We are dating now, right? We're seriously in love, so why can't we make it public? Is it because you still have feelings for her? Chu Zheng was peeling an orange at the moment. After hearing her words, he stuffed a piece of orange into her mouth, saying, I still think it's too hasty for us to be together like this. You're still at the beginning of your career, I don't mind, but I'm worried that you'll be attacked by haters. This answer left Fu Miao Miao very dissatisfied. In her view, when he was with Duanzi before, their relationship was very grand and well known in the circle. But after she started dating him, he seemed to change, becoming cautious and timid. Even when standing in front of business partners, they didn't know about her relationship with Chu Zheng, thus they didn't treat her respectfully, and instead gave her trouble. What she didn't realize was that all these were results of Duanzi's hard-fought battles in the entertainment industry. Even though everyone would joke about her relationship with Chu Zheng, the respect she received was something Duanzi had won on her own. I just feel upset. Upset that when people greet you, they ask about Duanzi's situation and ask you to connect them. Fu Miao Miao recalled encountering the chairman of Zhao Group on the way back earlier. He insisted that his recent work was not going well and wanted Duanzi to help take a look. Most infuriatingly, Chu Zheng agreed without hesitation. When it came to asking about her, Chu Zheng only introduced her as a new rising star in his company. Though the chairman mouthed some encouraging words, it was clear from his eyes that he was disappointed. Of course, how could her face measure up to Duanzi's dazzling beauty? This morning, when she met Duanzi, her attitude was quite low-key, looking entirely like a country bumpkin girl. But unexpectedly, Chu Zheng allowed the other party to belittle himself. Sensing Fu Miao Miao's low mood, Chu Zheng tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. The orange is too sour, Fu Miao Miao said angrily. Chu Zheng laughed softly and leaned down. However, he couldn't help but feel like there was a heavy stone weighing down his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. What are they doing anyway? The screen is still pitch black. Fu Miao Miao grabbed an orange herself as Chu Zheng tried to hand her his. I don't want it. Your orange is too sour, Fu Miao Miao said. Chu Zheng tasted one for himself. No, I think it's pretty sweet. That's what you think. Anyway, my peeled orange is the sweetest, Fu Miao Miao said as she placed a piece in her mouth. A while later, she squinted, overwhelmed by the sourness. Come on, spit it out quickly. Chu Zheng immediately handed her a trash bin and offered her some tissues. At this point, Duanzi's live streaming room finally showed a picture again, and the two forgot about eating oranges. Duanzi finally managed to resolve Meng Tang's disturbance and learned roughly what the situation was. She also asked whether it could be broadcasted live. In principle, there's no problem. Besides, don't forget what we do. Xiao Yi leaned over and said, as for those contacts in the entertainment industry you have any reality shows or escape room games approached you recently? I've already left the entertainment industry. Why should I step back into that dirty water? Duanzi rolled her eyes unconsciously. Other things aside, as long as she stayed away from Chu Zheng and Fu Miao Miao, she'd be fine. Otherwise, the outcome would be predictable. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this a good opportunity for education? I understand. I think the live broadcast is pretty good, Duanzi said. In the live streaming room, everyone was almost crying. No, we all await your return, Miss Purple Sweet Potato. That's right. The entertainment industry can't do without someone like you. There hasn't been a good show to follow recently, and we've had to replay older ones. People need to heed advice. Come back, Miss Goddess. Duanzi might not have noticed all these barrage messages clearly, but Fu Miao Miao did. Since she entered the entertainment world, Duanzi has always been unwilling. She would constantly go against her. Fu Miao Miao found it hard to breathe under such pressure. Fortunately, Chu Zheng was on her side. They could be considered together, but not completely. After all, underground lovers have no future, right? Duanzi is truly ungrateful. I've already given her the chance to return to the entertainment circle, which is already quite generous. Yet she still puts on the face of a victim. A hand suddenly gripped hers, and she instinctively looked at Chu Zheng. Concern was evident in his eyes, and Fu Miao Miao hesitated for a moment before averting her gaze. I'm just a bit worried about the variety show next week. I thought with Duan around, I wouldn't be scared anymore. But who would have guessed that she rejected us? This is simply being ungrateful. It doesn't matter. At that time, I can arrange for someone else to accompany you. So don't worry, Chu Zheng said slowly. For some inexplicable reason, there was a flicker of irritation in his heart, and he pressed his lips together. Duanzi's live stream was indeed terrifying. Weren't you supposed to be keeping me company tonight? Fu Miao Miao tugged lightly on his sleeve, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Zheng lowered his gaze to avoid looking into her eyes. I have a meeting tonight and can't stay with you. Fu Miao Miao bit her lip and said softly. Then, take care and don't overwork yourself. Chu Zheng responded briefly, then stood up and took his coat. You should also stop watching this and get some rest early. Okay. Feeling as though the sharp edge of a nail had pierced her palm, Fu Miao Miao realized how tight her grip had been. As her assistant, didn't Xiao Song participate in the recruitment for Duanzi's new assistant? Could it really be that he knew nothing about it? Why hadn't anyone asked her, or even mentioned replacing her current assistant? How could that incompetent fool be worthy of her? She stared at Duanzi's face on the live stream screen and reached out to touch it. Since you've decided to leave the entertainment industry, why don't you just vanish completely? Why insist on becoming a web celebrity? Seeing your face just makes me feel nauseous. She continued staring for a long while before revealing a smirk. She then typed a message into the chat. I heard there's a reality show featuring haunted house adventures, where ordinary netizens and web celebrities can join. Miss Goddess should participate too. I can't wait to see it. As soon as these words appeared, others in the comments section also began inviting her. Chapter 52, Forgotten Past. However, Duanzi inside the lens completely ignored the barrage of comments. Gradually, people stopped focusing on this matter and began to wonder what exactly Duanzi and his group were waiting for. Perhaps they were afraid of disturbing something, so Duanzi and others spoke very softly, until a melodious song sounded, and a little girl appeared beside Duanzi. She sat on a small mound of dirt next to Duanzi, swinging her legs, looking incredibly at ease. However, the people in the live stream all freaked out. They clearly saw that there was nothing beneath her swinging legs, just empty space. Meng Tang was startled and immediately burrowed into Li Sun's arms. Li Sun frowned and pushed the person away. Shoo, can you not be so jumpy? The little girl over there seemed to not notice the commotion here, still humming an unknown ballad. Some people with keen ears heard the lyrics and were terrified. Help, did you hear what she's singing? I heard it too. What the hell, what's CS? Help, it's so scary. Compared to the rest who couldn't stay calm, Duanzi remained exceptionally composed, even humming along. The little girl suddenly became upset, angrily stood up, and black vapors seemed to be swirling around her. The others immediately stood up as well, staring intently in the direction of the little girl. Duanzi, however, acted as if it wasn't his concern. Did you forget something? It was as though the other party didn't hear Duanzi's words and directly rushed over, only to be ensnared like walking into a net, grabbed by the nape of her neck by Duanzi. You have quite the temper, but your skills are just about that, huh? Speak up. Why did you come looking for your auntie? Duanzi placed one leg on the small mound and leaned closer to the girl's face. Meng Tang was so scared that her hand holding the phone started to shake. It was Li Sun who helped steady it. The audience in the live stream shouted not to shake, wanting to see the center position. The little girl tried hard to wave her hands, but no words came out. It wasn't like this when you were singing earlier. Could it be because you're afraid? Duanzi said casually. Be a good girl, listen. Big sister is tired today and wants to go home and sleep. Be honest, or else. The little girl's big watery eyes instantly turned into black holes, and streams of blood flowed from them. What are you trying to do? That doesn't work on me. Duanzi shook her arm, and the little girl also moved accordingly. Possibly infuriated and embarrassed, she reached out her claw to scratch Duanzi's arm. Don't move around. If I start bleeding, you'll die faster, Duanzi said. Maybe her threat worked, as the little girl really stopped resisting. How about letting me give it a try? Li Sun's voice came through. Duanzi turned around, her pitch-black pupils reflecting the clear moonlight, looking somewhat eerie. It frightened Li Sun, who involuntarily took a few steps back and quickly explained. I didn't mean anything else, it's just... Here. Duanzi smirked, revealing a mischievous smile. This scared Ming Tang so much that she trembled. What? Does this little girl have any mind-beguiling tricks? Why does Duanzi seem a bit off? Hurry up and finish, don't delay my sleep, Duanzi said, pinching some finger gestures without saying what. The little girl immediately stopped moving. She froze, as if fixed in place. Xiao Yi and Li Si Mao exchanged glances and walked over first. What happened? It's fine, Duanzi waved her hand. No, I've been running non-stop these past few days, I'm practically dead tired. Li Sun, who checked the status of the little girl, looked back and exchanged a glance with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded. Don't worry, Li Sun's spirit questioning is really excellent. You said there were big problems here. I don't believe this little henchman is the mastermind, Duanzi said. I'll check out other places first. You take care of your own safety. She finished speaking without waiting for Xiao Yi to answer and headed deep into the night. I'll go with you. Meng Tang shook her phone, which had a power bank attached, and rushed over, leaving no room for Duanzi to refuse. Duanzi turned back to look at the others. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette and smiled at her. She helplessly shrugged her mouth. Still no thanks. I can hold my phone myself. Aren't you tired? If I go with you, you can relax your vigilance a bit. Meng Tang extended her thumb and index finger, showing a tiny distance, making Duanzi laugh in annoyance, but ultimately decided to take her along. They had only taken a few steps when Meng Tang regretted it already. She had been in this line for quite a while, but perhaps due to the stone building at home, she was very afraid to enter the darkness at night. She clutched tightly onto Duanzi's garment hem, and slowly she turned back with a sigh of helplessness. It's so dark here. What can you see on your phone? Pay attention to where you're stepping. As she spoke, the phone fell into Duanzi's hands. Aren't you going to send me away? Meng Tang asked. We've come this far. It's not safe for you to go back alone. Duanzi replied calmly. Meng Tang couldn't help but sigh. That little girl seemed pitiful. How did you tell that her memory was incomplete? Did you listen to the lyrics? She recounted how she was harmed and how unfortunate she was, but she never said who had harmed her or why. Duanzi paused suddenly and questioned her. Didn't you listen carefully? Meng Tang. She took a deep breath. I didn't hear it clearly. Ha ha ha. The lady must have been terrified. The camera was shaking a lot then. Felt like being on a boat. Who isn't scared? I don't even know what the lyrics were about. I wrote it down. It's roughly like someone feared her escape and chained her up. Because of lack of blood circulation, she lost both her legs and her life. Then the person got scared and sealed her inside the concrete wall. My God, how terrifying. Then, wouldn't her parents look for her? Duanzi remained silent for a moment, then said, You'd better not know it yet. It wouldn't do you any good. Not too far away, there seemed to be flickering lights. Duanzi tilted her head slightly. Do you have all the talismans with you? Yes. Meng Tang nodded repeatedly. Do you need them? Duanzi gave a decisive answer. Take them out for me to see. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Tang switched on the flashlight on the phone and started rummaging through her bag. Duanzi glanced sideways and reached her hand in to draw one out, then handed the phone back to Meng Tang, folding the talisman neatly into a small corner and putting it back in her pocket. Hold this tight, head south, and don't look back. Follow my instructions. Chapter 53, Raksha City. The night was very dark, and Meng Tang felt as if she were suffocated inside a huge iron pot. To prevent herself from going astray, she had even turned on the compass on her phone. But for some reason, the short distance that should have been just a few steps away now felt like an inescapable maze. What's going on? Could it be a ghost covering my eyes? She wanted to turn around and check, but recalling Duanzi's instructions, she hesitated. No, if I go back now, I'll only cause trouble for Duanzi. It seems that the situation over there is pretty serious. I need to quickly find team leader Zhao. After Duanzi waited for Meng Tang to leave, she glanced at her phone. My equipment isn't professional enough, and now I'm all alone. If the conditions permit, I will try to place the phone in a suitable spot. After saying this, she resolutely walked forward. The live stream used an external camera from her phone, and the audience could faintly see the pale blue ghost fire in the distance. They were all chattering excitedly. Is that the legendary ghost fire? But why should we fear that? Why did they send that young lady away? Will assistants always be sent away in such situations in the future? By the time the assistant starts working, will we still only get incomplete views? Miss Goddess, you should really participate in some variety shows. Even ghost house explorations would be good. There are plenty of cameras in those places which will surely record the entire process. Those are fake. They aren't nearly as interesting as real ones. Why hasn't Swan Gu appeared again? Hey, what's going on? Why is the screen black? The same happened to me. Didn't the lens shake violently just now? Not really, don't make things up. Duanzi could feel herself stepping into an array. The moment she approached the water blue circle of light, it sucked her in. Her vision revealed an ancient street with a distinct cultural style, making Duanzi think for a moment that she had returned to the cultivation realm. Instinctively, she glanced at her hand to ensure the phone was still there. Upon seeing the chat comments mention total darkness, she paused and immediately cast a talisman. Whoa, where's this place? Heaven, what era does that building ahead belong to? Duanzi said. This should be the legendary ghost market. Are you scared? There's no one here though. Exactly, shouldn't the ghost market be bustling with activity? Shaking her head, Duanzi said, I'm not sure, but I can confirm that I entered a boundary of an array just now. Perhaps someone wants to scare me away. To return to the previous place, she would first need to break the array. A gust of wind passed by, carrying a strange fragrance into her nose. She instinctively tried to block it, but it was too late. Dang, what happened to Duanzi? Did she fall? It looks like it helped. She's all alone. What if something dangerous happens? Suddenly, a hand appeared. Duanzi, wake up. Good heavens, should we call the police? A regular police officer couldn't reach there anyway. What nonsense are you talking about? Who? A voice full of magnetism sounded. The comment section went quiet for a moment. It's Miss Duan, another voice followed. A friend, it's a friend. Does that mean Duanzi might be saved? Sui Zhao took a glance at the screen and said, turn off the camera, and give me the phone for now. Yes, master. Sui responded with a nod, and then put the phone down. He then examined Duanzi lying on the ground, and shook his head toward Sui Zhao. I'll guard her. You go look for the way. Sui Zhao nodded slightly, and spoke softly. She's dressed quite warmly, so it doesn't seem like she fell hard. With that, Sui walked off. For a long time after, Duanzi's live stream remained silent. Hey, haven't you helped her up yet? Is my goddess face alright? What's wrong with my goddess? Why are others unaffected? Sui Zhao glanced at a few messages and said slowly. Do you expect a disabled person to save someone who has fainted? Don't worry, she's fine, probably related to some kind of incense. We wore masks but still got dizzy. Suddenly, people started complimenting how nice Sui Zhao's voice sounded. He acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He turned on the flashlight of his own phone, staring blankly at Duanzi lying on the ground. As her eyelashes fluttered lightly, indicating she was about to wake up, Sui Zhao thoughtfully moved the phone light away. Perhaps sensing someone beside her, she sat up immediately, squinting to see who was opposite her. However, all she saw was a wheelchair. Your legs are in such a state. Why aren't you staying home and resting? What are you doing out here? Duanzi exhaled in relief, slowly climbing to her feet. She leisurely dusted herself off, the action causing Sui Zhao to cough a few times. Duanzi recognized the familiar voice and leaned slightly toward him. You're that. Her vision didn't clear enough to recognize his face, but this radiant golden glow around his body was almost blinding. Sui Zhao gave a slight nod. It's been a long time. Great. What are you doing here, unlucky dude? Duanzi teased with a smile. Sui Zhao scrutinized her for quite a while before replying. Who looks more like the unlucky one? That left Duanzi momentarily stunned. She shook her head and said, I don't know where to start with this. There's a task, and it's being live-streamed at the same time. What about you? Before he could respond, she posed another question. Sui Zhao fell silent for a moment, then said, an accident, maybe due to a ghost-induced maze. I'm not sure either. Predictable. Duanzi unceremoniously plopped down on the ground. Are you alone? Upon seeing this, Sui Zhao frowned in disapproval, but he refrained from stopping her and answered truthfully. I came by car, and there's a bodyguard with me, the one you met last time. A figure immediately sprang to Duanzi's mind, and she slowly nodded, then remained quiet. Still, when we were looking for a way out earlier, we saw a signpost. It read Raksha City. Sui Zhao's voice came again. Duanzi massaged her temples. That's problematic. This has nothing to do with that project, which means I'm actually fleeing now. What? She spoke softly, and Sui Zhao leaned closer to catch her words clearly. What do you mean fleeing? Nothing. I just still think you're unlucky. I don't understand how someone with all this glowing gold can fall into a ghost maze and get transported here. Duanzi commented. Could it be that his good fortune is simply bringing him straight to her? That's ridiculous. Chapter 54. Trust. Listening to my dad, I hear you're quite capable. Though I've been unlucky coming here, meeting you should help turn things around, Sui Zhao said. Duanzi found this amusing and couldn't help but tease. You don't look like someone who listens obediently to their father. Given the way he is, anyone would find it hard to listen, Sui Zhao replied. His tone was calm, yet every word was clear-cut, somewhat sharp. For some reason, it made her think of her eldest master brother. Her gaze once again rested on Sui Zhao. Could this person be him? If so, then, should I accept the Rue family's invitation? But I'm not a nanny. What could I possibly do after being hired? Protect him? Perhaps due to Duanzi's piercing stare, Sui Zhao slightly turned his head. If you keep staring, I won't be able to hold out much longer. Uff, it's too dark. I can't even see your face clearly, Duanzi subconsciously retorted. After meeting his gaze, she suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. That's right, her vision was extraordinarily good. It was trained by her master elder brother. Even at night, she could see everything within 3 meters clearly. Not to mention that Sui Zhao wasn't glowing with any golden light. He seemed like a sun himself. But, does he know that I can see him? Suddenly, Duanzi looked at him again. Can you see me? Duanzi's eyes were bright with anticipation. The response first came as a burst of laughter, then leisurely. My flashlight is on. What nonsense are you talking about? His flashlight was shining half a meter away from Duanzi's hand, carefully adjusted so as not to shine directly into her eyes. Could he really see me clearly like this? Duanzi was unsure. Still, he definitely had his flashlight on. Seeing Duanzi get lost in thought, Sui Zhao asked, why do you seem so eager for me to see you? No reason, Duanzi denied outright. And Sui Zhao did not pursue it further. They fell silent again. Meanwhile, the audience in the live streaming room grew increasingly animated. Whoa, why do they have such great chemistry? How come that disabled young man seems a bit manipulative? Do you guys remember how the goddess recognized him earlier when he said he wore a mask? Yeah, exactly. How did she recognize him? KSWL, help my lord. There are so many disabled people. How did she recognize him? Wasn't it said she didn't even have a light? Shit, will I end up having a brother-in-law? Suwon, where are you? Suwon, you've been betrayed. Feeling it was wasting time, Duanzi got up and patted the dust off her clothes. I need to quickly resolve matters here and meet back up with my teammates. Are you going to wait here or go with me? You has been gone for so long without returning. I wonder if something's happened. Let's follow the direction he went just now together, said Sui Zhao. What he said made sense, and Duanzi nodded, pushing him in the direction he pointed. They hadn't walked more than a few meters when the scenery around them changed again. The surroundings suddenly became lively, with bright lights and bustling crowds. Furrowing her brow, Duanzi asked, "Do you see anything?" To ensure he could hear clearly, she deliberately leaned closer. Her unique fragrance instantly enveloped Sui Zhao, making him shift uncomfortably forward a little. I see bustling crowds and bright lights. Should we continue streaming your live broadcast? I almost forgot about that. Duanzi touched her pocket. However, it seems I've lost my phone. It's with me. Sui Zhao handed over the phone to Duanzi. Both focused intently on their tasks, as if completely indifferent to the environment around them. It was during their exchange that the surrounding crowd began looking at the two. Unintentionally or not, Duanzi pushed Sui Zhao faster and faster. The figures approaching Duanzi gradually gained sharper edges, resembling paper dolls. She silently recited a string of incantations, forcing open a path through whatever blocked them. Sui Zhao tightly gripped both Duanzi's and his own phone while remembering to turn off his flashlight. When they saw a paper shop, Duanzi decisively wheeled Sui Zhao inside. In an instant, all the things surrounding them dispersed. Duanzi's heart tightened again. Is it because your luck is so bad that following you brings misfortune to me? Her words irked Sui Zhao. Stop exaggerating. We've come this far, let's go in. Impulsively, Duanzi ended up listening to Sui Zhao's words. The shop was filled with paper-made trinkets. There were golden boys and jade maidens, along with paper houses and paper cars. But, isn't it strange for cars to be here? Duanzi carefully observed her surroundings, in case she missed anything. Isn't this car too modern? Sui Zhao asked. After all, those people outside are all wearing robes. His sudden comment made Duanzi's body hair stand on end. She retaliated by pulling the wheelchair slightly. My eyes work fine. This place might just hold the key to breaking through this formation. Is your subordinate even reliable? Why haven't we seen him yet? Sui Zhao nearly fell off the wheelchair after being jolted, responding irritably. I've been with you the whole time. How would I know? Cough, cough. A burst of coughing echoed. Both their gazes immediately locked onto a thick curtain. Duanzi moved forward a few steps, exchanging glances with Sui Zhao before slowly approaching the curtain. Suddenly, a skeletal hand appeared at the edge of the curtain. Startled, Duanzi's breathing faltered, and she took a small step back. Then, the curtain was lifted, revealing a skull. Without hesitation, Duanzi pulled out a dagger from her pocket, ready to strike the skull, but instead, the thing grabbed its head and scurried out. She quickly positioned herself beside Sui Zhao, fearing that it aimed for him. However, it merely ran to shut the door while muttering. How could you leave the door open? It must be closed. We cannot let anyone discover us. Have you seen a bodyguard? Duanzi asked. As if not hearing her question, it continued talking to itself. What on earth are those things outside? They've been appearing frequently recently, severely affecting my business. Duanzi frowned, stepping closer towards it. Answer my question. Oh, ghost. Don't come closer. Please don't. It screamed, holding a broom from nearby in front of its chest as protection. Chapter 55, Sarcastic. The sight was indeed quite comical. Duanzi suppressed a laugh for quite some time before she managed to hold it in. What are you doing? Duanzi asked. That skeleton, despite only having a pair of dark eye sockets, strangely exuded an air of fear, even with a hint that it might cry. With the vintage suit on its body, there was an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Duanzi couldn't help but laugh at her own thoughts and burst out laughing without holding back. Sorry, she's a bit rash. We're asking you about someone. A voice came from behind. Mysteriously, Duanzi stepped back involuntarily. It felt like something wasn't right, and she uncomfortably shifted her shoulders. How about you just give me my phone back? Duanzi said. Sui Zhao directly handed over the phone, smiling and asked, What's wrong? No, nothing, you continue. I'll ask others. Duanzi scratched her head uneasily. She couldn't help but feel somewhat off. How come she's so much like her master's senior disciple? She instinctively listened to what the other person said, truly embarrassing. It seemed Sui Zhao didn't notice Duanzi's emotions, as he pushed his wheelchair slightly forward. Have you seen a young man wearing a suit? This skeletal frame still had a pitiful look, staring straight at Duanzi. Duanzi had just turned on the camera when the picture swept past one corner of the wheelchair and soon focused on the skull opposite. Finding the skull was looking at her, she coolly said, If you keep staring like this, I'll break your bones. The skeleton took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. You stay away from me. If you get any closer, I'll call for help. I tell you, the people outside are very dangerous. Then, not only will you not survive, even I may not make it. The audience in the live streaming room paid attention to rather unique points. How can this skeleton head be kind of cute? Am I the only one obsessed with the main character in the wheelchair? I want to see what he looks like. I feel like there is a story between these two. Duan Green Tea has blocked several of my accounts. I climbed up here today intending to criticize her. Who would have known this skull head is quite special? Don't you dare bring black marks to our Duan Z. Shut up already. Barrage flew rapidly, without any stuttering, making Duan Z chuckle. This place actually has network? Isn't that strange? While saying that, she directly exited the interface, sent a message in the group, asking whether Meng Tang had reunited with everyone yet. The first reply came from Xiao Yi. No, aren't you guys together? This matter is long and complicated. Please watch the direction I left. I'm now stuck in the city of Roxas. I can't go back for the time being. Duan Z replied immediately. The camera landed on the wheels of the wheelchair again, and the barrage continued to be chaotic. They all asked what Duan Z was doing, why she moved the camera again, urging her to remember her duties as a streamer, whether it's exposing her face, showing the face of that guy, or revealing that skull head at least. During the time she replied to the messages, the distance between Sui Zhao and the skull head had shortened considerably, as if they had reached some subtle harmony all of a sudden. Duan Z was startled by the idea in her mind, shaking her head uncontrollably. Before she could inquire about the situation, she heard the skull opening its mouth again. I think I've seen the person you mentioned, passing here just now. Which direction did they go? Sui Zhao asked again. Duan Z instantly grabbed the other person's phone, saying, with network and signals, wouldn't it be better to just make a call and ask? As soon as she spoke, she made the call and told the skeleton head, you better tell me how to get out of this wretched place quickly. Otherwise, I'll break your bone structure. Her tone was light and gentle, as if a breeze could blow away those words. But the threat in them was clear, scaring the skull head enough to make it shrink further. The phone was answered shortly after, and Duan Z directly put the phone near his ear. Sui Zhao should have been slightly uncomfortable and tilted his head slightly before taking the phone from the other person's hand. Where are you? Do you remember? Sui Zhao hadn't finished speaking when the skeleton snatched the phone and frantically signaled him to mute the call. Seeing this, Duan Z originally wanted to hit him, but was stopped by Sui Zhao. At that moment, a creepy laugh came from the other end of the phone, saying, why aren't you talking? Tell me where you all are. That voice was extremely hoarse, sounding like heavy objects grinding against sand, particularly grating. Where's the owner of the phone? Duan Z scoffed. Stop fooling around, or Ms. Grandma here will beat you until you vanish without a trace. Sui Zhao let out a soft sigh and extended his hand toward the skeleton. The skeleton glanced at Duan Z, then at Sui Zhao, and eventually handed the phone over to him. Duan Z rolled her eyes, but did not stop it. Rogue bastard. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to talk nonsense? Aren't you afraid I'll cut off your tongue? There came another eerie cackle from the other end of the line. We have no grudge against you. Just send the person back, and we will part ways without crossing paths again, said Duan Z. Little girl, once you step into my domain, you must follow my rules. If I say you can't leave, then you won't leave. The old woman paused for a moment. No one and nothing can stop me. Before Duan Z could respond, the call ended with a busy tone. Duan Z rolled her eyes again. How mighty is she? Not even cutting off the network, not even letting us finish our questions. When did you become so harsh? Sui Zhao asked. Duan Z was momentarily stunned by the question and then rotated her neck. Don't make it sound like you know me so well. We've only met twice, tops 3 times. I don't have many flaws, but I do hate when people chatter while doing tasks. Why doesn't everything get solved with just one punch? After speaking, she glanced at the skeleton and asked, what's your relationship with this old lady? Nothing special. The skeleton replied, obviously still fearing Duan Z. She's too terrifying. Everything in her hands comes alive. So does a Piao, but also not really. What do you mean? Duan Z's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed tightly. The entire skeletal frame shook, making Duan Z quite alarmed. Don't shake yourself apart. I won't be able to piece you back together, and maybe we would have to rely on that old lady to painstakingly put you back together. The skeleton responded. In her hands, a Piao lost all of its own thoughts, becoming a living dead being. Chapter 56. The Great Bluffer Duan Z. Without a body, how can A Piao still be walking around like a living corpse? As Duan Z said this, her eyes widened. Could it be a paper effigy? Duan Z, with her long fingers, calculated for a moment and then said to Sui Zhao, you wait here. I'll go and bring the person back for you. As for you, have another good chat with him and figure out a way out of here, Duan Z added, seemingly uneasy. After giving Sui Zhao a thorough once-over, she asked, do you have anything on you that could save your life? Sui Zhao tilted his head and locked eyes with her. His pupils were deep and solemn, making Duan Z feel somewhat embarrassed. She took a small step back and coughed lightly. I heard from your father that things around you have always been turbulent, yet you're still alive now. There must be something on you that's keeping you safe, right? No, Sui Zhao replied firmly. Maybe I just have good luck and always manage to turn danger into safety. What an enviable stroke of luck. It completely silenced Duan Z, leaving her unable to utter a word. She then hastily created a talisman and patted it on his back, saying, this is for protection. In critical moments, it can send you back to me. But, regardless of time or place, if I'm in the middle of some life-threatening situation, you might just end up coming right to me. That's great. If I die, at least I can save a life, Sui Zhao said. The other's black eyes seemed bottomless, as if they could swallow a person whole. Duan Z quickly averted her gaze and coughed. Anyway, I'm just reminding you. If you run into danger, shout my name. It's just unclear if the timing will be suitable. The other didn't seem fazed in the slightest, prompting Duan Z to roll her eyes. Well, I'm off. Sui Zhao hadn't even opened his mouth when the skull nodded first, meeting Duanzi's gaze and withdrawing its neck a bit afterward. In the live stream room, viewers were anxiously scratching their heads. I want to see the live stream, please. Help. I can only hear sounds, but I already want to write fanfiction about them. KSWL. Help. I really want to climb their walls and snoop. Angry beauty and disabled billionaire? Love it. What nonsense. It should be the seductive villainess paired with the stoic young master. Before leaving, Duanzi glanced at the comments section and said, "You all shouldn't talk nonsense. Sister here is free at the moment. We don't know if the internet signal will be good later, so take it easy while watching. If you're bored, meditate and practice some skills. Understand." The comments filled with agreement, many advising Duanzi not to proceed. But Duanzi said, "I've already wasted enough time. Do you remember the little girl from the beginning?" She briefly summarized what happened during the blackout before stepping outside and closing the door. As she reached the door, she caught faint words trailing behind her. This streamer does her job pretty responsibly. Though the tone was flat, Duanzi felt as though the other was mocking her. But since she had already stepped out, she needed to keep an eye on the surroundings and couldn't be distracted any further. What had previously been brightly lit now felt like an illusion. The exterior was pitch black. Duanzi stretched out 2 fingers and brushed her eyes, and instantly everything became bright. She sighed softly. Is this old woman no longer maintaining the array because she's here to capture people? Once again, she crunched her numbers and walked resolutely in a direction. On the way, she picked up a suit jacket. Quickly checking it, she noticed the bloodstains were still fresh. Further ahead, she found a tie. By this point, Duanzi was certain this was intentionally leading her astray by the old woman. But having promised Sui Zhao to find the person, she couldn't possibly renege on her word. If they are aware of inviting us into a trap, why not counter with a direct attack? The audience watching the live stream was already getting nervous. ZZ, let's just not go there. This looks like a trap. Yes. Pay attention to safety. Definitely a trap. Pay attention to safety. Attention to safety. Let the barrage protect us. Deities, bless our Duanzi to remain safe. Glancing at the clock, worried about anything untoward happening elsewhere, Duanzi hastened her steps. Soon, she spotted someone tied to a pillar not far away. That person struggled desperately, clearly trying to warn Duanzi not to come near. Joking, right? Having come this far, how could she possibly not save the person? Duanzi ignored the warnings and rushed straight towards the bound individual, helping remove the cloth stuffed into their mouth. Are you okay? Run fast. Almost simultaneously, both shouted. Before Duanzi could react, a strange laughter rang out. It's too late. You must be the boastful little girl. You look pretty enough, but alas, such a shame that you have such an impudent mouth. Let me sew it shut for you. The figure suddenly appeared, startling Duanzi and her companion into taking a small step back. You ugly old thing, no wonder no one wants to play with you. Duanzi's retort almost made the other person explode with anger. The old woman paid no heed to Duanzi's words and said coldly, Now that you've discovered my secret, none of you are leaving. Wait, we don't even know what secret you're talking about. We were just passing by. If my companion hadn't lost his way, I wouldn't even be involved in this at all, right? Duanzi asked cautiously. I may be old, but I'm not senile. Do you think I've forgotten what you said on the phone? Stop trying to fool me with these worthless excuses. The old woman sniffed disdainfully. Duanzi remained unfazed. If you had not reached out to us first, I would have thought it was someone's prank, wouldn't I? Now, I've found who I came here for, and I haven't seen anything I shouldn't. So why don't you let us go? Let you go. The old woman chuckled darkly. Only dead people keep secrets. You're wrong. Dead people can't keep secrets either, Duanzi responded, hastily flashing a placating smile. Our elders will start to worry soon, and when they do, more and more people will become interested in this matter. How long do you think you'll be able to stay hidden? The array you set up must be meant to protect something. Maybe something your ancestors wanted you to guard. Duanzi continued, carefully observing the woman's reactions. Looking at you now, it seems like you've run into a problem you can't solve on your own, but you're also afraid of being held accountable by your clan, isn't that so? How dare you? The old woman thundered. This is the boundary between the mortal world and the underworld. I merely keep foolish humans like you from accidentally wandering in. In that case, there's really no need for you to keep us here, is there? A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Duanzi's lips. Chapter 57, kicked out of the group chat. Shueyu's eyelids started twitching violently, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Though the other party's argument seemed reasonable, it still sounded like a big scam. The old lady on the other side was indeed older, but she wasn't dumb at all. Her martial arts skills were also top-notch. Otherwise, relying merely on that paper figure would not have been enough to harm her. However, Duanzi was unaware of his inner thoughts and simply kept staring intently at the old woman across from them. It turned out she had some connection with Chuzhan. Her pale, slender hands paused mid-motion, and she stopped calculating further. There was no other reason. Knowing too much only brought more trouble. Especially regarding anything related to Chuzhan, it was better not to know anything at all. The legacy of your ancestors is commendable, and your position is quite high. If you can cut your losses promptly, the impact should be minimal, Duanzi said slowly. I am not particularly skilled. I only have a shallow understanding of formations. Stumbling into your domain was entirely unexpected. Please, madam, extend a helping hand. Duanzi's voice was very gentle, as if a younger generation was teasing an elder. It successfully triggered heated discussions in the livestream comments. What a rare sight. We're lucky enough to witness Duan Green Tea relapsing into her old tricks. Unbelievable. I'm so excited that I want to set off fireworks to celebrate. The violence output from a few days ago made me doubt whether I had supported the wrong person. Honestly, our goddess's acting is truly a great loss for the entertainment industry. I haven't seen enough yet. If she dares to call someone elder, is there anything she won't do? Our goddess is about to display her intelligence. Haters, please shut up. Seriously, if Sujuan weren't away, would they let you guys jump around here? When will the assistant join officially? I'm dying to know. Our goddess should participate in variety shows instead. The cameras and network quality are good. There's no way we'd see a black screen. The old lady paused at this address. Young girl, you might be young, but you're certainly flexible, aren't you? Isn't that just to save both our lives? Duanzi chuckled. Aren't you part of the Danhun sect or something? She initially didn't intend to say much to avoid angering the other party and making them not let her go. But once curiosity kicked in, no one could stop her. Rusu was also holding his breath tightly due to the other party's words. Revealing so many secrets, how could she possibly walk away? Really? He opened his mouth to speak, but Duanzi glanced at him as if sensing something, which frightened him into covering his mouth immediately. After all, she had come to rescue him. If it weren't for her, the master would have suffered more, and they might not have gotten out safely. The old lady didn't answer directly, but replied calmly. It's none of your business who I am. If you can help resolve the current situation, then neither of you will leave. This remark earned a light laugh from Duanzi. My friends should be outside the formation. I need to quickly resolve things here so that I can regroup with them. The old lady's expression became peculiar as she said, things around here have become unstable recently. Initially, I could handle them, but now they've grown increasingly uncontrollable. Whether your friends survive is another matter. Duanzi had already guessed the situation. It seemed the cracks in the formation were growing larger and beyond the old woman's capacity to manage alone. What time is it now? Duanzi asked. Rusu hesitated for a moment before hurriedly answering. Oh, it's almost 11 o'clock. It was already this late? She felt a daze for a while, glancing at her phone connected to the power bank, unable to suppress a sigh. Pass me the phone. I need to say goodbye to the audience. It's getting late, and things here are rather challenging. We'll meet tomorrow. Duanzi finished speaking and instantly turned off the live stream. The fans watching eagerly in the live chat were left speechless. Even being forced onto Liangshan on Weibo resulted in the building of comment threads. A red headline read, Cultivation experts got kicked out of the group chat again. You tell me, how many times has this happened now? Is it because we're unworthy to watch? We were promised that she would take us along to cultivate together, so why does she always kick us out of the chat? Below, posts followed one after another. I'm an adult now. Is there anything I shouldn't see? Another day, without sitting meditation. Can't I quietly admire her beauty peacefully? Why must it be so difficult? Either blackout screens or odd angles. None of the exciting scenes are visible. I can't even figure out if she cares about her fans, or if she simply hasn't figured out the right angle. What is this Duanhuan sect? Why won't they give me an explanation? I just want to know how to join her special case team and become her colleague, so I can admire my darling's beauty from all angles every day without any blind spots. I heard that joining them requires some special abilities. Ordinary people going in there would only be asking for death. Just look at who she hangs out with. I feel like since leaving the entertainment industry, she's been even busier and hasn't had a moment of rest. The things online, Duanzi didn't have the time to care about any of them. She had finally managed to repair the array, but her face was deathly pale, as if she were about to faint any second. Suiyu was very worried about her condition and eventually couldn't help but send a message to their young master. Seeing Duanzi slowly squat down, she said, check on the status of the array. My current cultivation level can only do so much. She was slightly annoyed. Lately, she'd been too busy and hadn't exercised her body properly. This constitution was truly hopeless. The old woman seemed exceptionally satisfied with this project. When Duanzi was setting up the formation earlier, she could already tell. This girl really did have some skills. However, someone like this, if left alive, would undoubtedly become a menace. If she didn't personally eliminate her now, she would surely become an obstacle for her own side later. With that thought, she slowly raised her hand and spoke with a chilling tone. Let me send you back. Before she could act, a burst of intense light appeared, and both individuals vanished instantly from where they stood. At the same moment, Meng Tang, who was frantically searching for a way out, also noticed a strong light. The glow then gradually dissipated, revealing two shadowy figures before her. One was short and stubby with two thick arms, while the other looked more like a regular person. But, in such an abnormal place, someone who looks normal isn't necessarily that normal at all. Swallowing hard, she tightly clutched the talisman Duanzi had given her and shouted loudly, whatever ghosts or demons you are, bring it on. Chapter 58, Truly Blessed by Heaven's Will. Suiyu slowly lowered his arm. Before he could ask about the condition of his young master, he noticed a figure in the latter's embrace. Just as he was pondering how to inquire without being beaten by his master, a voice loudly shouted something about demons and ghosts. He tilted his head slightly with a hint of slowness and said, we are human. Human, Meng Tang stammered. Then, what's wrong with him? She shone her flashlight in Sui Zhao's direction, and when she saw a vaguely familiar figure in his arms, she tensed up again. What have you done to her? As she spoke, she moved forward a few steps but stopped at a distance of 1 meter from them. Duanzi collapsed the moment strong light appeared. She must have exhausted herself, Sui Zhao remarked gently. His voice was pleasant, which significantly reduced Meng Tang's hostility earlier. So, what does exhausted mean exactly? She cleared her throat and asked cautiously. She helped the peculiar old woman repair an array, wasting quite a bit of magical power. Suiyu wasn't sure how to phrase it. After all, The previous scene had been overly fantastical. Meng Tang pursed her lips. You, sitting in a wheelchair, should still be able to. Capable. We have some connection with Miss Duan and can help you return her. Sui Zhao spoke once more, his tone firm. Regarding this matter, I believe you all should be able to handle it on your own, right? Meng Tang's face couldn't help but twitch for a moment. This person truly sounded like a domineering boss in a novel, and for a while, she struggled to come up with any words of refusal. She licked her lips. Although that's true, but let's leave here first, shall we? I encountered ghost-blocking walls and have been wandering for quite a while. Sui Zhao agreed with no further comment. A question mark slowly formed above Meng Tang's head. So then, how were they supposed to leave? Aren't you planning to ask more questions? Aren't you being a bit too calm? Our young master has a special constitution. Ordinary ghost walls can't trap him, so there's no need for you to worry. Sui Yu seemed to notice her confusion and explained accordingly. I see. Meng Tang forced out an unnatural smile. What incredible good fortune. However, Meng Tang soon believed the other party's words. In the distance, brightness began to emerge, and they also clearly spotted Xiao Yi and others' figures. Xiao team leader. Meng Tang waved her hand hard. The three should have gone through a fierce battle. They were injured now. Seeing two additional people coming back together, everyone naturally became serious. Having been busy to the point of almost losing their lives, they hadn't even had time to check Duanzi's live stream. But because they had received messages from Duanzi before, they knew everything was fine on her side. Yet, at this moment, Duanzi was being carried by someone. Not only was this individual the son of a leading domestic tycoon, but also a disabled person with an eccentric temperament. In the industry, there were many rumors regarding the good fortune surrounding this gentleman. Most stories claimed he glowed with golden light as if lighting up the heavens, yet it was unclear why he continued to encounter misfortune, leaving his legs paralyzed. Possibly due to the intensity of the gazes directed towards Sui Zhao, he actually opened his mouth. You go ahead, I'll send my savior home. With that, the master-servant pair left carrying Duanzi in another direction. Not so fast, just let them leave. Meng Tang took a couple of steps forward, seeing no movement from the others. She quickly turned around to ask. Xiao Yi smiled. Have you not heard of Master Sui of the Sui family? Although his temper is somewhat eccentric, it's said that he repays kindness. If he says Duanzi is his savior, he will certainly ensure her safe return. At this, he also looked in the direction where they departed. Little Meng, since you're close with Duanzi, remember to privately send condolences. All right. Meng Tang pursed her lips unhappily in agreement. On the other side, the master-servant duo had rested well inside the car. Sui Yu asked, Master, even if we return Miss Duan, it might still be impossible to get her in safely. Sui Zhao looked down at Duanzi. At this moment, Duanzi was sleeping peacefully, resting on Sui Zhao's thighs without a care. He reached out to gently brush away the strands of hair on her face, rare tenderness evident in his gaze. Hearing no follow-up, Sui Yu turned back curiously. Young master. The Tyson Villa area, Sui Zhao seemed to regain consciousness, and replied faintly. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already midnight. Sui Yu opened the rear car door, but for a moment he didn't know how to proceed. While hesitating, he heard his master's voice. I'll handle it myself. Before Sui Yu could respond, Sui Zhao had already supported Duanzi and then moved around to the other side of the vehicle to personally carry her out. Master, this is inappropriate, Sui Yu said nervously, glancing around. He then recoiled slightly under Sui Zhao's stern gaze. Alas, there was no reasoning with him. If someone discovered this, wouldn't all the efforts spent on maintaining appearances be wasted? Seeing that Sui Zhao was about to enter the house, Sui Yu hastily rushed ahead to open the door, then scurried upstairs to unlock the main bedroom. Looking at the open bedroom door, Sui Zhao asked, There are no other rooms. Gone, Sui Yu admitted frankly. The guest room leaked during a rainstorm recently due to lack of repairs, and it hasn't been fixed yet. Sui Zhao gave a slight nod, then directly entered the room with Duanzi, gently laying her down on the large bed. Truthfully, this gentle demeanor was entirely unlike Sui Zhao. Sui Yu stared openly at his master, thoughts swirling in his mind until Sui Zhao turned back to look at him, which startled him into action. I'll go bring up your wheelchair, master. No sooner had he spoken than he had already darted away, his hurried actions lacking composure. Sui Zhao frowned at his servant's behavior, but said nothing. Sui Yu made quite a racket, clattering loudly while doing who knows what. Just as Sui Zhao was about to lose patience and step out to discipline him, the man reappeared carrying a metal frame, grinning foolishly. Master, this is a military-style camping bed. It was bought when you expressed interest in going camping. After the accident, it wasn't used, so it might come in handy now. Please use this as a temporary measure. And what about you? Sui Zhao asked. Sui Yu scratched the back of his head. Since master will surely want to watch over Miss Duan yourself, I'll sleep on the couch downstairs. What couch indeed? The sofa downstairs was genuine leather, spacious and long, certainly more comfortable than any military bed. But Sui Yu kept his tone respectful. Chapter 59, Continuous Rain. Fu Miao Miao tapped her intricately manicured nails impatiently on the desk. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and her eyes remained fixated on her phone. A fiery red explosion character followed the title Sweet Interaction between Duanzi and Little Brother, underneath which several trending hashtags had also gained prominence. The owl wife of the disabled tyrant. What shouldn't I know? And so on. Xiaosong's heart tightened too. Even if she has more online traffic, she's just an internet celebrity. Sister Miao Miao, your TV drama is about to premiere soon, and it will definitely become a big hit. Fu Miao's face grew slightly pale as she observed Xiao Song's apprehensive look and asked, "Did Chu Jing call you?" "Sister Miao. He usually gets in touch with you directly for anything," Xiao Song replied slowly. She truly didn't know how to face Fu Miao, who always acted like she wanted to devour Duanzi when she saw any news about him. Although all he did was mind his own business, Fu Miao was constantly tracking Duanzi's every move as if she wanted complete control over his updates and secretly wished misfortune upon him. "All right, you can leave now." Fu Miao's delicate features twisted momentarily. Xiao Song looked confused. "What? Where should I go?" Fu Miao snorted derisively. "Never mind. Don't bother arguing with me. Just go and buy me a cup of coffee." Gradually, she detached herself from her earlier state. So what if it was Duanzi? As long as she held on to Chu Zheng, nothing else mattered. As long as Chu Zheng's heart stayed with her, 1,000 Duanzis would be powerless compared to her influence. She pulled out a beautiful lipstick from her bag and started applying it carefully in front of the mirror before taking a few selfies. After contemplating her words, she sent a message to Chu Hong. Zhang Yi was still agonizing over Duanzi not replying to his messages. When he noticed Chu Zheng's phone screen light up, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the clingy little devil who used to answer every call back then now seems so distant, like a high mountain flower no one can approach? Chu Zheng was buried in some documents and slightly raised his head after hearing this. People grow up eventually. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi sarcastically retorted, "It's late at night. Her live stream must have ended hours ago. Do you wonder what she's doing right now?" Chu Zheng remained silent, only staring at him until Zhang Yi began to feel uneasy and hurriedly changed the topic. "Well, isn't it true that your girlfriend sent you a message? Don't believe me? Just check." Saying this, he handed the phone over to Chu Zheng. The latter simply glanced at it and continued focusing on his documents. "Don't you want to reply?" Zhang Yi questioned skeptically. Chu Zheng picked up his phone, scrolled through it for a moment, and put it down again. "You did reply, didn't you?" Zhang Yi muttered. "I really don't understand how someone like you even manages to get a girlfriend. I'm such a great guy, and I still don't have one. That's being spoiled and greedy." Chu Zheng threw a file folder at him. "How about that? You seem to have forgotten the pain you caused already. Instead of thinking about ways to make amends for your mistakes, you're here affecting my work? Do you realize why I've been delayed so much in my work?" Zhang Yi grinned ingratiatingly. "That's not entirely fair. I've been very dedicated recently, but it's rare that I finally got some time off, so I came here to rest. You do your resting while I focus on my work. Can we stop interfering with each other?" Chu Zheng pointed at him with a pen. "If it weren't for our friendship, do you think I wouldn't ask someone to escort you out?" Zhang Yi mimed zipping his mouth shut and slumped onto the sofa without another word. In the wee hours of the morning, a drizzle of rain started, occasionally accompanied by a gentle breeze. Duanzi slept soundly. Sui Zhao didn't bear to wake her, yet worried that if she woke up during the night there would be no one to care for her, so he quietly sat by the window watching the rain. Raindrops fell against the glass windows, gathering into streams, slowly trickling down to form elegant streaks of water patterns. Perhaps out of boredom, he eventually took out his phone to play around. In no time, he had filmed several nice videos. He sifted through them one by one, seemingly determined to find the most appealing one. Meanwhile, she had pleasant dreams all night without waking once. As dawn broke, Sui Zhao slowly closed his eyes. On the bed, Duanzi shifted her sleeping position multiple times before finally beginning to stir. Seemingly recalling something, her eyes abruptly opened wide. The unfamiliar white walls greeted her gaze. Knowing the original body might have some serious illness, the ceiling was adorned with a pattern of a brilliant starry sky. Ever since she had come into this body, Duanzi had never seen such a pure ceiling again. She abruptly sat up, her gaze immediately locking onto the figure by the window. Wow, that golden light. How could one not notice it? She carefully listened to the other person's breathing, finding it steady and prolonged, leading her to guess that the person might be asleep. She couldn't help but feel touched. It was truly difficult for the other person to guard her like this all night. But, as she examined the surrounding decorations, the overwhelming sense of luxury made Duanzi feel somewhat uneasy. Could it be that she hadn't left that formation yet? This kind of decoration didn't seem like what belonged to current housing design. Ding ding ding. A knocking sound on the door echoed. The first to respond to the noise outside wasn't Duanzi, but rather the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Following the sound, a long, elegant hand adorned with a jade ring picked up the phone from the floor. He must not have rested well, so he twisted his neck a few times. Suddenly turning around, their eyes inadvertently met. Duanzi instinctively averted her gaze and cleared her throat. Did you rest like that last night?" Puffed. How silly of her to ask such a question. The person was sitting on a wooden chair, not a wheelchair. If he wanted to leave, there wouldn't have been a way for him to do so anyway. Kind of. His voice was hoarse, presumably due to just waking up. "Did the knocking wake you up?" "Not." Realizing her tone had become overly excited, Duanzi quickly lowered her voice. "Ahem. Well, I've been awake for a while." Outside, they likely heard the commotion inside, asking, "Young master, are you awake?" Sui Zhao responded. The person seemed to forget the fact that there was someone else in the room, opening the door slightly and wheeling the wheelchair inside, resulting in an awkward face-to-face encounter with Duanzi sitting on the bed. Cough. No, sorry, we'll just deliver the wheelchair and leave." Sui Yu stammered nervously. Last night, in a haze, he forgot to bring the wheelchair up for the young master. After being sent down along with the bed by the young master, he hadn't returned since. Chapter 60, A More Attentive Person. Sui Zhao's gaze swept lightly over Sui Yu and landed on the wheelchair, pondering how to smooth over yesterday's events. Isn't your bodyguard too inattentive? Duanzi suddenly spoke up. Sui froze for a moment, slowly placing down the wheelchair with a hint of weight shake on his face. Ayu is not my bodyguard. He is a distant relative of our Sui family. By seniority, he should call me uncle, Sui Zhao said. Sui looked perplexed for a moment, meeting Sui Zhao's gaze, and hurriedly nodded. Yes, this, that. We grew up together since we were young, so we've grown used to each other. There's no need to replace him. There was a touch of disdain in Duanzi's eyes. No wonder the old father insisted on having me come here to take care of Sui Zhao, apparently wanting a more attentive person, but without any reason. Push it over here. Sui Zhao smiled faintly at the corner of his lips and said slowly. It wasn't until then that Sui Yu realized it, quickly pushing the wheelchair over and lifting Sui Zhao onto the chair. He has quite some strength. Duanzi quietly commented under her breath. Sui Yu stiffened momentarily and quickly replied. Yes. The reason I've been able to follow the young master for so long is because I have special skills. Certainly, you can't just replace me with a single word. Of course, Duanzi had no idea what Sui Yu was thinking inside, only finding him not detailed enough in doing things, leaving the young master trapped in the chair all night. You shouldn't let your young master sleep in the chair all night. After saying this, Duanzi regretted it slightly. Not sure if it was due to their interaction last night. Duanzi inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity towards the other party, temporarily forgetting the boundaries. The corners of Sui Zhao's mouth slightly lifted before flattening again. It's time for a lesson. After hearing the two men's conversation, Sui Yu immediately sensed something was off, looking towards Sui Zhao with a pleading expression. Sui Zhao said, go check the neighboring room for leaks and contact maintenance personnel to resolve it. Seeing that Sui Zhao did not intend to scold him, Duanzi felt slightly relieved, yet still thought it inappropriate to bother them, hence proposed taking leave. Master and servant exchanged a glance. Sui Yu quickly interjected. No. Duanzi's eyes carried a hint of confusion. Why? It's like this. Miss Duan, you don't know. The reason we brought you here is because this house is the closest one near there. You also saw it. This area was originally an old villa zone. Last night's rain damaged the road, making it impossible to go down the mountain. Sui Yu hastily explained. Duanzi pursed her lips, pondering for a moment. Then how will the repairman arrive? Well, isn't a luxury car something that needs proper maintenance? Sui Yu stammered. Why were you there yesterday? Duanzi asked. One question followed another, causing Sui Yu to be extremely cautious about giving a wrong answer, lest his master would have him killed 1,000 times. He glanced furtively toward Duanzi. Sui Zhao said slowly, that project belongs to our family. Yesterday, we heard that the situation over there was unstable, so someone went to handle it, and we decided to check it out. At this point, he gave Sui Yu a meaningful look. It's getting late. Is breakfast ready? Oh, not yet. I'll go down immediately. Sui Yu finished speaking, giving Duanzi no time to react, and fled like escaping death. Duanzi licked her dry lips and muttered, am I really that terrifying? He has a clumsy tongue and lacks social skills. If you want to know anything, ask me, Sui Zhao said with a bright smile. Also, I stayed here last night not solely to take care of you, but because the roof next door is long overdue for repairs. You don't need to feel guilty. I don't feel guilty either. After all, I did save your life last night. Being taken care of by you is only natural. Is what I said wrong? Sui Zhao asked. Right, what you said is absolutely correct. Do I need to applaud for you? Duanzi flashed a smile at the other side without replying. Miss Duan, rest a bit longer. I have work to deal with. Saying this, the man operated the wheelchair and slowly moved away. Duanzi watched as he disappeared at the doorway and kindly closed the door behind him. She started searching for her phone and found it still stubbornly holding half its battery power. Grateful, she patted the portable charger and opened Meng Tang's chat message. Are you okay, Miss Duan? Haven't woken up yet. It's not that we are heartless, but that young sir's words didn't leave room for negotiation. When you wake up, send me a reply. Duanzi stroked her fingers, thinking about the brush left in the other's car, and sent 2 words back, safe. It seemed the other party hadn't slept all night, as they quickly began typing. You have no idea. That person in the wheelchair suddenly appeared holding you last night, scaring me half to death. So, I was carried by them. Duanzi bit her lip, feeling she should feel a bit guilty for troubling a disabled person to take care of her. She glanced at her clothes, indeed worthy of accompanying her through many battles. The dust on them was thick. Fortunately, the young master didn't have obsessive cleanliness tendencies, otherwise, I might have been abandoned halfway, right? Duanzi begrudgingly crawled out of the blankets, glancing at the stained bedspread and quilt, sighing once again. This is sinful. She scratched her head, really too embarrassed to keep sleeping. She should go out and ask if these could be washed. When she saw the stairs, another wave of guilt washed over Duanzi. Seriously, why did I just let the other person leave like that? Isn't this similar to how that unreliable nephew behaved? When Sui Zhao spotted her, he saw her frowning and staring intently at the staircase, which prompted him to chuckle lightly. Why don't you continue resting? How could you just stuff me into bed like that? It must be so dirty. Duanzi finished her complaint, then meeting his deep gaze. It's not that I blame you, but it's just too dirty. Sorry, do you happen to have spare bedding? Let me help you giggle, or should I compensate you with new ones? This old mansion is regularly cleaned by a housekeeper, but we returned too late yesterday. Sui Yu and I couldn't change your clothes properly. If you're uncomfortable, I'll have Sui Yu change another set for you. Then you can rest some more, said Sui Zhao. Duanzi anxiously stamped her foot. It's not that I'm blaming you. You should have just thrown me on the couch and given me a blanket. That wouldn't do. After all, you did save my life last night. Taking care of you is only appropriate. Sui Zhao smiled and replied. Once again, upon meeting his profound eyes, Duanzi felt extremely timid. Damn. Chapter 61. The expectation hidden in the heart. Weren't these words exactly what he had just been thinking? They were even spot on. No, even if that was true, Duanzi shouldn't feel guilty. If anything, the other party should. You, explain what happened after. I'm actually quite curious. Duanzi licked her dry lips, asking with slight excitement. She had tried hard to suppress herself, but she didn't realize that her bright eyes had revealed too much. Sui Zhao smiled and said, at that time, the paper doll suddenly burst in, so I activated the talisman you gave me. When I got there, I saw you unconscious on the ground. If you don't believe me, you can ask you. Duanzi followed his gaze and just happened to see Sui Yu's silly smile, which felt like a punch in the eyes. Yes, exactly as you thought. She slightly shifted her gaze and said, no need, I believe you. What nonsense. How come these two master-servant figures couldn't have some private chat for her to eavesdrop on? She added a few sentences secretly in her heart. You should still ask. Sui Zhao, at some point, had moved to the water kettle and poured a cup of water for Duanzi. Duanzi stared at his pale and slender hands for a long while until he shook the cup, prompting her to take it absent-mindedly. Thanks. It's important to drink water regularly, Sui Zhao said, pointing to his own mouth. Your lips are already dry. His lips looked good too. Duanzi couldn't help but swallow saliva awkwardly. Actually, I'm more hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, both of their gazes fell on Sui Yu, who innocently shrugged. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. I've contacted Aunt Sue to come over and asked her to bring some change of clothes. But the road is bad, and we don't know when she'll arrive. Then there's nothing to be done. It seems you'll have to endure a little longer, Sui Zhao laughed. In her memory, he had always been enveloped in a golden light. Maybe because he was closer today, Duanzi could clearly see his appearance. His features were deep and sharp, and when he smiled, his eyes resembled a deep galaxy, incredibly beautiful, almost as if they would pull a person in. Even though he had dark circles under his eyes from not resting well last night, he still looked very handsome. Duanzi held the cup of water and tilted her head slightly towards the side, saying, in this amount of time, I might as well go home already. There are no taxis here, Sui Yu casually mentioned, with an innocent grin on his face. I'm rather careless. I forgot to fill up gas when I went out. Who knows, we might run out of gas halfway. Duanzi nodded. Anyway, she wasn't going back anyway. The rain outside continued, which seemed somewhat abnormal for early autumn. Duanzi had reached the massive floor-to-ceiling window holding her cup. The lush green plants outside still exuded vitality, as if eagerly awaiting the rain. Sui Yu took the opportunity to get closer to Sui Zhao, with a look that begged for praise. Sui Zhao subtly hooked the corner of his lips, slowly moving his wheelchair next to Duanzi. He asked cold. Duanzi slightly shook her head. I just pity my brush. What? Sui Zhao hadn't heard clearly and raised his head to ask. Duanzi shook her head irritably. It's not a big deal, just that I've put in a bit too much. A writing brush? Sui Zhao asked again. Upon hearing this, Duanzi was startled. How do you know? This was something she hadn't told anyone. When live streaming, there was something resembling a writing brush in the pocket behind the driver's seat that was caught on camera, Sui Zhao seriously said. Yu is your loyal fan and never forgets to browse the live stream, even while driving. I was also bored, so I took a casual glance. Yes, Miss Duan, how about giving me a signature? Sui Yu's voice came from a distance. Duanzi, wasn't this a perfectly timed glance? Just coincidentally catching such a detailed thing? This guy has got some skill, huh? She simply squatted down, staring at the clean floor. Signatures, let's skip that. Looks like a fake fan, wasting emotions. I think Miss Duan is pretty good. Why does someone always call you Tea Green? Sui Zhao's calm voice drifted over. Duanzi scoffed. Mr. Sui sure likes to meddle. I offend very few people, just the boss and the boss's wife. So what? Are you planning to plead my case? Annoying. I'd rather stay in bed than listen to this. This might be up to yourself, Sui Zhao chuckled softly, idly rotating his jade bracelet. If you find the bed messy, you can take off the sheets and blankets. Lock the door, and sleep soundly. Duanzi suddenly looked up, her eyes full of anticipation. What did you just say? Clearly not expecting Duanzi to look up, the other party hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. You look pretty bored. After expending so much energy yesterday, don't you need to go back to sleep? You're right, I'll go rest. Duanzi said and rushed upstairs. The moment she shut the door, her heart thundered in her ears. It was as if he could read minds. How could he be so sure that it's just physical exhaustion? Who is he? Could he be Master Brother? Her mind flashed with several images of him, comparing each one to her memory of Master Brother, but they weren't exactly the same. It might just be because I miss Master Brother too much. Duanzi muttered. Master Brother never had such good luck, at most only half of this guy's. But what if? Duanzi curled herself by the door, her mind a blank. Soft footsteps came from outside. Instinctively, Duanzi held her breath. But the person merely lingered briefly outside her door and then went downstairs after some time. Duanzi sighed with relief. Exhaustion immediately swept over her, and before she knew it, she fell asleep at the doorway. Master, there's no movement from Miss Duan's room. She must have fallen asleep, Sui Yu said, placing the cup of water on the table. It was specially instructed by Sui Zhao to send the water up in case Duanzi got thirsty. Upon hearing this, Sui Zhao's gaze fell on the water cup. Where is Aunt Sue? Probably until noon, Sui Yu said. I heard there was a car accident on the road, and the police blocked half of it. There's a terrible traffic jam. What kind of traffic jam could there be out here in the wilderness? Sui Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. I don't know. Aunt Su mentioned it. She said today was already gloomy, and she didn't see clearly. Could it be something else? Sui Yu couldn't help widening his eyes when saying this. Sui Zhao pressed his lips together. Nothing is impossible. Did she take a car from the Sui family? Yes, Uncle Li personally went to pick her up, Sui Yu said. In that case, there shouldn't be any problems. She should arrive shortly. Sui Zhao spun the ring on his finger. Chapter 62. The wise do not fall in love. Sui Yu clearly didn't understand what the other person meant and let out an, ah. Is there any difference? After that incident, didn't my dad go to the temple to ask for some things and hang them in the car? I've heard some actually work. Sui Zhao said absent-mindedly. Wait at the entrance. After he finished speaking, he looked upstairs and furrowed his brows again. Sui Yu was busy agreeing and walked out without noticing anything unusual about Sui Zhao's expression. The rain outside seemed to have no end in sight, and it started pouring even harder. Sui Yu peeked around for quite a while at the door, finally seeing a car approaching. The person on the car had their own umbrella, opened it as they got out, both dressed in work uniforms, one a sturdy figure, the other looking like a frail scholar with glasses. How come they look so familiar? Wow, this road of yours is really difficult to navigate, the two muttered as they came closer. You're here to… Didn't your family say the roof was leaking? Sui Yu's words were interrupted before she could finish. Take us inside to check. Sui Yu was shocked by their rudeness. Hold on, let me take you there. The rain is heavy now, not good for repairs. After saying that, she led them into the living room, originally wanting her young master to help take a look, but found no one there. In the time Sui Yu was dazed, the door opened from the outside, and Aunt Su and Uncle Li came in with large bags. Why don't you give me a call so I can pick you up? Sui Yu hurried over and took the things. Are all the back rooms unusable? Aunt Su asked. Sui Yu cleared her throat. They should be usable, but last time when Aunt Chun came over, she said there was a bit of dampness in the back. In that case, we might have to rush back tonight. Aunt Su said slowly. Not necessarily. I'll check the back. You hurry up and cook. Don't let master starve. Uncle Li said, then grabbed his umbrella and headed towards the back. Quickly take these two people to fix the roof. Even if you suffer yourself, don't make master suffer. It's not right, Uncle Li. What are you talking about? Sui Yu took a few steps forward but was pulled back by Aunt Su. Haven't you thought about it? Can Aunt Chun's words be trusted? Your Uncle Li is worried about the loss of items, so he's going to count them, Aunt Su said. You must not have eaten breakfast either. Have something warm first. I'll take care of these men. The two repairmen were pretty compliant. They would obediently stay wherever they were led. Aunt Su led them upstairs, and when she saw someone's silhouette upstairs, she was startled. Young master, why aren't you resting properly? Do you have the clothes I asked you to bring? Sui Zhao asked. Aunt Su hesitated a moment and said, these two are here to fix the roof. I'll lead them to the place and go get the clothes after. But, since it involved privacy, Aunt Su glanced at the two repairmen and didn't continue. Sui Zhao stared at the two for a while and asked, aren't you? Zhao team leader. Ka. Zhao Yi fell silent for a moment, cleared his throat. It's like this. We are here to deal with road issues. The repairman was affected by a car accident and couldn't make it. We figured that we shouldn't let our team members suffer, so we came over to lend a hand. The person beside him adjusted the brim of their hat. Yeah. Plus, Zhao team leader used to be in the army. All this stuff is second nature to him, just rest assured. Sui Zhao nodded and asked, why don't you visit Duanzi? Haha. Zhao Yi coughed awkwardly. Well, we won't intrude. Mr. Sui hasn't entered yet. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to go in. We're only passing through. We have some business later on. It's best to settle this issue quickly, Li Sun said. Sui Zhao smiled slightly and made way for the two. Master, Aunt Su asked somewhat curiously, are they looking for? Sui Zhao waved at her. Go downstairs and bring the clothes and food over. You'll see them soon. He intended to introduce them. If Duanzi urgently needed to return, they could take their vehicle. He maneuvered the wheelchair over and knocked on the door. There was no sound from inside. He frowned and knocked a few more times until there came some rustling sounds from within. The door creaked open. Duanzi must have just woken up. Her cheeks were flushed and her speech was slurred. What happened? It's time for lunch. And Su also brought some clothes. Change them in a while, carefully. Sui Zhao hadn't finished speaking when the other person suddenly slid out along the doorframe. Sui Zhao hastily reached out to catch her, getting pinned under her firmly. The two who had been eagerly eavesdropping hurriedly came out from the neighboring room and just happened to witness this scene. When Sui Zhao heard the commotion, he looked over and Zhao Yi hastily covered Li Sun's eyes. Let's just focus on fixing the roof. We haven't seen anything. Haha, you carry on. Carry on with what? Duanzi was even more dazed from bumping into the other person's solid chest. She struggled to prop herself up a little, tilting her head upward to look in their direction. From her forehead to her cheeks, she didn't know which part had brushed against something cool, but it felt very soothing. And for a moment, she couldn't remember to pull away. Sui Zhao could feel the burning sensation on his chin, his Adam's apple moving as he carefully tried to help her get up. Do you have a fever? You're so hot. Aunt Su also came up at that time, catching sight of the two in that position, unable to resist laughing quietly. Young master, did you bump into anything? Help her up, said Sui Zhao. Aunt Su handed over the thing she was carrying to Sui Yu, who secretly peeked using a lunchbox to block her view. It seemed deliberate, as Aunt Su, usually so strong, inexplicably struggled to lift Duanzi. Sui Zhao, he simply used the force from the other person, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her into his embrace. Did you bring any cold medicine? Oh no, I forgot. Yes, I brought some. I'll go down and fetch it immediately. And with that, Aunt Su turned without looking back and hurried downstairs. Xiao Yi and Li Sun glanced at each other, deciding it was best to return to fixing the roof. This one side was an unyielding grandma, and the other side was a noble young master. They had no idea what had happened during this period but decided to pretend they had never come here. Seeing Sui Zhao standing frozen at the door, Sui Yu quickly delivered the items inside, and then pushed his wheelchair in, closing the door thoughtfully behind them. But just moments later, the door opened again. Young master, Miss Duan once said, the wise do not fall in love. Please take care. Get out. Sui Zhao responded coldly with a single word, followed by the firmly closed door. He stood up and placed her on the bed, saying, eat something first to pad your stomach. You'll be fine after taking some cold medicine. You stand up just now? Duan Zi asked sleepily. No, sit up yourself and eat. Sui Zhao replied irritably. Chapter 63, The Unrelenting Gossip. Duan Zi felt a fierce dizziness, her thoughts muddled. She thought to herself, no matter how unfilial a son may be, he wouldn't joke about his own legs. Was it her illusion, or did she just catch Rui Zhao's lips curving up for an instant? No need. I can get up myself. This is too. You're worried about the cleanliness of where you'll sleep? We'll talk about that when you're a bit better. Rui Zhao said as he opened the thermos lunchbox and scooped a spoonful toward Duan Zi. This was quite embarrassing, so Duan Zi firmly refused. Well, I can still do it myself. After speaking, she took over herself. Fortunately, Rui Zhao didn't insist on feeding her. He only quietly reminded her, be careful, it's hot. This young master appeared to have a surprisingly good temper, whether or not it was her illusion. Her mind was in disarray, with her head aching severely at the moment, so she dismissed these thoughts and focused on eating. In reality, she wasn't very hungry, but her internal organs were truly restless. Outside the door, Aunt Su arrived with a medical kit and saw Rui Yu leaning on the door. She also leaned over. Unfortunately, the door was too thick, and they heard nothing. The two people next door emerged from messing around on the roof and saw their posture, which made them burst out laughing. It seemed like the gossiping heart wasn't something they alone possessed. Xiao Yi coughed lightly and asked, how's Duan Zi? Is she running a fever? Rui Yu had originally been half kneeling, and now she directly knelt on both knees, pretending to look for something. Aunt Su also fixed her hair and said, I've just brought the medical kit here, I don't know much either. Saying that, she reached out to knock on the door. After some time, the door slowly opened from inside. There's a thermometer in here, as well as antipyretics and cold medicine. Aunt Su handed over the medical kit. Your Uncle Li said there are fewer things in the back room and called me over to record it. This side will be left in your care. Without waiting for Rui Zhao to speak again, she slipped away. Xiao Yi and Li Sun exchanged glances. These elders really knew how to pick sides. Missing a chance to be matchmakers would be truly regrettable. Please wait a moment. I'll ask her if she wants to go back with all of you or stay here to recuperate. Rui Zhao told the two people. Thank you for your help. Let Rui Yu settle the repair costs with you. Then thank you first, Mr. Rui. Xiao Yi said laughingly while pulling Li Sun towards the back, not forgetting to peek his head into the house out of curiosity. Li Sun helplessly pulled him down. What's wrong with you? Are you not curious at all? Xiao Yi covered his mouth and whispered. Upon receiving Rui Zhao's glance, Rui Yu said to the two of you please come downstairs first. I'll get you some water to drink. All right. Xiao Yi replied while walking out, but looking back every few steps. When Rui Zhao returned, he found the thermometer and handed it over to Duan Zi, asking for her opinion. Yes, we should go back. After all, it's not my home. I didn't sleep soundly. She took the thermometer and inserted it under her arm. Good, but we need to take the medicine first, Rui Zhao added. Duan Zi weakly nodded. Thanks for your concern, young Master Rui. She didn't remember clearly what happened in between. Roughly after taking the antipyretics, she got into Xiao Ye's car. On the road, Xiao Yi kept playing music, shaking Duan Zi's brain intensely. Finally unable to bear it, she kicked Xiao Ye's seat. Turn off the stereo for me. What? Xiao Yi asked, puzzled. Li Sun, speechless, quickly reached over to turn off the stereo. What are you doing? Xiao Yi unconsciously voiced. Didn't you hear her telling you to turn off the stereo? Li Sun retorted. That calmed Xiao Yi down, and Duan Zi fell asleep once again. She didn't remember how she climbed the stairs. Neither did she recall how the door was opened. When she woke up again, Meng Tang was sitting by her bed. Do you want some water? Meng Tang quickly ran to pour her a glass and passed it over. Duan Zi took the water and drank several big gulps, choking a little. She coughed a few times and asked, what time is it now? Where are they two? It's 4:30 now. They dropped you off and thought it wouldn't be proper for the two of them to stay with you. So they asked me to come over and accompany you before leaving. Meng Tang excitedly continued. How about it? What happened last night? Why are you so gossipy? Duan Zi shifted to the inside of the bed and asked in a hoarse voice. They just carried you in and you fainted. Why did a fever come out of nowhere? Meng Tang sat on the edge of the bed and squeezed closer to Duan Zi. By the way, is your fever gone? Stay away from me. Duan Zi said irritably. I'm not feeling well right now. Can we talk about this later? Meng Tang sighed and said, all right, take care of yourself then. But once you get better, you have to tell me everything. Where's my pen? Duan Zi asked. Meng Tang hesitated for a moment and replied. You're still worried about the pen? Don't worry, I brought it for you. It's in the living room. Good. Duan Zi nodded slightly. Thank you. This is nothing. I just want to know what happened inside. Your fan said you suddenly stopped streaming at the crucial moment. There are even several trending topics online now. Meng Tang said excitedly. Looking at Meng Tang's excited expression, Duan Zi sighed. You know I passed out due to exhaustion, right? Yes, and then what happened? Meng Tang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Did something happen between you two? The place where we rested didn't even have food. I was so hungry that I fainted outside the door, and when I woke up, I had a fever, Duanzi said calmly. Listening to this, Meng Tang lost her desire to ask further. Oh, I thought something fun would happen. I need to go to the bathroom. Duanzi placed the water cup on the nearby cabinet. You can go figure things out on your own. It wasn't until she got up that she realized her clothes had been changed. She asked, did you change them? No, could it be? Mr. Sui changed them for you. Meng Tang's eyes again lit up with gossip. It wasn't him. It might have been Aunt Sue or Aunt Shun. Duanzi rolled her eyes and prepared to get out of bed. With her movements, her bones cracked audibly, making Meng Tang's teeth ache. This sound could rival my grandma's. Don't joke around. I don't want to gain such a big granddaughter for no reason. Duanzi waved her hands. Oh please. Do you think I won't let you go to the bathroom? You dare. Do you think I don't dare? Come on, move aside. Chapter 64. A few days of peace. Duanzi fell ill with a fever and put up an announcement saying she had caught a cold and needed some time to recover. In the following days, she took her time looking at houses, examining equipment, and in the meantime informed Zhang Yu to start work. Most people only let their assistants start when there's work, but here you are on leave and still insisting on having someone report for duty, Meng Tang remarked with a whistle. But after hearing Duanzi's entire schedule, Meng Tang couldn't help but marvel. Not to mention anything, but is this an assistant for work or for life? You've handed over finding a house and inspecting equipment to someone else. So what do? Duanzi replied. I pay well, and they're happy to do it. Do you have any issues with that? Meng Tang admitted defeat but quickly came up with another thought. Doesn't hiring one more person cost a lot more money? Duanzi nodded, staring at her, waiting for her to continue. Then take me as your apprentice, Meng Tang flattered with a smile. I'll give you a formal gift for it. Duanzi paused mid-motion while getting water. What's the connection between these two things? I just want a few peaceful days. Teaching apprentices takes too much energy and isn't suitable for me. At this point, Duanzi remembered something. But if one person's identity gets confirmed, he would be quite a fit as a master. Just a little harsh with words. Who? Meng Tang leaned closer to ask. I just suspect now, but that person might not even be my elder brother in the first place. Duanzi said. Meng Tang was confused. How could you not know who your elder brother is? Forget it, it's hard to explain to you. Duanzi waved her hand. Just follow Xiao Team Leader honestly, and don't come bothering me with nonsense. These things consume brainpower. Why should this involve so much brainpower? Though Meng Tang didn't understand, to avoid annoying Duanzi into ignoring her, she stopped asking questions. Returning home sulkily, she happened to bump into Grandma Meng. The latter spoke less severely than before, but Meng Tang was still scared witless and hastily answered before planning to leave. But Grandma Meng called her back and said, we have plenty of land and houses. There's one place she might like. Go with Uncle Ma to check it out later. If it works, use it as a gift for the apprenticeship and talk to her. Sure thing. But Meng Tang was delighted but suddenly remembered a critical question. Whose gift for the apprenticeship will it be? Mine or yours? Grandma Meng sighed. Half of me is already in the grave. Can I really take her as a teacher now? It's all your fault for being so incompetent, lacking this bit of insight. If you truly want to become an apprentice, you must show real sincerity. Got it. Meng Tang smiled. I'll find Uncle Ma right away and go see the house. As she watched him rush off in excitement, Grandma Meng couldn't help but shake her head. Still too young. Always so rash. Duanzi had just managed to disengage from all sorts of shopping apps and was about to close her eyes to rest when she received a call from Meng Tang, saying there was a house to show her. Fine, but feed. Duanzi hadn't finished speaking when the other party hung up. She looked at her phone and shook her head helplessly. Such an impatient person, even more eager than I am. Now that she was awake, it was time to eat something for sustenance. She made herself a bowl of clear broth noodles. Just as she was enjoying it happily, she heard a knock on the door. Opening it, she saw Meng Tang and asked, have you eaten yet? Want a bowl of noodles? Eating right now? Meng Tang swallowed his saliva. Well, I guess I'll just have a bite then. Once seeing Duanzi's noodles, he ate heartily. When she set down her bowl, not a drop of the noodles and soup remained. You sure have quite the appetite there. Duanzi shook her head helplessly. You've given me two grand gifts today. First by waking me up, and then by eating all my food. Tell me, what good house has made you so happy? Not to brag, but that courtyard has some history. It's truly beautiful and awe-inspiring. You're bound to like it, Meng Tang said, patting his satisfied stomach. If he could really become her apprentice, wouldn't he then have delicious food like this every day in the future? We can go see it, but now's not the right time, Duanzi said. Later, I need to discuss a contract with representatives from Durian App. Then bring me along, Meng Tang said excitedly. The sooner we finish the talks, the sooner we can look at the house. Duanzi scratched her head. Taking Meng Tang along seemed acceptable, so she brought him along. A greasy, overweight man had been sent by Durian App. With just one glance, Duanzi no longer maintained her smile. Is this your platform's sincerity? Gua Erda smiled. What does Miss Duan mean? I am the general manager of our company. It's always me who handles this aspect. No need. Since you are not sincere about cooperation, there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Duanzi said as she got up and left. Meng Tang glanced at the other party, then at Duanzi, and finally decided to follow her. After catching up with Duanzi, she asked, I don't see anything wrong with that person. Why is he considered insincere? This person is currently embroiled in a lawsuit and will be fired in a few days. Signing a contract with him would bring bad results. Duanzi said, didn't you want to look at houses? It's still early. Let's go. Hearing this, Meng Tang became delighted. All right, let's go. The two walked in silence all the way until Duanzi realized the road was getting increasingly familiar. Unable to resist, she asked, "Are you saying this house wouldn't happen to be next to the Sui family, right?" "What Sui family?" Meng Tang asked in confusion. "I have no idea." She cleared her throat. "But the neighbor sure seems rich, though I didn't examine them closely." "Really?" Duanzi asked. "How could I deceive you? I just thought the courtyard view was great and rushed over to tell you." Meng Tang appeared straightforwardly honest. Duanzi rubbed her temples but did not pursue the matter further. If the house was truly good, it really didn't matter who the neighbor was. Besides, she herself had an intention to test the identity of the neighbor. Closer proximity might offer a better advantage. In the evening, "Master," Suiyu burst excitedly into the study. Zhao, who was reading a book, raised an eyebrow and said, "What wonderful news could make you so happy? It seems like someone is going to live next door." "Guess who I saw?" Suiyu stepped closer. At this point, Zhao looked up. "Duanzi?" "Yes. I remember the land beside ours belongs to the Meng family. This could possibly be sent by the old lady of the Meng family," Suiyu said. Upon hearing his words, Zhao closed the book. "That's true. She couldn't possibly afford so much money." Chapter 65, The Apprentice Ceremony. Duanzi specifically glanced at the gate of the neighbor's house, confirming that it was indeed the place she had entered on that day. "Wrong way, over here this way." Realizing Duanzi's movement, Meng Tang quickly stepped forward to stop her. "It's impolite to just stare at someone else's gate like that. Let's go see the yard instead." As he spoke, without hesitation, he pulled Duanzi towards another direction. "Why are you in such a rush? Is there something fishy going on?" Duanzi couldn't help but ask. "What fishiness? This estate is huge. If we don't hurry up and get inside, we'll never make it out before dark." Meng Tang feared that if the neighbor turned out to be Sui's family, the other party would think he had an ulterior motive. By heaven and earth, it was all just a coincidence. Duanzi felt something was off about him, but she didn't probe further, only giving Sui's residents a few more glances. After Meng Tang entered the password, he pushed open the heavy gate and led Duanzi inside. "Don't we need a car?" Duanzi asked. "It hasn't been lived in for a while. The road is full of small stones. My driving skills aren't good enough, honestly." Meng Tang's voice became quieter and eventually faded away. Duanzi looked at her with deep meaning. "You seem to know quite a bit. Is it your home?" "Of course, it can be." Meng Tang feared that if he nodded, Duanzi might turn around and leave, so he quickly changed his tone mid-sentence. "So even if it is your house, what's with all the secrecy?" Duanzi didn't understand. "I just found out it belongs to our family. I'm worried that I haven't introduced it thoroughly enough, making you laugh at me." Meng Tang chuckled good-naturedly. Duanzi nodded. "You don't have to worry, I'm not that kind of person." The first thing they saw was a tree-lined avenue. Since it was just autumn, the trees on both sides still had plenty of leaves, though some were already yellow. These trees were tall and thick, surely taking several years to grow. The flowers in the flower beds, left unattended, had mostly become weeds. Deep in the forest, there seemed to be a cradle. Duanzi pressed her lips together, seemingly satisfied with what she saw. "It will take us a while to reach the house. This yard is enormous. It's not as big as my old house, but it's still impressive." Meng Tang feared that Duanzi wouldn't be satisfied, so he immediately ran ahead, trying to find a topic to talk about. "Actually, I quite like these trees, like a paradise beyond the mundane world." Duanzi initially wanted to say it resembled the back mountain of her home, but then suddenly remembered she wasn't in the cultivation realm anymore, which stirred up feelings of melancholy in her heart. Seeing her lowered brows, looking somewhat unhappy, Meng Tang was momentarily at a loss as to what to do, so he could only obediently trail behind her. By the time they reached the house, it was already evening. This was a two-story villa with an additional small attic, covered in moss on the roof, with slightly red vegetation climbing up the walls, appearing to be ivy. It gave off a strong sense of history and suited her well, but it remained to be seen how it was inside. This entire journey made Duanzi feel unusually relaxed, though it was tough for Meng Tang. He had walked a very awkward and tiring route, and as soon as he opened the door, he couldn't resist sitting down on a bench near the entrance. Duanzi sneezed from the dust flying around. "There's so much dust here, don't you find it uncomfortable?" "Not at all, not at all. Just look around casually. I've walked myself exhausted." Meng Tang sighed faintly. "These roads must be rebuilt. These cobblestone paths are hurting my feet." Duanzi chuckled. "Then you rest for now. Let me take a look." She couldn't help but look around carefully. Apart from the little stool by the door, there was nothing else. It was empty but offered a clear view of the surroundings, very spacious, with brick walls around and sturdy beams that hadn't deformed at all. If she disliked the decoration, it could always be changed. The kitchen was pretty modern and open style. The bathroom was large, with both a shower and a bathtub. Outside, there was space for 2 washing machines. There were also 2 empty rooms that seemed symmetrical. At the back, there was an old-fashioned glass-paneled door leading to a large pond visible beyond, and what seemed to be a rockery further away. She went upstairs following the staircase, and the remaining half of the stairs was symmetrical. She chose the right side and climbed up, taking a look around. There were 4 rooms upstairs, with a large open space in the middle. She paused for a moment, walking into one of the rooms, presumably the master bedroom. There were 2 windows, and one of them could actually see the opposite villa. It seemed there was someone sitting sideways by the window reading a book. Apparently noticing her gaze, the person turned their head. Duanzi quickly crouched down reflexively, waiting for a while before slowly peeking again. She realized the person's gaze was still fixed on her direction, so she crouched back down. She muttered after a while, "That's not right. Why am I feeling so guilty?" As she thought this, she mustered her courage and stood up, only to find that the figure across had already vanished. She pressed her lips together, muttering, "There's no way that person has eyesight that good, right? But if it were elder brother, could he really see her from such a distance?" Duanzi stared at the opposite side for a while as the sky slowly grew darker. She rubbed her arms, then opened the two adjacent doors. One was empty, the other was a bathroom. For now, she was quite satisfied. She left the room and headed to the next one. By the time she finished exploring the whole place, it was already pitch black outside. Meng Tang woke up from a nap, realized Duanzi was gone, and noticed the darkness around him. He hurriedly turned on the light, shouting, "Duanzi, are you still here?" Her voice echoed in the vast living room, making it sound unusually ethereal, which scared her enough to swallow a lump in her throat. "Is your yard embedded inside Sui's estate?" Duanzi asked as she entered from the back door. "What? Me? I'm not sure," Meng Tang said nervously. "The backyard should be pretty large too." Duanzi nodded and walked past the rockery into another cluster of trees. Beyond them, there was a flat, spacious area that seemed to be a garage. "How do you like it?" Satisfied, Meng Tang's eyes sparkled hopefully. Duanzi nodded again. "Still, such a big villa shouldn't come cheap, right? Not expensive at all, really," Meng Tang exclaimed eagerly. "Could this serve as the gift for the apprentice ceremony?" Hearing this, Duanzi couldn't help but sigh. "I already said I'm not taking on any apprentices. Why are you still so insistent?" "But, the skills you demonstrated were truly incredible," Meng Tang said cautiously. "I really want to become your disciple. Besides, you haven't signed that contract yet, have you? You probably don't have money to buy a house anytime soon, right? And even if you do, wouldn't you need funds for equipment and assistant salaries?" Duanzi said dryly. "You've certainly calculated everything out clearly." Meng Tang chuckled twice, but his voice betrayed his nervousness. Chapter 66, Self-Promotion. To tell the truth, all of this was explained by Grandma after I reported to her on the way here just now. At first, I still thought it was a bit disappointing that Grandma said it was good that Duanzi didn't sign the contract. But after the analysis from the other side, it felt like heaven was helping me out. Meng Tang stared at the other party intently, for fear of missing any detail on their face. "It's getting dark, let's go back," Duanzi said. This made Meng Tang unsure about what was going on in Duanzi's mind. She hurriedly followed Duanzi's pace. "What I mean is, even if you don't take me as your disciple, I can still sell this to you at a lower price." Duanzi, who had already reached the door, paused and turned around. "I never said I wouldn't take you as my disciple." "Really?" Meng Tang was extremely happy. Seeing Duanzi walk forward again, she quickly followed outside, then remembered that the light was not turned off, so she hurried back to turn it off, and also locked the door. The return journey was filled with such happiness that Meng Tang even forgot about fatigue. Seeing the other person was so overjoyed, Duanzi couldn't help but shook her head eventually. "Being my disciple will involve a lot of hardship. It's not like one villa can buy me off." I know, Meng Tang said happily. "My family said that the proper procedures for apprenticing still need to be followed. Next time, I'll bring the transfer agreement and other gifts, and personally visit Master. All these things are not important." Duanzi waved her hand. She has never been a teacher herself, so simplicity was best. "Very important. My apprenticing carries 10 full measures of sincerity," Meng Tang said. "You're happy, that's good enough," Duanzi said slowly. "As long as you don't cry and beg to leave the sect later, I would feel very comforted." In her past life, the original self suffered endless bullying. The elder martial arts brothers were either making her practice boxing or refine medicine. Her whole body had no single good place left. If it weren't for the eldest brother secretly applying medicine for her and suppressing the other brothers to fight, making them give her antidotes, she probably wouldn't have lived to grow up so much. Meng Tang's physical constitution was still passable, but her martial arts skills were completely non-existent, and she was already panting heavily just from walking down that road earlier. In future, she needed to strengthen her physical exercise, and her calligraphy wasn't good either. Although talismans were not required compulsorily, in order to use tools skillfully, basic work couldn't be neglected. With this consideration, Duanzi closed her eyes eventually. As a result, Meng Tang originally wanted to say a few more words. Thinking the other party had fallen asleep, she closed her mouth awkwardly. Meng Tang deliberately followed Duanzi all the way upstairs to send her off, which could be described as courteous. Li Sun, who was waiting by the door, stared blankly. "What happened between you two?" It was only then that Meng Tang noticed his presence and asked, "What are you doing here? Is there something wrong?" "Yeah." Li Sun slightly nodded and stepped aside. "Let's talk inside." Duanzi entered directly by entering the password. Meng Tang squeezed in immediately behind her. Li Sun, who was ignored for the first time, shrugged unconcernedly and slowly walked in. "There's another topic about you online, and it's negative. They say you're overvaluing yourself, showing disrespect to others," Li Sun said, taking out his phone and showing the screen on the topic. Duanzi glanced at it and said, "When someone becomes famous, troubles increase. This isn't a big deal." Seeing she didn't care, Li Sun continued, "Don't be so dismissive. They said these negative news items might affect the collective, so you need to handle it soon." Hearing his words, Meng Tang casually took a glass of water from the table and handed it to Duanzi, saying indifferently, "Then why don't you take it off the hot search immediately? What are you waiting for?" Duanzi accepted the cup gracefully. "It should be the manager of Durian app. I'll issue a clarification statement later. I'm planning to move house recently. Next time, you can call instead of waiting here unnecessarily. It's quite a waste of time." Li Sun agreed, and there was no more discussion. He looked at the two of them under the brim of his hat, always feeling like there was some kind of small secret between them. This trip was indeed unnecessary. He just unintentionally heard Captain Zhao say that Meng Tang had been sticking to Duanzi these days and didn't have free time for missions. For some reason he didn't understand, he developed a desire to come and check it out. Do you have anything else? Meng Tang suddenly turned around and asked. Li Sun didn't understand. No more matters. If you don't have anything, why don't you leave? Meng Tang asked again. This sentence was clearly indicating that the guest was being dismissed, but paired with Meng Tang's innocent expression, it didn't make one blame her. Duanzi looked over both of them and slowly asked, do you know how to drive? He can drive, but he doesn't do it often. Before Li Sun could speak, Meng Tang answered for him. If I'm not mistaken, he probably took a taxi here today. Li Sun waited until the other party finished speaking, then slowly nodded. That's correct. This was getting interesting. Duanzi smiled faintly. Tang Tang followed me around quite a bit today. I wonder if you have time to help send her home. All right. This time, Li Sun had beaten her to it. Meng Tang was still absorbed in the meaning of Tang Tang when she foolishly followed Li Sun out. As they reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Master, I'll definitely come early tomorrow. You can count on me. All right. See you tomorrow, Duanzi said with a smile. Li Sun was completely shrouded in the dark, his expression unclear, but one could see his cautious hand guarding Meng Tang's side. Duanzi had seen all this and sipped her tea lightly. It seemed that the teacher-student relationship was predestined by heaven. By the time she came out after taking a shower, she had just issued a statement. It's not me overestimating my value, but some companies grow too big and look down on us influencers. They sent someone problematic to sign a contract with me, which would have messed up my later plans. So, I'm truly sorry about this. One stone had caused 1,000 waves. Netizens immediately began their discussions. Goddess, what do you mean? Can you elaborate more? Duanzi really is a tricky one. Her words were very bold. I fully support Duanzi. If she says there's a problem, then there's absolutely a problem. Her live stream doesn't matter much anymore anyway. All those adventures she went on, the black screens or disappearing acts were merely tricks for attention. I also support Duanzi. Is this company arrogant now? If they want to hold back our Duanzi's money, they should say so directly instead of all these excuses. But who was Duanzi? She never missed a calculation. Not long after, that manager made the front page news for tax evasion. Somebody who loved stirring up trouble posted this screenshot in the comment section, instantly causing an uproar. However, who was Duanzi? A master strategist. Before long, that manager became headline news due to tax evasion. Some netizen who loved to stir things up directly posted the screenshot into the comment section below, which chaos ensued. Chapter 67, Cutthroat Competition. At the same time, the Yu family behind Orange App also felt they should take advantage of the situation to sign a contract with Duanzi. In this way, they could seize the opportunity to hit the headlines. Their boss, Mr. Yu, personally sent a message to Duanzi and arranged to sign the contract the next day. Duanzi had anticipated that other platforms would try to contact her, but she didn't expect Yu Lihai to personally reach out. Since he had shown her respect, she couldn't refuse him on the spot. She replied positively, but also mentioned that she wouldn't sign exclusively with one platform. The other party quickly replied, saying that they would discuss during the meeting and that both sides would surely reach a satisfactory agreement. This Yu Lihai is really interesting. Duanzi smiled and replied with a single word, good. Because the live streaming platform hadn't negotiated successfully, Duanzi chose Weibo for her live stream, labeling it as Immortal Cultivation Daily. As soon as she opened it, a flood of comments surged forth. How did you know about that manager? Was it really calculated? Zizi is truly a goddess. I've decided to support you my whole life. I will never look back. You commoners, did you meditate today? It's better to follow Duanzi's cultivation instead of praising her overly. While adjusting the camera, Duanzi happened to see this comment and glanced at the visitor's ID. Mouth Strong Fan Leader. What a ridiculous name. Duanzi silently complained in her mind, but she found his words quite reasonable. So she clicked on his ID and said, he makes sense. I never lack flattery, but I do lack stories. Let's have a casual chat today. Is there anyone willing to share some interesting stories? Beneath the live stream, comments flooded again, all saying they had stories. Gifts started pouring in too, which made Duanzi anxious. Don't rush. What's the hurry? I only like listening to beautiful and exciting stories. Other stories don't interest me. She added, please stop sending gifts. Give me a moment. I'll figure out how to turn off the gift function. Why turn off the gifts? Is it because of the Lychee platform issue? Is Duanzi scared to accept large gifts now? Then let's set up a group. We can private chat when necessary, right? That sounds kind of troublesome. While the chat was discussing this, Duanzi was searching through her phone for related content. A confused expression showed on her delicate face. Why was the setting to disable gifts hidden so deeply? How utterly unreasonable. Still flashing on the live page were dazzling colors. Everyone squinted to check the ID. Chu Zhang. Good grief. Isn't this the former male lead of the scandal? Why is he here? Trying to show off? Madness. My eyes are spinning. Why hasn't our Zizi figured out how to turn off the gift feature yet? Duanzi caught sight of Chu Zhang's gifts and frowned slightly. Mr. Chu, please stop. It would be better if you set a good example. Thank you. After she finished speaking, he indeed paused for a moment, then immediately posted a comment. Didn't you say the person who sends the most gifts gets the voice call? That's true for some platforms, but this isn't the same platform. The last big donation is still waiting in the queue. Are you just looking for trouble? Is this because the previous scandal wasn't big enough? Or do you think being rich means you're special? Aren't you just the scumbag trying to ask for trouble? Everyone, stay calm. Let's see what Zizi says. After reading Chu Zheng's message, Duanzi directly sent him a WeChat asking, "What exactly do you mean? We already agreed. Bridges and roads remain separate. I won't hold the last incident against you, so please don't make things difficult for me. There's no need to send me a WeChat. You can say it in the live stream." Duanzi wanted to swear. She was thinking about how to get rid of this unlucky guy. Just at this point, colorful special effects rose, picking the most expensive ones. Chu Zheng stubbornly kept brushing gifts, trying to keep up with the other side, but neither could overtake the other. Chu Zheng's mouth even twisted in anger. When seeing the username Sui Zhao, Chu Zheng suddenly stopped. He remembered the disabled man Duanzi met during her last live stream. It must have been Sui Zhao. "Sister Zhen, who is this person? Is he Sister Duanzi's new girlfriend?" asked Fu Miao Miao softly beside him. Chu Zheng shook his head. "It's hard to say, but the other person's background is undoubtedly top-notch. There's no need for us to go up against them, right?" The next day was the time for Fu Miao Miao to join the variety show, but after searching through the entire company, she just felt that none of them were as good as Duanzi. A few days ago, Fu Miao Miao had suggested talking to Duanzi again, but she was rejected. He couldn't explain the reason himself. Maybe it was simply that he didn't want to embarrass the other party. But Fu Miao Miao looked so pitiful, calling him Brother Zheng every sentence, which made Chu Zheng's heart soften. "At first, Sister Duan left the entertainment circle because of me. If she doesn't like that I'm getting close to you, then I will keep a distance from you," Fu Miao Miao said resentfully. "Last time we did something improper, which surely made Sister Duan think I have bad intentions. Even those bodyguards scared me, not to mention Sister Duan herself." For some inexplicable reason, Chu Zheng pulled back his hand. "What do you mean by this? You are my girlfriend. Should we need to keep a distance for an unimportant person?" Though saying this, he somehow felt discordant in his heart. After a pause, he started brushing gifts on his phone again. Every word from her seemed fine when looked at separately, but when they were pieced together, everything felt wrong. Watching the still dazzlingly colorful gifts, Fu Miao Miao stopped Chu Zheng's hand again. "Brother Zheng, let's give up. There's no need to waste so much money. The incident last time has already happened, and talking about it now is useless." Chu Zheng felt annoyed for no apparent reason. "Isn't it true what you said? That you want to take Duanzi to participate in the variety show, right? But clearly, the other party doesn't lack money. Doing this hard work without any reward still gives Duanzi benefits," Fu Miao Miao said. Chu Zheng glanced at her, and when he looked again, the interface for sending gifts was gone. Instead, Sui Zhao's name firmly appeared above Chu Zheng's, irritating him immensely. At this moment, Sui Zhao sent over a comment. "I think Miss Duan's idea makes sense. It's indeed appropriate to listen to some interesting stories at such times. Let's carry on." Comments mysteriously went blank for a brief second, then began to brush madly. "Holy crap, I've caught it. Caught it." Chapter 68, Wild Speculation. Looking at the wildly surging barrage of comments, Duanzi still had a faint sense of anticipation. She flashed a smile, but it was as fleeting as a night blooming Sirius. However, everyone's typing speed was impressive, and before long they began to show off their screenshots of the beautiful pictures. "Help! This beautiful picture would be perfect if it weren't for all you random people around. That's a stunning shot. My goodness. Am I the only one curious about the relationship between these two? Miss Duanzi, our heavenly miss, could you please inform us whether this man is your husband-to-be? Really kills me with wanting laughter. Save the children, don't deny it please, it's obvious." Duanzi's gaze seemed lost somewhere. "I just wanted to hear a story, but why are you asking me to tell one instead? You guys are so tricky." Her words successfully calmed down the barrage for a moment. Some even haggled with Duanzi, saying she should tell a story first so that others might find it satisfying enough to then reciprocate. Duanzi waved her hand, making an excuse that she was about to meditate, leaving no further comment. Brothers and sisters, she did not object. Not objecting means there's a possibility it's true. The above poster is right. So logical. Everyone below echoed this sentiment. But the heroine of the story had gone into meditation, and the male lead remained silent from that point onward. Some curious netizens went digging for the identity of the male lead and came back reporting joyfully. "Did you hear? Did you hear? I checked Sui Zhao's Weibo. It turns out he's a top tycoon. I also saw it. True golden patron. A big benefactor indeed." Upstairs commenter, "Clean up your mouth. What do you mean golden patron? It might just be a good friend. You know how accurate our Zizi's predictions always are." Yeah, what nonsense are you all talking? Our Duanzi isn't like that. Remember Chu Zheng? Didn't our Duanzi basically ignore him?" Seeing the barrage on screen, Fu Miao Miao was extremely anxious, but seeing Chu Zheng's sour face, she didn't dare say anything more, only feeling restless. Fu Miao Miao said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't thoughtful enough regarding this matter. Isn't it just a variety show? Let me bring in a newbie to help." Upon hearing her, Chu Zheng turned his eyes towards her. "You'll be fine, it's getting late. Don't keep following her wild antics. You claim you're cultivating immortality." Fu Miao Miao hurriedly said, "All right, shall I give you a massage? Do you want to come home with me today? It depends on when work here concludes. Go back and rest early so you don't affect tomorrow's recording." Chu Zheng said absently. Seeing him rub his temples, Fu Miao Miao knew his mood was poor, so she didn't stick around any longer. Preparing to leave, she happened to meet Zhang Yi at the door. "Oh, leaving already?" Zhang Yi asked. Fu Miao Miao offered a poised smile. "Yeah, I've got another variety show to film tomorrow. Need to rest." "In that case, I won't hold you," Zhang Yi said and passed inside. Fu Miao Miao paused for a second, raised her cheerful smile, and waved toward him. Zhang Yi smiled back, then glanced over at Chu Zheng. Feeling slightly irritated, She retracted her hand upon turning away at the door. Her face suddenly fell as she looked at her phone screen, showing the figure dressed in white, sitting in meditation posture. The barrage occasionally showered praises onto Duanzi, making her seem beyond earthly bounds. Duanzi, just wait and see. Hey, your little girlfriend doesn't look too happy, Zhang Yi teased. Chu Zhang didn't even give him a glance. Zhang Yi shrugged, used to it. Anyway, you've never chased away clingy Duanzi during a fit of anger. In the past, you'd even go out of your way to avoid giving her a bad face. Are you just here to annoy me? Chu Zhang gave him a sideways glare. Not exactly, but seeing you lose out to Mr. Sui earlier, I couldn't help but come check out your clumsy state. Zhang Yi casually grabbed an apple from the fruit plate, taking a crisp bite. Chu Zhang tossed the file folder aside. Is that supposed to provoke me? No, I just wanted to ask. Chu Zhang, do you regret? These words landed heavily, like a needle pricking deeply into his heart, piercing painfully, yet without a drop of blood. Hurts, does it? Seeing Chu Zhang's ghostly pale face, Zhang Yi didn't dare mock him anymore. In my opinion, given Duanzi's flashy personality, when she liked you, she wished the whole world knew. She would give you gifts every day. If she truly liked Sui Zhao, she would have been overjoyed and obvious about it by now. Instead, I think it's more like how she feels toward me. It's, how should I say? Just that she helped him out in a big way, and Sui Zhao is grateful to her, so he's helping her back. So what? Chu Zhang crossed his arms, resting his chin on them. So why are you hesitating? If you regret letting her go, just kick your young girlfriend outside and chase Duanzi back, Zhang Yi said. Someone as precious as her, you just let her slip away like that? What nonsense are you talking? Chu Zhang tightly pressed his lips, revealing the inner wavering of his emotions. Zhang Yi chuckled disdainfully. You keep denying it. Once she really gets together with someone else, then you'll cry your eyes out. For some reason, this meditation session didn't bring any calmness. Duanzi could feel intense heat coming from her lower abdomen, as if a fire stove was burning, even making her face red. This shouldn't happen. Duanzi couldn't understand. The viewers also began speculating fervently in the comment section. What's up with Zizi? Could she be running a fever? I reckon it's a form of energy blockage. What kind of blockage or magic entry? You troll, leave before I knock you out. Didn't Zizi take a long leave before, citing discomfort due to illness? Sui Zhao in front of the screen also noticed her unusual state, his brows furrowing deeply. Sui Yu asked worriedly, what's wrong? Could it be because of something the old woman did last time? What do you mean? Sui Zhao glanced back at him. Did she get injured while she was there? Sui Yu scratched his head. I'm not sure. Before the bright light appeared, I thought I saw the old woman make a gesture, but I'm not certain if she actually did anything. The fever afterward might have just been caused by catching a cold. Can those two situations be the same? Anxiety colored Sui Zhao's tone. He sent her a message. Did the old woman do anything to you last time? Duanzi squinted and looked for a moment before barely reading clearly. Old woman? What in Raksha City? No, I didn't notice anything strange at the time. Except for a cool sensation on her neck, she felt no other discomfort. Chapter 69, a restriction placed. Could it be this thing that has been affecting me? But over these past few days, I've been meditating constantly and haven't felt anything amiss. She recalled what Li Sun had said before, fearing that it might have a negative effect, so she quickly reassured everyone. It might just be the high indoor temperature, so don't worry. We'll call it a day for now. See you tomorrow. Zheng Yu soon sent a private message to inquire. How's your health? I've already checked out a car for my side. I also found a house renovation team, but I don't know when would be convenient for you. No worries, just a minor injury, but I need some rest. As for the renovations, I'll ask someone else to assist you later on. That's all for today, Duanzi quickly replied. Not sure if that icy, cool sensation was from a needle or something else. Duanzi remembered how the original person would post a WeChat status and cry in order to gain Chu Zhang's attention for even the slightest wound. Now, she herself wanted to cry to Sui Zhao too, just to test if he really was the person she thought him to be. She thought about the first handsome dad she had added. If she openly posted about her injury and recruited someone capable of breaking a restrictive spell, wouldn't Sui Yingguo find out? After all, his personality was laughably peculiar. So, what kind of WeChat status should she post? She lay in bed, paralyzed for quite a while, and slowly said, maybe, I'll just post one. A few minutes later, there was a new update on Duanzi's WeChat. Yesterday, I felt my cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and with a little more effort, I could break through. But today, I feel powerless. Now, upon reflection, I think someone must have placed a restriction on me. Is there anyone capable and wise enough to help me solve this? After sending the status, messages began coming in almost immediately. Duanzi hurriedly took out her phone, only to see it was Zhang Yi. Her enthusiasm instantly cooled by half. What are you doing here poking around for fun? This is not a joke, absolutely not. She simply turned off the notification sounds and decided to deal with it herself. She couldn't risk exposing her weakness without knowing the other party's depth. Over on the other side, while Duanzi was still figuring out how to get rid of that nonsense, other places were already in an uproar. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, seeing this, wanted nothing more than to shove his phone into Chu Zhang's face. Look, Duanzi is in big trouble. If you want to be the hero who saves the beauty now, you still have a chance. If you don't want to help, step aside and let me do it. Chu Zhang frowned as he carefully read the words and slowly nodded. Isn't this another ploy to gain attention? Definitely aimed at me. As he spoke, he took out his phone, flipped through his WeChat feed, but did not see Duanzi's name. Upon meeting Zhang Yi's gaze, he begrudgingly opened her WeChat circle. Probably because I blocked her updates earlier due to annoyance. But when he opened her profile, her WeChat moments were empty. Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Mr. Chu, don't you think it's funny? Look at how awkward this situation is. Earlier, if it weren't for her guidance, I'd still be sulking with my old man, boosting others' morale. Out of both sentiment and reason, I should say a word for her fairness. Now, our bridges remain separate. Why does she bother trying to draw your attention? Chu Zheng responded briefly, then fell silent. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows. Just like that? Nothing more? Do you know any people on your end? No. She just stumbled into the truth by accident. She couldn't possibly have much skill. Even if it wasn't aimed at me, it might be targeted at Sui Zhao or someone else. In short, it has nothing to do with you, Chu Zheng stubbornly stated. In fact, he felt a strange pang of bitterness inside, but his rationality reminded him that he shouldn't feel hurt. Truly uninteresting. I'll go and see if I can find other capable people to help her solve it. I won't disturb your work anymore, Zhang Yi said, then got up and left. After he was gone, Chu Zheng stared at the documents in front of him for a long time, not having absorbed a single word. Unable to stand it anymore, he closed the file and casually asked in the family group if anyone knew someone who could handle restrictions. Seeing this, Chu Yinghai called him directly, asking why he suddenly brought up this topic. Chu Zheng hesitated for a moment and said, your future daughter-in-law wants to participate in a program and needs someone to escort her. She has her eyes on Duanzi and would like the other party to go together. But Duanzi claims that she has been placed under a restriction and needs to meditate in seclusion to recover, thus declining. I'll see if anyone here can help resolve this issue. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before responding. I do know some capable people who could solve this. However, Duanzi seems to have certain entanglements with them, so it might be difficult to easily persuade her. Then let Duanzi apologize and visit personally. What could possibly be more important than life? Chu Zheng slowly said. Chu Yinghai paused for a while, then replied. You should inform the other party first. If she has no objections, I can help persuade her as well. All right. After Chu Zheng hung up, he immediately dialed Duanzi's number. Upon hearing the ring, Duanzi rushed excitedly toward the phone, but when she saw Chu Zheng's name, she instantly silenced it and tossed it aside. The caller was patient though, and after the call automatically disconnected, they dialed again. Duanzi gritted her teeth and answered the call, saying, Hey, I already said I won't join the show, and I mean it. Don't bother me about this anymore. If it weren't for the fact that the other day he had suddenly shown up at her apartment building and she worried he'd come back to bother her, she wouldn't have even removed him from her blacklist. There's someone on our side who can remove the restriction from you. But since you have history with them, an apology will be necessary. Also, you must agree to appear on the show, Chu Zheng continued, pausing slightly before adding. This person is actually the old matriarch of the Chu family, Chu Zheng's paternal aunt. Speaking of Chu family ancestry, it was truly renowned. It wasn't clear exactly how deep Chu Zheng's involvement was. Didn't I block you? How did you find out about the restriction? You're not secretly following my moves, are you? Duanzi sneered, teasingly asking. The other side remained quiet for a short moment before slowly replying. If it weren't for Zhang Yi telling me that you helped him, asking me to return the favor, I wouldn't care one bit about such things. Whether you apologize or participate, it's your choice. Fine, do what you want, as long as you can lift the restriction, Duanzi laughed. Chapter 70, Miss Chu. It was unexpected that Duanzi could agree so easily. Chu Zheng hesitated for a moment and said, All right, I will inform you once we've finalized the time. Duanzi perfunctorily responded with a few hm's before hanging up the phone. However, this Chu Zheng seemed to be quite accepting. He didn't even suspect that Duanzi was pretending. After hanging up the call, Duanzi entered the group chat intending to inform everyone about this lead, but upon noticing everyone discussing a banishing ritual, Sun Qian and Li Simeo were already in an argument. What they were arguing about Duanzi couldn't be bothered to scroll back to find out. Duanzi directly sent a message. Duanzi, I have obtained a clue regarding the Duanuan sect, but I won't know the exact situation until I meet the involved party. The two who had been arguing instantly turned their swords into plowshares, urging Duanzi to elaborate. So, Duanzi recounted all the circumstances of that day and mentioned that he divined the connection between the other party and the Chu family, where by seniority this person would be Chu Zheng's aunt. However, he couldn't probe deeper, most likely due to the inscrutable power of her family, which his current cultivation level wasn't capable of comprehending. Lisa Mayo, if what you say is true, then it's definitely correct. Sun Qian, whether or not it's a family is uncertain. Your statement isn't precise. It should be the strength of their organization that's unfathomable. After all, one cannot generalize based on limited information. As you yourself admitted, even attempting deep divination proved fruitless. Li Sun, what you're saying makes sense, but we cannot exclude the possibility of it being a family either. Meng Tang, are you old man jealous of my master's good reputation? The last couple of missions were extremely perilous. Without a word of hesitation, my master showed up while you claimed your wound hadn't healed yet, and later that you were sick. From what I see, you just lost courage after getting scared stiff by those few spiders. Sun Qian, what nonsense about masters? You're older than Duanzi. If you call her master, won't she be shortening her lifespan unnecessarily? Seeing the conversation going off topic, Duanzi directly exited the chat interface and privately messaged Xiao Yi, asking for his opinion. Xiao Yi replied almost immediately, evidently keeping track of the matter's progression but chose not to interfere personally. Xiao Yi, then let's go take a look together. We'll stay far away during the event, and remember to call us if there's anything. Duanzi, still, having more people was better than going alone, right? Duanzi simply replied with an and there was no further conversation. So, now it was a waiting game based on the other side's schedule. Meanwhile, in the Sui household, Sui Yu first described the recent online CP discussion surrounding the two, then asked, "But, sir, what exactly are these restrictions you spoke of? I've never heard of them before." "Oh, read about it unintentionally in a book," Sui Zhao calmly replied. His slender fingers danced gracefully over the pages of the book. It would be truly ghostly if he actually managed to absorb a single word from it. Sui Yu, seeing through without pointing it out, raised an eyebrow and said, "Then does the book you're reading mention any solutions? This kind of thing is mysterious and unfathomable. It's certainly not something that can be understood merely by reading books." Sui Zhao looked up at Sui Yu, causing the latter to step back, slightly feeling guilty. He licked his lips. "Then, sir, wouldn't you have met quite a number of wise individuals abroad these past few years? Not only did they heal your leg, even your luck has improved quite a bit compared to before." Speaking of which, Sui Yu couldn't help but recall the period when he went abroad to pick up Sui Zhao and how thrilled he was seeing Sui Zhao move freely again. If it weren't for Sui Zhao's persuasion, he really wanted to immediately tell Sui Anghua. Although he didn't understand why his master would prevent him from telling even their father, he still obeyed the master's instructions, including the decision to register an account to follow Duanzi and enthusiastically gifting her items. It was strange enough that he insisted on using Sui Yu's account instead of his own, forcing Sui Yu to carry out the operations. Lost in thought, Sui Yu suddenly returned to his senses upon hearing a sudden shout. Son, big trouble. My daughter-in-law might fly away." Sui Anghua rushed into the room. Sui Zhao softly sighed imperceptibly. "Father, you seem to have a daughter-in-law I don't know about?" "TSK, that girl, Duanzi. Look, she posted on her social media. Something about banishing rituals. She's been placed under one and is seeking help everywhere." Sui Anghua shoved his phone towards Sui Zhao's face as he explained. Speechless, Sui Zhao nonetheless obediently accepted the phone, read aloud the content that Duanzi posted, snorted slightly in derision, and stopped there. "No, what do you mean? She's reaching out for help here. This is her first time posting such serious matters on her social media. Doesn't that show how grave the situation is?" Sui Anghua anxiously paced back and forth. "Absolutely not. I will never allow her to meet her end like this. Let me think. I remember that when you were a child, all sorts of problems cropped up frequently. Because of that, I visited quite a number of capable people, but they weren't reliable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up the way you are now." Before Sui Zhao could reply, their father slapped his thigh and said, "Listen, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" Sui Zhao and Sui Yu decisively shook their heads. Sui Anghua gave Sui Yu a nudge. "What's your concern? Your young master hasn't brought my daughter-in-law home yet, and you're probably half the reason for it." Then he shifted the topic back to Sui Zhao. "Why aren't you at all anxious? You don't even give me time to take a sip of water. She's capable. Something like this would definitely not be an issue for her. You should stop worrying unnecessarily." Sui Zhao said this as he lowered his head to continue reading. Sui Anghua snatched the book from Sui Zhao's hands. "Look, you didn't object when I called her my daughter-in-law just now, did you? That shows you still like her. So here's what I was thinking. Why don't I talk to her and suggest she moves abroad with you? These bizarre issues must stem from our land being unlucky or evil. Maybe once abroad, she'll experience a reversal of fortune just like you." Sui Zhao was speechless upon hearing this. "If you tell her, she'll only think you're insane. We haven't even reached that stage yet." With that, Sui Zhao reclaimed his book from Sui Anghua and flipped it open again. "You've inherited your personality from who knows whom, but it's certainly not from me." Seeing this, Sui Anghua grew so irritated he jumped up and down. "Anyway, if you don't seize this chance, don't come crying after it's gone. I heard someone from the Chu family announce this in a large group chat, saying they'd help Duanzi resolve the problem." The book was suddenly closed. "Who did you say? Chu Zheng? Are you deaf now?" Sui Anghua added. "This happened because someone from the Chu family thought he had mental issues and posted it online where I saw it. True Sui Wave Rider Anghua." Sui Zhao really couldn't believe his father sometimes. Humph, noted. Chapter 71, Apology. You little brat. Is she your wife or my daughter-in-law? Why are you so calm?" Sui Anghua couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Sui Zhao replied with a smile. "Rest assured, nothing will happen to her, and she won't be deceived that easily." "What do you mean rest assured? What is there for me to rest assured about? This is just outrageous." Sui Anghua glared at him. "And anyway, don't cry secretly later. Just let your father feel that you have backbone." "I know." Sui Zhao said another sentence. At this point, Sui Anghua was truly infuriated. "If someone wants to bother with you, let them go ahead. You're so annoying." After saying that, he turned around and walked away without looking back. Sui Yu cleared his throat, knowing he shouldn't say too much, so he simply said, "It's getting late anyway. I'll go back to sleep then." Sui Zhao responded briefly, and there was no more conversation. Sui Yu could not quite understand what Sui Zhao was thinking either, so he left after quietly closing the door behind him. On Duanzi's side, things were carefree. He took a good shower and had an excellent night's sleep, dreamless, as if the discomfort during his cultivation yesterday had been an illusion. The next day, he was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. Duanzi mumbled a little while in confusion, shouting "Stop knocking," before opening the door. When he saw the grandfather and grandson duo standing at the door, his brain was still slow to respond. He saw Grandma Meng and Meng Tang walk in, slightly bowing to Duanzi, followed by people carrying items in and out, delivering many things. Pig head meat, altar tables, etc., all sorts of things filled Duanzi's room in a very short time, yet everything remained surprisingly organized. What is going on?" Duanzi wiped his face haphazardly. "The matter of you taking my granddaughter as a disciple has reached my ears. I thought since it's a master-apprentice relationship, we must inform the ancestors. Hence, the apprentice-taking ceremony can't lack the proper rituals. Today, I've also invited our family elder over to act as a witness. Grandma Meng sat on the sofa with Meng Tang's support, speaking in a calm tone. Even though the words sounded like this, why would bringing your ancestor over be necessary when your daughter apprenticed under me? Do you want these two elders to fight until death? Fortunately, my own ancestor resides far in the cultivator world. Otherwise, I bet your incense burner would blow up. So, please wait a moment while I freshen up, Duanzi smiled. Grandma Meng nodded gently. Please do as you wish. Isn't this my house? Duanzi helplessly smiled, but didn't mention anything about whose house it was to Grandma Meng. After all, she was an elder, so how could he not give her face? As he headed toward the bathroom, Meng Tang followed closely behind. Master, please don't be mad at me. After I told Grandma, she insisted this event should be taken seriously and that you as master must gain respect. While washing his face, Duanzi heard these words and sighed deeply. After wiping his face with a towel, he finally spoke. There's nothing wrong with your grandmother's attitude. She cares about you. And you shouldn't always fear her. Spend more time chatting with her. Supporting such a large household alone isn't easy for an elderly person. All these, I know of course, but I can't help being afraid, Meng Tang said unhappily while fiddling with Duanzi's cosmetics. Also, regarding the taboo on your body, would you like my grandmother to help? She asked. Duanzi looked at her meaningfully. What exactly do you mean? Are there people in your family who specialize in this sort of thing? Under Duanzi's gaze, Meng Tang pursed her lips and whispered. When I asked Grandma about it, she mentioned that this young lady from the Chu family used to be quite unconventional when she was younger. Both families once had some interaction, but after our family became prosperous, contact gradually decreased. Prosperous? Duanzi recalled the situation of Meng Tang's family. Oh, that Chu family is indeed rich, making money through business, always reeking of copper. Are you two done talking yet? Time is almost up. Pay attention. Grandma Meng, having listened for a long while, finally called out loudly at this point. Both of them simultaneously turned their eyes to the doorway of the bathroom, and Meng Tang hurriedly responded, rushing outside. Hurry up too. My grandma deliberately checked the almanac for this time. This made Duanzi rather confused. She gestured dismissively with her hands and hastily started cleaning her face. As soon as Duanzi stepped out, she was grabbed, and a bundle of incense was placed in her hand. Today, Meng Tang becomes your disciple. Since ancient times, the master is an elder, equal to her parents' generation. If so, I, as an elder, might as well recognize you as my goddaughter. How does that sound? Grandma Meng slowly said. Meng Tang and Duanzi exchanged glances, both clearly seeing the astonishment on each other's faces. Meng Tang. No, Grandma, isn't this forcing someone's hand? This has nothing to do with you. It's me discussing this with your master, said Grandma Meng with a smile. Meng Tang finally learned to talk back for the first time. Grandma, it's already the limit that someone could take me as an apprentice. How can they also become your adopted daughter? Even at this point, Grandma Meng's smile didn't fade. She still stared unwaveringly at Duanzi. Grandma Meng, I'm just a colleague of Meng Tang and about the same age. Being her master is already a great honor from the Meng family. If I were to be recognized as your goddaughter and thus become Meng Tang's elder, how are we supposed to interact in the company? Duanzi argued reasonably. Grandma Meng waved her hand. This matter is settled. The two exchanged glances, and Meng Tang responded with a gesture of helplessness. Duanzi sighed. Grandma, please don't joke around like this. Since I've accepted her as my apprentice, I'll definitely give it my all. There's no need to worry so much. Up until now, Duanzi thought the other party was afraid Meng Tang would be at a disadvantage, which was why they did this. Don't bring up irrelevant things. My meaning is clear. Grandma Meng obviously became displeased, and the pressure around her intensified so much that even Meng Tang had to persuade Duanzi. You really have no clue. This lowers a generation. Duanzi pulled Meng Tang. The latter scratched his head. How could I not know? But bowing down to be your apprentice already lowered me a generation. It's something I willingly accept, so it doesn't matter either way. Seeing that she wasn't bothered, Duanzi didn't persist any further and let Grandma Meng handle everything smoothly. With the incense burned and the ancestors informed, Grandma Meng finally smiled contentedly and gave Duanzi a pendant, insisting it must be worn right away and never taken off. When leaving, she held Duanzi's hand earnestly. I may not be able to interfere with the restrictions, but with this connection, no one can let you suffer any loss, remember? So that's how it is. Chapter 72, The Sui Family. Duanzi had finally understood the old lady's intention and was about to thank her, but was stopped by the other party. Since you understand, call me mother. Wow. She bit her lips lightly, ready to shout it out, but then the other person patted her shoulder. All right, I'm not that boring. Let's go. Good, Duanzi said slowly. Not until the door was closed did Duanzi lean on the door panel and gently touch the gem around her neck with her hand. It was a piece of green jade, although she didn't know what kind of material it was, but it was emanating some spiritual energy, swirling softly around her fingertips. Grandma Meng really spared no expense. She curled her lips. It seems this grandma is also a far-sighted person. The Meng family could reach this stage today, thanks largely to Grandma's contributions. In the evening, Duanzi received a message from Chu Zheng saying they agreed to meet her, just for tonight. This was intriguing. So sudden, yet so imperative. With the thought of not entering the tiger's lair, how can one catch the cub? Duanzi readily agreed. When the two met at the entrance of the Chu residence, Chu Zheng looked at Duanzi's empty hands and said, "So broke that you can't even afford a present? How? Your grandmother put me in this situation. Should I kneel down and beg her?" Duanzi retorted, "What she wants isn't those superficial things. Save your strength." Chu Zheng was momentarily stunned. "Are you addicted to swindling? Everyone has a mouth. Since Mr. Chu doesn't believe me, why bother contacting wizards and geniuses to solve what constraints?" Duanzi laughed sarcastically, unfriendly. "Have you seen your grandmother before?" Chu Zheng didn't answer any of Duanzi's questions. "Say less when you see her later." Attitude must be shown. While he spoke, Chu Zheng still thought that people like Duanzi were using sleight-of-hand tactics of street fraudsters. Seeing the other's demeanor, Duanzi could guess his thoughts even with her toes and didn't agree. "If she does not make my life difficult and can have friendly exchanges, why would I oppose it? Promised an apology? If you're going to apologize, do it sincerely. The gift I've prepared for you is in the trunk. Take it yourself," Chu Zheng told Duanzi. Though their words seemed unrelated, there was deep relevance. Duanzi ignored him, leaving Chu Zheng no choice but to fetch the gift himself and bring her inside. The moment they pushed open the living room door, dozens of eyes locked onto Duanzi. Without fear, she calmly accepted everyone's gaze and quickly spotted a familiar figure among the crowd, draped in a heavy cloak, unmoving in the seat above. Evidently, Chu Zheng hadn't expected so many people to come home either, paused briefly and searched everywhere for his father's silhouette. Chu Yinghai nodded far away to Chu Zheng, then came forward. "The old lady has been waiting for you for a long time. To be so unconcerned about time, your behavior is truly unrefined." "I am unrefined. This gentleman invited so many people. Don't tell me you're trying to silence me," Duanzi said coolly. "But now it's probably too late. The live broadcast footage from that day has already been viewed thoroughly by all, and I did mention your grandmother, right?" Chu Yinghai's expression turned grave. "Don't talk nonsense. Since you're here to save someone's life, if you're asking for help, show proper respect. Stop talking nonsense here." These two fathers were truly annoying in the same way. Duanzi smiled faintly. "I always keep it in mind." Chu Zheng pushed her, his brows furrowed tightly. Now it seems there's no saving face for him whatsoever. Almost losing her balance due to being pushed, Duanzi glared at him angrily. Just as the three were moving inward, the aunt spoke up. "Young girl, we meet again." "Yes, it's all thanks to your breaking of promises," Duanzi replied blandly. This of course drew discontent from others. "Watch your tone. Do you even realize where you are? Is this a place for you to act wild?" "Oh," Chu's aunt stopped the other person. "She has a point. But indeed, the girl speaks without manners. Since you were seeking help from the Chu family, should you not express yourself properly?" "I will apologize." "Fine." Duanzi looked around and laughed. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs and try to repair your grand array. And I shouldn't be tricked by your old grandma, resulting in my cultivation inability to progress. Someone tried to move forward but was held back. After all, it was done by the elder lady of the Chu family. They couldn't blame her." "Young girl, you need to know that showing off your talent may not always be a good thing," said Anne of the Chu family. "However, I've always cherished talent. If you're willing to quit your whatever group and join our Duanhuan sect, this restriction is not irreversible." Duanzi cursed the other in her heart, but kept smiling on her face. "Your Duanhuan sect?" As she said that, she glanced at Chu Zheng, who shook his head decisively. "Exactly. Why do you look at him? He's just an insignificant junior of the Chu family, knowing nothing about our business," said Anne of the Chu family arrogantly. "If you join Duanhuan sect, I will definitely heavily rely on you." "No need," Duanzi waved her hand. "I'm not one for deep feelings or righteousness, but I still understand the rules. Since I have already joined the special case group and signed the contract, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Moreover, I repaired the formation and saved you, but instead of thanking me, you placed a ban on me. I don't have the guts to survive under someone like you." The living room suddenly became silent. It would be a lie to say that there was no nervousness. Chu Zheng had been frowning all over because of Aunt's words. "This is out of my passion for talent," Anne of the Chu family said. Had it not been due to seeing that the live broadcast was shut down, she wouldn't have acted so rashly. But this little lass was so lucky that she didn't die during yesterday's cultivation session and could even mention the restriction in the live stream. For this reason, she had already been scolded by those higher up, and members of the Chu family also felt that her actions brought disgrace to the Chu family. That was why today's drama ensued. Initially, she thought that as long as the other party apologized, they could persuade them to join Duanhuan sect and thereby resolve the issue satisfactorily. Who would have thought that this young miss showed absolutely no concern for her life and spared no harsh words against them? If it wasn't for the head of the Chu family being here, she would have truly wished to kill her instantly. All right then, if she bows to me and apologizes, the matter will pass. This won't do. After all, she is from our Sui family. A voice suddenly cut in between. Chapter 73, Unequal Conditions. Lady Chu stood up directly, her eyes full of anger. Duanzi also turned to look toward the door. It was Sui Yinghua who arrived. He was still portly but maintained his elegance, wearing a well-tailored suit that gave him the air of a domineering tycoon. Indeed, his son's current appearance must resemble how he looked when he was younger. Duanzi felt a slight tinge of nostalgia. But, when did he himself become part of the Sui family? How did he get in here? It wasn't long before someone raised the same question. With a wave of his hand, Sui Yinghua led in a group of security guards who were restraining several individuals. In order to save my son's special, security guards, we definitely had to be the first to arrive, right? You just made that up, didn't you? Duanzi covered his lips with his hand and coughed twice. How awkward. Clearly, no one on the scene believed what he said, especially that Lady Chu, who seemed ready to tear Sui and Guo apart. Does your Sui family have any face left to come to our Chu family? The old lady's tone was filled with anger. It seemed there was a long-standing grudge between them. If so, wasn't Sui and Guo just adding fuel to the fire by coming here? Changing from his previous irritable demeanor, Duanzi moved closer to Sui and Guo and asked a probing question. Are you reliable? In response, Sui and Guo straightened his back. No one is more dependable than me. Fine, if you say so then let it be. Anyway, he originally came just to check out the relationship between the Chu family and the Soul Sever sect. These sorts of restrictions aren't really that difficult to handle, they just hurt a bit. But Duanzi feared pain most. The two parties argued for quite some time. In essence, the story was that this Lady Chu and a young man from the Sui family had once shared something in their youth. However, their love was unrequited, leading to some actions without boundaries. The Sui family didn't pursue the matter further, and now claimed they wanted to return the favor by helping remove Duanzi's restriction. There were many juniors present, and Chu Yinghai's expression was sullen as he told Chu Zhang to take the others to the tea room to rest. Chu Zhang glanced deeply at Duanzi before taking the others away. What a show of deep emotion. There isn't a good person in the Chu family, Sui and Guo muttered sourly as he approached Duanzi's side. His words were loud enough, prompting Duanzi to glance instinctively at the direction of that Lady Chu. She was indeed staring intently at this side. Straightening her posture slightly, she whispered a warning to Sui and Guo. She's looking over. Am I supposed to be afraid of an old hag with one foot already in the grave? Though Sui and Guo spoke like this, he didn't dare continue saying anything else. Chu Yinghai only spoke after ensuring all the younger ones in the hall had left. I admit we've done wrong, but are you not being too aggressive? Too aggressive? Your evil old woman wants to take a life from my Sui family. Who exactly is being aggressive? Sui and Guo retorted. I don't care about establishing connections with your family. Just quickly resolve this nonsense restriction, and we'll have no more issues. We've agreed beforehand that having this girl apologize would end the matter. Now, not only has she offended everyone, she's brought someone from your Sui family to upset me. We've lost all faith in the Chu family. There's no way we can help. Chu Yinghai said, as the two held their ground. Duanzi sighed. All right, you Chus probably have more than one such mess similar to that day. I'll help you with one more favor, provided that you first release this thing. With those words, Duanzi successfully elicited laughter from the Chu family elder. Neither of you knows how to handle things as gracefully as a young girl would. Still, this deal was one worth considering. Miss Duan always goes back on her word. How could we trust you? The Chu elder sneered faintly. I don't have any formations that need help, but I do have a ghost marriage that needs someone to handle it. I wonder if Miss Duan is interested? The risk factor for ghost marriages is incredibly high, and you old coot are speaking casually without considering the consequences. Duanzi slowly said, what? You're not planning on releasing the restriction because you don't want me to come back alive, huh? A single sentence set off Sui and Guo's fury. You shameless old fool. The elder seated at the head of the table frowned. What does this have to do with you? She seemed to think of something, beckoning Duanzi closer. Come over here. Unsure of her intentions, Duanzi thought walking so close might not be prudent if the old woman intended harm. The critical look in Duanzi's eyes stung the old woman's nerves, and she remarked, didn't we say we'd release the restriction? Come over. Was this old woman suddenly so magnanimous? Duanzi remained on guard against her while stepping closer nonetheless. The shadowed gaze of Miss Chu, hidden beneath her cloak, flashed with a hint of darkness. But when her eyes fell on Duanzi's chest, she paused momentarily. What's your connection to that old thing from the Meng family? Huh. Duanzi instinctively touched the pendant at her chest. Oh, she's my godmother. TCH, at her age, she still takes in goddaughters. Miss Chu couldn't help but let out a few curses. Duanzi didn't stop walking and soon arrived before the other person. The latter took a deep breath and said, today, for the sake of the Meng family, I'll lift the restriction for you. But regarding this ghost marriage, you must absolutely go. What? So it turns out they were playing tricks on me just now? If it wasn't for this pendant, I'd be done by now. Duanzi rolled her eyes as the other performed a series of gestures, removing the inconspicuous silver needle around her neck. Ow. She couldn't help but shout. Hey, elderly woman, could you be gentler? Sui Yingguo stretched his neck to look and practically wanted to replace her at the sight of the commotion. His son was already 24 or 25. It was rare to find someone who seemed appropriate, so he couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. Duanzi was stunned for a moment. Sui Yingguo truly had no proper form. How much does it hurt? Just leave quick. Don't irritate me anymore. Old Lady Chu coldly replied. This stinking kid looked just like his father. Pity that his mouth was just as annoying. For some reason, Duanzi felt that this Miss Chu of the Chu family liked Sui Yingguo's father quite a bit. Otherwise, how could she let things go so easily? On their way back, Duanzi finally mustered up the courage to ask, Mr. Sui, I'm curious, do you look a lot like your father? Hehe, Miss Duan really has good eyesight. To be honest, that old mischief maker from the Chu family is nothing but a superficial person. She can't stand pretty young girls, but loves handsome men. Sui Yingguo didn't have a filter on his mouth, spilling everything. So this was why Sui Yu remained unharmed while she herself got targeted? It was basically toxic, wasn't it? Only now did Duanzi glance out the window towards the side of the road, suddenly alerting. Hey, this isn't the way to my place. Chapter 74, Spending the Night at Sui's House. Yes, this is the way to my house, said Sui Yingguo with no hesitation. No, you are not taking me back to my own house. Why are we going to your place? Duanzi asked. Sui Yingguo replied. Didn't you promise last time to help me with my son's matter? Although you left afterward, the contract is still valid. Today at the Chu family's place, didn't we say that you belong to the Sui family? Although, it doesn't seem entirely reasonable. When they got out of the car and saw Sui Zhao sitting by the door, Duanzi couldn't help but rub her nose. The man looked exceedingly handsome, wearing a light-colored sweatshirt, as if he were some college student from someone else's home. Seeing Duanzi, Sui Zhao smiled slightly and said, "Miss Duan, how do you find time to visit my humble abode?" His voice was very pleasant, but the wise don't fall in love. Duanzi mentally cursed hundreds of times. After all, the other might be her senior brother. It's not bad for him to live here, right? She shouldn't have other thoughts about her senior brother. Absolutely not. What are you doing? Blocking the entrance thinking what? Sui Ongwa walked up and slapped Sui Zhao on the back. Why aren't you letting people in? If I were chasing a wife, then by now there would be a second wife, a younger son, and a younger daughter. How pitiful. Sui Zhao's expression was rather meaningful, asking, "Dad, are you considering a second spring?" After hearing these words, Sui Ongwa's face changed immediately. He quickly looked at Duanzi, who indeed appeared as though she had seen a ghost. Sui Ongwa glared fiercely at his son. "What nonsense are you talking? That Miss Duan, this brat has a bit of a toxic mouth, but no other flaws. I hope you can take care of him during this period," said Sui Ongwa. Duanzi gave the other side a slight smile and ended the conversation. Yes, today's live stream was postponed again, and tomorrow she needed to discuss working matters with Zhengyu. Zhengyu responded quickly with received. Then, he sent another message in the group chat. Still safe for now. Though the Broken Soul sect may not directly belong to the Chu family's heritage, there seems to be a connection between them. The relationship looks good. There was no response in the group chat. After waiting for a while, Duanzi couldn't help but furrow her brow deeply. "Miss Duan isn't coming in. Are you waiting for me, this cripple, to personally welcome you?" Seeing her standing by the doorway staring blankly at her phone, Sui Zhao became somewhat displeased inside. "Just because you met Chuzheng once? Is it necessary to be so distracted?" Duanzi looked at him and laughed. "Thank you for your concern. What's wrong with this person's face? What problem?" Not long after, a maid walked over. "Miss Duan, it's getting late. Let me show you to your guest room. I haven't even eaten yet, and you're already urging me to sleep?" Duanzi took a deep breath, pondering how to open her mouth when she heard Sui Zhao say, "How are you handling things? Miss Duan just arrived. Surely she hasn't eaten yet. Why aren't you more considerate? Let me ask Aunt Sue to cook." The young maid was startled and hurried off in panic. At the sight, Duanzi couldn't help but feel a bit amused. What have you done that made her so scared? Sui Zhao glanced at her without answering. "It's late. I'm going to rest. Did you wait specifically for us there today?" Duanzi followed him and asked. "Coincidence. Are you able to read minds?" "Sui Zhao, I've learned some psychological tricks." As they spoke, the two boarded the elevator together. Sui Zhao tapped the handle of his wheelchair and could not resist asking, "Does Miss Duan want to come to my room?" "Spit. How can you speak like that? I came upon someone's request to check your room." Duanzi rolled her eyes and made up an excuse casually. "How does everything sound strange once it passes through your mouth? An upright heart fears no crooked shadow." Sui Zhao smiled faintly. "But Miss Duan's gaze toward me doesn't seem quite pure. How is it not clear? Where is it not clear?" With one flick of his lips, "How am I supposed to continue being human?" Duanzi cleared her throat and slowly said, "Mr. Sui indeed looks very good looking. Everyone appreciates beauty. He has a sharp tongue and insight into the hearts of others. How can that not be the case? I don't believe I won't find any clues." Sui Zhao stared at her intently for a while, but said nothing. When the elevator doors opened, Sui Zhao turned on the switch of his electric wheelchair and slowly moved out. "That's my room." At the stair corner, Sui Ongwa originally planned to look for Sui Zhao to discuss something, but seeing the two exit the elevator together, and Duanzi entering Sui Zhao's room first, he instantly retreated. Sui Zhao glanced at the corner, smiled faintly, and stopped his wheelchair at the door. "Did Miss Duan see anything peculiar?" "No." Duanzi blurted out, then realized it was wrong. "There's no big problem, so you can rest assured. Are you not interested in checking the other two rooms?" Sui Zhao asked with a teasing tone. Duanzi's face turned red instantly. "No, it's private space. I shouldn't go in." After saying that, she fled like she was escaping and pressed the elevator button to go downstairs. It was at this moment that Sui Ong was stealthily peeked from the corner, cautiously sneaking into Sui Zhao's room. "TSK, I thought you had something going on. Why did you let her go?" Sui Zhao gave a playful smile. "Dad, there's more meaning to your words than it seems. I've managed to pass this task to you. Don't chase her away with your mouth." Sui Ong was said earnestly. Sui Zhao spun the ring on his thumb and replied, "Dad, why don't you sit down first?" Sitting down, Sui Ongwa asked reflexively but still obediently sat down. Before, he would have been driven out without hesitation. "What happened today? Did the restriction lift?" Sui Zhao asked. "Of course. But..." Sui Ongwa slapped his thigh. "Have you ever heard of a ghost marriage?" Sui Zhao furrowed his brows. Was she really willing to take on any job? Zhengyu arrived early and met Duanzi directly in the living room. The Sui family also showed great respect for Duanzi, making sure there were no random people in the living room during this time. "Zizi, is this your new home?" Zhengyu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Isn't it too big? My eyes were dazzled on the way here." "This isn't my home. It's the customer's house," Duanzi whispered quietly. "Tonight's mission involves a ghost marriage, which is quite dangerous. I'm just unsure if you're willing to take this risk with me." "I'm in. Definitely." Zhengyu looked thrilled. "Finally, I get to start work and will surely cooperate with you fully. Don't worry, I'll give you some extra talismans later. You'll be perfectly fine." Duanzi nodded contentedly. Zheng Yu discreetly glanced behind Duanzi and laughed along. Chapter 75. The cripple followed. Duanzi noticed the shift in the other person's gaze, followed to look over, and saw Sui Zhao driving his electric wheelchair over. Sui Zhao's facial features were distinct, and the navy blue suit he was wearing didn't reveal its brand, but it looked quite noble. He was apparently going to attend some high-end banquet. Upon noticing Duanzi's gaze, he flashed a smile. Miss Duan, are you heading out? I coincidentally am also going out. Duanzi didn't act coy, lightly thanked him, and followed, with Zheng Yu closely trailing behind. Even though the man was seated on a wheelchair, his overwhelming aura was still intimidating. Zizi, is this the cripple from your live stream that day? Zheng Yu asked in what she thought was a super low voice. Duanzi quickly tried to cover her mouth, but it was already too late. Her brain momentarily went blank upon meeting Sui Zhao's deep gaze. With a sense of guilt, she flicked her hair. Well, where do you plan to go? My house might not be along the way, right? The latter blinked, seeming completely innocent. What should we do then? Duanzi, Matt, I shouldn't have bothered asking you this. In that case, mister, thank you for your trouble. Zheng Yu eagerly interjected. Surprisingly, Sui Zhao continued on the same note. Not at all. It's my honor to escort Miss Duan. Duanzi remained silent, but Zheng Yu was ecstatic, constantly winking at Duanzi. Duanzi once again felt speechless. She never expected this seemingly composed older sister to be so different privately. After getting in the car, Duanzi fidgeted uneasily. Yesterday, she had wanted to test if this person was her master brother, who knew that the guy just knew some psychology. There wasn't anything strange or weird in his room, and his attitude towards her was lukewarm, even mocking her occasionally. Her master brother would never be like this. Thinking about it, Duanzi glared fiercely at the man's direction, only for him to turn back as if sensing something. Duanzi, any business? Deciding decisively to accuse first, as long as she spoke early enough, others couldn't do anything to her. Sui Zhao smiled and let her be. For some unknown reason, she felt there was a touch of indulgence in his eyes. She shook her head and looked at Zheng Yu beside her. The latter wore an expression akin to a spectator of a soap opera, her eyes twinkling brightly. Apparently, she wasn't the only one misinterpreting things. To blame was Sui Zhao, who naturally possessed eyes filled with affection, probably looking at any dog would be with such tender eyes. This thought made Duanzi chuckle, unable to help herself from laughing. After exchanging glances with Zheng Yu, she helplessly shook her head. Now it was Zheng Yu's turn to be confused, her eyes revealing traces of strangeness when she looked at Duanzi. When they got off the car, Duanzi softly expressed her gratitude. Sui Zhao gave a light laugh and slightly hooked his fingers. With a somewhat guilty conscience, Duanzi approached. Young Master Sui, do you have any further requests? Miss Duan, do you really intend to let this pass so lightly? Sui Zhao leaned closer, warm breath sprinkling on Duanzi's ear, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Duanzi, making a straight-to-the-point comment. Why are you speaking so quietly? I can't hear you clearly. Sui Zhao locked gazes with her sly eyes, smiling faintly. Is Miss Duan truly unclear, or pretending to be unclear? Well, see, with this volume, I hear perfectly fine, Duanzi said with a laugh. The way Sui Zhao looked at her was as if looking at someone with mental disabilities. Without mercy, he closed the window and had the driver leave. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Duanzi sighed deeply in relief. Zheng Yu's expression was as if watching a monster. Zizi, I finally understand why you're so good-looking but still single. I just broke up, remember? And now you're saying I'm moving on too fast. Duanzi retorted with a stiff neck. Zheng Yu appeared utterly perplexed. I was saying you're unromantic, and you're being conceited. After going upstairs, Duanzi prepared a meal to reward Zheng Yu. You probably didn't eat breakfast yet, right? Let's eat together. Originally tinkering with equipment in the study, Zheng Yu was lured by the delicious smell outside, and immediately picked up chopsticks the moment Duanzi suggested it. Placing a piece of eggplant in her mouth, she couldn't help but become starry-eyed. Zizi, your cooking skills are simply amazing. It's just average. Duanzi chuckled. It's a pretty long journey. After eating this meal, the next one will likely be around 4 o'clock. So which platform are we using today? Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask. Regarding this matter of Duanzi breaking ties with the Durian app, these past few days it had caused quite a stir online. You don't need to worry about this. Yesterday, I met the people from Orange, Durian, and Weibo platforms, and we all signed the contracts, Duanzi said. For Weibo, twice a month is enough. Orange only needs highlight clips, and Durian pays according to duration while making a significant concession on the commission. Zheng Yu immediately ed her thumb up after hearing this. Zizi, you're simply amazing. It seems Durian has made quite an effort this time. Duanzi served Zheng Yu some dishes. Next, it's all up to your skills, little you. Mission guaranteed. Zheng Yu promptly put down her chopsticks and saluted Duanzi. The two girls, being of similar age, became best sisters after a meal. Though the Chu family were detestable, they at least knew to send a car to pick them up. Thus, the two sat in the Chu family's car heading towards some remote mountains. On the way, Duanzi gave Zheng Yu plenty of talismans. One was folded into a small triangle and hung around her neck. This can save your life in critical moments, so be careful. All right, Zizi, just rest assured. Zheng Yu replied with a radiant smile. Duanzi pondered for a bit, and still sent a talisman to the driver, who was overjoyed. When they arrived, the driver probably received a favor from Duanzi and couldn't help but give another warning. Consequently, the person waiting for them came over. The latter quickly rolled up the windows and drove away. Zheng Yu fiddled with the equipment on the side and soon started the live stream. In the live stream, viewers saw a group of hooded figures walking by. Following them, the two girls left, which made the audience feel curious. At the same time, Duanzi noticed a familiar figure. She reached out and moved the camera aside, furrowing her brows and asking, "What are you doing here?" The man was talking to someone nearby and smiled lightly upon hearing Duanzi's voice. "Thank you. I know Miss Duan. We have something to talk about." That person wisely stepped back a little. Duanzi approached a bit more, squatted down, and looked at him. "It's dangerous here. Do you also realize it's dangerous?" Sui Zhao pursed his lips. This matter should blame Sui Yu. Who else for opening another path? Sui Yu, the tool man. Zheng Yu was enjoying herself and took the time to glance at the barrage comments. Their voices weren't loud, but the new equipment had its value and price as it captured everything perfectly. OMG, is that cripple following? KSWL. Chapter 76, Human Sacrifice. There were also people shouting, wanting to see what this cripple looked like. Duanzi continued talking with Sui Zhao for a while when someone familiar came over and said to Duanzi, "Miss Duan, that family has been waiting for you for a long time. It's time for us to go." Sui Zhao twirled the jade ring on his thumb and quietly said a sentence, "I'll go with you." "Forget it. Will you, as a cripple, be of help or just add chaos?" Duanzi rolled her eyes. Sui Zhao saw the disdainful expression on the other side, but showed no sign of anger. "My luck is good. Maybe I can help you turn danger into peace." "You, ZZZZ. What he says makes sense too. You've forgotten about the last time, haven't you? We owe them a lot for that, don't we?" Zheng Yu laughed and spoke politely, then whispered something into Duanzi's ear. "The audience's cheers are high right now. They all want you to bring him along. Preferably, to start a romance." The look in Duanzi's eyes towards her carried an incomprehension. Wise ones don't fall into the river of love. And more so, a lame person and a directionally challenged one. After hearing this sentence, Sui Yu couldn't help but scratch his head, glance at Sui Zhao who had a stoic expression, and couldn't help sighing. Is it not self-sabotage by their young master? Duanzi glanced at both servant and master, still didn't agree to bring them along, and directly followed that person away. That house they just passed should have been the most normal one in the village. This was the profound conclusion drawn after walking for a while with that person. Apart from that family, the rest had white lanterns hanging outside their doors, and the streets were filled with paper money and ingots. There were also some spirit-guiding banners and such. Until that person knocked on the door of a household. Inside, there was someone with whitened face, red cheeks, and snowy hair. It was rather eerie looking. The chat room erupted instantly. "I always feel like this matter isn't simple. Could our ZZ be sent here just to be food? Why would Duanzi come for such a thing? To be the bride in a ghost marriage? Impossible, right? Duanzi wouldn't dig her own grave, would she?" The person inside looked at Duanzi and Zheng Yu and asked, "Are these two girls the ones invited today?" That voice, neither male nor female, sounded as though it had something stuck in its throat, and just listening made one uncomfortable. But the Chu family member wasn't fazed and nodded, saying, "We've delivered the people. Once this matter is over, neither of our families will have anything to do with each other." After hearing their words, Duanzi couldn't help but frown deeply. Zheng Yu's ears weren't as sharp, but she still showed Duanzi what was written in the comments. The latter slightly nodded, understood. "No mishaps as long as I'm here." Before entering, the Chu family's representative pulled Duanzi aside. "Cooperate well with them. Don't disgrace my family." "I'd be satisfied if you don't betray me," Duanzi said solemnly. "Tell your grandmother, if everything goes smoothly, it's all well and good. But if anything goes awry, I will definitely make sure your family's sealing gate sec pays the price once we leave." The person seemed to chuckle faintly before quickly leaving. "Do you know how to address the elder?" Duanzi walked up to the door and asked politely. Her voice was very soft, like a spring breeze brushing past one's face. The elderly person was taken aback for a moment, then slowly replied, "You may enter." Once the elder stepped aside, Duanzi clearly saw the scene in the hall. White soul-calling banners were hung symmetrically, underneath which were a golden boy and jade girl made of colored paper, but without painted eyes. They're really quite skilled. Duanzi couldn't resist poking the red cheek of the little girl, immediately being stopped by the elder. "Miss, among the spirits of the morning hall, there should be reverence." The elder still spoke slowly, yet this tone was full of authority. Zheng Yu hurriedly shielded Duanzi behind her. Understood, we'll be careful. She's actually quite good at protecting people." Duanzi felt a little embarrassed, pulling on Zheng Yu. "What's with you?" Zheng Yu looked at the old woman again, then turned around and whispered back, "You're my boss. I rely on you for my salary. Nothing must happen to you." The old woman stared at the two for a long while before suddenly taking large steps and walking away. Glancing at each other, Duanzi and Zheng Yu hurriedly followed up. Even at this stage, Duanzi reminded Zheng Yu quietly, "Next time something like this comes up, remember to stay behind instead of coming forward." Hearing this, though Zheng Yu wasn't particularly pleased, she still nodded on the surface. The old woman ahead walked very slowly, so neither did they rush. Not knowing much about today's situation, Duanzi intended to inquire further, so she asked the elder, "Is the deceased for this ghost wedding a groom from your family, or a bride?" This made her somewhat uncomfortable deep down. She wasn't sure whether it was due to the oppressive atmosphere, or because of the elder in front of her, or perhaps both. She knew that the old lady of the Chu family didn't have good intentions, but surely she wouldn't go as far as wanting her dead, right? While thinking this, Duanzi pinched her fingers and furrowed her brows, saying, "There's something strange about this place. Be ready to run at any moment." "What?" Zhang Yu subconsciously asked a question and glanced at the elderly figure's back. I'll be ready to run anytime. But what about you? Duanzi was about to speak when she suddenly saw the elder turn around. You don't need to be so tense. It's us who should be nervous. Why do you say that? Duanzi asked. The elder gave her a half smile, looking at Duanzi. Knowing too much might not be good for you. Duanzi's gaze towards the elder took on a hint of menace. Are you using living people? Little girl, today you just need to help make this ritual beautiful. Don't ask unnecessary questions. The elder's tone became more serious. The bride and groom are inside. Please enter. Duanzi stopped obsessing over these issues and followed the elder in. In front of her was a long table with the photo of the main person. Duanzi stared at one of the coffins for a very long time before the elder suddenly spoke. These two coffins can only be buried at midnight. However, there hasn't been peace recently in the village. For the past 2 days, it has been Chu family members helping to suppress the disturbances. We absolutely cannot have anything going wrong at this final stage. For the past 2 days, did this coffin also contain someone? Duanzi pointed at the coffin she had been staring at and asked. The elder turned around to look at Duanzi. Still the same words. Don't ask what you shouldn't. If this event fails, neither of you will be able to walk out alive. I won't hold your ghost wedding against you, but is it really necessary to use living people? Duanzi's tone was hard. Zhang Yu widened her eyes, glancing at Duanzi, but didn't say a word. Completing the wedding that couldn't be finished during life after death isn't an issue either. The elder did not deny it. Just as they were speaking, a large crowd gathered outside. The elder looked back and said with satisfaction, Young miss, you have a pleasant appearance and I suppose your date of birth would be good as well. Should that one run away, you'll be next. Chapter 77. Wealth and honor are predestined. The moment the situation escalated, any talk of saving someone became a true pipe dream. Duanzi smiled and said, Don't worry, it's better to demolish 10 temples than ruin one marriage. Although Zhang Yu was filled with anger, she ultimately refrained from uttering a word of dissent. Only after the old lady left did Duanzi slowly walk toward the coffin. Zhang Yu anxiously asked, Zizi, would we really let them bury someone alive? Or what? Wait until we're buried together. Duanzi smiled. Besides, if we destroy this ghost wedding, we'd be ruining their business. Then wouldn't that tie me up in an unresolvable mess? However, a little scheme could still work. Duanzi tapped on the coffin, and instantly someone outside shouted, Don't move around. Relax, I won't delay your plans, Duanzi replied over her shoulder. I can't let the hosts lose face. The people outside, seeing they were just 2 girls, and that the car which brought them here had already driven away, realizing even if they managed to rescue someone, there was no way for them to escape from here, relaxed. Life and death are predestined by fate. Wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. But you truly shouldn't die here, Duanzi mumbled quietly. However, I haven't yet found a good solution to this problem, so I can only make you temporarily endure this. While Duanzi was muttering, Zhang Yu looked around. Inside, there were a swarm of paper figures, pale white faces, red cheeks, all contributing to an eerie atmosphere. Really not planning to do anything? Zhang Yu, scared, edged closer to Duanzi and asked softly. Viewers also engaged in a heated discussion about this issue. You know, at the core, this matter is still somewhat difficult to handle, Duanzi whispered very softly. However, I've divined earlier, and this incident will turn misfortune into good fortune. Specific details Duanzi couldn't disclose. If Mr. Chu's old man saw, wouldn't that just cause unexpected turmoil? Surely, when the young girl's family comes looking, it will definitely result in a major conflict. Moreover, the other side has also involved the special case squad personnel. In between, Duanzi vaguely heard the sound of the wind, turning fully around to meet a semi-transparent figure. It was none other than Song Xiaoxiao. She suddenly slapped her forehead, finally remembering what she had forgotten. Song Xiaoxiao had been placed at the Li Sun household, and she hadn't remembered to bring her back home. I wasn't intentionally forgetting, believe me or not, Duanzi asked. Song Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, watching Duanzi for quite some time. I'm not here to scold you. Why are you so afraid of me? No, it's just that I find your timing somewhat peculiar, Duanzi responded slowly. But Zhang Yu was just a regular person. She only heard Duanzi say 2 sentences, and instinctively nudged closer. Duanzi's attention finally shifted back, whispering softly, We're allies, don't be scared. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Yu straightened her back. Duanzi felt amused, but refocused her attention on Song Xiaoxiao. After a brief exchange of words, their expressions gradually darkened. There was hope for resolving today's situation, but the risk was great. She stood up, casually drawing a talisman. Then using her fingertip blood, she painted dots on the eyes of the paper figures. As soon as the blood touched the eye sockets of the paper figures, it diffused and immediately illuminated. Pairs of bright eyes appeared, much like wolves lurking in the darkness, chilling to the bone. Zhang Yu feared the lens would expose Duanzi's intentions, causing unnecessary trouble. Since Duanzi started painting the talisman, she kept the camera pointed at the ground. However, as she looked at those glowing eyes, she couldn't help but inch closer. At that exact moment, Duanzi waved her hand, and these paper figures came alive, hopping and standing guard by the door. A few others wobbled over to the original coffin where they had been before, unleashing violent attacks. Strangely, the previously frail paper figures now slammed the coffin loudly, echoing bang bang. Zhang Yu hastily looked towards the entrance direction, never daring to take her eyes off it. Zizi, isn't this too loud? In the ensuing chaos, just stay behind me. Duanzi tugged her companion, speaking each word clearly. Zhang Yu cleverly didn't pursue the question further. She aimed the lens at the entrance direction, focusing on the comments section. What are you guys doing? Such a big noise. Won't it be discovered? Aren't you guys acting? With such a loud noise, the ones who didn't hear must be deaf. How did those paper figurines get to the door? This assistant is useless. They aren't letting us see the important stuff. Do you trolls even have brains? Could it be that they're worried you undercover types might start talking nonsense? When Zhengyu glanced at the coffin, the paper figures actually started prying it open with soul-summoning banners. Her eyelids trembled in response. She silently turned her gaze to Duanzi, who stood there arms crossed like a construction foreman. Those sounds continued drilling into Zhengyu's ears, constantly reminding her of that strange scene. She swallowed hard and couldn't resist another look. Cough, cough. They kind of seemed a little cute. Not long after, the coffin lid was pried off. Weak voices emanated from inside, and Zhengyu hurried over, squeezing through the group of paper figures. The lens got an up-close and personal view with some of those paper-made figures, and the audience in the live stream wanted nothing more than to leap out of their seats. Zhengyu seemed to forget about the camera, lowering the device to help the girl pull the cloth out of her mouth and gently support her as she stood to untie her bonds. The girl was evidently frightened by the earlier commotion, now helplessly shedding tears. It wasn't until she saw Zhengyu that her expression brightened with hope. Duanzi waved her hand, and the paper figures quickly withdrew from beside the coffin. Holding the white candlestick, she slowly approached the two and signaled for silence. Then she indicated the issue with the live stream to Zhengyu, who understood immediately and reached out to turn off the sound. Duanzi softly said, "Don't worry, we've come to rescue you." It wasn't clear yet what the girl looked like, but her eyes were big and her mouth small. After all, this dead makeup certainly didn't make her appear attractive. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door and someone shouted, "Since you won't listen, don't blame us." The paper figures behind the door were shaken off their feet, prompting Zhengyu to hastily pull the young girl away as she asked Duanzi, "What do we do next?" It was all because she hadn't paid enough attention to the camera earlier. Duanzi smiled. "There's no need to fear. Tell me, wouldn't a normal person be shocked seeing moving paper people? Rest assured, their combat effectiveness will be cut in half." Just then, the young girl finally spoke her first words. "You'd better run. Otherwise, Wan Cheng is going to come out." "Isn't Wan Cheng the name of the groom?" Zhengyu was startled by the thought, glancing urgently at Duanzi. Chapter 78, Reviving the Corpse. With the situation becoming increasingly severe, Duanzi pointed at Song Xiaoxiao floating in the air. She drifted over and listened to Duanzi whisper a few words. Afterward, Song Xiaoxiao's face became unreadable, her eyes showing a changed look toward Duanzi. Duanzi slightly nodded, affirming what she had just said. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated further. "Isn't that a bit too despicable, even for you?" In response, Duanzi raised an eyebrow, but Song Xiaoxiao still agreed. Duanzi cleared her throat and told Zhengyu, "In a moment, I'll let the paper man come down, and we'll rush out claiming it's the corpse rising." After hearing this, Zhengyu picked up the equipment and turned off the mute. A girl nearby, upon hearing these words, seemed very excited, shouting loudly, "The corpse is rising! The corpse is rising!" Her sudden outburst startled Duanzi and Zhengyu, causing them to pause momentarily. Instinctively, Duanzi glanced behind her and saw the coffin violently shaking. Duanzi quickly realized the situation and hastily recalled the paper man, prompting everyone to rush out. Zhengyu, adding to the atmosphere, yelled, "The corpse is rising, run fast! The corpse is rising!" Just as she finished speaking, a loud sound came from behind. It was so perfectly timed that Duanzi couldn't help but commend Song Xiaoxiao's acting. People outside the door also panicked upon hearing about the corpse rising. Even the elderly woman's hoarse voice could not stop their chaotic retreat. The three of them took advantage of the chaos and broke through the encirclement. Behind them, the paper dolls held their positions, some even positioned ahead of them. As Duanzi wondered if Song Xiaoxiao was exaggerating too much, a white shadow followed closely behind her. She cast a questioning glance, and the latter responded with a polite smile. "I can't blame myself, he revived all on his own. How coincidental is that?" With a pounding headache, Duanzi found a direction and led the two people and one ghost away. Zhengyu was the first to tire, panting heavily and saying, "Weren't we just supposed to act? I can't run anymore. We can't stop, don't stop at all. The thing behind us is real, not an act." Before Duanzi could respond, the girl spoke loudly. Zhengyu looked to Duanzi, who confirmed her statement. As such, there were three people running ahead, a group of paper dolls chasing after, and a man dressed in a bridegroom outfit trailing behind them. Had it not been for the eerie nature of what was chasing them, they might have thought it was an elopement scene. This thought struck Zhengyu, who voiced it aloud. Duanzi couldn't help but laugh humorously, unable to stop laughing. "You're affecting my escape speed." Laughing until breathless, Duanzi stopped running and stood firm, declaring, "I can't run anymore, and this means he has to rest here as well." Realizing she had halted, Zhengyu chose to trust Duanzi, pulling the girl beside her to stop as well. Trembling with fear, the girl cried, I refuse to stay and go through with the ghost wedding again. I absolutely won't." "Isn't it clear we're capable of rescuing you?" Zhengyu consoled. "Rest assured, our ZZ is dependable." Clearly overwhelmed, the girl didn't heed Zhengyu's words and struggled fiercely. With only one hand free holding the camera, Zhengyu couldn't grab onto her with another. Her hands were scratched raw in the struggle. Yelling in pain, Zhengyu refused to release her grip. Upon hearing the commotion, Duanzi grabbed the girl by the wrist, neutralized her force, and shoved her back. Simultaneously, she took the camera from Zhengyu's hands and threw it to one of the paper men, who accurately caught it and pointed the lens towards her face. Viewers watching the live stream heard their conversation clearly and sparked heated discussions while attentively following the situation on screen. Suddenly confronted with this face, some viewers were genuinely frightened. However, others found it thrilling, claiming they were finally witnessing something worth an adult audience. This comment elicited widespread jests. Meanwhile, emboldened spectators demanded the paper man turn the camera backward to capture the zombie. Unaware of the barrage of comments, Duanzi coldly mocked. Do you think leaving us will make you safer? Let me tell you, sparing the person who clawed me by not throwing you into a ghost horde to be torn apart already proves my restraint. Already in pain, the girl stumbled backward another step, trembling like a leaf. ZZ, I'm fine. But what about your mission? Zhengyu softly urged. Duanzi chuckled dryly, replying, Mission? That old thing wants my life. Do you really believe refusing to save people would grant us a peaceful night? It's already quite clear, her new bridegroom always comes out and jumps around. So they think giving him a ghost wedding will bring peace. Duanzi continued. Today, whether or not we save this girl won't change the result. My task is to complete the ghost wedding. If she doesn't cooperate, it would be perfect just to send her back. The girl was already terrified and almost fainted from fright after hearing what Duanzi said. Want to survive? Stay still and remember to pay the medical fee later. Thank you. Duanzi's words were as sharp as ever. Zhengyu glanced at Duanzi and quietly consoled the girl. Then, glancing in the direction they had fled, Zhengyu added, It's strange. Why hasn't that thing chased us up yet? Oh, I set up an array when we rested earlier. It should still be fighting fiercely over there. Duanzi explained, but the path we ran on has a problem. It's probably the ghost wall technique. Otherwise, we would have returned to where we met the lame man long ago. As soon as she finished speaking, a person appeared before them. The girl screamed and hid behind Zhengyu, who instinctively protected her. Duanzi stood silently for a moment. She felt that perhaps in her previous life, she owed something to this lame man, gritting her teeth as she asked, Sir, may I ask why you are here? Sui Zhao reacted as if he had just realized his presence, slowly replying, I don't know either. Could it be the talisman you drew last time? Upon hearing this, matching Sui Zhao's fearless gaze, Duanzi slapped her forehead. Then why did you call my name just now? Who called you? No, I'm with Sui Yu on the way back already. He isn't your crazy fan? I just wanted to ask him if he was still watching Duanzi's live stream. Sui Zhao unexpectedly rambled on for a while, without stopping. Duanzi was stunned by his explanation. She slapped her forehead again. You tell me. Soon the host of the ghost wedding will come after us. How do we escape with a lame person among us? Just at that moment, the paper figurine turned its lens toward the two of them. Bathed in the pale light of the paper lantern, Sui Zhao's handsome face was revealed in its entirety, handsome features exuding an air of gentle sophistication. Chapter 79, Good Luck Blessing. The paper-made little figure seemed to be playing with something in its hands, then quickly moved away. However, the audience in the live stream would have liked to climb through the internet cables just to get a closer look at this figure, completely forgetting about the zombie situation for a moment. Meanwhile, on the camera side, something inexplicable also happened. Meng Tang inadvertently turned back and saw a group of people, shouting loudly, Master! Duanzi cast a suspicious glance over his shoulder, then looked at Sui Zhao and slowly gave him a thumbs up. You're incredible, buddy. You're like a walking lucky charm. I've never had half your luck in my whole life. Sui Zhao lifted his chin with no trace of humility. That's right. Nevertheless, the crisis hadn't been resolved yet. It was still too early to celebrate. Duanzi decisively said to Zhengyu, You lot stay further back. Don't delay me when it comes to using my skills. Zhengyu glanced at the paper-made small figure and the device in its hands, and simply didn't have the courage to reach out. She chuckled awkwardly and said, Well, as long as they are here, I feel reassured, so very reassured haha. After speaking, she walked off without looking back, taking that girl along with her. Duanzi and Sui Zhao exchanged glances, and the latter paused before saying, I can go by myself. No need to wait for me. As he spoke, Meng Tang and the others ran over, asking, Isn't Master Sui supposed to be gone? How did he end up here? Duanzi cleared his throat and said, Just take everyone to safety first. I've got work to do. Meng Tang looked at him. Then Duanzi, seemingly understanding everything, and said, Oh right, I'll go. Once everyone had left, Duanzi returned, standing face to face with the groom across a thin barrier formed by an array. When the groom saw Duanzi approach, his excitement was palpable, putting all his strength into trying to smash the barrier in front of him. But it was like hitting cotton, it didn't produce a single crack. Only now did Duanzi have time to examine him closely. Although his face was already turning necrotic, she could still make out some features. This person didn't appear to be someone who should die young. Why had he suddenly passed away? She gently rubbed her chin, then decided to head around from another direction. The little paper people exchanged meaningful looks and happily bounced after her. Zhao Yu watched from afar and exclaimed, Hey, I haven't even said a word, and she's already moving on her own. And bringing that bunch of paper-made things. Li Sun, it's not like you weren't scared of those things yourself, unable to pass by. Li Simao had already nonchalantly followed behind the paper figures and walked far ahead. Are you planning on giving them heads? Song Xiaoxiao floated in the air, quietly asking. Duanzi looked at the equipment and noticed the lens was pointed directly at him. A thought flashed through his mind as he grinned mischievously at Song Xiaoxiao, scaring her enough that she crossed her arms protectively. What are you doing? I'm telling you, don't try anything funny. I just wanted to ask how you're getting along inside the Li family, Duanzi asked. These great families, they must all have secrets, right? Meng Tang's home has a forbidden area. Chu Zhang's family is entangled with the soul-breaking sect, while the Sui family... Well, we'll see later if there's any chance. Song Xiaoxiao paused for a moment and said, yes, they are descendants of the ferrymans, so why can only Li's son see me? None of the others can. Alright, let me put it more clearly. Are there any forbidden areas in their home where you shouldn't go? Duanzi asked again. Song Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. There seems to be one indeed, though I've forgotten its exact name, but it's definitely inside the Li family compound. Duanzi nodded, deciding not to push for more information. The family of the groom shakily pursued onto the street, watching Duanzi return. Their feet were as if nailed to the ground, rooted in place. My grandson. Where's my grandson? The old man yelled fiercely, his voice piercing Duanzi's ears, causing her to unconsciously rub her ears. She responded, I came back precisely for your grandson's sake. From what I can tell, he was meant to have a long life and should not have died so early. Is there something strange going on? Do I even need to say? The old man seethed, his cloak trembling. If it wasn't for that woman, how would my grandson have ended up like this? I've consulted experts who say my grandson's lingering resentment will definitely cause chaos unless the root cause, the evildoer, is used to suppress the ghost. Otherwise, not even a deity could save us. Duanzi silently thought to herself, that must have been a fake Taoist priest, devoid of any real power and still claiming to be one. Such people really shouldn't be allowed to continue harming others. Suddenly, she turned back and looked at Song Xiaoxiao. Did your boyfriend mention anything about a Taoist priest? No, it was someone who interprets dreams, Song Xiaoxiao hurriedly replied. The old man saw her talking to thin air and became even angrier. Don't pretend to be mysterious here. I'm telling you, saving that girl will do you no good. What do you mean by that? Meng Tang's voice suddenly came in. Duanzi, didn't expect this girl to have such guts. She turned back and saw Meng Tang pass through the paper-made figures. The little paper people around seemed reluctant and moved aside a bit. The elder coldly sniffed. Don't think I'm scared just because you've brought reinforcements. That woman cheated on her fiancé and even allowed him to kill my grandson. Does she not deserve to die? Then call the police. You privately handling this murder makes you no different from them. Meng Tang stood next to Duanzi with her hands on her hips. The elder, desperate to find his grandson, explained how the whole thing had happened. It turned out the bride and groom used to be a couple preparing for marriage. However, the groom found out that the bride had another man involved. After questioning, he learned that they had been together long before their relationship started. Despite repeated assurances from the bride that she would mend her ways after marriage, the groom believed their entanglement was harming everyone involved and thus broke off the relationship. They thought that was the end of it until one day, that other man stormed into the groom's home and announced that the bride was pregnant. Given their earlier relationship, it was claimed that the child must be the groom's, demanding he pay child support. Though the groom was reasonable, he refused to be taken advantage of. He told the man they needed to wait until the child was born and confirm paternity via a DNA test before discussing any child support. However, the man went berserk, shouting that if the groom wouldn't provide the money, why should the sinful child be born? Each standing firm to their views, a fight ensued. In a terrifying turn of events, the man grabbed a fruit knife off the table and killed the groom. Since he said the child was my grandson's, then they should both reunite in death. The old man stated resolutely. Chapter 80, Grass on the Plains. How did this matter get tied to the bride when it was clearly that bastard who acted? Meng Tang pursed her lips and asked, voicing her confusion. The elder immediately went berserk. I would have liked that beast to be buried with my grandson. But tell me, where is he? He's a despicable person who killed someone and then abandoned his woman and child to run away. Do you feel sorry for her? Then you've pitted the wrong person. It's all fake, all of it. That beast colluded with that woman from the start, deceiving us out of our dowry money. What child? Balderdash. It was just an excuse for them to make money. Look at that woman. Does she look like she has a child? Where's the child? Let me tell you, the child was aborted once discovered. Look, even their being found was all part of the plan. Grandma, this may not necessarily be as you think. That girl might be innocent. You see, the two aren't getting married anymore, and she isn't sure whose child is in her belly. It could also be an accident. Didn't you say that man was emotionally agitated? Is there any possibility he had a history of domestic violence? Meng Tang nervously gestured to try and calm the elder down. The elder wouldn't listen to what Meng Tang was saying and kept shouting for Duanzi to hand over her grandson and that woman, or they'd miss the burial time. As long as you tell me what that Taoist looks like, his name, and contact information, I'll hand the people over to you. Duanzi said nonchalantly. The elder hesitated for a moment before answering brusquely, I don't know. Tisk, old lady, you're not very honest. Meng Tang couldn't help but criticize. The elder crossed her hands. It's true I don't know. The light was dim when we met, and my eyesight isn't good either. Judging by the voice, it should be a middle-aged person. Face shape? Square, looks pretty dignified. His name? I really don't know. Only that his nickname is Jia Banshan. Whoa, he really knows how to choose names. Duanzi didn't respond immediately. The elder opposite couldn't wait anymore. You're not going back on your word, are you? Technically speaking, corpse mutation shouldn't happen so fast, especially since your grandson just passed 3 days ago. There must be some factor causing the current result. Moreover, if it weren't me, your grandson should have bitten you first. After all, you're blood-related. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed. Those small paper figures indeed protected them from behind. But so what? It's definitely because you stole his wife, making him so angry. The elder spoke again, though her tone wasn't as hard as before. Duan Zi and Meng Tang exchanged glances, knowing the elder must have understood everything clearly inside. She pressed on. After your son's body turned into a zombie, he became like zombies in movies, biting anyone he encounters, having no thoughts of his own. So he lacks self-awareness and there is no behavior of chasing after his wife. He just instinctively tears at prey. Now, I can help you resolve these issues with modest demands. If you release that girl and let her be dealt with by relevant authorities, what do you say? Meng Tang quickly added, rest assured, evildoers will be punished. Justice, though late, always comes. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed to waver, clutching her hands tightly. I have no more money to give you. We don't need your money, Duan Zi responded decisively. I believe you sought help from the Broken Soul sect because you wanted this matter resolved properly. After settling matters with the elder, Duan Zi swiftly subdued the zombie. Later, citing the research on Sui Zhao's special physical constitution as an excuse, she sat in Sui Zhao's car. Zheng Yu was equally sharp-witted, jumping into Meng Tang's car, both sharing a smile. Once seated comfortably, Duan Zi also kindly reminded Sui Yu, please don't watch live streams while driving. It might affect safe driving. Upon hearing this, Sui Yu reflexively glanced at Sui Zhao before replying dryly. Why you? Stop listening to nonsense from Master. I haven't affected safe driving. It's just been played in the background, without looking. Master, why do you always use me as an excuse? Next time, could you please inform me beforehand? Sui Zhao raised an eyebrow slightly. I didn't say you were watching. I just mentioned that you had opened the live stream. Sui Yu. Isn't that right? But it was you watching the live stream. During their conversation, Duan Zi had already fallen asleep. Both master and servant noticed this and stopped talking accordingly. Sitting in the back, Song Xiaoxiao didn't dare to utter a sound the whole time, but for some unknown reason, she always felt that Master Sui of the Sui family kept glancing at her. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Master Sui is just an ordinary person, and he surely feels cold. That's all, right? Duan Zi only woke up when the car stopped. Upon getting out, she didn't forget to thank Sui Yu. When she entered the living room, she found Sui Yong was still sitting on the couch there, his eyes lingering momentarily behind Duan Zi. Did that good-for-nothing come back with you? Duan Zi instinctively looked back and met Song Xiaoxiao's eyes. Heavens, she had just been scared by a ghost. She quickly cleared her throat and said, something. I'll leave first. He and Sui Yu are still behind. Sui Yong nodded and stretched his neck for another glance behind Duan Zi. Was that boy with you? No, he isn't really with me, saying that Sui Yu lost his way driving. Duan Zi smiled as she said this. Naturally, Sui Yong didn't mind busting his own son. What nonsense about losing his way. Sui Yu is a walking map. He won't get lost unless others do. After finishing, he took a sip of tea, looking in quite a good mood. I have a question to ask you, about Sui Zhao. Duan Zi hesitated, and then asked. He's 24, still single, no history of love affairs, and our Sui family has an inherited tradition of faithfulness in relationships. Sui Yong reeled it off smoothly. Duan Zi was stunned for a moment and asked. I'm wondering if Sui Zhao's luck has always been this good. Luck? Of course it's good. Otherwise, how could he have met you? Sui Yong chuckled with satisfaction written all over his face. The corners of Duan Zi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He was really as irreverent as ever. This uncle should be able to put together a big collection of cheesy love lines. Song Xiaoxiao finally blurted out after enduring for so long. Sui Yong said slowly. If only my son were more like me, he wouldn't end up worrying until now. Just arrived at the door, Sui Yu and Sui Zhao. Truly absurd. Chapter 81, Top-Level Tug of War. Duan Zi was blocked by Song Xiaoxiao and heard the footsteps of Sui Zhao, but didn't see him. For convenience, she pretended to sit naturally on the couch beside her. Song Xiaoxiao turned around as if exchanging a glance with Sui Zhao, but he seemed utterly unperturbed. She blinked her eyes and hovered towards Sui Zhao. Master, don't you feel a bit cold? Sui Yu said while pushing the wheelchair forward, directly passing through Song Xiaoxiao's body. Song Xiaoxiao. She reluctantly floated back to Duan Zi's side, listening to Duan Zi chat for a while with the people from the Sui family, then had dinner together. When they reached Duan Zi's door, the latter suddenly said, You follow that Sui Zhao? Verify whether he can actually see you. Zheng Xiaoxiao. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, she's a girl. How could she follow a man into his bedroom? I think he can see you, so he probably won't do anything like undressing in front of you. Duan Zi pressed her lips slightly and said, other than agreeing with her, what else could be done? With a reluctant heart, Song Xiaoxiao followed along. After seeing the other person leave, Duan Zi let out a heavy sigh of relief, then took the things and went into the bathroom. When she came out again, she jumped slightly upon seeing Sui Zhao. When did you come? Why didn't you say anything? While saying this, her gaze fell on Song Xiaoxiao who was not far away. The latter shrugged without saying anything. Thanks for today. Sui Zhao twirled the ring on his thumb. Duan Zi patted her chest and quietly said, Not at all. Why thank me for today? What did I help you with? My dad would have definitely asked all sorts of questions if it weren't for you today. Sui Zhao smiled. Duan Zi half understood. That's your dad. You're a family. Why thank me? Thinking about the reason she sent Song Xiaoxiao over earlier, she quickly added, By the way, when you were in the room, did you feel anything strange? Like someone is watching you? Or something icy cold? No. Sui Zhao answered decisively. Why ask this? Is there something unclean in my house? Not really. It's just greeting your mental health and being concerned about any possible shocks you might have received today. Duan Zi laughed. Sui Zhao nodded thoughtfully. It's true. It's getting late. I'll leave soon. Rest early. Just as he was about to drive his wheelchair to turn around, Duanzi hurriedly moved a few steps forward and was tripped by the carpet, falling straight into Sui Zhao's arms. Sui Zhao's eyes widened in surprise, hurriedly supporting the other person. Duanzi's face turned instantly red. She wanted to keep Sui Zhao talking for a while longer, but not end up in such an intimate position. Her hand still rested on Sui Zhao's chest. She could feel his powerful heartbeat. No way. How could he maintain composure like that? Duanzi looked at the place where Sui Zhao's heart was, perplexed. Miss Duan, did you hurt anywhere? Sui Zhao moved his throat, and with his speaking, the vibration of his chest transferred onto Duanzi's hand. Duanzi pulled back her hand as if scorched, standing up immediately. No. I just want to understand some of your mystical experiences. After all, I was assigned by your father to solve problems, right? Miss Duan's way of retaining people is quite peculiar, Sui Zhao said normally. Though his words carried a teasing tone, his voice showed no fluctuations. Duanzi couldn't help frowning. Sorry, Miss Duan. I still have matters to attend to. I will go back first. Sui Zhao walked away directly after finishing his sentence. At this moment, Duanzi didn't have time to hold him back, so she simply closed the door behind him. After returning, she directly asked Song Xiaoxiao, "Did you slack off?" "No." Song Xiaoxiao hurriedly responded, explaining afterwards, "I just entered his bedroom when I saw him come out. Then I waited until you finished bathing." Duanzi froze momentarily. "He came in directly? That's too rude, isn't it?" "Not. Your door wasn't closed, and he initially thought you weren't here," Song Xiaoxiao explained. "After entering and hearing the bathroom noise, he intended to leave, but then you came out. Shouldn't I have been in there for a while?" Duanzi frowned. Song Xiaoxiao replied rather guiltily, "When I went there, I accidentally got lost, hence, took more time." Duanzi was speechless. "So, nothing has been verified, right? Perhaps, maybe he really is just an ordinary person, seeing nothing," Song Xiaoxiao said. Duanzi flashed her a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "What you're saying is basically useless nonsense, isn't it?" She felt like she was going to be driven mad with anger. In order to communicate with the other party without getting angry, Duanzi first blow-dried her hair to calm herself down. Song Xiaoxiao knew she had made a mistake, so she stood quietly at a distance, watching Duanzi until she finished drying her hair. Only then did she open her mouth again. "Isn't whether or not he can see you a private matter? Even if he can see, not telling us doesn't seem like a big deal." "You don't understand," Duanzi said while tugging at her hair. "I've already placed an order for a small wooden figurine, in which you can reside later. Normal activities should not be restricted." Song Xiaoxiao was incredibly delighted and couldn't help but ask, "How big is it?" "Pretty small, but it can take you to many places," Duanzi said. "All right, I'm going to sleep now." After saying that, she got into bed, but there wasn't a trace of drowsiness. On the other side, Sui Zhao left Duanzi's room and was about to enter the elevator when he met Sui Yu, who had come looking for him. The latter obviously didn't understand why Sui Zhao would be here, so he asked a question. "It's nothing, just casually wandering around. Is there something you need?" Sui Zhao quickly changed the subject. But Sui Yu still couldn't help asking again. "Young master, my matters are not urgent. But your face is too red. Have you got a fever?" Sui Zhao's lips tightened. Maybe it's just too hot. As he said this, he undid the top button and entered the elevator. "Let's talk upstairs." Sui Yu immediately followed up. "Young master, the people downstairs said that Mr. Chu heard about the ghost marriage and also tracked down to nearby. But he was forcibly taken back by the Chu family. Is he so worried about Duanzi?" Sui Zhao's tone turned cold. Something about a certain variety show where his young girlfriend is participating. She originally intended to invite Miss Duan to go together, but Miss Duan declined. His condition is that if Miss Duan wants to lift the restriction, she must agree to participate with his young girlfriend. However, the recording for this variety show started this morning. Sui Yu noticed Sui Zhao's expression, but still recounted the entire matter in detail. Schemes never die out? Sui Zhao chuckled coldly. Chapter 82. Threatened. Duanzi couldn't sleep due to insomnia, so he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Eventually, he sent Song Xiaoxiao out again on an errand. To be honest, Song Xiaoxiao resisted deep down. What if she saw something she wasn't supposed to? Would she even want her own eyes after that? She hesitated for a long time at the door, then clenched her eyes shut and went inside. Anxiously opening her eyes, she realized there was no sign of Sui Zhao. Song Xiaoxiao heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom and decided to push the door open. However, she was immediately bounced back by the door. Song Xiaoxiao painfully clutched her head. "What? I can't get into the bathroom either?" A concussion was almost imminent. At that moment, the sound in the bathroom stopped. Song Xiaoxiao nervously swallowed. "Mr. Sui, please don't be angry. ZZ just wanted to play a joke on you." "Who are you?" A small crack appeared in the bathroom door, and Sui Zhao's voice, echoing faintly, reached her ears. "Oh no, it seems like he really could see her. Isn't that clear enough? He heard everything." Sui Zhao remained silent for a long while before asking, "Why can't I see you?" Song Xiaoxiao felt like slapping herself to death. This counted as self-incrimination, didn't it? Finished. If you're here to apologize on Duanzi's behalf, you may as well go back." "I'm not angry," Sui Zhao's voice came again. Song Xiaoxiao felt like dying. She definitely didn't dare to look into the bathroom and rushed out of Sui Zhao's room like fleeing. She felt like she was about to die from fright. When she returned, she exaggeratedly told Duanzi what had happened. "He said he can't see you," meaning he really can't? "You didn't move closer and let him have another look?" Duanzi asked, sitting up from the bed. Song Xiaoxiao sighed. "I'll repeat this again. I thought my heart would stop. I absolutely didn't dare to go any closer." "TCH, you're such a coward." Aren't you already a ghost? Why worry about your heart stopping now? Duanzi scoffed. I'll never help you again. Song Xiaoxiao grumbled angrily. Next time, whatever you need to do, just go ahead yourself, humph. What a short temper. Duanzi asked. Are you sure? Song Xiaoxiao shamefully cowered. Not sure. That's not what I meant. Look, he is still a man, after all. If you like him, you should pursue him yourself. It's pointless tormenting a spirit, right? After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth. Now it's over. She accidentally revealed her inner thoughts. Duanzi rolled her eyes. How could I like him? Is there something wrong with your eyes? It's not just me who thinks this. Ask Miss Meng, or check Weibo. Song Xiaoxiao started to blush. What's this, fanfiction? Duanzi asked. Song Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and led Duanzi to the Sui Z super topic page. To their surprise, it was filled with fanfiction pairing her and Sui Zhao together. What's there to fawn over between them? While wondering, she read on. The author's writing was simply too excellent. Duanzi read through the entire night. The next morning, despite being embarrassed, she showed up downstairs early. Rui Xingua, returning from morning exercise, saw Duanzi with heavy dark circles under her eyes. He exclaimed softly, Miss Duan didn't rest well, did she? Duanzi lazily waved a hand. Just insomnia, it's nothing serious. Maybe you should go back and rest a bit more. You look pretty pitiful. Ruishin took a big gulp of water and suggested. Duanzi shook her head, intending to refuse. But when she turned her head, she caught sight of Sui Zhao rolling towards them in his wheelchair. Instantly, a few inappropriate jokes flashed through her mind. Unable to suppress the heat rising to her cheeks. Yesterday, she shouldn't have impulsively joined some groups and read those articles. The author wrote quite subtly. It wasn't exactly inappropriate content, but seeing the person himself made her struggle to accept it. Hastily standing up, she muttered, Anyway, I'm going to sleep in. Please carry on, carry on. As soon as she finished speaking, she bolted upstairs like her life depended on it. Sui Zhao stood stunned in place, as father and son both watched her take the elevator. Then Ruishin focused his gaze on Sui Zhao. Did you offend her? No, Sui Zhao replied. Maybe she feels guilty about yesterday. What happened yesterday? Ruishin asked curiously. Sui Zhao glanced at him. You don't need to know. That's not it. Your words suggest something deeper. Ruishin blinked. Yesterday, she sent a ghost into my room who got bounced back by the talisman on the bathroom door, Sui Zhao explained. Sai, why on earth did you let Ghosty go to your room? Shouldn't she have come herself if there was something? Suiyang was said. Initially, upon hearing the first part of his sentence, Sui Zhao had intended to respond. But by now, he didn't feel like talking anymore. His father's logic was truly unexpected sometimes. Seeing that the other party headed straight to the dining table, without paying him any attention, Suiyang was snorted and said, Then remember to send Miss Duan some breakfast later. Sui Zhao mumbled an unclear response. Following this, Suiyang began to murmur non-stop. He pulled out a stool from beside Sui Zhao, sat down, and said, Tell me why you're making things so complicated when you like her. Isn't it sweeter just to confess? Dad, interest represents curiosity, but it doesn't mean I like her. Sui Zhao explained. She is the first person who publicly spoke about Taoist matters. It means more and more people will be interested in this issue. Instead of focusing on her as an individual, I'm paying attention to the development of mysticism. Suiyang rubbed his temples. These abstracts don't matter. I'm just telling you that if you have feelings for her, pursue her quickly. Have you heard what happened with that guy from the Chu family? Sui Zhao nodded slightly. But I heard he was forcibly taken back. Exactly. Look at how proactive that guy was. Don't you agree? Suiyang added. Sui Zhao was almost laughing at his skewed logic. Once again, my interest lies in the esoteric world. Since she's already here, perhaps we could figure out ways to improve this contract, so she can teach me some life-saving techniques. You think a lot. Who would want someone like you as a disciple? A cripple. Suiyang gave him a stern glare. You only have one way. Chase after her and win her over. Do you have some kind of mental illness? Wasn't I clear enough? Sui Zhao picked up a nearby newspaper. This isn't the era when parents' arrangements or arranged marriages are still valid. In that case, you'll regret it later. Suiyang ceased further argument. Though pretending to read the newspaper, Sui Zhao's thoughts were far away. For some inexplicable reason, he remembered Duanzi's flushed face. Chapter 83, Beauty Born of Distance. After returning home, Duanzi couldn't fall asleep right away. Her mind was all over the place. She originally came to stay here to verify the other person's identity. But now it seemed like something was heading in an uncontrollable direction. If only she hadn't read that terrible novel. All thanks to Song Xiaoxiao. Still, there was one point she agreed with. A cultivator's heart must not waver. Duanzi took several deep breaths before finally stabilizing herself. Then she called Zhengyu, asking her to contact the design company as soon as possible and prepare for going back home. Song Xiaoxiao asked, What are you doing? Didn't we agree to test the other party? These things don't matter. What matters is my Taoist resolve needs to continue, said Duanzi, swiftly packing her luggage and saying farewell to Suiyang without room for argument. Of course, Suiyang didn't want her to leave. This was the daughter-in-law he had carefully vied for. However, seeing Duanzi's pale face and distracted demeanor, he didn't press her much, immediately arranging for the driver to send her back. Be careful on the road, and incidentally find out why. She suddenly changed her mind. He deliberately walked far with the driver to avoid letting Duanzi hear their conversation. The absent-minded Duanzi did not pay attention to this, simply sitting in the car compliantly. The driver tried to start a conversation but found the other party continuously spacing out, with no intention of responding. Song Xiaoxiao in the back was trying hard not to laugh, and eventually laughed out loud. Did Miss Duan hear any sound? The driver hesitated to ask. Laughter. Duanzi paused. Yes, I think I heard some laughter, replied the driver slowly. Duanzi glanced at Song Xiaoxiao's direction and calmly said, it should be the sound outside the car. I opened the window a bit earlier and just closed it. The driver was clearly still puzzled, but since the other party also heard it, it probably wasn't anything strange. Besides, it was broad daylight. The entire way, no one spoke. Song Xiaoxiao nervously covered her mouth. When they got out of the car, Duanzi took a small bottle out and put Song Xiaoxiao back inside before picking up her luggage and getting off. The driver curiously asked, what is this bottle, Miss Duan? Oh, it's anti-motion sickness medicine I've bottled. The ones in the market smell too strong, so I filled it with water instead. Duanzi smiled and said, thank you for bringing me back. Be sure to drive carefully. The driver nodded but still asked, are you sure I don't need to take you upstairs? No, it's fine. There aren't many things in here. Duanzi replied, and the driver left. While waiting for the elevator, Duanzi intentionally took out her phone to check the status of her accounts. Zhengyu had already uploaded the highly edited moments onto the Orange app, and the editing was perfectly appropriate. Duanzi even thought that Zhengyu was underappreciated working with her. When stepping out of the elevator, Duanzi saw Zhengyu standing by her door and was startled. Is there something wrong? Oh, I used to study painting and thought of seeing what you require for the design. I can sketch it for you first, then take the designer to look at the structure of your rooms and finalize a good plan, Zhengyu said while patting her back. Duanzi did not expect the other party to be so proactive. You're being too reliable. Saying that, she opened the door and led Zhengyu inside. I was just thinking about you in the elevator, worried about how dangerous it is following me around. Don't say that, ZZ. I had so much fun yesterday. Those horror movies could only be watched in theaters or on TVs before, but experiencing them close up for the first time, it's definitely a different feeling. Zhengyu quickly explained while pouring a cup of water from the water dispenser for Duanzi. Thinking about what happened in the car earlier, Duanzi released Song Xiaoxiao from the bottle. Speaking of which, let me ask you something. What? Zhengyu, noticing her playing with the bottle, couldn't help but ask. Duanzi scratched her head and said, did you hear anyone talking yesterday? To whom? Was it when we were near the coffin? Zhengyu suddenly remembered. At that moment, I was curious about who you were talking to. If you didn't hear it, why did you think of this thing as soon as I asked? Duanzi questioned. Zhengyu blinked her eyes. I figured that the only strange part yesterday was when you were talking to yourself in front of the coffin. There was no sign of anyone else at any other time. Hold on a sec, Xiaoxiao. Duanzi gestured for her to pause, and then called out Song Xiaoxiao's name. The latter clearly understood what the other was hinting at, and promptly replied, I'm here. Your place doesn't really match your usual taste, huh? At the exact moment Zheng Xiaoxiao spoke, Zhengyu abruptly stood up, cautiously glancing around. Duanzi paused thoughtfully. So, does that mean you can hear her now too? What do you mean? Zhengyu gripped Duanzi's arm tightly. Don't worry. She is sort of a cultivator now. No need to panic. I'll find her a medium in a few days to get by. Duanzi patted Zhengyu's back. She won't hurt anyone. She lacks that grudge energy, understand. Though somewhat confused, Zhengyu decided if Duanzi said it was fine, then it must be okay. So, according to what happened last night, she couldn't be heard before. Why can we hear her today, all of a sudden? Zhengyu asked. It seems to be the case currently. Duanzi rotated her neck. Judging from the current situation, it should have something to do with Master Sui. How does this even involve Master Sui? Zhengyu swirled her big, clear eyes. Duanzi tapped lightly with rhythm on the surface. It's because she went to Sui Zhao's bedroom once, and after returning, she could talk. Zhengyu widened her eyes. Could it be about yin-yang supplementation? Ugh, what are you talking about? Song Xiaoxiao jumped anxiously. I've been there twice. First time, he directly came into ZZ's room, and the second time, he was taking a shower. There was some kind of thing on the bathroom door that sent me bouncing back instantly. Zhengyu frowned slightly. Are you forgetting something important? That's impossible. I remember everything perfectly from start to finish without any concealment, Song Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. After hearing her hesitation, Zhengyu noticed something in her eyes but remained silent in the end. Duanzi was deep in thought, failing to notice anything odd, and felt that the two of them were getting too noisy. I didn't rest well last night. I'll go lie down for a while. But, one thing. Keep your voices down as much as possible. Try not to talk at all. Chapter 84. Who wins or loses is still uncertain. It wasn't until Duanzi returned to the room that Zhengyu finally mustered the courage to ask, why did you come back so suddenly? Xiao whispered. Apparently, distance makes beauty. I didn't dare to ask more than that. Though that's what they say, I also didn't dare to ask, Zhengyu said, and then she shrank further into the sofa. The human and the ghost instantly fell silent, and neither of them spoke another word. Duanzi had woken up because of hunger. She felt a bit guilty towards Zhengyu after realizing this, as she had left her with Song Xiaoxiao. But this thought lasted only for a fleeting moment. When she opened the door, she saw that the TV next door was on. Song Xiaoxiao was watching a mime performance, and Zhengyu was intently editing a video. At that moment, she thought these two should be able to continue tolerating each other. Are you hungry? Duanzi asked. Without lifting her head, Zhengyu nodded, causing Duanzi to sigh and proceed to cook. Song Xiaoxiao found the scene quite amusing. Your assistant is pretty interesting. Duanzi lazily responded. Feeling bored, Song Xiaoxiao went back to watching TV. After working busily for a long time, Zhengyu finally looked up and told Duanzi. Didn't you mention wanting a car last time? I found one for you. It's a small new energy vehicle, looking quite delicate, economical, and eco-friendly. However, I am somewhat puzzled about where your previous cars went. Just as Duanzi was finishing frying the dishes, she heard this and replied, whoever gave it to me, I returned it to them. Come on, let's eat. The food smells delicious. Zhengyu said while sitting down. Song Xiaoxiao could only smell the aroma, but didn't come over to bother them. The two quickly finished their meal. On one hand, Duanzi's mood wasn't great, and on the other, Zhengyu was busy eating. Orange wants to cooperate with you on a reality show, said Zhengyu during the washing up process, bringing up an important matter. I originally intended to decline for you, but then I thought about it. Renovations cost money, and the cameramen from the reality show team are very professional. You wouldn't have to worry about not getting what you need. Moreover, there are a lot of viewers who would benefit from the publicity of metaphysics. Do you really think so? Duanzi casually picked up a cucumber and took a bite, making a crisp sound. Zhengyu nodded. Of course. And I have my own little selfish reasons too. A certain Fu Miao Miao will also participate in the program, just in the second season. If we were to join, it would definitely be in the third season. Do you actually take her seriously? Duanzi rolled her eyes. You'd be surprised how effective the army of internet trolls on Weibo can be. Yesterday, they even got her trending on Hot Search. They were praising her beauty and kindness, calling her Little Fairy Lady, Zhengyu said. In the entire reality show, she's the one fishing in troubled waters without doing anything meaningful. I don't know what her financier is thinking to elevate her to such an unrealistic extent. Duanzi made no comment, merely biting into the cucumber in her hand. To be honest, her initial departure from the entertainment industry was to avoid those two people, aiming for proper cultivation. But later, joining the special investigation team brought her several encounters with them. Always having them around was unsettling. Besides, the world had already deviated from the original trajectory of the novel. The main character auras of these two might no longer exist. Speaking of which, if she really decided to return to the entertainment circle, Chu Zheng would undoubtedly once again overshadow everyone else. If you want to go back, then talk well with Master Duan of the Sui family, came Song Xiaoxiao's voice. From what I see, the Sui family has plenty of wealth. Perhaps they haven't yet touched the murky waters of entertainment. Wow, you can say something so perceptive? Duanzi exclaimed. I used to study media and acted in 1 or 2 minor roles, Song Xiaoxiao smirked. Seriously speaking, fan power is something you surely witnessed during your idle days. I truly believe that fandom could significantly benefit the things you wish to promote. Well, that's enough talk. Let's check out the car first, Duanzi slowly said. Zhengyu efficiently tidied up the bowls and cutlery with a smile. Let's take it away. We'll definitely make tonight's live broadcast. The two and the ghost tacitly avoided mentioning other matters as they all went to collect the cute new energy car. Subsequent matters will be handled by me. You just carefully consider our suggestions and focus on the live broadcast, Zhengyu reminded while escorting Duanzi downstairs. Don't worry. I already have some ideas, Duanzi replied, opening WeChat and chatting with Xiaoyi about the issue. The latter still repeated his usual words. As long as you're happy, as long as there aren't any mishaps, everything is fine. In regards to this, Duanzi remained slightly confused. She always felt that her team leader seemed lacking in temper. Normally, people coming from the military wouldn't act like this. Shouldn't military orders be as immovable as mountains? Recalling Chu Zheng's request that day, Duanzi suddenly wanted to use the opportunity to return through his help. By then, the one who would be crying wouldn't it be Fu Miao Miao? After receiving Duanzi's message, Chu Zheng immediately found Fu Miao Miao. So, I had to work really hard to get her agreement. What does your production team say? It's too late now. Fu Miao Miao pouted. This season has already started shooting, so what's the point of her agreeing? We can't just replace our company's cast. We could join in the next season then, Chu Zheng said indifferently. Fu Miao Miao stomped her feet in anger. But I'm a guest star. I won't even be in the next season. Seeing that Fu Miao Miao was upset, Chu Zheng quickly hugged her and pinched her cheeks. Alright, don't be mad. Then I'll tell her it's too late. Let her regret slowly. Chu Zheng had been in a bad mood since he was forcibly taken back by his family last night, but only felt relieved when he learned Duanzi was unharmed. But this morning, upon hearing Sui Zhao also followed after her, something inside him didn't feel quite right. Knowing Fu Miao Miao's recording wouldn't start until evening, he rushed over right away. Similarly, Fu Miao Miao seemed intent on letting everyone in the group know about her relationship with Chu Zheng. She even asked Xiao Song to order lots of food, inviting everyone for lunch, claiming Chu Zheng would visit the set today as a special treat. After this episode, combined with past online rumors, everyone pretty much guessed something about their relationship. They thought internally how extraordinary Fu Miao Miao must be if she managed to make Chu Zheng abandon a great beauty like Duanzi for her. Let me discuss with the director today to see if we can add another guest star. If you were to ask, the director might just take advantage of you once again, Fu Miao Miao said sweetly. Every word conveyed her concern for Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng was pleased by her persuasion and happy to hear some good news, not caring at all about those little details now. Great, great. Our Miao Miao is always understanding. Chapter 85, Hammered In. After receiving an accurate response, Duanzi rubbed the back of her neck and was about to reply when she saw the last sentence. Thanks to Miao Miao for this matter. Duanzi's mind blanked for a second. Isn't Chu Zheng the one who's been pestering me to participate in a variety show? Is his brain sick? She decisively forwarded this message to Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng didn't respond, but Duanzi didn't care much. She immediately went live. The audience in the live stream had clearly been waiting for Duanzi for a long time. When they saw her, they started brushing comments asking about yesterday's events. Duanzi roughly explained the puppet technique and why Sui Zhao suddenly came back. The key was the talisman that she herself drew. For Duan Zi's cooperation today, the audience was very satisfied. They all commented, "Is our goddess being nicer today? Why is she answering all our questions? She suddenly has patience now? I'm not used to it. What are you guys doing? It's rare for Duan to cooperate. You should be grateful. Since our goddess is so cooperative, how about satisfying our wish to join an adventure variety show? Yesterday, I watched the live stream of Haunted House Adventure. That, someone named Fu something, was truly annoying. Yes, please let Z join the variety show and give us a break." Seeing these comments, Duan Z said slowly, "In my live stream, do not mention other stars. And don't criticize the previous agency too much. Be careful of bad karma. People become obedient just a bit, and you guys already forget what's proper? How dare you say anything recklessly? Isn't it because we're easy targets?" Duan Z said, "I've thought a lot recently and believe appearing on variety shows does have a significant promotional role in mysticism. Enough chit-chat. Next, we move into the cultivation phase." Then she sat down again for meditation. On the other side, Fu Miaomiao saw the message Duan Z sent to Chu Zheng and insisted that Chu Zheng get her revenge. Fu Miaomiao also mentioned not bringing Duan Z on the variety show anymore. Alright, Chu Zheng did not hesitate at all and directly messaged Duan Z. However, Fu Miaomiao regretted it somewhat. But today, Duan Gigi is live streaming. If she already mentioned this thing during her broadcast, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Chu Zheng laughed softly. Embarrassment is hers, not ours. What do you fear? That statement made sense, and Fu Miaomiao didn't investigate further. At Sui Zhao's end, borrowing Sui Yu's account, he watched Duan Zi's live stream. After throwing a wave of gifts as usual, he asked Sui Yu, "Why haven't I heard about the variety show?" "Oh, your dad knew about it." This response wasn't from Sui Yu, but rather from Sui Anghua, who had been lurking somewhere for God knows how long. He approached Sui Zhao with a mocking look. "Weren't you thinking of meeting Duan Z privately instead of listening when I told you before?" Sui Zhao paused briefly. "No, on that day, due to Duan Zi's presence, you didn't tell me anything critical." Sui Anghua furrowed his brow and struggled to recall, but in the end could not remember if things happened as Sui Zhao said. So he retold the incident to Sui Zhao, saying, "Judging by Duan Zi's tone, this condition was promised before going to the Chu family." Straightforward. Isn't Chu Zheng's girlfriend already shooting? I heard there was even a live broadcast yesterday. Today, due to a crew member injury, there was a rest day. Tonight was originally supposed to be the next shoot, but the prince-like son of the Chu family refused out of concern for his girlfriend, added Sui Yu quickly. Sui Anghua glanced at Sui Yu, then his gaze landed on Sui Zhao. "Why are you so concerned about the girlfriend of someone else? Are you thinking about avenging Duan Z?" "No such thing. I just don't understand why Duan Z left the entertainment industry, but still got mixed up in those muddy waters. If Chu Zheng doesn't want his girlfriend involved either, then after Duan Z has spread the news around, how does she plan to back out?" Sui Zhao expressed his confusion. Sui Anghua patted his shoulder and said, "Do you underestimate yourself or your father? Can our family not simply be sponsors and place someone inside?" Hearing this, Sui Zhao's expression turned subtle for a moment, but he soon suppressed his displeasure. When one's virtues do not match their position, retribution will follow. Let her rely on herself for whatever she wishes to accomplish. Then, he exchanged a glance with Sui Yu, who hurriedly pushed his wheelchair upstairs. This person's mind is far too stubborn. Sui Anghua spun around agitatedly. "If she runs off later, don't come crying to me." After finishing her meditation, Duan Z saw Chu Zheng's message and replied with a smiley face. "Alright, as long as you don't suddenly bring this up, do whatever you like. Chu-I, remember that it's not me who refused, it's you who changed your mind. Now it's not too early or late. I wonder if there are any companions following along with the practice. Everyone is welcome to leave comments on my video for us to exchange progress." Duan Z paused here to thank those who sent gifts. When she noticed Gong Zhang Xiaoba Wang, she hesitated slightly. "Today's live stream will end here. We shall part ways." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned off the camera directly. Chu Zheng didn't reply to the message, and Duan Z simply deleted and blocked all his contact information. "Even if you regret now, it's too late. Let's just part on good terms," Duan Z said, stretching her arms. Song Xiao, who had been silent all this time, finally dared to speak. "In my opinion, why don't you approach Sui Zhao? I think he's quite pleasant to talk to." "What's so pleasant about it?" Duan Z rolled her eyes. "Young people, you mustn't be deceived by appearances." She then opened the chat window and contacted Zheng Yu, instructing her to contact the Orange App team, stating that the variety show was accepted. Zheng Yu was overjoyed, wanting nothing more than to wrap up the matter right then and there. The staff at Orange App immediately had their head in charge contact Duan Z after Zheng Yu conveyed the purpose. Duan Z glanced at the time in astonishment, unable to help but marvel at Zheng Yu's efficiency. The Orange App head responsible also acted quickly, not only agreeing to give Duan Z the program's salary, but even adding more money for her. Wouldn't this deal be too simple? Duan Z asked pensively. Only then did the other party reveal their demand, which was for Duan Z to act as the spokesperson for Orange App. The endorsement fee won't come cheap, you know. Duan Z lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, unhurriedly quoting her own price. "Since Miss Duan has mentioned a figure, we have no reason to refuse. Then, shall we meet tomorrow?" The other party showed great sincerity, and of course Duan Z wouldn't disappoint them, expressing her attitude directly. Both parties ended the conversation amicably. Chapter 86, T-Spirit. Everyone was highly efficient, and by the morning of the next day, Orange App had already announced its spokesperson, followed by the reveal of the guest stars for Season 3 of Ghost House Adventure. Every single announcement seemed to herald Duanzi's triumphant return. Zhao Mian's phone call came through almost immediately to Duanzi. At that time, Duanzi was cooking and wiped her hands casually before answering. What's so special about today? What brings our Mr. Zhao? My dear, how could you not even consult with someone about such a big matter? Zhao Mian's voice came from the other end, full of anxiety. This is not my fault. Blame the boss instead. He proposed a condition, asking me to participate in a variety show as a stepping stone for his beloved girlfriend. I agreed, but then he acted like I owed him 28 10,000s. In the end, he canceled it. Anyone can take the anger if they want, but I am not interested. So why do you think I'm worried? Zhao Mian said seriously after a moment. The person on the other side has already caused trouble. There's an ongoing meeting right now. A phone call just came in, and all our senior management is listening. They are definitely going to deal with you next. Bring it on. What am I afraid of them? Duanzi smirked. Nowadays, I'm just a high-profile internet celebrity. I can't even reach their level, let alone block anyone's way. That's fine. I'm reassured hearing you have a plan. Remember to give me a call if anything happens. Zhao Mian said. Sure thing, brother Zhao. After all, I'm your protege. I will definitely keep up your reputation. Duanzi promised confidently. After hanging up, Duanzi saw Zheng Yu's message, tapped into it to hear a voice message. There are still a few minor issues unresolved with the car ownership transfer. Check the design drawings I sent you and decide which one you prefer. Please finalize quickly. Duanzi dished out the food and replied. All right, I'll go with the orange-themed ones. They look very warm and suitable for me. The response from the other side was equally enthusiastic, and they chatted back and forth. By evening when she re-entered the live stream, Duanzi simply turned off the comment section, choosing ignorance over conflict. She then began rambling about meditation tips before starting to meditate herself. Good grief, considering everything that happened today, Duan green tea seems awfully calm. I'll tell you this. I have insider information saying F called C upon learning about Duanzi's participation in Season 3. Though C didn't explicitly say anything against her, the mood wasn't good. Don't guess so wildly. Just wait till Season 3, we'll see then. If I were F, I'd steer clear. No matter what, this person is still a veteran. What's wrong with all of you eggplants? Is this because the main person isn't here, so you're trying to smear things? Huh? Where did these silly things come from? The live room chat was chaotic, finally ending with Sisujuan being banned collectively. As an apology, he gave many gifts to Duanzi. In doing so, once again handing over leverage to the other side. The fans of both parties clashed directly on Weibo. The production team of Ghost House Adventure was stunned. This free attention just showed up out of nowhere. It's true, working with Duanzi really is satisfying. By the time Duanzi learned, it was already after receiving news about Fu Miaomiao participating in Season 3. Duanzi herself did not have much resistance towards this news. At most, she didn't want to die miserably. There wasn't any animosity toward Fu Miaomiao either. It was more like there's no place where she exists without Duanzi disappearing, or vice versa. When facing the lens, Fu Miaomiao was completely overshadowed by Duanzi. Time passed quickly, and the filming date soon arrived. The production crew wanted to boost viewership and even rushed unannounced to Duanzi's house to try and create some unexpected excitement. We've decided to do something different. Everyone must be curious how our former queen of traffic looks now. We'll surprise her and wake her up, the host explained while knocking on Duanzi's door. Viewers in the live streaming room were thrilled, although most were casual watchers whose goal was to expose Duanzi's real nature. However, the door opened promptly and revealed Duanzi impeccably made up and neatly dressed. She wore a lovely hairpin and a retro V-neck long dress, paired perfectly with flowing tassel earrings sitting precisely on her shoulders, looking stunning. You all came so early, Duanzi asked curiously. The night before, she had been excitedly preparing after breaking through another level late into the night, already tidied up all her things, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the production team. The host was momentarily caught off guard and said, "It seems Teacher Duan has real skills, already calculating our program team's return. There must be no surprises waiting for us in the room. So, Teacher Duan, shall we set off?" Insiders all knew that this was an indirect way to cut down on Duanzi's screen time. When the show aired, Duanzi's appearances would certainly be pitifully few. The fans were frantically flooding the chat with requests for the production crew to go inside and check out Duanzi's room. However, the host acted as if he hadn't heard them, while Xiao Li from the logistics department quietly frowned but ultimately remained silent. Duanzi pulled out her suitcase, locked the door, and followed the production team down the elevator. Truly worthy of a high-end residential area, even the elevator signal was exceptionally stable. Not a single word of the host's challenging question escaped the audience's ears. Teacher Duan left the entertainment industry without hesitation before, and rumors have been flying around ever since. I wonder if Teacher Duan has anything to state or perhaps clarify regarding this comeback. Firstly, the matter you mentioned happened long ago, and there's no point bringing it up now. Secondly, regarding the comeback issue, my current identity remains that of a web celebrity, and what I do is nothing more than promoting platforms and publicizing metaphysics. Duanzi responded calmly. As for you, host, you seem very unfamiliar. I wonder if there are any specialized programs, so I could benefit from them too. The host's expression immediately darkened. He indeed had no impressive credentials, and his being assigned to follow Duanzi this time was a temporary decision made by the upper management. And his task was to throw out some hot topics. Never did he expect that the other party would so effortlessly deflect the questions. It was clearly a misstep on his part. But Duanzi gave him a way out. Seems like you're a newcomer. A well-utilized newcomer must have excellent abilities. If there are any specialized programs, I'd be happy to join. Certainly, certainly, the host awkwardly agreed. Our Duan-zi is simply a paragon of emotional intelligence. If it weren't for her statement, the host would have never saved face. Would he feel challenged if she didn't provoke him? Are you blind or deaf? Chapter 87, A Gentle Knife. On the other side, Fu Miao was also called out from her home. The host treated her with great respect, but the barrage on the screen was filled with unpleasant words. So tea-obsessed, here she comes again. Our black fans poison-tongued. What nonsense is this? Our Miao is still as fresh as ever. Clearly no flashy JH can compare. Why bring others down while speaking? The PD in charge of filming Duan-zi was trying hard to maintain a smile, but his eyes couldn't help glancing at the barrage comments. It was said that the barrage on Fu Miao's side wasn't very good either, driving the comment control team crazy, but this also meant a certain level of heat. He gave Song Yong a hint, signaling him not to forget the task. Song Yong felt extraordinarily torn. The other party had just given him an out. If he were to target them again, it wouldn't affect just the other person. His own career would also be somewhat impacted. He took a few deep breaths and tried to ask the question without being too pointed. Teacher Duan, can you share with us what your purpose is for participating in this variety show? Duan-zi abruptly looked towards the camera, her dark eyes like deep wells, as if ready to suck the viewer in. Everyone is welcome to sign up for Special Task Force. We urgently need capable and responsible teammates. As soon as these words came out, the barrage paused strangely for a moment before quite a few people started saying Duan-zi had mental problems. Although the sweet potato group was explaining in the middle and promoting some amazing facts about Duan-zi, it seemed to have no effect. Song Yong was taken aback, exchanged glances with the PD, then threw out another question. I'm sure Teacher Duan knows that the theme of our variety show is exploring famous haunted houses around the world. Many guests before have quit during the haunted house exploration due to various issues. I wonder, do you have confidence to persevere until the end? You've got to be kidding me. Duan-zi cast a look at Song Yong, one laced with mockery. May I ask, Teacher Song, have you ever entered a haunted house? Will you be accompanying me today? I'm afraid I don't have that honor. Song Yong smiled. Teacher Duan isn't answering this question directly. Are you unable to guarantee anything? Not. Duan-zi said. You all just make sure not to get scared by me. After finishing, she didn't even wait for Song Yong's reaction and directly asked, we're not going to walk there, are we? No, we have a dedicated car. Song Yong quickly led the way. Audiences, who were used to seeing all sorts of guest shaming, sneered upon hearing Duan-zi's over-the-top confidence, waiting for her face to fall. The PDE filming her glanced at the audience enthusiastically entering the live broadcast room and nodded contentedly. Truly worthy of the queen of traffic, every word from her could bring substantial traffic. After getting into the car, Duan-zi immediately closed her eyes to rest. Her appearance was good, and even asleep, she looked gentle. Sunlight filtered through the car window, dancing gracefully across her body, clearly forming a beautiful scene. Seeing the various compliments streaming through the barrage, the staff of the program were extremely pleased. Frankly speaking, there weren't many who could retain the viewership simply by sleeping. On the contrary, Fu Miao's side kept interacting with other guests presumably for the show's effect. Indeed, because she participated in the previous season, this season she sat together with 4 other fixed guests in the same car. Perhaps for the sake of the lens, or maybe for the number of people in the live stream room, or maybe both. She chirped away like a little bird, and the faces of the other guests slowly began to lose patience. Someone in the live stream room commented, too noisy. Not as nice as the neighboring live stream where Duan-zi slept in the car. It looked really good. About half the crowd thus left. It was the fans of the other guests who stayed behind to support their idols. Duan-zi was woken up, instinctively furrowing her brows, then asking, are we starting in the daytime, or later tonight? It's like this. Although our program is called Haunted House Adventure, we'll also promote some amusement facilities near the haunted houses and assign some tasks to the guests. So, Song Yong wiped sweat off his forehead. Duan-zi nodded slightly. Meaning we first meet the other guests? Yes, Song Yong took a deep breath. Duan-zi said nothing, grabbed her suitcase, and followed the staff's directions to join the others. Old hand at variety shows. Pang Ho extended his hand very familiarly to Duan-zi and introduced the others to her. Duan-zi, right? I'm Pang Ho, a fixed guest on haunted house exploration. That old lady over there is my partner, Song Yen. Pang Ho was once a young idol too, standing at 1.8 meters tall. Even in his middle to old age, his appearance remained strong. If it weren't for his bad acting skills, he might have become a TV star. Who are you calling an old girl? Song Yen gave him an elegant eye roll. Your grandma here is forever 18. Song Yen was dressed in a tracksuit today, looking exceptionally spirited. There were some signs of age on her face, but one could still see the grace of her youth. Duan-zi blinked her eyes. While I admire the bond between the two of you, Teacher Pang really shouldn't speak about young ladies like that. Wow, what a sweet mouth. Song Yen was delighted and stepped forward to link arms with Duan-zi. That fresh meat over there is Dongyu, and the other one, you should be very familiar with. Apparently she's also your junior disciple. Junior disciple? These words made Fu Miao's expression change. Wasn't this just Song Yen striking back at her? Although earlier, Fu Miao had indeed been brought along by Duan-zi to a few shows. Calling her a junior disciple was giving too much credit to Duan-zi, wasn't it? Duan-zi caught Fu Miao's look and understood. This Song Yen was certainly wielding a gentle knife. She wondered how exactly Fu Miao had crossed her. Her curiosity piqued. Duan-zi couldn't help herself from moving closer. I heard you can read fortunes, Zizi. Can you tell me about my love life? Dongyu smiled as he approached. Upon hearing this, Song Yin shot him a teasing glance. And you're asking about romance? Haven't we already seen plenty of gossip about you? Her words successfully drew everyone's attention onto Dongyu. Duanzi appreciated this gesture, but her purpose for being here was to promote metaphysics. Since Dongyu had already asked, if you're sure you want to know, I specialize in facial physiognomy, making direct predictions without hesitation or doubt. If you don't want your secrets revealed in front of the cameras, I'd suggest you consult me privately. Duanzi smiled faintly, like the gentle breeze of spring. Not only those present, but even the viewers watching the live broadcast were completely captivated. Dongyu's face immediately turned bright red, his speech becoming hesitant. My family thinks since I'm in my 20s now, it's time I got married. So, could you perhaps tell me when I might get married? If I were to make a prediction for you, it would come at quite a price. Duanzi's black eyes gleamed with mystery. Chapter 88, Disaster Today. Why talk about those impractical things? Dongyu, you are an idol. What's this nonsense about marriage? The top priority is for Xiaoduan to calculate everyone's fortunes for today. Song Yin quickly smoothed things over. Truly worthy of being a senior. Duanzi quietly retracted her gaze and continued along the lines of Song Yan's words. The weather is fine today, and everyone's energy is good. However, young Dong will sprain his ankle, and Miao Miao will also get injured. Sister Duan, aren't your words too ominous? Fu Miao Miao said with an aggrieved look. Even though I lagged behind in the last episode because of my fear, it didn't lead to any serious consequences. Duanzi remained unperturbed and said, I like honest people, so I don't lie easily either. This sentence was truly a double entendre. As Fu Miao Miao's expression changed, Song Yin quickly said, it's all about whether you believe or not. No need to be so serious. Rumor has it that today's haunted house will have several allies. For instance, there's the escape room next door and murder mystery games. We will be divided into two groups. One group goes to each place. Pang Hua grinned and said, we also have our Oscar-winning actor Ji Yanli, who just went around to gather information and hasn't returned yet. I'll introduce him to you later. Duanzi smiled in response. All right. She secretly hoped that the production team wouldn't deliberately split her and Fu Miao Miao into different groups. Otherwise, if the other party got injured, they might blame her. In contrast, Dongyu had calmed down quite a bit and stealthily moved closer to Duanzi. Is there any solution? Duanzi looked at him in surprise and then slowly said, curiosity killed the cat, understand? Dongyu scratched his head, understand. The live stream chat was already bustling with activity. Laughed to death, his curiosity is so strong. How can he possibly discard his nature? It seems that our brother will definitely experience a blood-soaked disaster today. Am I the only one curious about what they mean by peach blossoms? From afar, a person could be seen walking over. He wore casual clothing, slick back hair, and sunglasses. His features were unclear, but his whole presence seemed somewhat grayish and misty. Duanzi quietly withdrew her gaze. Words could bring calamity, so it was better to remain silent. However, this person seemed prone to encounters during the night. This must be the renowned Ms. Duanzi. Ji Yanli's voice was full of charm, undeniably a bass cannon. Duanzi returned a polite smile. Famed Shadow Emperor Ji, heard much about you. You've heard of me before? Ji Yanli chuckled jokingly. Duanzi deepened her smile. Not exactly, but upon seeing you, I understand. This single sentence successfully silenced the scene. The viewers in the live stream also commented that Duanzi was out of line and shouldn't ignore the famed Shadow Emperor. They criticized her for being overly honest. Ji Yanli briefly looked confused before slowly saying, I heard that teacher Duan knows face reading. Since you are a public figure, I suggest discussing such matters privately. Also, it would be wise to avoid nighttime outings recently, and it's probably best not to participate in this segment of the show. Duanzi's tone was gentle, but the implication was rather inappropriate. Who is this guy? Why does he act like a witch or wizard? What kind of lunatic is he? Shouldn't he be in an asylum? How could such a person be invited to a show? Truly unlucky. Here comes again, Miss Green Tea. Is she trying to climb high branches or something? Mad. This guy sure has thick skin. Didn't see her talk much to others. Could it be for anything else than to ride on the popularity of our famous Emperor Ji? Ji Yanli chuckled lightly. So you saw something? Lately, I do feel somewhat weak and not as healthy as before. But since teacher Duan is here, I assume nothing unfortunate will happen to me, right? Meeting his unfathomable eyes, Duanzi couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. It was clear he didn't want to avoid the issue. Rather, he preferred to confront challenges directly. I wonder how our show divides the teams. If I end up in a different group from Shadow Emperor Ji, it would make me unable to offer much assistance, wouldn't it? Duanzi's smile didn't fade. Song Yin exchanged a glance with Pang Hua, who spoke up. Although we use random drawings to divide into groups, destiny may connect even distant destinies. Perhaps fate has linked you both. How do you keep talking nonsense? Shadow Emperor Ji certainly doesn't lack co-stars, and you're creating enemies for Ziji. Come on, let's take advantage of this opportunity and draw lots early. Song Yin said cheerfully. Beside them, Fu Miao Miao, who had been sidelined, quickly voiced her agreement and hastily took out the lot box. Or, let teacher Duan announce the results of the lottery. Ji Yanli suddenly spoke up. If it weren't for the gentle smile still lingering on his face, it would have seemed intentionally confrontational. This time, no one stepped in to help. Perhaps it was for the sake of the show's effect, or maybe just to test Duanzi's abilities. I'm with you and Sister Song Yin. The other three will form another group, Duanzi said with a smile. However, there will be a little unexpected twist. Come on, everyone. The climax is here. Let's draw lots. Song Yin chimed in at the right moment. Fu Miao Miao was the first to draw and picked number 1. Song Yin drew number 2, while Pang Hua drew number 1. The first 3 people glanced at each other. So far, everything Duanzi had said seemed perfectly accurate. A hint of interest flashed in Ji Yanli's eyes as he reached into the box and drew a number 1. Looks like Sister Duan got it wrong. Fu Miao Miao's voice carried a faint note of triumph. Duanzi moved calmly and drew another number 1. At this point, the drawing had to be paused. How could this happen? Did the prop team make a mistake? Song Yin looked toward Dong Yu, who also drew number 1. Well, Pang Hua immediately dumped all the slips out of the box. There were more than 6 slips inside. Everyone turned their gazes toward the prop team, and Song Yin teased. Seems like our prop team wants to isolate me? How can we proceed with this task? The first group needs to play the murder mystery game, but it won't work with too few players, someone from the prop team explained. Song Yin scratched her head. But escape rooms won't work with only one person either. So let's all play the murder mystery game together, then go to the escape room together. We'll split into 2 groups later tonight, suggested someone from the director's team. Oh, then it seems Ms. Z's prediction was pretty accurate. There are bound to be some small issues, but nothing serious. Pang Hua laughed, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Teacher Duan, do you have any talismans for good luck? I don't want to sprain my ankle. Dong Yu pleaded humbly. Duanzi replied. The essence of being human lies in self-awareness. Since you can't control your behavior, you must accept the corresponding consequences. No, Dong Yu despaired, rubbing his face. Then can we solve Imperial Actor Ji's situation? As the topic circled back to Ji Yanli, the audience held their breaths, all eyes on Duanzi. Chapter 89, waiting for it to come true. Duanzi smiled and said, it depends on human effort. Everyone felt that Duanzi had become more unfathomable. Dong Yu cleared his throat and said, if I give you money, can you prevent me from being unlucky? It's just a sprained ankle. Is it that serious? Fu Miao Miao chuckled with disdain. Dong Yu didn't even glance at Fu Miao Miao as he anxiously said, Zizi sister, think about it. If I end up in your group and my foot is injured, wouldn't it delay my escape? No, wouldn't it delay our group's progress? This statement was somewhat pretentious. Duanzi calmly said, whether or not I'm in the same group as you still depends on the draw results, right? What if I'm wrong? The topic ended there. Under Song Chang's guidance, everyone went to the murder mystery game store. To be honest, it also showed the boss's ability to invite celebrities. Thinking of this, Duanzi slightly raised her eyebrows. People in front of the camera waited for the murder mystery game to begin. The group had chosen a suspense case. Based on the prompts from the DM, they each chose their character roles. Background hint. The deceased is named Duan Shitong, a company president who died unexpectedly during a haunted house adventure. Everyone he knew was invited by him. Song Yan's role is Su Ying, the CEO of the company, the deceased's ex-wife, who had a recent conflict with the deceased and has obvious bruises. Fu Miao Miao's role is Gu Qingcheng, a housewife, the deceased's current partner, with a purplish bruise on her face. Ji Yanli is Su Ying's current husband, Qin Ximiao, a biology PhD, who got into a violent fight with the deceased because his wife and her ex-husband fought outside their door. The other 3 people are the deceased's friend, an ex-lover, and a passing-by Taoist priest. Pang Hua is Zhao Yu, a friend of the deceased, who had a fierce conflict with the deceased over debt. Dong Yu's role is interesting. Li Ru, the deceased's former lover. After realizing she was the third party, she cut all contact with him and had no conflicts. Duanzi is Zhang Laoda, a professional Taoist priest who happened to pass by. Originally, Dong Yu and Duanzi, one a Taoist priest, one a shallow lover, fit perfectly. But Dong Yu thought Duanzi was more suitable for the Taoist priest role and let the other have it. These 2 successfully brought stronger entertainment effects to the show. The DM asked Dong Yu several times if he was sure. Dong Yu kept nodding, saying this was the plan and that Duanzi fit this role perfectly. During the time of reviewing their character biographies, Duanzi opened the first page of the script. You're called Zhang Xing, originally a Taoist priest, who came here because you sensed something unusual. You don't have any relationship with anyone here, but you know who the murderer is. However, due to heavenly secrets that must not be revealed, you cannot say much. Please pretend like there are many pages. Don't let others notice how short your biography is. Duanzi massaged her temple, wondering if the scriptwriter wasn't some genius. Such a huge pitfall? Soon it was time for self-introductions. Everyone's statements were not much different from their character descriptions, except Duanzi laughed and said, Old man carries the mysteries within. I've already known who the murderer is, but heavenly secrets must not be disclosed. Be wise. The expressions of the remaining 5 varied as they looked at Duanzi. Fu Miao Miao said, I saw you in a group photo of Shitong's new project. Your expression then didn't seem friendly. All I do is take the money and do the job. Why would I be unhappy? Even if I am, it's his own fault. Dead and unburied master, Duanzi slowly said. The bruised area on your face is from Duan Shitong, isn't it? And Suing also has injuries. This Duan Shitong should have a history of domestic violence, shouldn't he? The DM's eyes widened, doubting his ears and his memory. 3 women united to kill a common enemy. Reasonable and understandable. Pang was suddenly interjected. Song Yin snickered and said, What do you mean? Clearly, it's because you couldn't pay back the owed money. I told you this money shouldn't have been lent before. Now, I share life and death friendship with him. There's no way I could kill him. Pang defended himself. Otherwise, why would he invite me over here to play in the haunted house? Qin Ximiao coldly said, There's no way it's possible. So how could it be Yin Yan? Those 2 are divorced already. He invited us here also to reconcile. Upon receiving the gazes of everyone, Dong Yu finally realized something and said, Yes, my situation is the same. But he's not such a nice person. A plan like this isn't something he'd come up with. As soon as these words were out, all eyes turned to Fu Miao Miao. She gently bit her lip and slowly said, "You guys know, recently Shirtong's temper hasn't been good, mainly because the new project has problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drunk alcohol and sought out Su's sister, nor would he have gone after Zhao to collect money. Ultimately, isn't it all because of Zhang Banshan?" "Is that so?" Duanzi's gaze was sharp. "I just happened to pass by. This setup is entirely your doing. Speaking of suspects, I'm definitely not the prime one." The DM said, "Everyone, get ready to vote for the murderer." The final voting results showed Duanzi with 1 vote, Jianli with 1 vote, and Fu Miao Miao with 3 votes. "What relationship does my husband have with this? You didn't even bring up my husband earlier." Song Yin angrily said, "Whoever voted for me, stand up." Duanzi softly said, "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." The others exchanged glances. Fu Miao Miao said, "Was it you who did it? Why didn't you say anything about him earlier?" Duanzi blinked. "Darling, do you have some personal grudge against me? Don't you remember there was an empty vote? I didn't vote for anyone." Everyone looked at each other again. Dong Yu spoke. "Let's continue investigating clues. There are no solid pieces of evidence yet." In fact, Duanzi had written down the answer. Everyone saw her hand the DM the answer, but she wrote on it not to reveal it. The audience suspected that Duanzi's script mentioned her as a witness. Otherwise, why would she be so confident? The cameraman and the DM walked outside together. The DM blurted out, "That was Duanzi? The one who predicts very accurately on live streams." "Why do you ask?" The PD smiled and questioned. The DM replied, "You don't know, Zhang Laoda's entire character biography has only 2 or 3 sentences. Normally, it should be someone who confuses everyone. But how did she know who the murderer was? Thankfully, she didn't spill everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have played anymore. Straight to the big finale without searching for evidence." The PD hesitated and asked, "That mysterious?" "Exactly." The DM sighed with his face all wrinkled in worry. In the live stream chat, the audience members were flooding with comments. "Geez, reflecting now, I shouldn't have doubted Duan Jiejia. What can I say? Our Zizi is the best. It might just be a lucky guess. Who's jealous here? Absolutely amazing. Can I still worship Fairy Duan?" Chapter 90. One by one, they came true. The mystery game had been dragging on for a long time without identifying the real culprit. The production team called Duanzi outside. "It's about time. Let's wrap it up, Taoist Master Duan." Inside, if it weren't for Fu Miao Miao occasionally prompting her, she would have fallen asleep long ago. Upon hearing the director's words, she was almost jumping with joy. "Thank you so much, director. I'll treat you to a meal later." "How could it be? It should be me thanking you. After this is over, I'll take you out for a big feast," the director chuckled. Neither cared who was treating whom. At any rate, that matter came to an end. Next up was the escape room challenge. Before going in, Duanzi said, "If I go in, there won't be any fun. You guys figure it out yourselves." As soon as these words left her mouth, they drew Fu Miao Miao's discontent. "What do you mean by that? All you did was correctly identify the murderer as Dong Yu. Why are you boasting?" "I'm not boasting. How about this? Let's see who can get out first." There was a hint of hostility in Duanzi's voice. Nevertheless, the entertainment effect soared once again. Seeing this, the production team immediately discussed it with the staff. The crew members heard such ideas for the first time. "If there are no problems with Miss Duan, personally, I have no objection. After all, it can be quite scary in there." While waiting for the production team and staff to discuss, Duanzi took a wooden puppet toy from her suitcase and placed it on her shoulder. That small wooden doll had been painted with cute eyes and a mouth and looked adorable. Song Yin, intrigued, wanted to touch it, and Duanzi tacitly allowed it. She played with the little figurine in her hands for a while and said, "Why did you bring a small toy? If you all go into the escape room, wouldn't it be lonely for me to be alone elsewhere?" Duanzi smiled, saying, "Yin Jia has great fortune ahead, which can continue uninterrupted." Song Yin had never publicly mentioned her charitable work before, but she couldn't believe that the other person actually noticed something. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and handed the wooden doll back. "Once the show is over, I will definitely ask you to read my fortune." "My readings aren't cheap," Duanzi slowly replied. Song Yin winked at Duanzi. "Don't worry. Your Jia has been around for years and still has some savings. I look forward to Jia contributing to my new house." Duanzi teasingly blinked her eyes. Song Yin really liked Duanzi and couldn't help but poke her forehead with her finger. "You little girl, you're not shy at all. But I like your straightforwardness." Out of the 6 people, there were 3 women, and these 2 got along like best friends, making Fu Miao Miao seem somewhat out of place. Although she felt wronged inside, for the sake of the cameras, she chose to be graceful alone. As soon as the director came out, he announced the final decision. "Fine, we can lower the difficulty level of your escape room challenge to ensure fairness." "Not necessary," Duanzi said confidently. "Besides, I'm not alone anyway." She touched the small wooden doll on her shoulder, and the director glanced over. Whether it was an illusion or not, he swore the little wooden doll seemed to smile at him. Many others shared the same sensation, causing an uproar in the live stream chat. "I swear I saw it smile." "I saw it too." Duanzi really does have some tricks up her sleeve. Hopefully, she follows through without any hitches. Of course, the director loved this kind of suspense-filled drama, and thus quickly agreed to Duanzi's request. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As soon as Duanzi entered, the little mannequin on her shoulder whispered, "ZZ, are you sure you want me to operate independently?" "Of course, you're my secret weapon." Duanzi said with a smile. Hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao relaxed and stretched her arms and legs before standing up suddenly. How do we find clues? You tell me where to look. I'll give you a few locations, you check them out, and I'll handle the rest, Duanzi said obligingly. At this point, the audience in the livestream had stopped arguing and started praising Duanzi's skills. Meanwhile, the production team also felt reassured, believing that inviting Duanzi was indeed their golden ticket. This move was undeniably impressive. None of them had ever seen a moving little figurine before. Many NPCs began buzzing with excitement, frequently appearing around Duanzi. However, Duanzi and Song Xiaoxiao remained completely unshaken, especially Song Xiaoxiao, who frightened many with her casual greetings. However, Song Xiaoxiao's small limbs were truly exhausted, climbing up and down without any time to rest. If it weren't for the tempting incense offerings, she wouldn't have put in so much effort and endurance. In contrast, the other group of 5 didn't go as smoothly. The appearance of the NPCs inflicted irrevocable mental and physical harm on Fu Miaomiao. She accidentally bumped into a prop's edge, leaving a red mark on her skin. Even though there was no blood, the pain was still intense, and tears welled up in her eyes. She even cried out that she wanted to go home. Dong Yu approached to console her, but Fu Miaomiao refused his comfort and pushed Dong Yu's hand away. Dong Yu hadn't expected this reaction and ended up falling flat on his butt. Seeing the commotion, Song Yin and Pang, who quickly rushed over to check the situation. While supporting Dong Yu, Pang who asked anxiously, "How are you? Did you hurt anywhere?" "Brother Hu, don't bother lifting me yet. I think I sprained my ankle. It hurts like crazy." After saying this, even Dong Yu himself was momentarily stunned. The live stream audience was practically kneeling and praising Duanzi as a deity. Some were also indignant that Fu Miaomiao had hurt Dong Yu, shouting that she should just go home and find her mom. In response, Fu Miaomiao's fans didn't back down either, and soon both sides were trending on the hot search list. Meanwhile, with the combined efforts of the production staff and director, they managed to persuade Fu Miaomiao to continue. Of course, they also applied bandages to her relatively minor wound. This little accident meant that when Duanzi came out, no one was around to greet her. A crew member eventually came out and informed Duanzi about what happened. Duanzi thanked the person and indicated that she wanted to rest for a bit, letting them get back to their own work. That crew member had just played an NPC earlier and witnessed the small wooden puppet on Duanzi's shoulder. Now he couldn't help but curiously eye Song Xiaoxiao. Unable to bear being stared at, Song Xiaoxiao finally asked, "Sir, is there anything you need?" Startled, the staff member shook his head repeatedly. No. You two rest. When Fu Miaomiao's group came out, they saw Duanzi curled up on the couch napping. Everyone exchanged glances with varying expressions and found seats to sit down. Ji Yanli sat next to Duanzi, absent-mindedly rubbing his fingers together, but stayed silent. Chapter 91. I am your fan. Emperor Ji. I am your fan. A startled scream made Emperor Ji jump. When he looked into the sesame-sized pupils of the other person who was laughing, he felt like he must have been crazy to have such an auditory hallucination. Don't make noise. Duanzi slapped Song Xiaoxiao across the face, and she landed on the ground with a thud. Ji Yanli froze on the spot, as if his play button had been paused. The others also heard the commotion, but only the live-shooting PD remained relatively calm, explaining, "This is Duanzi's friend. He also played a big role in the escape room earlier. My name is Song Xiaoxiao." Song Xiaoxiao struggled to get up from the floor. If you've watched Duanzi's live streams, you would know me. Everyone present, as if they'd all hit pause, turned to look at Fu Miaomiao, whose expression was particularly ugly. "How dare you have such skills? Sister Duan, does this mean that my injury earlier wasn't partly your doing?" Fu Miaomiao's fans exploded online, furious enough to crawl through the internet and carve Duanzi into pieces. After all, Duanzi had mentioned something about injuries, and coincidentally, Fu Miaomiao had indeed suffered one. Dong Yu frowned and muttered quietly, "It was clearly your own carelessness." He knew he shouldn't have spoken up at such a time, but he couldn't help himself. Song Yin and Pang Hua exchanged glances, deciding it was crucial not to let the two start bickering. Otherwise, Fu Miaomiao's fans might come after Dong Yu as well. "Little Dong, how could you say such a thing?" Fu Miaomiao's eyes were red. Her nose tip flushed bright red, as if she'd been deeply wronged. Duanzi scratched her ears, slowly sat up, and her eyes sparkled with ambiguous amusement. Oh, here goes Fu Miaomiao playing the innocent little lotus again? Noticing Duanzi's movements, everyone cast their eyes toward her. With apparent innocence, Duanzi blinked several times. "Miao, if you don't believe me, you can go back and check the replay video yourself. I got out pretty quickly, and inside I was constantly searching for clues. If it weren't for Xiao, perhaps I'd still be stuck in there." Dong Yu clapped his hands together excitedly. "That's right. The cameras definitely captured everything. Besides, aren't you the younger sister from her previous company? Even if you won't do it for her sake, surely you'll respect the agency." Duanzi slightly raised her eyebrows, glancing interestingly towards Fu Miaomiao. Honestly speaking, Chu Zheng's company didn't have any significant Buddhas or monks. Only big brother Zhao could slightly raise her hand, and even that was only slightly. Believing Fu Miaomiao would do some surface work, whether or not she pulled her down into this mess, she wouldn't leave herself open to criticism. Sister Duan, don't mean to interrogate harshly. Tears filled Fu Miaomiao's eyes. I just got scared. That thing was truly terrifying, just like some kind of witchcraft from TV shows. What nonsense was this? Witchcraft? Dong Yu's face darkened, but before he could say anything, he felt something tug at his clothes. He turned around to see. Miao, our cameras recorded everything very clearly. If you're afraid, you can watch it later with Sister Song Yin. Pang Hua tugged on you urgently. We have quite a while before heading to the next project. Why don't you go drink some hot water to calm your nerves? Adjust your state properly. Hang on a moment, let's go eat together. To be fair, Fu Miaomiao's reaction was indeed impulsive. Besides, the two came from the same company and had rumors swirling around them. Pang Hua could still recall the industry gossip saying that Duanzi had left the entertainment circle due to a rich patron's affection shifting elsewhere. On the internet, opinions were divided, with posts directly targeting Fu Miaomiao. In these posts, various things were analyzed, like Duanzi taking Fu Miaomiao along to shoots, including her in variety shows, and alleged disputes between the two in the makeup room, and so forth. Although everyone was busy, they still found time to indulge in the drama. This was originally shared by Song Yin. Song Yin subtly signaled to Fu Miaomiao, reminding her they were still live streaming. Seeing that Fu Miaomiao still seemed reluctant, Song Yin hurriedly said, Miaomiao may be too frightened. She's just joking with Zizi to adjust her mood. Since Zizi is so capable, when we enter the haunted house, make sure to protect all of us. The conversation once again focused on Duanzi. When the lens shifted to Duanzi, she was lazily fiddling with a small wooden doll, looking detached, aloof, and disinterested in worldly affairs. Fu Miaomiao's fans thought Duanzi was putting on airs and started a new round of insults. When Song Yin struggled to maintain her smile, Duanzi casually said, do our best and leave the rest to fate. After being startled, Miaomiao's luck will also be somewhat affected. Perhaps we should skip tonight's haunted house. Fu Miaomiao's face fell drastically. This essentially meant cutting down her screen time. Looks like ZZ is still worried about Miaomiao. The director mentioned today's haunted house theme is about a hospital, and it's newly opened. We are among the first to experience it, so no one knows what might happen. Song Yin smiled and said, let's see how Miaomiao feels later. If she really can't do it, we shouldn't force her. Why look at me? It's just a friendly suggestion. Whether or not to listen is entirely up to her. I don't have the authority to make decisions for her. Duanzi curled her lips slightly. And one more thing. True cultivators wouldn't use witchcraft techniques. It harms virtue too much. During the celestial tribulation, they'd likely end up as ashes. Recalling her own calamity moment from her past life, with all that lightning and thunder, she regretted stealing chicken from her master. While saying these words, Duanzi also noticed the director signaling an end to the livestream. Song Yin continued smoothing things over as she led everyone to a nearby restaurant. Song Xiao, who had been silent all along, suddenly sighed. ZZ, you should teach her a lesson. Like making her trip and fall, at least let her know the limits of her own abilities. Teacher Duan, may I have a word? Suddenly, Emperor Ji's voice sounded. Song Xiao exclaimed silently in her heart. She strained her neck to catch a glimpse of Ji Yanli's face. Sure, Duanzi responded calmly. Ji Yanli looked relieved, a slight curve appearing on his lips. Then allow me to treat Teacher Duan to dinner alone. No problem, Duanzi agreed. Just then, the chief director came by. Ji Yanli briefly explained the situation to him. The chief director glanced between them, but finally nodded. Chapter 92, A Nodding the Heart. Ji Yanli feigned calmness, but the urgency in his steps betrayed the anxiety in his heart. What's wrong with him? Song Xiao asked in an extremely soft voice. Duanzi smiled and said, maybe because your appearance has overturned Ji Emperor's worldview, so he wants to ask me for something. Not long after, the two of them appeared at a restaurant, but were led by a waiter to another private room. This scene was just witnessed by Fu Miaomiao, who immediately sent a message to Chu Zhang. Zhang brother, did you watch today's live stream? I was busy in a meeting today. Did something happen? Chu Zhang instantly replied with a voice message. Fu Miaomiao bit her lower lip. I accidentally scratched my arm. It hurts like crazy. Hearing the slightly coquettish tone from the other side, Chu Zhang called Fu Miaomiao. As she narrated the ins and outs of the matter, she also mentioned Duanzi's little wooden doll, and even saw Ji Emperor having dinner alone with Duanzi. The implications couldn't be more obvious. Chu Zhang didn't want to think too much, yet somehow, his heart felt heavy. Do you have any programs tonight? I'll come see you. His voice was slightly low and deep, causing Fu Miaomiao's face to turn red. Tonight I'm going to the haunted house. But if Zhang brother comes, I'll tell them that I'm too scared and would like to rest properly tonight. There was silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a response. All right, I'll be there soon. Inside the private room, Ji Yanli politely handed over the menu to Duanzi. Duanzi thanked him with a smile and ordered a few dishes according to his preferences. Just go by what she ordered, Ji Yanli said to the waitress. The waitress was a young girl who clearly recognized Ji Yanli. She was inwardly elated. Duanzi glanced at her and said with a smile, our Mr. Ji isn't in a good mood right now. We'll give you his autograph when we leave. The young girl understood and promptly put on a professional smile. All right, please wait a moment, gentlemen. How do you know she's my fan? Ji Yanli blurted out, realizing it later and clearing his throat. I mean, Mr. Ji, don't panic. The recent events are likely due to visiting some place with heavy negative energy earlier, which might influence your current fortune. There's nothing major concerning your general fortune. Duanzi slowly explained. However, continued low spirits aren't beneficial for your mental and physical well-being. Ji Yanli hesitated for a while before saying harshly, I want to ask you if there's a way for me to see her again? His eyes were slightly red as he anxiously started rubbing his hands while waiting for Duanzi's response. Humans and ghosts are different. Besides, she doesn't have any regrets, Duanzi bluntly said. In fact, Duanzi had lied. The reason why Ji Yanli could escape safely from that place entirely depended on that little sister. But since that little sister was willing to dissipate herself completely for him, it must mean that she wouldn't want him to be disheartened for her sake. But that day, I felt she was there. Ji Yanli's eyes had become moist. I can't describe how I felt back then. But, when that scenery collapsed, time seemed to pause, and she touched me. Knowing the truth won't do you any good. Duanzi pressed her lips together tightly, and the words she said were anything but courteous. I only want to know the truth. I only want to know if she disappeared because of me. Ji Yanli covered his face with both hands. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't bear seeing her idol so sad, so she pulled on Duanzi's sleeve. Duanzi, how much money do you want? I can afford it. Because of that incident, she dissipated into nothingness. Duanzi's words were like daggers, stabbing directly into Ji Yanli's heart. He suddenly looked at Duanzi. Teacher Duan, is there any way to save her? Now that the spiritual power is recovering, but Duanzi didn't know how to explain further. After all, what she was doing right now was sealing the spiritual power, because only this way could temporarily delay the ordinary person's fate of decay. In a situation like dissipating into nothingness, even during my prime period, I may not necessarily be able to save her. Moreover, everything happens due to destiny. Duanzi was comforting the other party, as well as himself. Walking through this modern life might really be destined. Ji Yanli fell listlessly against the chair back. I always thought that when a person leaves, there's nothing left. Until then, I realized that she had always been protecting me. Whenever you're free, try meditation too. Duanzi stared at the other person for quite a while before slowly speaking. What a thing to say. For a moment, Ji Yanli didn't know whether he should continue to feel sad or not. From the tone of the other person, it seemed very serious. You don't really think everyone should cultivate immortality, do you? Ji Yanli's tone carried confusion. With his current state, could he just speak some plain words? Duanzi chuckled. A mother's love is great and selfless. She followed you merely because she was worried. What you should do isn't to feel regret, but look ahead. Consider how to live up to her sacrifice. Ji Yanli wanted to say something more, but the sudden knock on the door interrupted him. The food is ready. The server probably didn't want to disturb their conversation, so all dishes were prepared and pushed in at once. Duanzi nodded slightly. Thanks. That's a considerate kid indeed. Aren't you going to express your gratitude, Mr. Ji? The server originally intended to wave it off, but then heard Ji Yanli say, I should indeed show some appreciation. The little girl became excited, her face turning red as she quickly handed over a blank piece of paper. I would like a dedicated signature. It was a menu note-taking paper with the restaurant's name on it. Sure. Ji Yanli faintly tugged the corners of his lips and asked, What's your name? My name is Qianqian, the top part being grass, below it is 1,000, the girl happily replied. After watching her idol write down a whole paragraph with fluency and sign his name effortlessly, she tightly gripped her dress corner out of excitement. Do you want a photo besides the signature? Ji Yanli's voice was gentle. Evidently, he had already come out of his earlier emotions. Of course, the girl wouldn't refuse. She was thrilled, almost jumping around with joy. Duanzi took the girl's phone and snapped a photo for them both. After expressing thanks, the young girl quickly left. Thank you. Ji Yanli suddenly spoke. I'm feeling much better now, Duanzi said. In fact, she takes immense pride in your career and hopes that you keep pursuing it. So Mr. Ji, you shouldn't even think about leaving the entertainment industry. No, I won't. Ji Yanli's gaze was deep. It seemed like a promise made to his mother. He felt that today he wasn't just thanking Duanzi, but also thanking those fans who truly liked him. Chapter 93, Strange Things. Seeing the changes in the other party's body, Duanzi knew that Ji Yanli's mentality had already changed. By the time the group reunited, Fu Miao Miao had long since left. To achieve a mysterious effect, the ghost house process was not planned to be broadcast live by the production team. Song Yin explained the situation in front of the camera. Miao Miao got quite a fright today, so our escape room's terror index is still very impressive. Next, we will enter today's haunted house together. The others emitted a chorus of frightened exclamations to stay in character. Ji Yanli's mental state was clearly much better than during the live broadcast. Next, Duan teacher should rein in her abilities and not make things difficult for the staff. Zizi must protect me. Dong Yu shouted, scaring Song Xiaoxiao so much she almost fell off Duanzi's shoulder. Fortunately, Duanzi had quick reflexes and steadied her. Song Xiaoxiao used to love watching variety shows. Dong Yu became famous through an audition show. Back then, Song Xiaoxiao even followed the audition program with her friends. Although Dong Yu wasn't outstanding, he made it into the top 5. But his songs were always very manly. Who would have thought he'd be so timid? Dong Yu didn't know why, but he felt Song Xiaoxiao seemed somewhat disdainful with her round eyes. Actually, I want to ask a question, Song Xiaoxiao said hesitantly. What do you want to ask? Dong Yu had a bad feeling about this. Song Xiaoxiao, how can you make such manly songs when in real life you're so chicken? Duanzi wanted to cover Song Xiaoxiao's mouth, but it was already too late, so she could only awkwardly smile at Dong Yu. This comment caused Song Yin and the others to burst out laughing uncontrollably. Song Yin gasped as she said, Our viewers have asked this question too. However, little Dong also has some cute aspects, right? Song Xiaoxiao tried to say something again, but was stopped by Duanzi. It's about time. Let's go inside. There were plenty of hospital-themed haunted houses, but today's felt a bit unusual. Perhaps it was everyone's perception, but upon stepping into the haunted house, the temperature was several degrees lower than outside. Everyone instinctively glanced at Duanzi, who merely rubbed her arms and didn't say anything. Maybe it's just because the air conditioning is set too low. Even though this crossed their minds, Dong Yu couldn't help but inch closer to Duanzi. Duanzi, This haunted house certainly excels at creating an atmosphere, but whether its facilities are entertaining remains to be seen. However, compared to the escape room and murder mystery games, this one lacks some fun. The entire experience is filled with high-tension warnings. Later on, Dong Yu didn't dare open his eyes and clung tightly to Pang Hua's sleeve, not daring to move even half a step away. Song Yin wasn't faring any better either, practically following Duanzi wherever she went. How many seasons will this show have? Duanzi asked. In fact, she didn't think these activities were particularly fun. Perhaps, watching other people's reactions was more amusing? Otherwise, how could the ratings for this show be so high? I don't know. If the results are good, there might be several seasons. Song Yin shivered as she said. Don't think that neither Pang Hua nor Imperial Season G are unaffected. In truth, their courage isn't great either. Why the show is so popular is largely due to some inexplicable incidents that happened during filming. This is why we wanted to invite you. You invited me? Duanzi blinked in surprise. Seemed like Zheng Yu hinted about it several times, but she didn't entertain the idea at the time. Song Yin quickly turned off the mic and gestured for Duanzi to pay attention as well. The latter did the same. Fumiya Omio could join this show thanks to your influence. At the time, both Pang Hua and I watched your live stream. We even sent you private messages, but never received a response. Song Yin suddenly screamed while speaking. Duanzi looked ahead and saw a blood-soaked object that resembled a human head. It was so realistic that even Duanzi broke out in cold sweat. She even sensed a feeling of suffocation. Frowning, she tugged on Song Xiaoxiao's arm. Why was her nice V-neck dress tightening around her neck? Factually, it was all a trick pulled by them. Duanzi felt helpless. Of these two Song family members, none were reliable. After straightening herself out, she switched her mic back on and told Song Yin, I'll check ahead, let her stay with you for now. With that, she placed Song Xiaoxiao in her care. When Song Yin and Song Xiaoxiao, the two cowards, exchanged worried glances, Duanzi had already reached the head-like object. She initially intended to reach out for a closer look, but the unmistakable smell of blood made her instinctively take a small step back. What's wrong? Song Yan's voice trembled as she instinctively turned her microphone back on. Duanzi stood up and stopped Song Yin briefly. Call the police. It smells like human blood. Song Yin was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a bit excessive? What if it's just a prop from the staff? This head is real. You should call the police now. We'll wait for the forensic team. Duanzi pressed her lips together firmly and said resolutely. Song Yin was evidently frightened by the other party's expression. What if I consult with the production team first? Duanzi did not comment. Yet Song Yin still had the staff contact the production team. The previously silent haunted house suddenly echoed with a piercing scream, which seemed to come from Dong Yu walking ahead. They were unlike Duanzi, who remained calm. Everyone else simply wanted this nightmarish experience to end sooner. Song Yin suggested they check what happened ahead, so Duanzi told her to bring Song Xiaoxiao along and call out if anything happened. Song Yin quickly agreed. If I'm not mistaken, this might be someone's body. Duanzi's words managed to root Song Yin in place. She truly didn't dare face the other half of the corpse head-on. Just as Duanzi finished speaking, Song Yan's voice came through the earpiece. Stay put. Relevant authorities are on their way. Upon hearing this, Song Yin immediately looked at Duanzi. Strange things have happened before, but there's never been a death involved. Come to think of it, they were walking ahead of us earlier. So how could they not have noticed this head? As Duanzi spoke, she pulled out her phone from her pocket and shone the flashlight upward toward the ceiling. Sure enough, a web-like structure was visible, dripping with blood-red liquid. I haven't sensed any spirit presence around here, so this body must have been here for some time. It could even be one of the haunted house's workers, Duanzi said slowly. Don't move around. I'll go ahead and check. No. Song Yin yanked on Duanzi's sleeve sharply. I'm scared. All right, we'll wait for the staff to arrive. Duanzi glanced calmly at Song Yin and responded peacefully. Chapter 94, Sudden Surge in Workload. The staff seemed to have been tripped up by something, and still there was no sign of movement. Duanzi took out her phone and dialed the program group's number, only to be greeted with a busy tone. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. That's quite interesting. How's it going? Song Yin rubbed her arms. Duanzi let out a derisive laugh. A person I've been looking for should be nearby. Song Yin had a baffled look on her face, but Song Xiaoxiao suddenly perked up. Are you talking about the dream interpreter or the Taoist master? Those two are actually the same person, just like Li Qian, who's only half competent. But I don't know if that old man will show up today. Duanzi said slowly. There was deep history between the two of them. That old man always claimed he wasn't feeling well and never showed up. So that's why? Song Yin had no idea what they were talking about and could only listen attentively, her eyes aimlessly scanning around. However, she would occasionally glance at the severed head. She couldn't help but swallow hard and pulled Duanzi's sleeve. That head moved just now. Don't worry, Duanzi said slowly. It won't hurt you as long as it doesn't suddenly bite you. As she spoke, she grabbed Song Yan's arm. The Yin energy here is getting heavier. Let's go out first. The two walked forward while Song Xiaoxiao sat in Song Yan's palm, her eyes fixed on the severed head. Suddenly, the ugly head appeared to smile briefly. Song Xiaoxiao felt like her breathing was about to stop. Soon after, the two encountered Dong Yu and the others. The three of them were sitting on a wooden box and looked over when they heard the noise. But those gazes were a bit unsettling. Is everything all right? Song Yin asked softly. Pang Hua rubbed his face. Where did you two go? There wasn't a single sound from you. Did you look for us? Song Yin asked. Dong Yu scratched his hair, which had turned into a bird's nest. Yeah, I almost shouted myself hoarse, but I didn't hear any response from you. Really didn't hear anything at all. Song Yin blinked in confusion. Thinking about the head from earlier made her uncomfortable. We saw a decapitated head, then we heard your shouts. After that, the program staff told us to stay put because they had already contacted relevant workers. But later, there was no further noise. Ji Yanli flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it firmly with his toes. Just now, we saw a human silhouette, but without a head. So it seems like it's related to the same thing. These things are quite eerie. We've faced some oddities before shooting variety shows, but this involving fatalities is unprecedented. Pang Hua took a heavy puff of his cigarette. Let's keep moving forward. Safeguarding your lives is most important right now. After saying that, Duanzi resolutely moved ahead. Song Yin quickly ran a few steps forward. Those three exchanged glances and kept their prior talk about finding ways out unsuccessfully to themselves, following closely afterward. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to Duanzi leading the way, everyone quickly exited the place. At the very moment they stepped out, the hospital behind them collapsed with a thunderous roar. The four regular guests were so scared that their faces went pale, and they all stared at Duanzi. She just stared back at the ghost house behind, lost in thought. People nearby heard the commotion and gathered to take a look. The young waitress from the restaurant also came out to check what was happening and kindly inquired about Ji Yanli's condition. Ji Yanli politely responded to her, not expecting her to come to Duanzi's side. Sister, are you okay? How about drinking some ginseng soup at our place to calm down? It's my treat. No need. Duanzi gave a slight nod. You lead them back to rest first. I still have some work to do. Song Yin tugged her. It's unsafe here. Wait until your team comes to deal with it. Seeing the worry in the other person's eyes, Duanzi hesitated for a moment and followed her back. Though it was Song Yin who got scared, she carefully found a blanket and covered it over Duanzi, passing her a cup of hot water. Duanzi thanked her, and after some consideration, she called Meng Tang. After ringing for a while, Meng Tang finally picked up. Upon hearing Duanzi's words, she patted her forehead and spoke with distress. I'm also on a mission right now. I'm at the beach. Can't make it over yet. Is Li Sun there too? Duanzi asked. Yes, the whole team is here, Meng Tang said. How about you come back first, teacher, and we'll handle it when we're free. I just felt that person's presence, Duanzi said firmly. I want to go inside the ruins and take another look. Don't, Meng Tang quickly interjected. Or I'll head back now, and once I arrive, you can come over? Master, ever since I became your disciple, I haven't learned anything substantial yet. You mustn't take your safety lightly. Who's there? Xiao Yi, a blurry voice called out. Upon hearing their conversation, Duanzi tightly gripped her phone by her ear. She had a feeling that if she missed this chance, there might be no opportunity for them to meet again. Just as she was about to put down her cup of water, the door to the lounge was suddenly pushed open. A petite figure squeezed in through the door crack. I heard something happened to you guys, so I came over just in case. As soon as her words faded, the door burst wide open. A tall and sturdy figure appeared at the entrance, someone Duanzi knew all too well. Perhaps everyone had thought of the same thing, because their gazes were all on Duanzi, yet she seemed oblivious to it as she continued talking on the phone. If you can't make it, then forget about it. I'll manage alone. Don't worry about me. After finishing, she hung up and met the eyes of the two people at the doorway calmly. Would you mind closing the door? Thanks. Fu Miao Miao immediately flashed a smile and carefully shut the door. Sister Duan, are you injured? You don't seem to be in good spirits. After closing the door, she wormed her way next to Duanzi like an eel. Duanzi didn't answer, so Fu Miao Miao asked again. Sister Duan, were you on the phone with friends? Did they not come because they're busy? By the way, Brother Zhang is here too. If you feel unwell, he can take you to the hospital. No need. Thank you. Duanzi replied, trying to place the cup of water on the nearby table, but Fu Miao Miao slapped her hand. The cup shattered instantly. What did you do that for? Chu Zheng questioned sharply. His loud tone made Dong Yu and Ji Yanli stand up abruptly. Chapter 95. Rumors are true. Are you the president of Chuxin Entertainment? It's an honor to meet you. Dong Yu stood in front of Duanzi, blocking her completely from view, and stared straight into Chu Zheng's face with her big eyes. Ji Yanli also approached Duanzi at that moment, asking softly, do you need any help? No need, I can handle it myself. You just help keep Dong Yu at bay a bit. Duanzi answered in the same low tone. Chu Zheng's gaze slipped through the gap, looking towards the two whispering figures, finding them increasingly irksome for some inexplicable reason. For some unknown reason, the other person seemed to sense his gaze, glancing over briefly before stepping up next to Dong Yu, saying, I've heard about the president of Chuxin Entertainment. Indeed, he is a remarkable young talent. Today I see it's not exaggerated at all. Haunted house exploration at worst might be scary, but no one got injured. Seeing Ji Yanli extend his hand, Chu Zheng chuckled lightly and extended his hand as well. I've long heard about your fame, Mr. Ji, the renowned film emperor. Not at all, not at all, Ji Yanli smiled gently. In this case, you continue chatting first. I will treat President Chu to dinner another day. With that, he pulled Dong Yu away. Dong Yu was lost in confusion, naturally unwilling to leave. But Ji Yanli's grip on Dong Yu's shoulder was like an iron clamp, pinching hard without mercy. Dong Yu looked back at him with fire in her eyes, but when their gazes met, her anger subsided barely. She obediently followed him out. Once outside, she burst out, what was that? Those two were clearly up to no good. At the sound of her words, Song Yin and Pang Hua emerged one after another. Receiving Dong Yu's stare, Song Yin shrugged. Don't look at me. I was dragged out too. Besides, the way Chu Zheng looks at Zizi isn't exactly pure. While the four were eyeing each other uncertainly, a little girl wearing a logistics department attire returned disheveled. What's going on? What have you been busy with? I haven't seen a single person for so long, said Pang Hua, changing the subject. That girl seemed a bit strange, her voice hoarse. The photography crew suffered significant losses. Many cameras are smashed inside. Relevant departments are doing their best to recover them. Where's Duanzi? Duanzi is currently occupied with something. May I inquire what you need? Song Yin asked. Sometimes, a woman's sixth sense is truly peculiar. No matter how she looked, Song Yin felt there was something off about this person, making her reluctant to bring her to Duanzi. Simultaneously, the atmosphere inside the rest room wasn't too pleasant either. Due to the incidents involving the water cup and a colleague standing up for Chu Zhang momentarily didn't know how to start a conversation. Fu Miao Miao saw the awkward atmosphere and started clinging to Chu Zhang's sleeve, cooing and cajoling. In name, she was saying nice things, but in reality, she was only pouring oil onto the fire. Oh come on, brother Zhang, Duan's sister definitely didn't mean to do it. After all, haunted houses can be pretty scary. I heard there have been fatalities. If I hadn't known Duan's sister for such a long time, I'd probably think she had some bad luck vibe. But you know, she has always been good to me. That's enough. Duanzi cut her off impatiently. I sent those people away because I cared for your faces. Who would have thought you're so adept at taking advantage? Chu Zhang furrowed his brows. Why did you insist on joining this program? Don't you find this odd? It was clearly you who threatened my life and forced me to join, even hiring online trolls to mention this program non-stop in my live streams, which made me eventually agree. And now after I agreed, you backed off again. How could I not give my fans an explanation? Also, I think this show would actually be helpful for promoting esoteric science. Even if we take 10 steps back, how could I have anticipated that Fu Miao Miao would still participate? Dare you say she's not here for me? To be honest, Duanzi indeed harbored resentment. She had stayed miles away for self-preservation, yet they kept pestering her every now and then. This program still has 2 days and 2 nights left. Although it's not a reality show about living experiences, the lens still matters. If you genuinely care for her, just visit less frequently. Having said this, Duanzi didn't allow them further opportunities to speak, directly brushing past them and heading out the door. The moment she shut the door behind her, she felt like leaping for joy. So satisfying. Extremely satisfying. Finally, she had voiced her pent-up thoughts, wondering how these two heads worked. All they did was cause trouble day after day. Zizi, someone is looking for you, came Song Yan's voice. Following her gaze, Duanzi spotted the girl and slightly frowned. What sort of bizarre thing is this? She strode forward boldly, placing everyone else behind her for protection. What is it? The girl twisted her lips strangely, speaking in an eerie tone. My master wishes to meet you. Chu Zhang's expression was worse than ever before. He shouldn't have bothered coming here. She sure had great relationships. She already had 2 knights in shining armor so quickly. Brother Zhang. Fu Miao Miao's voice came weakly. Her hand tightly gripped Chu Zhang's sleeve, for she had indeed noticed that when Chu Zhang saw Duanzi and Ji Yanli whispering to each other, his face turned sour as could be. Seeing Chu Zhang still clenching his teeth, she bit her lip. It's all my fault. I'm too clumsy and didn't know how to avoid it. So Sister Duan ended up breaking the cup. You better go back and rest early. I'll let Xiao Zhang keep an eye on things here for me. Saying this, Chu Zhang sat down where Duanzi had been just moments ago. Brother Zhang, aren't you staying with me? Fu Miao Miao asked slowly. I'm a little afraid of the dark. She didn't know if Chu Zhang was doing it intentionally, but her heart felt heavy. What is there to be afraid of? You've walked home at night alone for years. You're still alive and well, aren't you? Chu Zhang, seeing Fu Miao Miao's truly piteous expression, reached out and pulled her closer. I'm just in a bad mood and worry I won't be able to take good care of you. Why aren't you happy? Fu Miao Miao sat on his lap and cupped his face with her hands. Will you stop liking me because I'm too dumb? No. Chu Zhang strangely felt a lump in his throat, as if something were stuck in there. It must be due to Duanzi irritating him, he thought. Don't overthink things. Let me take you back to the hotel. I have a meeting to attend tomorrow morning. Chu Zhang said somewhat absent-mindedly. Fu Miao Miao could sense his growing distance, but chose not to expose his lie. At first, she had been delighted thinking that after Duanzi left, she would have plenty of time to spend with Chu Zhang, but that turned out not to be true. He saw her less now than half as often as before. Initially, she had been happy since Chu Zhang had indeed given her a lot of good opportunities, but now upon reflection, could she become another Duanzi? No, she might end up even worse than Duanzi. She must hold on to Chu Zhang's hand and walk forever alongside him. Chapter 96, A Discriminatory Barrier. When the two were holding hands and going out, Duanzi and others were deadlocked with the little girl. Hearing some commotion, the 4 of them turned their heads toward the door. Their eyes all lingered on the intertwined hands of the couple for quite a long while. Fu Miao Miao blushed and tried to let go, but Chu Zhang's grip only tightened. She blinked at him, and in the end, did not let him release her hand. In a way, this also counted as an indirect declaration. However, Duanzi seemed completely disinterested in their actions and instead circled around the little girl. The little girl, however, was like having been installed with a tracking system. Her gaze never left Duanzi for a moment. All right, Duanzi's voice was light, but loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. But, I'm just a little curious. Do you count as a puppet or a living corpse? This creature was shrouded in a layer of deathly energy, showing no signs of vitality. Yet, it appeared to have its own thought patterns and could discernibly answer each person's questions. Miss Duan, please. The counterpart didn't answer Duanzi's question but respectfully stepped aside. Duanzi scoffed with a sneer. pretending to be mysterious? This is all that Duanshan sect can do, isn't it? What do you think about this, Mr. Chu? She looked back with an almost amused expression toward Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng was startled by this comment. He subconsciously let go of Fu Miaomiao's hand and took a few large strides forward. Are you from the Duanuan sect? Upon hearing his voice, the little girl immediately glanced at him. The Chu family should stay out of this mess. Last time, that old woman handled things poorly, and my master is extremely upset. Mysteriously, everyone felt a chill down their spines. As for Chu Zheng, who had been pointed out directly, he felt colder all over. He tightened his lips and said, "What you've done indeed lacks integrity. There's nothing to complain about from others." The little girl then diverted her gaze back to Duanzi. "Our master dislikes delays." Coincidentally, Duanzi replied nonchalantly, "I happen to enjoy dragging things out." Regardless, she left without taking the small wooden puppet along. Song Xiaoxiao, held within Song Yan's grasp, possibly because she was too anxious, emerged from the puppet. Her translucent form flickered before everyone's eyes. "Duanzi, stop right there. Haven't you heard what Meng Tang and the others said? Don't act rashly." She bumped her head against an invisible wall, leaving her dazed and confused, yelling loudly, "Duanzi, aren't you looking for your elder brother? Don't you know that this is very dangerous? Hey, I know the clue about your elder brother. Do you want to listen or not?" Song Xiaoxiao furiously pounded on the barrier before her, nearly hopping up and down with frustration. "Isn't that the elder brother you've dreamt about and murmured about?" As soon as these words left her lips, Duanzi's face loomed several times larger, scaring Song Xiaoxiao into sitting on her rear. Of course, as a soul entity, she had no sensation of pain. "If you say one more word, I'll make sure your soul vanishes entirely, got it?" Duanzi walked away without looking back after saying this. A flame of gossip ignited in Song Yan. Fear went out the window as she squatted next to Song Xiaoxiao. "Look, we share the surname Song, so we must be kin from 800 years ago. Tell me about this elder brother, huh?" Her eyes involuntarily flickered towards Chu Zheng's direction, cheering inwardly. "Go on, keep talking. Didn't you see how much Mr. Chu likes it? Look at how tightly he's gripping his fists." Indeed, Chu Zheng gripped his fists tightly, experiencing a tumult of feelings inside. Why hadn't he known anything about an elder brother before? So this is why love came and went so quickly, because of this. If Song Yan knew, she'd kill me. Song Xiaoxiao cleared her throat nervously, scratching her head. Jealousy flickered momentarily in Fu Miaomiao's eyes. This Duanzi was simply capitalizing on her good looks and spreading her net far and wide. She hurriedly forced a sweet smile and walked beside Chu Zheng. "Brother Zheng, don't you have an early meeting tomorrow? Shall I see you out?" With a trace of impatience, Chu Zheng loosened his tie and looked at Fu Miaomiao, who was half a head shorter than him, small and petite. "All right, let's go." Saying that, he bid farewell to the others. Fu Miaomiao cupped her forehead and crouched down. Chu Zheng's veins twitched on his temple. "What's wrong?" "I hit my head on something. It must be something Duan set up just now." Fu Miaomiao complained pitifully. Then, how did Chu Zheng get through? For a moment, everyone became interested and tried one by one. None successfully passed through. Dong Yu cursed under his breath. What the hell kind of barrier is this? Shouldn't it only work on ghosts? How come we can't get out either? Strange as hell. Yanli, come and try. Pang Ho ran back to pull Ji Yanli. "It's quite fun, soft like water, but there's some resistance. The more force you use, the more it hurts." At this moment, Ji Yanli was holding a cup of coffee. He didn't know where it came from, watching intently. He pulled away from Pang Ho's hand and said indifferently, "Maybe they're worried we'll cause trouble. Do you guys want some coffee? We're just curious why Mr. Chu can pass through. Come and try." Song Yin giggled. These two were obviously trying to ease the atmosphere after all that had happened earlier. Ji Yanli cooperated gracefully, putting the coffee on a nearby table and walking to the barrier, slowly extending his hand. Everyone was itching with impatience, wishing they could directly push Ji Yanli through. In fact, Pang Ho indeed attempted to do so. But Ji Yanli only felt himself being pushed far ahead without any sign of bouncing back. In no time, he walked further than Chu Zheng did. He stopped, looking around, his eyes filled with the same confusion as everyone else's. Pang Ho touched his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that this boundary has something to do with looks? Only letting handsome people through. All eyes immediately turned to the two of them. It seemed to be true. Whether it was Chu Zheng or Ji Yanli, both were exceptionally good-looking. One shrewd and capable, the other as warm and elegant as jade. "That's unfair," Dong Yu whined, resembling an injured puppy. "So, am I not young enough? Didn't the seasoned types fail too?" Song Yin added casually at the right moment. This set off waves of laughter in the crowd. Pang Ho smacked his lips repeatedly. "I suspect you're mocking me, Song teacher." With the presence of these two experienced showbiz veterans, the originally tense, cold atmosphere finally lightened up. Now only Song Xiaoxiao remained worried. Should she tell them or not? But she promised to keep it confidential. She almost slipped up earlier, not knowing what he would do if he found out. Thinking of the scene in TV dramas where someone is torn apart by 5 horses, Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver, quickly hiding inside the puppet. Chapter 97. All Illusions. Duanzi followed the little girl for a long distance, taking the opportunity to observe her carefully. The clothes she wore seemed like they belonged to some staff member who had left them in the restroom. Her hat brim was pulled low, obscuring her face, and she carried an odd smell. Having grown accustomed to decaying corpses in the cultivation world, Duanzi felt strangely uncomfortable upon encountering the scent of formaldehyde now. She couldn't help but rub her nose, becoming increasingly curious about who this girl's master might be. Not far away was a narrow and dark alleyway. Perhaps due to psychological effect, Duanzi even felt cold chills emanating from it, her heart instantly hesitating. The Duanhuan sect was good too. They were curbing the resurgence of spiritual power. She took a few deep breaths, trying hard to relax herself. She should have never joined any special case group at all. It really was greed that killed people, or curiosity killing the cat. Duanzi rubbed the back of her neck, adjusted her breathing, then followed the girl inside. After only walking a short distance, Duanzi suddenly realized the girl had disappeared. Hey! Duanzi called out involuntarily, only met with her own echo. It couldn't be. Someone leading the way without bothering about the person behind? Miss Duan. A voice of an elderly person sounded. Duanzi instinctively looked over. There stood the old man under a faint yellow light wearing a cloak, hunched over body. He didn't seem hostile at all. Excuse me, what business do you have with me? Duanzi asked politely. The old man slowly said, we've crossed paths a few times. I wonder if Miss Duan remembers. Sure, I probably remember something. Duanzi leaned casually against the wall. Attempting recruitment? Or assassination? I would like to ask Miss Duan for a favor. The man smiled slightly, as if to appear amiable. Duanzi stared unwaveringly. Well, go on. Personally, I love money, so let's hear if I'll live long enough to spend it. That man, seemingly appreciating Duanzi, slowly nodded. Our old ones are nearly finished. Indeed, we're too old, unable to act decisively anymore. My surname is Li, and my grandson you've likely met. Grandpa of Li's son. Duanzi raised an eyebrow. Then why not pass your skills to him instead? Why leave him in danger? He's not suitable. If you're interested, I can teach you. What do you say? Old Li chuckled. Duanzi scratched her head. All right, don't play games with me. Let's get straight to the point. I want to sleep soon. Seniors need rest early too. Fine, I'll keep it brief. This matter also relates to the Meng family. Old Li rubbed his hands. Relates to the parents of Meng Tang? Duanzi asked. I actually know a bit already, just unclear on the details. She was quite curious about what secrets these elders had been hiding. I wish for you to break the spell cast by the old grandmother of the Meng family. That formation she used, it leverages leaking spirit energy to refine souls. Frankly, I regret ever telling her that method. Old Li coughed lightly. Originally, both of us joined the Duanhuan sect to save all sentient beings. However, things have come to this. Not only does the Duanhuan sect have issues, but none of us old ones could remain true to our original intentions. Old Li spoke slowly. This technique I've shown you counts as a token of allegiance. Include me in the special case group matters. That refining souls affair. Well, I might not be able to help you much. Duanzi smiled helplessly. Tanya has everything going for her, but she's deeply attached. Old Li sighed. And though I don't place high hopes, still maybe. Duanzi giggled lightly. Understood. Thank you, Old Li. Duanzi turned around as she spoke. I've received your allegiance. Go rest early. After leaving the dark alley, she decided to return and take a look, heading towards the haunted house area. Oddly enough, the haunted house showed no signs of disturbance and had faint lights flickering inside. It was as if everything that happened before was merely an illusion. After entering, Duanzi quickly discovered the director's team and cinematographers, all sound asleep. That explained why no one was seen earlier. They were all here. Even the one who had once conversed with Duanzi and Song Yin was sleeping peacefully. She silently exited the studio and walked around the haunted house. Essentially, there was no difference in the equipment compared to before, not even the corpse from earlier remained. This Old Li is truly extraordinary. Duanzi bit her lip. I need to talk properly with brotherly son when I get back. There are things that shouldn't be missed. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on it, she hesitated for a moment, but answered anyway. Hello, what's up? The caller seemed momentarily choked by Duanzi's tone and became incoherent. Didn't you have your live stream today? Yeah, I'm participating in a show. Duanzi rubbed her neck. Is there something specific? I'm really waiting to sleep. Zhao was again at a loss for words, massaging his forehead. No, just routine check-in. In case you die somewhere desolate without anyone finding your body. So if I die, calling me would be useless, wouldn't it? Duanzi wasn't lying. Playing around all day had been utterly exhausting. Zhao detected weariness in her voice, so after a few more caring words, he hung up. This guy must have some issues. Duanzi frowned, staring at the phone for quite some time. Since everything was an illusion, then, did she actually call Meng Tang or not? Just as she was about to open the contact list to check, Meng Tang's call came in directly. As soon as Duanzi picked up, the other end started saying a lot. Master, how was your day? Did you miss your clever and obedient apprentice? No. Duanzi smirked coldly in defiance. Meng Tang obviously felt aggrieved. Master, you don't know how busy I've been today. Too many cases piling up. When will our special case group have new members? Soon, Duanzi said. After the program ends, I'll go see your grandma. Why do you want to see my grandma? Meng Tang instinctively lowered his voice. She quarreled with someone a few days ago. Her mood has been low. Whenever I see her, I keep my distance by 3 zhang. Duanzi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Weren't you saying you were super busy? So you should rarely see your grandma anyway. You wouldn't understand, right? Some people feel terrified even meeting once a day, unlike us too. I feel like this day stretches endlessly. It's probably like feeling of missing each other even for a single day, Meng Tang exaggerated. Chapter 98. Hastily concluded. Song Yin and the others only noticed that none of the staff were around after Duanzi had left. The first one to raise this question was Ji Yanli. He asked everyone, aside from the little girl, if they had seen any other staff members. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in silence. A long time had passed since they escaped until then, yet not a single person thought about contacting the production staff. Didn't Sister Zizi ask that little girl about something? I find her very unfamiliar too. Is it possible all the staff have been harmed? Dong Yu scared himself after saying that, and Song Yan's heart became even more uneasy. Finally, the outsider Song Xiao slowly said, is it possible that we were all given some kind of suggestion by someone, like the suspense drama that actor G starred in? It shouldn't be, right? What about those people who came out asking about the situation? They can't possibly be our imagination, can they? Peng Hua said. Ji Yanli spoke again. When we first came out, a little girl approached me to ask questions. Did you guys see her? What little girl? Dong Yu was following Ji Yanli the whole time, but didn't see any little girl. She was the waitress where we ate earlier. She mentioned inviting Duan Zi and me for dinner. And then, are my memories messed up? I remember she said she would take us back to rest at her family's restaurant. When did we return to the hotel? This was the first time Ji Yanli said so many words at once. Everyone was stunned as they looked at their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding scenery had already changed drastically. Even Chu Zheng turned pale, and Fu Miao Miao, frightened, held tightly onto Chu Zheng's arm. Brother Zheng, I'm scared. This shout successfully drew the eyes of all the regular guests towards the two. Peng Hua asked, I remember. Wasn't Miao Miao coming out of the hotel to see us? Yes, I remember Brother Zheng driving me for quite a while, Fu Miao Miao timidly said. Peng Hua smacked his lips and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. I want to smoke a cigarette. Do you mind? I'll have one too. Dong Yu extended his hand to Peng Hua. After handing over one, Peng Hua looked at Ji Yanli. Do you need one? No, thank you. Ji Yanli shook his head. Peng Hua shifted his gaze to Chu Zheng, who slightly nodded. Sorry, Miao Miao doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. Actually, the one who has always disliked the smell of cigarettes was Duan Zi. After meeting Fu Miao Miao, he quit smoking long ago and no longer had this need. However, during rare moments of boredom, he smoked a couple of puffs. Fu Miao Miao was immersed in the sweetness of the trap and didn't delve into these details. Later, the few of them waited for Duan Zi, either standing, sitting, or smoking. Duan Zi chatted with Meng Tang for quite a while. When they reached the hotel entrance, she still lingered outside. Everyone inside had been waiting for her for quite a long time, and seeing her silhouette, they were incredibly delighted. However, she just wouldn't come in, making everyone restless. Yanli, go ask what the matter is. Are the staff all right? Peng Hua finally couldn't help but speak. Ji Yanli responded, preparing to step out when he saw another figure stepping out before him. An extra person wouldn't hurt. He chuckled softly and followed. Don't worry, everything's fine on my end. Even if there is anything unusual, it wouldn't be difficult for your master here. The two caught Duan Zi's voice just as she finished saying that sentence. Hearing the sound, Duan Zi turned back, slightly surprised upon seeing them. How did you get out? Perhaps. Teacher Duan's array works selectively based on people. Ji Yanli said gently. On the phone, Meng Tang wished he could crawl through the internet line. Sis Zi, this person's voice is so pleasant to listen to. Is he your new lover? Before Duan Zi could respond to Ji Yanli's statement, she seriously warned Meng Tang, don't talk nonsense. What new lover? Who was the last one anyway? Before Meng Tang could answer, another voice came from nearby. Could it be me? Ji Yanli gave Chu Zheng a surprised look, unable to tell immediately if Chu Zheng was joking. Meng Tang became even more excited. What's going on? Is Chu Zheng also there? Let's talk about it when we get back. Duan Zi quickly ended the call. Chu Zheng said, it's nothing secretive. Hurry back and lift the protective barrier. I've got things to do and we'll leave first. His gaze paused briefly on Duan Zi, probably observing her expression. Who exactly is someone you don't want to see? You should know it by now. And if you're fine, you don't need to report it to me. Duan Zi rolled her eyes. How could Emperor Ji come out with such a person? The air must have worsened along the way. The tension between them was palpable. Ji Yanli glanced at Chu Zheng for a moment and chuckled briefly. Nothing happened. I never noticed before that teacher Duan has such a humorous side. Chu Zheng was momentarily speechless, but he didn't bother to argue back with Duan Zi any longer. After all, after their several interactions, Duan Zi always left people feeling infuriated to the point of internal damage. Duan Zi paid no attention to Chu Zheng's departure or presence and started walking back. According to my barrier, nobody should be able to go in or out. Forget about Chu Zheng. How did you manage to come out? Are you suggesting Mr. Chu has some hidden traits? Ji Yanli asked with a smile. Does being extremely annoying count as one? Duan Zi scoffed, full of disdain. Love turned into hatred. Ji Yanli probed. Of course. No. Thinking about the original owner of this situation, Duan Zi forced the last two words back down. Emperor Ji, why are you suddenly interested in me? I'm mainly interested in teacher Duan's abilities. Ji Yanli wisely chose not to press further. When the show is done, let me treat you to dinner as a thank you for your psychological counseling. Duan Zi gave him a faint smile and gestured casually before stuffing her hands back into her pockets. Sorry everyone. Went back to the haunted house briefly, which delayed me a bit. Can we still enter that haunted house? Dong Yu worriedly asked. Did you get injured, Zizi? There's absolutely nothing wrong with the haunted house. It's just that someone is deliberately causing confusion. Duan Zi's words were concise. Let's all head back to rest quickly. After all, we might need to repeat tomorrow. Zizi, did you encounter any production staff? Song Yan finally found a chance to interject. No, they were all sleeping deeply, especially the chief director whose snoring shook heaven and earth, Duan Zi said with a chuckle. To punish them, I intentionally didn't wake them up. Chapter 99, Occasionally Playful. Turns out you're this kind of teacher, Duan. Someone from the director's team appeared at the door without knowing when. Duanzi, caught red-handed, showed no embarrassment whatsoever. I wonder if Chi director's camera is sensitive enough to have captured our ghost house adventure today. Are we going to reshoot tomorrow? Song Yihan hadn't considered the show blowing up when he initially worked on this variety show. If it wasn't for his superiors forcing him to create such a program. They said something about paving the way for something or other which he didn't fully understand. But anyway, he followed their metaphysical advice. If it weren't for some previous ghost house exploration experiences, this variety show would have never been possible. During the first season, when trying to invite those popular actors, not a single one willing to risk their popularity dared to join his show. It was only thanks to his connections in the industry that he had any fixed guests at all. Most of them came because of Ji Indi, and all he did back then was to give Ji a bit of a helping hand. Today's events were due to my misjudgment, Duanzi admitted. I'm sorry to have caused everyone undue anxiety. It's alright. Without you, who knows how chaotic things might have gotten. Haha, I don't know why I fell asleep. That surprised me too. Song Yihan laughed heartily. Duanzi shook her head and said, it's reasonable. Ji Yanli cut in timely. You've talked way too much today, Director Song. Everyone should go back and rest now. Look at my forgetfulness, you all better get some rest. I need to rethink the script, Song Yihan muttered, his smile fading gradually. Seeing this, Ji Yanli patted his shoulder and asked, a drink? No need. Drinking more won't help with my inspiration. Song Yihan groaned worriedly as he watched everyone's retreating backs. Then he expressed his worries openly. You may recall in the first season, we planned to live stream for 3 days and 2 nights straight, but everything ended prematurely because one popular actress twisted her ankle and refused to continue. Back then, many people tuned in because of your new drama. They were there just for you. In the second season, Fu Miao Miao refused to cross the log bridge and skipped the task. In conclusion, the theme of this ghost house adventure has exhausted my creativity. Originally, I didn't plan for the third season to be filmed like this either, but, you know, the higher-ups are rushing us. If we fail again this time, the show will come to an abrupt end. Ji Yanli crossed his arms and sighed slowly. What if I point you in a promising direction? As soon as those words left his mouth, Song Yihan perked up immediately. What promising direction? Make Duanzi the regular guest and chief writer, Ji Yanli suggested. She's both professional and influential. This way, you can explore different places for the expedition without worrying about potential problems. Upon hearing this, Song Yihan asked, will she agree? Maybe not before, but something happened today that, after telling you, you'll understand. Still not interested in a drink? Ji Yanli smiled cunningly. Song Yihan laughed aloud. Okay. Why have I never seen you so fond of drinking? What made you change? Isn't it obvious, catering to someone's tastes? Ji Yanli said as he guided Song Yihan out of the door. By the time they'd finished 3 rounds of drinks, Song Yihan finally lightened up a bit. No wonder you're my good buddy. However, what happens to the others if it really turns out like this? No one wants to gamble with their lives, right? Then let's wait until we can discuss further with them. Your current script has strong limitations. Have you decided what we'll do tomorrow? Ji Yanli took another sip of alcohol and spoke slowly. With just a few words, Duanzi unraveled a knot that has troubled me for years. The most incredible thing, though, could be her. Song Yihan chuckled but didn't take this matter to heart. No matter how you put it, it seemed to him that Emperor Ji was getting attached to this young lady. What kind of look is that? I don't mean anything like that, you know. Taking advantage of the moment, Ji Yanli poured himself a glass of plain water, and they began to fool around once again. On the other side, Duanzi returned to her room and went straight to take a shower. Song Xiaoxiao almost transformed into a ghost to peek inside and ask what exactly happened today. Otherwise, how would she report back to that ominous presence? The little puppet wobbled off the table, hopping over to the door to eavesdrop. All it heard, however, was the sound of flowing water. She wished she could slip out of the puppet and drill the person about whatever had transpired. As soon as the water stopped, Song Xiaoxiao instinctively shuffled a few steps from the bathroom door to the table, pretending to be lost in thought. What are you doing running around for no reason? Duanzi came out while drying her hair. Song Xiaoxiao chuckled dryly twice. Am I? Well, not really. After finishing this sentence, Duanzi's gaze became piercing. Before I left today, you mentioned my senior brother, didn't you? It was just, you muttered it in your dream and said his food was delicious. Song Xiaoxiao felt a chill down her spine. Her small beady eyes darted around and wouldn't meet Duanzi's eyes. Duanzi said, even if you don't say, I can figure it out with a calculation. Is it related to Sui Zhao? I really heard you call out senior brother in your dream. As for Sui Zhao, isn't he the one you suspect of being your master brother? Song Xiaoxiao said pitifully, I was just worried about you today. I didn't want you to go over there. Who knows what those people have in mind? Duanzi stopped questioning and instead picked up the hairdryer to blow dry her hair. This wasn't an issue. However, Song Xiaoxiao grew even more uneasy inside. She stared at Duanzi's back for a long time, but ultimately closed her mouth, lying down on the bed pitifully. At the moment, Duanzi thought about many things, yet eventually, she discarded all those thoughts from her mind. After putting down the hairdryer, she sat cross-legged on the bed. A layer of golden light slowly enveloped her body. Song Xiaoxiao found this light very soothing and couldn't resist inching closer to her side. Suddenly recalling the importance Duanzi always emphasized about meditation, the little puppet started to practice with the other. When Duanzi opened her eyes again, she saw the little wooden puppet sitting cross-legged before her, sound asleep on the bed. Unable to help herself, she chuckled aloud. Stretching out a finger, she gently nudged the puppet's small hand. Seeing that she didn't respond, she sighed helplessly and laid the little puppet on another pillow. Looking left and right, She found it amusing and then grabbed a towel to cover her. Duanzi pulled open the curtain and gazed at the star-filled night sky for a long while, suddenly feeling somewhat lost. She was certain about her goal, yet her actions seemed somewhat off track. Chapter 100. Revision of the Trajectory. The door was knocked on so loudly it seemed to shake the heavens, yet Duanzi on the bed didn't have a single thought about getting up. In the end, it was the pitiful little wooden figure who went, willingly and without complaint. When Song Xiaoxiao saw that the person at the door was Chu Zhan, she immediately broke free from the puppetry inside, lifted her hand, and slammed the door shut. Brother Zhang, are you alright? Fu Miao rushed forward anxiously, looking at Chu Zhan's face with concern. The reason Chu Zhan appeared here was because of Fu Miao. People in the group had already received the notice to terminate their contracts with the guest stars. Upon seeing the notification, Fu Miao instantly asked the staff if Duanzi had received the news. The response was, I don't know about this matter. I'm just responsible for delivering messages. It's only yours. Thus, disregarding what Chu Zhan said yesterday about whether they would hold a meeting or not, Fu Miao directly called him and started sobbing bitterly. It sounded as though it meant the end of her life. Brother Zhang, I've been dismissed by the production team. Only I have been dismissed. With these words, and recalling how popular Duanzi had been yesterday, it became clear that Duanzi must have been the reason the production team made such a decision. Chu Zhan flew into a rage for the sake of his beloved and stormed over. When he saw the door suddenly open and then close again before his eyes, Chu Zhan lost all composure. Duanzi, is this what you mean when you said you no longer like or care? Why do you always have issues with Miao? Song Xiaoxiao was startled by the commotion outside and hastily looked in Duanzi's direction. Seeing that the latter was still asleep, she quickly searched around for a pair of headphones and put them on her. She finally let out a sigh of relief. However, even though Duanzi couldn't hear, it didn't mean others couldn't. One after another, Song Yin and others appeared at Duanzi's door. Mr. Chu, what exactly are you doing? Yesterday, Z worked very hard, so please let her rest well. Let's talk about matters once she wakes up, alright? Song Yin forced herself to smile as she advised. Despite this, Chu Zhan's gaze remained dark and sinister, unaffected by Song Yan's words. Brother Zhang, everyone else is here too. Why don't we ask them? This might not necessarily be something Sister Duan did. Fu Miao's voice carried a cloying sweetness. All these people were experienced hands, having encountered all sorts of characters. What exactly is this matter? Ji Yanli slightly raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fu Miao with a deep look. Chu Zhan abruptly turned back, glaring fiercely at Ji Yanli. I've never heard of this before. Turns out, Shadow Emperor Ji actually loves meddling in other people's affairs. There's something unsaid in Mr. Chu's words. Ji Yanli smiled faintly, presenting quite the gentlemanly demeanor. Chu Zhan, whether irritated by the other's gaze or not, became inexplicably flustered. Is my remark hidden in innuendo, or are you just guilty at heart? Sensing the menace in his words, Ji Yanli chuckled lightly. Are you referring to her contract termination? To be honest, it was me who suggested it to the director team. It has nothing to do with the others. Why? For Duanzi. Fu Miao, no longer pretending to be innocent, angrily confronted Ji Yanli. Still smiling faintly, he replied, for the future of the Ghost House Exploration Program. You can ask the others if you don't believe me. To put it simply, after this season of the show ends, none of us will continue working here anyway. Pang Hua held up a cup of wolfberry water, chuckling amiably. The Ghost House Exploration plans to expand its map, exploring some old, deep forests. I joined this program purely for the face of an old friend. I'm basically just retiring on this stage, and it should rightfully be given to the younger generation. After this season ends, I'll leave too. Dong Yu scratched his cheek. I plan to participate in travel programs instead. Venturing into the mountains isn't suitable for me. Dong Yu smiled slightly and added, I also had a show invitation lined up, but the Ghost House Exploration delayed everything. I was wondering how to explain things to Director Song when the show happened to undergo changes. I'll just take advantage of this trend. Do you know why only you got notified to go? Ji Yanli asked gently. To Fu Miao, it felt utterly insincere. Taking a step forward, she asked furiously, why? Because she can't be awakened, and we wouldn't dare to disturb her either, Song Yin explained with a smile. Miao has a prestigious identity, and the schedule for the next 2 days of the show has already been confirmed. It's rather dangerous. Director Song is known for being cowardly. Knowing that there's someone powerful backing her, how could he let a girlfriend like you risk yourself? Although Chu Zhan's expression was still ugly, it was undeniably better than earlier. So your meaning is that Duanzi will also be terminated? That's not the case, Ji Yanli replied. Duanzi will become the backbone of this variety show, and they're eager to keep her. There's no way she'd get fired. After hearing this, the others only gave friendly smiles without any objections. Before Fu Miao could say more, Chu Zhan pulled her back. You've been pampered enough, so don't get involved in this mess. The implications were already clear. Guests on the show were going to endure immense hardship. Fu Miao could cry for days over a minor scrape, and if she were taken somewhere arduous like that, no one knew how long she'd cry. But he forgot one thing. Duanzi was the one who had always been cherished by everyone, whereas Fu Miao had grown up in the mountains and endured all kinds of suffering. Although Fu Miao didn't understand why Chu Zhan stopped her, she couldn't refuse him in front of everyone. With reluctance, she lowered her head and silently followed Chu Zhan back to their room to pack her things. As soon as the two left, the others finally sighed in relief. Song Yin gave Ji Yanli a sly wink. Are you protecting Duanzi because you secretly have feelings for her? Could it not just be helping Director Song out? Ji Yanli smiled. throwing the question back at someone else. Besides, didn't all of you stay until now only because you were worried about director Song, despite having better program opportunities? What about you? Peng Hua teased, joining in. Are you planning to stay and team up with teacher Duan? No. After this season is over, I will leave too, Ji Yanli said with an unusually serious expression. Everyone exchanged glances and stopped joking around. Instead, Dongyu, who had been quiet all along, asked a serious question. If we all leave and Sister Zizi doesn't agree to stay, what, then? Then it depends on director Song's ability, Ji Yanli replied with a faint smile. He's prepared to go all in and take risks. If he doesn't walk the dangerous path, his program definitely won't continue. The others nodded in agreement. Director Song's program had generated mediocre reactions. Without the buzz from the guest stars fanbase and their supporters, the program wouldn't have come this far. So, he said that if the ratings for this season don't improve, there will be no future seasons, Ji Yanli said, leaving it at that. Alright, I'm going back to bed for some extra sleep. Chapter 101, Regrouping. The entire production crew had a restless night, except for Duanzi, who slept soundly. As Ji Yanli returned to his room, he saw Song Yihan leaning against the wall. He chuckled lightly. Wow, I didn't think all that racket would fail to stir our main character. The idea was yours in the first place. Why did you push me into taking all the heat? And even scaring off one of the regular guests? Song Yihan scoffed mockingly. Look at how impressive Master Ji has been. I was doing this all for you, so you could properly move teacher Duan. Ji Yanli smiled, saying cheerfully. It's too bad I cried my eyes out over your plan the day before. Did you plan to leave from the very beginning? Song Yihan shook her head helplessly. Hey, it's not like that. If others left, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I stayed? Ji Yanli said firmly and confidently. Moreover, since we were playing a game of favors, what better way to end than by handing out another favor? In the end, both of them shared a smile. Duanzi never expected that so many events happened while she was sleeping. By the time she woke up, it was already noon. Isn't there a filming today? Why hasn't anyone come to wake me up? Duanzi rubbed her eyes, asking Song Xiaoxiao, who was watching a mime show. Song Xiaoxiao didn't even have time to turn around and look at Duanzi. Someone came to call you, but the person who called you was Chu Zhang. At the mention of Chu Zhang, Duanzi immediately became more alert. Chu Zhang? What is he here for? No one responded, but Duanzi furrowed her brow and looked over, grabbing the phone in front of the other person. What are you looking at? So focused. I can't use these wooden hands. Plus I didn't want to disturb your sleep. Song Xiaoxiao stretched out her wooden little hand, showing Duanzi a few movements. Duanzi sighed helplessly. Alright, just tell me the real matter. Why did he come to find me? He wants to settle accounts with you because his little girlfriend got fired. I also heard that the others were asked to terminate their contracts, though that won't happen until the end of this season. I don't know the specific situation, so you'll need to ask him personally later. Song Xiaoxiao then nodded toward the direction of Duanzi's hand. Can I have my phone back now? Oh, don't forget to rewind it. You're just a wandering spirit. How can you even use a phone? How is your spiritual power so weak when you suddenly manage to communicate with people? Duanzi probed cautiously. Didn't I say that I don't know? Anyway, aren't you supposed to be good at divination? Why don't you just calculate it? Song Xiaoxiao urged anxiously. Hurry up and give me back the phone. I'm at a critical moment. Duanzi threw the phone back to Song Xiaoxiao and headed towards the bathroom. Not everything needs to be divined. Otherwise, life would be so exhausting. After washing her face and changing clothes, she went downstairs in search of food. She hadn't eaten well the previous day. Teacher Duan. Someone suddenly called her name, and Duanzi turned to see Song Yihan. Duanzi greeted the person with a light laugh. Xiaoxiao mentioned that the production team seems to have some changes. I came to you precisely because of this matter. Song Yihan placed an insulated cup on the dining table in front of Duanzi and sat down opposite her. Duanzi nodded. So, tell me about it. Are you not afraid it will ruin your appetite, Teacher Duan? Song Yihan felt somewhat awkward and tried to change the topic. Duanzi picked another mouthful of shredded meat and said, if it's bad news, Chu Zheng wouldn't have bothered waking me up early this morning just to irritate me. Go ahead and say it. Seeing how straightforward Duanzi was, Song Yihan didn't hesitate. Our program was specially designed for relevant departments. In fact, it aims to promote the resurgence of spiritual powers and encourage everyone to pursue cultivation. But even I am an amateur. The response to the show has been mediocre. Besides, the name of this program is quite restricted. Our goals should be aligned, right? Duanzi nodded. So what do you intend to do? I'd like you to become a permanent guest, as well as executive planner. Will you join me in carrying this program forward? Song Yihan hastily proposed. Have you eaten yet? Duanzi crossed her arms, gazing intently at Song Yihan. For some reason, under such a penetrating gaze, Song Yihan felt slightly embarrassed and subconsciously replied along with Duanzi's words. Not yet. How about you order some food, and we can discuss this while eating? Duanzi suggested. Song Yihan grew even more nervous. No, it's unnecessary. I really can't eat. You'll need energy to work and think after you're full. Duanzi's eyes were deep and heavy, seemingly without any bottom. Confused, Song Yihan nodded unconsciously and ordered a plate of fried noodles, eating together with Duanzi. In theory, I should choose a formal occasion to invite you properly. There's no rush. We can discuss this once we've reached an agreement. Duanzi chuckled lightly. According to what you said, we're mutually beneficial to each other, so why are you getting nervous all of a sudden? Don't laugh at me, but I've already told everyone else about this collaboration. This time, I'm betting everything on you. Well, you can think about it yourself and don't worry too much about me. Song Yihan paused here, unable to resist ordering a beer, Honestly, I don't have high hopes for the current variety show. The only reason it has any buzz is because of the publicity stunts. Very few people actually tune in. I've also noticed a lot of criticism directed at me online, but there's nothing I can do about it. I've read quite a few books on related topics, but theory and practice are two different things. During those truly dangerous moments, I didn't dare take them along easily. At this point, Song Yihan took the beer from the server. Duanzi watched carefully without stopping her. With Director Song's reputation and status, it should be easy to turn down a program you dislike. So why are you forcing yourself into such an uncomfortable situation? Song Yihan gave a bitter smile. Some things must be attempted even when they seem impossible. Are you a mule? Why are you so stubborn? There was a hint of amusement in Duanzi's eyes. Song Yihan scratched his head. Logically speaking, I should have invited teacher Duan out to dinner before bringing up this collaboration. But lately, I've been so stressed that I haven't wanted to leave my house. The impact of negative emotions is indeed significant, but Director Song, you have great opportunities ahead of you. There's no need to be so anxious. Duanzi ate another bite of food. That being said, your creative direction isn't very compelling. You're missing a screenwriter. Our show is a reality program. Screenwriters don't really fit in here, right? Song Yihan involuntarily became agitated upon hearing this, then quickly lowered his voice realizing how loud he had gotten. I'm sorry if I offended you, Duanzi added casually. What I meant was for your adventure segments. For instance, your murder mystery games could benefit from a good script written by a professional writer. This is a reality show, and our focus is on real-life scenarios. Song Yihan stopped abruptly, realizing he might have crossed a line. I mean, not exactly what you suggested. Sorry, teacher Duan. You probably don't know, but all my shows are more about authenticity. Song Yihan grew visibly excited, but immediately calmed himself down after noticing he'd raised his voice too high. You misunderstood me, Duanzi assured him nonchalantly. Chapter 102, Sarcastic Banter. Actually, I've thought about this issue, but isn't it too obviously artificial? Song Yihan slowly asked. Duanzi laughed and said, of course there needs to be some planning, right? Clearly the recording was supposed to be 3 days and 2 nights, but how much can the audience see? Were Director Song's previous programs done like this? Definitely not. But, at this point, Director Song anxiously scratched his head. Today, I was a bit abrupt, so another day I'll bring over the plan to discuss it with you. At this point, Director Song buried his head in his food and started eating. Duanzi only found it amusing. Director Song, don't rush. If you really want to do a good job on this program, just follow your usual routine. As for other professional matters, leave them to me. You mean you agree? Song Yihan couldn't help but feel excited for a moment. Duanzi nodded his head. However, your program can't take too long to film. I need time and energy to accomplish my own tasks. Moreover, I don't want to cross paths with anyone else from the entertainment circle. Hearing this, Song Yihan roughly figured out what was going on. He agreed quite readily. Don't worry. All I need is you as a go-between. I still hope you could introduce more talented people so that the material of my program becomes richer. Duanzi replied, understood. If any issues come up, remember to contact me. With that meal, everything became clearer between the two. By the time Zhao contacted Duanzi again, he had already heard about the matter and couldn't help but say, Teacher Duan sure has skills. How come everything lands on him? What was the point of leaving the entertainment industry initially if you're forgetting it now? Hearing this, Duanzi furrowed his brow. Was your call here purely to mock me, young Master Sui? It's actually out of concern between friends, but after hearing about this foolishness of yours, I truly want to scold you for being brainless. Zhao sneered disdainfully. That remark upset Duanzi, who immediately hung up the phone. What kind of person was he anyway? Wasn't it he who asked about Duanzi's future plans earlier? And then came the sarcastic jibes? It's not like I used to think of him as my big brother. Sure, big brother could be sharp-tongued but acted amiable while never discouraging me to this extent. Song Xiao had been listening intently, and seeing Duanzi hang up the phone looking melancholy, she couldn't help asking, Zizi, why are you feeling so down? There's nothing wrong. Duanzi shook his head, dispelling the negative emotions from his mind, and began tidying up his belongings. Song Xiao was practically bursting with curiosity, but no matter how she questioned, she couldn't get Duanzi to utter another word. She was practically dying from frustration. Meanwhile, Song Yihan relayed news saying they would set off tonight. Duanzi had already prepared everything beforehand. When it was time to leave, he even cleaned up the hotel room. Do we have to clean this? Song Xiao couldn't help but question, but Duanzi acted as though he hadn't heard her and continued doing what he was doing. She had no choice but to sit on the side with her hand propped under her chin, watching Duanzi busily tidy up. Only at midnight did everyone arrive at an unfinished building. Seeing the dilapidated surroundings, even Song Yan, who was fully prepared mentally, couldn't stop trembling nervously. Director, why on earth did you suddenly decide to come here? Today will be live streamed throughout. Everyone prepare yourselves well. Song Yihan didn't directly answer her question, but first informed everyone. Song Yan rolled her eyes. So, must I repeat my heartfelt line once again? That's exactly right. Pang Hu chimed in with a laugh. By this time tomorrow, we'll each return to our homes and find our mothers. This is our last time. Let's finish this program properly. Had it not been for my agent, I would have surely continued as a fixed guest, Dong Yu said dejectedly. Ji Yanli spoke slowly. It's starting. I've heard it's rather dangerous here, so I specially had one room cleared out for us to record the program. Song Yihan chuckled. With that cue, everyone began chattering animatedly. The viewers also seized the opportunity to look around the environment, and those with sharp eyes had already noticed something. Our family used to live next to this neighborhood, but because of the construction noise every day, we moved elsewhere. It was only later that we learned that the place had already stopped construction half a year before we moved out due to an incident. It's downright terrifying to think about. Yet, the production team still dared to bring people here? Is money more important than lives? Isn't Teacher Zizi playing it a bit too risky this time? This is the production team. Can she ensure everyone's safety? Who's saying that Teacher Zizi went too far? Don't make baseless accusations. Do you perhaps dislike her? My brother is an award-winning actor. What if something happens to him? That's true. My brother is also a popular singer. It must be that Duan Zi gave assurances. Otherwise, Director Song would never dare to come here and would definitely only go to man-made haunted houses. Song Yihan had sharp eyes and immediately noticed the comment about his timidity among a heap of messages. He was so annoyed he read it aloud and said to the guests, "Listen to this yourselves. When have I ever been timid? Common knowledge can't be denied like that. Director Song, you should just stop struggling. It really doesn't suit you." Pang Hu joked and then stated the fact. The four of us regular guests will participate in Director Song's show for the last time as regulars. So adding a little excitement isn't strange either. It could be considered worth our joining this family. Then, everyone shared some blessings for the group and prepared to start today's journey. Sharp-eyed fans noticed that Duan Zi hadn't mentioned this being the final episode, and combining this with Fu Miao Miao's negative mood expressed on Weibo earlier that day, they guessed a major drama might be brewing. Friends? Could it be possible that Duan Zi has single-handedly pushed out all the guests? Look at how Fu Miao Miao is not here, and no one has come out to explain what happened. Yeah, but since Duan Zi is a veteran, pushing away newcomers wouldn't be surprising at all. Man, why don't you say that Fu Miao Miao, who always cries and has a small heart, simply didn't want to record anymore? Just then, a bolded message flashed across. Fu Miao Miao, thank you all for your concern towards me. Mainly because my courage has always been weak, the crew cared a lot about me, so I stopped participating in the subsequent recordings. After this season ends, due to various schedules, the other fixed guests will gradually leave. Here, I wish them all the best of luck in the future. Then what about Duan Zi? There must have been conflicts we couldn't see. This much is obvious even by using our toes to think about it, right? Seeing Fu Miao Miao's statement, Song Yihan instinctively glanced toward Duan Zi, whose attention seemed somewhere else, leaving Song feeling somewhat troubled over how to explain things to everyone. Chapter 103, A Night of Thrills. As the comments poured in, Duan Zi was already asking Song Yihan, "Which floor are you staying on? Why not show us inside? It's quite cold out here." Song Yin also chimed in, "Director Song, does the room have a heater or air conditioning? Otherwise, could you at least lend us a jacket? We girls can't freeze. Please, you're an old maid pretending to be a girl." Pang Hu laughed. Song Yin immediately retaliated, slapping him. "No wonder you're single. Turns out that's why." Dong Yu stepped in to mediate, but ended up triggering a three-person brawl. Ji Yanli quietly moved closer to Duan Zi's side. Why doesn't Ji Yanli use his authority and intervene? Duan Zi teased. Ji Yanli softly chuckled. "I'm used to it. Haven't these past few days shown you enough? Is understanding someone possible after just 1 or 2 days of knowing them?" Duan Zi countered with a smile. In the audience's perspective, there were 3 people roughhousing and 2 whispering secretly. Their relationship seemed unusually close. Seriously, did Doha seduce our Emperor Ji this quickly? What Doha? Aren't they the same water army who spammed when my goddess livestream started? They haven't even changed their monikers. Can we just watch the show? What is there to watch in this program? Isn't everyone just here for their favorite stars? There's nothing interesting. Maybe not. At least there's been some confrontation between Duan Zi and Fu Miao Miao. Yesterday wasn't so bad. But Fu Miao Miao isn't here today. We still have real ghost house explorations. Comments flooded the screen, blurring vision, until finally, under the production crew's lead, they reached the designated room. The directing team didn't follow but sent over a drone. The dark stairway led to walls exposed with cement and covered in graffiti. It gave off an artistically inclined vibe. Song Yin was the first to comment, which made everyone burst into laughter, teasing her artistic aura, thus lightening the initially tense atmosphere. To Duan Zi's surprise, Song Yin had a surprisingly big heart. With all 5 of them laughing and joking around, they entered the prearranged room. Duan Zi stood by the doorway for quite some time, without letting anyone enter. "All right, you wait outside for now. I don't care about other things, but Director Song definitely has great insight to choose what may very well be the most dangerous among all the rooms." After hearing her words, Song Yin and others instinctively trembled slightly. Dong Yu hurriedly asked, "True or not? If this is the case, what should we do?" "Not much of an issue. Maybe communicating briefly would suffice." Duan Zi waved her hand casually. "If all of you really must go in, that's not impossible. However, you might suffer some bad luck, like broken arms or legs, or maybe losing wealth." The group shook their heads vigorously. "You go first then." Amused, Duan Zi shook her head as she handed everyone talismans. "Don't wander aimlessly. And whoever calls your name, do not turn back." "Understood." The other 4 glanced at each other. Only Ji Yanli wasn't afraid, saying, "I want to go inside and take a look." "How about it? That's fine. From yesterday's event, it's evident you're pretty talented. Coming under me to study wouldn't be such a bad idea either." Duan Zi grinned cleverly with eyes filled with shrewdness. Ji Yanli declined, shaking his head. "There's no need for that. Just want to broaden my horizons." "No fun." Duan Zi shrugged as she handed Song Xiao to Song Yin. "She could save your life during crucial moments. Take good care of her." Hearing that, Song Yin immediately took the small wooden doll with both hands. "Got it. I'll definitely take good care of Xiao." Don't know who will take care of whom, Song Xiaoxiao huffed angrily. Well, stop dilly-dallying and get in there already. Duanzi couldn't help giving her a gentle tap on the head, causing Song Xiaoxiao to yell out in pain. Satisfied, Duanzi opened the door. The lights inside had already been turned on, bathing both of them upon opening the door. Duanzi instinctively turned her head toward Ji Yanli. Frankly speaking, Ji Yanli's demeanor should make him appear like a noble gentleman in the cultivation world. Haven't you practiced any kind of techniques? Duanzi couldn't help but inquire. If my array lacked anything, you'd have difficulty navigating through. Hasn't Mr. Chu practiced? Ji Yanli smoothly replied, leaving Duanzi momentarily speechless. Thankfully, Duanzi didn't dwell too much on the question, proceeding straight ahead instead. The walls were covered with black, web-like cracks that spread across the entire ceiling. The blackness resembled sticky asphalt, glistening coldly under the light. Apart from the light and a few dilapidated pieces of furniture, there was nothing else around. As Duanzi traced her eyes along the black patterns, her expression grew increasingly grim. Did you find something? From Ji Yanli's perspective, the room, though simple, was tidy and even equipped with various household appliances. Director Song has prepared quite thoroughly. Ji Yanli was attracted by a large refrigerator. I wonder if this contains our food supply for the day and night? As he moved towards it, Duanzi just stood there in a daze. When Ji Yanli opened the fridge, he saw fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat, feeling rather perplexed. Is the production team so wealthy now? The audience had already screamed, because in their view, they were seeing through Duanzi's eyes, and they watched Ji Yanli open a blood-red cabinet. Everyone could clearly see a body inside, reacting fiercely to Ji Yanli's words. What is this? Can't Emperor Ji see this? It's too scary. Is Duanzi's expression turning bad because she can't act anymore? Could it be possible that Ji Yanli sees real delicacies while Duanzi's perspective matches ours? Why doesn't she step forward to stop him? This is creepy. Ji Yanli. Just as Ji Yanli was about to reach in, Duanzi suddenly grabbed his arm with such strength that it felt like she was trying to break his bones. This pain woke Ji Yanli up. As he looked again at what was in front of him, he immediately covered his mouth and turned to vomit. I'm truly curious, whose recommendation did Director Song take to find this place? Such a big gift. It's more than we can bear, Duanzi said with a frown. Seeing the other one about to stand up, Duanzi gave out a cold laugh, and the thing seemed shocked, sitting back down. Not only was Ji Yanli stunned, but the viewers also wore expressions of shock. Holy cow, is Duanzi that terrifying? One word, and it was scared back. To me, its face looks like fear, and even a little worried chap. Dang, I'm suppressing my laughter. I'm really sorry, don't look for me. Chapter 104, A Heart-Stopping Night 2. If you were sleeping soundly at home, and someone suddenly opened the door to your house, then shouted at you to a state of bewilderment, wouldn't you feel wronged? Shower, sit down quickly. Aren't you afraid of hurting your old back? XSWL, the person upstairs is really talented. Your empathetic ability is really strong. I am truly unworthy in comparison. Is it possible that this is an NPC prepared by the director for them? But just now, G Emperor's performance was like he was possessed. Why do you think G Emperor is called Emperor? Do I need to educate you about it? Duan Ziqiang suppressed his laughter and patted Ji Yanli's back. You are really something. Why open that cabinet if there's nothing good inside? But just now, I clearly saw a double-door large fridge. When I opened it, there were fresh fruits and vegetables inside. Ji Yanli felt as if all his grievances would spill out. Duan Ziqiang laughed heartily, closed the cabinet door again, and sealed it with a talisman. Seeing the surrounding black patterns retreat, Duan Ziqiang finally took a breath of relief. Then he went out to call others in. No matter what was happening right now, the crisis was over at least. But it remained unclear whether any other strange things would happen later. The moment 3 people walked in, they immediately felt a cold chill and involuntarily shivered. Dong Yu asked, "What happened just now?" "I seemed to hear Sister Z calling out." "Nothing," Duan Z replied with a smile on her face. The 5 people didn't notice that the moment they stepped in, outside in the dark, people's heads were moving eagerly trying to act. Compared to her calmness, Rui Zhao watching through the lens was almost driven mad. "Ayu, why is she there?" The expression on Rui Zhao's face was fearsome. Rui Yu hastily leaned over to take a look, seeing it was Duan Z's live streaming room. He asked, "Where exactly is this place?" "What do you think?" Rui Zhao gritted his teeth. "Didn't I order you long ago to seal this place?" Rui Yu carefully identified their current scene, his face turning pale. "This place has been surrounded by iron sheets half a year ago. How did they get in?" "Hire old lady Zhao." Rui Zhao massaged his brow, eyes filled with unsolvable distress. "Can old lady Zhao alone solve the problem?" Rui Yu worriedly said. "Should we invite the one from the Ji family over too?" "There's no need," Rui Zhao said. "If Ji family really cares about their descendants, why would we have to step in to offer this favor?" With that single sentence, the matter was settled once and for all. On this side, everyone couldn't possibly just stay here wide-eyed the whole night. Why isn't Director Song assigning tasks? Pengwa finally couldn't help but ask. "Exactly, since we came in, Director Song hasn't said a single word to us." Dong Yu echoed. "Could it be that he fell asleep again like last time?" "There's nothing in this room except for furniture," Song Yen said. "We can't just sit idly all night. How will my face survive?" She rubbed her face, looking utterly troubled. Ji Yanli smiled. "We already checked. There's not even a deck of cards. It seems more exciting things are coming up ahead." Seeing all gazes focused on him, Duan Zi deliberately acted mysterious. "I calculated a divination earlier. Today our misfortunes outweigh fortunes. I never expected Director Song's surprising method would be placing us in such a place filled with heavy negative energy. What should we do then? We can't all die here, right? Dong Yu asked worriedly. Not necessarily. Duanzi played with her fingers. It's uncertain. But changes might come from Emperor Ji. I'm just curious about what kind of change. From last night's formation, she had noticed Ji Yanli was extraordinary. And today's incident was clearly targeting Ji Yanli. How strange. When she looked at Ji Yanli, his eyes were staring straight at the direction of the cabinet, as if being captivated by something. Duanzi frowned deeply, walked over to him, and pasted a talisman on him. Instantly, Ji Yanli, as if his soul returned, trembled hard with tears filling his eyes. Yanli, what's wrong with you? Song Yin was closest and rushed over first. For a long time, Ji Yanli struggled to speak, merely covering his face in silence. Does your Ji family owe anyone some blood feud that causes a whole family chasing after you relentlessly? Duanzi asked. Clearly, just now Ji Yanli was led to view the past. Such matters herself didn't want to calculate or be involved in karma. Ji Yanli pressed his lips and said, a debt of love. Duanzi sneered, a debt of love? Not to mention, you people don't look for the root cause, but instead tormented Junior. Did he dig up your graves or trample on your tombstones? This sentence directly incensed something hidden in the dark. The lights in the room began to flicker, and the cabinet was jumping violently as if something inside was about to break out. Among the group, aside from Ji Yanli who still seemed somewhat absent-minded and Duanzi who was accustomed to such scenes, the other three immediately huddled together. So arrogant. I guess you haven't heard of my name, Duanzi? Duanzi stood up, and an invisible force spread out from her center like autumn wind sweeping away leaves. In an instant, everything around became quiet. The thing inside the cabinet also calmed down and shouted with a sharp voice. Whoever you are, as long as you're not surnamed Ji, all of you get lost. Such arrogance. Your tongue won't fall off, will it? Duanzi formed an array to keep everyone inside and didn't forget to warn them. Remember to watch Ji Emperor well. Don't let him come out and create chaos. The three quickly surrounded Ji Yanli, grabbing legs and arms wherever they could. After Duanzi removed the talisman on the cabinet, the thing inside directly bounced out and fiercely attacked her. The chilling breath rushed over, making everyone shiver. Duanzi didn't hesitate either. She swung her fist and slammed it back. It widened its eyes incredulously and looked at Duanzi with sheer terror. What kind of being are you? Duanzi stretched her neck. Your grandmother. Another punch landed as it tried to get up halfway again, only to be slammed back down. Amit Ba Buddha. I've never seen Teacher Duan so violent in my live streaming room. Pang Hua clasped his hands together, looking like a high monk. Song Yin gave him a wide eye. You just saw the recent few episodes. I've archaeologized the past. She has always been this violent. It wasn't clear if it was terrified by Duanzi's two punches, but the temperature around did seem to rise a little. Chapter 105. Fallen leaves return to their roots. What the group didn't know was that the things originally lurking around, ready to pounce, had shifted their focus due to the arrival of an old lady. Duanzi was still trying to reason with them. Once dead, the soul returns to the earth. Even if there's overwhelming resentment, it should be dealt with in the next life. Your current approach will only increase the grudge. Unaware of what was going on, Duanzi glanced at the window and furrowed his brow deeply. Pang Hua followed his gaze and almost lost his soul in fear. He completely forgot to hold on tightly. At the window, a dense crowd of heads could be seen. Sensing Pang Hua's eyes on them, they all revealed blood-streaked mouths, as if laughing. When Song Yin called him without response, she followed his gaze and froze, immediately feeling her hair stand on end. She quickly hugged herself in fear. Because of their distraction, Dong Yu alone couldn't stop Ji Yanli's movements. When Ji Yanli broke free, he shouted, Song sister, brother Pang, what are you doing? The person is about to escape. Speaking, he prepared to look over but was pulled back by Pang Hua. Young people shouldn't be so curious. He reached out to pull Ji Yanli's arm, but was thrown over the shoulder. As Dong Yu rushed up again to hug the other person, Song Yin didn't even have time to help Pang Hua. She hurriedly grabbed Ji Yanli instead. But Ji Yanli, his eyes red, easily overpowered them within moments. After fitness every day, normal people can't beat him, groaned Pang Hua as he got up from the ground and lunged toward Ji Yanli. Duanzi looked at the commotion and warned Song Xiaoxiao. If you pretend to be dead any longer, I won't let you play on your phone when we get back. Having tried to make herself invisible, Song Xiaoxiao finally mustered the will to act after hearing this. She struggled out of a small wooden puppet and asked confusedly, what should I do? You help me keep an eye on this thing while I take care of Ji Yanli. Duanzi replied and moved toward the four, saying, let go first, let me see. Everyone instinctively released their grips. In the instant Ji Yanli lunged forward, Duanzi blocked him, and the two instantly grappled together. Song Yin and the others watched, dumbfounded. She murmured slowly, my goodness. The audience was also stunned. This probably isn't acting, right? They're fighting pretty fiercely. That comment came just as Ji Yanli picked Duanzi up, and Duanzi took advantage of the situation to grapple fiercely. It can't be acting. Our Emperor of Cinema has red eyes. Good heavens, Duanzi, look behind you. Though Song Xiaoxiao had some spiritual energy, compared to evil spirits, she was like a minor sorcerer before a grandmaster. She was directly slammed hard against the wall. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a dark figure, step by difficult step, walking out of the cabinet. On the way, it tripped over something and stumbled along. Duanzi reacted quickly, grabbing a talisman and slapping it onto the creature's head, then kicking it back. This single kick practically shattered the cabinet. Before turning around, his neck was grabbed by Ji Yanli. Duanzi retreated a few steps according to Ji Yanli's force, stomping his foot under cover to reverse the situation. Pinning Ji Yanli against the wall, he viciously bit his finger and drew something on the other's forehead. Ji Yanli tried to resist, but was stuck like glue. Holy crap, wallbanging scene, wallbang. Even though something feels weird, it's still entertaining to watch. Song Yin and others shrank further into the formation, secretly glad they hadn't had any conflict with Duanzi. Otherwise, they would have disappeared in minutes. Just as the two were battling intensely, the windows suddenly shattered. One by one, human-like figures squeezed inside. Looking closely, they could be identified as bony skeletons wrapped in skin. Their targets were clear. They pushed forward relentlessly toward Duanzi and Ji Yanli. Song Xiaoxiao rushed over to try blocking for Duanzi, but, being a mere spirit, she'd already consumed most of her strength battling the thing in the cabinet. Now, her attempt was futile. What the hell are these? Duanzi sensed something wrong and immediately dragged Ji Yanli aside. Those ghostly entities smashed into the walls one after another. From the sound of it, quite a lot of force was used. Duanzi stepped back a few more paces, shielding Ji Yanli in the corner. What are these? Ji Yanli seemed to regain his senses, feeling the stickiness on his face and raising his hand to wipe it. Duanzi elbowed him. Don't wipe if you want to live. No sooner said than done, he dashed out. Bone-cracking sounds echoed everywhere, making everyone's teeth ache. This is the legendary skeleton army, right? Duanzi doesn't hold back at all when fighting. That skeleton's jaw dropped off. When its head's already gone, who cares about the jaw? Duanzi was indeed fighting fiercely. From a distance, Song Xiaoxiao made some movements. No wonder she couldn't find a husband. Who said that? Possibly, that small wooden puppet? The one called Song Xiaoxiao or something. Watching Duanzi not even flinch before kicking someone else's leg bones to pieces, everyone instinctively protected their own legs. My God, I regret cursing her in the past. If we were in front of her, wouldn't we just get beaten to death? More than being annihilated. This would be the end of both form and spirit. Ji Yanli glanced at his companions inside the formation and then looked at Duanzi, slowly inching toward the direction of Song Yan. This move brought him much closer to the cabinet. The cabinet suddenly moved violently, startling Ji Yanli so badly that he darted into the formation like a frightened rabbit. You should be grateful that earlier, Zizi only held back during her strikes against you. Dong Yu pulled Ji Yanli further inside, and sighed meaningfully. Ji Yanli had completely forgotten what had happened before. But, landing on the opposite position out of nowhere must have been far from normal. Duanzi had taken apart quite a few skeletons, and for a moment, there was quiet outside the window, but then the rustling sound suddenly returned. By now, Song Yan was as wary as a startled bird, immediately reacting to the noise. All she could see were a few paper figures moving unnaturally, crawling inside. They seemed alive. If it weren't for their empty eye sockets, she might have thought they were human. The target of these paper figures was clear. They leaped straight toward the skeletons and hit their heads. Duanzi glanced briefly and frowned. Are you Zhao Lao Tai's? This level of craftsmanship must surely belong to her. However, the power of these paper figures seemed insufficient. The skulls Duanzi had provoked turned toward them angrily and rushed forward to viciously tear them apart. The speed was so fast that Duanzi didn't have time to react. Instinctively grabbing someone beside her, she accidentally tore off the person's arm. Chapter 106, Loss of Humanity. When Duanzi turned back to look, she inexplicably felt that the dark eye sockets of the other party revealed ache. She coughed lightly. Or should I give it back to you? That skeleton, probably out of shame and anger, roared and lunged forward, only to be kicked apart by Duanzi. Duanzi, after all, was made of flesh and blood. There were already bloodstains spreading on her finger bones, indicating that she had used considerable force. Can you handle it? She mocked Song Xiaoxiao at the right time. Why haven't you improved even a little after such a long time? Can you possess someone? You lack any sense of being a ghost. Song Xiaoxiao was quite angry. She possessed a skeleton and then began screaming while fighting with other skeletons. It was strangely amusing. Even Duanzi couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're truly full of surprises. Song Xiaoxiao didn't have time to answer her and skillfully battled the skeletons with wit. Fortunately for their involvement, Duanzi could take a breather. At this moment, the doorknob violently shook a few times, as if someone wanted to open the door from outside, but there was no result. Duanzi stretched her arms a bit, then said, Go back to your lair yourselves, or should I send you back? The skeletons indeed took several steps backward. The ghostly thing in the cabinet, whether it understood or not, struggled violently and flew out of the window. Duanzi walked without hesitation to the door, hesitated for a second, and pointed at one of the skeletons. You go and open the door, or I will dismantle you into pieces. That skeleton reluctantly took a small step back under Duanzi's gaze pressure, obediently went over and opened the door. Not surprising for my Zizi. Skeletons have to listen obediently. That's it, stop fighting, it's exhausting. Duanzi yelled back, Don't scare the guests. Rui Zhao, standing at the door, deeply regretted coming here upon hearing those words. After making eye contact with Rui Zhao, Duanzi shyly retracted her neck slightly. So, what are you doing here? I am the developer of this place. It was originally supposed to be demolished, but suddenly the lights came on, so naturally I have to come check it out. Rui Zhao said matter-of-factly. Duanzi frowned. Still complaining about bad luck? Which developer comes himself? You have an inconvenient leg. Why don't you stay at home properly? I also want to stay at home properly. It's just because I keep mentioning your name that I end up being embarrassed again, Rui Zhao said with a slight raise of his eyebrows, face unwavering. Duanzi inexplicably felt her face heating up. Is the effect of this talisman so lasting? She doubtingly looked at her own hand. Rui Zhao's gaze followed her movement and fell on her hand. How did you get injured? Just stay outside for now. Duanzi decisively changed the topic. The audience in the live stream were anxious and restless, eager to see what this person looked like. It wasn't due to inadequate monitoring by Director Song. The fact is, these skeletons were too gossipy. They actually surrounded the two people completely, leaving not even a single gap. Rui Zhao didn't know the thoughts of the audience in the live stream. He just stared at the skeletons imperceptibly. Inexplicably, the skeletons collectively retreated a big step backward. Upon hearing the sound, Duanzi turned back to look and pursed her lips. Indeed, the child of fortune. These ghostly things dare not make trouble. I saw an old lady and a few young people by the window earlier. They should be dealing with this matter. Rui Zhao slowly said, this place is not safe. Although I don't know how your director has arranged it. My suggestion is, you guys should change locations as soon as possible. Unless you think your life isn't valuable enough. Duanzi looked at Rui Zhao with a hint of investigation in her eyes. Are all your lands this mysterious? More or less. Rui Zhao calmly said. Generally, places like this are relatively cheap. Businessmen, after all, always aim for profits. It's the first time I've heard anyone say that about themselves. Duanzi snorted, feeling somewhat irritated, and gave another kick to the nearby skeleton. That unfortunate skeleton collapsed instantly, causing the other skeletons to retreat some more. The viewers in the live stream vaguely caught sight of his figure. Look at this demeanor, really worth investing. Photos of Master Rui of the Rui family can still be found online. I'm sure I'm not the last one to know. People far away inside the formation also stretched their necks curiously. Duanzi found the retreating skeletons funny, so she said, you'd better roll off yourselves. I'm tired and don't want to fight anymore. The skeletons were grateful, rushing toward the window's direction. Dong Yu watched, wide-eyed. So obedient? Sister Zizi is awesome. Song Yin gave him a nod and walked towards Duanzi, saying, Zizi, I think this handsome young man is right. We'd better leave quickly. Peng Song, our unreliable director, hasn't made any moves at all until now, Peng Hu followed up. But at this moment, Rui Zhao didn't want to go. Now it's chaotic downstairs. How about we rest for a while before leaving? After all, I am a person who sits in a wheelchair. Just as everyone thought they could understand Rui Zhao clearly, the live stream suddenly lost its signal. Everyone was dumbfounded and rushed to Weibo for an explanation. But, still, we need to see with our own eyes to confirm he's Master Rui of the Rui family, right? Can my curiosity not be satisfied? I suspect the program team did it on purpose. There was no signal lost during such tense moments earlier, so why lose it now? I'm really frustrated. I originally thought that since Sister Duan participated in the variety show, I would be able to watch from beginning to end. Who knew the production team wouldn't cooperate? What they didn't know was that Song Yihan, originally just a curious spectator, was watching the live stream with great interest, feeling like this program had finally brought him hope. But suddenly, the wall in front of him collapsed, smashing his equipment beneath it. Song Yihan, narrowly escaping harm, looked at the sorry state of his machine and was ready to let loose a string of curses when he met a pair of hollow eye sockets. At that instant, he felt like his soul left his body. Instinctively, he called out Duanzi's name. Just then, a paper man leapt at him and pinned the thing down. At the same time, upstairs, Duanzi lazily poked her ear. Why do I feel like someone was calling my name? Rui Zhao glanced towards the window direction and firmly said, it must be that you were too nervous before, and now your nerves have relaxed, causing auditory hallucinations. Is that so? Duanzi turned her gaze incredulously toward Rui Zhao, catching sight of his clear eyes, making it impossible for her to ask further questions. If it's auditory hallucination, then let it be one. The other four people in the room exchanged gossiping looks between the two. It seems everything online might be true. Chapter 107. Cancellation of the program. These two individuals' expressions were far from clear. The four people looked at each other. No one intended to be the first to speak. It was Ji Yanli who couldn't bear the pain, asking Duanzi with a pale face, Duan teacher, didn't you break my rib? When can we go to the hospital to check my ribs? This statement shifted everyone's attention to Ji Yanli. Duanzi scratched his face awkwardly. Well, this matter. I sincerely apologize. It wasn't my intention to hit so hard. No one expected Duanzi's blow to be that heavy, to the point where he fractured someone's rib. The looks directed at Duanzi became filled with apprehension. Lucky it wasn't any of them being deceived. Otherwise, wouldn't it be their own ribs breaking? And it might not just be their ribs since they weren't as good as Ji Yanli. Sui Zhao's eyes had always been on Ji Yanli. Now, while playing with his ring for a while, he said, I feel sorry for you, Mr. Ji. After hearing this, if Ji Yanli didn't understand something, then his brain would have been useless. However, whether or not Duanzi accepted this was another matter. He showed a gentle smile. This doesn't count as anything significant. After all, if it weren't for Duan teacher's action, my life might already be gone by now. Duanzi felt there was some underlying meaning in these words and furrowed his brows, asking, what is there to be courteous about between us? Sui Zhao remained silent until familiar screams came from downstairs, at which point he said, things should have almost wrapped up below. Is that so? Why does it sound like Song Yihan's scream? Song Yin rubbed her ears. In the past, she would definitely run down and mock Song Yihan. But this time, her legs were scared stiff, and she couldn't move an inch. Peng Hu wasn't even thinking about making jokes right now. His mind was stuck on replaying the previous scene. Truly unprecedented. Compared to what happened that day, today's event was much more intense. Duanzi seemed to lose patience. I'll go down first. You guys do what you want. After saying that, she directly jumped out of the window. Dong Yu was startled, quickly running over to look out, only to see Duanzi turn into a tiny dot. He stammered, "Isn't this floor 18 stories high? Isn't it around 60 meters?" But no one responded to him. After Duanzi landed, she headed straight for where there was movement and pulled out Song Yihan and the other staff members among the skeletons. Finally, she met and exchanged pleasantries with Grandma Zhao. As for those unfamiliar young faces, Duanzi assumed they were brought over by Grandma Zhao and didn't inquire further. Only when returning did she think about these individuals again, feeling something wasn't quite right. "Why are you looking so worried?" Sui Zhao's voice sounded from beside her. "And also, when exactly will you be able to remove this talisman of yours? What business is it of yours?" Duanzi rolled her eyes with displeasure. "I see you enjoying it, so why suddenly consider removing it? You yourself said it has no restrictions on time or place. What if next time when you're crossing over, you're actually on a date with your boyfriend? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Sui Zhao argued confidently. This left Duanzi speechless. Who would fall in love anyway? The wise don't enter the river of love. "And why are you getting so worked up?" Sui Zhao asked with a smirk. Facing the blackness of the other person's gaze, Duanzi suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. "None of your business," Duanzi shot back another retort. "Plus, I don't know how to remove it either. You're asking the wrong person." Sui Zhao didn't ask further, and Duanzi didn't bother trying to find a topic to discuss with him. When they arrived at her building, she got off the car and walked away without saying an extra word. Not until she was far away did Ru Yi finally ask, unable to contain his curiosity. "Master, what exactly are you after? This seems like such thankless labor." Sui Zhao smiled but remained silent, so Ru Yi wisely stopped asking. The following day, everyone received the notice requiring the cancellation of the program. It was stated that the haunted house exploration theme was too dangerous and unsuitable for ordinary people. Duanzi had no objections to this decision. Only Song Yihan, lying in the hospital, was sobbing herself unconscious. Ji Yanli visited the same hospital and found himself caught up listening to a long cry for a while. He felt his headache increasing. Hardly did he find an excuse to exit when he encountered Duanzi. "Teacher Duan, are you here to see Director Song?" Ji Yanli asked with a smile. Duanzi returned a smile, replying, "Yeah, how's your rib?" "It's nothing serious. It wasn't broken at all, just pulled accidentally. I'm fine now," Ji Yanli said gently. "However, Director Song is in a bad mood. He just complained to me, so you'll probably suffer when you go in." "That's how it is." Duanzi finished speaking and handed the gift over to Ji Yanli. "Then Mafa Mr. Ji Emperor helped deliver this for me." "Hey you." Ji Yanli hadn't finished his sentence before Duanzi had already vanished. "This is a hospital. Can't you control yourself?" Saying this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing Ji Yanli return after leaving, Song Yihan asked him with a smile, "Weren't you annoyed by me earlier and ran off? How did you remember to come back now? Isn't this because someone asked me to?" Ji Yanli placed the fruit basket on Song Yihan's desk. "Who?" Duanzi. Song Yihan tentatively asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Ji Yanli lied without blinking. "I've sent her away so that you won't recall your failed show while seeing her." Song Yihan's eyes lit up. "Could it be that you have fallen into worldly emotions?" "What worldly emotions?" Ji Yanli stopped smiling, finding a spot to sit down. "She gave me something for free during a reading. This is simply returning the favor." Song Yihan shook his head, full of regret. "All right, since you've said it, I certainly can't doubt you. But what a waste of such a good talent. I thought she might have been driven out of the entertainment industry because of Chu Zhang. Although my show isn't great, it could have been a stepping stone for her to make a comeback. What happened instead?" "She really doesn't want to come back," Ji Yanli said. "Stop meddling in other people's affairs. She's a big online star. Does she need your show for exposure? So our plans are completely ruined." Song Yihan lamented. Ji Yanli smiled. "Even though Director Song didn't do perfectly well, you still paved the way. Everyone will remember the good things you've done." "I hope so. At least don't let it turn into a joke." Song Yihan laughed bitterly. Chapter 108. An unpleasant encounter. Due to various delays, Duanzi had been unable to arrange a meeting with the designer. If it weren't for Zheng Yu's constant urging, she might not have thought of it at all. "All right. Choosing a day is not as good as bumping into one. Ask the designer if they're available to meet with me today." "Okay." Zheng Yu replied happily in agreement. She quickly arranged a time with the designer and informed Duanzi. "Is it 3:30 p.m. this afternoon?" Duanzi asked. Zheng Yu nodded. "Yes, we're meeting at the nearest meat cafe, but I have other things to do at that time, so I can't go with you." "What's the designer's name?" Duanzi paused while clearing the tableware and asked. "I don't want to forget their name when we meet." "Her name is Chen Jing. She's a very talented female designer." Zheng Yu said this and then pulled out her phone to show Duanzi a picture. Duanzi took a quick glance and said, "Send it to my phone. I'll go over there shortly." Zheng Yu also got up to help clear the dishes. "It's such a pity that the program was cancelled, isn't it?" "Not at all, not even a bit," Duanzi replied. "This variety show takes too much energy. I couldn't focus on cultivating properly. And there's Sui Zhao, so unpredictable. I don't even know how to describe it." When Zheng Yu heard Sui Zhao's name, her eyebrows twitched slightly, but she smoothly changed the subject. "I've already had someone check your house. There's nothing major that needs fixing. Everything that required repair has been taken care of. I trust you to handle things. Just remember to tell me about expenses." Duanzi said, "I trust how you handle things. All right, you have your own things to deal with this afternoon. No need to waste time with me." Zheng Yu insisted on washing the dishes before leaving. After Zheng Yu left, Song Xiao climbed onto the table next to Duanzi. "Zizi, can you take me with you when you go out?" "What for? To scare people?" Duanzi teased with a smile. Song Xiaoxiao tugged at Duan Zi's clothes cutely. Zizi, please take me with you. I'm really bored being home alone. How bored could you possibly be? Practice controlling objects with your mind. Otherwise, if I take you out, you won't be useful even in a fight. Duan Zi's words were utterly unsparing. Though reluctant, Song Xiaoxiao still felt somewhat apologetic about what happened before and reluctantly agreed. When Duan Zi arrived at the cafe, it was just past 3 o'clock. So, she ordered herself a cup of coffee and began staring at her phone screen. Mr. Chu, aren't you going to reconsider this proposal? Our company holds significant advantages in this area compared to our peers, a clear female voice came. At this moment, Chu Zhan was coming out from the private room and didn't pause because of that voice. However, when his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure not far away, he slowed down and stopped. Today, she wore a neat casual outfit, without any makeup, yet appeared extraordinarily clear and elegant. Mr. Chu. Finally, a tall figure caught up with Chu Zhan and stood beside him. Aren't you going to seriously consider this matter? Chu Zhan raised a hand to stop her from continuing, say. Excuse me, I've made plans with other friends. Farewell. That person followed Chu Zhan's gaze and seeing the graceful silhouette in the distance, tactfully nodded. Then let's make another appointment. Sensing someone approaching, Duan Zi thought it was Chen Jing, so she raised a smile in preparation to greet them. The instant she recognized who it was, the smile vanished immediately. Isn't that a bit too obvious? Chu Zhan jokingly said lightly. Duan Zi looked down at the coffee in front of her. Mr. Chu, there's nothing more to say between us, right? Did you hear that Ghost House Adventure TV show got cancelled? Chu Zhan's tone carried a hint of joy. That's true. Duan Zi glanced up. However, is this really none of your doing? You should know, I've never been such a petty person. Chu Zhan tapped his finger on the tabletop in front of him. Duan Zi frowned at his finger and then glanced at her phone. Time is almost up. I've invited a guest. It wouldn't be appropriate to chat further with you. Seeing how decisive she was in cutting ties with him, Chu Zhan's expression faltered slightly. There are a few things I feel necessary to remind you. When you have some free time, reflect on the additional clauses in our contract dissolution. Please get straight to the point. Duan Zi said impatiently. Chu Zhan smiled faintly. The contract stipulates that within 3 years, you cannot sign with any entertainment company. I hope you remember this. Oh, I see. Can you leave now? Duan Zi put away her phone. Since you want to stay here, go ahead and stay. I won't keep you company. After saying that, she got up to leave, only to have her arm grabbed by Chu Zhan. Duan Zi, don't be too excessive. How strange. How could this person be so shameless? Excuse me, what do you actually want? I've already remembered everything you just said. So how come I'm the one who's going too far? Duan Zi's beautiful eyebrows were now furrowed together, and her lips were tightly pressed. Her voice was not low, and with the two of them tugging at each other like this, they quickly attracted the attention of everyone around. Chu Zhan realized everyone was looking, so he let go of her hand. I just wanted to ask how you've been recently. How can you be so unmindful of old feelings? Unmindful of old feelings? Duan Zi laughed out of anger. If being mindful of old feelings means letting your little girlfriend end up in disgrace along with you, is that the result you want? Chu Zhan's expression changed. Can't we just have a decent conversation? Mr. Chu, isn't there something wrong with your mind? Yes, I admit that back in the company days, I wasn't savvy and didn't know about the two of you, so I caused some trouble for Fu Miao Miao. But when you asked me to take care of her, I did. When you asked me to stay away from you both, I stayed far enough. Now why is it my problem that I don't want to have a decent talk with you? Duan Zi grew angry. Why don't you talk about what you were doing during our last meeting? Or the time before that? My biggest flaw is holding grudges. If someone punches me, I will punch back. Since every time you don't intend to talk properly, why should I bother to have a good conversation with you just because you're in a good mood and smiling nicely? Am I really that valueless? Chu Zhan slowly loosened his grip, and Duan Zi took the chance to break free. Don't bother me anymore. No matter what or who, nothing is allowed. Duan Zi said without looking back. Chapter 109. Whose fault is it anyway? Duan Zi thought that the designer named Chen Jing was truly a breath of fresh air. Just as she stood up, Chen Jing walked in at that very moment. Chen Jing approached with a faint smile and said to her, Are you Ms. Chen Jing, the great designer? This place is a bit noisy. Shall we talk somewhere else? Chen Jing took a glance around the almost empty cafe, then her eyes lingered on a certain spot for just a moment before retreating back to Duan Zi. I don't even have time for coffee, but let's chat in my car instead. This designer sure was considerate. Duan Zi followed Chen Jing and got into her car. The latter tersely stated, I've already confirmed with your friend regarding our trip there. I've prepared several design plans for you. First, take a look at which one you like. Then I will have my team plan out the specific details. Hearing Chen Jing's words, Duan Zi chuckled lightly. All right, let's take a look then. Chen Jing was a young woman with a round face who appeared serene and gentle, yet surprisingly efficient. After receiving the blueprints from Chen Jing, Duan Zi skimmed through them briefly and chose a style that was relatively rustic and luxurious. Do you prefer this one? Chen Jing asked, her tone filled with surprise. Duan Zi couldn't help but question, You're quite surprised? Not really. When the plans came out originally, this one was meant to be discarded. However, a friend dropped by as a guest and strongly recommended I keep it. Chen Jing explained. I thought since I designed it anyway, I might as well show it to you. Unexpectedly, you really picked this one. Then your friend seems to share similar tastes with me. Duan Zi slowly replied. But I like your other designs too. Your fee will be paid as normal. Chen Jing nodded. That's possible. But I have a better deal for you. Interested? A deal? Duan Zi turned towards Chen Jing, her eyes shining brightly. My focus has been on Miss Duan's live streams. Now there's a matter needing Miss Duan's help. Chen Jing looked at her full of anticipation. Duanzi lowered her gaze and straightened herself. So what is it about? With quick flickers of her fingers, she had basically pieced together the ins and outs of the matter. Nevertheless, borrowing life energy from blood relatives, this was the first time she'd encountered such a case. She didn't know whether heaven would permit it. I heard Miss Duan has the ability to foretell events. Why not try predicting it? Chen Jing pursed her lips, a hint of nervousness present in her voice. Of course, this also counts as me asking a favor from Miss Duan. If Miss Duan disagrees, we can consider another option. You can make big or small issues of family matters. It all depends on whether you are willing to forgive the other party or not. Duanzi interrupted her without letting her finish. Chen Jing paused for a moment, questioning. What do you mean by willing to forgive the other? If it is confirmed to be caused deliberately, one certainly needs to find a way to teach the person a lesson. Duanzi folded the blueprints and placed them aside. And if it involves someone you care about deeply? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing's expression changed dramatically. I assumed Miss Chun was decisive, but unexpectedly, there is hesitation in this matter. Duanzi pulled out her phone to check the time. Ms. Chen mentioned earlier that there were other things to attend to. If you don't leave now, you might miss it. Does Miss Duan have time this afternoon? Could you accompany me for a little while? Chen Jing gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes never leaving Duanzi. Duanzi smiled gently. I don't really have anything pressing. Since I have taken your drawings, there's no harm in going along with you. Having received an affirmative answer, Chen Jing immediately started the car and continued to talk en route. I did think of this rather malicious method. It was my brother who suggested it. But, only unwilling to believe it. Isn't that right? Duanzi stared ahead. Borrowing life force is common enough, but borrowing from one's own family is a new thing to me. But tell me, do you want to save your father? How could I possibly agree to watch my brother continue his wrongdoing and drain our parents' lifespan? Would this not bring heavenly retribution? Chen Jing responded. The doctors clearly stated my brother had no hope for recovery, but he suddenly got better. Yet my father's health deteriorates daily. It shouldn't matter much, considering his alcoholism means losing him wouldn't sadden us. However, my brother's actions will undoubtedly drag down my nephew and future generations. Duanzi listened carefully without cutting in. Where exactly did you hear about the borrowing life business? From that friend of yours? Yes, Chen Jing answered instantly. It was also him who told me to contact you. But since you started looking for houses until now, it has been quite a long time. Aren't you afraid it'll be too late? Duanzi asked. Chen Jing looked at Duanzi in surprise and said, Oh, I didn't know about you before. It was my friend who asked me who the design drawings were for. After I told him, he mentioned your name. He said since we're clearly acquainted, I should ask for your help. There is a connection between us anyway. So you can let me owe you a favor? Duanzi chuckled. Chen Jing couldn't tell if this was sarcasm or not, which made her slightly nervous. If there's any owing, it should be from me to you. After all, human lives are things that cannot be measured by money. But have you considered the possibility that once this is over, your relationship with your nephew might worsen? Duanzi looked at her. After all, it's because of his grandfather, someone who hasn't been good to him, that you are giving up his father's life. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't understand, that's fine. This isn't just for one person. It's also for future generations of our Chen family, said Chen Jing with a bitter smile as she gripped the steering wheel harder. Duanzi had noticed all of these gestures and finally asked, What's the name of your friend? Guess. She brightened up when mentioning her friend. Duanzi raised an eyebrow slightly. Seems like we're talking about someone familiar? Is it Sui Zhao? Chen Jing shook her head. Looks like Miss Duan has quite a good relationship with Mr. Sui. You immediately thought of him. It's Manager Chu, Chen Jing added. I saw him in the cafe earlier. Guess you two didn't part on good terms again. If it's him, then you'd better find someone from the Duanshan sect to help you with this. Duanzi's expression turned serious. Please pull over. Hearing this, Chen Jing laughed outright. Come on, don't. If anything, he's more of a client than a friend. I'm not that close to him. I only called him a friend to ensure the confidentiality of client information. Then why did you give away his name to me? Duanzi sighed helplessly. Isn't it because people say you two don't get along? But how come he still mentions you so often? Oh, I see. It was really you who unilaterally broke ties with him, wasn't it? Chen Jing's face showed more sincerity. Chapter 110, Cutting Off. Seeing that Duanzi's expression wasn't as bad, Chen Jing continued. Actually, that day he just happened to come by to check his own design. Then after seeing the diagram I designed, he said you would definitely like it. At that time, I was deeply troubled, so I thought since he has a wide network of connections, could he introduce someone who could help solve some family issues? Then he said, you would do? He also asked me who the design was for. After hearing it was for you, he said there was no need for him to make an introduction, as it might mess things up. Chen Jing pressed on. Duanzi quietly shifted her gaze to outside the window. In the past, I was his superior and he my subordinate. Moving forward, we'll be strangers. What he said is without fault. She inexplicably felt a bit heartbroken, but this obviously wasn't her own emotion. After all, she didn't have even a speck of affection for Chu Zhang, but it was different for the original self. It was also from this moment that Duanzi began to suspect if the original self still existed within her. Not hearing Duanzi continue, Chen Jing took the opportunity to glance at her, and, seeing that she seemed lost in thought, didn't push any further. Anyway, as long as the other party didn't bring up getting out of the car again, that was the best outcome. When they met Chen Jing's brother, Duanzi couldn't help furrowing her brows tightly, but she said nothing. Chen Jing saw her uneasy expression and pulled her aside, asking, You don't look right. Is something very difficult going on? This isn't about borrowing lifespan, Duanzi explained softly. He's made a transaction with something unknown. Chunwu seemed to sense their gazes and asked aloud. Jingjing, the friend you've brought is? Oh, while coming to see you, I encountered one of my clients. It was rather rushed, so I just brought her along. Chunjing smiled and explained. Later, I'll send her back. You really should know better. How can you casually bring people to a hospital? That's unlucky. Chenwu frowned. Duanzi glanced at Chenjing, whose smile indeed faded slightly. She stepped forward and said, I just happened to be visiting a friend. It's only coincidental. However, your face doesn't look too good. Something unfortunate might happen soon. Be careful. I'd better not bother you anymore. With that, she turned around and walked out. Chun Wu's expression immediately darkened. Jingjing, what kind of friends are you associating with? Speaking like that. Brother, she's quite a renowned fortune teller. Speak carefully. Let me escort her out. Quickly explaining, Chen Jing rushed after her. Taking 3 steps at once to catch up with Duanzi, she asked, why did you just leave? It's beyond saving. Stop wasting thoughts on it, Duanzi resolutely stated. Chen Jing didn't understand. You said before that it wasn't about borrowing life, so what exactly is going on? Before coming, when I looked from your perspective, it seemed like borrowing life. But just now, observing the change in luck around your brother and the black chi in his third eye area, he's definitely made a terrible deal with something. The curse is targeted at your father. But this malevolent spirit will definitely drain the lifespan of the person making the wish. Even though there seems to be no immediate issue now, it will manifest in a few days. Duanzi was uncertain about what exactly that thing was. But in places like hospitals where life and death intersect, having such a thing present is rather normal. So what about my dad? The curse cannot be lifted, Duanzi said. Also, if your brother had sought a reliable doctor earlier, he might still have a chance. But having done a deal with that entity makes his situation grim. Such things tend to proliferate easily because of human desire. Is there truly no way out? Chenjing's complexion paled. Duanzi replied. My cultivation level isn't high enough to save him. Chenjing lowered her head. Does my brother really have no hope of getting through this? Duanzi didn't answer her, but continued walking ahead. Suddenly, Chenjing blocked Duanzi's path. Do you, Miss Duan, know any great masters? No. Even those well-versed in formations like the Ghost Sundering sect aren't certain to be appropriate for handling this. Moreover, among the people I know, there's currently none capable of dealing with this. Duanzi stated. This isn't me being arrogant. Due to the lack of spiritual energy, cultivation has become scarce. After all, cultivating serves no purpose anymore. Besides, times have changed. Even in these years when spiritual energy had recovered, those who had undergone trials focused primarily on formations. Who could find the time or energy to handle such matters? Even elderly hadn't reached the realm necessary to sever causal karmic ties. Chun Jing tightened her fists. Miss Duan, please, you must help me. Upon meeting the other party's resolute gaze, Duanzi indeed hesitated. Even if he is saved, once in contact with the cursed thing entangled in karma, even if I intervene and he survives, his latter half of life will be difficult. It would be better for him to pass away like this, sparing a lot of trouble. Chun Jing's body also began to tremble. The deal has been made. That thing will definitely not rest until it's fulfilled. Even if I save your brother, the younger generations of your Qin family will still have to pay the price. Duanzi's words were cruel, but they were the truth. Does Miss Duan truly have no way out? Or are you worried about getting entangled in karma? Chen Jing's words were sharp. You must have a way, don't you? Chen Jing gripped Duanzi's hand. From when Duanzi first saw Chen Wu up until now, she appeared very much in control, surely meaning there was some solution. The problem is that your brother hasn't expressed any wish for my help. Duanzi said, Miss Chen, everyone has their own fate. You may want to save him, but he might not necessarily wish to live. After speaking, Duanzi walked away without looking back. Chun Jing was about to chase after her when she heard her phone beep. She opened it to see. The payment for the design had come through. Her heart instantly turned cold. Zizi, where are you off to? Song Xiao, seeing Duanzi take out a bunch of talismans and pack the Bagua mirror, couldn't help but ask. Duanzi pushed her aside. It's none of your business. You'd better just focus on your TV dramas. Are you going out to perform a task? Why don't you contact Zhengyu and let her stream it live? Song Xiao asked again. This time it's too dangerous. I'll be fine by myself, Duanzi said, and then picked up her bag and left. Song Xiao was so flustered that she bounced around frantically, finally using the home desktop to call someone. Hello? Zizi seems to be heading somewhere today. Judging by her preparations, it looks pretty dangerous. I didn't manage to find out more. Chapter 111. Each has their own choices. When Duanzi entered the hospital, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. She first went to find Chen Wu. When the latter saw her, his expression wasn't very pleasant. Why are you here again? Duanzi smiled at him. Are you sure you don't want to avoid others? Her words reminded Chen Wu, who glanced at his wife. The food you bought yesterday was pretty good. Go down and buy me another portion. You? Chen's sister hesitated for a moment. Her gaze on Duanzi filled with scrutiny. They had met once before, when Duanzi was with Chen Jing. Since that was the case, she should be someone trustworthy. Afraid that her hesitation would upset Chen Wu, she quickly headed out the door, but listened secretly by the door after closing it. I've thought about it, and it's necessary to intervene and suppress the evil god. Duanzi crossed her arms and said with a faint smile, Others may not know your situation, but surely you do yourself. Chen Wu's face darkened. I don't know what you're talking about. You lent your life to someone else just to learn the nightmare-suppressing technique. Was it worth it? Duanzi asked. Did you say the same thing to Xiao Jing? Chen Wu became agitated. Duanzi smiled. No. I told her that you made some kind of deal with an unknown entity, which affected your fate. If I interfere, it could impact future generations. Therefore, I shouldn't meddle in your cause and effect relationship. Since you've already said it's inconvenient, why have you returned? Chunwu narrowed his eyes slightly. His normally honest-looking face appeared cunning now. Could it be, you have ties to some celestial being? Duanzi couldn't help but ask. Chunwu paused. I've heard of Miss Duan's abilities, and today it seems you truly are capable. But while what you told Xiao Jing may be false, one point is true. Since we made the deal, we must abide by our rules. Alright then, everyone has their own destiny. I'll only give you this one chance. If you refuse again, don't blame me for being merciless later, Duanzi teased with a grin. Just relax, I won't bother coming to you for help. Chunwu coldly laughed and stopped speaking. Duanzi didn't rush. Good. Chunwu was clearly puzzled by her concise answer, opening and closing his mouth in surprise. When the time comes, even if your wife knocks herself senseless, I won't help. Duanzi bent her eyebrows, speaking softly yet unpleasantly. Chunwu tightened his fists but eventually replied, not necessary. Some things indeed cannot be forced, and since Duanzi didn't press further, she left immediately without any lingering. As she passed Chunwu's wife at the door, there was no delay at all. Chen's wife hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not stop her. In front of her stubborn husband, she always complied. The bigger the matter, the more compliant she became. Shouldn't you consider what that girl said? She still couldn't resist asking. Chunwu frowned. Do you know how much power that person's family wields? If my life can exchange for all of you to be safe, then everything is worth it. It's not worth it. That old man will die sooner or later anyway. Why do you have to take unnecessary actions? Her wife's eyes brimmed with tears. Is there something wrong with your company? If there really is a problem, both I and Xiao Jing will help. Even shedding blood is fine. Do you think this was voluntary on my part? If not for him, forget it. This is the end of the discussion. We agreed I'd be discharged today. How ready are you? Chunwu asked with furrowed brows. At the hospital entrance, as Duanzi descended the steps, an eye-catching luxury car pulled up right in front of her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a nearly translucent side profile, deathly pale. In previous encounters, he either radiated with golden light or lingered under dim lighting. She had never realized how sickly his complexion was. What brings you here? Did you get lost again? Duanzi joked. Sui Zhao lightly chuckled. You're the one who should be explaining, yet you question me first. Can Miss Duan really not tell that my condition isn't good? Who cares enough to notice your complexion? Duanzi rolled her eyes unhesitatingly. Since we've met, accompany me to the hospital for a follow-up checkup, would you? Sui Zhao said slowly. Duanzi frowned. Too busy. Too busy. There's someone waiting for me at home. Ayu will be occupied soon, so if you don't help me, I'll have to go for the follow-ups myself next time. Sui Zhao's voice was soft, but Duanzi felt it carried a slight hint of surrender. She uncomfortably rubbed her nose. All right, who am I to refuse when I'm both beautiful and kind-hearted? Sui Yu, who had observed everything, helplessly shook his head. When did I get busy? The young master is using me as an excuse again. As if sensing something was off with Sui Yu, Sui Zhao turned to look at him. After a moment of eye contact, Sui Zhao massaged his temples. Even if you're busy, you could at least take me inside the hospital, right? Sui Yu glanced at the steps before him and said faintly, do I suddenly have time now? Feeling Sui Zhao's warning gaze on him, he hurriedly flashed a smile. Yes. I've got the time. I'll take you upstairs right away. Sui Yu acted swiftly, leading someone upstairs without delay. I'll handle him. Go ahead with your business. As soon as they stepped onto the platform, Duanzi spoke first. Sui Yu glanced at Sui Zhao, smiling. Then I'll temporarily leave my young master in Miss Duan's hands. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Sure thing. While you're gone, I'll inquire thoroughly about your salary situation and aim to eat you out of house and home. After saying this, Duanzi pushed Sui Zhao away. Sui Zhao was startled, gripping the handle tightly. Hey, Miss Duan, be more careful. Duanzi tossed his words far behind her. Just at the right moment, after making a turn, they bumped into Chun Wu and his wife. There wouldn't have been anything unusual, but the expressions on Chun Wu and his wife seemed quite intriguing. Do you know them? Duanzi asked softly to Sui Zhao. No. Chun Wu's lips were tense, even appearing nervous. Duanzi originally wanted to press further, but suddenly felt a chill in her hand, hearing Sui Zhao say, I appear frequently in financial reports. It's no big deal to feel surprised seeing me, is it? Yes, that's why I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Chun Wu's wife quickly laughed. We're rushing to discharge, so we won't talk much longer. All right, no problem. Duanzi slowly replied. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she noticed a glimpse of a turning point in their fortune. But, since she had already decided not to intervene, she chose not to ask further. Chapter 112. Let's go out. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital was always something Sui Zhao couldn't get used to. So, he urged Duanzi to hurry up. If you don't walk faster, I'll be dead soon. You're quite a delicate flower. Duanzi lowered his voice. Isn't it said that people like you usually have personal doctors? Since you dislike the smell in hospitals so much, why not hire a good private doctor? My personal doctor had some issues, so he entrusted me to his friend. Sui Zhao's tone carried a tinge of regret. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met someone as busy as you. The way you talk, we just met a few days ago. Duanzi glanced around, furrowing his brows. Moreover, we don't really have any relationship. Why meet at all? I thought after all these close calls together, we could at least be half friends. What's wrong with caring a bit? Sui Zhao's tone was surprisingly lighthearted, not as sharp-tongued as before. Duanzi found it a bit awkward. inexplicably feeling goosebumps rise. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Duanzi finally asked. I thought you'd prefer this side of me. Sui Zhao reverted back to his annoying demeanor, speaking somewhat condescendingly. Duanzi wasn't sure what to make of this. I think you're seriously ill. You should really check your brain. Is Ji Yanli the kind you like? When I act like this, you think I'm sick. Miss Duan, that's double standards. Sui Zhao twirled the ring on his thumb. I heard the elders of the Ji family like you a lot, and are thinking about when to set up a meeting. Duanzi was confused. Is that true? We were just filming a show together. How did this lead to meeting their parents? That doesn't make sense, does it? Ji Yanli surely can't bring every female co-star home to meet the family after working together for one show, right? She even voiced this question aloud. Sui Zhao suppressed his laughter. Who knows? You also know my dad. His sources of information are always reliable. After hearing this news, he talked my ear off. Duanzi frowned. Are you snickering secretly? No, Sui Zhao answered quickly. I'm just warning you that the Ji family isn't made up of nice people. If you enter their house, you won't have the freedom and ease you currently enjoy. I've been completely clean and proper with them. How come it changes in your mouth? Duanzi fiddled with her ears. It feels so sour. Listening makes my teeth hurt. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the door of the department. Sui Zhao avoided answering. We're here. Push me in quick. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. During the subsequent examination, Duanzi followed the entire time. However, no matter how she kept questioning, he wouldn't say a word. Duanzi was so irritated that she wanted to leave him there, but he acted oblivious to her anger, continuing to chat with her. After leaving the hospital, Sui Zhao finally spoke a sentence. The 5 great families have managed to survive till now because they each have their own strengths. It's fine that you took Ming Tang as a disciple, and Li Sun as your teammate. Helping them a little bit is normal. But you'd better stay out of the affairs of the others. What do you mean by 5 great families? Duanzi frowned. You seem pretty well informed about Xianmen matters. Can you tell me more? Sui Zhao interlocked his hands. As for other things, I don't know much either. These facts were from what my father learned when visiting them for my health. Really? I feel like you probably know everything. Duanzi's voice was soft, but the force with which she gripped the wheelchair handles grew stronger. Upon entering Ming Mansion, she immediately felt something was off. Mr. Li from the Li family revealed a lot. The first time she entered Chu family's residence, she sensed an unusual presence in the backyard. But with Sui family, despite visiting the Sui household twice, she never detected anything odd or inappropriate. Is your family truly that ordinary? Duanzi tapped her fingers lightly. Sui Zhao felt the movement on the chair back and sighed softly. Miss Duan, the reason Captain Xiao and others haven't told you more must be out of consideration for protecting you. You've told me this much already. A little more won't make a difference. Duanzi looked at the white clouds in the sky and muttered. When will you stop this habit of saying half and withholding the rest? Habit? Sui Zhao turned to look at her. Are you talking to me? Duanzi slightly pressed down her lips, focusing her gaze on Sui Zhao. Of course. Whenever you talk to me, either you only say part of it and hold back the rest, or you speak condescendingly. How is that not considered a bad habit? I didn't notice it before, but yeah, it is kind of a habit. Sui Zhao lowered his gaze to his hands. So, let me tell you about these 5 great families. Hundreds of years ago, there were signs of spiritual energy reviving here, which caused quite a stir. Through many battles of wits and strength, some managed to uncover useful information from ancient texts. With new insights and innovations, these talented individuals, whether by intent or coincidence, gradually gathered together and formed the 5 great families. Their roles were clearly defined. Some roamed around looking for new cracks in the barrier, while others went at command to seal them. Later, the 5 great families organized the Duanhuan sect to better control these phenomena. This measure was evidently effective, and the world returned to peace. Matters concerning spiritual energy and cultivation slowly faded from public view and were eventually forgotten. Had this tranquility continued indefinitely, but 10 years ago, someone secretly began undoing the seals. There was no traceable reason. The Ji family, skilled in prophecy, once said that the resurgence of spiritual energy was an inevitable trend, something that couldn't be stopped. As the Ji family had connections with the government, the special investigation team was subsequently formed. So, your meaning is, everyone knows where the flaws in the array are, but chooses not to speak of them? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao smiled, but remained silent. Duanzi didn't press further. Indeed, even if she knew, there would be nothing she could do. To be called one of the 5 great families meant they must wield significant power. Descendants of the Meng and Li families were part of the special investigation team, yet they didn't seem inclined to inform anyone. How did you come to know all this? I can't believe Uncle Sui could know such things, Duanzi said. You think too much. Could you kindly take me home already? I am, after all, a patient, Sui Zhao said helplessly. It had to be admitted, Sui Zhao really understood Duanzi well. From then on, until Duanzi sent him back home, she didn't ask another question. Chapter 113, The King's Assist. Sui Zhao silently observed Duanzi. The latter didn't argue irrationally or inquire deeply, instead making Sui Zhao feel uneasy. What's that look for? You've been staring at me the whole way. Duanzi suddenly turned around, her black and white distinct eyes looking over. Her hands didn't stop as she lightly pressed the horn. Sui Zhao, not sure whether it was out of fright or guilt, quickly averted his gaze and opened the window a bit. The doorman seeing him directly opened the gate. The car started again, until it stopped at the entrance of the living room. It was only then that Sui Zhao, who had been silent all along, coughed lightly and said, Thank you for today. It's fine. Duanzi shook her head. Do I need to get someone to come pick you up? Of course not. Or would you carry me down? Sui Zhao looked back at her. For some unknown reason, there was an emotion in his eyes that Duanzi couldn't understand. Just as Duanzi was distracted, the scene became somewhat awkward. Sui Zhao quietly withdrew his gaze and remained silent. Duanzi, suppressing her own restlessness, stepped out of the car. Her thoughts had already flown away. Unfortunately, a person with such heavenly fate couldn't be predicted. Otherwise, she would definitely have calculated what exactly this Sui Zhao had in mind. At their first meeting, he spoke like his tongue had been dipped in poison. During their second encounter, though they saved each other's lives, his attitude was very peculiar. Their third encounter happened because Sui Onghua offered help. The fourth time, he was lost. The fifth time was with the program team, where he claimed she called out his name. Oh, it had happened before too. And now this chance meeting. Several times, his attitude towards her was somewhat ambiguous. Later on, while reading fan fiction, she had turned red-faced, assuming he had feelings for her. In subsequent encounters, things got strange again. Even in this current meeting, he felt peculiar to her. His care for her was reminiscent of her senior brother, but his unpredictable nature was far from that of the elder brother. She believed that her senior brother would certainly recognize her and reunite with her. If not, there must be a hidden cause. What's that look for? Sui Zhao's voice broke through her thoughts. Duanzi's wandering mind snapped back, her eyes a little dazed. It's nothing, just missing an old friend. She pulled out a smile, though it seemed more like a bitter one. Looks like Miss Duan has a very good relationship with that friend. Sui Zhao lowered his gaze, a shadow flashing in his eyes. Duanzi wasn't in the mood to consider Sui Zhao's emotions and went straight to find the servants of the Sui residence to ask for help. Miss Duan, Uncle Li happened to be stepping out for something, spotting Duanzi from afar and calling out. You are. Duanzi was momentarily confused, finding the man familiar. Uncle Li took a few steps forward. We met before at the Tyson Villa area. How did you end up here? Oh, it just so happened that I met young Master Sui on his way to a hospital review, and I helped by chance. Uncle Li, right? Can you find a few people to help move Sui Zhao down? Duanzi remembered Uncle Li slightly, but she had a serious fever back then, so her memory was a bit fuzzy. After hearing Duanzi's words, Uncle Li glanced toward the car direction, and his smile deepened further. Ah, our master went out with a group just now. There's only me and Aunt Sue at home. We'll trouble Miss Duan to lend a hand. So coincidental? Duanzi looked at the living room direction, indeed, not seeing anyone. When she looked at Uncle Li again, his expression still appeared sincere. Duanzi pursed her lips slightly. All right. Walking in front of Sui Zhao, Uncle Li winked at Sui Zhao. The latter let out a light laugh, saying nothing. As Duanzi drove away, Sui Zhao stared at her for a long time. Uncle Li asked, Master, are you reluctant to let her go? What's there to be reluctant about? Just feeling she's grown up. Sui Zhao clasped his hands together, continuously rubbing the jade ring on his thumb. Uncle Li revealed a puzzled expression, seeing Sui Zhao drift into a daze and not disturbing him anymore. The young and old stood gazing toward the gate position, when they suddenly heard a voice. What are you two doing here acting like statues? Sui Zhao closed his eyes helplessly. Wouldn't it be better if you hadn't spoken? If it weren't for helping you connect with Miss Duan, could any of us even dare to breathe in front of you all? Upon hearing Sui Ongua's voice again, Sui Zhao turned his wheelchair around to see, and when he saw the line of people behind, he suddenly started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Li, your ability to lie while wide awake. Cough, cough, cough. Whose skills are you imitating anyway? Master, being able to go to the hospital for a follow-up on your own is definitely worth encouraging. Uncle Li said with a straight face. Sui Zhao gave Uncle Li a half-smile glance before driving his wheelchair into the room. The beautiful little car was parked downstairs. Duanzi turned off the engine and went upstairs with her untouched bag. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a series of clicking sounds. Soon enough, the little puppet came running to Duanzi's feet. Song Xiaoxiao asked with concern, how did it go? Did you leave the other side completely defeated? Duanzi didn't answer, but instead put down her bag, changed shoes, and collapsed onto the couch. These actions caused Song Xiaoxiao to scratch her head anxiously, dying to know what exactly happened. She glanced at the direction of Duanzi, then at the bag on the counter, and finally bounced up and opened the bag to find nothing missing. Did she come back without doing anything? She jumped off the counter and ran in front of the sofa. At this moment, Duanzi was resting her head on a pillow, looking unusually docile. All right, you'd better take a good rest, Song Xiaoxiao muttered as she went into the bedroom to watch TV. The moment the bedroom door closed, Duanzi suddenly opened her eyes, staring thoughtfully toward the bedroom. The alarm clock suddenly rang, reminding Duanzi of the live broadcast. Hurriedly, she began streaming. Seeing that Duanzi wasn't wearing the white outfit this time, the audience felt somewhat disheartened. My lady, why aren't you wearing that practice suit today? I even bought the same one. ZZ, are you feeling down today? Did you just come back from somewhere? Have you eaten? Duanzi patiently answered everyone's questions and reminded them to focus on daily accumulation. Afterward, she meditated and never mentioned fortune-telling at all. Not until Duanzi finished meditating and was about to turn off the live stream did someone hastily speak up. Miss Duan, I really don't know who else to turn to. Please help me. Some people commented below that a prediction by Miss Duan was hard to come by and that according to her character, she should end the broadcast now, advising him not to disrupt it. Yet the person kept posting. Please, Miss Duan, help me find my daughter. Chapter 114, A Living Hell. Duanzi originally planned to turn off the live stream, but his attention was caught by another user. It wasn't something else. Life or death matters should always weigh heavily on one's mind. People in the chat were urging the other user to pay up, claiming that Duanzi's fortune-telling service was expensive. The other user asked how to send gifts, and then sent a few cheap ones. He explained, "My family conditions aren't good. I will definitely borrow money to make it up to you later." After hesitating for a moment, Duanzi still accepted the voice call request. The other person's face quickly appeared in the live room. He had dark skin, a square face, a few strands of hair on his head, and was wearing camouflage clothing. It was clear he was an honest and hardworking laborer. "Tell me about it," said Duanzi succinctly. The man was grateful and quickly explained the general situation. He was divorced from his wife, and at the time, their 8-year-old daughter was left in the care of his parents. Though they weren't rich or prestigious, they could afford 3 meals a day. In the blink of an eye, the child had started middle school. He thought the educational conditions in the city were better, so he brought his daughter into the city so they could at least look after each other. However, the girl mostly stayed home alone, and their contact was primarily through school phone calls. In most cases, he didn't have much time to answer them. A couple of days ago, someone called him multiple times. His boss was scolding him at the time, so he turned off his phone for business reasons. After he was done, he dialed back, but only heard chaotic noise followed by cries for help. The voice was definitely his daughter's. He immediately called the relevant authorities and went to his home and school, but found no trace of his daughter. Now that number was also out of service, and there was no way to track down his daughter. While listening to the other party's complaints, Duanzi wasted no time. Some people criticized him, saying his daughter must already be gone. In such a situation, it was either kidnapping or human trafficking, neither of which boded well. "Are you currently at your home?" Duanzi's voice was soft, yet had a comforting effect. The man wiped his face hastily and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's correct. The relevant department asked me to stay home while they look for her. Perhaps my daughter just went out to play and will come back later." "All right, walk out towards the south. Stop when you see a bridge," Duanzi gently said. "Just to clarify beforehand, if you see the child, don't scold or hit her. Observe the child's condition first." After she finished speaking, the people below started discussing again. "You're not going to beat your kid, are you? We haven't even seen her yet. Why are you saying so much nonsense? Hurry, go check. We can trust Zizi's words." Zhang Jian didn't have the heart to look at what they posted. Upon hearing Duanzi's words, he knew she was reliable because their house wasn't far from a bridge. When he got there, the area around the bridge was bustling with a group of children playing happily. From afar, he spotted the figure of his daughter and unexpectedly saw her like this, feeling a sudden surge of anger. He wanted to grab Zhang Mingming and ask why she wasn't staying in school properly, making such troubling calls. Duanzi's calm voice drifted over. "Your child encountered some problems at school that couldn't be resolved. Have a proper conversation and try not to get angry." After finishing, she ended the conversation. "Zizi, shouldn't you take a look? What if he really hits his child? He deserves to." We always believed in the saying, "Spare the rod and spoil the child." Yet we can't generalize everything. Who has time to study the psychology of children? Nowadays, adults think it's illegal to spank kids, so kids are becoming more and more unruly. What freedom does this so-called freedom refer to? Kids are still young and need our guidance. But between time and money, we can usually satisfy only one aspect. Duanzi silently stared at the comments for a long time before slowly saying, "That's all for today. For those who have children, keep an eye on their conditions. Everyone faces issues that seem irresolvable at times. Even adults flee from their responsibilities, let alone children. It's getting late. Everyone, go to sleep." But Duanzi ended the live broadcast as soon as he finished speaking. At the same instant Duanzi decided to end the live stream. The phone's battery completely drained to zero. Song Xiaoxiao came out of the bedroom without Duanzi noticing, a little puppet wrapped around her charging cable. "You've got quite the foresight," Duanzi chuckled, praising the other side a bit. Song Xiaoxiao nervously rubbed her hands and asked, "What exactly happened today? I could tell you were in a bad mood when you came back." "I was turned down. The person didn't plan to tell me the reason, so I didn't bother asking more. However, when I left, I noticed there might be some unexpected changes on his part, which I found quite strange," Duanzi said while plugging in the phone charger and turning back to Song Xiaoxiao. "I just can't figure it out. Besides, I also ran into Sui Zhao. His entire family is weird." Song Xiaoxiao didn't press further but instead switched to another question. "When will your second-hand house be renovated?" "I'm not sure. According to Zheng Yu, this Qinjing seems pretty reliable, and after we went back, she arranged for the renovation workers right away." Duanzi's smile faded slightly. Even if Song Xiaoxiao thought about it with her toes, she knew what had happened. Maybe Qinjing had something to do with today's events. She'd ask Zheng Yu later. Duanzi's personality is too strange. How come she doesn't even vent a bit when faced with issues? Duanzi glanced at the time and then busied herself in the kitchen, leaving Song Xiaoxiao alone on the couch. Resting her chin on her hand, Song Xiaoxiao stared at Duanzi's silhouette for a moment before finally grabbing the remote control and turning on the TV for some drama. Don't ask how the phone works. She'd been feeling inferior because of Duanzi's comment earlier, but after practicing hard, she realized she was actually pretty talented. The meal Duanzi prepared was simple, tomato and egg noodles. While eating, Duanzi glanced a few times at the TV show Song Xiaoxiao was watching. Wasn't that Ji Yanli's TV series? What's this drama? Duanzi asked. "Oh, my prime minister," Song Xiaoxiao replied, looking at Duanzi's bowl of noodles and unconsciously swallowing her saliva. Pretending not to notice, Duanzi calmly slurped a few mouthfuls of noodles. "Last time I saw Ji Yanli, why didn't you ask him for an autograph?" "I didn't have the chance," Song Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "And you didn't help me either." "Calm down. There'll be other opportunities." Duanzi patted her head gently. Chapter 115, Dismemberment Case. By the time Duanzi finished taking a shower and came out, it was already 11 p.m. Thinking that he should at least take a look at his recent achievements, he opened his Durian app account. Soon, a private message caught his attention. Lively crowd, the place you pointed out in the live stream today, there's been a homicide. Duanzi frowned, immediately divined a hexagram. Knowing this wasn't a simple matter, he replied with, "Thank you." Seeing Duanzi redress neatly, Song Xiao, showing remarkable foresight, climbed onto the cabinet in 3 quick steps and hid inside Duanzi's bag. Duanzi had no time to find where she was and said, "I have something to do. I'll be out for a while. Stay at home and don't run around." Song Xiao, hidden in the bag, put her hands together and silently prayed that she wouldn't be discovered. As she wished, Duanzi was indeed too eager to leave and didn't pay any attention to her. When getting into the car, Duanzi finally remembered to send Xiao Yi a voice message, mentioning Lao Li's issue. He also clearly stated, "I know what you're hiding from me. In the future, if you think it's inconvenient, you can carry out missions without me." Xiao Yi became quite upset after hearing the voice message. Hastily, he sent a message to Duanzi. "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We never intended not to take you on missions. It's just that recently, people from the Broken Soul sect have been more active. By the time we arrive at incidents we've discovered, they've usually been resolved." Hearing these words, Duanzi had already started the car. The location was very clear, the map was set upstairs long ago. On the way, Duanzi kept thinking whether he should tell the other party about this news in the live stream. From afar, layer upon layer of police warning tape could be seen. Duanzi stopped the car and prepared to go inside, but was stopped by someone. "Sorry, ahead is the crime scene. You'd better not go in," Duanzi said. "I'm a member of the Special Investigation Group. This case has some relation to me." "So, what Special Investigation Group? Do you have any proof?" The person was in his early 20s, with fair skin, except for a small black mole on his nose. Duanzi chuckled and said, "Have you heard of Xiao Yi? This case will eventually fall into my hands." Zhao was clearly not intimidated and didn't back down one bit, firmly guarding the warning line before him. Seeing the other party refusing to give way, Duanzi directly called Xiao Yi. "Do you know there's been a homicide at Tianjin Bridge?" "I know. I'm already on my way." Xiao Yi's voice was somewhat distorted, evidently driving with the car windows down. "I'm already here. Could you give me a call so I can go in directly?" Duanzi said. Xiao Yi obviously slowed down on his side. "You're already here? Just saying my name should let you in." "They don't recognize your name," Duanzi said expressionlessly. "I feel like joining this special investigation group was too rash. Others have official positions, ID cards, and uniforms. I have none of these. How am I supposed to let them know that I'm one of us?" "There is. Who says we don't have them?" Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of laughter. "Isn't it just that you haven't had time to visit the investigation bureau? If you make some time to come over, won't you have all of that? If you don't come, then you're still an intern." Duanzi elegantly rolled his eyes. "So, apparently, I'm not one of you guys yet? Then that works fine. In the future, when you need me, I'll be just like Sun Qian, that semi-diviner. I'll use my fingers to calculate and see who goes where, okay?" "No, that's not what I mean. Although we are special, some things should still have a sense of ceremony." Xiao Yi's tone was slow, causing Duanzi's temper to flare up. "Sense of ceremony? What do you mean? Do I have to go with those newbies?" Duanzi asked. These past few days, Meng Tang had messaged her, saying because of a promotional event, many new members had joined the Special Investigation Group. Xiao Yi had also said that after these few days, they would arrange some sort of ceremony, making it a bit more lively. Unexpecting that Xiao Yi also wanted to lure him over. All right, don't be mad. I won't fool you anymore. When Meng Tang goes next time, I'll ask him to bring everything back to you. Since you're already there, I'll head elsewhere." Xiao Yi parked the car and opened the chat window of the responsible person. "I'll contact old Gao right now to let you in. And there's one more thing. I'd like you to take an apprentice. Are you interested?" "Give me Meng Tang first. Let me train him for a few days, then talk about apprentices." Duanzi snorted sarcastically. "All right, it's settled. Wait a moment, I'll arrange 2 teams for you, including Meng Tang." Xiao Yi continued to be agreeable. Duanzi felt he would be driven mad by the other party sooner or later and hung up directly, then said to the person in front of him, "You're Zhaoing, right? My Captain Xiao has already spoken with your senior Gao. Let me through quickly." "Your Captain Xiao knows me?" Zhaoing was taken aback. Yes, he does. Time is pressing, so let me through quickly." Duanzi spoke slowly. Zhaoing still hesitated for a while, but eventually led Duanzi inward. "Who are you bringing?" Gao Qin, who was speaking with the forensic doctor, turned back at the sound, and seeing Zhaoing leading someone in, couldn't help but ask. Duanzi introduced himself confidently. "Duanzi from the Special Investigation Group of the Investigation Bureau." "Oh, I know you. Wasn't it said that your captain would come personally?" Gao Qin asked, frowning. "Well, I arrived first, didn't I? He implied that there are other cases to deal with. This matter has some connection with me, so he entrusted it fully to me." Duanzi said expressionlessly. Gao Qin obviously wasn't happy. "Does he think poorly of my case?" "It's not like that. Zhang Mengmeng and her father Zhang Jian are my customers. Captain Xiao is willing to do me a favor and leave me to handle the aftermath." A faint smile appeared on Duanzi's lips. "I just don't know if Director Gao is willing or not." Hearing Duanzi mention the names of the complainant father and daughter accurately, Gao Qin's brows visibly relaxed. "Then please take care of it." Not far away, the Zhang Jian father and daughter were sitting on a nearby stone bench. Seeing Duanzi, Zhang Jian stood up immediately. Daoist Duan. Beside him, Zhang Mengmeng, red-eyed, also stood up. Duanzi waved at them, which served as a greeting. Zhang Jian walked forward a few steps and asked, Master, this matter really has nothing to do with our Mengmeng. Please tell them, let us go home. Duanzi's gaze swept past Zhang Jian and landed on Zhang Mengmeng. Sensing Duanzi's stare, she hid herself further behind Zhang Jian. I'm not here for the two of you. Whether you should go or stay is their decision, Duanzi said with an ambiguous smile. Chapter 116, Begging Me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian did not take his daughter to where she was supposed to go, but followed Duanzi and said, If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have found my daughter, nor would I have encountered what happened today. My daughter is still young. She can't have a criminal record. Duanzi paused in her steps and looked at him with a sharp gaze. Are you following me to pay back the money? This question froze Zhang Jian on the spot. His face turned pale, his mouth opened, but in the end, he could not say a word. The reason for buying divination money is to sever karmic connections. If the money hasn't been fully settled, don't blame the law of cause and effect, Duanzi said without looking back. The few people behind exchanged glances and remained silent. Zhao ran forward a few steps and followed Duanzi from behind. Why did you lie to me just now? How did I deceive you? Our Xiao team leader really does know your Gao team leader. What I said wasn't wrong, Duanzi responded firmly. Though Zhao was a little scared, he caught sight of a blue bag from far away that had smears of blood on it. Suddenly, Duanzi stopped walking right in front of him. What's wrong? He asked. Duanzi tilted her head. Would you be interested in joining our special case group? You seem quite talented. Isn't it almost time for the spirit possession practice to be passed down to you and your family? No, what are you talking about? Zhao replied quickly but changed direction when he remembered the confidentiality they talked about at home. Your brother doesn't have as much talent as you do. There's someone from your family who has some connection with you, waiting for your nod. Duanzi's eyes were piercing. Trust me, being in spirit possession, whether now or in the future, will always be welcomed, especially among commoners. Zhao didn't respond to Duanzi. Feeling guilty, he looked away. It's truly a pity. Only I can see you, isn't it? Lonely, isn't it? Duanzi diverted her gaze and mumbled something under her breath. What? Zhao instinctively asked before realizing something and hurriedly closed his mouth. Duanzi chuckled lightly, saying, Go ahead and tell me what you've experienced. Don't worry, no one guilty will escape. Her words had an inexplicable attraction. Zhao wanted to leave but felt glued to the spot by her words. He unconsciously looked toward a direction, though he saw nothing, yet he somehow felt something strange. From Duanzi's perspective, she saw a woman with long hair. Her clothes were covered in blood, making it impossible to see their original color. The cuts on her body were alarming. Every word she spoke seemed incredibly arduous. I want them to pay with their lives, pay with their lives. Despite all this, Duanzi listened attentively and consoled her for a bit before casually drawing a talisman. Golden light burst forth, turning the woman into streaks of light disappearing into the night. It was precisely at this moment that Zhao caught sight of the woman, getting so frightened that he fell directly onto the ground. What thing is that? Don't be afraid, she's gone now. Duanzi's voice was smooth like silk, soothing Zhao Ying's terrified emotions. He swallowed hard. I won't accept it. These words, seemingly disconnected, were understood clearly by Duanzi, who slightly raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with inscrutable emotions. Sometimes, destiny arrives without considering your consent or rejection. If that day comes, please feel free to contact me. After discussing with the forensic doctor, Gao Qin made a rough analysis of the confession and wanted to take the body back. Turning his head, he noticed Zhao Ying sitting on the ground, his face written full of disappointment. Beside him, Duanzi stood with her back facing him, unable to discern her expression. Gao Qin's protective feelings instantly surged to its peak. Is this how you people in the special case group care for allied forces? Duanzi laughed lightly. Who knew Captain Gao was such a humorist? Captain Gao, she didn't do anything. I was just startled by the corpse. Zhao Ying patted off the dust from his body and hastily stood up. One could see, Captain Gao commanded considerable authority among his subordinates. Without turning around, Duanzi said, Auntie Piao has already left. You should properly interrogate Zhang Jian again. He may look simple and honest, his words reasonable and justified, but the truth might not be as he narrates. Isn't this the person you directed to come over? Gao Qin questioned. Don't give me too many cryptic things. Tell me plainly what's going on. Duanzi said, you can ask him about his relationship with that woman and why she has his number. Don't assume that linking his daughter with this case to serve as proof of his absence means he can evade responsibility. After finishing, she prepared to unzip her backpack. Due to using an incorrect method, as soon as the zipper opened, a stack of talismans spilled out from the bag, and alongside, ouch, Song Xiao shouted. The people present were frightened to the bone. Zhao Ying's face turned ghastly pale. Didn't you already send her away? Why is there still a voice? Duanzi, seeing the little wooden figure, helplessly said, why did you sneak out like this? Isn't it because I'm worried about you? The little wooden figure struggled to pull off the talisman stuck on her body. Duanzi, unable to bear watching any longer, stepped in and helped. What can you do? You can't lift with your hands or carry with your shoulders, said Duanzi, who seemed to finally notice the odd looks from others. She is also a member of our special case group, named Song Xiao. Song Xiao quickly greeted everyone. Hi all, please don't be afraid. I'm really a good person. Gao Qin massaged his temple. Can your people in the special case group act normally for once? I think our Xiao captain is quite normal. Duanzi grinned foolishly. Gao Qin was momentarily speechless, but after pondering carefully, though Xiao Yi spoke strangely sometimes, he was reliable in other situations. At least unlike the person before him now who would bring around some bizarre items whenever going out. Let me brief you on the case. The specific physical evidence and clues still need you to find them. If you want me to tell you, it's not impossible, but this is extra and needs more money, Duanzi said. Gao Qin and Zhao. She's such a money lover. And so, Duanzi started talking fluently. The victim, Li Wan, was Zhang Jian's girlfriend. They had been together for a long time, but at first, she had her own family, so they maintained a hidden lover's relationship. Later, deeply moved by Zhang Jian's thoughtfulness, Li Wan resolutely divorced her husband, even giving up custody of their child with heavy heart. At the beginning, the two were very sweet together. But Li Wan spent money extravagantly and even blew through the life-saving money that Zhang Jian had worked hard to save. His mother consequently passed away due to illness, which was one of the reasons why Zhang Mengmeng came to the city. When Li Wan learned that Zhang Mengmeng was coming, she resisted it 1,000 times over. Yet, Zhang Jian, burdened with guilt, still brought the child back. Zhang Mengmeng and Li Wan got along extremely poorly, so Li Wan constantly plotted ways to get back at Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng befriended a few close buddies at school and wanted to teach Li Wan a lesson. Later, Zhang Jian delivered the final blow, resulting in her tragic death. Chapter 117, Going with the Flow. Now that things have reached this point, it's the final step. Borrowing a popular live streaming room to establish his alibi. Since everything has been calculated to involve Duanzi, if she doesn't help out here, Li Wan wouldn't know when she'd be able to see Zhang Jian again. Duanzi suddenly chuckled. After hearing what happened before, don't you think Zhang Jian is quite filial? Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. His alcoholism and domestic violence are the reasons why Li Wan was desperately trying to escape with money. Zhang Mengmeng, his daughter, is just as bad as her father. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gathered some unsavory friends to gang up on Li Wan. These words made Gao Qin's two companions feel uneasy inside. Both this father and daughter are nothing good, but, Zhao asked, but didn't you just exorcise that ghost earlier? Who told you that? Appearances can be deceiving. Duanzi smiled slyly at him. I never do deals where I lose. Even if some debts aren't collected personally by me, I still take interest. After finishing, she turned around and left without looking back, not forgetting to wave goodbye. She said, I think Captain Gao is an honest person and might not have enough money to consult my fortune-telling services. You can look for the evidence yourself. Zhao panicked slightly and said to Captain Gao, if someone dies because of what she did, what should we do? Why do you care so much? Captain Gao lit a cigarette. If she says it like that, then the evidence must be hard to find. Let that female ghost mess with him for a few more days. Zhao couldn't retort immediately, but heard Captain Gao add, she knows what she's doing. If she didn't, you wouldn't have been swayed by her so easily. He had already listened to Zhang Jian's account, which matched up well with what Duanzi said. It could be concluded that Duanzi does indeed have real skills. Unfortunately, Zhang Jian would have suffered far more if he hadn't come forward himself. On their way back, Song Xiaoxiao looked hesitant, wanting to say something but holding back. Duanzi felt exhausted on her behalf and asked, what do you want to ask? Go ahead. Don't be so hesitant. It's making me uncomfortable. Aren't you worried about the consequences of playing both sides against each other? Song Xiaoxiao asked. If something really goes wrong, it will definitely be blamed on you. You need to remember your place, Duanzi said softly. There were some things she didn't mention, like his habit of being drunk and violent. If Li Wan had been present, Zhang Mengmeng probably wouldn't have turned out like this. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi also learned from Gao Qin what had just occurred. He laughed and said, as for Duanzi's actions, pretend you don't know. I only have one truly capable subordinate, so don't make me lose her. Gao Qin hung up directly. That night, Zhang Jian felt as though there was a pair of eyes constantly watching him, along with chilling winds. He knew all along what Duanzi was capable of, so seeing her at the crime scene, he firmly believed that Li Wan's spirit had definitely returned to wreak havoc. He trusted Duanzi's abilities and thought that Li Wan's spirit should have been dealt with already. But why did he still feel chills running down his spine? Out of fear, he dared not sleep anymore and ran outside to drink instead. Ordinarily, drinking would make him hot all over, but this time he felt cold wind continuously blowing onto his body. They say alcohol emboldens people, but after consuming it, he cursed into thin air arrogantly, dragging Zhang Mengmeng off her bed when he got home, wanting to beat her to vent his anger. After all, how dare his daughter act so audaciously, even going so far as harming his own woman? While they were fiercely struggling, Zhang Jian's mouth spewed all sorts of curses. Only later did Zhang Mengmeng realize that her father had witnessed the entire incident, yet failed to stop it. Do you think this matter is already over? I'm telling you it's not. Those people involved, once questioned, will surely disclose everything about me. At that point, I'll be the mastermind, and you'll be accused of neglecting duty. Zhang Mengmeng screamed and struggled fiercely. At this moment, Li Wan's face began streaming blood tears. So it was like this. So these two, father and daughter, were indeed a den of snakes and rats. In a flash, a strong wind arose, and the lights started flickering on and off. Amidst the confusion, Zhang Mengmeng seemed to see something in the air not far away. She shrieked, begging Zhang Jian to turn back, but Zhang Jian didn't turn around, cursing and accusing Zhang Mengmeng of lying to him. It wasn't until a fierce wind lifted him off the ground that time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Father and daughter endured unimaginable torture, but Li Wan didn't kill them. Just as the rooster crowed at dawn, she reluctantly left. They were extremely frightened, and Zhang Jian also thought Duanzi wasn't up to the task, deeming it her dereliction of duty. He went on to complain to relevant departments about Duanzi, accusing her of incompetence. Gao Qin happened to finish a meeting and bump into them, so he brought them in for questioning. Under the pressure, both father and daughter eventually confessed, but they still didn't forget to file their complaint against Duanzi. With no other choice, Gao Qin had to contact Xiao Yi and explain the situation. This matter doesn't need to bother Duanzi. I can handle it myself. Otherwise, let me see them personally. Xiao Yi replied. On that day, after the father and daughter met with Xiao Yi, they deeply regretted their actions. Zhang Jian thought he shouldn't have offended Duanzi, whereas Zhang Mengmeng believed Duanzi was two-faced and should reveal this incident to the media. Seizing an opportunity when she was in the restroom, Zhang Mengmeng said she wanted to call a good friend to express her condolences for previous events, showing her regret. In reality, she told her friend about exposing Duanzi's actions to the public. Unfortunately, most of the audience didn't believe in spirits and initially regarded anything related to Duanzi as nonsense. But now, with actual participants involved, everything took on a new light. Within a short time, Duanzi's following soared past 1 billion. Zheng Yu watched happily and said, "Isn't this considered our big break?" "No, it's more like we've become famous as experts," Duanzi replied. Before Duanzi even had the chance to explain herself, the official statement was promptly released, detailing all the causes and effects. It emphasized that Duanzi was never at the scene on that day. That day, besides Zhang family's father and daughter, only those from relevant departments had seen Duanzi. This bold move of telling lies outright made Duanzi somewhat uncomfortable. "I haven't taken any tasks from the special case group for quite some time. I even thought they might have forgotten about me. Now, it makes me appear petty instead," Duanzi murmured unhappily. Meng Tang, upon hearing this, laughed and teased Duanzi for being insincere. Then he handed her a relevant certification. Does this look like neglect? Even Sun Qian couldn't avoid this fate this time. It was also through Meng Tang that Duanzi learned that not just the newcomers, but even Sun Qian hadn't escaped involvement, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. She specially sent a message to check on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi soon replied, "Behave yourself." Chapter 118, The Film Emperor Invites. After receiving Xiao Ye's reply, Duanzi's heart was put at ease by half. "You've come just in time. I've been so busy that it's been a long while since I last checked on your studies." As Duanzi spoke, he cleared off the desk to watch Meng Tang draw the talisman personally. Meng Tang was overjoyed and immediately began burning incense and cleansing his hands before starting to write neatly. Compared to the last time, Meng Tang had made significant progress this time around. Duanzi nodded repeatedly. "Well done. Looks like you've prepared well as I instructed." "Of course. After all, my master is you. I can't possibly embarrass you when I go out," Meng Tang said smugly. "That still doesn't give you room for arrogance," Duanzi said softly. "Your grandmother has high hopes for you. Even though she hasn't directly mentioned it, she has indirectly inquired about your condition. TCH, she just loves snooping around. You don't need to worry about her. Once she checks, won't she know how I'm doing?" Meng Tang put down his pen and started humming a little tune, looking particularly carefree. "It seems like you and Li Sun have developed well together, too," Duanzi said thoughtfully. Meng Tang immediately stopped singing and looked straight at Duanzi with wide eyes. "How do you know? Did you see any signs of me being surrounded by romance? Is my romantic aura very strong?" "There are some signs indeed," Duanzi replied solemnly, "but it appears there are other admirers. You should remain steadfast." "What? Is that real? Who exactly? Fat or thin? Tall or short?" Meng Tang was cheerful, chirping like a sparrow. "I thought you were a big sister type the first time I saw you, but now upon closer inspection, you're nothing more than a little sparrow," Duanzi teased without reservation. At this moment, Song Xiaoxiao appeared from somewhere, saying, "And isn't that true? All this chattering has kept everyone awake. Forget watching TV. You're the one not like a sparrow. When you ask Duanzi endless questions, you sound like an old nag." Meng Tang shot back, unyielding. The human and ghost quickly began arguing. Just then, Duanzi's phone rang, and after glancing at the note, he raised his hand to stop them both. "Hold your fire. Let me finish the call first." "Hello, Teacher Duan." The voice on the other end was clear and warm, like a stream of fresh water flowing by. Song Xiaoxiao immediately became excited, and Meng Tang, confused as to why, grabbed her friend, causing a scuffle to break out. Duanzi gave them a glance and shook his head helplessly. "Ah, it's Emperor Ji. What's the matter? The last time, didn't we agree that once the program ends, I would treat Teacher Duan to a meal? I keep my word. I'll be free tomorrow afternoon. Will you have time?" Ji Yanli laughed lightly as he continued. Duanzi didn't speculate further and agreed straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, Meng Tang curiously asked, "Is it my love interest coming, or yours?" Duanzi chuckled. "Nope. Emperor Ji Yanli, are you interested in meeting him?" "Can I come too?" Meng Tang pointed to herself and suddenly heard a light cough. Looking over, the small puppet was already sitting upright. "If she can come, can I also join? This time, I must get his autograph." "Why not? If I went alone, it wouldn't look quite right," Duanzi said. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the three of them had arrived at the arranged location. The little puppet couldn't wait to peek her head out of the box to see where Ji Yanli was. "Do you really have to be so rushed? You're already a wandering spirit. No matter how good Emperor Ji is, you share no connection with him," Meng Tang joked. Song Xiaoxiao turned back and glared viciously at her. "You want to kill ghosts and crush their hearts? Be decent, will you? Sorry I'm late. Have you all been waiting long?" Ji Yanli's voice entered their ears alongside the door opening. Duanzi smiled lightly. "On the contrary, it's my fault for bringing along my friends without asking." This is my apprentice, Meng Tang. Miss Song Xiaoxiao, you've met her last time. Ji Yanli had no airs and extended his hand proactively. Nice to meet you. Meng Tang glanced at Duanzi and, seeing his nod, extended her own right hand. Sorry, I just wanted to come and take a look at the renowned Emperor Ji. No problem. For this meal today, firstly, I want to thank Teacher Duan. And secondly, there is something I'd like to trouble you with. Ji Yanli cut to the chase. But there's no rush with this matter. Let's order our food first. You're at least someone in the entertainment circle. You should have much quicker news than others. Haven't you seen the reports from a few days ago? I've cheated one person, after all. Duanzi took a sip of water, her voice light and pleasant to the ear. Meng Tang looked at Duanzi, then Ji Yanli, and hurriedly said, well, my master is very clear about rights and wrongs. She never does things that harm others without reason. If your request is reasonable, she will still consider it. There might really be some rudeness on our part regarding this matter. We'll apologize if we need to, but it has affected the shooting of the series, and the female lead has been implicated as well. I've thought a lot, and believe only you can solve this issue. As for the compensation, Teacher Duan can set the amount based on the actual situation. Ji Yanli smiled, showing great sincerity. Duanzi slightly nodded her head. All right, but after the matter is done, Actor Ji may need to splurge once more. Absolutely no problem. Come on over. Ji Yanli's laugh carried far away. Everyone had a very enjoyable meal, and Song Xiaoxiao successfully obtained an autograph. On the way home, Meng Tang couldn't help asking, is there anything going on between you and Actor Ji? Duanzi turned around. You were asking about Sui Zhao just last time, switching sides so quickly? What's with all this switching sides? Can't a person have a little gossiping heart? Meng Tang pouted and asked. Song Xiaoxiao kicked several times in the air out of frustration. You truly are like a reed blowing whichever way the wind blows. Unlike me, I'm sticking to Sui Zhao being the right match. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to stop following me around? Duanzi asked. Song Xiaoxiao surrendered immediately. No, I will definitely go. Ji Yanli isn't bad either. This comment made Meng Tang chuckle. And you're not blowing with the wind? A wise man adapts to the circumstances. If she really likes him, it's not impossible for me to let go of something painful for love, Song Xiaoxiao said confidently. Duanzi rolled her eyes and said, I truly thank both of you for worrying about my marital issues. I've already said I don't have any interest in this matter. If you keep spreading rumors, I'll give you both a lesson. Chapter 119, Reunion in the Crew. On the day of departure, there was a heavy rainstorm. Duanzi's car broke down halfway, and Zheng Yu and Meng Tang exchanged glances, muttering a few words of comfort. Duanzi was surprisingly calm, though it may seem like there's no way out. There's nothing to worry about. It's just what we call ghost spinning walls. As long as it's not a breakdown, I don't know how to fix cars. Meng Tang sighed with relief. Zheng Yu laughed. Do you really think I could repair it? I was probably just trying to make you feel better. It seems hiring you as my assistant wasn't such a bad idea after all. Versatile skills indeed. Duanzi gave her a compliment. Song Xiaoxiao climbed up to the window and stared at the rain outside for a while. This doesn't seem right either. I haven't felt any ghostly presence. That means the other party has no ill intent. They might not want to involve innocence. Duanzi smiled slightly. This is getting more interesting. So, they still have some conscience? Song Xiaoxiao blinked her beady eyes. Zheng Yu couldn't help but laugh. You're just like a comic foil, dying of laughter. What should we do? Should we go back? There's no need. Their actions suggest that they intend to hit those people hard on the other side. After hearing Ji Yanli's words, I divined and got a sign of some trouble, but no danger. I thought it wouldn't be something difficult to handle, but now, it doesn't look quite that simple. Duanzi tapped his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel. Why are your explanations so contradictory? Meng Tang asked. Doing our best, and letting fate decide. Duanzi glanced back at her and chuckled lightly. You'll understand later. What you say is exactly like my grandma, Meng Tang remarked with a sigh. Always saying you'll understand later, making you sound so old school. Duanzi tried to restart the car, which immediately roared to life this time. Isn't this fine? Let's go. The car interior became quiet for a moment. Soon, distant lights were seen twinkling through the rain. Are we here? Song Xiaoxiao, clutched by Zheng Yu, couldn't see the view outside and quietly asked. Zheng Yu, craning her neck to look out the window, replied. Yes. The group grabbed their umbrellas and stepped out of the car, heading towards the entrance. Someone ran toward them in the rain and, seeing the three young women, was unsure who among them was Duanzi. Thanks for coming. Duanzi took a small step forward. Please lead the way. As they walked, the person introduced himself. I am Qian Yi, a support staff member. My name sounds pretty fun, huh? Tell us about the situation. Duanzi lightly joked, attempting to ease the tension. Qian Yi appeared nervous, almost afraid to break some taboo, and then explained slowly. Roughly, they had harmed a pet during filming, leading to a series of strange events afterward. At first, everyone thought it was just coincidence, but then too many coincidences happened, everything becoming unusual. The shooting location's equipment malfunctioned inexplicably at first. Later on, the leading actress Zhao had seizures similar to epilepsy. She was sent to the hospital, but it turned out she didn't actually have epilepsy. They said there was nothing wrong with her body. Since returning, she has been unwell. One night when the male lead called her for night shooting, he heard her talking to herself, seemingly conversing with someone, ignoring several calls. Just as the male lead was about to push the door open, she suddenly started speaking. They say the voice was eerie, filled with a bewitching aura, as if not from a human being, like the spirits depicted in TV shows. Here, Qian Yi paused for dramatic effect. The trio listened intently, showing remarkable calmness one after another. He cleared his throat. Those capable of great abilities remain unfazed even at stories like these. Meng Tang yawned, her voice dragging lazily. It's better to directly meet whoever's involved. The story of the evil cat haunting won't change much anyway. Zhang Yu continued to fiddle with the equipment in her hands. Seeing this, He quickly stopped her. Sorry, live broadcasts aren't convenient here. We hope you can understand my predicament. Fine, just add more money, Zhang Yu said, eyes shining. He, under her sharp gaze, felt a bit uneasy, mumbling hesitantly, I'll consult with the boss and discuss further. You can wait a bit. All right, Duanzi agreed quickly, catching Zhang Yu off guard before she could object. After bringing the three to the gate, He claimed he would find the investor and quickly disappeared. I think he was scared silly, wasn't he? Meng Tang covered her mouth and giggled. Before Duanzi could respond, Zhang Yu frowned deeply. How could you agree so easily? What if it's very dangerous? We haven't even settled the price yet, and you just went ahead and entered? This way, it looks like she's the boss instead. Duanzi chuckled lightly. Could it be that you're afraid I won't pay your salary? I haven't shortchanged you a single cent for the last few months' wages. That's not how it works. Any money we should earn must end up in our hands. Zhang Yu said with righteous words. Meng Tang also solemnly confirmed what Zhang Yu had said. Duanzi. She helplessly shook her head. It's a matter of life and death. I don't think he's just idling around to tell us ghost stories for fun. The story seemed common, as if spirits were looking for someone to bear misfortunes on their behalf. However, the cause being a cat was indeed quite surprising. The doubt in her mind deepened when Duanzi saw the actress. She immediately realized the situation wasn't simple at all. That girl was very pretty, with an exquisite little face and big eyes, perfect material for a leading role. Normally, someone possessed by an evil spirit would have a misty dark aura surrounding them, but this person looked tired but carried no other ominous sign. And the claim about a spirit being attached to her seemed completely absurd. There was even a faint white light emanating from her. Though she wasn't wealthy or powerful, she clearly had lived a smooth and fortunate life. Are you pretending too hard? Just because of a kitty? Duanzi's voice carried an amused smile, sounding somewhat sarcastic. This attitude clearly angered the person in front of her, who suddenly glared at Duanzi. Her expression was like she wanted to tear Duanzi apart and lunge toward her. How could Duanzi let her succeed so easily? She immediately used one move to subdue the other person. Your acting skills are really good. No wonder you're the leading lady. If you keep pretending and don't confess honestly, I can't guarantee that your kitten will be able to reincarnate safely. The young lady abruptly stopped struggling. Can you see it? Is it doing all right? Chapter 120. It is salvation. With her statement, Duanzi finally let the person go. Zhang Yu and Meng Tang did not intervene throughout the entire conversation. Seeing that the two had come to an agreement, they exchanged glances. One of them took a few steps forward to Duanzi's side and asked, Master, is there anything I can help you with? Duanzi glanced at her and focused his gaze on an inconspicuous place. Just stand aside and keep a good eye on the surrounding area. The young woman grabbed Duanzi's arm tightly. You can't hurt it. Duanzi smiled. If it weren't for my help, you and that little spirit may not be able to both survive. Why should I trust you? The girl stared hard at Duanzi, trying to search his face for any clue. Duanzi shrugged. What other options do you have? After all, in terms of numbers, I do have an advantage. Clearly angered by Duanzi's words, her face flushed red. How do you want me to cooperate? There isn't much else, except that my apprentice enjoys listening to stories. Why don't you tell one properly? Duanzi said. Meng Tang's face immediately showed a look of intrigue upon hearing this. The girl gave Meng Tang a dirty look before releasing her grip and said, My name is Zhao Fei. That little guy is called Hero. I met him on another film set. That day was also pouring with rain, and she was still working as a stunt double back then. She had been filming repeatedly several times under the heavy rain just to pass the shot. It wasn't because the director was harsh, but rather because the main actress felt her angle wasn't perfect and exposed her face. After she finished shooting, soaking wet, she went into the changing room to change her clothes. By the time she was ready to leave, she realized everyone had already gone. They wrapped up without anyone remembering her existence. She shivered and fumbled for her phone, only to find its battery drained. Finally, after she managed to find a charger among the piles of costumes and charged her phone, she discovered that it was impossible to hail a cab from this location. Feeling utterly hopeless, she put on a plastic bag that someone left behind and headed towards the main road. At that moment, she heard faint cries. Even though walking alone at night always made her scared, she couldn't care less at that moment. Her instinct told her that a little life needed her help, just like herself. So, in a patch of grass, she found a little calico cat whose hind leg was injured. After giving it a simple bandage, she brought it home. She even changed her destination to a pet hospital. Only when she learned that the cat's condition wasn't serious did she breathe a sigh of relief. From that day on, she was no longer alone. Over time, she and Hero developed a deep bond. Ever since she started playing leading roles, wherever she went, she would bring Hero along, becoming inseparable companions. Until this show started shooting, those people said there was a role suitable for Hero, promising multiple times that they wouldn't harm him. They only planned to give him some sedatives during the acting. However, when she saw Hero convulsing while filming, she knew something was wrong. But she had to continue for the sake of the scene. It's my own fault. It's me who hurt him. But the prop team definitely has responsibility too. They must pay for this. By this point, Zhao Fei was sobbing uncontrollably. Meng Tang and Zhang Yu were also crying their eyes out. Even Song Xiao in the bag couldn't help but shed tears. Duanzi remained expressionless. So, you drugged yourself and framed the prop crew staff, getting him arrested? How did you know? Zhao Fei instinctively asked, quickly realizing her slip of tongue. Her face filled with regret and wariness as she looked at Duanzi. What do you want to do? Report me. I'm not interested in that. After all, the negligence of the prop team should indeed be punished. Duanzi's tone remained gentle as ever. Zhao Fei bit her lips. Then what are you planning to do? Collect Hero's soul. Hero loves following you and protecting you. You just take care of yourself and leave the rest to me. Duanzi smiled and said, the calico cat is very kind-hearted. I don't want anything bad happening to it either. The soundproofing in the place was good, and Duanzi hadn't heard anything from outside until now. Duanzi gave Zheng Yu a slight hint, who immediately stepped aside. Then Duanzi opened the door, seeing a group of people approaching from afar, soon focusing on the golden figure among them. Why was he here? As soon as Qian Yi saw Duanzi and his group come out, he hurriedly came forward to apologize. Sorry, there was a bit of a delay. This is Mr. Sui, also one of our investors. Miss Duan, if you have any issues, you can discuss them with him. Duanzi narrowed her eyes, noticing that Sui Zhao's gaze had fallen on the spot beside her. She instinctively followed his gaze and realized that place. It was where the little calico cat lay. Her eyes sharpened, and she abruptly looked at Sui Zhao. Sensing this, he glanced back at her immediately. Their eyes met, as if there were something on the verge of being voiced. You, Sui Zhao, how come you're here again? You and Zizi are really meant to be. Both Ming Tang and Duanzi spoke simultaneously, but her excitement drowned out Duanzi's voice. Sui Zhao blinked, smoothly averting his gaze without any change in expression. Indeed, we're quite destined. Zheng Yu noticed something amiss with Duanzi, tugging Ming Tang aside and whispering. Your master obviously has something to ask him. Don't interrupt her now. Hearing Zheng Yu's words, Ming Tang exchanged glances between Duanzi and Sui Zhao before responding quietly. Understood. The two of them purposefully separated from Qian Yi. Qian Yi still wanted to say something, but upon meeting their stares, decided it would be wise to stay silent. Are you sure it's fate? Or is it your intention? Duanzi's tone was abrupt, making others around her visibly uneasy. Everyone started speculating about the relationship between these two. They had heard rumors about their connection before, dismissing it as mere gossip. But now, it's fate indeed. I've already invested in this TV series. After hearing about the situation here, I arrived yesterday. Sui Zhao replied calmly, explaining patiently. Duanzi stiffened her lips, resolutely saying, since you're here, it's probably unnecessary for me to get involved anymore. Farewell. Just as Duanzi was about to dash into the rain, Sui Zhao furrowed his brows and called out, Duanzi. Seeing her halt her steps, he gently continued. It's raining heavily and the mountain path is dangerous. There are still many vacant rooms here. Why don't you all rest here tonight? Thanks. Remember to transfer my payment. With that, Duanzi stepped directly into the heavy rain. Ming Tang quickly grabbed an umbrella and ran after her. Master, you'll catch a cold if you keep getting soaked. Sorry. Zheng Yu apologized to Sui Zhao and rushed off too, holding an umbrella over herself. Perceiving the sudden chill in Sui Zhao's aura, not a single person dared to speak. Chapter 121. Extremely hard to comfort. On the way back, the entire carriage was unusually quiet. It was so silent that all you could hear was the sound of rain tapping outside the car. Zheng Yu looked at the road ahead, her heart feeling heavy and nervous. The windshield wipers were working hard, but the rain was so heavy that it was hard to see the road. She wanted to persuade Duanzi to stop the car and wait until the rain lessened before continuing their journey. However, Duanzi was in a rage, and with the loud rain, it was unlikely he would have heard anything anyway. She looked helplessly at Ming Tang, who quickly shook his head and silently mouthed, I can't do anything about it either. Song Xiao, who had been as lively as a monkey earlier, now sat quietly like a puppet, making no sound or movement at all. To be honest, Duanzi's anger seemed quite baseless. Everyone on the set silently stared at Sui Zhao, waiting for his next instructions. What are you all standing around for? Is the film already edited? Sui Zhao's 2 questions successfully sent everyone away. One person walked against the flow of people. He was wearing large shorts, slippers, had messy hair, and carried a thermos filled with goji-infused tea. As he approached Sui Zhao, he sipped from it and asked, Zhao, what's wrong with you? Why so angry? Don't hurt your liver. Sui Zhao didn't even glance at him and attempted to turn his wheelchair around to return to his room, but a strong hand grabbed the backrest, causing the wheels to scrape 2 black lines on the concrete ground. He eventually gave up resisting, but still didn't say a word. The other party wasn't in a hurry and sighed deeply. You really are stubborn. You're not as carefree as Sui Anghua or as gentle as my sister. Did your genes mutate? Sui Zhao shot him an intense glare, which made the other party whistle curiously. Hey, you've got some attitude. Come on, tell me. Your uncle is best at guiding others. Did you ask someone to kill the cat? Sui Zhao's lips slightly downturned. Qin Sha boomed with a slap on his thigh. So this is how it is? You should treat your uncle better. That cat, I definitely didn't ask anyone to kill it. I have a whole bunch of little cuties waiting for me at home. If they found out their father did something so immoral out here, they wouldn't recognize me anymore. Sui Zhao, better than saying nothing. This cheap uncle of his was truly unscrupulous. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. I heard a Taoist came by earlier. Did she offend you? Qin Sha asked while observing Sui Zhao's expression, watching as the other party's eyes quickly shifted over. He grinned broadly and laughed. I knew it. Too bad I was sleeping just now and missed meeting such a beauty. Look, she didn't offend me, Sui Zhao said softly. What? Qin Sha dramatically dug his ears. So she did offend you? Sui Zhao felt his teeth nearly grind apart, so he chose to stay silent. Seeing the other's jaw tighten, Qin Lang amusingly said, "All right, she didn't offend you. Why are you so upset?" "TSK, which eye of yours saw me angry?" Sui Zhao was helpless. His uncle was famous for having a thick skin, impervious to criticism. "All right, you aren't angry. Let me rephrase, why aren't you happy?" Qin Sha asked, a smile playing on his face. Sui Zhao was forced to surrender and recounted every detail. At this moment, Qin Sha stopped laughing and seriously thought for a while. Just suddenly got angry? Sui Zhao's lips were pulled tight. Qin Sha glanced at him, then turned away his gaze, only to look back again, repeatedly doing so, until Sui Zhao finally couldn't hold back and said, "If you have something to say, say it. Were you looking at the small calico cat?" Qin Sha tentatively asked. Bullseye, Sui Zhao couldn't maintain his composure any longer. In fact, the heritage in the Sui family isn't exactly a secret. If you really care about her, there's no need to hide your feelings. Qin Sha's tone carried a sense of gentle persuasion. Send her a message now. Apologize nicely. Confess your mistake. Sui Zhao pursed his lips, not because he didn't want to apologize, but he owed too much. If he really apologized and the other party pressed further, demanding full confession, what would he do? Seeing Sui Zhao hesitating, Qin Sha felt like giving up on him entirely. "If your dad was as nitpicky as you, my sister would have been taken by the neighbor long ago. Would there even be you?" She left in the rain. Contacting her would distract her. Sui Zhao explained lightly. Qin Sha, catching up later, glanced at the rain outside and whistled. Truly admirable. A real heroine who can brave such heavy rain to drive. Before Qin Sha could add more, Sui Zhao had already driven off in his wheelchair. Qin Sha was stunned for a moment, staring at Sui Zhao's retreating back for quite some time. He chuckled mockingly. "You'll get what you deserve." Indeed, just as Qin Sha had thought. Afterward, Sui Zhao made numerous calls and sent countless messages, all of which fell into the silence like stones thrown into a deep sea. The sounds of the unanswered calls and unread messages echoed repeatedly, yet Duanzi paid no heed to any of them. Meng Tang and Zheng Yu, who had already finished washing up, sat in a row on the sofa, exchanging glances, each looking as if they were facing a major enemy. Song Xiaoxiao, disturbed by the noise, could not focus on her TV show. She glared fiercely at her phone several times, glanced cautiously at Duanzi who was meditating, then looked again at the two people who were staring helplessly at each other, pretending unconcerned as she walked to the side of the phone. She managed to see two jumping big words clearly on it, Sui Zhao. She glanced again at the three people and noticed Meng Tang and Zheng Yu were watching her intently without blinking. Straightening her back, she simply turned off the phone. "Beautiful." The two immediately gave Song Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Song Xiaoxiao raised her chin proudly, looking rather self-satisfied. Her puppet-like body paired with that motion was absolutely adorable. Meng Tang immediately reached out and grabbed her into her palm. Song Xiaoxiao, unable to protest, could only dryly wait for Meng Tang, allowing her to move her arms and legs about. TSK, so annoying. She wanted a bigger body too. When Duanzi completed her meditation, the two were already sprawled around sleepily. She covered them with blankets, but did not rush to grab the phone, instead heading straight to the bedroom to fall asleep. On the other side, Sui Zhao, having received no reply, felt an unusual wave of anxiety. He could feel the sweat forming in his palms. That night was bound to be filled with nightmares. Thunderstorms raged fiercely, much like the night when Duanzi passed through the heavenly tribulation in her previous life. She could even vividly sense the pain of lightning striking her. Through blurred, tearful eyes, it seemed as though she saw her eldest master rushing over and shielding her in his arms. His murmurs sounded in her ears. "Rue, don't be afraid, I'm here with you." Chapter 122, inevitably different. Meng Tang was awakened by a knock on the door. Still dazed, she attempted to rise and investigate, but immediately felt an even heavier weight on her chest. She nudged Zheng Yu awake. "Move over, I'll go open the door." Zheng Yu, equally groggy, also experienced a sharp pain in her spine, making her incredibly uncomfortable. Upon opening the door, what greeted their eyes were fragrant buns with a savory meat aroma and sweet-scented soy milk. Meng Tang swallowed, then realized the owner of these items. Duanzi wore a red sportswear set, enhancing her overall gracefulness. Duanzi's smile was gentle and playful, like the sun shining warmly through the gaps of leaves. After regaining her composure, Meng Tang cheerfully took the breakfast, ready to dig in, only to be stopped by Duanzi. "Remember to wash up first." Meng Tang hurriedly placed the items on the table, rushing towards the bathroom. "Thank you, master. I'll go do that right away." Seeing Meng Tang's frenzied actions, Zheng Yu remained calm, greeting Duanzi with a smile. "How long have I been asleep? I feel terrible. I finished my practice and found you both already sound asleep, so I didn't wake you," Duanzi said apologetically. "And I didn't want to disturb you when I left earlier. She was sleeping on me, and I didn't even complain about it. How could we blame such a wonderful master who even brought us breakfast?" Meng Tang said with a laugh. Zheng Yu smiled again. "Did you hear that? We don't blame you. Next time, just wake her up straight away." "It's fine," Duanzi said helplessly. "Today, I need to enter seclusion to focus on writing. Once you're full and satisfied, you can leave." Both girls exchanged glances, then silently began eating their breakfast. It seemed this situation wouldn't pass quickly. They had never seen Duanzi behave this way before. This meant that young Master Sui would certainly have something on his hands now. Once they swiftly finished their meal and tidied up, they departed. When they reached the building's entrance, they hesitated, reluctant to part ways. Meng Tang worriedly asked. Do you think our master will have second thoughts if we just leave? Zheng Yu waved her hand dismissively. The best course of action is to call young Master Sui. Let's at least update him and find out what happened. Do you have his contact number? Meng Tang's expression turned curious. Zheng Yu countered, do you? How would I possibly have it? Meng Tang hastily stepped closer to Zheng Yu. Seriously, how did you get young Master Sui's phone number? What are you talking about? I don't have it either. I thought you had it. Zheng Yu remained calm, as ever. Meng Tang chuckled softly. Truthfully speaking, I don't actually have his phone number, but he added me on WeChat yesterday. I feared Master finding out, so I turned off my phone and put it on silent. You're promising. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow. He added me too, though it must have been this morning. Meng Tang stared at her for a while. You're not trying to trick me, are you? What would I gain from tricking you? Zheng Yu replied mysteriously. I'm more concerned whether young Master Sui might be upset with us since neither of us has replied to him yet. Meng Tang furrowed her brow after some deep contemplation. This matter needs thorough consideration. Let me find some reinforcements once I get back home. Saying this, she walked towards her car and gestured at Zheng Yu. Have you driven today? Need me to drop you off? Zheng Yu subtly glanced at another car nearby, laughing. What a coincidence. The last time I came here, there was a vehicle in front of mine, so I didn't take it. Yesterday, I forgot to bring the car keys. The car next to yours is mine. Pointing towards the side, she added, that one. Meng Tang looked over and commented, wow, your car seems to be the same type as Master's. That's because I picked out Master's car. Zheng Yu laughed. Today, I'll leave it to Ms. Meng to take care of everything. With that, both set off on their journey home. Meng Tang inquired about Zheng Yu's address, setting the GPS map, and, seemingly unconcerned, dialed Li Sun's number, updating him on the general situation. Throughout the call, not a single or acknowledgement came from the other end. Zheng Yu watched with wide eyes, her expression shifting repeatedly. This girl was clearly carrying all the weight of enthusiasm alone. Just as Zheng Yu was about to offer advice after Meng Tang hung up, a somewhat firm voice came from the other end of the phone. Their relationship is none of our business. We shouldn't interfere. Why not? Meng Tang asked. Li Sun sighed. Duanzi has her own thoughts. Since you've mentioned it, and she's never been this angry before, it shows the problem lies with young Master Sui. It has nothing to do with you or me. If anything, we should persuade young Master Sui to step in and resolve it. All right. Meng Tang hung up directly, as if the one who had just spoken nonstop wasn't her at all. Zheng Yu. For a moment, Zheng Yu didn't know whether or not she should offer advice, nor where to start. On the other end of the phone, Li Sun slowly put down his mobile, looking entirely innocent as he glanced at Xiao Yi. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Yi laughed, then went outside to smoke. Li Simao sat up and caught the book that had been covering his face, clicking his tongue. Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the bottom of the sea, so don't trouble yourself needlessly. I'm off to train the new recruits. Due to the arrival of the new employees, the agency had arranged for them a larger office right outside their current workspace. Before leaving, he patted Li Sun on the shoulder. Oh dear, in our special cases group, only us few gentlemen can hold up the sky. Grandpa's son was absent today again. Though old Li had made a commitment, his frail health could barely withstand further troubles. Duanzi and Meng Tang were both preoccupied with emotional matters. Ultimately, only the three of them in the team were available for use. Xiao Yi, they dared not command him, and as for Li Sun, with Meng Tang being such a formidable woman around, they didn't dare exploit him either. I'm really suffering, Li Simao muttered sorrowfully. While practicing calligraphy, Duanzi kept thinking about Rui Zhao, causing her to repeatedly make mistakes in writing. Eventually, she gave up altogether. She simply lay on the bed, lost in thought, her eyes fixed on the ceiling for a long time. Rui Zhao and the eldest brother were indeed different. The eldest brother would never lie to her, but every appearance of Rui Zhao seemed to carry a falsehood. The information about those 5 families was terrifying, word by word. Could such confidential news be gathered by someone merely moving for the sake of their son? I doubt it. Still, the Rui family is very wealthy, and money has driven countless miraculous examples throughout history. The Rui family Tisk. Chapter 123, Bringing in Newcomers. In a daze, Duanzi drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, it was already afternoon. She glanced at the time and sighed regretfully. Why did I let myself become so slack? That's really not good. She opened the fridge, took a look at what was inside, and realized the only edible thing left was yogurt. In the end, she decided to go downstairs to eat and pick up some groceries on the way back. When she went out, she just tidied up her appearance a bit, then headed out with her basket. Along the way, many people were quietly discussing something and casting curious glances at Duanzi. This piqued Duanzi's curiosity, so she carefully eavesdropped. It seemed that she had become famous online again. Before she could fully understand, she was interrupted by the sound of her phone ringing. Duanzi answered the call. Hello. Hello, Master. Part of the new recruits are assigned to you, including me. Xiao Captain's mood doesn't seem too good. He said we've been negligent. Meng Tang hesitated slightly, but Duanzi already knew what the other party might be pondering. She softly said, all right, I'll head over after finishing my meal. Don't worry, all of you. Upon hearing this reply, Meng Tang finally exhaled in relief. All right, then I'll take care of it for now. After hanging up, Duanzi continued with her original plan, bought the groceries, and returned home to make herself a nice meal as a reward. During the meal, she casually scrolled through Weibo and discovered that the messages were a mixed bag. However, the one that most caught her attention was Qin Shua's Weibo account. He had gone through her entire timeline from beginning to end, making sincere comments on every post. Out of curiosity, she clicked into his profile and saw a promotional poster for the new drama, I Am This Kind of Empress. The leading actress turned out to be Zhao Fei. After reading the specific storyline, she learned his identity, none other than the chief director. Even though she helped resolve trouble for their production team, did he really have to scrutinize her entire Weibo feed? After contemplating for a while, she followed him back anyway. After all, this showed he had some thoughtfulness. Afterward, she no longer looked at Weibo. Once everything was tidied up, she brought Song Xiao to the Special Cases Group. It was her first time coming to the bureau since joining the team. Still filled with curiosity, she observed the surroundings carefully. The layout was rather similar to a regular department. Who are you looking for? A stranger dressed in a uniform walked over. Duanzi nodded slightly. Excuse me, I'm from the Special Cases Group. As soon as these words left her lips, the woman's expression changed subtly. It seemed like there was even some disdain, and she hurried away quickly, as if regretting speaking to Duanzi. Duanzi helplessly smiled, and finally dialed Xiaoye's number. He rushed over in a panic and laughed, saying, "Oh, you're here." Duanzi's voice was somewhat low, sounding less than cheerful. Xiaoye reassured her with a laugh. They're just some kids. Teach them a lesson or two. Make them question their own existence so they learn about humility. So, the idea is to let me play the villain? Devil trainer? Duanzi wasn't in the best mood to begin with, and now her expression remained completely blank. Xiaoye had heard a little gossip and didn't argue with Duanzi. He let her sulk and hoped that later, she'd berate those new recruits thoroughly to deflate their arrogance and teach them some humility. He brought Duanzi into the training field where the group, originally sitting or lying around, stood up one by one. Isn't that Duanzi? Wow, it really is. I thought the old guy at home was fooling me. My uncle must have lost his marbles, forcing me to join and endure hardship. Incredible. Jean Nanting grimaced unhappily. Duanzi, with her sharp hearing, immediately locked onto him and asked coldly, "Who exactly is your uncle?" That man straightened his posture. "My uncle is the renowned movie star, Ji Yanli." Ji Yanli? Duanzi furrowed her brows slightly. "What did your uncle tell you?" "Said I should follow you and work hard." Jean Nanting's voice got quieter and quieter. This person's gaze was way too intimidating. His uncle also mentioned that she was gentle and good to others. Could it be that he liked her and thus intentionally beautified her image? "Are you an adult?" Duanzi asked. "Yes, I am. I'm a freshman in college this year." Jean Nanting slightly pulled his neck back. "No classes today?" Duanzi asked again. This time he hesitated, glanced around at the others, and didn't answer immediately. It was strange, the sentences were as simple as could be, but when she spoke them, why did they sound so chilling? Meng Tang was far away and only came over now. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, he hurriedly said, "Speak up. Are you dumbstruck?" Jean Nanting was startled by her tone and chuckled nervously. I study acting, I usually have nothing much to do, and since a drama I was shooting just wrapped up and I haven't canceled my leave yet, I decided to come take some classes." "An actor? Then our Duanzi could be considered your predecessor." Xiaoye muttered with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Duanzi turned around and glared at him. "Xiao Captain, I suggest you avoid me when you smoke. If my nose gets ruined, you're done." Cough, cough. Xiaoye glanced at the new recruits and said, "Anyway, it's not lit yet, right? Alright, listen up. I'm officially the captain now. You, Meng Tang, Li Sun, and also Li Sameo, you four are group leaders. Isn't Uncle Sun working yet?" Duanzi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Well, it's just because he's self-conscious about his name and doesn't want the new recruits to laugh at him," Meng Tang said quietly while munching on sunflower seeds. Duanzi looked down for a long time and then said, "Uncle Sun is beyond my control. They all have their own jobs, and if someone takes leave today, another one tomorrow, how am I supposed to handle this?" "This, ZZ, section leader Duan, perhaps it's unfair to say this." Xiaoye responded, "We don't have enough people in the first place, and regular people's salaries aren't even a tenth of yours. You have to let them make a living, right? No matter what, they risk their lives doing this job." Duanzi said, "Take a look at those kids. Unless they spend a few years training in the military like you, would you dare send them out to fight demons? I'd say, lock them up for a month of intensive training. Only after that should we start considering teaching them how to cultivate themselves." Xiaoye had no chance to interject a word. Li Sameo was scared stiff listening to it, and secretly whispered to Li Sun, "If you ask me, anyone following Duanzi is in for a tough time." "Li Sameo, what are you muttering about?" Duanzi's eyes suddenly shot over, scaring Li Sameo into letting out a hiccup. Chapter 124, Not Daring to Breathe. Li Sameo quickly covered his mouth and hid behind Li Sun. "Li Sun, how embarrassing." All the trainees, upon seeing this special case group, these people from the special case squad, seemed to be quite afraid of Duanzi. Even the captain had to give Duanzi a third bow in respect. Everyone present also came to their own conclusions. Duanzi wasn't someone to mess with. "It's not. Would 1 month be too long?" Xiaoye quietly asked Duanzi. "Besides, they all have their own jobs. It wouldn't be good if we kept them waiting for nothing." Duanzi looked at him. "So you're saying that I should just stand by and watch them get turned into snacks? Still, words shouldn't be so harsh, right? Though they are young, each of them has some skills. Just look at us few. Even though we act carefree, we're still alive now, aren't we?" Xiaoye understood Duanzi's intentions. He didn't pin much hope on these individuals. After all, dangerous cases were either handled by the Ghost Door or taken over by the Z organization. The truly serious cases seldom landed in their hands. They usually ended up with small-scale matters. While there was potential for injuries, death was basically out of the question. Duanzi, realizing he didn't seem to be lying, knew that Xiao Yi was always responsible. Since he spoke like this, there must be his reasoning. Alright. However, let me make it clear. I'm going to test their abilities soon. If they don't measure up, they won't be allowed out in the field within the next half year. Saying this, she took a step back. Xiao Yi didn't persist, agreeing immediately. Alright. Over the next 3 days, the newly arrived 12 individuals took turns getting beaten by Duanzi, gaining a deep understanding of how hard survival can be. Their lax demeanor gradually changed. Each of them saw Duanzi as if she were a cat to their rat, mainly because they were truly subdued by her blows. Especially Ji Nanting. He had initially thought Duanzi appeared like a mere decoration, and everything about her online was probably just a marketing scheme. Who knew she actually had real skill? Not only was she proficient in various things, but her footwork was commendable. Up to now, no one had managed to withstand more than 3 moves from Duanzi. Actually, Duanzi needed only 6 people, but Xiao Yi noticed her intimidating introduction was spot on, so he decided everyone should go through training together. The previous setup of one person leading several others was changed to the 4 of them splitting into 4 groups, each handling different subjects. As for Duanzi, her primary role was teaching divination. However, she believed the students' arrogance needed to be tamed, hence she single-handedly crushed them for 3 straight days. On the 4th day, everyone gathered on schedule at the training ground but didn't see Duanzi show up for a while, which made them all somewhat uneasy. Xiao Yi observed them from afar, laughing. Do you remember those few days ago when these youngsters called themselves prodigies? In just 3 short days, they've been fully subdued by Duanzi. It's not just her combat ability. It's her profound knowledge base that subdued them. I used to only know Duanzi as competent, but I didn't expect her to also have such insight into the spirit-asking practice, Li Sun added. Previously, seeing Duanzi ask questions straightforwardly to spirits, he assumed she was reckless and only knew a little. Who would have thought her skills were far above his own and could remain unaffected by empathetic interference? Could you stop boosting their morale while undermining your own prestige? Remember, you're their instructor, Xiao Yi said. No problem. There's plenty of time for them to get to know me slowly, Li Sun said meaningfully. Alright, then I'll leave them in your hands first. Xiao Yi patted Li Sun on the shoulder. Li Sun raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling as he walked in front of the group. Your teacher Duan has something to attend to today. You can complete your project and then return to follow her live broadcasts to see how she investigates regularly. Does Instructor Li have a live streaming room too? A female voice inquired, raising her hand. Li Sun replied, no, Duan is our ambassador, responsible for publicity in our team. Therefore, she has a live streaming room. Alright, I'll explain matters regarding asking spirits. You can take advantage of watching the live stream tonight to try practicing. Li Sun continued without giving anyone else a chance to speak. Because of the 3 days of rigorous hammering by Duanzi, the group became much more compliant underneath Li Sun's words. That morning, the Bureau assigned the Special Case Squad a task to solve a peculiar case in the mountainous region. It was reported that an entire village would be wiped out. Each death had its strange cause, and after much deliberation, the locals had to report it. It went up through many levels until it reached Duanzi. The Bureau was very serious about this matter, and as such, Xiao Yi sent Duanzi, Meng Tang, and Li Simeo. The Serious Crimes Division also dispatched a forensic expert and 2 officers. And to everyone's surprise, Zhao was on the list. All of them were traveling in a bus arranged by the Bureau. Supposedly, it would keep a low profile and not attract attention. Duanzi saw Zhao upon boarding, casually nodding at him with a light smile. Didn't bring your assistant today? Another person who was talkative asked Duanzi first. Duanzi turned her gaze to him. Who are you? Oh, I'm Dongjua. Dongjua laughed loudly as he began chatting with Duanzi. In fact, I'm a fan of yours, Taoist sect. Ah, that's quite kind of you, Duanzi said indifferently. Seeing Zhao didn't intend to respond, she took Meng Tang and Li Simeo further back into the bus. Meng Tang and Duanzi sat down on one of the double seats, while Li Simeo walked straight to the last row and sat down. As soon as they settled in, Meng Tang leaned over and whispered into Duanzi's ear. That person you seem to know appears pretty aloof. It might be because I tricked him last time, Duanzi said softly. I didn't expect he'd be so petty. Her voice was quiet but exceptionally clear in the silent cabin. This Dongjua fellow nudged Zhao with his shoulder. Are they talking bad about you? When did you meet them? How did she trick you? I envy you so much. I've never even been deceived by an idol. Zhao frowned. I feel carsick. Please stop talking. It makes my head ache. Dongjua sighed. You're no fun at all. Zhao ignored him and closed his eyes, focusing on resting. At first, the vehicle moved with frequent stops and starts. Later, it smoothly navigated a stretch of unobstructed road. But eventually, it began shaking violently, causing Zhao Ying's complexion to grow paler and paler. Meng Tang had already fallen asleep leaning against Duanzi's shoulder, but the intense jolts woke her up. Complaining, she said, This is unbearable, my head is spinning. So uncomfortable. After hearing her complaint, Duanzi calmly drew a talisman on the palm of Meng Tang's hand. Instant relief, it worked like magic. Chapter 125, The Big Village of Human Trafficking. When the car finally came to a stop, it was already past midnight. Duanzi's eyes were momentarily blinded by a distant light. She squinted and thought she saw a figure sitting in a wheelchair not far away. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be Sui Zhao? The situation over there sounded extremely dangerous. If he really came, what on earth should they do? Meng Tang pulled her slightly. Master, what are you daydreaming about? Did you see someone just now? Duanzi asked. No, Meng Tang blinked, looking at Li Simeo with confusion. Lisa Mayo's face was completely hidden under his cap. Sensing Meng Tang's gaze, he also shook his head. It might be the innkeeper. Just as the three of them were speaking, Zhao rushed down like a madman. Then, the female forensic doctor who had been barely noticeable until then grabbed her suitcase and followed. The overly familiar Dong Zhuo seemed to have been waiting for the three of them to come out. Meng Tang lowered her voice. Isn't this guy too familiar? It's unbearable to even look at him. Duanzi gave a soft laugh and took the lead walking ahead. Lisa Mayo said to Meng Tang, trust me, once you've seen your master in action, this person will probably never want to see your master again. Thinking back to when he first saw Duanzi fighting evil spirits barehanded, that brutal force left him terrified and anxious for several days. And another thing, your master has definitely come here with a purpose this time. Unless they cause chaos, I don't think they will easily back down. Lisa Mayo rubbed his arms and quietly reminded. While they were talking, Duanzi had already gotten out of the car. Despite deliberately lowering his voice, Lisa Mayo was still afraid of being overheard by Duanzi, making him feel guilty and hesitant to get out first. Seeing this, Meng Tang sighed in exasperation and stepped out of the car first. Outside, apart from the light in front of the inn, everything else was pitch black. If it weren't for hearing Dong Zhuo's voice, Meng Tang wouldn't have been able to spot Duanzi right away. For some reason, she felt that Duanzi seemed unusually burdened today. Before departure, Duanzi had warned her not to come. But she wasn't a child anymore. Even if there was danger, she should stand shoulder to shoulder with her master. Duanzi didn't know what she was thinking. Not only did she ignore Dong Zhuo's chatter, but her mind was preoccupied with one question. Why did she glimpse Sui Zhao's silhouette earlier? Was it truly just an illusion? After entering the inn, sure enough, they saw a person sitting in a wheelchair. However, the figure in front of them looked young, only around 14 or 15 years old, clean and innocent. Seeing Duanzi, he smiled and said hello. For some reason, Duanzi felt that his smile was odd, almost eerie. She frowned slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a shadow appeared behind her. Lisa Mayo spoke directly. We booked in advance. You should have records. A total of 6 people. The boy paused for a moment, then smiled. Oh, I know. I do have some impression of it. Don't worry. With that, he drove his wheelchair slowly to the counter, picking up a set of keys. Here are your keys. I remember that a total of 4 rooms were booked. That's correct, Lisa Mayo said. Hearing this, Duanzi frowned. Why 4? Because the place is small here, having 4 rooms available is already quite good, replied the boy, his voice crystal clear, much less frightening than his smile. Ah, that makes sense. Duanzi nodded slightly. I'll take 1 room by myself later. Meng Tang and the others arrived one after another. She originally intended to come in with Duanzi, but got distracted watching Zhao Ying's motion sickness and followed the other 3 instead. Upon hearing about the room arrangement, Zhao Ying also decided to take 1 room by himself. Meng Tang was unhappy, pulling Duanzi's sleeve. Master, do you really want each of us to have our own room? I don't trust either of you two alone. Duanzi's voice was gentle, but carried a hint of distrust that grated on the ears of the female forensic pathologist. I've spent plenty of time with corpses. I won't be scared to rest alone, she retorted. I believe you. Duanzi glanced softly towards her, without any malice in her gaze. This made the other girl hesitate slightly for a moment before saying, then watch out for yourself. Duanzi gave a friendly smile, and the group took their respective keys and entered their rooms. Fortunately, all their rooms were adjacent, none facing the stairs or violating any particular taboos, except perhaps the presence of the young boy at the front desk. Duanzi couldn't help but feel extremely relaxed when she thought about that person's expression. She certainly didn't want to bother herself by predicting something just for someone like him. Following her usual habits, she set up her selfie stick and began a live-streaming meditation session. Cute and soft Sujuan continued his streak as the top donator. The viewers laughed at how he was such a licking dog. There had indeed been rumors questioning the relationship between them before. But Duanzi paid no attention to Sujuan at all, offering no extra care to the generous donor, leaving fans of the ship completely frustrated. Everyone agreed that finding any sweetness in this glass shard-like situation was absolutely exhausting. Duanzi didn't have the energy to deal with their convoluted emotions, only focusing on improving her own cultivation. After finishing her practice, she explained the evening's circumstances. Tonight's case is pretty bloody and involves many people. Also, because others were present, I didn't bring along my assistant. So, if the camera shakes around, please be understanding. However, her words did not imply any actual request for leniency from them. Alright, my phone will remain connected to the live stream the whole night. You all will just have to put up with watching me sleep, she said with deep meaning, and then left the live audience alone while she went off to brush her teeth. When she returned, she was already in her pajamas. But, the sleeping gown worn by such a beauty was surprisingly modest. The entire set was gray without a single pattern. Honestly, even my mom would refuse to wear such a boring gown. Yet why does it seem so extraordinary on her despite its simplicity? I swear I'm seeing ghosts. She looks incredibly good wearing this. Is she really going to broadcast herself sleeping tonight? Isn't it the perfect time to go handle business outside? Who knows? Seasoned livestream viewers, including G Nanting and the others who had no choice but to follow her broadcast, were completely baffled. Could they actually stay awake all night just to watch Commander Duan sleep? No matter how they looked at it, doing so seemed utterly bizarre. Duanzi whispered softly. Shoo, all of you should go to bed obediently, or you might lose out on some rest tonight. Chapter 126, Midnight Visitor. It was uncertain whether Duanzi's words had provoked some troublemakers below, who started shouting. I'm not going to sleep tonight anyway. I don't believe anything could take me away. Is it possible that something might happen to her? She has already fallen asleep. What could possibly happen? Just then, Duanzi's bag trembled violently, and a small wooden figure crawled out. Song Xiaoxiao performed a set of radio calisthenics in front of everyone, whispering, "Since she's asleep, I'll chat with you all. But I can't speak loudly, so bear with me. Though she doesn't have the allure of a beauty, at least she talks." Actually, Song Xiaoxiao is quite good looking. If you hadn't seen that live broadcast, maybe you haven't experienced her charm. I saw it. She's simply a campus pure goddess. How come I never did? My spirit energy isn't enough? If it wasn't for the wooden figure as a carrier, you wouldn't know what I'm doing, Song Xiaoxiao said slowly. The innkeeper of this lodge is also a young brother in a wheelchair. I secretly peeked through the gap. He looked clean. But there seems to be something strange about him, though I can't put my finger on it. She kept chatting with the audience about trivial matters, when suddenly, she heard some noise from the door lock. Show. She stared at the door motionlessly for a while, then sat quietly on the nightstand. Everyone wanted to know what exactly was happening. While they were chattering, the camera suddenly changed direction and pointed at the door. The comments section went blank for a moment, and someone said, "I didn't see anyone touch the phone." Me neither. It must be Xiao doing it. It must be. My gosh, the kid finally learned how to control things from afar. Did the door move? Did the door move, bro? I saw it too. As they were talking, they saw the door slowly open. Vaguely, they could see the shadow of an arm, and then a person sitting in a wheelchair. Heaven, is this the boy Xiao mentioned? Help, what is this child planning to do? I don't think he would last a punch from Duanzi, but she's already asleep. Her hearing is acute. The young man drove his wheelchair to stop outside Duanzi's room, watching her silently. The viewers in the live streaming room noticed that the phone's lens also moved along, precisely focusing on that person's face. Indeed, it looked clean as Xiao described, but the smile on his face truly made people feel uneasy. All the viewers instinctively held their breath. The young man seemed to have sensed the phone, frowned, glanced at it briefly, and clearly couldn't see the phone's screen image. Save me, my heart stopped beating. Me too. Really save me. Will he find us? Quickly post our messages. In the middle of everyone's panic, the messages in the live streaming room were suddenly cleared. That was great. At this moment, everyone was speechless, not daring to type another punctuation mark. As the young man approached, the phone suddenly fell onto the bed, and the lens turned its direction as well. He had felt the brightness of the phone screen earlier. Now he already had the phone in his hand, testing the phone password. The viewers in the live streaming room saw this person's appearance crystal clear, all wondering if they should call the police. However, not one of them dared to send another message. Inside the fan support group, Sujuan also popped up and commented, "She should be traveling with other colleagues. Rather than seek help from others, we better turn to those who are close." The students watching the live stream were already recommended the fan support group by Sujuan as soon as they entered the live broadcasting room. Seeing Sujuan's message, they thought it made sense and hastily called Xiao Yi to let him contact the other instructors and go rescue Duanzi. But Xiao Yi's phone couldn't be reached, causing everyone to become anxious and consider driving there to save her. Ji Nanning also called Ji Yanli urgently about this incident. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before he spoke. "You might as well call your Uncle Sui. If he doesn't respond, then there's nothing to worry about." Before Ji Nanting could say anything else, the call was cut off. The live stream hadn't stopped at that moment. Everyone could see the young man place the phone on the bed, then nothing happened after that. In the support group, Sujuan said, "Think about it. Even if Duanzi is asleep, there's still Song Xiao, who's already learned to control things. Can't she handle a kid?" Some said that Sujuan was mistaken and kept making sarcastic remarks. Others agreed with him, thinking Song Xiao could be relied upon. The young man made no further move but stared at Duanzi as she slept. He had never seen such a beautiful girl, with such good skin, wearing a pretty dress. Yes, Duanzi was wearing a French long skirt today, completely in the taste of her original self, which made her appear very stylish. Duanzi had been feigning sleep all along to see what the other person truly intended. But who would have thought that the other person had not made any move or left until now? How could this person be so daring? Doesn't he fear I might wake up? She opened her eyes slightly through a narrow slit, and shockingly, the young man stood up. Was he pretending? For what purpose? Duanzi was surprised, yet she still did not want to open her eyes. Just then, the young man suddenly reached out, but instead of touching Duanzi, he picked up the clothes next to her. Duanzi watched helplessly as the person measured her clothes on himself. Could it be that this person has some special fetish? No wonder there was a strange aura about him. In the end, he carefully placed Duanzi's skirt back and sat on his wheelchair, quietly leaving. Duanzi didn't understand. Did this person come in with the wheelchair just to check out my skirt? Before he fully closed the door, another set of footsteps echoed down the hallway, prompting the boy to hastily shut the door. Duanzi quickly got up and leaned against the door. "How could you come out so fast?" a rough voice asked, intentionally lowering its tone. "Nothing, just, not interested," the young man replied. "Go to hell. She is by far the most attractive among the three. If you don't want to enjoy it, give it to me." That person chuckled mockingly. The youth shushed. "Can you lower your voice? What if she wakes up? Then what are you going to do? Coward." The man spat and seemed to leave. Chapter 127, Benevolent Protection. Duanzi heard the doorknob being touched, and the young man said, "She is mine. You are not allowed to touch her." "Boy, you sure are full of yourself." The man was clearly angered. "If you weren't a cripple, do you think you would even be able to stay here? You're so loud. If you wake them up, things will get messy." The youth's voice was heavy. The man spat a glob of saliva, clearly upset. But in the end, he didn't push open Duanzi's door. It seemed like there was some unique tacit understanding between the two. She didn't understand why that youth dared to come inside without medication or why he was protecting her this way. People's hearts are unpredictable. She still calculated with her fingers, and after knowing the result, she regretted going through all this today, especially bringing Meng Tang along. She shouldn't have let Meng Tang act recklessly after sensing the change in her energy field before departure. Her lips were tightly pressed, standing at the door for a very long time. The audience in the live streaming room was frantic with anxiety. Wasn't Duanzi awake just now? Did that kid do anything to her? What nonsense are you talking about? Being alive is already quite something. When Duanzi strikes back, the other side may not even survive. Duanzi's fighting capability is never doubted by me, but why doesn't she get up and fight? Why isn't there any sound? This curiosity is unbearable, right? I can't be the only one thinking about this question. What's the rush for? Didn't you hear someone else outside the door just now? There must be accomplices. Perhaps our Duanzi is waiting patiently to catch a big fish. As the noise outside gradually disappeared, Duanzi slowly sat down on her bed and set up the live streaming frame again. Duanzi briefly described what had just happened, but she concealed many details, such as the guy looking at her skirt or pretending to be disabled. The viewers of the live stream obviously couldn't accept this, asking repeatedly, the youth didn't do anything and directly walked out? It can't be said that he did nothing. In short, it wasn't as you guys imagined, Duanzi lazily explained. I see you all are quite idle. Have you been training well recently? Should I check on a few people? No, it's unnecessary. ZZ, we should sleep. Watching the endless night won't solve problems anytime soon. Haha, you people change your minds quickly. I'll go to sleep first. AI, say you're fickle? If you dare, don't go to sleep. The live streaming room became lively. Duanzi directly pointed to someone's nickname. Since I'm off work today, let's talk. How about today? Ji Nanting was completely stunned. How could she single me out from everyone? Don't let me call your name. That involves different terms. Duanzi said expressionlessly, initiating a video request. The audience in the live streaming room exploded again. Ji Nanting certainly didn't want to spend money on that wish and quickly answered. Hello, instructor. Ji Nanting looked handsome, resembling Ji Yanli by 56%. He had also starred in a few famous works, making him somewhat renowned. His appearance, whether his hardcore fans or casual passersby, made many fall in love instantly. Goodness gracious, is this ZZ student? Really handsome. Let me enlighten you. This is currently a super famous drama. He's the male lead. That's considered a traffic star then. Why does he call ZZ instructor? ZZ might be a senior, but he shouldn't call her instructor, right? Jean Nanting smiled foolishly. Instructor, what do you plan to test? There's nothing much. Didn't expect it to be you, so that's fine. Duanzi gave a forced smile. It's still a bit risky for celebrities to advocate metaphysical-related things. Duanzi played with her fingers and then cut off the video. That's all for today. I'm going to sleep. People at the bottom clamored not to close the live stream. Some complained that the little brother left too fast. Duanzi ignored everything, shutting down the live stream decisively and without hesitation. After turning off her phone, Duanzi collapsed onto her bed. Song Xiaoxiao crawled onto the table next to her, asking, why did you tell me not to move earlier? What is this trick where you speak without opening your mouth? Can you teach me? Yes, said Duanzi. However, that's a later matter. Now I need to sleep well. Song Xiaoxiao had no way to argue. After all, since the youth left, Duanzi seemed to have cast a fortune-telling and then started to lose focus. These issues she didn't dare to ask too much. After all, Duanzi had her own considerations. The next morning, Meng Tang appeared at Duanzi's door. Likely due to Duanzi pulling an all-nighter, she actually woke up later than usual. It was Song Xiaoxiao who opened the door. Seeing that Duanzi was still asleep, Meng Tang immediately lowered her voice and asked, why is master sleeping so late today? Didn't sleep much last night, Song Xiaoxiao whispered in return. Why don't you two go eat breakfast first? I think it will take a while longer. Meng Tang nodded and pulled Song Xiaoxiao away without hesitation. Song Xiaoxiao wanted to shout but restrained herself, considering that Duanzi was still asleep. Lisa Mayo didn't care about Duanzi's affairs and asked no questions this time. However, Zhao questioned briefly, why hasn't Duanzi come out for breakfast? Oh, she slept uncomfortably last night, so she's sleeping in a bit more today, Song Xiaoxiao's reply came. As a young man was passing out chopsticks to guests, his hands shook and he dropped them on the floor. Meng Tang had originally wanted to cover Song Xiaoxiao's mouth, but how could one cover the mouth of someone who wasn't normal? She apologized with a strained smile. Sorry, my master. She has a penchant for collecting little trinkets. You're the trinket. Song Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. Who do you think you are, huh? If I hadn't been going to bed early every night, I would have climbed up to your window just to scare you properly. Meng Tang raised an eyebrow but didn't point out her habit of binge-watching dramas late into the night. Still, she found Song Xiaoxiao's words peculiar. Why insist that she went to bed early last night? In the room earlier, Song Xiaoxiao had said Duanzi didn't sleep much, so why did she change it now to say Duanzi had slept uncomfortably? Suppressing her thoughts, Meng Tang casually explained, you all should know by now, Master has a ghost companion with some spirit energy. Let me see it. The forensic doctor eagerly reached towards Song Xiaoxiao. Shui Yuanyuan. Zhao warned sternly, don't touch anything randomly. Shui Yuanyuan glanced back at him, though she didn't argue right away. Chapter 128, a shocking major case. As Duanzi stepped out, she coincidentally heard the last two sentences, and her eyes flickered with curiosity as they darted between the two. There's definitely something going on between these two. Master, Meng Tang exclaimed in surprise. Duanzi gave a slight nod without saying anything. Today, she had changed into workwear, looking very spirited and attractive. However, the young man's gaze darkened slightly. Sorry, I'll go back and get you another pair of chopsticks. Though he adjusted quickly, it didn't escape Duanzi's sharp eyes. She almost unnoticeably rubbed her fingertips, then realized belatedly that she had picked up this strange habit at some point. But she couldn't figure out where it had started. Master, breakfast was pretty light today. Would you like a bowl of porridge? Asked Meng Tang with a smile. Does the inn provide food? Duanzi asked absent-mindedly. We've paid for our meals already, so why wouldn't they serve us? Said Shui Yuanyuan irritably, likely still feeling uneasy from Duanzi's earlier look. Duanzi didn't respond, but Zhao tugged at her sleeve. Why are you in such a bad mood this early in the morning? Is this your first day knowing me? Shui Yuanyuan snapped angrily. Zhao ignored her and focused on his bowl of food. Though he was hungry, something in his mind kept telling him not to drink. I don't have much appetite. You guys eat. Duanzi's voice sounded soft and lazy. Song Xiao, however, sharply detected an unusual tone. Could you possibly have a cold? No. Duanzi responded firmly. I need to go back and pack my things. Song Xiao, in a hurry, immediately perched on Duanzi's shoulder. I'll come with you. But after a moment, she changed her mind. Since you're so reluctant, never mind. Seeing her return to the table, Meng Tang also noticed something was off. Let me help you. The two left shortly after. Shui Yuanyuan scoffed. So pretentious. I don't know what use a spoiled miss like her could be. Lisa Mayo, sitting nearby, suddenly clutched his stomach. Excuse me, is there a restroom downstairs? The youth was momentarily stunned before answering. Yes, please follow me. Taking the chance, Zhao pulled Shui Yuanyuan aside and whispered, eat less, there might be something wrong with this. Shui Yuanyuan initially wanted to question loudly, but seeing his serious expression, she stopped herself just in time. Only Dong Zhua, who had already been eating heartily on the other side, asked confusedly, what's wrong with all of you? Does it taste bad? The conditions here in the mountainous area are like this. Just endure it. He added while taking another couple of bites. I'm going to pack my stuff too. Zhao stood up. Shui Yuanyuan looked at the food on the table and Dong Zhua again. I'll go back as well. In case Meng Tang helps Duanzi pack and delays our departure. Dong Zhua chewed on his steamed bun and mumbled grumpily. You accuse others of being finicky, but you haven't finished your meal either. Unaware of what happened outside, Duanzi turned to Meng Tang upon entering the room. This situation is rather complicated. You should go home first. Why? I've handled things alone before. Meng Tang didn't understand. This time is different, Duanzi said. Just listen to my advice. The last time you thought it was dangerous and sent me back, but I didn't end up being any farther away than you were. Master, let me stay with you this time. Besides, there are so many people around. Why do you insist on sending me back? Meng Tang was confused. Duanzi silently began packing her things without directly answering Meng Tang's questions. Meng Tang frowned, stepping closer to her, and urgently asked several times. If Duanzi only managed to utter 2 words when the sky, originally clear, suddenly thundered and flashed lightning. Everything she was about to say got drowned out by the thunder. Duanzi's face changed, and she stopped speaking. Startled by the thunder, Meng Tang rushed to Duanzi's side anxiously. Why did the weather change so abruptly? It seems, this matter isn't something I can stop on my own, Duanzi sighed lightly. What do you mean? Meng Tang furrowed her brows, clearly sensing something amiss. Whatever happens later, I hope you can remain calm. Duanzi spoke ambiguously, unwilling to elaborate. Meng Tang thought the worst-case scenario would be something happening to her grandmother. But Grandma was far away at home, completely immersed in her studies of talismans. Could it be because of the forbidden place? Noticing her lost in thought, Duanzi decided not to delve deeper into the topic. Seeing that no one touched the steamed buns, Dong Zhua helped himself to another one, leaving Song Xiao speechless about how to criticize him. Why do I feel like you're looking down on me? Dong Zhua asked. Song Xiao rolled her eyes and said nothing. What she didn't realize was that in Dong Zhua's eyes, her eye roll made no difference at all. Dong Zhua teased her. Your dark eyeballs look white to me no matter how much you roll them. Sure, it highlights your intelligence. Song Xiao felt speaking to him was lowering her IQ. Why didn't you just become a pig with the way you eat? I'm happy this way. Dong Zhua wasn't angry and kept smiling. Song Xiao hesitated for a second, but ultimately had no intention of provoking him further. Why was his appetite so big when everyone else wasn't eating? Drink some water. Don't choke. The young man appeared from nowhere with a steaming bowl of hot water in hand. Right on cue, a bolt of thunder startled him and caused him to spill some water onto the table. Sorry, he apologized guiltily. Dong Zhua took the bowl happily. No problem, thanks. It came just in time. He glanced back at the sky, thinking the thunder was awfully peculiar. The young man politely exchanged a few words before walking off to attend to his other duties. Around the corner, a burly arm shoved the young man against the wall as if trying to strangle him. This is how you poison someone? Are you kidding me? They're not all here. If we use too strong medicine, wouldn't that be suspicious? The young man gasped for air, coughing heavily. Even though their voices were low, Duanzi's ears were exceptionally sharp. She immediately stopped what she was doing and signaled to Meng Tang. Meng Tang also halted his actions, pricking up his ears. The commotion continued outside, and the man obviously didn't trust the youth one bit. You'd better be smart, or else I'll let you end up like your mother, rotting in the dirt. I'm not like her. I won't come to that point. The young man struggled even harder to speak. Hopefully, thud. The young man was thrown back into his wheelchair and began coughing violently. Chapter 129, Setting Off in the Rain. It seemed like it was going to rain outside. The wind rustled through the treetops. Meng Tang's lips were slightly pale, and there was a hint of inquiry in her gaze as she looked at Duanzi. The latter didn't look up at her, nor did he open his mouth, yet Meng Tang clearly heard her say, "There is medicine in your food. This young man may have a good heart, but he still wants to survive." Her mind was still echoing with Duanzi's words, but how did Duanzi know? What exactly happened last night? She didn't dare ask out loud, because the soundproofing in this inn was truly terrible. "Are you hungry?" came Duanzi's voice. Meng Tang hesitated for a moment about whether she should respond, and then simply nodded after a short pause. Duanzi handed her a pack of cookies. "Eat something first to tide yourself over. But going out now wouldn't be too bad either." No. Realizing that her own voice was too loud, Meng Tang quickly said, "I'm not used to eating the local food here. I'll just eat the cookies, haha." Duanzi didn't reply, turning his attention back to his own business. By the time Lisa Mayo had finished packing, it had already started raining heavily. "Maybe we should wait a little longer?" Shui Yuanyuan stomped her foot. She was still wearing yesterday's short sleeves. The temperature in the mountain area was much cooler than below, and the rain now felt a bit cold. Most importantly, she hadn't brought many clothes. In her large suitcase, more than half were tools that a forensic examiner would need. Duanzi smiled at her softly. "I have an extra coat. Do you want to wear it?" Her voice was light, and her smile beautiful. However, Shui Yuanyuan glanced at Zhao Ying, who was staring at Duanzi without blinking, and her expression instantly turned sour. "No, thank you." Seeing her refusal, Duanzi didn't insist further and thus said nothing more. "Master, I think it might be dangerous to go into the mountains in this drizzle. For instance, mudslides, or, yuck, don't listen to my jinx." Meng Tang stopped halfway through her sentence, realizing it was inappropriate. "Maybe we should reschedule? Just stay here and wait. If I'm not back by tonight, then you contact Xiao team leader." Duanzi's tone was firm, allowing no room for argument. Zhao Ying frowned. "You're just leaning on your abilities. You always love to butt heads and go off on your own." Hearing this, Duanzi raised her eyebrows slightly and cast a somewhat subtle look at Zhao Ying. "You sure do talk a lot today, none of which is as adorable as the day we met." Zhao Ying rolled her eyes before even having a chance to retort, only to see Duanzi walk right into the ring. Without hesitation, Meng Tang followed, with Lisa Mayo trailing behind. Dong Zhuo from the Serious Crimes Unit was momentarily dumbfounded. The members of the Special Cases Group are really one crazier than the other. Who walks out into such a heavy rainstorm so casually? Shui Yuanyuan's competitive spirit flared up immediately, but she was held back briefly by Zhao Ying. Sitting at the table, Song Xiaoxiao could take it no longer and blurted out, "Just stay put in the hotel. If it weren't for worrying about you two, I would have followed ZZ long ago. As if you, the wooden doll, could help much?" Shui Yuanyuan clearly didn't believe that. Without a second thought, Zhao Ying picked up the wooden doll and walked back to the room without looking back. Although Dong Zhuo was easygoing, he also realized something wasn't quite right about the meal today, making it difficult for him to enjoy the food at this place. Seeing the two walking back, Shui Yuanyuan followed closely behind. "What does this mean? You're not planning to follow them? If they mess up the crime scene, what happens to this case?" Shui Yuanyuan continued her complaints, but Zhao Ying didn't even turn around, letting her trail back inside. "I'll repeat this once again. With your title as a wizard's assistant, you're unable to perform an independent autopsy. We brought you along this time just to help you through your internship period. Dr. Song will be here in a few days. Waiting a bit longer won't hurt anything," Zhao Ying slowly explained. "And, take this back with you. Consider it a bit of personal security." As he spoke, he extended the hand holding Song Xiaoxiao towards her. Song Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Zhao Ying's hand, refusing to let go. "Is the Dr. Song you mentioned named Song Yuanan? Do you know him?" Zhao Ying asked subconsciously. "He's my neighbor's big brother, grew up together." "Of course, I know him well." Song Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Anyway, our magnetic fields don't align. Plus, I'm here to protect you." "She's scared to sleep alone." Zhao Ying firmly pushed Song Xiaoxiao into Shui Yuanyuan's hands without room for argument. Shui Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. As a forensic pathologist, how could she possibly be afraid to sleep alone? "Fine, since you're scared to sleep alone, I'll reluctantly agree." Song Xiaoxiao tilted her mouth. "But isn't it too extravagant for the three of us to sleep in separate rooms? Since she's a girl, should she sleep with the two of us big men?" Zhao Ying's brow had never relaxed. If it weren't for Shui Yuanyuan being the cousin of his little aunt's husband, he wouldn't care about her life or death. The glimmer of hope in Shui Yuanyuan's gaze towards Zhao Ying gradually faded. She returned dejectedly. Thinking about how she hadn't eaten well because of Duanzi and others, she couldn't help but get angry. She directly ran to the front desk and said she wanted to eat something. The young man hesitated for a moment and declined politely. This gave Shui Yuanyuan an excuse to argue with him. "What are you so arrogant about? You're just running a store. When I say I'm hungry, it means I want to eat. Are you the only one?" The young man's eyes shone brightly, making Shui Yuanyuan feel somewhat embarrassed. Annoyed, she retorted, "What if I am alone? Am I not your customer just because I'm by myself? Watch out, I might complain about you." The young man glanced furtively into the shadows and said, "All right, don't get so worked up. I'll bring some food to your room shortly. You'd better hurry." Shui Yuanyuan's tone was unpleasant. The young man's eyes swept over the wooden doll in Shui Yuanyuan's hands, causing Song Xiaoxiao to break out in goosebumps. For some reason, she felt that this look was anything but friendly. Shui Yuanyuan didn't notice anything wrong, only feeling that she deserved a good meal to vent her emotions. When she went back to the room, Song Xiaoxiao originally wanted to remind her, but when she saw that Shui Yuanyuan immediately put on headphones, she stopped. Song Xiaoxiao. Really, there's no way to lead her. Is this woman as dumb as a pig? After saying that, she found a spot to sit down and swung her legs idly. It truly felt like time was dragging endlessly. If only she'd followed Duanzi, it would have been thrilling rather than so mind-numbingly boring. Gradually, the sound of rain outside diminished. Then suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Chapter 130, A Human Tragedy. Lisa Mayo followed Duanzi for a while in the rain, and just as they passed a small hill, the rain stopped. He laughed and said, "Hey, this weather is really interesting, huh?" "That's right. How could my master fight without being prepared?" Meng Tang crossed her arms and lifted her chin. "What's so miraculous about you, being all proud?" Lisa Mayo nudged her with his elbow, then asked quietly, "Is your master in a bad mood? He seems kind of strange." "You'd better stop prying," Meng Tang replied coldly. Lisa Mayo looked puzzled but continued to follow the group forward. Duanzi suddenly stopped and looked at the village ahead, her brows furrowed tightly. "What's wrong?" Lisa Mayo couldn't help but ask. Duanzi paused for a moment and said, "This place isn't friendly. Be careful in a bit." The ominous aura was very strong, as if it would swallow a person whole in the next moment. Before long, Lisa Mayo had already stood shoulder to shoulder with Duanzi, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. What an evil deed. Though he was only half-trained, he could still detect something amiss. This dark atmosphere would have made him turn back immediately in the past. "Are we really going in?" He hesitated, asking. Duanzi waved her hand at him. "If you don't want to go in, you can leave now if you like." "It's not worth it, sister. This isn't something that can be easily resolved," Lisa Mayo blurted out after some hesitation. Duanzi showed him what unwavering determination meant by action. Seeing that Duanzi was heading straight in without looking back, Meng Tang quickly followed, forcing Lisa Mayo to move forward as well. Are you kidding? If she left at this point, how could she survive afterward? But when Duanzi reached the entrance of the village, she suddenly stopped. "Come on, let me draw a talisman on your back. If anything happens, call my name, and I'll feel it no matter where I am." Meng Tang was thrilled, running up to Duanzi and turning around. Duanzi used her hand as a brush, drawing vigorously. With her finishing stroke, a beam of golden light burst forth. Lisa Mayo couldn't help but squint. No wonder why even Grandma Meng wanted Duanzi to take her as a disciple. The power from such a casually drawn talisman was so strong. Anyone would be tempted, wouldn't they? When Duanzi announced done, Lisa Mayo quickly ran over. Duanzi worked fast, completing the talisman in just a few moments. She patted Lisa Mayo's back and said, "Recently, stay away from cigarettes and alcohol, avoid getting angry too often. Don't dwell too much on family issues. It can harm both your health and finances." "Got it." Though Lisa Mayo didn't fully understand, he nodded quickly. Duanzi adjusted her phone, started recording, and once again they set off into the village. Meng Tang's cultivation had greatly improved, and she detected something fishy. "This energy feels so uncomfortable." Your instincts are correct." Duanzi nodded. "But your eyesight needs more practice." Suddenly, a violent wind arose, and in front of them appeared scenes as if from a TV drama. A tragic spectacle unfolded. A woman was dragged forward by some men, all staring lustfully at her, greedily eyeing her up and down. Some of them stepped forward to touch her face. The woman struggled violently, saying her family was wealthy, promising they would be given a lot of money if they released her. But not one of them paid attention to her pleas. Instead, they continued to manhandle her. For a moment, Meng Tang lost focus, wanting to step forward and stop those men. But her hand passed straight through them, and one of the men dissolved like a wisp of smoke between her fingers before reforming nearby. "How?" The woman's resentment is heavy. "This is her consciousness," Lisa Mayo said, his face pale. Duanzi snorted. "One person? I doubt it. There must be at least 30 or 40 of them." This number was truly bone-chilling. Meng Tang shivered involuntarily and rubbed her arms, reflecting. "So, are these villagers involved in this incident? Then they truly deserve death." "Yes." Duanzi stared intently at the scene, her eyes burning with something intense within. "These people deserve to go to hell. So, should we even bother meddling in this?" Meng Tang said disdainfully. "Just thinking about helping these people makes me nauseous." Duanzi shook her head. "Your understanding is still shallow. Didn't you notice that none of the men here have even a single shred of soul left?" Upon hearing Duanzi's words, Meng Tang immediately held her breath and carefully investigated further. She could hear the woman's anguished moans and feel the overwhelming resentment, but there was no trace of anger from any man. Lisa Mayo's expression became somewhat strange. "Maybe I shouldn't have come in." Meng Tang heard his words and followed his gaze to see two village women staring intently at Lisa Mayo. Their expressions were even filled with venom. "Don't make eye contact with them," Duanzi warned sharply, and Meng Tang immediately came back to her senses, glancing at Duanzi before shifting her gaze to Lisa Mayo. The original villagers clearly weren't happy. With eyes flashing ominously, they moved closer to the group. "Die. You all should die. There's not a single decent man among you men. Are you escapees? You two are traitors, traitors." Lisa Mayo had already readied himself for a fight when he saw Duanzi flick her sleeve, causing everything to vanish instantly. "What's wrong with you?" Meng Tang slapped Lisa Mayo. "Why are you acting so crazy for no reason?" Lisa Mayo was momentarily stunned, hurriedly wiping his sweat as he said, I saw several female ghosts rushing towards me. Just follow me closely and don't let your attention wander to anything else," Duanzi said seriously. The Yin energy here is too heavy, and none of the ghosts here are friendly towards you. And this was considered not very friendly. They probably wanted to tear him limb from limb, didn't they? Lisa Mayo sighed helplessly and clasped his hands together. Sisters, younger sisters, aunties, and elder sisters-in-law, my visit isn't aimed at you. It's aimed at those beasts. If you feel you've been wronged, don't involve me in it. Duanzi, however, maintained admirable patience. Without interrupting his plea, she continued examining the surroundings of the village inch by inch. It's fortunate that this village met its doom. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how many more girls would fall into their hands. Mingtang said, it's more than that. A place like this surely doesn't have just one such village. So close, yet unreported for so many years, it proves complicity. Duanzi said somberly, no one guilty will escape justice. Chapter 131, Kill Without Salvation. What do you mean? Lisa Mayo quickly pulled her. Last time what you did, Zhao's team already told us. This kind of immoral thing, even if you're powerful, shouldn't be done easily. Didn't Zhao's team say that even if we don't care, people from the Duanhuan sect will take action? Duanzi tilted her head. So why not create more troubles for them? No, it's unacceptable. Lisa Mayo stuttered anxiously. People from the Duanhuan sect only kill and never offer salvation. Whoosh. In an instant, both of their eyes were fixed on Lisa Mayo. Duanzi asked faintly, what's your relationship with the Leaf family again? Dense sweat had appeared on Lisa Mayo's forehead. He stammered, nothing. Me and the Lees didn't. If I figure it out, that would be a completely different matter. Duanzi's tone was soft like feathers brushing by, causing one's heart to itch. Lisa Mayo was sweating even more profusely. No, look at me. I don't resemble Lee's son at all. We must have no familial relationship anymore. How could I possibly know about the affairs of the Lee family? Then why does Master Li never tell me that the Duanhuan sect only kills without salvation? You must know, right? Mingtang also followed up. Lisa Mayo frowned. Are you sick or something? Your grandmother is an elder in the Duanhuan sect? There are things you don't know that I would know. The surroundings fell silent. Mingtang pursued further. What do you mean? Why haven't I ever heard about it from my grandma? Are you making this up? If she were from the Duanhuan sect, how could she allow me to join the special cases team? Realizing he'd let something slip, Lisa Mayo hurriedly changed the subject. I was just bullshitting. Look, I really know nothing. Why don't you believe me? Duanzi waved her hand dismissively. More talk leads to more errors. Have you forgotten what we saw here? Anyway, I think these people deserve death. I don't feel sorry for them at all. Mingtang said assertively. Some actions must be thought through thoroughly before they're taken, otherwise, one may regret them for the rest of their life. If there was a method. Duanzi hadn't finished when thunder rumbled around them. She squinted her eyes, tilting her head upwards towards the sky. What? Master, what were you going to say? Mingtang asked. Duanzi shook her head, saying, nothing. These lingering spirits may be heavy with resentment, but they're earthbound spirits who cannot leave this place. If they slaughter all the villagers overnight, no one will survive to spread this news. What do you mean? Are there people who have escaped from here? Mingtang suddenly thought of something. Do you mean the villagers couldn't endure it any longer and went elsewhere for help? They're all colluding together. Who would report to the police? Lisa Mayo rolled his eyes. I think it's possible that either someone from the Duanhuan sect or Z organization has been here already. These residual resentments suggest their attempts might have been unsuccessful. Why do we assume we can succeed where they failed? Mingtang clenched her teeth in frustration. You guessing now won't make much difference. Duanzi sighed. Let's move further inside. What do you say? Suddenly, she realized the same feeling her senior brother had when he brought her along. She once got stung by bees after being tricked into taking down a beehive, and crying, she complained to her master. He then punished her senior brother to meditate as punishment. Afterwards, the senior brother decided against bringing her along. Though being the eldest, it was his responsibility to look after the younger ones. She looked up to him greatly and often clung to him. Fortunately, despite his cold exterior, he still taught her sword techniques and talisman practices. Being the youngest among the disciples, others often saw her as bothersome, teasing her occasionally. Her senior brother believed that his apprentice should not be bullied, no matter what. As such, her second brother got beaten up one day. Another night, someone laughed at her third sister, who ended up crying scared half to death by bugs. Gradually, Duanzi inherited the real teachings of her senior brother and became widely known as a little tyrant. Later, because of her determination, her senior brother agreed to take her down the mountain to travel and experience the world. Still, she was inexperienced and created quite a bit of trouble for her senior brother. Master? Master? Mingtang's voice broke her reverie. Finally snapping back, Duanzi looked at her and asked, what's wrong? I've called you several times. What's with your blank staring? Mingtang muttered. Duanzi glanced at the surroundings. The three of them were now standing in front of a house, where a large red lantern hung with the character 11, happiness, and red wedding couplets were posted on the doorframe. Outside the door were remnants of exploded firecrackers. She frowned. How did we end up here? We've been walking in one direction all along, but the scenery ahead has changed many times. By the time I realized it, we were already standing in front of this house. Lisa Mayo said, shall we go in? Duanzi shook her head. No, we can't go in. This was clearly the place with the heaviest resentment. Entering would be digging their own graves. At this moment, the sound of Swana trumpets playing intermittently could be heard, accompanied by deafening gongs and drums. Looking in the direction of the noise, they saw a few people wearing masks jumping as they approached. Behind them was a sedan chair being carried. Duanzi casually made a hand seal and whispered, step back, and don't make a sound. Mingtang immediately stepped back a few paces. Lisa Mayo obviously hesitated for half a beat before joining the two others to stand aside. Unluckily, the group precisely stopped the sedan right in front of this house. Subsequently, several individuals opened the door of the sedan chair and pulled out a tightly bound bride with great effort. The bride struggled violently until her red bridal veil fell off her head. She seemed to have sensed the trio, and her tear-filled eyes stared dead straight at their direction. Lisa Mayo instinctively took a small step forward, but was stopped by Duanzi extending her arm. He looked at Duanzi, who then gave him a negative shake of the head. He clenched his jaw and ultimately refrained from stepping forward any further. The bride was then dragged inside without much ceremony. A short while later, wailing sounds along with noises of moving tables and chairs could be heard. Lisa Mayo finally couldn't help himself. You just sit there watching. She's crying out for help. I've already said it. This is the illusory realm created by the victim herself. Even if you enter, you won't be able to save her. Duanzi's voice had turned slightly cold. She's full of hatred and unable to let go, so it keeps repeating, round after round. How can it repeat? It only just started. Did you forget about that woman we saw at the village entrance? Duanzi interjected flatly. Master Sage, why aren't you willing to reveal the secrets of the Duanhuan sect despite being so kind-hearted? Chapter 132. The Doing of Duanhuan Sect. Duanzi's words successfully silenced Lisa Mayo, who cast a fierce glance at Duanzi for an instant. Meng Tang instinctively shielded Duanzi in front of him. What kind of expression is that? I only know what my grandfather taught me. Saving her in the environment created by the soul might allow us to understand the course of events more completely, to participate in her life, and awaken her conscience, so she can repent. Lisa Mayo said slowly. Duanzi chuckled lightly. Then what? Her forbearance toward you now is already mercy. Entangling in too many causalities might not be a good thing for you. Lisa Mayo looked deeply at her, then directly entered the courtyard. Master, Meng Tang was shocked and immediately looked at Duanzi. Duanzi sighed softly. Don't worry about him. This is his karma. She shook her head slightly and said, you should wait here for her as well. No. Where Master goes, I go. Meng Tang firmly said. Duanzi asked thoughtfully. Aren't you curious at all about the relationship between that woman and Lisa Mayo? Meng Tang recalled Lisa Mayo's reaction and suddenly understood. They know each other? They should know each other much more than just being acquainted. Duanzi said. Have you ever seen him care about Apiao's life or death? Since we entered the village and saw that woman, he has been strange. Meng Tang nodded. That's right. He even went so far as to say that Duanhuan sect only kills, but does not save. I've worked with him for so long, but I have never heard him talk about anything regarding the Duanhuan sect. However, could this Apiao, who is so vicious, do anything to him? Fighting sounds were already heard from the yard. Meng Tang anxiously peeked into the courtyard several times. Are you so worried about him, yet still unwilling to stay here? Duanzi shook her head. Meng Tang immediately clung to Duanzi's arm. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Aren't you worried about her anymore? Duanzi asked. Not worried. You've already said it's his karma, so they must resolve it themselves, isn't it? Besides, I have never seen Master make a wrong calculation, so I trust Master's judgment. Meng Tang decisively said. If it's destined, one cannot escape. It seems that today, these two relatives must meet. Duanzi stepped forward and continued walking. Meng Tang quickly walked a couple steps ahead, staying aligned with Duanzi. After just taking a few steps, the dead-end street in front of them abruptly changed. Beautiful green mountains and clear waters appeared, but the tombs around them made the place extremely eerie. The cold, sinister atmosphere caused Meng Tang to shiver. Just now, weren't we circling in a cemetery full of graves? As for Lisa Mayo, could he have gone inside one of those graves? My goodness, it's terrifying just thinking about it. How come I seem to smell blood? Meng Tang sniffed her nose, immediately feeling very unwell. Moreover, I haven't sensed any signs of spirit activity either. Duanzi explained unhurriedly. Maybe someone from Duanhuan sect has already been here. Only because the female ghost's resentment is too great, they couldn't handle it, so they left it alone. But the blood scent here smells quite fresh. Meng Tang sniffed again. Duanzi quickly covered her mouth and nose, advising. Inhaling too much of this stuff is harmful to the body. Don't act recklessly. Upon hearing Duanzi's advice, Meng Tang immediately nodded, using both hands to cover her own mouth and nose. All right, I won't act recklessly. Seeing Duanzi looking around carefully, she walked straight towards a tombstone. She picked up a handful of soil, studied it for a while before tossing it away, looking serious. Before Meng Tang could ask, she said, this grave has recently been tampered with. Meng Tang imitated her master and also grabbed a handful of soil. This soil is still wet. Dig. At Duanzi's order, she began digging the soil first. Startled, Meng Tang glanced around and followed suit, beginning to dig with her hands. Because the soil was loose, soon both of them uncovered the edge of a coffin. Meng Tang exclaimed, why are there no nails on this? Is someone coming to rob graves? Open it and see. After another bout of digging, they pushed open the lid of the coffin together, only to find it empty. Meng Tang didn't understand. But master, don't you already know whether there's something in here by calculating with your fingers? Duanzi froze momentarily, glancing at her with a heavy gaze. Isn't this teaching you? The ability to calculate fortunes like this isn't something one can learn overnight. Before you master it, you should do things this way. After saying this, she grabbed her phone lying beside her, glancing at the time. It was only 11:30 a.m. The phone had only 20% battery left, and she promptly shut off the recording. There are some things that really shouldn't be decided for Meng Tang on her own, But even though the spiritual energy here is weak, the Tao of Heaven is omnipresent. Today, there have already been 3 warnings. She sighed, deciding to set off. Hey, where are you going, master? Wait for me. Meng Tang saw Duanzi resolutely walking towards a side path, and quickly followed. Remember, whatever decision you make in the future, I will stand firmly by your side. Duanzi said without any context. Meng Tang, not understanding, smiled and nodded. I'll remember this. You can't deceive me, master. In the distance, the faint sound of bells could be heard. Duanzi felt her heart almost leaping out of her throat. Meng Tang listened carefully and asked, Master, do you think there's something wrong with my ears? Why do I keep hearing the sound of bells? There indeed is the sound of bells. Duanzi nodded, her tone somewhat heavy. Why have you been so preoccupied these past 2 days? That's not like you at all. Meng Tang blocked Duanzi's path. Duanzi couldn't bear to look her in the eyes and slightly turned her head. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night. So what exactly happened last night? You won't say, and neither will Song Xiao. Meng Tang asked. Whether due to guilt or not, Duanzi recounted the events of last night to Meng Tang in full detail. Meng Tang was surprised, pulling on Duanzi's arm and asking, such a thing existed? Then isn't that female forensic doctor in great danger? With us leaving, she'll be staying alone. Xiao is there, don't worry. Duanzi patted her hand, giving more words of comfort. Meng Tang felt even more uneasy. Back in the day, Master definitely wouldn't have said so much nonsense, and furthermore, she looked back at the road they came from, feeling sure that Master was deliberately dragging time today. The thunder earlier was obviously due to what Master had said, and more coincidentally, every single one was aimed at herself. Upon analyzing this, her heart became even more anxious. Chapter 133, Bon Array. The 2 worried individuals remained unusually quiet for the rest of their journey. The bell sound grew closer, and just as they were about to turn the corner, Duanzi suddenly stopped. Meng Tang, who had been playing around, directly collided with Duanzi's back, instantly becoming disoriented. Duanzi turned to look at her and whispered secretly, ahead is the answer you seek. Do you want to go and see? It's up to you. This phrase, carried over by a thunderclap, startled Meng Tang. In a daze, she seemed to hear a familiar voice muttering some kind of spell. A chill ran down her spine. Wasn't that her grandmother's voice? How could she be here? She looked pleadingly at Duanzi, whose eyes appeared misty, impossible to see through. Recalling all that had happened on their journey, Duanzi interrupting Lisa Mayo mid-sentence, and what she said about taking sides. She realized how crucial this moment was today. She could feel her heart beating faster, and after a few deep breaths, she finally summoned up the courage to turn the corner. Duanzi hesitated but decided not to follow. Though it was just a simple turn, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Sensing the changes around her, Meng Tang fearfully glanced around. Seeing the dead branches and yellowed leaves on the ground, she instinctively rubbed her arms. Looking further away, she indeed saw several corpses laid out on the ground. Meng Tang forced herself to count the bodies carefully. There were 20 in total. Not far off, there was also an altar, and on its sails were several bells. It looked somewhat familiar, though Meng Tang couldn't recall where she'd seen them. The ominous energy around seemed to be solidifying, causing Meng Tang to swallow hard. How did you get here? A familiar voice rang out. Meng Tang turned back. But having you here isn't so bad either. You can personally witness your parents' return, which should be a good thing. Wouldn't that just be too good to be true? Duanzi's voice suddenly interjected. 10 lives to exchange for 1, and more significantly, you've prepared 20 bodies. This bone array belongs to the taboo magic known as profaning gods and jesting ghosts. Setting up such an array will inevitably cut short the arranger's lifespan. Madam Meng, you have little time left as it is, and now you intend to bring 2 people back to life. Isn't this overreaching? If I can bring my son and daughter-in-law back from the dead, even if it costs me my own life, I would be happy. Madam Meng laughed lightly. If you're willing to help hold the formation, I believe the outcome will be better. Duanzi scoffed. That you haven't met with my resistance should be something to thank me for. And you dare hope for me to support you? Haven't you let your own granddaughter simply watch as her grandmother sacrifices everything for a futile cause? By now, Meng Tang had also caught up and pulled at Duanzi asking, what do you mean? What does grandma plan to do? Will completing this mean losing her? I mean, Madam Meng took over the conversation. Just pretend like you've never been here. Grandma, tears welled up in Meng Tang's eyes. How can you leave me alone in this world? How could you ever be alone? Be assured, trading a grandmother you dislike for parents you miss sounds like the fairest deal possible. Madam Meng's eyes hidden under the hood moistened. Meng Tang took a few steps forward before being held back by Madam Meng's sharp order. Grandma. Large tears rolled down Meng Tang's face. I don't want mom and dad, since I've lived with grandma since I was 10. I just want to be with grandma. Grandma. Master. Surely you must have a way, right? Meng Tang looked at Duanzi pleadingly. I don't want to lose grandma. Duanzi stared straight at Madam Meng. Everyone has attachments. Your grandmother's attachment is to your parents. If I'm not mistaken, she hasn't slept well for a long time. Since she's chosen this path, she's gone too far now. Turning back isn't an option anymore. She couldn't stop Madam Meng's actions, or it would cause a backlash. Not only would she fail to save Madam Meng, but all her previous efforts would also be wasted. Madam Meng nodded toward Duanzi from afar, acknowledging Duanzi's understanding. As Meng Tang looked back and forth between Madam Meng and Duanzi, she rushed forward only to be repelled by Madam Meng. Seeing Meng Tang about to hit the ground, Duanzi swiftly grabbed her. Don't go any further. The situation has reached this point. There's nothing either of us can do to stop it now. Privately, Duanzi still hoped that Madame Ming would get her wish. Yet, whether the heavens would interfere, she glanced upward and couldn't resist waving her hand. In response to Ming Tang's inquisitive gaze, Duanzi explained, "If your grandmother's actions are discovered by the heavens, all three of us will have to remain here. Did you intentionally stall by walking and pausing today, just to buy some time?" Ming Tang stared directly at Duanzi. Duanzi felt somewhat guilty and avoided her gaze. "This array has already been set up several days ago. Even if we had arrived yesterday, there wouldn't have been a way for your grandmother to leave without consequences. Can I just stand idly by watching? Isn't that too cruel?" Ming Tang screamed hysterically. Master, I don't want it. I don't want my parents. I just want my grandma. Please save her. Setting up an array to help her escape from the heavens' notice is already my assistance," Duanzi said slowly. She stared unblinkingly at the swirling energy before her eyes. Even during the initial cultivation realm days, Duanzi had only heard tales of necromancy. She hadn't personally witnessed it. As she watched the 20 corpses gradually being refined into 2 unrecognizable forms, Duanzi couldn't help but frown. Ming Tang also closely monitored the situation over there, still shouting to Madame Ming, Grandma, stop it. I don't want monstrous versions of my parents. Grandma." A wave of energy swept toward them, and Duanzi instinctively stepped in front of Ming Tang. They were then both directly thrown away. Madame Ming saw visions of past memories flash before her eyes. It seemed like she saw her son and daughter-in-law approaching her, calling out, "Mother." Golden light streamed down from the sky, and with it, Madame Ming was turned into powder. "Grandma." As soon as Ming Tang and Duanzi recovered, they saw this and rushed toward Madame Ming, but it was already too late to grasp her hand. The 2 bodies transformed by Madame Ming were now bathed in a golden light, gazing upon Ming Tang with kindness. Ming Tang heard someone call her name and turned around. She hesitated for a moment. It was a young couple, the woman compassionate and gentle, the man amiable and kind-hearted. They were smiling warmly from afar at Ming Tang. Chapter 134, Personal Kill. Before their very eyes, golden light seemed to burst forth from the 2 corpses. In a panic, Duanzi rushed forward and pulled Ming Tang aside. In that fleeting moment, mountains crumbled and rivers lost their colors. Ming Tang immediately fainted on the spot. When she woke up again, her eyes were still brimming with tears. Seeing Duanzi by the bedside, she immediately grabbed her and asked, "What happened? Why am I here? Is my grandmother okay?" "Right. I was just dreaming, wasn't I? Tell me, Master, wasn't I just dreaming?" When Ming Tang saw Duanzi not responding, she began sobbing uncontrollably. Li Simeo's mood was also subdued upon his return, and seeing Ming Tang's state, he couldn't help but offer some advice. Defying heavens will never yield good results. "Master, why didn't you stop her?" Ming Tang gasped for breath between her cries. "Your grandmother has harbored this fixation for over a decade. How could I possibly resolve it with just a few words? Even if I had stopped her this time, there would have been another and another." Duanzi knew that at this moment, Ming Tang wouldn't hear anything, so she quickly stopped talking. She simply held Ming Tang as the girl cried endlessly. Although it crossed her mind that the heavens might disapprove, she didn't expect the situation to escalate to such a cruel extent, turning a single person into powder instantly. Ultimately, she felt she owed Ming family a debt of gratitude. Only after Ming Tang cried herself to sleep did Duanzi step outside. Meanwhile, a lot of events had unfolded in the inn. Due to the strong man attempting to bother Shui Yuan, Song Xiaoxiao intervened and dealt with him. They also uncovered the young boy's true identity. He was actually a girl whose mother had lied about her gender to protect her. The lie about her being disabled was to give her a chance to leave the place and stay at an inn closer to the city. Once Zhao Ying and others understood the situation fully, they reported it to the headquarters, dismantling the human trafficking network in the area, while keeping the little girl's information confidential to prevent stricter surveillance against victims in the future. "Miss Duan," Zhao Ying appeared at the door. "I need to discuss something with you." Duanzi glanced at Ming Tang, motioned for Song Xiaoxiao to look after her, then went outside. "We've been out long enough. It's time we head back," Zhao Ying said. Duanzi bit her lips and replied, "All right, you all go back first. Ming Tang is not doing well. She might need more time. Then, Miss Duan, take care of yourself." Zhao Ying hesitated a bit, but eventually nodded. Shui Yuan still showed some reluctance to part with Song Xiaoxiao, and wanted to ask Duanzi to let her stay for a few more days. But under the cold gaze of Duanzi's unemotional eyes, she hesitated and stepped back. Perhaps because it was nearing the end of autumn, it had been raining these past few days outside. Li Simeo also stayed behind, seemingly out of concern for them. Duanzi thus kept close watch on Ming Tang without taking even a single step away. Because Ming Tang suffered such a heavy blow, her mental state was always clouded, and rarely did she remain conscious for long. Thinking it was unfavorable for Ming Tang's recovery here, she finally decided it was time to return. Thus, with Li Simeo driving, the three set off on their way home. During the journey, whenever Ming Tang awoke, she either stared blankly out the window or asked Duanzi whether it was her fault that, due to her fear of her grandmother, made the latter feel she disliked her. At first, Duanzi consoled her, but gradually fell silent. The current Ming Tang simply wouldn't listen to anything anymore. "Actually, is there any possibility that your grandmother had planned something like this a long time ago, which is why she deliberately raised you to be afraid of her?" After hearing Duanzi's words, Ming Tang remained quiet for an incredibly long time before suddenly saying, "I understand. I will shoulder the responsibilities of the Ming family." Duanzi wasn't sure what exactly Ming Tang understood, but seeing her regain the strength to pull herself together, she chose not to say more. Zhengyu, worried about Duanzi, called several times to check up on her. Upon learning both were already on their way, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and waited outside Meng Tang's house. Seeing Meng Tang getting out of the car first, she greeted her warmly, but Meng Tang only gave a lukewarm nod in response. A little confused, Zhengyu was preparing to speak when Duanzi stopped her. I need to talk to her inside for a bit. Wait for me outside. Okay. Zhengyu, noticing Duanzi's expression wasn't too good, wisely refrained from asking further questions. Master, do you have any other matters? Meng Tang still lacked vitality. Duanzi slightly nodded. Take me to the forbidden area of your home. All right. Meng Tang paused, then agreed. Even if there used to be something significant there, surely now it must be empty, she thought. As Duanzi approached the stone house, she felt the fluctuations of the array for a moment, but it quickly returned to stillness. Then, she turned around and saw Meng Tang, asking, since you will be the head of the Meng family, would you like to come in with me? Is there anything more painful than losing blood relatives? She thought there wasn't. Without hesitation, Meng Tang nodded her head and followed Duanzi into the house. The facilities inside were simple. There was a huge magical array in the middle, and faintly visible floating talismans could be seen. The surroundings were spotless, indicating that someone came in regularly to clean. Without any hesitation, Duanzi walked towards the central array. As soon as she stepped into it, the array suddenly lit up, and several smaller arrays around it also illuminated, glowing brilliantly. Suddenly, she extended her hand and opened the bottle in her hand. There seemed to be some fragments flying out from the bottle. What is this? Meng Tang became excited, forming an intuition in her heart. Duanzi said, though I can't provide much help, I have preserved a trace of their souls. A flush of color appeared on Meng Tang's face, probably caused by excitement. Yes, in order for them to properly enter the cycle of rebirth, you need to intensify your practice and improve your cultivation level. Duanzi glanced at her, her eyes full of hope. Then, why didn't you tell me when the master was still here? Meng Tang licked her dry lips, somewhat unable to believe. I just kept them, but I had no 100% guarantee. Duanzi focused her gaze back on the fragments. I only saw hope when I saw the arrays here. So, how should I cultivate? Meng Tang asked eagerly. Looking at the soul fragments shimmering with halos, she felt as if everything suddenly had a glimmer of hope. It doesn't depend solely on your talent with talismans and arrays. It also depends on all living beings. Duanzi paused briefly. If everyone can adapt to the resurgence of spiritual energy, when spiritual power is abundant, anything will be possible. Chapter 135, A Faint Hope. With Duanzi's words, Meng Tang's entire spirit changed. She wanted to take a few steps forward, but was immediately repelled by the array. When she barely landed, Duanzi sighed. Still so reckless. She chanted a few spells, and the light of the array suddenly paused for a moment before becoming even brighter. Meng Tang blinked at the brightness, noticing that the golden light from the shards became more radiant. Master, what are you doing? She exclaimed, running forward a few steps with a look of astonishment. Duanzi nodded slightly. It's an array that enhances soul power, but in the future, you'll have to do it yourself. I will definitely study hard. Meng Tang answered resoundingly. Seeing Meng Tang regain her vitality, Duanzi finally felt at ease. After briefly giving some instructions, she left. Zhengyu immediately came over as soon as she saw Duanzi walk out. How is it? I saw Meng Tang looking quite disheartened. You seem so eager. Why did you rush to find me? Duanzi deflected the question. Zhengyu quickly told her. Oh, I just wanted to talk about the renovation. Most of it is already done. Also, I heard from the designer that her brother's issue has been resolved too. How was it resolved, did you ask? Duanzi questioned. Of course, I asked, but she doesn't seem too clear about it either. Apparently, she also heard it from her brother, though it seems to be related to Mr. Sui. Zhengyu said. Sui Zhao. Duanzi paused, surprised. It had been a long time since she'd seen Sui Zhao. She didn't know what he'd been up to recently. Yes, she said her first meeting with that person was when you were together, and you were in a wheelchair, Zhengyu added earnestly. Duanzi nodded, but didn't inquire further. Let's go, she said, stepping into the same car as Zhengyu. Noticing Duanzi's fatigue, Zhengyu didn't disturb her during the ride. Before getting out of the car, Duanzi said to Zhengyu, I didn't take many pictures this time, but they should suffice. I'll send them to you later, and you pay attention carefully. All right, Zhengyu responded, preparing to leave. But Duanzi suddenly tapped on the car window. As it slowly descended, Song Xiaoxiao was unceremoniously thrown inside, emitting an ouch. Zhengyu had no time to ask why when she heard Duanzi say, although she didn't follow me completely, she should know most of what happened over there. Let her tell you in detail. It might help improve the materials. Understood, boss. Zhengyu replied instantly. Satisfied, Duanzi nodded, picked up her bag, and left. Upon returning home, she slid down against the door the moment she closed it behind her. This trip had truly been both physically and mentally exhausting. She had initially thought that Sui Zhao would appear this time, as he had in previous instances, but she realized she was just being paranoid. Upon reflection, Sui Zhao had always possessed the ability to resolve these messy issues, yet coincidentally met her. To understand her, he concealed his strength. Thus, this person had profound intentions, and she herself was like a fool, arrogantly believing she was protecting others. Crucially, she knew nothing about his real capabilities and still believed he could be her elder master. Impossible. How could someone like that be her elder master? After taking a long time to compose herself, she stood up. Opening the fridge and seeing fresh fruits and vegetables, she couldn't help but compliment. My assistant is truly thoughtful. Though hired as a work assistant, they've worked harder than a personal assistant. She took a few ingredients and cooked 4 dishes and a soup. For one person, it was indeed a bit too much. But with her heavy mind, she wanted to stay busy to achieve some inner balance. Before she could start eating, her phone alarm went off. Glancing at the time, it was already 8:30 p.m. This was the time for her past live streams. Without hesitation, she initiated the broadcast and showed everyone her 4-dish and 1-soup dinner. People in the chat room were praising Duanzi's culinary skills, but her gaze was caught by the repeated gifting of tender sweet rolls. Could all those #1 fans and super loyal supporters just be self-deception? Perhaps Sui sent Sui Zhao to observe her. How else would it always be so coincidental? This time, because she hadn't started streaming, she hadn't encountered him? ZZ, why do you look unhappy? You don't know how worried we were during your absence. Yeah, tell us what happened lately. Are you people really blind, or just pretending? Can't you see that ZZ is in a bad mood? If she wants to talk, she will. If not, don't expect her to say anything. Duanzi seemed to ignore the drama in the chat room, and suddenly made some random remarks. Do you know that when a person dies, they cannot come back to life? It's not that there's no chance of resurrection, it's just that the natural order doesn't allow it. Only those with great fortune can make changes without risk of being annihilated into nothingness. However, all broken pieces in the world can potentially be repaired, but it depends on whether you have the ability. I'm not saying this to make you believe in any weird shortcuts or methods like eternal life or refining corpses and souls. I only hope that everyone can cherish the people around them and every moment. ZZ makes a lot of sense. I support you. I support Duanzi too. But I wonder if there are any successful cases. I'm also curious. Is there really rebirth? There haven't been any successes, Duanzi cut in firmly. Even if successful, it would take over 100 years. You'd need to live long enough to reach that day. So, everyone should meditate and cultivate well instead. Maybe one day, you'll wait for him to return. Hearing ZZ's tone, are you waiting for someone? Is ZZ waiting for someone? Duanzi took a long time to answer, eating the food in front of her instead. Sui Zhao, who was guarding in front of the live stream room, held a stack of files, but had his eyes fixed on Duanzi without blinking. Master, if you're really concerned, why don't you go see Miss Duan? I think her mood is truly low today. I've never seen her like this. Sui whispered gently. I can't guarantee, I'd be completely honest with her right now. Whatever I say would be useless, Sui Zhao replied. At this moment, the door suddenly opened as Sui Ongwa smiled broadly. It's useful. Of course it is. Sometimes, girls don't necessarily want the truth. They need you to show an attitude, to let them know you care about them. Sui Zhao turned back and shot Sui Yu a glare. Chapter 136, A Special Curse. When Suyu was glared at by Sui Zhao, he immediately reacted and blocked the way between the father and son. Mr. Sui, isn't it improper for you to be eavesdropping like this? Moreover, the work the young master is busy with right now was actually forced upon him by you. What do you mean by? Cough, I won't argue with you about this. There's nothing wrong with me doing these tasks. Sui Ongwa rotated his eyeballs slightly, but one still has to apologize for their own mistakes. So why don't you go first? Sui Zhao asked sharply. Sui Ongwa cleared his throat. How could that be compared? It's you who is pursuing your partner, not me. If I were to apologize first, what would happen to the dignity of an elder? Do you even have any dignity left? Sui Zhao sneered. Since you have so much time on your hands, why don't you take these documents back home and read them yourself? Sui Ongwa wanted to look at Sui Zhao, but was blocked entirely by Suyu. He angrily pushed Suyu away. If I want to take them back myself, I will. Anyway, if your fiancé runs away, you'll regret it. With that, he grabbed the documents in Sui Zhao's hand, as well as a few books on the table, and left without looking back. Sui Zhao felt a headache building up instantly and said, Does he behave like an elder at all? Master, let me be blunt. Mr. Sui just wants you to be happy. You are bottling up your feelings without going to see Miss Duan, which surely feels awful inside, doesn't it? Suyu crouched down to maintain eye level with Sui Zhao. I think Miss Duan is not someone unreasonable. Why don't you explain things properly to her? Maybe she'll empathize with you. Aren't you also free from anything? Sui Zhao frowned. Suyu quickly begged for mercy. Aren't I just worried about master? My heart fully belongs to you. All right, enough with your chatter. Go out and leave me alone, said Sui Zhao. Suyu glanced at the live stream room, then looked at Sui Zhao again, before leaving the room, making sure to close the door behind him. Sui Zhao stared at the phone screen for quite a while, tracing the outline of Duanzi's face gently, then pulled his hand back. It wasn't the right moment yet. After finishing dinner, Duanzi also live-streamed the process of washing dishes. Everyone had high spirits and didn't disperse right away. There were a few comments criticizing her, claiming that Duanzi would do anything for fame. But these opinions were quickly drowned out by other topics. After Duanzi finished washing the dishes, she wiped her hands and told everyone, It's been quite a while since the incident. I can meditate now. She briefly disappeared from the camera, returning in a white martial arts uniform, looking exactly like the first time she appeared in the live stream. As usual, she sat in meditation, but this time she didn't enter deep concentration right away. Instead, she furrowed her eyebrows tightly. Her lips became pale instantly. What's up with Zizi? Is she suffering from some sort of internal damage? Why must we speak negatively? Could it be that she is trying to break through a new level? Maybe it's just that Zizi is upset, affecting her practice, right? An unstable Dao heart really could lead to problems. Help. Everyone look closely. Did her brow flash for a moment? Yes, it did. A faint golden mark flashed momentarily at Duanzi's brow, before disappearing as though it had never existed. But Sui Zhao's brow tightened deeply, wishing he could jump into the screen. Who gave her this curse mark? Similarly, watching the live stream on the screen, Xu Zheng suddenly clutched his chest, his face wrinkling in pain. Brother Zheng, are you alright? Fu Miao asked anxiously. Xu Zheng shook his head, gritting his teeth against the discomfort, saying, I'm not sure why, but please contact my private doctor. Fu Miao bit her lower lip, but hurried off nonetheless. At this moment, she was wearing a bathrobe, her hair still somewhat wet, clearly having just come out of the bathroom. But just then, Xu Zheng didn't glance at her once. Instead, his eyes fixed directly on Duanzi. The phone in her hand rattled ominously until the sound on the other end came through, pulling her attention back. Hello, may I ask if this is Dr. Deng? This is the Chu residence. When Dr. Deng arrived, she scrutinized Fu Miao up and down for a while, which made Fu Miao very displeased. Why is the personal doctor a woman? Are you here? Xu Zheng weakly greeted her. Upon hearing his voice, Dr. Deng narrowed her eyes. Our esteemed young Master Chu seems to want to die because of a woman. Xu Zheng looked down at his own clothes and sighed helplessly, saying, Don't joke around. I might be gone in a little while. Alright, can this miss fetch me a glass of hot water, please? Dr. Deng smiled faintly. Fu Miao, with her hand hidden behind her back, tightened her grip a little more while smiling on the surface, and said, Alright, Dr. Deng, please wait a moment. Why aren't you focusing on treating him, but instead trying to get rid of her? Xu Zheng asked in confusion. Deng Yao replied sarcastically. Her envious glare was too obvious, which disturbed my concentration on work. As she spoke, she pointed her chin towards Xu Zheng's direction. Xu Zheng immediately extended his hand, allowing her to feel his pulse. You really are interesting. Your new girlfriend isn't as good-looking or well-behaved as the last one. Deng Yao muttered. Dr. Deng, can you not be so mean? I've already said that Duanzi and I have nothing going on, yet you still don't believe me. Xu Zheng became agitated. Deng Yao pushed him back down and said, You just fool yourself with these words. You're watching your ex's live stream right in front of your current girlfriend. If it were me, I'd definitely be angry too, probably to the point where I'd slit your throat. Can we stop with these sarcastic comments? What is wrong with me? Xu Zheng rubbed his eyebrows anxiously. Deng Yao responded mockingly, overthinking. It seems even with a new girlfriend by your side, your troubles haven't decreased at all. Enough. Xu Zheng pulled his hand away. Stop all the nonsense. This happened because I saw Duanzi. So do you regret it? Deng Yao was sharp as ever. No, I don't regret it. Xu Zheng got worked up quickly. It's just that. Her brow center, right here, there was suddenly a flash of something golden. And then this started. Deng Yao became serious. Did you see clearly what that golden thing looked like? Was it flower-like, or did it resemble talisman symbols? It should be a talisman. It felt like some kind of ideograph. Xu Zheng wasn't sure, repeatedly picturing the pattern in his mind, feeling his heart ache more and more. Draw it out, and let me take a look. Deng Yao gripped his wrist tightly, her gaze intense. Chapter 137, Trivial Matters. It was strange that the symbol appeared only for a short while, so brief that ordinary people didn't even have time to see clearly what the pattern looked like. Xu Zheng, however, drew it completely and accurately. Deng Yao enjoyed watching and directly took the complete draft. Coincidentally, my guy has been obsessed with these things recently. Wait for my good news. Deng Yao patted his shoulder and said, Carefully think about what I just said. Some ties should be cut if they need to be. Otherwise, more than one person will suffer. After saying this, she also exchanged a glance with Fu Miao. That person wasn't exactly honest. She claimed to go fetch water, but once she left, there was no word after that. It was unclear how much of the previous conversation she had heard. Still, Fu Miao saw her off to the door, but clearly, Deng Yao did not want any thanks. She had an unpleasant expression on her face, and on the way back, she complained to Xu Zheng. Why does everyone compare me to Sister Duan? I know I'm very average, but I've already worked very hard. Xu Zheng's mind was still a little hazy at this moment, but he just waved his hand at her. Don't hold it against her. She received benefits from Duanzi in the past. Is that true? Fu Miao asked. Yes, at that time, Duanzi was very generous to all the people around me, buying whoever could be bought. Xu Zheng said offhandedly. Fu Miao was lost in thought for a moment. Yes, her external conditions really couldn't match the other person's, and her acting wasn't as good either. Since she worked under Xu Zheng, she would inevitably be compared. Passers-by often said that she wasn't worth 1/10,000th of Duanzi. Even if Duanzi became an internet celebrity, she was still far beyond comparison by the masses. She cared too, but it was useless. Her ability was right there, and as long as people weren't blind, they could see the difference. But having differences didn't matter. She could gradually make up for them and improve slowly. But if Xu Zheng regretted now and left her, she wouldn't have the same grace as Duanzi. Fu Miao didn't pursue the matter further, but instead began tidying up the room for Xu Zheng. Xu Zheng was annoyed by her figure moving back and forth, making him confused, and inexplicably felt irritated. Can you stay still for a while? I just wanted to help you organize. Fu Miao said softly. Xu Zheng frowned impatiently. There's a nanny to do these chores. Why are you working so diligently? I just want to help you. Fu Miao chuckled dryly. Xu Zheng rubbed his temples and said, That woman Duanzi, I don't know what she did to me, but my head really hurts badly. Don't you have a variety show to attend in the coming days? Just focus on the program. Isn't this driving her away? Brother Zheng, I've gone over the show procedures many times, and there won't be any problems. So please let me stay here and take care of you. Fu Miao said as she moved closer to Xu Zheng. My mom used to have headaches, and I learned quite a bit of massage techniques for her sake. Why don't I try giving you a massage? Chu Zheng, still remembering the life-saving favor she did when they were kids, forced himself to suppress his irritation and agreed with her proposal. On Duanzi's side, things ended without serious incident. In the end, she calmly resumed her practice and went straight to sleep after finishing her live stream. The next day, when Zheng Yu knocked on the door and told her about yesterday's situation, Duanzi couldn't help but touch her brow center. Why don't I know what's on my brow center? Did you see clearly what it looked like? Duanzi asked again. Zheng Yu shook her head and said, it passed too quickly. We didn't activate the recording function, and at the beginning, that thing flickered like breathing. The time we could see clearly was only an instant. Upon reaching this point, she quickly handed Duanzi several meat buns. Then, shall we go take a look at the renovation? I heard from Chen Jing that it's already done. Duanzi, thinking about the special case group affairs, made an appointment with Zheng Yu for another time. Zheng Yu found nothing wrong with this and started working on her own tasks. When she arrived at the special case group, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Seeing Duanzi, everyone came over with starry eyes, only to retreat upon receiving a stern look from her. Why hasn't Meng Tang sent any updates at all? Li Sun waited until the others had moved further away before asking. It's her. She received a great deal of blows, and these days she must be busy dealing with the big and small affairs of the Meng family and her grandmother's funeral, Duanzi said slowly. If you're worried, take some delicious food to visit her. Li Sun adjusted his glasses and did not continue questioning. He turned to find Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had probably heard Miao Samao's work summary. Although this person seemed irresponsible, he always wrote his summaries very carefully. Knowing Miao Samao had taken a big hit, he let him rest at home. Miss Duan. Following the sound, it turned out to be Sun Qian. She was dressed particularly spirited today and looked to be in a very good condition. There wasn't even a trace of the frailty or old age that she had cited as reasons for her leave. Duanzi slightly raised an eyebrow. Why is Elder Sun here? It's been half a year since we last met, hasn't it? Not that long, Sun Qian said visibly awkwardly. Duanzi didn't continue to dismantle her excuses, but instead praised her. I heard that before retirement, Elder Sun was a professor at the university. You must be far more capable than any of us when it comes to teaching students. You little girl, you're not trying to set me up with some kind of trap, are you? He chuckled skeptically. Duanzi shook her head. No, I just want to see Elder Sun's skills firsthand. Sun Qian had originally thought that Duanzi would look down on everyone, and during their first mission together, Duanzi had been so ostentatious. This caused Sun Qian to fear that her own authority within the team would be diminished by Duanzi, so she repeatedly came up with excuses not to participate. But due to insufficient manpower as Duanzi and others were out on missions, Sun Qian had been brought in to teach for a few days. And it had gone fairly well. She was still worried about whether Duanzi might treat her coldly upon seeing her earlier, but surprisingly, this young girl actually understood human relations. See, our Duanzi has made great progress, Xiao Yi said contentedly while holding a thermos. Li Sun appeared somewhat troubled, yet still followed the topic. Elder Sun also privately mentioned that she hesitated to come because she was concerned Duanzi wouldn't give her face. Now she shouldn't feign illness to avoid coming, will she? Yes, exactly. Xiao Yi laughed and patted Li Sun's shoulder, saying, if you're really worried about Meng Tang, go see her. After all, we still have 3 people left here. No need. Li Sun shook his head. She may not want to see me. You fool, what are you thinking? For someone you like, isn't visiting them a truly joyful thing? Xiao Yi became impatient. In my opinion, you should hurry up and tidy yourself before going over. Chapter 138, Moving. What was initially just an inquiry to Xiao Yi about the circumstances unexpectedly involved himself. He didn't intend to continue speaking with Xiao Yi and turned around to leave. Wait, you're really not planning on asking for leave? Xiao Ye's entire body was leaning out of the stairs, only to see Li Sun waving his hand without turning back. Duanzi heard all the sounds from over there and couldn't help but sigh. What are you sighing about, Coach Duan? Ji Nanting had unknowingly crept over. Duanzi couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, what's it got to do with you? Have you heard you're moving? Do you need any help? Ji Nanting asked with a smile. Duanzi paused for a moment. How did you know I'm moving? It says so on your moments. Ji Nanting replied. Frowning, Duanzi opened her phone. When she saw the content of the message, she was incredibly upset. This song Xiao Xiao truly. Well then, if you guys have time, you're always welcome. Duanzi smiled, feeling suddenly enlightened. It wasn't until Duanzi received a message from Chun Jing saying that the house renovation was complete. At that very moment, Duanzi went with Zheng Yu to inspect the house and found the decoration satisfactory. This formaldehyde will be gone in a few days, Chun Jing said slowly. As for the previous incident, I must thank Miss Duan for the referral. Otherwise, my brother would already be dead. Duanzi stood by the window staring in the direction of the Sui family, not immediately responding to Chun Jing's gratitude. Chun Jing looked confused, turning toward Zheng Yu, who quietly smiled and whispered, they've had a falling out and haven't seen each other for several days. Looking at Duanzi and then outside, Chun Jing said, that person could run into him anywhere. Zheng Yu quickly changed the subject. Seeing the expressions of both, Duanzi felt bewildered. What are you two up to? No, nothing. I'm just complimenting our big designer Mr. Chun on his good work, Zheng Yu said with a smile. This place isn't suitable for long stays. Let's have a meal together? That should be appropriate. Duanzi nodded. The 3 of them drove to the nearest restaurant, but encountered someone Duanzi didn't want to see at the entrance. She frowned and stared at the person for a while before entering the restaurant first. Zheng Yu smiled at Sui Zhao and said, Zizi's temper is indeed a bit high. Ha ha ha, we'll go in first. Chen Jing also bowed slightly and followed them inside. Throughout this meal, Duanzi remained mostly silent. Although Zheng Yu tried hard to enliven the atmosphere, they noticed her expression worsening, so stopped trying. It wasn't until the day Duanzi mentioned she was moving, everyone planned to head over to her place earlier, when suddenly Sui Zhao appeared in the special case group. At that time, Xiao Yi mysteriously took Sui Zhao into the room. Coach Duan, why don't you try figuring out what they're discussing? Ji Nanting fearlessly leaned towards Duanzi and asked. The great fortune surrounding Sui Zhao is not something we can easily comprehend, Duanzi remarked. You haven't even mastered the basic skills yet. How dare you think about others' business? Ji Nanting retorted. Isn't it true we learn what you teach us? Besides, aren't you also curious about what they're doing? Duanzi pointed at her own nose and said, I have no leisure time for such trivialities. I'm merely praying they don't find another matter to discuss, otherwise, I won't get to move my house. Not knowing if it was to avoid Sui Zhao or not, Duanzi rushed off the moment she finished work. Initially, Ji Nanting and the rest planned to follow, but were detained by Xiao Yi claiming he had an announcement to make. They sent an apology message to Duanzi and stayed behind for the meeting. Duanzi hadn't planned to rely on these people for her move anyway, having contacted a moving company much earlier. By organizing everything well ahead of schedule, she completed the move overnight. Sui Zhao returned home and was blocked momentarily by some vehicles. Sui Yu said, Miss Duan, are you moving next door? Sui Zhao ignored him, prompting Sui Yu to continue. Master, did you not visit the special case group today to cooperate regarding Miss Duan? Since it's a coincidence, why not inquire? Forget it, I'm tired, Sui Zhao said and directly got out of the car to walk inside the house. Just as Sui Yu was about to say something, he coincidentally met Duanzi. He hastily called out and ran forward. Miss Duan, is there anything you need help with? I'll get my family members to come assist immediately. There's nothing much needed. My belongings aren't many anyway. Besides, I'm not abandoning that house. It's my property originally. Irrelevant things I haven't brought over, Duanzi responded. Sui Yu exchanged pleasantries with Duanzi a few more times, but the latter obviously lacked patience and shut the door firmly. You're back. Sui Zhao had been waiting at the door to ask what the two had discussed. After Sui Yu recounted everything in detail, Sui Zhao raised an eyebrow. That's all. That's right. Just that much, Sui Yu nodded in confusion. Sui Zhao's face immediately darkened as he wheeled away. But, didn't you ask me this? Sui Yu was confused. Did you not put in a good word for A Zhao with Miss Duan? Sui Yong was suddenly appeared from somewhere. This statement woke Sui Yu up like a splash of cold water. So what should I do? Sui Yu hurriedly asked. TSK, you treat my words just as lightly as A Zhao does. And now you're asking me. Sui Yongwa couldn't help but comment, though he quickly shifted the subject. Actually, there may be a way. Sui Yu glanced sideways. Isn't this inappropriate? How is it inappropriate? That curse mark must definitely have something to do with that young man, Sui Yongwa said. If you don't say it to A Zhao, will he really care? But what if it's not? Sui Yu hesitated. What are you talking about? I said it is. Sui Yongwa shoved him. Sui Yu stumbled a few steps before anxiously seeking out Sui Zhao and recounting everything Sui Yongwa had taught him. Where did you hear this news? Sui Zhao set down his tea and looked at him with a teasing expression. Sui Yu felt a chill run down his back. I'll just say that Mr. Sui told me. You won't be mad, will you? Sui Zhao looked down, fidgeting with his ring. It's not impossible. But I can only know for sure if I get close. What? Master, what are you muttering about? Sui Yu rubbed his ears, looking completely confused. I'm saying, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. Go out already, Sui Zhao decisively ordered. Sui Yu. Wait, master. Okay, I'll go. Chapter 139, A Long Overdue Apology. Sui Yongwa personally watched Sui Yu being escorted out and even stepped aside wisely. Sui General Manager, aren't you too disloyal? Sui Yu pouted. When you just betrayed me, did you ever feel sorry for me? Sui Yongwa asked the other with righteous indignation. Sui Yu paused for a moment and quickly pleaded for mercy. Isn't it because I thought that your name would be more useful? All you know is to argue. If he doesn't go to apologize, this matter definitely can't just pass like this. Sui Yongwa sighed heavily, and his expression looking at Sui Yu had an undertone of disappointment. If you found a partner earlier than A Zhao, would he be greatly stimulated, then eagerly go to apologize? Sui General Manager, don't joke around like this. Sui Yu's forced smile couldn't last any longer as he hastily fabricated a reason and left. Sui Yongwa looked at the others back, resentment practically overflowing. My brother Sui Yuan and I have used up all our luck chasing women? These two are truly useless. It didn't know when it started raining outside. Duanzi still had a pile of stuff to pack. Looking at the vast yard, she actually felt a bit empty. Fortunately, she had the wits to start packing the bedroom first. Otherwise, tonight she might not have been able to sleep well. Since this space outside is so large, if I don't plant some flowers and greenery that I like, wouldn't that be a waste? Holding an umbrella, Duanzi walked around. She took the opportunity to carefully familiarize herself with the entire garden. Suddenly, Duanzi stopped in her tracks. Her gaze toward the distance was filled with bewilderment. That beautiful golden light shot straight into the sky, looking very spectacular. How strange. After staying at the Sui family for a few days, how come she never saw such scenery before? It seemed to resemble a magical formation. So, is what the Sui family guarding this? Sui Zhao. As the rain grew heavier, Duanzi turned back and returned to her room. At the moment Sui Zhao noticed the golden light, he also realized the severity of the situation and hurriedly sought Sui Onghua for an explanation. But by the time he arrived, that golden light had already vanished. Sui Onghua glanced at him and said, "There's nothing serious. What are you running around like this for with your body in this state? What about? Isn't Duan Zi moving next door? With such a big commotion, don't you fear her finding out something?" Sui Zhao clenched his teeth in anger. If there was no mistake, the other party did it to push him hard. Sui Onghua's expression carried a deep meaning as he deliberately drew the tone out long. "What are you talking about? Your old man isn't someone like that, right? However, I acted a bit slow. It's dark now. She probably won't have the leisure to wander around outside. You?" Sui Zhao was stopped in speech with mounting anger. "There are originally few people who know about our family treasure. After you flaunted it, the people from the Duanhuan sect will find their way over tomorrow. Can our family fear those minor characters?" Sui Onghua chuckled sarcastically. "Is it because your old father is getting old and can't lift a sword anymore? For several generations, the Sui family has had a couple of great celestial masters. They accurately predicted the future of the Duanhuan sect. Hence, very early on, they merely agreed to assist the sect, but never joined it. And they requested the other side not to record the affairs of the Sui family. Therefore, among the 5 major families of the Duanhuan sect, there was absolutely no trace of the Sui family. Even until now, Sui Onghua's strength is by no means to be underestimated." Unconcerned with his father's sarcasm, Sui Zhao urgently calculated a divination diagram. "You look very dissatisfied, don't you?" Sui Onghua said faintly. "This shows that it was the best decision I didn't teach you these things. Haven't you seen how life and death situations arise, and we don't know when they'll end?" The only thing Sui Onghua taught Sui Zhao was how to meditate cross-legged, nothing else. "You." Sui Zhao glared fiercely at him and said, "The revival of spiritual energy is inevitable. The Duanhuan sect merely helps everyone earn a little more time. If our Sui family can lend them a hand, perhaps it could. I know exactly what you've secretly done behind my back." Sui Onghua cut off Sui Zhao's words. "Aren't you covertly working as the investor of the Special Cases Group? Doesn't this mean we've contributed our share?" Sui Zhao raised an eyebrow and chose not to continue further. His original intention in speaking all these was merely to test how much his father knew about his activities. At least up till now, his father still thought he only practiced sitting meditation. He silently turned his jade ring, saying indifferently, "These few days I intend to go out. When will you be back?" Sui Onghua asked. "Undetermined return date." Sui Zhao replied calmly, driving his wheelchair away without looking back. Sui Onghua was seething with anger. "If you dare to do anything dangerous, I will. I'll arrange a blind date for Miss Duan. By the time you come back, you might not even get to drink her wedding toast." He had already walked quite far, yet he still heard every word Sui Onghua said. Sui Zhao rubbed his temples, finding it utterly baffling how his father could be so unreasonable. The next day, Duan Zi saw a large bouquet of flowers at the door, looking exceptionally beautiful. She didn't originally intend to accept them, but when her gaze fell on the small card, she couldn't help picking it up. It read, "Our Sui family does not wish to get involved in any trouble, so we did not frankly tell you about seeing A Piao. However, the matter father entrusted to you is indeed real and necessary. Please do not take offense, Miss Duan." Sui Zhao, "Is a bouquet of flowers and a note after such a long time supposed to make me forgive you?" Duan Zi felt infuriated, but after pondering over the words on the note, she made a fire talisman and burned the note. She drove her car out and hesitated for a moment before bringing the flowers along. It was rumored that Sun Qian's course had ended, and she would rest at home for a few days. Giving her a bouquet seemed appropriate as a thank you for her recent care of the students. When Sun Qian saw the fiery red roses, her face flushed, and she stammered, "Miss Duan, these roses, aren't they inappropriate to give me? Our instructor Sun will forever stay youthful and vigorous. Roses suit her perfectly." Duan Zi chuckled. The new farewell-goers already knew Sun Qian's name, and seeing the roses made it hard for them not to chuckle. This is probably Duan Zi's good intentions, right? Moreover, she likely devotes all her time to cultivation. Not knowing flower meanings is very normal. Xiao Yi pulled Sun Qian aside and whispered comfortingly. The image of Duan Zi fighting ghosts barehanded flashed through Sun Qian's mind. Nodding continuously, she replied, Yes. Thank you for Miss Duan's good wishes. Thank you very much. I have something else to attend to, so I must leave." Chapter 140. Too incompetent, tired. After this period, these rookies would be able to officially start their jobs. Based on where they lived, they were divided into several small teams, led by the local major case squad. However, the 5 people nearby were directly assigned to the special case team and became members of the special case team. Why can others join the major case squad, but we can only be in the special case team? Ji Nanting sighed heavily. What's wrong? Aren't the talented individuals here perfect for someone like you? Zhao Juyan said solemnly. Isn't your family from the Duanhuan sect? How could they tolerate you joining the special case team? Ji Nanting said sarcastically. Zhao Juyan is Zhao Ying's niece and also one of the inheritors of the sect. She carries on the tradition of Bai Xian, mainly focused on healing and rescuing. In her words, she joined the special case team to secretly learn survival skills, so as not to always rely on others for help in the future. Didn't your Ji family used to be from the Duanhuan sect too? They don't mind you not earning money and enduring hardship here, so why can't I stay here? Zhao Juyan chuckled derisively. Besides, you're nothing more than a pretty face. In this group of new recruits, Ji Nanting indeed wasn't outstanding. Neither Xiao Ye's martial arts nor Li Sun's spirit asking were remarkable. However, he had a slight knack for talismans. Calling him a pretty face was no exaggeration at all. Do you think it's me who looks more like a pretty face? Ji Nanting protested. I can at least draw some talismans. What about you? I'm a girl, it's fine to be protected. Zhao Jian didn't want to lose. That's right, her ambitions are far-reaching, but in reality, she wasn't much better than Ji Nanting. Watching the two argue endlessly, Duanzi only felt a headache. Xiao team leader, how could you let them officially join the team with peace of mind? Don't you worry about any misfortune happening to them? Isn't this because we're worried about incidents, which is why we let others join the major case squad instead? Xiao Yi responded calmly. Those staying in our special case squad have me and you. They'll get some more time to grow, won't they? Upon hearing this, Duanzi's headache got worse. Aren't these just 5 deadweights? Without even mentioning Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian, these rich second-generation kids, the other 3 haven't shown any talent either. I am increasingly feeling that joining our special case squad is a huge pitfall. Duanzi rolled his eyes and left directly. Not true. There's still a mission today that needs you. Xiao Yi quickly chased after him. 2 hours later, Duanzi set off on the mission with Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian. Honestly speaking, among these 5 people, these 2 were the biggest deadweights. Coach Duan, why do you keep sighing? Is there something troubling you? Zhao Jian finally couldn't hold back her question. Ji Nanting wanted to stop her, but failed. Didn't need to ask. Of course it was because they 2 were too useless, and he didn't want to bring them along. He remembered clearly, Duanzi had almost walked away. It took Xiao Yi quite a bit of coaxing before bringing him back. Duanzi cast an ambiguous glance towards Zhao Jian sitting in the passenger seat and said slowly, the worries of adults aren't something for children to inquire about. Ji Nanting burst out laughing despite himself. What's so funny? Zhao Jian couldn't help herself and gave him an elbow jab. Why did you do that? Can't you see I'm driving? Ji Nanting immediately furrowed his brows and corrected the direction. Zhao Jian glared at him. Who asked you to mock me just now? Duanzi's head throbbed again as he spoke. Both of you, calm down for a moment. If it weren't because you both promised to help me move last night, but then didn't show up, would I have had to pack my things until midnight? It's not our fault. Our fault. Please rest well, we won't talk anymore. Originally, Zhao Jian wanted to give some explanations, but when she looked at Duanzi's languid gaze, she immediately changed the subject. How could you possibly contradict a beauty's words? Such a sin, such a sin. From then on, the 2 remained quietly all the way without uttering a single word. Duanzi got to enjoy a good nap as expected. When they reached their destination, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Their superiors had already arranged a hotel for them. All they needed to do was check in. Coach Duan. Zhao Jian suddenly called out to Duanzi, who turned around with curiosity. Well, isn't it your live stream every day at 8 o'clock? She continued. Tonight, we'll be doing a task, right? Let me hold the phone for you. No need. You guys just focus on resting properly tonight. Tomorrow, during the daytime, we'll examine the surrounding environment. We'll proceed later in the evening, Duanzi said. Why not go today? Isn't it true that every late day puts more people in danger? Ji Nanting asked, puzzled. Duanzi nodded and said, you're right. If I were alone, I'd have gone already, but you 2 are too incompetent. I don't want to send over 2 extra servings of food for them. That was indeed a harsh comment. Zhao Jian pouted her lips. But didn't we come out this time to gain experience? To gain experience, not to die, Duanzi replied with folded arms. And if Ji Nanting weren't male, I wouldn't let you leave my side at all. Ji Nanting quickly interjected. I may not be good, but I still have ways to save myself. Don't underestimate me. I'm not underestimating you. I'm stating the fact, said Duanzi expressionlessly. I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep now. The 2 exchanged glances, but neither dared to ask whether the other was hungry. Before leaving, Duanzi had calculated that the journey ahead would be disastrous, yet without bringing them along, they would lose an important opportunity to train. She collapsed onto the pillow, unwilling to say another word. Seizing the moment, Song Xiaoxiao crawled out of her bag, furiously flipping Duanzi the middle finger as she mumbled quietly. You forgot about me the entire way. You don't even think about how lonely I'd be if you left me home by myself. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated, muttering. That's inappropriate. I just want to stay by your side. After all, Ji Nanting was a boy. As a female ghost, staying in his room wasn't appropriate either. Duanzi did not respond further, sighing deeply before sitting beside the phone. I'll just watch TV by myself then. When Zhao Jian returned and entered, she saw a little wooden figurine hugging the phone sitting on the nightstand. For a long while, one person and one puppet stared at each other until Song Xiaoxiao finally spoke up. She's fallen asleep, so please be quiet when you wash up. Still stunned, Zhao Jian turned around and immediately went into the bathroom. What had she just seen? How adorable. Chapter 141, Dragging Feet. When Duanzi woke up the next day, she was startled by Song Xiaoxiao beside her pillow. What are you doing? Trying to scare someone to death. I slept pretty well last night, but I couldn't get any proper rest. After finishing her complaint filled with resentment, Song Xiaoxiao narrated the events of the previous night to Duanzi in great detail. Zhao Jian had first trapped Song Xiaoxiao in her hand, and then twisted her arm and dragged her legs around until late at night. Just when she finally managed to escape from her clutches, Zhao Jian started chasing her again like they were playing hide and seek. Did she stay awake all night? Duanzi asked in astonishment. Not exactly. Is that even the point? What on earth are you talking about? Song Xiaoxiao was so angry that she didn't want to speak to her anymore. She felt like Duanzi didn't care about her at all. Duanzi frowned slightly. I mean, she kept disturbing me all night, yet I never woke up. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. That's right. Your hearing is usually quite sharp. How could you not be woken up? Instantly, Duanzi's expression turned subtle. Could it be that you were stuck in some kind of array without realizing it? What are you talking about? That's impossible. Song Xiaoxiao thoughtfully recalled after a while and immediately dismissed Duanzi's conjecture. I'm certain that's true. Your phone rang as well, she said firmly. Duanzi looked at her with an investigative gaze. However, Song Xiaoxiao continued to insist on her own statement and refused to give in even half a step. If that's the case, then she must have light and skillful movements. She even deceived my hearing. Duanzi touched her chin. Where is she now? Where did she go? She has gone to eat, of course, Song Xiaoxiao replied. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. After hearing her words, Duanzi lowered her eyes. That shouldn't be possible. Wasn't there anything strange yesterday? Strange things? No. Apart from you, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual, Song Xiaoxiao said. Indeed, among these people, the only one acting strangely was herself. Whether it was because there wasn't a sound when she fell asleep, or because she woke up early. Why are you spacing out? Aren't you hungry? Song Xiaoxiao urged Duanzi to eat something. Duanzi had a vague sense of unease deep in her heart, but for the time being, she couldn't clearly express what exactly was wrong. They wandered around outside for a bit and returned in the afternoon. Zhao Jian asked, when are we finally going to the place where the incident occurred? This time, Duanzi was very cautious, saying, my condition seems to be off. If you guys drag your feet, I might not be able to guarantee your lives. Is that real? Ji Nanting quickly asked anxiously. He definitely didn't want to end up as food. Duanzi laughed. If you want to survive, you need to watch over me closely and make sure I don't fall asleep. Otherwise, if you get eaten by spirits, I might not even realize it. Ji Nanting certainly didn't believe her and was about to say something, but he was pulled back by Zhao Jian. There really is something strange. When I returned last night, section leader Duan was already sleeping, but even though Song Xiaoxiao and I made a lot of noise, she showed no signs of waking up. After listening to her, Ji Nanting also felt uneasy inside. No matter whether it was from live broadcasts or through his uncle's stories, Duanzi's strength had always been extremely powerful, especially her hearing, which was unusually acute, capable of overhearing whispers from far away. How could such an alert person allow anyone to mess around in her room without noticing? Duanzi walked a long way ahead, and, seeing that the two hadn't caught up, she hurriedly asked, what are you two dilly-dallying around for? Relax, even if my skills aren't as good as they used to be, I can still protect you both safely. With that said, the two exchanged glances and hurried to catch up with Duanzi. Ji Nanning asked first, so what exactly happened? Could it be that you went berserk during your last training? Duanzi looked at him with a rather complex expression. Do you call that going berserk? I got cursed. Don't even think about how bad I've got it. And you're making fun of me here? That's impossible. Who would dare to curse you? Ji Nanting stepped forward a few more steps when he saw her showing no sign of slowing down. Given your abilities, wouldn't it be almost impossible for someone to quietly curse you without you realizing it? Duanzi touched her forehead. If it were her then, of course, it would be impossible. But wasn't her original body there? Her memories were blurry. Who knew which son of a gun actually messed with her? But honestly speaking, he still believed that Sui Zhao had a pretty high chance. You don't seriously think it was Master Sui, do you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Song Xiaoxiao suddenly interrupted Duanzi's train of thought. Duanzi couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. If you miss him so much, why don't I just hand you over to him next time we meet? No. ZZ treats me so well. How could I be two-timing? Song Xiaoxiao flattered and smiled as she hugged Duanzi's arm. Duanzi. She shook off goosebumps and said faintly, your arms are too short, don't bother. Song Xiaoxiao pouted and turned her face away. The three of them walked a long distance, finally arriving at the village only to be told that someone had already arrived there first. I bet it's the people from Duanhuan sect. There's no one else besides them, Zhao Jian said. Ji Nanting chuckled, saying, always mouthing Duanhuan sect, as if people don't already know your grandfather is one of them? You. Zhao Jian was quite angry but eventually swallowed her words. I won't stoop to your level. Seeing that the two had quieted down, Duanzi waved her hand. Go take a look, will you? Is this small matter really worth having you two squabble like fighting roosters? Despite their dissatisfaction, they silently abandoned the argument because neither could beat Duanzi. When they saw the person inside the dilapidated temple, Duanzi was indeed surprised, but due to past conflicts, there was no intention of greeting. Another person inside heard the commotion, looked back at Duanzi with a glance, while not forgetting to dust himself off. Miss Duan, what are you doing here as well? Shouldn't I be asking you the same thing? Duanzi replied coldly. Didn't you say you were going far away? How can I run into you here? I left earlier. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Sui Zhao stroked the jade bracelet. Since you knew I've already left, I assume you received my apology flowers? Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian exchanged glances, understanding immediately. Originally, the roses sent to Sun Instructor were actually from Master Sui to Duan Instructor. Meeting their sparkling eyes, Duanzi gave a threatening glare, causing both to lower their heads and pretend to be quails, not daring to utter another word. Chapter 142. What's he doing here? In order not to make his students laugh at him, Duan Ziqiang endured the sourness without letting it show. But could Rui Zhao's mouth really be tamed by silence? What happened before wasn't intended to hide from you. It's just that my family doesn't want to get entangled with the Broken Soul sect. Rui Zhao left the sentence unfinished as Duan Ziqiang cut in. So you lied to me too? Rui Zhao became flustered. I really can only meditate. Don't believe me? Ask Rui Yu. Sounds like when you were lying to me before, without even asking Rui Yu. You're all clearly a pack of wolves and jackals. Duan Ziqiang said angrily. No, our young master really can only meditate. Otherwise, how could our Miss Rui have invited you to protect him? Rui, you hurriedly explained. Our family doesn't know much, but we've come this time for bidding. We heard there are strange happenings around here, so we decided to take a look. Before Duan Ziqiang could ask more, they heard the roar of a car engine again. She squinted and seemed to glimpse the face inside the car for an instant. Is that Chu Zheng? Looks like it, Ji Nanning followed up. What's he doing here too? Is this place some kind of mystical treasure land? Said Duan Ziqiang, glancing at the scenery around them. Even if they were on a tour, the broken temple where the group stood was far too broken. Duan Ziqiang couldn't figure out what these rich people were thinking about in their heads. Rui Zhao wheeled himself forward, slowly positioning himself in front of Duan Ziqiang. Just as Chu Zheng stepped out, he caught sight of exactly this scene. Such a coincidence, you're here too. Chu Zheng's tone didn't sound very friendly. From the passenger seat, a clear and graceful figure emerged, immediately hugging his arm. Son, goody, elder brother. Why didn't you wait for me? You still came down yourself, right? Were you expecting him to carry you out instead? How old are you now? Zhao Jian sneered. Fu Miao pressed her pale lips together. People who associated with Duan Ziqiang weren't good company anyway, not knowing how to speak properly. Duan Ziqiang asked. Are you also here for the bid? Yes, replied Chu Zheng curtly, as though squeezing the word out from clenched teeth. The organizer said that whoever resolves the matter here will be allowed to participate in the bidding. Didn't expect to bump into you guys. I'm not on his team. Our special case group works independently. Why don't you find another place? Duan Ziqiang said with a faint smile. Rui Zhao had no objections, saying, Sure, but I wonder if Mr. Chu is willing to give me this favor? Seeing Chu Zheng ready to move his foot, Fu Miao hastily pulled him back, whispering, Didn't you say last time when the Broken Soul sect made things difficult for Duan Ziqiang, the Rui family was the one who intervened? How can you tell they're not working together? After hearing her words, Chu Zheng hesitated briefly. No need. I'm still quite curious about what sort of evil influence is in this temple. Zhao Jian wanted to open her mouth, but Ji Nanning stopped her. Why are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? Let Instructor Duan deal with his own troubles between an ex-lover and a new flame. We'll just watch from the sidelines. She glanced at Duan Ziqiang, then Ji Nanning, ultimately stepping back. Their voices weren't loud, but the surroundings were too silent. There was no way not to hear what they were saying. Fu Miao gave them both a barely visible glare before smiling sweetly. How could Sister Duan be so distant? We used to be friends. Since our goals align, why not join forces? You think too highly of yourself. Not mentioning you, let's talk about Chu Zheng. Tell me, what special abilities does he have to deserve joining forces with me? Duan Ziqiang rolled her eyes. And let's make something clear. I'm under some stupid curse, and my 5 senses are gradually fading. Hard enough protecting these 2 little troublemakers, let alone bringing along 4 of you. Hearing the word curse, Rui Zhao's hand paused over the toggle bead, but he still kept his lips sealed without saying anything. Are you sure someone else placed the curse on you? Why did my Zheng brother feel discomfort after seeing it? Fu Miao stepped forward slightly, almost sounding accusatory. Duan Ziqiang narrowed her eyes, looking past her directly at Chu Zheng. Is what she said true? It's true, Chu Zheng said. I have no reason to lie to you about this. If everyone else showed no reaction, why did only he react? Could this curse have been placed by that elder lady? Duan Ziqiang rested her cheek on one hand, propped up by the other arm, staring intently at Chu Zheng. Your Chu family really has no decent members at all. This curse mark on my forehead doesn't affect anyone else when they see it. So why does it bother you when you look at it? This question indeed struck straight to the heart of the matter. What else can it be? It must be related to him because of this curse mark. Sui interjected casually. Chu Zheng frowned with annoyance. If it were related to me, how could I not know? My head felt like it was going to explode yesterday. What if it's some kind of memory? When the carrier can't handle it, having a headache is not impossible, Sui Zhao grinned as he said. Seeing his smiling face, Chu Zheng wanted nothing more than to rip it apart. But one cannot lose grace so easily. Grinding his teeth, Chu Zheng said, I don't think there's anything wrong with my memory. Every single thing that Duan Zi has done, I remember them all. Who knows, anyone might think I owe you something, Duan Zi sneered. Before the other side could retort, a demonic wind suddenly arose from nowhere. Everyone quickly shielded their eyes. When they opened them again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Duan Zi let out a sharp breath. This looks kind of familiar. Is it from that time with the spider spirit? Ji Nanning asked hurriedly. It's sort of like that, but not exactly. Duan Zi observed her surroundings. This feeling is more like we've been pulled into someone's dream. There's no one around here but us, and no sleeping person either. This is absolute nonsense, Fu Miao disagreed. Hey, ugly girl. If you're just here to argue with our instructor, please shut up. You're making yourself look stupid, Zhao Jian said without any politeness. Can't a Piao have dreams too? We've already said this place is strange, yet you still won't leave. And now we've ended up dragged in, haven't we? Let me warn you, when something happens soon, don't beg us to save you. Fu Miao wanted to say something more, but was cut off by Chu Zheng's reprimand. Miao, we need them if we're going to get out. Need them? Isn't it obvious you're just worried about Duan Ji? Fu Miao said through teary eyes. Chapter 143. Chu Zheng is injured. Duan Zi was simply unable to listen any longer, feeling as though his head was buzzing and he could not bear to hear another word from the other side. You two can go wherever you want. Don't bother me. I currently have some hidden ailments and really don't want to have anything to do with you. In a word, life and death are destined. Don't count on my help anymore, Duan Zi said resolutely. Chu Zheng was also annoyed by Fu Miaomiao's arguing. Originally, if they had stayed and said nothing, Duanzi would have been busy. However, after hearing these words, not only would Duanzi drive them away, but even if something happened, he wouldn't lift a finger to help. Even though she is a kind person. Seeing that the two of them seemed determined to follow her, she asked, "What do you mean now? Will you leave or not?" "I won't leave. We trust you," Chu Zheng said firmly. "Trusting me? Then you shouldn't blame me later if I don't rescue you." Duanzi laughed coldly. The others were all watching with interest, except for Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao's lips were tightly drawn, just observing the changes around him. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt like something major would happen today. And this big event was not only related to Duanzi, but also closely linked to Chu Zheng. It could be considered a calamity for both of them. When Duanzi looked at Sui Zhao, she saw the latter with an expression as if preparing for battle, so she asked, "Why are you being so quiet today? I'm not someone who talks a lot in the first place. Moreover, Miss Duan has never said she forgave me." Sui Zhao coldly smiled. This was quite different from the usual Sui Zhao, clearly showing he was genuinely upset. Duanzi frowned. "It's clear that you lied first. How can you blame me? Haven't you felt how powerful the energy around us is? This is definitely beyond your ability range." Sui Zhao didn't hide it anymore. "That's strange. Didn't you say you only learn meditation?" Duanzi asked. "How come your senses seem more acute than mine now? Have you forgotten your own words from earlier?" Sui Zhao bluntly said. "Your memory isn't keeping up either, huh?" His words were truly venomous. Zhao Jian signaled Ji Nanting with a glance, and the latter immediately stepped back and frantically shook his head. She was angry with Ji Nanting, glaring at him. Ji Nanting shrugged, indicating there was nothing he could do. It seemed Duanzi really did not care about their lives or deaths. Afterward, she paid no heed to them, merely examining her surroundings and inadvertently walked further away. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. Duanzi walking in front, followed by a large group trailing behind. Duanzi. Even if she were deaf, such fiery stares would still make her feel uneasy. She abruptly turned around and stared at them, saying, "Can't you just quietly stay where you're supposed to be?" "But, Coach Duan, we feel nowhere is safer than staying right behind you," Ji Nanting said. Duanzi laughed once. "If you keep following me and suddenly something attacks me, I can't evade. I'll have to take it head on. Do you hope for my demise?" Looking at Fu Miaomiao meaningfully, she added, "Maybe letting you die here doesn't matter." Fu Miaomiao quickly hid behind Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng didn't react fast enough, when suddenly a light orb zipped past Duanzi's ear, directly smashing into Chu Zheng. Everyone was startled. Duanzi unbelievably turned back, but could not find the source of the object. Fu Miaomiao had not expected everything to happen so suddenly, and immediately reached out to Chu Zheng. With tearful eyes, she glared at Duanzi. "You wicked woman, why do you always pick on me?" Before Duanzi could respond, Zhao Jian could no longer restrain herself and cursed. "Do you have a problem with your brain? Wasn't it because you pushed him just now that he didn't have time to dodge? It must be Duanzi. Otherwise, why would it be so perfectly timed?" Fu Miaomiao screamed hysterically. Duanzi poked her ears. "Fine, since you put it that way, I'll accept the crime you accused me of." Having said that, she turned her head and continued walking ahead without looking back. Ji Nanting rushed to catch up anxiously while Sui Zhao strolled leisurely behind, followed closely by Sui Yu. Fu Miaomiao and Chu Zheng were left far behind. Ji Nanting found it hard to let them be and turned around several times on the way. Finally, he could not hold back and asked Duanzi, "Will this person really be alright?" "He will be fine." Sui Zhao's voice came first. Duanzi then laughed and said, "Given the curse mark on my forehead, he can't die that easily. Besides, Sui family heads the Soul Sever sect. Unless we push him, how will we know his real capabilities? Will this really not result in fatalities?" Ji Nanting said hesitantly, "What's there to be afraid of? They too came out, not with us. This place is so eerie, and the deaths are not just one or two. They're just extras," Zhao Jian said bluntly. No sooner had she finished speaking than thunder could be heard outside. "It seems darker than before," Zhao Jian's voice echoed through. Duanzi nodded and said, "Isn't this normal? Can't you see the time on your expensive watch?" "True, but when we were in the city district, it was brilliantly lit up. I've never seen such darkness." Zhao Jian scratched his head. In fact, Duanzi's words were indeed highly sarcastic. For some unknown reason, she suddenly felt that the rapport between Sui Zhao and herself was truly unmatched by others. Duanzi felt that today's array seemed to have no ill intent towards their group. Apart from the earlier attack on Chu Zheng, there was no subsequent action, as if it was specifically targeting Chu Zheng. "Do you know anything about the background of the investor behind the tender?" Duanzi suddenly asked Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao paused for a moment and replied, "I did hear about it. It seems to be a collateral branch of the Sui family, which surfaced rather mysteriously. With this kind of relationship, how do you think you'd succeed in bidding?" Duanzi asked excitedly, her eyes fixed intently on Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao hesitated and replied, "I only thought that your special case group would also get involved in this mess. I watched the live broadcast that day. I was very worried about your health condition, so I followed along." Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian nudged each other's elbows, ready to enjoy the drama. Duanzi frowned slightly. What help can a cripple offer except causing trouble? "Make you laugh." Sui Yu unconsciously chimed in. Duanzi and Sui Zhao. Chapter 144, Share Your Thoughts. Ji Nanting inexplicably turned back for a look and happened to see a sudden burst of golden light, causing him to cry out. Everyone turned to look, all with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Duanzi was incredibly astonished. My goodness, this level of cultivation is truly too high. If I were here using that person's body, I should be able to go back by now. Sui Zhao. The others didn't have such keen hearing. Their hearts were filled with curiosity and confusion, all wanting to go over and take a closer look at what exactly was happening there. Duanzi coolly glanced at Sui Zhao. What's your opinion? My opinion? That expression on your face doesn't look like you're seeking knowledge. It looks more like you want to kill me. Sui Zhao chuckled while rotating his jade ring. I think it's Chu Zhang. You haven't trained yourself dumb after all. Duanzi scoffed. Though the golden glow around Sui Zhao had nothing to do with sitting in meditation, meditation would certainly help him seize extraordinary opportunities. Do you think how Fu Miao Miao, who went with him, fared? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao shook his head. If I were her, I would definitely try my best to run away with those who left, without worrying about Chu Zhang's life or death. After all, money means nothing if you don't have the chance to use it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Jian's voice came. Hey, isn't that person surnamed Fu? Seems so, Ji Nanting frowned. This woman is really too heartless. After seeing the golden light, Fu Miao Miao sat right down where she was, eyes filled with shock. No, what is this? Brother Zhang, you guys hurry up and go back to save him. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Jian coldly ridiculed. You seemed pretty decisive following us just a moment ago. What are you sobbing and crying for now? Are you regretting it? Duanzi, he loves you so much. How can you watch him die? Fu Miao Miao stumbled over to Duanzi's side and clutched onto his arm tightly. You must not be able to bear it, right? No, I not only want him dead, I also want you dead. Duanzi said coldly and directly pried her hand off. Without holding back in the slightest, Fu Miao Miao could feel her hand nearly breaking from the pain. He liked you so much, Fu Miao Miao screamed. How could you be so cruel? Who's being cruel? Clearly you abandoned him, yet you dare to blame us. So you finally couldn't hold back anymore. At that time, the person who insisted on staying behind wasn't you, was it? This act of turning things around and shifting the blame is truly awe-inspiring. These words pierced Fu Miao Miao's heart like needles. She seemed to know everything, yet understand nothing. Fu Miao Miao firmly followed them, but never expected Chu Zhang to attain great fortune. She wasn't stupid. How could she not know the significance of the golden light? But only in this way could she restore her own image. Even though no one could see. Suddenly, Duanzi noticed a faint light to the left of everyone and immediately walked towards it. The others quickly followed. Fu Miao Miao glanced at them and then looked toward Chu Zhang's direction. In the end, she gathered her courage and walked back. On the way, she might really encounter something unpleasant. But as long as she could see Chu Zhang again, she'd still have the chance to explain. Duanzi and the group successfully broke through the formation, but Ji Nanting couldn't help but glance backward once more. He didn't see any trace of Fu Miao Miao, nor did he see Chu Zhang's. Are you still worried about Fu Miao Miao? Can't you tell that woman is just acting? And you, the nephew of an actor, of all people. Zhao Jian said. Ji Nanting said. Even so, the path she chose to turn back is indeed hard to walk. If she enjoys it so much, why bother? Duanzi laughed softly, unclear whether she was talking to anyone in particular. Perhaps she felt sympathy for Fu Miao Miao, or perhaps she was reminiscing about the original self. On the way back, both Zhao Jian and Ji Nanting remained silent, and even Song Xiao, who usually chattered endlessly, didn't even emerge from her bag. Ji Nanting, realizing this later, pulled Song Xiao out to check, fearing that the little wooden doll might have been lost. Song Xiao immediately shot him a big glare. What are you doing? It's almost time to get off the carriage. I was worried you might get left behind. Ji Nanting justified matter-of-factly. So why didn't you check before getting on? Song Xiao questioned. Ji Nanting continued resolutely. Sorry, I didn't think of that at the time. Duanzi burst into laughter. Alright, how big of a deal is it? Is it worth you two being so serious? Have faith. Chu Zhang will definitely be fine, and Fu Miao Miao too. Even if she did betray Chu Zhang, he'll save her because she's his white moonlight. But Duan instructor, aren't you worried that Chu Zhang might come out and then bring the Duanhu insect to hold a grudge against you? Ji Nanning asked. What's there to be afraid of? My home is right next to Sui's family. Even if I die, there'll still be someone to collect my corpse, Duanzi said. Sui Zhao finally spoke up. Yes, we'll certainly catch up with collecting her remains, don't worry about that. Zhao Jian noticed the situation and quickly pulled Ji Nanting aside. Let's go. Didn't you say earlier that if we returned alive today, you'd take me out for a meal? Before Ji Nanting could protest, Zhao Jian had already shoved Song Xiao from Ji Nanting's hand into Duanzi's, and then dashed off in no time. Duanzi, grinding her back teeth, she growled. You little bastards, just wait until I find an opportunity to return the favor. You shouldn't use this kind of bad luck reference here. Sui Zhao said. Like you have any business telling me what to do. Duanzi snapped, and immediately went inside without further ado. Sui didn't dare to make a sound, staring at Sui Zhao for quite some time. Until the door on the other side opened, an array of light shone through. Hey, you brat, not planning to go home to sleep? Staying awake all night like an eagle? Came Sui Yang's voice. Only then did Sui Yu let out a sigh of relief, softly persuading. Master, why don't you go back first? After all, Miss Duan acknowledged you today, didn't she? Sui Zhao opened his mouth, but in the end, only sighed deeply. Let's go back. Sui Yu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, hurrying to push Sui Zhao's wheelchair towards home. Sui Zhao hadn't left his wheelchair for a long time now. Even during business trips, he wouldn't risk getting out of it. He wanted to ask why, but he didn't dare. His intuition told him it was likely because of Miss Duan. But wasn't he always in treatment? And he'd never told Miss Duan that he would never stand again. Ayu! A shout from Sui Ongwa jolted Sui Yu back to reality. Focusing, Sui Yu realized he had almost pushed Sui Zhao right into the wall. Why yes. I'm sorry. Sui Yu apologized in panic. Chapter 145, A Different Chu Zheng. Sui Zhao rubbed his temples and stopped Sui Yu's further self-tormenting actions. Stop moving. I'll handle it myself. Hearing his unfriendly tone, Sui Yu quickly let go. The wheelchair moved swiftly without any hesitation. Sui Yu and Sui Ongwa were momentarily stunned, and they glanced at each other. Sui Ongwa composed himself and asked, what happened? Why is he running so fast? Maybe he's afraid I'll push him into the wall again. Sui Yu cleared his throat, making up a serious lie. Sui Ongwa didn't believe a word of it, and pulled him over, asking, is it because Miss Duan hasn't forgiven him? Not exactly, Sui Yu replied. Then, is it because of Chu Zheng? Did Chu Zheng come? Sui Yu instinctively wanted to deny it, saying, no. Did I guess right? Sui Ongwa narrowed his eyes. Answer my question properly, and I'll give you a raise, okay? Mr. Sui, look at how I messed up just now. Can't you let me off this time? Sui Yu begged repeatedly. Just one moment of inattention almost sent their young master into the wall, and that sin was no small matter. If he said something out of turn again, there would be no hope for his survival. I'll take your silence as an admission, Sui Ongwa pressed on. Upon hearing this, Sui Yu bolted forward without looking back, yelling, I didn't do it, I didn't. It's not about money. Seeing him escape without turning back, Sui Ongwa gritted his teeth in anger. If it wasn't for him refusing to take me along, would this even be happening? After muttering this, he waited around for a while before reluctantly heading back as well. When Duanzi returned home, she simply ate a quick meal, washed up, and went to sleep. The turmoil outside had nothing to do with her. Song Xiaoxiao quietly stood by Duanzi's bed for a long time until Duanzi finally couldn't bear it and glared at her. What are you doing? I just want to ask if that curse imprint has been lifted yet. Song Xiaoxiao nervously rubbed her hands, feeling somewhat anxious inside. Duanzi recalled and said, I heard your movement pretty clearly. It should be gone by now. After speaking, she burrowed her head deeper and continued sleeping. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated. Isn't this suggesting that the curse has something to do with Chu Zheng? He seems to have that sort of great destiny. What about Sui Zhao? Are the CPs I've shipped destined for a bad ending? Of course, Duanzi had no idea what her little mind was thinking. She only knew that things weren't going well with this situation. That night, she slipped out from among the wooden figures. Duanzi, who had been sleeping with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, looked at the wooden figure lying on the ground, got up, picked it up, and placed it on the bedside cabinet. I wonder what big deal this is. How could he just leave like that? Duanzi murmured softly. She had a suspicion in her heart, but quickly quelled it. Impossible. Even if there really was some connection with him, there's no reason for him to act like this. After all, she had nothing worth anyone bothering over. She quickly adjusted her emotions and had a good night's sleep. It must be the arrival of autumn that made the night seem particularly desolate. That night, she had a strange dream. When she woke up, she remembered nothing. The next day, when Duanzi got up, she heard the doorbell. She furrowed her brows and slowly climbed out of the blanket. Xiao Xiao. She called out, but there was no response. Could it be that she didn't come back all night? Duanzi couldn't help calculating with her fingers, and found that the divination showed good reflections, instantly relieving her tension. Thank goodness, everything's fine, Duanzi patted her chest. Only then did she remember to check the monitor and open the door for the guest. But when she saw who was outside the door, she inexplicably felt annoyed and pressed the button. What do you want? I have something I need to explain. Chu Zheng's voice wasn't as cold as before, sounding rather abnormal. Duanzi said indifferently. If it has anything to do with Fu Miao Miao, I refuse to listen. It's not because of her. Chu Zheng paused. At least invite me in for a cup of tea. Duanzi rubbed her fingers and eventually opened the door. The distance from the gate to the living room wasn't short. In the meantime, Duanzi managed to freshen up and change her clothes. By the time Chu Zheng pushed open the living room door, Duanzi had just turned around. Come sit down. For some reason, it seemed like he didn't care about her at all. Chu Zheng paused as he pushed the door open, then decisively stepped inside. I thought I wouldn't see you today. It's not like you said you wanted to come in for a cup of tea. I also happen to want to know what the curse imprint on my head has to do with you. Duanzi's tone was very calm, and her actions were quite steady. After pouring water for the other party, she placed it directly in front of him. Why aren't you speaking? It's just that I happen to be a little thirsty, that's all. Chu Zheng took a small sip of water after receiving it. As for the matter of the curse imprint, I'm not entirely clear either. But this should probably be our destiny. Hold on, your destiny is with Fu Miao Miao. Don't include me. Duanzi responded indifferently. Chu Zheng still hesitated somewhat, stuttering as he spoke. The reason I valued Miao Miao is because she saved me when I was young. However, I remembered something yesterday. Actually, the one who saved me was supposed to be you, but you deliberately gave someone else's name. So what? An apology would be too late now. Duanzi tapped lightly on the table and slowly said, the Duanzi you knew has already died. Chu Zheng looked at Duanzi. The latter's gaze was as tranquil as water, which instead made Chu Zheng lose his composure. What did she mean by that? I know you hate me, but I and Fu Miao Miao are not. Alright, Duanzi interrupted Chu Zheng. She cares about you deeply, even chasing us for a long distance because of you. In the end, she went back specially out of concern for your safety. I think Fu Miao Miao doing all this is already hard enough. Chu Zheng's lips twitched for a moment as he said, you know, she's great at acting. With such great acting skills, she hasn't won any actress's accolades yet. Duanzi half smiled. Clearly, Chu Zheng understood why Fu Miaomiao behaved as she did yesterday. It was hard to guarantee that he hadn't known before. If Chu Zheng had been pretending to be naive all along, then his past self truly died an innocent death. Chu Zheng couldn't refute effectively, and could only sip his tea, his mind already turning into a chaotic mess. Chapter 146. You're good, but don't come back again. Duanzi was completely unconcerned and immediately went back to her own business. She quickly made a fragrant breakfast that made Chu Zheng unable to stop swallowing his saliva. Yet he had already eaten before coming, and, in the past, Duanzi's offerings were always refused with disdain by him. At this moment, he wasn't sure what had changed. Was it because he felt guilty towards the person who had saved his life? Or did he feel guilty for not taking her side? However, Duanzi didn't forget him. She handed him a set of utensils. If it doesn't taste good, just bear with it. Chu Zheng hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the bowl and chopsticks. Soon, he had eaten all the dishes clean, almost licking the plates clean as well. Looking at his state, Duanzi couldn't help but ask, didn't you eat breakfast before leaving home? How could you even finish my portion too? I ate, Chu Zheng said guiltily. Duanzi stopped asking further questions, quietly finished the soup in her bowl, then tidied up and washed the dishes. When she returned, she saw Chu Zheng still sitting there and asked, is there anything else? No, Chu Zheng answered honestly. Duanzi smiled faintly and said, then why aren't you leaving? Planning to stay for lunch. Chu Zheng froze. Do you forgive me then? You're good, but don't come back anymore, Duanzi said with a sardonic smile. Can you leave now? Chu Zheng. He had expected Duanzi wouldn't accept his apology right away, but never anticipated such firm rejection. I brought you a gift too, he said, pulling out a small box from his chest. It looked incredibly delicate. Duanzi only felt her eyelids twitching. She certainly didn't want to experience some cliché Korean drama situation. I don't need your gift, you should leave. Once given, I can't take it back, Chu Zheng said. Duanzi thought to herself, where on earth is this CEO cliché dialogue coming from? She shrugged. Then, Mr. Chu, please take it. We've had our differences before, and they're irreversible. Leave. After the conversation reached this point, Chu Zheng had no choice but to leave. Just as he got to the door, he met Rui Zhao in a wheelchair. His face turned cold instantly. What are you doing here? To apologize, isn't that what you're here for? Rui Zhao's grin seemed like it was painted on, looking very provoking. Chu Zheng originally intended to stall at the door, but it slowly opened on its own. Both men fell silent for a second as Duanzi's voice came through the nearby monitor. Mr. Chu, are you planning to spend the new year at my place? Chu Zheng furrowed his eyebrows, failing to utter a word. He glanced back at the direction of Duanzi's room, and then left hurriedly. He's like, Master, wait for me. Rui Yu called out anxiously, seeing Rui Zhao driving his wheelchair inside, following in a hurry. The door closed with a sound, and they narrowly avoided being locked out. Thank heavens we managed to make it in time. Rui Yu patted his chest dramatically, as if barely surviving something. Rui Zhao commented flatly, had you dawdled any longer, the outcome would have been different. I just feel that today's Chu Zheng seems a little off. Rui Yu pondered slowly. Rui Zhao didn't look back and retorted, if you're interested, why not chase after him and ask now? Isn't asking Miss Duan the same thing? Rui Yu smiled. But regarding this question, Rui Zhao clearly didn't wish to respond. Have you seen Xiao Xiao? Duanzi asked. Yes, she encountered strong winds and couldn't return, so she's staying in my room temporarily, Rui Zhao answered calmly. For some reason, Duanzi felt a fleeting discomfort, an unexplained chest tightness. You don't look too good, Rui Zhao noted. It's probably because Chu Zheng annoyed me earlier. Duanzi put her hands on her hips briefly. I'll make you a cup of tea to thank you both for delivering the message. Miss Duan, what did Chu Zheng come here for? He seemed awfully angry. Rui Yu finally voiced his curiosity. It's nothing major. He apologized for the past events, but I told him that Duanzi is dead. There was nothing else for him to say, so he insisted on giving gifts for apologizing. What about the gift? Rui Zhao's tone became somewhat urgent. Duanzi's smile disappeared almost immediately. I threw it away. Good job. Rui Yu clapped his hands. Seeing that neither of them looked particularly friendly, he quickly stopped speaking. Thus, apart from the sounds of Duanzi making tea, silence enveloped the living room. The decorations in your room look quite nice, Rui Zhao commented offhandedly. Duanzi slightly raised an eyebrow, her gaze on him seeming a bit peculiar. That's an interesting thing to say. Wasn't Brother Chen's matter something you resolved? No, Rui Zhao replied without hesitation. For that matter, I just helped introduce him to a skilled craftsman. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Duanzi naturally scrutinized his words and therefore didn't respond immediately. Rui Yu looked at Duanzi, then at Rui Zhao, and couldn't help but interject. This is something I can truly vouch for. If you don't believe us, we can even go ask Grandma. The paper toss store owner? Duanzi asked. Yes, we'll tell her about this matter, and she'll be responsible for finding someone else. Rui Yu nodded earnestly in response. Seeing that his expression didn't seem like he was lying, Duanzi lightly nodded. All right, I'll trust you too this time. Surprisingly, Rui Zhao actually breathed a visible sigh of relief. Duanzi questioned with curiosity. What's wrong? You seem nervous. It's because of the last incident. I was really worried you wouldn't trust us anymore. While part of it was a lie before, such as calling your name and expecting you to come, the reason I was there was because I was worried about you. For some unknown reason, I always felt familiar with you. Rui Zhao started speaking more openly. Rui Yu looked as though witnessing a rare spectacle. This was the first time he had seen his young master so humble. Almost instantly, he received a meaningful glance from Rui Zhao and quickly added, right, right? Our young master has told me long ago that he pays special attention to your matters. He just feels. So it seems there's something interesting here. I've had this feeling too. Duanzi braced her hands on the table, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. Rui Zhao smiled faintly. Judging by your demeanor, you've already formed some guesses, but I'm still clueless. Chapter 147. Are you, or aren't you? Perceiving the calmness from the other party, Duanzi became a bit suspicious. Was he tricking me? But clearly, he came to apologize. How could he deceive me again? The wind outside was carrying raindrops, slamming against the glass in large droplets. All three people looked toward the window, and Yu exclaimed suddenly, "Oh no, I left my quilt out to dry." Just as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the living room without looking back and entered the rain. Instantly, there were only two people left in the living room. Only two words escaped through the teeth of Sui Zhao. Idiot. Duanzi was still slightly dazed, hearing what seemed like something spoken. Instinctively, she asked a question. What? Nothing. Sui Zhao reached out and took the kettle from in front of Duanzi. You said you'd brew tea for me, but I haven't had any yet. Only then did Duanzi finally snap back to her senses. Sorry, I was just spacing out. It seems that person on your mind is really important, Sui Zhao probed. Duanzi nodded. That's my big master brother. Do you like him? Sui Zhao asked. I do, Duanzi answered without hesitation. My big master brother makes delicious food. It would be great if he were my real older brother. Sui Zhao's smile instantly disappeared. Real older brother? That's right. My big master brother used to see me as a little burden, but he was very responsible, so he wouldn't let others bully me. Later, maybe because I'm likable, the care my master brother showed me was more than what others received within the same sect. At this point, Duanzi looked at him. I can't say exactly how you two are alike. My master brother, though a bit of a cynic, was especially good to me and always stood up for me. As for you, well, you're nothing but a weak-legged cripple. TSK, maybe I really misjudged you. Sui Zhao remained silent, and the hand resting on his leg had unconsciously balled into a fist. Real older brother? Huh, even if, it doesn't matter. Duanzi noticed that the other wasn't talking much, becoming a bit awkward instantaneously. Cough cough. I used to be pretty unreliable. Master brother helped me clean up the messes, and our relationship has been really good. My heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder. Sui Zhao arched an eyebrow, picking up his teacup and sipping. Oh, never mind. I didn't mean that. Duanzi hastily corrected herself. I meant that I'm a little afraid of thunder. Sui Zhao withdrew his hand and casually twirled the jade bracelet around his finger without showing any emotion. No wonder that day you acted so strange, and even got a fever. A certain memory seemed to come back in an instant, causing Duanzi's face to turn red, and she quickly blurted out. That was because of another reason. Absolutely not because of thunder. Oh, is that so? Sui Zhao half smiled. Duanzi felt somewhat nervous, clearing her throat. It's your turn now. Tell me about that familiar feeling you mentioned earlier. Ours are different, Sui Zhao stated straightforwardly. What I have on my mind is my first love. Wow. Duanzi felt completely unsettled, gritting her teeth. You're not joking, right? My first love was very cute and lively, true and spontaneous. Later, I confirmed that you weren't her also due to your mouth, too toxic. While saying the last three words, Sui Zhao deliberately emphasized them. Duanzi was furious enough to want to hit someone. Sui Zhao, you'd better not be teasing me. Duanzi warned. In her memory, the novel never mentioned anything about Duanzi and Sui Zhao having connections, right? Could it be some hidden plotline triggered by herself? What kind of joke is this? This isn't a game where things work out like that, right? The rain outside continued to pour heavily, and Duanzi's mood hadn't eased at all. TSK, if this is the case, it's probably going to end up being replacement literature, isn't it? She ground her teeth in anger. Suddenly, Sui Zhao looked at her, then stretched out his hand, picked up the cup, and drank it all in one go. Thank you for your hospitality, but I should head back. With the rain coming down this hard, how will you leave? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao acted as though he didn't hear her, and marched on undaunted. Duanzi was astonished. He's truly like a servant, so impetuous. But speaking of which, we've talked this far and the other side hasn't admitted anything. So he definitely isn't, right? My master brother wouldn't be that insincere. Anxious, Duanzi stomped her foot. After tidying up the table, she sat by the floor-to-ceiling window to watch the rain. The rain driven by the wind fell drop by drop on the windows, disturbing Duanzi's heart once more. To hell with that white moonlight. I'm definitely better than her. Song Xiaoxiao returned carrying an iron bar, seeing that Sui Zhao preferred braving the wind and rain to go home, worried that the two had quarreled. Upon returning breathless, she only saw Duanzi fast asleep alone, nearly boiling with anger. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. She must be tired. Song Xiaoxiao mumbled, consoling herself as she floated upstairs alone. Duanzi, in a daze, thought she heard some noise and woke up to look around but didn't find anything. She hesitated for a moment and decided to go back to sleep. She immediately fell into a disordered dream. In her dream, she saw her master brother, who was holding a woman whose face she couldn't see. But from others' comments, Duanzi learned that this girl was very beautiful. Suddenly, Sui Zhao appeared, his whole body cloaked in gloom. Seeing that her master brother wasn't happy, Duanzi quickly went to comfort Sui Zhao. What's wrong with you? That's my master brother. The person on the other side remained silent for quite a while before slowly saying, the one in his arms is my white moonlight. Then he suddenly pulled Duanzi into his embrace as he had done when rescuing her, and said to the master brother, Since you've taken away my white moonlight, I will pluck your red rose. What nonsense about red roses? Duanzi couldn't help cursing loudly, and then she woke up from the dream. Song Xiaoxiao, who was just about to cover her with a blanket, froze in place. Wah! What red rose? Duanzi snatched the blanket forcefully. You've practiced well, now you can even grab things. Song Xiaoxiao didn't know how to continue asking. But Duanzi couldn't contain herself anymore and recounted everything from start to finish to Song Xiaoxiao. The latter was directly stunned into silence. What on earth was all of this? How could Sui Zhao dare do such a thing? You listen to me. Song Xiaoxiao spoke slowly. He's nothing but trash, don't stoop to his level. He'll regret it eventually. What trash? Duanzi paused momentarily before suddenly understanding. Right, he's trash. He's a big liar. Song Xiaoxiao. She silently began chanting a Michuofo, feeling that badmouthing someone behind their back wasn't right, especially since that person was not weak in ability. But Duanzi seemed like her energy pathways were fully open, giving Song Xiaoxiao a show of scolding someone without using foul language. This so-called trash really is worthless, playing the substitute literature game. The overbearing rich guys are all brainless types. How could he admire them? I really don't get how there are people like him. Chapter 148. Meng Tang got into trouble. ZZ, how about we have a calm and composed conversation? Song Xiaoxiao said softly. Duanzi's breath was irregular. She turned to look at her and said, what do you suggest? Well, this is what I'm thinking. Song Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. I feel like this doesn't work. Maybe we should try another approach. What's your deal? Can it actually work or not? Duanzi clearly had little patience. Song Xiaoxiao said, I have a few questions for you, and I hope you'll answer them honestly, ideally after some introspection. Duanzi nodded carelessly, urging her not to waste time. The reason you're upset, is it because he treated you as the ideal white moonlight figure, or because he has his own white moonlight? Song Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. Duanzi froze for a moment, scratching her head in annoyance, saying, not sure. All right, since you don't know, let's move on to the next question. In your dream, the legendary senior brother held Sui Zhao's white moonlight. Are you upset because you were perceived as the white moonlight, or because senior brother embraced someone else's white moonlight? Song Xiaoxiao almost got tangled up herself, while Duanzi listened intently. Duanzi became confused again. Indeed, why exactly? She looked at Song Xiaoxiao with a puzzled gaze. Don't look at me. I'm not you, so I don't know what's going on inside your mind, Song Xiaoxiao said hurriedly, stepping back. Duanzi gave her a glare and didn't say anything. You're not talking? Then I'll take that as you also not knowing. Song Xiaoxiao continued. So, the real reason for your frustration, is it senior brother or Sui Zhao? Duanzi frowned fiercely, looking at Song Xiaoxiao as if she'd just seen something miraculous. Honestly, from these few questions of yours, I think I've suddenly realized something. What did you realize? Now it was Song Xiaoxiao's turn to be confused. Duanzi said softly. I have no valid reason to be angry, so I shouldn't even bother. It's only harming myself. Song Xiaoxiao twitched a few times at the corners of her mouth and said slowly. That statement makes sense, but I momentarily don't know whether I should commend your intelligence or not. No need, please yield, Duanzi said without hesitation. It was at this point that Duanzi glanced at the time, noticing it was already past 11 o'clock. She stood up cheerfully. I'm going to cook. What would you like to eat? This? Are you deliberately trying to irritate me? I just helped solve one of your big problems. How could you treat me like this? Song Xiaoxiao exclaimed angrily. Duanzi paused for a moment. The truth is, I asked you because I wanted to thank you. If you want to enjoy food, I can help you with that. Why didn't you say so earlier? Song Xiaoxiao was agitated. You never asked before. Besides, considering all your great efforts, how could I possibly overlook your thoughts? Duanzi smiled slyly. Next, Duanzi busied herself in the kitchen while Song Xiaoxiao followed around anxiously. Duanzi was indeed an excellent chef, and soon enough, Song Xiaoxiao could feel her saliva building uncontrollably. When the dishes were placed on the table, Duanzi handed over half of the meal to Song Xiaoxiao, casually gesturing with a finger and then nodding towards the utensils. Song Xiaoxiao reached out to confirm and indeed touched the chopsticks, immediately becoming extremely excited. Taking a piece of braised pork into her mouth, her eyes instantly watered from joy. So delicious. I finally get to taste food from the mortal world again. Song Xiaoxiao shouted excitedly. Duanzi shook her head with amusement, letting her carry on with her jubilant chatter. Unconsciously, Duanzi felt that her cooking was no worse than that of the master brother. The rain outside finally began to ease off slightly, their meal finished, and they ended up sitting on the couch watching television. Listening to Song Xiaoxiao chatter away in her ear about the plotline, Duanzi suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia for the simple pleasures of daily life. Why such sudden reflections? Her mind was a bit unclear. It was Song Xiaoxiao's sudden sentiment that made her fully comprehend. She heard Song Xiaoxiao say, if Meng Tang were here, it would be wonderful. Indeed, it seems like it's been quite a while since we last heard news about Meng Tang, Duanzi said softly. After coming out of the mountain the last time, everything seemed to have taken a different path. Duanzi raised her hand to the light and stared at it. It was precisely her action that had pushed Meng Tang into his current situation. The first time she met the old lady from the Meng family, she could have prevented things from progressing further. However, the old lady then sternly warned her not to meddle in affairs not her own. Later, when the other party offered to help, Duanzi had thought about reminding them, but the look in their eyes told her not to bring up that matter. In fact, Meng Tang and the old lady from the Meng family had quite similar personalities. Once they set their minds on someone or something, they wouldn't easily change. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling both the human and the ghost. Duanzi hurriedly picked it up and asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Tang is in trouble. Li Sun's voice came from the other end of the line, causing Duanzi's heart to race. She quickly asked, "Everything was fine, so why did something suddenly happen? Wasn't she handling all the affairs for the Meng family? There was a distant relative who needed to be notified, but they seem to have gone missing, not even answering the calls. She was worried and said she'd go check personally, but it's been a long time. I was also worried, so when I went to her place to check on her, I found out." Li Sun sounded very agitated. "Anyway, she must have run into trouble, otherwise she wouldn't have been out of touch for so long." "Any idea where she might be?" Duanzi asked. Li Sun sighed. "Yes, I'm almost at your doorstep. We'll talk once I get there." "All right, just be careful on your way here." Duanzi hung up the phone and immediately went back to her room to pack her things. Song Xiaoxiao rushed up anxiously. "I'll go with you. Don't worry too much." "Yeah, I just think that Meng Tang, no matter what, does have some skills. If it wasn't something tricky, she would have finished it already, and we wouldn't be at this point now," Duanzi said. "I just cast a divination for her earlier, and the result was ominous, which made me extremely uneasy inside." Song Xiaoxiao also became anxious. "Is there anything I can do to help? Did you turn off the TV when you came over? Check the phone's battery level for me and bring the power bank along," Duanzi said. Song Xiaoxiao rushed off anxiously. Chapter 149. Hard to handle. Perhaps it was destiny. When Li Sun arrived, the rain suddenly stopped. Duanzi got into the car and was greeted by Li Sun's first question. "How did this trip go?" "The result isn't great, but there's still room for redemption," Duanzi smiled. Seeing Li Sun sigh in relief, Duanzi continued. "However, the process might be a bit difficult for you." "What do you mean?" Li Sun slightly turned his head and asked. Duanzi sighed deeply. "I don't know, but fate tells me it has a lot to do with you. This time, we might. None of us can avoid it. You're definitely scaring me. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, you would surely try your best," Li Sun said. "For the sake of your master brother, you probably won't die so soon." "TCH, Song Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Li Sun's hand trembled, causing the steering wheel to veer slightly. Fortunately, he quickly reacted and corrected the direction. "Why are you talking about master brother? Who told you that?" Song Xiaoxiao was worried about Duanzi having any negative emotions, so she quickly interrupted. "Let me tell you, my Zizi's wish is to become greatly skilled, not to have anything to do with any master brother." Li Sun subconsciously glanced at Duanzi sitting in the passenger seat, who nodded. "That's right." Seeing his calm expression, Li Sun also changed the topic. "Hopefully, everything will still go smoothly this time." "It will definitely," Song Xiaoxiao said. "What does it have to do with you? If anything happens, you just run away." Duanzi scoffed lightly, speaking slowly. Song Xiaoxiao pouted angrily. "We're at least on the same team. How could you treat me like this?" By now, she was no longer confined to her puppet form and could appear outdoors even on overcast days. This also meant that her abilities had improved significantly. Duanzi turned around and looked at Song Xiaoxiao, saying, "You'd better save some spiritual power. Don't be useless when you're needed, unable even to withstand a single strike." "All right," Song Xiaoxiao responded immediately and retreated back into the wooden figure. She also hoped Song Xiaoxiao would return safely and peacefully. "Do you really know the way?" Duanzi asked. "I don't recognize it either, but I heard she went alone as well. Her software was downloaded by me, so there's no reason why it should be different," Li Sun confidently stated. Upon seeing him like this, Duanzi suddenly couldn't help but ask what he had always wanted to ask. "So do you really like her?" "I think, maybe I do." Li Sun's voice was very soft, as if it disappeared instantly. Duanzi laughed slightly. "You should tell her yourself, she'd certainly be very happy." Maybe because the conversation reached here, both of them felt a bit melancholy. Thus, the cabin became silent all at once. The vehicle gradually left the crowd of cars and was driving alone on a wide road. Raindrops began falling again on the window, leaving streaks of watermarks. When the rainstorm intensified, Li Sun turned on the wipers. Duanzi stared blankly at the windshield wipers before him, as if the world around him fell silent at this moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the car. Li Sun hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but it was already too late. The shrill sound of brakes echoed around. Everyone inside the car violently leaned forward. "What you doing?" Duanzi, shaken from the scare, asked. "I think I hit someone," Li Sun said. Duanzi paused for a moment, then said, "I'll get out and check." No sooner had he spoken than he had already left the passenger seat. Facing the wind and rain, she walked beside the car, yet found no trace of anyone, not even a drop of blood. Did he mistake it? Duanzi thought as she returned and double-checked the tires. However, upon getting back into the car, she realized it was empty inside. Frowning, Duanzi called out, "Xiao Xiao," but received no response. She exhaled deeply, drawing a complex talisman in midair, but there was no change in the surroundings. Outside, the rain grew heavier. The car she sat in seemed like a lonely boat drifting in an endless river. Squeezing toward the driver's seat, she sat down, closed her eyes, and counted silently. Upon reopening them, she found herself in another realm. It was bright as if it were day, and the distant sounds of birds could barely be heard. Duanzi leaned against a nearby tree, playing with her fingers lightly, hesitating whether or not to draw a talisman. From afar, children's laughter and playful cries could be faintly heard. Listening more carefully, someone was humming a nursery rhyme. New bride, red flower sedan. New bride, ha ha ha. Tears streaming, doesn't leave the carriage. So strange, Turns out to be a paper bride. What are they singing? Duan Zi's hearing was sharp. She heard all the lyrics without even getting close. Before she could approach the children, she heard a voice say, "Why are you still here? The bride is coming soon. Aren't you going to see her?" Duan Zi jumped at the sudden sound. Following it, she saw an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, hunched over, holding a smoking pipe with a small blue bag hanging from its rod. But that complexion of his. Of course we're going to look. The children responded enthusiastically, swarming around the old man like bees. Duan Zi was contemplating whether to follow them when she heard the old man say, "Young lady, are you lost?" This question caught her off guard. The children also hid behind the old man, peeking at Duan Zi suspiciously. "Yes," Duan Zi walked up confidently and said, "I was traveling by car with my companion on the road, but accidentally ended up here." "There's no way out within the Jilin forest," the old man chuckled. "You must go into the village to find the exit." He gestured for Duan Zi to come closer. His smile didn't reach his eyes, making it look quite insincere and eerie. But Duan Zi acted as though she hadn't noticed, stepping quickly to stand beside him. "Then I thank you, sir." At this moment, she got a clearer view of the children behind the old man. They all had rosy cheeks and double ponytails. "No need to be courteous, it's a trivial favor." The old man spoke with a light tone, yet his face betrayed no emotion. Duan Zi merely pretended not to see, walking calmly alongside the old man. Who exactly was the paper person still remained questionable. The forest covered a large area, and it took them quite some time to get out. By then, Duan Zi's clothes were almost dry from the warmth, while the old man showed no signs of fatigue. "We are all mountain people, used to walking these paths. It's difficult for you, young lady." The old man suddenly turned back and smiled at Duan Zi. Duan Zi paused for a second before returning the smile. "I definitely need more exercise." By this point, she had already taken a clear look at the children behind the old man. Each one had red round cheeks and their hair tied into pigtails. The old man's speech carried an easygoing tune, but his expression remained vacant. Duan Zi just continued pretending not to notice, keeping pace steadily beside the old man. Exactly who was the paper person needed more consideration. The woods were vast, and after walking for a considerable period of time, Duan Zi felt her damp clothes drying. However, the old man showed no sign of exhaustion whatsoever. Chapter 150, Another Spirit Marriage. The old man nodded. "It's fine. You'll get used to the mountain paths with time." This statement was somewhat subtle. Duan Zi had clearly gotten lost, and only mentioned finding a way out after reaching the village. Yet now the old man said, "You'll get used to the mountain paths with time," implying she wasn't leaving today. Unfazed, she smiled and replied, "We don't have many chances like this in the city." The children who were originally afraid of Duan Zi now became strangely enthusiastic, pulling on her hands and chattering, "Sister, sister, let's go see the bride. She's so pretty. They say she's from the city too." "Zhao-san, stop talking nonsense," the old man said sharply, prompting the overly talkative child to quickly hide behind Duan Zi. Duan Zi advised, "Old man, kids are innocent. Don't blame him." The old man appeared rather amiable. "Since you're speaking for him, I won't bother with him. I have things to do. I'll let them escort you out later." He seemed very confident in these children and turned away without another word, disappearing into the crowd. The villagers were clearly very curious about Duan Zi as an outsider and surrounded her tightly in circles. The children felt that the adults blocked their view of the bride and began to protest loudly. "Move aside. Get out of our way." The adults here seemed to be fond of children and indulged them, making way for them. Duan Zi subtly raised her eyebrows. These adults were normal enough, but what was up with these kids? What kind of place was this? To pry, she intentionally started chatting with one of the children. "I heard you singing a nursery rhyme earlier in the woods. It sounded nice. Do you know where the song comes from?" It said the paper effigy turned into a bride and married a cripple, one little girl mumbled. She was likely missing some front teeth. Duan Zi found it amusing and pinched her cheeks, soft, plump, like a normal person's, though she noticed there was no body heat. "Second sister is wrong," Shaosan shouted. "The bride can't move, not the groom. The groom is mute." "That's not true. The groom is just drunk and has a stiff tongue," another child chimed in. The children bickered back and forth, unable to come to any consensus. Duan Zi showed remarkable patience, tolerating their antics. "Here we are, stop arguing," second sister shouted loudly. The children instantly quieted down, pulling Duan Zi to stand by the wall as they heard the sound of Swana horns and the lively beats of gongs and drums approaching first. Leading the procession was a group performing the lion dance. Duan Zi's eyes were caught by the performance of the lion. The nimble steps and lifelike tail movements truly showcased real skill. "Very well done," Duan Zi murmured softly. "You're lucky. There's more than one wedding today." Shaosan boasted proudly, looking like it was his own wedding. Duan Zi laughed and responded, "Then I'm extremely fortunate." Indeed, not long after, two sedan chairs slowly came into view, one grander looking and the other more delicate. "Which two families are getting married? Based on the dowries, there's quite a gap in wealth between them," Duan Zi said quietly. Just as her words ended, the matchmaker next to the second sedan chair glared at her. Duan Zi fell silent. She realized that everyone in this village had exceptionally keen hearing, whether it was the old man in the mountains or this matchmaker. Xiao San and others grew worried and dragged Duan Zi far away. "Shoo, that matchmaker is fierce. Don't provoke her." "Why?" Duan Zi asked. "She'll arrange an unsuitable marriage for you," second sister answered in a babyish tone. Duan Zi found this amusing and patted her head. "My marriage isn't under her control. This isn't something you decide. We have a strange person in the village who likes adopting godchildren and then pairing them off. They say the first bride inside the sedan chair crossed this odd person, so she ended up marrying a cripple, Zhao-san explained earnestly. You said I was explaining it incorrectly before. Now how did the groom turn into a cripple? Second sister protested. Zhao-san argued. These are completely different matters. The paper bride you're referring to is in the second flower-laden sedan. She's marrying a pale scholar. Another child confirmed. Yeah, what Tiger says makes sense. Zhao-san hugged the one called Huzi and gave his shoulder an affectionate pat. After listening to this, Duanzi vaguely formed a guess in her mind. If the first bride is Meng Tang and the second one is Song Xiaoxiao, the pale scholar must be Li's son, no doubt about it. Then who's the lame groom? Surely not Sui Zhao? There's no way he could have been here that much earlier than me. How long have they been here? Duanzi asked. The first bride has been here for a month already. She's got quite a fiery temper. She's had several arguments with that strange person in the village. Xiaosan replied quickly. Her groom only arrived half a month ago. Half a month ago? It can't be possible. There was no way Sui Zhao could have been here half a month ago. What about the second paper figure? Duanzi continued to ask. For her, it said that she's actually a ghost. But that strange person liked her so much that he specially crafted a life-sized paper figure for her, letting her reside within. It's supposed to help her survive better during the day, Huzi said. She came with the pale scholar but arrived 2 days later than the cripple. Duanzi was momentarily confused. This couldn't possibly happen. Setting up a spirit marriage for Li's son? How preposterous it was. But wasn't the timeline itself also a little off? What do you mean preposterous pairings? Ernyang asked. Duanzi said. I think the fiery-tempered bride should be paired with the pale scholar, and the paper figure should. You're absolutely right. Ernyang agreed. When the pale scholar came, I saw him. As soon as the fiery-tempered bride saw him, she immediately calmed down and even forgot to hit anyone. Duanzi burst out laughing. Exactly, such a perfect match. Why would the strange person separate them? Ugh, it's clearly just meant to annoy the bride. Not only does she have to marry a cripple, but the man she likes has to marry someone else too. If it were me, I'd never let that go. Xiaosan clenched his fists tightly. You are all good children. Duanzi mola moa, sanger haija de toding. Chita, mayo ji hui suo huadik haijamun. Yiyan ba ba de kanja Duanzi de fengsheng. Duanzi instantly felt a bit guilty, so he directly patted their little heads all around. After doing this, the children all raised happy smiles, and Duanzi inexplicably felt warmth in his heart. Although he did not know what was up with these little kids, but if they could continue living happily like this, it was pretty good. Duanzi chuckled and said, all right, I think those people are very much like my friends. I really hope that lovers will eventually be together. Therefore, you should not follow me anymore, lest you get dragged into my troubles. But we are already involved just by telling you these things, Little Sans said, her bright eyes unwaveringly looking at Duanzi. For a moment, Duanzi thought that it would have been better if these little babies were human. He did not know who it was, but someone had such great skill to let these little dolls think and feel like normal people. We also hope that lovers will eventually be together, a quiet little girl slowly said. We love seeing happy things and dislike all the unhappy things in the world. Big Neo is right. Me too, second girl said, raising both her hands. I agree too. Xiaohu also raised his hand. The others did not say anything, but firmly raised their hands. One by one tender little hands made Duanzi's heart beat loudly. You are still young, I. Everyone else fears us except for Zhang Deyi. A clear voice rang out, from another quiet little girl. You're the only sister who likes us, so we want to help you too. Duanzi paused and asked, what's your name? I know Xiaohu, second girl, Little San, Big Neo, but I don't know the other 4 names yet. My name is Wenwen, the little girl said. The one in the red jacket is called Big Tiger, the one in green jacket is called Wu, and that little girl is named Cici. They are all willing, Little Sen added. Duanzi smiled. You are all good children, which is why I hope nothing happens to you. Don't worry, I can handle that matter over there. You wait obediently, and I'll take you outside later, okay? Outside, Cici finally spoke. I want to go outside too. That means you must promise me to take good care of yourselves. No matter what happens, you must not help. All right, Duanzi said, stressing each word. They all looked at each other and suddenly reddened their eyes. Duanzi patted each of their heads. All right, if it gets any later, I won't be able to save them on time. Saying this, she turned around and went back the way she came. Several children held hands and stared at her back for a long time. Second girl said, if we don't go, will she blame us? No. After all, she wants us to be safe and sound. Little 3 frowned, tears welling up in her eyes. Is the outside world really that good? They didn't know. They just heard Zhang Deyi say that the outside world was colorful, and they all wanted to go out and see. But if that sister has something happen to her, then there might be no one left to take them. A person sitting on the platform, wearing half a mask, making his face unclear, dressed in a long gown appearing rather elegant. Meng Tang was bound by someone. Her mouth under the red veil was stuffed with cloth. She didn't even have the chance to resist. Li's son was also tied up, her mouth similarly stuffed with cloth. Song Xiaoxiao's forehead was pasted with a talisman, leaving her with no other way out. Different from these 3, Rui Zhao on the wheelchair still had an appearance of nonchalance. Those unaware might have thought this wedding was manipulated by him from behind the scenes, all for his own profit. On both sides stood crowds of bystanders, cracking sunflower seeds in their hands, none of them showing any intention to step forward and intervene. One bow to heaven and earth. At the moment this sentence fell, Duanzi appeared at the door. Wait. Under the veil, the two became extremely excited, finally waited for reinforcements. One didn't want to offend Duanzi, the other didn't want to offend Meng Tang. It was simply too confusing. Li Sun turned back in disbelief, a rare blush appearing on her pale face. Rui Zhao was as calm as usual, even smiling at Duanzi. Duanzi, smile about what? Hearing Duanzi's voice, the masked man angrily said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Drag her out. Don't rush." "This master," Duanzi quickly said, "I hear you like adopting goddaughters. What do you think of me? Am I not better than those paper figures?" The masked man paused for a moment and asked, "What brilliant idea do you have? Are you saying that you're the right one?" The ones who were originally prepared to act all froze in place. Duanzi continued, "I think the fiery-tempered one should match with the gentle bookworm. It's perfect." "What do you mean? So you think you fit me?" Rui Zhao slightly arched an eyebrow, his tone filled with mockery. Li Sun roared helplessly, venting half her anger. Was this the key point? Obviously not, big brother. Meng Tang, however, suddenly stopped being anxious. Not only had the person she liked come into play, but even the CP she was rooting for would get together. How thrilling. Song Xiao, the paper figure, was speechless. "Well, I'm just a tool here." The masked man seemed suddenly interested. "You two do seem to have some affection. If I say yes, can you fulfill my wish?" Duanzi continued. "Only if the other party is happy will they have a chance to leave. But I quite like this adopted daughter of yours. Why don't you let her follow me and become a maid?" Duanzi added another sentence. Meng Tang's heart fluttered nervously with Duanzi's words. She had thought earlier that Duanzi wanted Song Xiao to marry Rui Zhao too. That would be a bit too intense. The masked man hesitated and said, "Tisk, it's a pity. Isn't your behavior of snatching others' beloved ones a little unfair? You need to trust me. If you listen to me, then there's no need to gag these two," Duanzi confidently stated. Li Sun found the whole situation more and more ridiculous. "What? Just because he refused, what? The situation is as follows, but you're too late. There won't be a dress made for you." The masked man's words were somewhat strange. "It's definitely impossible to postpone the wedding date. But until now, I still have something to discuss with you. Don't you just love weddings? Why must you ruin the couple's happiness?" Duanzi murmured. Chapter 152. This time, it's an accident. What if I say that I simply love watching tragic lovers being unable to be together? The masked man laughed. "Continue the wedding. Don't delay the auspicious time for my children." "Auspicious time for your children?" While speaking, Duanzi had already walked into the hall, and Sui Zhao, under Duanzi's cover, had untied the rope on Li Sun's wrist. The people around noticed but still pretended as if they hadn't. When Li Sun was untying the rope on Meng Tang's wrist, he clearly felt many people's eyes upon him and also faintly heard some murmurs. "I told you they were a couple. My eyesight has never been wrong. The CP I ship can't possibly be wrong." Though confused, his hands didn't slow down at all. Duanzi's gaze swept inconspicuously over those few individuals but found them still smiling towards this side, without any sign of speaking. "Where exactly is the problem?" She smiled at the masked man. Are you from the city? Don't try to ingratiate yourself with me. Bring her out." The masked man shouted. Those strong men came forward again, but then Sui Zhao said, "Or, how about we exchange? Otherwise, if the bride and groom both run away, wouldn't it be you losing face? How dare you speak to me like that when I'm at least your godfather?" The masked man angrily slapped the table. Sui Zhao just smiled slightly and didn't say anything else. Duanzi felt that the masked man seemed familiar, but couldn't remember where she'd seen him. If only there were live streaming today, she could have asked others' opinions. This whole event was truly baffling. Seeing Sui Zhao not saying anything anymore, Duanzi smiled. "Then tell me, how can your demands satisfy mine?" "Why should I satisfy your demands? This is my village. I'm in charge here. Why should I follow your orders?" The masked man's laugh was strange, even terrifying. Didn't you think his words were weird? Duanzi's whispered transmission successfully entered the ears of the other four. Sui Zhao's voice came through. "What does your village mean? You're neither the village head nor from the village head's family. How can you talk such nonsense?" TSK. Young people just won't listen, always thinking we are harming you. Haven't you checked your legs? My goddaughter might have a bad temper, but her family is rich. Your leg can definitely be cured," he said. "My family isn't short of money either, yet I've seen no improvement in my legs," Sui Zhao said sarcastically. "Some things cannot be measured by money." "Like what?" the masked man asked condescendingly. "Like love, family affection, friendship. These cannot be measured by money, nor obtained with money," Duanzi said. The masked man seemed to be contemplating something, and Duanzi seized the opportunity. "If you treated your godchildren well, who knows? It might bring you something different." Apparently, his interest wasn't in this point and he gave little attention to Duanzi. "The farce ends here. The wedding will continue." This reasoning really doesn't make sense. Meng Tang clenched her teeth in anger. "Today, I will leave no matter what." As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes turned onto their group, and Duanzi bit her lips. "Run." In an instant, the four people darted towards the door, followed closely by a large number of people behind them. "Do you know the way out?" "How impulsive," Duanzi muttered, running slower by several steps. Meng Tang said, "Master, the truths I wanted to tell have long been explained to him. If we stay, those strong men will surely drag us back. So do you know where the exit is?" Duanzi asked again. "No idea," Meng Tang replied. "If I knew the way out, wouldn't I have gone earlier instead of waiting until all of you showed up, willingly falling into this trap? I was originally planning to find out, no matter what, by force if necessary, and pin him down to figure out which direction the exit is," Duanzi said. Sui Zhao's wheelchair performed admirably, far ahead of the rest. probably trying to engage them amicably. He turned around and asked Duanzi, besides brute force, haven't you considered other ways to resolve the issue? Who said I must solve problems with brute force? The question is, if I don't get involved, your wedding would have been finished already. Even if I find the way out, so what? Duanzi responded confidently. Li Sun laughed. All of you have your own reasons, but I'm too exhausted to run. You go ahead. Whatever they discussed afterward, Duanzi didn't care anymore, because she clearly saw those kids rushing into the crowd. She stopped, looking back. Sure enough, the group of people stopped, staring straight at their direction, but none of them pursued. Li Sun, exhausted, also stopped in place and looked along the direction of Duanzi's gaze, asking her, what's going on? You wait here for a moment. He immediately turned back to stop Li Sun and the others. Duanzi heard the children yelling. Don't hurt my sister. She's our friend. You can't break up lovers like this, it's wrong. For a moment, she wasn't sure if she should go over and help, as the children's words were simply too naive. But those adults seemed to fear these children and didn't utter a single word in rebuttal. They even retreated several steps. You? What are you doing? Are you forgetting who saved your lives? The masked man's voice was agitated as he shoved through the crowd. You? What are you all doing here? Where's my master? How could you be allowed out here making trouble like this? You're breaking up lovers, so you're not a good person. Little Three angrily shouted. And you've gathered so many people after sister. It's shameful to outnumber and overpower. Little Tiger pointed at him and loudly debated. Brat, don't think I won't touch you because I'm afraid of you. The masked man grabbed Little Tiger by the collar and lifted him up. Though Little Tiger used both hands to hold onto his opponent's hand and his legs flailed, he stubbornly retorted. Don't think we're scared of you. Since what you're doing is wrong, we'll call you out. By the time they were speaking, Duanzi had already arrived in front of everyone. With one hand, she gripped the masked man's wrist tightly, and with another forceful movement, she caught Little Tiger. Duanzi said, you must be Elder Bei from the Meng family, right? How could you force your young master to marry someone she doesn't want to? I wonder what kind of thoughts you have stuffed in your brain. The masked man struggled painfully to get up from the ground, and upon hearing these words, he froze momentarily. What do you mean, Meng family head? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't slander me. Chapter 153, Denial unto Death. Are you a member of our Meng family? Meng Tang moved forward a few steps. Her headdress was already in her hands, and the bridal makeup on her face. Whoever painted it had done a terrible job, yet it was still somewhat recognizable. Duanzi asked her, who did your makeup? It's really ugly. Meng Tang wiped her face carelessly. Master, stop interrupting for now. How could someone like him be qualified as an elder of the Meng family? You just wait until I get back and inform the others so that you can serve as the elder. TCH. Who wants to replace me as the elder? The masked man was extremely angry. You ungrateful little girl. Why didn't you tell me that you were the head of the Meng family? Meng Tang snorted derisively. You're blind when it suits you and blame others for not telling you beforehand. What kind of logic is that? As she spoke, she took out a plaque from her bosom, on which a vigorous dragon and phoenix danced around the character Meng. That person tried to reach out and take it, but Meng Tang quickly pulled it away. Don't move. All right. Even if you are the head of the Meng family, I'm not the elder of the Meng family. Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. The masked man crossed his arms, clearly indifferent and defiant. As long as I don't admit it, how can you say I am the elder of the Meng family? Duanzi scoffed coldly. If you're not the elder of the Meng family, then it's easier to deal with. As she spoke, she stepped forward and threw a punch. The man immediately dodged to the side. Duanzi instantly swept out a leg and kicked him down to the ground. She stepped forward again, ready to deliver another punch to the masked man's face, when she heard him pleading repeatedly. Wait. I am the elder of the Meng family, the elder of the Meng family. And you're not part of the Meng family. Why are you so mad? Huh? Duanzi let out a laugh. The previous head of the Meng family was my godmother, and the current head of the Meng family is my disciple. Tell me, should I not meddle in Meng family affairs? Well, the masked man said, even though you're of higher generation, you should still call me brother. You've got some nerve, Duanzi said slowly. Someone like you, I could knock one down with a single punch. If I don't make you call me daddy before you die, I won't be called Duanzi. She delivered a sudden punch to the masked man's chest. He spat out a mouthful of thick blood, looking quite ghastly. The people around them were frightened and scattered, looking at Duanzi's expression as if she were a demon. The children clapped their hands excitedly in praise. Sister is so cool. Sister, can you teach me? Sister is amazing. Duanzi felt her temples thumping painfully, so she hurriedly waved her hand. Be quiet a little, stop shouting. My brain hurts. The children quickly covered their mouths, acting obediently. The masked man finally regained some composure and muttered, your skills truly caught me off guard. To save your life and still talk so much, I should have let you suffer in silence earlier. Duanzi got up and shook her hands. The masked man struggled to prop himself up with half his body and said, thank you, Miss Duan. After all the commotion, Song Xiaoxiao and others also returned. Taking advantage of his wheelchair, Sui Zhao charged straight into the front row. I should have seen you when I was a kid. The masked man laughed. You're that annoying brat from the Sui family, aren't you? No wonder you're still as detestable as ever. Did you recognize me long ago? Sui Zhao asked. The golden glow around you is unforgettable, said the masked man slowly as he climbed up from the ground. Stay away from those kids. They're not good people. They're heavy with yin energy. Still better than the zombies you keep around who look normal, Duanzi said. The masked man laughed softly. Miss Duan has keen eyes. Through his narration, Duanzi and the others came to understand that aside from the children, Everyone else was normal people. They only managed to survive in this world thanks to the spiritual power of the ancestral shrine. At the time, there appeared a great demon here, and they were tasked with capturing it. However, that great demon was incredibly powerful and sucked away half of their 3 souls and 6 essences. When he and his master arrived, they accidentally discovered that the spiritual power suppressed beneath the formation could help people regain their senses. Thus, they went against the Meng family's command to seal the spiritual power and built a shrine here instead. Then they began healing these people together. Those children are different. They were the earliest victims and logically shouldn't have survived. But my master found some secret art somewhere, and using plants and herbs, he revived them. The masked man explained. People who have died carry such heavy energy, so naturally, my companions fear them. When speaking of his master, his tone always carried a subtle nuance. You probably think that someone else kept secrets and managed to revive people you couldn't, right? Meng Tang exchanged a glance with Duanzi before speaking slowly. Seriously, can you and your fellow disciple, as well as these children, leave this place? She had her own selfish reasons. She wanted to find a way to save her grandmother and parents. Duanzi let her be. After all, everyone has their own obsessions. Have you ever thought that if you miss this chance, you might not have another opportunity to get married? Sui Zhao said. Li Sun was startled for a moment and looked at Sui Zhao with a somewhat peculiar expression. And you? Have you thought about this issue? Not really. I already have my white moonlight. Sui Zhao said. Suddenly, Duanzi turned around, her eyes icy cold. Sui Zhao smiled faintly. Li Sun instinctively leaned to the side, looking extremely unrighteous. Song Xiaoxiao spoke solemnly. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful about getting yourself burned in a wedding funeral. It seemed he'd learned how to send secret messages too. Sui Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly, his smile deepening a bit when he looked at Duanzi. The latter appeared somewhat impatient and directly turned away. The masked man didn't want to tell the truth and blabbered on until Meng Tang grabbed him by the collar. Then he finally told the truth obediently. We can leave. My elder brother and I just disagreed on some opinions, but our intention to leave is the same. And we've already made progress. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to move from the original place here. You haven't moved at all. You just activated a certain formation, opening a connection to another space. In simple terms, it's a contracting earth array. Duanzi said calmly. If you want to go to the Meng family's ancestral residence, it would only take a wave of my hand. Why make it so complicated? Her mood wasn't good, so her words came out rather sharp. However, the masked man became excited. Really? If you can truly do it, I don't know about the elder brother, but for the family head, I will definitely be devoted. TCH. Alright, remember what you said. Duanzi replied indifferently. Since Duanzi got out of the car, Song Xiaoxiao had started a live stream, and now the audience was already buzzing. I actually watched the whole thing intact. This is truly amazing. Chapter 154, The Woman in the Cheongsam. The audience in the live stream room had, for the first time, watched a live stream in its entirety. Although I always thought Duanzi's actions were brain dead, those punches really struck a chord with me. She was so cool. Actually, what she did earlier wasn't without reason. If they really messed up the pairings, what would happen to Duanzi and the disabled younger brother? For some reason, I feel like their chemistry as a couple is particularly strong. That guy, all of us old fans know him well. We even looked him up on Baidu earlier. His background is quite substantial, but I wonder if we'll ever see the day when the two of them end up together. I think that day will be very far away. Phew, don't say such unlucky things, okay? My ship won't sink. No one could see these comments anymore. Because Song Xiaoxiao was just holding the camera in her hand, and Duanzi's live streaming phone was still in the room at the back courtyard. She originally thought that at this distance, the signal would have long been cut off. So, she wasn't very focused while recording, but fortunately, none of the key moments were missed. Some also mentioned, is it possible that the Meng family's way of doing things violates the rules of the Duanhuan sect? Will the people there come after them? Shit, that's actually quite possible. You've hit upon something important. Anyway, from their conversation just now, I understood that Duanzi's godmother, the previous head of the Meng family, has already passed away. According to that logic, wouldn't Meng Tang, as the new head of the Meng family, need to receive missions from the Duanhuan sect? At that moment, the lens showed Duanzi squatting on the ground playing with pebbles, occasionally hearing someone say, just hold on to this for me. I'll go back and look for my phone. Then the lens shook slightly. The lens was now being held by Meng Tang, who didn't know what she was thinking. She took a few steps forward and squatted down next to Duanzi. The pebbles on the ground seemed completely disordered, leaving everyone puzzled. Master, can you teach me this formation? Asked Meng Tang. For some unknown reason, Duanzi suddenly felt as though she was being scrutinized, so she quickly replied, sure, I'll teach you properly once we get back. Sui Zhao wheeled his wheelchair over to the side of the formation and asked, Mistress Meng, have you recently dealt with the Duanhuan sect? Not at all, replied Meng Tang with a somewhat low voice. Grandma arranged everything before she passed away. She made some kind of deal with the Duanhuan sect, helping them with an issue, using that to directly withdraw from the sect. Turns out she had started arranging everything a long time ago, yet I never realized it, said Duanzi. Meng Tang nodded and said, your grandma was much like you. Try putting yourself in her shoes. Would you tell your closest person if you were going to do something that would yield no results? Instinctively, Meng Tang turned her gaze towards Li Sun beside her. The fiery red wedding gown contrasted sharply with his pale complexion, making it seem as though he might disappear at any second. Upon meeting Meng Tang's eyes, Li Sun subconsciously shifted his gaze toward Duanzi's formation. For a moment, no one spoke. Yet, the answer was obvious. All right. After a long silence, Duanzi finally spoke. Mask wearer, what's your name? Mengjiu. How do you know? Mengjiu blurted out, startled. You're unreliable. You couldn't possibly be Meng Lianqing, said Meng Tang, crossing her arms and speaking bluntly. I could guess this with my toes. Mengjiu sighed. You youngsters are too harsh. Familiar voice. Following the sound, Duanzi saw the elder man they met in the forest. He must have just returned from working in the fields, as his clothes were still covered with a bit of mud. Brother-in-law, we can go back to the old house of the Meng family, said an excited Mengjiu. Clearly taken aback, Meng Lianqing responded. What nonsense are you talking? Really, the formation is complete. All it needs is for her to activate it, said Mengjiu enthusiastically. Don't act rashly. If this formation here lets people out, they'll interfere with the normal world, replied Meng Lianqing seriously. Go back where you should, and we cannot leave either, even if we wanted to. Duanzi remarked. Your purpose in saving them isn't simply to confine them here, right? Meng Lianqing didn't answer immediately, seemingly pondering over the response. Duanzi continued. Today's chaos, although I'm not sure why it happened, it foretells a disastrous outcome. Originally, I didn't know why, but now, it's starting to make sense. Meng Lianqing, the problem lies with you. Her gaze fell on a few children nearby. They are still young and haven't yet experienced the beauty of this world. When you saved them, did you really only intend for them to live here? Meng Lianqing's eyes showed a touch of affection, but his tone remained firm. I have never taken them away from here, and I also worry that if they go out, it will cause irreparable consequences. If we could take just one look at the outside world, turning to ashes would be worth it. Zhao who suddenly spoke up. We've been alive for a long time already, even though we don't know when we'll finally grow up as you mentioned. But we've been kids for far too long. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of approving voices quickly followed. We want to see the outside world with sister, even if it's just for a moment, Zhao San chimed in. Meng Lianqing's expression softened somewhat as he reached out and patted the heads of the two children. After this death, you will turn to dust and fade with the wind. Do you truly have no regrets? I've been a child for more than 10 years, and I'm still like this, Denyo said. Just consider us grown-ups, ready to face death like normal people. Her words made Meng Lianqing burst into tears. Do all of you feel this way? The others nodded, and a woman stepped forward. We've lived long enough. We've heard that drinking the broth of old Lady Meng allows one to forget suffering. Whether it's us or you, we've been trapped by the past for too long. She was very beautiful, wearing a red cheongsam that made her appear elegant without being vulgar. Mengjiu also teared up. I'm sorry, my master and I ultimately couldn't let you become normal people. Miss Duan, we also want to go out and see. Can you please lead us to experience the mortal world? The woman asked. A Jew. I know it's you, and I understand why you did all of this. I'm so sorry. For so many years, I haven't had the courage to face you. Chapter 155, Streams of Memories. Mengjiu's body stiffened, but he had no intention of turning around. Duanzi and his group sensed there must be a story behind this, but they never expected the person that Mengjiu cared about would actually be here. Have you met this woman before? Duanzi asked Meng Tang. Meng Tang shook his head slightly and said, no, she should not go out often. I have seen her, Li Sun said. She pointed me the way when I arrived. Upon hearing this, Meng Tang's eyes instantly became fierce. Then you're really lucky. It's just a coincidence. She also guided me when I came. If I'm right, she probably wants to end everything here and considers us as favorable factors to reach this goal. Sui Zhao's voice was very calm, but Duanzi could see a faint smile on his face. For some reason, it seemed a little displeasing. Duanzi only slightly moved his eyebrows and did not ask any questions. The woman in red, Cheongsam, spoke again. You know it was me who directed their paths and deliberately arranged this drama for you to see me. Why do you even lack the courage to turn back and look at me? I'm sorry. Mengjiu turned back and slowly took off his mask. Although his face carried signs of hardship, one could still see some charm from his younger days. He was once a handsome man. The woman reached out her hand as if wanting to touch his face, but she forcibly suppressed this impulse. Lord Zhao, thank you for letting us live so long. We indeed seek peace, but living like this is worse than having never been born. Over these years, they couldn't feel pain. Even if someone died yesterday, they would still show up fine at home the next day. At first, they were very scared, but gradually they became numb. After all, they were all the same kind of being. But those few children, they were peculiar. They didn't even have body heat. People are always such. In order to prove that they are not monsters, they make others become the monsters. Tears streamed down Mengjiu's face. He tightly grasped Ying's hand and sobbed. No, it's my fault. I came back too late, otherwise, nothing would have happened to you. Back then, Meng Lianqing didn't approve of him reviving these people, especially Ying. This was the origin of the disagreement between the two brothers. But later, seeing those children, Meng Lianqing felt unbearable pity, which led to what followed. While the long-separated lovers were crying and pouring out their hearts to each other, on the other side, Meng Lianqing was smoking a pipe, narrating the story of the two. In earlier times, the seal in this place once showed signs of loosening. Mengjiu's father brought young Mengjiu over to suppress it. It was during this time that the two children developed feelings for each other. When they met again, Mengjiu had come alone. During this meeting, their relationship deepened into another level of affection. He stayed there for a long time, until he was urged by his family, and thus forced to leave. He wanted to take Ying with him. However, Ying's aging grandparents needed care and could not leave anyone. Reluctantly, the two parted ways. Because of the missions from the Ghost Soul sect, Meng Jiao often traveled between various places with scarce rest, let alone coming back to visit Aiying. It wasn't until he heard that something happened here that he rushed to beg Meng Lianqing for help, and thus they both came to this place. But none of them imagined it would last for over a decade. Everyone sighed deeply, feeling sorrowful for the pair. However, Duanzi used this moment to advise Li Sun, "Did you hear? Some people should be cherished promptly, or regrets will come sooner than expected." None of them thought Li Sun would respond affirmatively, yet they heard him reply with a simple, "Okay." Meng Tang stared incredulously at Li Sun for a long while, pulling on Duanzi nervously. "Master, did I hear correctly just now?" "Yes," Duanzi smiled faintly and replied. "This time when I learned of your situation, it was because he told me." Hearing this, Meng Tang couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. Once Aiying and Meng Jiao had finished speaking, everyone focused their attention back onto Duanzi. Duanzi asked, "With matters reaching this point, is this formation still necessary?" "Yes," Meng Jiao firmly responded. "We've decided that I want to take Aiying home and show her around." "That's good," Duanzi nodded. "As long as you two have decided." She took a step forward, and the moment she entered the formation, an immense radiance emitted from it. For a brief second, the surroundings distorted, flickering repeatedly between the Meng family residence and this place. Sui Zhao frowned deeply, entering the array amidst everyone's unawareness. At that very moment, the formation stabilized, successfully creating a bridge connecting the Meng family home and Biro village. Duanzi managed only one syllable before fainting away. Sui Zhao hastily reached out, and at that moment, everyone seemed to have a hallucination. Sui Zhao stood up. By the time everyone snapped out of it, Duanzi and Sui Zhao had vanished. They suddenly found themselves steadily appearing beside the stone house of the Meng family. "What happened?" Song Xiaoxiao quickly asked Meng Tang. "Did you see that?" "That's Sui Zhao. He seemed to stand up." "It must be because he was too worried about Master." Meng Tang clearly hadn't recovered from the shock either. Li Sun nodded slightly. "So, does this mean Sui Zhao truly cares for Duanzi?" "Bullshit. I heard it straight from the source. It's all alternate universe fiction," Song Xiaoxiao said with a sigh. "Because of this, Duanzi nagged me endlessly. The aggrieved tone she used would drive anyone crazy. I actually have another question." "What kind of question?" Meng Tang asked. "What about the car?" Song Xiaoxiao looked at Li Sun, who blinked his eyes. "I'll ask Xiao team leader to help me drive it back later. This incident needs to be reported, so we should probably write a work summary." Isn't this person you went to rescue on your own?" Song Xiaoxiao didn't understand. Li Sun adjusted his glasses. "Precisely because we acted independently, writing the work summary is even more necessary. Well, you probably still have a pile of things to deal with, so I won't disturb you further." "Humph." Seeing him walk away, Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask Meng Tang, "Aren't you going to try and keep him here?" "Keep him from what?" "He's already made his stance clear. I trust him," Meng Tang said. Song Xiaoxiao shook her head, glanced at her phone, and quickly closed the live stream. "TSK, I forgot all about that. Has Duanzi gone missing for good now?" Song Xiaoxiao stomped her feet anxiously. Meng Tang patted her shoulder and said, "What are you worried about? Maybe those were just her wild speculations. It's natural not to see things clearly when you're in the middle of it all." Chapter 156. Your leg is better? When Sui Zhao appeared at the Sui residence holding Duanzi, Sui Angwa was sitting in his rocking chair watching a live stream. Seeing his son not only standing, but also holding his future daughter-in-law in his arms, he happily stood up and said incoherently, Your leg is better? You've also managed to win her heart. Hurry up and arrange for Dr. Yu. Help me bring the wheelchair up here, said Sui Zhao calmly, as if it were an ordinary task. Sui Yu immediately agreed and pushed the wheelchair, following closely behind the two of them. Without worrying too much, Sui Angwa analyzed what Sui Zhao had said. Since he didn't say that he was arranging for himself, then it must be for the daughter-in-law. The matter about the leg should be kept confidential. He quickly instructed the housekeeper to warn the staff not to speak out of turn and contacted the doctor before heading upstairs. Seeing Sui Zhao sit back in the wheelchair, Sui Angwa hurriedly asked, So, about your leg. Dad, I'll explain later. Did you watch the live stream today? Asked Sui Zhao. Yes, I was just watching the live stream before this. No time to be amazed at your miracle, yet I witnessed it myself, Sui Angwa replied hastily. The servants have been arranged. None of them will dare say a word. You take care of yourself too. Later, tell them I acted out of urgency and just stood up. My legs do have a chance of recovery, but I'm afraid of pain and refuse to undergo rehabilitation. You couldn't convince me either, explained Sui Zhao. Sui Angwa nodded repeatedly. All right, we'll follow what you said. Just make sure to explain clearly to me later. All right, you go ahead with your business. I'll attend to mine. With that, he was already far down the corridor. Suddenly, Sui Zhao felt his dad was quite reliable and sighed in relief. He sat there blankly for a while and then drove the wheelchair inside. You, bring some hot water over. Okay, replied Sui Yu, walking out immediately. Throughout the process, he never asked a single extra question, trying hard not to bother Sui Zhao unnecessarily. Duanzi hadn't expected that a single magical formation would knock her unconscious. She now dreamt vividly, reliving the moment when she went through tribulations. She heard her senior apprentice saying, if you hadn't practiced cultivation, you'd probably end up like most girls, living a peaceful life, finding your own perfect match. Unfortunately, due to the thunder being too loud, Duanzi didn't catch several sentences, so she anxiously chased after him asking, Senior brother, Master Senior brother, what did you mean? It's too loud from the thunder. I can't hear. Suddenly jolted awake, she noticed someone sitting by her bedside and jumped in fright. What are you doing? You fainted. When I came to pick you up, somehow, we ended up at my place, explained Sui Zhao. Duanzi squinted her eyes and murmured. I remember correctly. Shouldn't you have entered the array? But unexpectedly, you could also change the teleportation location of the array. In theory, only her thoughts should align with the array's actions. This was truly strange. Yeah, I rolled into the array in my wheelchair. Because I was too worried about you, I stood up once. It still hurts now, Sui Zhao said in a pitiful tone. Upon hearing this, Duanzi couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. I'm sorry, I accidentally dragged you along with me, Duanzi apologized. Sui Zhao shook his head. This time, your spiritual energy is depleted again. If you keep going like this, your lifespan will probably be shortened, right? You seem to know a lot. Could Bai Yueguang have told you? Questioned Duanzi. Sui Zhao laughed and replied. Her? She's too clumsy to know any of these things. TSK, so bothersome. Duanzi rolled her eyes and said, You go out first. I want to rest. All right, Sui Zhao left decisively. Finally able to close her eyes as she wished, Duanzi suddenly heard a knock on the door and gritted her teeth in annoyance. Come in. Miss Duan, this is the doctor that Mr. Sui invited. He's here to see you, came Sui Yu's voice. Duanzi placed her hand on her forehead, calming herself for a while before slowly replying. Okay. Afraid she might change her mind, the doctor rushed in at the sound and immediately checked her pulse. No major issues, just physical exhaustion. After a few more days of recuperation and good rest, you'll be fine. Thank you, doctor, said Duanzi. No problem. I don't think I can help much. Ladies like you who tend to be delicate probably dislike medicine. I'll instruct the kitchen to prepare medicinal cuisine for you. The doctor arrived quickly and left swiftly, leaving no room for Duanzi to protest. Duanzi, if it goes like this, she wouldn't even know how long she'd have to stay at the Sui home. This is ridiculous. Sui Zhao, who had listened to everything outside the door, couldn't help but direct his gaze at his father-in-law, Sui Onghua, who flashed a smile. Are you satisfied? So far, I'm pretty satisfied, Sui Zhao said without reservation. Sui Onghua clearly hadn't expected him to admit it so frankly and couldn't help laughing. Have you come to your senses? Yeah, probably, Sui Zhao said, but the road ahead is still long. By this time, the two of them had already reached the elevator. Sui Yu had just sent the doctor upstairs, and the two of them patiently waited. What did she mean? Sui Onghua couldn't resist asking another gossipy question. Sui Zhao shook his head as the two entered the elevator. She thinks I resemble her senior apprentice brother, and according to her, her senior apprentice brother is her family, her elder brother. Huh? Sui Onghua was confused. What about the senior apprentice brother? She regards him as her elder brother and family, but you only resemble him. You're not actually the senior apprentice brother. So regardless, isn't it that she doesn't like me anyway? Sui Zhao said. Your idea of medicinal cuisine can only serve as a temporary strategy. It's not a long-term solution. Sui Onghua patted Sui Zhao on the shoulder. I've got another plan. Do you want to try it? Go on. Sui Zhao appeared ready to learn humbly. Sui Onghua said, why not give rehabilitation a shot? There are good reasons for that. And what about you, Ayu, Sui Yu, and the servants at home? Sui Zhao asked. Tisk, listen up. I recently met an auntie. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. I plan to chase her in Y country, and all these people will accompany me to add to the occasion. Sui Onghua laughed happily. Real or fake? Aren't you unwavering in loyalty to my mom? Sui Zhao clearly disapproved. Sui Onghua responded with righteous indignation. What if that woman really is your mother? What do you mean? How old is she? 18 years old. Sui Zhao was even more astonished, his glance towards Sui Onghua turning subtle. Enough. All you do is make fun of me. Do you approve or not? Though Sui Onghua looked fierce, he actually lacked confidence inside. Sui Zhao twirled his jade finger ring. Deal. Chapter 157. Today might not work out. My condition really isn't serious. Duanzi shouted. She could guarantee that this was the umpteenth time she had emphasized this. It was already the 15th day she'd been staying at Sui's house. She was fed various medicinal dishes, no delicacies were fine, but why did they have to limit her freedom too? Sui Zhao hadn't appeared much, ignoring her antics completely, without even an explanation. If it weren't for your soups being so ineffective, do you believe I wouldn't have lashed out by now? Duanzi said furiously. But the servants looked like they were deaf, not showing any expressions, let alone reactions. Could these people be deaf mutes? The viewers in her live stream had asked countless times where she was. She couldn't tell the truth, and only managed to bluff through it with jokes. Suddenly, her phone rang. Duanzi glanced at her phone, feeling slightly uneasy. There's a mission today, and we need you to take care of it personally. Duanzi stared at this message for a long time, not knowing how to respond until the other party called her. Did you see my message? Zhao Yi asked. I saw it, but today really doesn't work for me. Why don't you come pick me up? Duanzi replied. Where are you? Zhao Yi asked. Duanzi thought there was no point continuing this way, and slamming her hand on the table, she declared, Fine, since you asked, I'll use an array to go over. Before Zhao Yi could ask again, Duanzi had already appeared in the conference room of the investigative team, facing Zhao Yi and others. The only difference was that she was wearing a cute, puffy skirt, giving her an endearing look despite its contrast. Zhao Juyan was shocked speechless. Coach Duan, have you been possessed? Nope, it's just a few servants who've been forcing me to wear these clothes. Duanzi dismissed it with a wave of her hand, starting to talk nonsense. Compared to other nightwear, this one was really considered normal. Of course, she chose it herself. What's the principle behind this instant teleportation spell? Coach Duan, can you teach me fast? That way, I won't worry about being late for school anymore. Jean Nanting jokingly requested. Duanzi responded. Sure, I'll teach you when the time is right. but all of you need to practice meditation well. Honestly, her current strength wasn't sufficient, and this was all thanks to the array from Sui's family. She hadn't expected the effect to be so remarkable, otherwise, she would have fled a long time ago. Alright, Zhao Jian, go buy me some clothes first. I can't show up dressed like this, Duanzi immediately said. Xiao Yi nodded to Zhao Jian as a sign of approval for Duanzi's words. He had merely been concerned about his teammates, as even if the other party truly couldn't come, he would have just gone personally. Furthermore, with Meng Tang's return, the team wouldn't be short-handed. Duanzi murmured, first things first, let's talk about the mission. It sounds like the South Poison is quite strong here. The place here is what you call a poor mountain evil water area. Xiao Yi explained slowly. Because of past incidents, we specifically conducted background checks this time. Originally, this area used to have a factory which caused severe environmental pollution. Later, due to warnings from relevant departments, the production had to cease. Later still, due to regional planning, the factory was demolished and turned into residential buildings. But something went wrong from the very start. Machinery malfunctioned without reason, employees got sick from food poisoning. After finally getting through the foundation laying process, more absurd issues cropped up. Twice during construction, the building collapsed though no casualties were incurred, but the investors' losses were significant. To solve the situation, the developer even hired someone to perform religious rituals. Maybe the rituals worked, because the buildings eventually got built. Still, the project ended up incomplete. So, are we supposed to resolve those human-shaped things, or make sure this entire area stops being unlucky? Zhao Jian asked. Xiao Yi said, your question touches on the key issue. The developer's intention is to pay based on our capabilities, so however far we get is where the money will be paid out. Of course, if we can solve the problem entirely, they prefer to offer good money. Aren't we working for the relevant departments? Can we also accept funds from private teams? Ji Nanning couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yi said, the money you earn with your skills, no one can deny your hard work. But the money still needs to be submitted to those above. This meant that although the amount of money reaching their hands wasn't much, it was already significantly better than before. Duanzi understood what he meant and urged Zhao Jian to quickly go buy her clothes so they could depart earlier to check the situation on site. This time, they also brought Li Sun along. Duanzi couldn't help but ask Li Sun, are you here this late to make a grand entrance? Li Sun paused for a moment, then showed a faint smile. No, originally today Meng Tang was supposed to come, but she had something come up last minute, so she asked me to come instead. She suddenly regretted asking him this question. This was obviously about making her jealous. Duanzi despaired. If you hadn't said that, I might have considered your feelings a little more. Since you fed me such blatant jealousy-inducing material, none of us should be happy. I've been left alone for so many days, while you two were having such good times. Duanzi gritted her teeth audibly. Li Sun nodded slightly, saying, your words are somewhat premature. Meng Tang hasn't yet agreed to date me. Duanzi and the others. Are you sure the person you're talking about is Meng Tang? Duanzi couldn't help but ask. It really didn't seem like her at all, Li Sun said. She said she'd been taking the initiative for too long and wanted to experience being pursued. I think what she said made sense. TSK, still just dog food, Duanzi said irritably. Finally, when Zhao Jian returned with the clothes, she didn't hesitate to leave everyone behind and went to change. Zhao Jian looked puzzled. Is there something wrong with the clothes I bought? No, it's just that her mood isn't great, Ji Nanting said solemnly. When there's a chance, I'll explain it to you slowly. Zhao Jian rolled his eyes. I don't need you to say it. I have eyes of my own. I'm sure I can discover it myself. Huh. Ji Nanning responded indifferently. Chapter 158. Would anyone come to buy this? In the end, Li Sun drove the car, with Ji Nanting sitting in the front passenger seat. The journey that followed was not as thrilling as the previous one, but rather went quite smoothly. Duanzi's furrowed brow never relaxed. Coach Duan, do you know something? Zhao Jian asked softly. Duanzi said without hesitation. No idea, I'm just purely hungry. These things were called medicinal dishes, but actually they were nothing more than some cheap soups and broths. He truly didn't understand what the brains of the rich were made of. Why did they have to bother with these superficial matters? Why not give him a real bowl of plain rice? Isn't this exactly the good medicine to restore energy? On the other side, Sui Zhao learned about Duanzi's mysterious disappearance and glanced at Sui Anghua, who was flirting with girls not far away. Though he still couldn't accept the fact that his father was going to remarry. But the future stepmother seemed like a decent choice. What are you staring at me for? Unable to bear his gaze, Sui Anghua apologized to the person before approaching Sui Zhao. What happened? Duanzi has disappeared, Sui Zhao calmly stated. Disappeared? How could she just disappear? Sui Anghua immediately said, this won't do. I told you to stay at home. Take the servants out so the two of you can develop some feelings. How could you ignore all I've said? No, Sui Zhao replied. I'm just curious about what my future stepmother looks like. Then why don't we just call each other when the time comes? This is ridiculous. Are you trying to drive me insane, or what? Sui Anghua spoke many words as if reprimanding a child. How should I even scold you? I definitely can't leave now. How about your situation? The relationship isn't even settled yet. Why are you rushing around pointlessly? Sui Zhao smiled faintly and nodded toward his future stepmother, quietly reminding Sui Anghua. She's coming over. Keep quiet. Sui Anghua stopped his rant instantly. Come on, let me introduce you two properly. This is my son Zhao. Zhao, this is your Aunt Zhao. After a brief greeting, Sui Zhao found an excuse to leave. Before getting in the car, he remembered to open Duanzi's live streaming page where it showed the broadcaster is currently offline. Master, I also think this trip has been wasted. Sui Yu opened his mouth. Sui Zhao glanced at him, calm in tone. Your meaning is to leave me, a disabled man and a sick person at home? Isn't that a bit absurd? Moreover, when have you ever seen me cook? Should she be left alone to deal with everything? A few simple questions left Sui Yu speechless. In the end, he could only say, I heard Miss Duan is off on a mission related to a failed project from the Chu family. You once mentioned that place had bad vibes, so we did not bid on it. Sui Zhao paused for a moment and then laughed. Even though it was a project vigorously supported by relevant departments, it's not everyone who can control that evil force. As for Miss Duan's current trip, Sui Yu dared not continue guessing. Sui Zhao smiled slightly. For her, this might be another kind of blessing. The yin qi there was heavy enough for Song Xiaoxiao to gain significant benefits, and when her cultivation improves further, Duan Zi will have a more capable helper. There is one thing I've never understood. Aren't you just meditating? How could you tell that place had bad vibes? Sui Yu couldn't help but ask. Sui Zhao's eyes remained unwavering, answering quietly. You should listen to what Duan Zi says and focus more on meditation. Speaking of meditation, Sui Yu knew a little about it. Since every time he practiced meditation, Sui Zhao was always nearby. Everyone assumed, but no one questioned him directly about his leg injury and how he meditates. Duan Zi was an expert and knew the reasons. Others may not be clear on this, yet no one raised any questions, which indeed felt strange. Previously, Sui Yu had also asked Sui Zhao what to say if someone came up with the question. Sui Zhao simply responded that he'd understand once he started cultivating himself. Today's statement bore a similar essence to the response he gave years ago. Recognizing the cue, Sui Yu shut his mouth and resolved to return and work on his cultivation diligently. Without warning, the live stream began, startling Sui Yu, whose steering wheel tilted slightly due to the sudden sound of Duan Zi's voice. Hello everyone, welcome to my live stream. Today I'll bring you to look at the famous abandoned building. As Duan Zi spoke, she switched the camera lens to the opposite direction. Once you arrive here, you can smell a strong scent, which to me resembles oil, though I'm unsure of the exact details. Nevertheless, after checking with others, none seem to notice this smell. Thus, this renovation does appear to have achieved some success. Zhao Jian continued. Indeed, we can see green plants, and there are even some cute little monkeys. Her voice suddenly cracked, startling everyone as they turned to look at her. The live stream viewers stretched their necks to find out what had happened. Duan Zi furrowed her brow and asked, human-shaped? Zhao Jian nodded tremulously, and Duan Zi asked further, what color? I don't know. I just saw a black shadow. Zhao Jian answered honestly. Duan Zi didn't get angry with her, instead offering a few comforting words before saying, your courage isn't enough. Practice more in the future. Okay. Zhao Jian replied with a trembling voice and obediently stood behind Duan Zi. Duan Zi said softly, but this kind of thing probably likes cowards like you. Right, Xiao Xiao? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Xiaoxiao appeared before everyone. Her figure was slightly more concrete compared to before, allowing the others to clearly see her features without any difficulty. Song Xiaoxiao's courage obviously wasn't large either, softly responding, yes. Alright, you two go together. That way, you can take care of each other, Duan Zi said. The human and the ghost exchanged a glance and immediately moved closer to each other. Afterward, Duan Zi intentionally gave them time alone, and the other two people were clever enough not to ask why. Although, it was slightly unfair for the pair. Not long after, everyone saw a black shadow stealthily sneaking over. Zhao Jian tightly covered her mouth, unwilling to let out another scream. Song Xiaoxiao held her breath and focused her gaze unblinkingly on the shadow. The other three pretended not to notice and carefully explored using their peripheral vision. That shadow, whether intentionally or not, seemed to be increasing the fear factor, baring its big white teeth as it got closer and closer to the pair. The camera lens had already connected to Zhao Jian's device, so the audience followed along with their every move, hearts racing in anticipation, fearful that the next moment might bring trouble. As the shadow closed in, the suspense was almost unbearable. Chapter 159, Please have mercy. Will anyone still buy with this? Are they out of their minds? Everyone clearly heard the other person's voice. Duan Zi was the first to rush over, and in one move pressed the other person onto the ground. The dark, shadowy figure pleaded repeatedly. Please have mercy. Don't kill me. I had no choice. Duan Zi could feel the other person's body temperature. It was human. She hissed slightly and directly yanked the person up. What on earth is wrong with you to think scaring people like this would be a good idea? I'm just a beggar. Naturally, I go where there's food. A few days ago, workers were constructing here, so I sneaked in and got quite a bit to eat. Otherwise, I would have died long ago, the person said in a hoarse voice, unsure if it was due to fear. Li Sun took a few steps toward them, pinching the chin of the other party coldly, and asked, admit honestly, is the strange incident at the construction site all because of you? Not at all. I don't have that much power. I just steal food. I haven't done anything else. Killing is illegal. Killing is illegal. By this point, the person's mental state seemed to have issues, repeatedly babbling these few sentences. Isn't spirit asking your forte? Duan Zi nodded her head toward Li Sun. Li Sun stepped back slightly. It works for the dead, not for the living. It will harm the other party's foundation. Tisk. Duan Zi seemed somewhat angered, saying, how troublesome. Is your skill really this inadequate? In our generation of my family, my talent already counts as decent, he said. Duan Zi directly reached out and knocked the beggar unconscious, then said, this matter isn't this simple. He definitely mentioned killing. There wasn't any mention of homicide in the background checks. Jean Nanting furrowed his brow. Could it be that something happened to the construction team? Although it was written that there were no casualties, but if the real estate developer had used money to cover everything up, who would know? Alright, let's split up into 2 groups, Duanzi said. Li Sun and I will continue investigating here. You two take this beggar back and meanwhile find relevant departments to check the population records. Be careful, don't let him escape, Li Sun reminded when seeing the two off. Zhao Jian, out of fear, was the first to get into the car, plunging directly into the driver's seat. He's yours, watch him carefully. Ji Nanting, arriving late, looked awkwardly at the other person and disdainfully said, "This is my car. His whole body is covered in grease, right?" "Looks like it," Zhao Jian mocked. To prevent the other person from waking up and struggling, causing greater damage, Ji Nanting simply applied the technique he once heard from his uncle again, giving the other person an additional hit. The beggar. He originally showed signs of regaining some consciousness, but fell back into unconsciousness. Duanzi sighed. "You're too brutal. Still nowhere near your level," Li Sun chimed in mockingly. Duanzi turned around faintly. "If you were with Meng Tang, wouldn't you call me master? What's there to be so proud about?" The audience in the live stream had already laughed themselves crazy. "Geez, classic. What's there to be so proud about? We were friends, colleagues, but because of a woman, I somehow felt inferior. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Mysteriously, I think these two are quite funny. Why didn't we notice before? Maybe after experiencing life and death together, some things aren't as significant anymore." Meng Tang also couldn't help but comment, her words falling like stones into the lake, instantly creating ripples. She found it amusing reading through the replies below and couldn't help but remember the second time she went on a mission with Duanzi, when she saw the other person beating evil spirits fiercely. Afterwards, almost every member of the team was feeling blue, worrying about what would happen if they got beaten by Duanzi in the future. However, Duanzi seemed especially tolerant towards colleagues. Combined with previous experiences, Li Sun thought Duanzi was both reliable and unpredictable. His feelings for her changed from respect mixed with caution to admiration and finally disillusionment. Thinking about it makes one chuckle. Duanzi didn't focus on so many details, leading Li Sun and Song Xiaoxiao a little further towards the building. "I think that beggar deliberately acted strangely to tell us about the matter concerning someone's death," Li Sun said firmly. Duanzi laughed softly, saying, "Isn't your mind working quite well after all? I am the strategist," Li Sun unabashedly declared. Indeed, the atmosphere between the two seemed better than before, and they could now be considered friends. Duanzi smiled faintly and said, "It's the first time I've realized how narcissistic you are. It seems love really does make people lose perspective. However, what you said does make sense. I feel the same way." Before the other person could say anything, Duanzi quickly added a sentence. "Li Sun, actually, you didn't need to lay so much groundwork before praising me. A simple compliment would have made me happy. I was merely praising myself," Duanzi replied. For a moment, Li Sun's expression turned blank. "Then you're shameless too. Huh, you admit that you're shameless, right?" Duanzi couldn't help but laugh. Li Sun also cracked a smile. "Enough already. If we keep this up, Mr. Sui will want to kill me for sure." "How do you know I don't already want to kill you?" Duanzi's face instantly turned serious. Li Sun, confused, quickly shifted the topic. "Do you feel it?" Duanzi nodded in affirmation. The place was already filled with an overwhelming grudge that couldn't be ignored. She casually drew a talisman and slapped it onto Li Sun's body. "Take good care of yourself. I don't want to let down my foolish apprentice." Li Sun smiled faintly. "Then you must take good care of yourself too. I don't want to let down your foolish apprentice either." Meng Tang, who had been slightly moved by their camaraderie in the live stream, now wanted nothing more than to scold the two. "You're the fools. This girl is the head of the household. How could the head of the household be foolish?" Beside her, the butler stared at the pile of documents on Meng Tang's desk and muttered, "Head of the household, these documents have been here for a long time. Some might be urgent matters that could endanger lives." Meng Tang cast a glance at him. "Uncle Butler, haven't you served under my grandmother for a long time? You should know these well. Here, I trust you completely. Could you please go through them for me? Hand over the urgent matters immediately." The butler. "So this is my deserved fate. In fact, it's not so pressing. Perhaps we can wait a bit longer." The butler quickly tried to remedy the situation. "No, it must be resolved as soon as possible," Meng Tang firmly said. "Please, help me out here." Chapter 160, Returning to the Past. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 160, Going Back. The night fell like an inkwell, and Duanzi's smooth passage was normal. But how could Li Sun also be unscathed? Viewers in the live stream room began to raise this question, and someone reminded them of his ferryman identity. This identity wasn't anything extraordinary, but under Duanzi's influence, they increasingly revered cultivators. Some people even tried sitting meditation for a few days and felt incredibly relaxed, even experiencing a sense of renewal. Everyone wanted to become masters, just like in TV shows or movies. Duanzi's livestream successfully inspired a wave of cultivation enthusiasts who mostly adhered to Duanzi's suggestions, not easily trusting random apprenticeship rumors, and faithfully practicing morning and evening sessions. But as changes became more apparent on their bodies, they suddenly felt that mere sitting meditation wasn't enough. Duanzi took a moment between her busy schedule to look at the chat, then slowly said after reading it, "None of you should seek quick results. Focus well on the fundamentals, it will benefit you without any harm." "What?" Li Sun looked back at Duanzi. Duanzi smiled and said, "I'm talking to the viewers in the live stream. By the way, why don't you explain how you cultivated without meditating?" After being questioned, Li Sun hesitated, then said quietly, "Didn't you say that through good meditation, one would discover an entirely different world? Duanzi's expression turned a bit subtle, making Li Sun feel a little embarrassed. What's that face about? Nothing. I just didn't expect that you'd silently make such a significant decision. Duanzi said thoughtfully. As they chatted intermittently, they got closer to the abandoned building. Suddenly, a beam of bright light swept across, casting long shadows under their feet. The sudden brightness caused both of their eyes to lose focus momentarily. The sound of a car door closing followed by footsteps then occurred. Li Sun turned around and squinted to see, but Duanzi didn't turn back. She just quietly stared at the distant building. The building, illuminated by the car headlights, had half still hidden in darkness, as if something was lurking there. This matter has already been taken care of by others. Go back. A familiar voice spoke, but Duanzi still did not look back. The people in the live stream began wildly guessing where they'd heard this familiar voice before. Only when Duanzi turned around with the camera did they recognize him standing against the light. Isn't this Fu Miao Miao's big sugar daddy? What's he doing here? What does someone else resolved it mean? If it weren't for Ziji sending people back to the station, none of you would have shown up here. Truly hypocritical bastards. TSK, and I previously felt sorry for Duanzi because of this guy. Now it seems that Duanzi should have kicked his dog legs off right from the start, leaving him no chance to bounce back. Cutting Soul's sect, Duanzi's tone was emotionless. Chu Zheng snorted. Consider it so. Oh, then settle my travel expenses, thank you, Duanzi said. Chu Zheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, the person behind him stepped forward, saying, Miss Duan, don't take kindness for granted. The man was tall and bulky, and with his blockage, Duanzi's eyes finally felt better. She murmured, what do you mean by coming first or last? You should know the truth in your hearts. If I'm correct, Mr. Chu is likely the financier behind this all, isn't it? Buying this land. Aren't you afraid your ancestors will dig out of their graves to scold you? Li Sun silently gave Duanzi a thumb up. Indeed, arguing was best left to Duanzi. Chu Zheng took a few steps forward, stepping past his bodyguard, and stood before Duanzi. This project belongs to the Chu family, true, but I'm not in charge. This matter is quite dangerous, so please return quickly. Duanzi stepped back slightly, deliberately increasing the distance between them. So what? Are you concerned about me? Not really, right? Even though you're also someone destined for great fortune, your cultivation is just starting. Or, do you think you're already capable of surpassing me? I don't mean it like that. I've already informed the Cutting Soul sect people about this matter, so don't interfere. This thing is really tricky. Everyone in the live stream picked up on some hints, and even someone started calling Fu Miao Miao to come check. What they didn't know was that Fu Miao Miao had been watching the live stream all along. When she saw their messages tagging her, she grew furious. She still remembered the reason Chu Zheng had given for leaving her alone in the hospital. Company business. But, how could Duanzi be possibly related to the Chu family's company? They were all just excuses. She tightly bit her lower lip and dialed Chu Zheng's number on her phone. In the live stream, Chu Zheng stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning slightly forward without making any next move. Duanzi opened her ruby lips. It's your phone call. It's probably a harassment call, Chu Zheng said without even glancing at it. I'm seriously discussing this matter with you. The people from the Cutting Souls sect will take over, and you should leave immediately now. Are you mentally ill? Even if you don't give us the money, handling this matter is still the responsibility of our relevant department. It's not something that can be easily dismissed. Duanzi insisted. Moreover, Ma Sanwei from your Cutting Souls sect is an outrageous person. If you're counting on him to help, forget it. This comment made it sound as though she knew a great deal about the Cutting Souls sect. Only Li Sun saw her clenching fists behind her back, knowing she was probably bluffing once again. The one coming isn't him, and the upcoming matters have nothing to do with you. He straightened up. If we weren't somewhat familiar before, I wouldn't even bother reminding you. Take care of yourself. He knew Duanzi's temper well. Once she made a decision, no one could change her mind. Surprisingly, the other side gave in so easily and directly got into the car. Duanzi was momentarily stunned, asking, what did he mean? Maybe he wants to reconcile. Li Sun answered irrelevantly. Duanzi frowned. Impossible. How could someone simply let go of their moonlight ideal? Please, never. I still don't want to die, and I definitely don't want to have any more ties with those two. Participating in the show before was my own mistake, but that certainly doesn't mean I would tacitly accept any tragedy happening next. The protagonist's aura shouldn't be underestimated. What did you say? Li Sun asked. Turned out, while lost in thought, she had unintentionally murmured these words. Duanzi. Never mind, I think I am the heroine, and absolutely nothing will happen to me. Chapter 161, The Heavens Reveal All. Li Sun was speechless. Then, may I ask the heroine, is your male lead the one outside, or the one in the wheelchair? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll make you sorry, Duanzi threatened. Seeing that the other person's car had no tendency to drive away, she waved to Li Sun, signaling for them both to enter the building. Li Sun nodded and quickly followed. He then heard Duanzi say, a horse that eats its own grass probably has an issue with its eyes. It should get a replacement. This statement was also a double entendre. Li Sun laughed, but did not respond. The two climbed upstairs in silence. When they reached the third floor, Duanzi suddenly stopped and stared at a wall intently. Li Sun couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with this wall? Yes, Duanzi replied. Have you ever read about a case involving Bao Zheng? It involved a missing person, and Bao Zheng traced the clues to a shoe shop. That family also made pottery, and their craftsmanship was famous far and wide. No, Li Sun asked. What happened next? One of Bao Zheng's subordinates accidentally bumped a porcelain basin, but the basin that fell from the cabinet had no sign of breaking. Do you know why? As Duanzi spoke, her hand already brushed against the wall, as if caressing something invaluable. The viewers in the live stream could clearly see Duanzi's expression through Li Sun's camera lens, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. Not to mention Li Sun, who was closest to Duanzi. He paused, asking, "Is there someone inside the wall?" Duanzi didn't nod, but continued climbing up the stairs. Li Sun immediately followed. He could see her eyes frequently linger on some walls, or even staircases. His heart turned cold, judging by her expression. Starting from the third floor, all the cement likely contained human bones. He examined a few walls himself. He wasn't sure why, but he kept feeling like the walls were grimacing mockingly. The only normal ones seemed to be the few walls Duanzi touched. "What are you scared of? I'm here with you. Moreover, those who belong in hell aren't us, but this construction team." Duanzi's tone was eerie. They probably couldn't explain to the higher-ups why buildings kept collapsing, so they found a corrupt monk to devise such a method. Building materials infused with human bones are sturdy indeed, but the resentment, well, it could lock demons. If people lived here, they might disappear before midnight. Li Sun nodded frantically. By now, walking along this route, he already felt numerous vengeful spirits gathered around him, chillingly blowing cold air in his direction. Someone even giggled and rode on his neck, tugging his hair victoriously. However, while everyone was climbing up, why were these spirits only targeting him? Duanzi's gaze hardened as she looked at Li Sun, snorting mockingly. "So what? Planning to kill your guide and use this place to cultivate demon energy?" An inexplicable pressure suddenly attacked Li Sun, forcing him to take a few steps back. But the subsequent relief let Li Sun breathe easier too. Indeed, a true master doesn't need to show off. Yet Duanzi's expression was peculiar, almost as though she would devour someone alive in the next moment. Li Sun swallowed nervously, calling out her name, "Duanzi." She didn't reply, hurrying upstairs instead. Her abnormal behavior prompted Li Sun to instinctively grab her. But unfortunately, he was too slow, and the handheld camera slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. "Duanzi." His voice carried a slight panic as he quickly pursued her, catching her arm just to have it painfully twisted by her. Ouch. Cold sweat poured down Li Sun's forehead, dripping directly onto the ground. "Don't be afraid." Duanzi's tone was seductive. "Sister will just go upstairs and verify my guess. You stay put." As she spoke, she shoved her phone into Li Sun's shirt pocket. Li Sun. This statement held no persuasive power whatsoever. Suddenly, he sensed a gust of wind, and a black shadow zipped past him. Li Sun's pupils slightly contracted, shouting reflexively to Duanzi, "Be careful." Duanzi seemed to have anticipated it, responding with a quick roundhouse kick which the intruder easily evaded. Back and forth exchanges of blows continued. Gritting his teeth, Li Sun realigned his arm and slowly climbed upstairs. Li Sun wore a shirt, and when Duanzi tucked her phone into his shirt pocket, the camera lens faced towards her. The audience in the live stream also noticed something was off with Duanzi, with some even suggesting that Duanzi has been possessed by a fox spirit. Ridiculous. Stop looking at our Zizi like that. Who the heck do you think you are? What if Zizi is just acting to lure out the members of the Duanhuan sect? Fair suspicion though, but those seductive eyes, I'm lost as a woman myself. Zizi, be careful. Who's this person? Are they so powerful too? Looks like Taekwondo, but why wear a mask? That's weird. Actually, a power-packed mysterious man and alluring little demoness would make a pretty great OTP. Hold on. The pairing can be rare, but it shouldn't go dark side. In the footage, Duanzi finally had a chance to speak up. "What kind of thing are you, pretending to be an important figure here?" The master of Duanhuan sect. The voice of the other side was raspy, making it uncomfortable to listen to. Duanzi scoffed coldly. "I don't care about your phony sect leader title. Did you come up with this idea? It's not related to me, nor can I guarantee for Duanhuan sect, but I'll give you a satisfactory outcome." The person said. Duanzi let out a sarcastic, "You talk well, better than sing. Yet isn't it true that Duanhuan sect's master only kills without saving? How could you be so kind-hearted to let me off?" The individual paused for a moment, clearly assessing Duanzi's state. Duanzi certainly wouldn't give the person time to scrutinize further, and instantly kicked them far away, then prepared to leap down after them. Fortunately, Li Sun arrived just in time, grabbing her back immediately and pulling her back, causing both of them to crash onto the ground. However, Li Sun willingly used himself as a cushion to protect Duanzi. That person showed no sense of decency. Seeing Duanzi lying on the ground due to Li Sun's action, he directly walked over and placed a talisman on Duanzi's head. Instantly, the talisman radiated an unusual brilliance, and Duanzi fainted as a result. Li Sun struggled to his feet, supporting Duanzi, grinding his teeth as he angrily questioned the masked individual. "What have you done to her?" Under the illumination of the car lights, the silver mask gleamed with a bizarre light. "She'll sleep for a while, and everything will return to calmness." Chapter 162, Big Brother? Li Sun's eye sockets had reddened slightly from anger. "Fine, she's fallen asleep. You deal with the whole building full of vengeful spirits on your own." With that, he ignored the injury on his arm and was about to leave with Duanzi. The man said, "She can go, but you can't. Do you find me interesting? If I don't go, how is she supposed to?" Li Sun's tone became inexplicably softer. The man continued, "There's a heavy grudge here. Our door of severed souls used to be capable of dealing with this. However, ever since your family, the lease, left our door, we no longer have any peaceful solutions. That's why now it's only extermination, not liberation. So what? My cultivation hasn't reached its peak, and I haven't inherited any of my grandfather's abilities, Li Sun said. Don't undervalue yourself. If it wasn't for the seal on your body, you would definitely surpass your grandfather. The man's voice was filled with persuasion. If you come back to the door of severed souls, I'll consider lifting the seal for you. What do you say? Li Sun could feel someone pinching his waist again, subtly hinting that he should pretend to agree first. However, if Grandpa hadn't told him anything about this, it must be for the best interest of himself and the family. What if this person lifted the seal without thinking twice? What then? Relax, if he were capable, he'd have flattened this place by himself. Duanzi finally chimed in quietly. Li Sun cleared his throat. This ability to see through others at any time was truly annoying. He opened his mouth and said, all right, but you must guarantee Duanzi's safety and ensure that she returns to normal. Agreed. The man clearly seemed relieved. Song Xiao, who had been hiding all along, couldn't help but whisper to Duanzi, who exactly is this guy? Is he your big brother? Duanzi frowned. Big brother? Impossible. Although this person had intentionally masked their aura and destiny flow, it was hard for her to associate him with her big brother. Besides, deep down, she still thought Sui Zhao resembled her master more. But Sui Zhao was lame. Even though he had occasionally stood up, there was no way he could suddenly move as fast as a healthy person and fight her evenly. I don't know, why don't you ask him yourself? Duanzi replied insincerely. Song Xiao backed off immediately. I'm not going. I've already been cooperative enough. If you send me out, I might accidentally let something slip. Shoo. Duanzi cut her off impatiently. She really talked too much. As they exchanged thoughts, Duanzi had already been carried upstairs by Li Sun, and the miniature camera fell in that spot. The viewers in the live stream clearly saw that the seemingly frail Li Sun could actually carry Duanzi down multiple flights of stairs. Even more exciting, it seemed like they caught sight of young Master Sui. Sui Zhao looked pale and tired, asking, is she okay? At the sound of this question, Duanzi could distinctly feel her heart beating faster. Without hesitation, Li Sun shoved Duanzi into Sui Zhao's arms and slowly stood up. The phone in his pocket gave the audience a breathtaking view. Was Li Sun really not a photographer in his past life? This shot is just absolutely amazing. Our Zizi looks stunningly beautiful. I'm so jealous. Did anyone notice that he and Sui Zhao seemed to have some sort of unspoken agreement, like last time? Could someone elaborate, please? Last time, it was Sui who released Li Sun first, and then asked him to untie Meng Tang's ropes. Now, it's the other way around. Li Sun pushed Zizi into Sui's arms. It seems like, my god, yes, you're right. Sui Zhao coldly met the gaze of the door of Severed Soul's leader, who evidently seemed slightly irritated. Why are you here? To pick someone up. Isn't that obvious? Sui Zhao's tone was casual, as if greeting an old friend. Clearly, the two knew each other, and Sui Zhao instantly recognized the man's identity. The door leader gritted his teeth and said, you're nothing but a substitute. Why act so cocky? Huh? Aren't you one too? Sui Zhao sneered, playing with Duanzi's hand. At least I'm not afraid to reveal my true self, unlike certain people who cower and act like mice. His words clearly hit a nerve. As the other was about to explode in anger, he added, I don't believe you have any method to suppress the resentment here. Lifting Li Sun's seal will do it. The door leader's tone was somewhat urgent. You also have eyes, so take a look around. With this time and the current level of resentment, do you really think draining Li Sun will solve everything? The leader of the door of Severed Souls hesitated for a moment. Who says I want to drain Li Sun? There's no abundant spiritual energy here, and your cultivation is so weak that you can't even summon the energy within 10 kilometers around you. You're even less capable of borrowing energy from your family's formation across thousands of miles. Sui Zhao's words were both objective and hurtful. The leader of the door of Severed Souls narrowed his eyes. Sui Zhao, I advise you not to meddle in this mess. Is my name something you can call? Sui Zhao's gaze showed no sign of backing down. I'll find a way to stir up more trouble regarding your family's issues. You, the leader of the door of Severed Souls, tried to speak, but stopped. You have no good solution except knocking out the main force? Tell me, what should I say about you? Sui Zhao smiled faintly. The leader of the door of Severed Souls gathered his cloak and said, I had no intention of harming Duanzi. I just wanted her to calm down. She has her own reasons for doing things. It's none of your business. Sui Zhao's tone was cold. Remember, you deceived Duanzi with more than just pretending to be her master brother. The other person remained silent for a while and said, I'll give you a hint. This matter is related to a temple. I cannot reveal more details. Another temple? The image of the protective Buddha amulet flashed before Duanzi's eyes, causing her body to instinctively move. Sui Zhao asked with concern, what's wrong? His voice was very reassuring, and Duanzi quickly relaxed. Then, she started to debate whether she should end the act or not. After all, she felt embarrassed being held like this. You, don't go over there. The leader of the door of Severed Souls was blocked by Li Sun as soon as he took a step forward. He shot him an angry glare and questioned, aren't you worried about Duanzi at all? Asking questions alone won't solve any problems. Li Sun firmly stood in front, unyielding. How absurd. If he went over there and found out Duanzi was faking it, wouldn't everything be ruined? Chapter 163, got up. You can't do anything, yet you want to expel the grudge. We won't stop you from walking to your death. But why do you have to drag us along? Li Sun's tone was firm. Sui Zhao added a sentence. Asking for help also requires an attitude of asking. Who said that only after the seal on Li Sun's body is resolved can these resentments be suppressed? What methods do you have? The sect leader's gaze fell on Sui Zhao. Don't you also need Duanzi? Her condition just now didn't seem like that of a normal person. If it weren't for me, she would have already jumped off the building. He continued. Sui Zhao sneered and said, if you didn't come, nothing would have happened. It's because you came that things unfolded afterward. This statement, without clear reference, made even Duanzi feel somewhat awkward. Sui Zhao's words were too targeted, as if he wanted everyone to know his hostility. Moreover, why were Sui Zhao and him so familiar with my elder brother? And when did that person deceive me? While Duanzi's thoughts were flying around, Sui Zhao spoke again. The Special Cases Group is the Special Cases Group, and the Duanhuan sect is the Duanhuan sect. Since this matter is your internal affair of the Duanhuan sect, we obviously wouldn't be convenient to intervene. Both the Li family and Meng family were once part of our Duanhuan sect. The one from the Meng family is gone, but the one from the Li family is still here. The sect leader's words were full of threat. Li Sun shook his head and said, does the Duanhuan sect want to go back on its word? Initially, it was clearly agreed that they would join the Duanhuan sect in a personal capacity. No matter whether future generations join or leave, they could follow their own hearts. Now you regret that decision. So what? The sect leader asked. When your family member left the Duanhuan sect, he said something. If the Duanhuan sect needs something, even at the cost of life, he must definitely make a trip. You tell me, does today's event count as needing help? Li Sun got agitated. We from the Li family are all tough men. The reason we say such words is out of gratitude for the Duanhuan sect's previous protection. But this does not mean that you can manipulate us at will. Back and forth talk, isn't it still because master sect leaders' own abilities aren't good enough? Without proper skills, why take on work that's beyond your capability? Sui Zhao said sarcastically. The sect leader didn't bother with him and continued to coax Li Sun gently. I've spoken my words, shouldn't you really reconsider? There's nothing to reconsider, Li Sun firmly said. Your financier just said that you should solve this problem. Then you go ahead and solve it. As you can see, the only one who can make decisions here has already collapsed. Farewell. After saying this, he walked back. The sect leader still had something to say, but was stopped by Sui Yu. If I am not mistaken, you should be the newly appointed sect leader, right? Still, let me give you a word of advice. Don't provoke those who you shouldn't. Originally, after saying this, several people could have gracefully exited, but Sui Zhao was in a wheelchair, a cripple, and everyone was still on the second floor. Sui Zhao. He paused for a moment, either for dignity or holding Duanzi, but surprisingly stood up again from the wheelchair. Only, every step he took was precarious, making Li Sun unable to help but wanting to lend a hand, which was avoided. Duanzi discreetly narrowed her eyes to sneak a peek. From her angle, she could only see Sui Zhao's chin. Did he get up? Duanzi asked Li Sun. Li Sun could not perform sound transmission into ears, and therefore could not give her the answer she sought. Master Sui, your legs? Fortunately, he was smart and knew how to approach it from another angle. Sui Zhao's voice was very soft. After discovering that I could stand up last time, I specially went overseas for rehabilitation. What he said was reasonable. Duanzi believed it, believing that the other person left silently for the sake of his leg. Now, not only did he have to stand up, but he had to carry an extra burden as well. Thinking about it, she actually felt a bit guilty. Sui Yu carried the wheelchair while walking behind, unable to hold back a comment in his heart. Indeed, lying still suited their young master best. When he was abroad, he told General Sui that he wanted to see what his future stepmother looked like, but here, it turned out to be for his leg. Originally, Li Sun intended to pick up Duanzi in his car, but upon meeting Sui Zhao's gaze, suddenly became timid and said, since your place is nearby, I'll entrust her to you. After finishing, he quickly turned around and got in the car. His speed was so fast that even Duanzi's attempt to send a message couldn't catch up. Duanzi was enveloped in Sui Zhao's embrace throughout the journey, lamenting internally. My phone is still with Li Sun. This unreliable guy? Song Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back anymore and emerged from Duanzi's pocket, sitting beside the two of them. Sui Zhao merely glanced sideways and paid no attention upon noticing her movement. Even with just one glance, Song Xiaoxiao felt her head start to ache. How to say this? She asked Sui Zhao. Should we tear off the talisman first? Zizi looks quite uncomfortable. Sui Zhao, however, replied, I've heard she might be possessed by something. All I know is meditation. I don't exorcise demons or evil spirits. This was said so confidently that Duanzi wanted to laugh in anger. But if at this moment she suddenly got up and confessed it was all an act, wouldn't that be a bit too awkward? After hearing his words, Song Xiaoxiao didn't know what else to say. She could only mutter silently to Duanzi. It's come to this point now. Good luck to you. You really have no idea how easy it is for you to talk. Do you think he knows about the wild things I shouted inside Sui's residence? Duanzi asked. Song Xiaoxiao grew nervous. He probably shouldn't, right? He held you so easily, without hesitation. What does that have to do with my shouting? Duanzi questioned. Everything, Song Xiaoxiao affirmed. If he cared, he would have thrown you out of the car long ago. Why would he hold you so dear? Hearing these words, Duanzi's face involuntarily turned red. Sui Zhao's sharp eyes quickly caught this change. His lips curved slightly upward as his tone remained serious. What's wrong? Could it be that this talisman makes her feel uneasy? Song Xiaoxiao maintained eye contact forward, not entirely sure. Why don't you set her aside and see? As she spoke, she moved over to give Duanzi a considerable amount of space. Indeed, Sui Zhao followed her suggestion. To make it convincing, Duanzi slumped like an invertebrate, unintentionally bumping somewhere. Her hand hurt rigidly. Yet Duanzi had to bear the tears and continue pretending to be unconscious. Sui Zhao massaged his temples and immediately repositioned Duanzi properly. There was no way Duanzi could sit straight, so she directly bumped into Sui Zhao's shoulder. Sui Zhao, this person was really pushing it. Chapter 164, not ferrying gods or Buddhas. The car had driven a long way when suddenly, the building burst forth with tens of thousands of feet of golden light, dazzling like the sun. However, around this golden light, there were faint black vapors swirling, as if evil spirits were vying with each other to grab at the spirit energy. Duanzi seemed to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes, only to quickly close them again. Sui Zhao's right hand once more caressed the ring on his left. This head of the Duanhuan sect was truly full of great compassion. His gaze fell upon Duanzi's hand, and for some unknown reason, he actually removed his own ring and placed it on Duanzi's hand. The originally well-fitting ring made 3 or 4 circles on Duanzi's thumb. He fiddled with it for a while before putting it back on his own hand. Song Xiaoxiao's eye twitched, and she asked Duanzi, "Isn't your Sui Zhao guy a bit off? It's obvious that thing isn't suited for you." Yet he insisted on trying it. Duanzi appeared to be asleep, not answering her. She also didn't intend to pursue further, so she closed her eyes and rested quietly. In reality, Duanzi's mind had wandered afar. At that moment, she had returned to beside the unfinished building from earlier, staring at the myriad golden rays. Could it be that this person is truly my master brother? Judging merely by the golden light would be too rash after all. Chu Zheng has it, and Sui Zhao does too. There have already been 3 people like this just around me. The scene before her eyes looked incredibly cruel. Those evil spirits tearing into the spiritual energy before their eyes, slowly transforming into normal souls. But in that case, the owner of the golden light must be in excruciating pain, wouldn't they? She dared not get close, fearing she might accidentally be pulled in. After musing for a bit, she returned to her body. When she opened her eyes again, her line of sight had already reached the familiar ceiling. Why familiar? For these past few days, the first place she'd see after opening her eyes, wasn't it exactly here? Song Xiaoxiao's voice came through. You feigned fainting quite convincingly, huh? Are you really that patient? Duanzi touched her forehead. The talisman wasn't there anymore. It should have been torn off by Sui Zhao, she thought. I didn't pretend to faint. Duanzi sat up. My consciousness really vanished. Song Xiaoxiao said. Do you know about what Sui did with your hands? Duanzi's expression blanked for a second. Who did you say earlier? Let's not say played with your hands either, Song Xiaoxiao explained. He compared his ring on your hand. With such a large ring, anyone could tell it wasn't suitable. Yet he tried every single one of your fingers. Probably. Duanzi responded absent-mindedly. What do you mean probably? Song Xiaoxiao gave her a tug. Are you even listening to me? Yes, I am, replied Duanzi. I think he's maybe crazy. But since it felt wrong, I didn't continue saying that. Normally, everyone would understand Duanzi's statement as just making excuses, perhaps not really caring about what he was doing at the time. Song Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Do you also have feelings for him? If that's true, then consider me unnecessarily worried. Duanzi glared at her. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm pondering over something else entirely. Can you stop stirring up trouble and start thinking of something decent for once? What's decent? She questioned. How can your lifelong matters not be considered important? That Door sect leader today used his own spirit energy to convert evil ghosts. But I've heard the Duanhuan sect doesn't ferry gods or ghosts, right? Duanzi was puzzled. Song Xiaoxiao sighed. Isn't this still pretending to be unconscious? You know about things happening miles away. If this was voluntary, why are you complaining? If you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll soon regret taking care of you. Duanzi muttered ominously. Just as she finished speaking, a figure appeared at the room entrance, still seated in a wheelchair. Apparently, his legs hadn't healed well. Sui Zhao smiled slightly at her, awake. Duanzi cleared her throat, somewhat discomfited. Yeah. As she watched him maneuver the wheelchair forward to deliver water to her, she couldn't help but ask. I heard it was you who carried me down the stairs. Sui Zhao had originally been lost in thoughts looking at the cup in his hand, but hearing Duanzi's words, he quickly looked up at her, and after a long pause, said, No, I merely took you over from Li Sun's hands. Although this statement was indeed correct, however, wasn't too much detail missing from this seemingly calm statement? Duanzi didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only take the water he handed over, saying thank you rather slowly. I've heard that the servants here haven't taken good enough care of you, so I've already punished them for you, said Sui Zhao. This sentence successfully caused Duanzi to choke. Duanzi coughed several times, tears welling up in her eyes. No, aside from not feeding me, they treated me pretty well otherwise. As soon as she said this, she regretted it. It sounded exactly like a child tattling. Sui Zhao chuckled and said, Now that I'm back, this won't happen again. He knew his father had insisted that Duanzi wouldn't be allowed to leave, but he hadn't expected the method used. After all, Duanzi was a foodie. If they fed her some delicious snacks, she'd definitely want to stay here every day. Duanzi shook her head repeatedly. No, what I mean is, I must go home tomorrow. Afraid they'll stop feeding you again? Sui Zhao asked. Duanzi waved her hands. No. What I mean is, my house is right next door. It's not like I don't have a home to return to. You don't need to treat me this way. Soon after, laughter came from the other side. Duanzi then realized the other party was just joking with her, and her face instantly turned bright red. I'm serious. Stop making fun of me, Duanzi said. Sui Zhao nodded, taking the cup from her hand. I understand. Your condition isn't as bad as they've said. Physically, there shouldn't be any major problems. If you want to go home tomorrow, feel free to do so. Duanzi nodded continuously. Yes. My body has recovered perfectly. I still have many things to ask Xiao, so you'd better go. Hearing her words, Sui Zhao didn't get angry but smoothly drove the wheelchair away. She waited until Sui Zhao closed the door before turning around to look at Song Xiao, who was sitting on the bedside cabinet, holding her face and staring fixedly at her. Duanzi shrank back a bit and asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Ha ha. Nothing, really nothing. I'm a little tired and don't want to chat." Song Xiaoxiao laughed as she ducked into the wooden doll and pretended to die. Duanzi, if only I had a phone, I would have ignored you completely. Chapter 165, Absolutely Disbelieving. After enduring the night, Duanzi packed up her things and left early. Looking at the other parties retreating back without a single look back, Sui Yu coughed lightly. Is it because of last night when she wasn't properly coaxed? Sui Zhao slightly raised his eyebrows. No. As soon as he finished speaking, he wheeled away, leaving Sui Yu disheveled in the wind. Not. How could it not be? This person ran so fast, it almost sparked flames. Why do you think there's nothing wrong? Sui Yu was confused but decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, it wasn't her job to chase people. The first thing Duanzi did when she got home was cook herself a big meal to reward herself. Song Xiaoxiao begged her to take a look at her and receive the response. You just keep pretending to be dead. I want to see who will last longer. Song Xiaoxiao. TSK, this person really held a grudge. Wasn't it that Master Xiao said he was lying to you about the whole Elder Master incident yesterday? Song Xiaoxiao asked. Duanzi handed the other party a talisman, letting her sit down for a meal together and asked her, "Tell me, how do you interpret it? It's possible that person is actually your Elder Master." Chu Zheng doesn't seem reliable at all, Song Xiaoxiao said. Duanzi glanced at her, gesturing for her to continue. Song Xiaoxiao sighed and said, Master Xiao only knows meditation. You are so powerful. How can an Elder Master know absolutely nothing? That makes sense. Though Duanzi agreed with the other party's view, she felt something unusual was going on. In the past, why hadn't she shown such confidence about her Elder Master's matters? Since that person appeared, she had been intentionally or unintentionally guiding her to believe that person was her Elder Master. Also, although Song Xiaoxiao had a love-obsessed mind, she occasionally complained about Sui Zhao before. But recently, her change seemed too obvious. Even though she herself was starved by Sui Zhao, Song Xiaoxiao didn't criticize him once. To say she wasn't siding, Duanzi was utterly unconvinced. In fact, the spiritual energy in the Sui family area is quite heavy. Duanzi suddenly said. Song Xiaoxiao stopped eating and asked her, Isn't your house next to his? No matter what, this place was chosen by the previous head of the Meng family. The spiritual energy shouldn't be weak here either, right? Duanzi murmured softly. You understand quite clearly? For some reason, Song Xiaoxiao felt there was something implied in her words, becoming even more uneasy. Could the other person have figured out something? Fortunately, Duanzi skipped this topic directly afterward. Both of them enjoyed this meal immensely, and it was Song Xiaoxiao who washed the bowls. The purpose, of course, was to bribe Duanzi so she would invite her over for every meal. What Duanzi did not mention was that all of this was just an illusion. What the other party ate was nothing but incense. She was happy to enjoy the other person's flattery, rightfully thinking it was the price of deceiving her. What should she do? When exactly would Li's son return her phone? Yesterday, all the viewers in the live broadcast room thought about this issue all day long. They silently screamed, wanting to know what happened between Duanzi and Sui Zhao after the live stream. Although they also witnessed the scene of purification, it didn't mean they forgave Li's son. Yes, at first, many people liked Li's son's shooting angles, but later they turned their backs on him. The problem was, after receiving a call, Li's son simply turned off the live stream. There must have been a mole selling them out. When Li's son came to return the phone, it was already 11 o'clock, lunchtime. However, after Duanzi accepted the phone, she resolutely rejected him from entering her door. Silently looking at each other through the door, Li's son finally couldn't help but speak up. It wasn't that I wasn't being loyal yesterday. It's just that Master Xiao's gaze was truly terrifying. I had no choice. It's not because of that, Duanzi said. Your grandfather promised to join the special case group, so why haven't I heard about him taking any missions? He's not young anymore, and his body can't take it, Li's son replied. Besides, I worked several times harder than both of you in the special case group. Duanzi nodded. Not exactly. I just want to personally learn about the seal on you. Out of mere curiosity, she wanted to know if he was the next Chu Zheng. After all, Chu Zheng used to have a seal on him as well. If that was the case, Sui Zhao must have had one too before, possibly unlocked due to the car accident. Perhaps Sui Ongwa requested help to unlock it to save his son. Calculated this way, Meng Tang should have a seal on him as well. This? Why don't you ask me? Li's son said, attempting to push open the door. Duanzi shoved him out. Are you planning to freeload her? Yes, Li's son said with confidence. Yesterday, I helped you deal with the master of the Duan Hun sect. So, shouldn't you at least treat me to a meal? Upon hearing this, Duanzi felt it was reasonable and also truly wanted to know more, so she let him in. The two sat down at the dining table and began their conversation. After listening to Li's son's explanation, Duanzi confirmed her suspicions but couldn't help asking. You mean all descendants of the Duan Hun sect, including Ji Yanli? Yes, Li's son nodded decisively. This is actually one of the requirements when joining the Duan Hun sect. They claim it's to allocate resources better for sect members, but in reality, it's likely just for themselves to gain more resources. The ghosts and spirits they capture are not merely destroyed, they're refined into their own spiritual power. Then those who don't practice well enough must easily lose control, right? Duanzi asked. A flicker of admiration crossed Li's son's eyes. Exactly. Hence, many below became mere walking dead. Duanzi's memory went back to when she first met Song Xiaoxiao, and later events at Luocha Street and Ghost Tower. All those people, were they originally? And what happens to these people in the end? Duanzi trailed off. Li Sun gave her an affirmative answer. Just as you thought. Although the world's spirit energy is reviving, it's still far from sufficient for cultivators. Moreover, they can't destroy global peace. Duanzi suddenly felt the burden on her shoulders much heavier. She sighed. If I had known this before, I should have guided them then. If someone absorbs them now, wouldn't their souls vanish entirely? Not exactly, Li Sun responded. If they become food for higher-level practitioners, there's still a glimmer of hope. Under different circumstances, Duanzi would never believe such things could happen around her. But reality was indeed the truth. Chapter 166. Do our best. Everything has two sides. For example, if you put down the knife in your hand, you can't embrace your lover. But if you put it down, you cannot protect your lover either. Absorbing the aura of spirits and undead may strengthen one's cultivation and protect most people, yet it shortens one's own life. It turns oneself into something that is neither human nor ghost. So, Song Xiaoxiao is a hotcake now? Duanzi asked. Li Sun glanced at Song Xiaoxiao, who was clearly terrified, her whole body trembling. Still, Li Sun nodded without hesitation. This is also one of the reasons why we didn't let Song Xiaoxiao out later on. Although the leader of the Duanhuan sect might disdain to do such a thing, others aren't necessarily so. Duanzi asked anxiously. But before, Song Xiaoxiao often appeared in my live stream. And most people know that Song Xiaoxiao entered the Taoist sect as a ghost. What should we do about this situation? If it were before, Duanzi's answer would definitely be whoever comes, just beat them out. However, the ability of the master of the Duanhuan sect is not to be underestimated, and the abilities of the special cases group vary greatly. After all, they rely on their own cultivation, which can never keep up with those evil sects, Li Sun said. In general, the Duanhuan sect won't do such disgraceful things. They usually don't touch things that belong to others. But there will always be some ill-intentioned people who might have designs on Song Xiaoxiao. Although Song Xiaoxiao is powerful, she is still a ghost body. Those talismans and such may not necessarily be avoidable. Is there any good way? Duanzi asked. Li Sun fell silent for a moment, then said, try to make her not go out as much as possible. Isn't your array skill quite good? Or else, entrust her to someone trustworthy. For some reason, Duanzi instinctively thought of Sui Zhao's house. But is Sui Zhao's house really safe? Thinking about how no one noticed when he left, Duanzi sighed suddenly. Forget it. I'll just bring her wherever I go. If necessary, I can draw a talisman and seal her within 100 miles of me. As long as she steps out of this range, I'll know. After all, Song Xiaoxiao was probably made by some member of the Duanhuan sect for personal gain. The purpose may have been to use her to supplement their spiritual energy, but by chance, she was saved by them instead. Speaking of which, that zombie-like thing back then. Duanzi was shocked by his own thoughts and hurriedly shook his head. So, regarding what happened that day, you all know what's going on. Only I am kept in the dark, right? It's not exactly. Li Sun looked a little guilty. I found out later too. I only knew a little earlier than you. By half a year. Duanzi took in the other party's expression and roughly had an idea. She turned around and waved her hand at Song Xiaoxiao, but the latter obviously resisted. I'll draw a talisman for you so you won't get lost. What kind of expression is that? Duanzi frowned. Song Xiaoxiao licked her dry lips. That isn't 100 miles a bit too close? If you happen to fall in love or something, wouldn't this distance be a bit too? Duanzi shook his head and said, if I don't want you to hear something, making you deaf will only take a split second. Song Xiaoxiao's face was full of shock. Do you think that's a humane thing to say? Duanzi couldn't help but laugh. Hurry up. I'm thinking about your safety. So let me ask you, if the person who turned me into this shows up and says I was specially cultivated by him, what will you do? Song Xiaoxiao asked seemingly casually, but in reality, she was very concerned, afraid that Duanzi would hand her over. Duanzi said, to tell you the truth, the pitch-black and barely alive thing we met on the day we brought you along should be the person who did this to you. He won't live much longer even if he doesn't die, so stop worrying needlessly. But didn't you say there was another mastermind that day? Song Xiaoxiao asked. Duanzi looked at her, his eyes filled with surprise. Didn't expect it, huh? You've got some brains. Guess again why I kept you around. Set a long-term trap to catch a big fish? Song Xiaoxiao saw Duanzi's expression confirming her guess and felt awful. Could you reconsider? After all, you're betting with my life. Your spirit energy is so pure, not everyone is blessed enough to enjoy it, Duanzi said gravely. Li Sun twitched his mouth corner and said, if she dies in the end, does that mean I wasted my time coming here today? Not entirely a waste, at least I got my phone back, Duanzi said with a smile. This faint smile carried a hint of coldness. Li Sun sighed. When I told you about this matter, I was quite anxious. I was worried that you might have some overly idealistic thoughts and want to do something righteous like punishing the wicked and rewarding the good. I won't. I'm not that idle. My current cultivation isn't even enough to withstand one punch from them. Duanzi recalled the golden light from that day and shook his head continuously. But soon another question popped into Duanzi's mind. Hey, if your seal is lifted, will you also emit golden light like him? Probably not. Li Sun scratched his head, uncertain. Such great fortune isn't something an ordinary person can possess. When we reveal our golden light, it might only be half as strong as his. Duanzi nodded thoughtfully. So, those who possess such golden light, like Sui Zhao, Chu Zheng, or the master of the Duanhuan sect, if they want your life, even after your seal is broken, you wouldn't be able to fight back? Pretty much, Li Sun scratched his head, slightly uneasy. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should remind Duanzi of the connection between the master of the Duanhuan sect and someone else. Seeing Duanzi's expression growing increasingly intricate, he quickly shifted the topic and said, "What about you? I'll do my best. I'll definitely try every possible way to snatch a breath of survival, even if there's only 1 in 10,000 chance." Duanzi said, "Anyway, I'm not just going to sit around and wait for death. She has so many skills. She would never die at the hands of some little sect leader like the Duanhuan sect." Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask her, "Why haven't you suspected that maybe the Duanhuan sect master is someone you know? Otherwise, why would Sui Zhao say he tricked you?" This question hit the mark, and Li Sun couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Where could there be any familiar faces? I don't recognize anyone anyway," Duanzi said expressionlessly. Her big brother might be willing to sacrifice himself for others, but he would never joke around with his own life, nor would he recklessly stick talismans on him. If it were an act, her big brother would know immediately. Chapter 167, Too far off topic. "No, that's not what I'm talking about. You. I'm not referring to your master brother. This time really not." Seeing the familiar look on the other person's face, Song Xiaoxiao suddenly realized something. Yesterday is yesterday, today is... Why are you covering your ears? I didn't mean it like that. Is she even clear about who I'm referring to?" Song Xiaoxiao was speaking incoherently. Li Sun grinned slyly and said, "It should be roughly about right." His actions of drinking water became more nervous. This can't possibly count as him saying it. At most, he didn't stop it in time. If Sui Xiao is upset, it probably won't be his fault, right? Duanzi returned to her room and immediately locked the door tightly. She needed some time alone to sort through all these recent incidents. Master brother, Sui Zhao, Chu Zheng, the master of the Duanhuan sect. The identity of master brother is undetermined. Compared with Chu Zheng, Duanzi felt that Sui Zhao and master brother were more alike. But if he's the master brother, why did the master of the Duanhuan sect hide things about the master brother from him? Master brother, are you even in this world? If that person is her master brother, how could he not know she's an actress? Ugh, why are you so annoying, master brother? As Duanzi thought this, she got angry and directly burrowed into the blankets. "If you have any conscience, let me dream of you and beat you up properly, so I can relieve my frustration." Mumbling incoherently, Duanzi fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, it was just as she wished. She dreamed of her master brother, but the content of the dream was her getting punished for making a mistake. It all started on the day when she skipped her morning lesson by pretending to be sick. When the master brother arrived hurriedly, upon seeing her, his face darkened instantly, without needing to take her pulse. He didn't say anything. He simply picked Duanzi up and gave her a heavy spanking. Duanzi cried so loudly that the spirits in the back mountain reportedly couldn't sleep because of it, intending to come and find them, but they were scared off by one glare from the master brother. Unconsciously, her pillow was already soaked with tears. Song Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her wake up. "Zizi, you slept until noon. You kept crying out loud, and no one could wake you up." It was truly heart-wrenching. Seeing Duanzi silently not speaking, Song Xiaoxiao asked her again, "Not about the things from yesterday and the day before. I've apologized to you. I really wasn't deliberately talking about your master brother and ruining his good image in your mind. That shouldn't have happened. Actually, I just wanted to ask if the master of the Duanhuan sect could possibly be Chu Zheng." Duanzi wiped her face and said, "I've thought about this possibility too. But why does Sui Zhao know more than us?" She seemed unnaturally calm. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't quite gauge her thoughts and asked cautiously, "Zizi, are you alright? You don't seem mentally right." "I'm fine. I'll go to Sui Xiao's house. Don't wander around." After saying that, Duanzi walked away without looking back. "Not that. You haven't even washed up yet. Why are you so rushed?" Song Xiaoxiao took a few steps forward to chase her, stopped when the other party didn't respond. When Duanzi appeared at Sui Xiao's residence, Ruiyu was about to go out shopping, coincidentally bumping into her. "Miss Duan, may I ask?" "I'm looking for Sui Zhao. Is he home?" Duanzi asked. Ruiyu replied, "Yes, he is. I have to leave. Shall I let you go in by yourself?" Duanzi casually dealt with a few responses, then pushed the door open and went straight in. "You sure aren't shy at all," Ruiyu said after that, and then suddenly remembered something. "Also, our young master hasn't woken up yet." Duanzi carelessly waved her hand, unsure whether she actually heard it or not. After pondering, Ruiyu still felt uneasy and made a call to Sui Zhao. But Sui Zhao's phone must have been on silent mode, as he didn't pick up. Thinking further, he sent a message instead, feeling slightly relieved afterwards, before continuing with his own affairs. The servants at Sui's house had all seen Duanzi, thus no one came forward to inquire. What they didn't expect was that Duanzi would push the door of Sui Zhao's room and walk right in. Gossipy glints shone in the eyes of the servants, all staring at Sui Zhao's door waiting for some commotion. Unfortunately, Sui Zhao seemed to be sleeping soundly, completely unaware even when Duanzi sat down beside his bed. At this moment, Duanzi felt her previous thoughts were entirely ridiculous. If he were the master brother, how could he let me act so recklessly? And how could he be so insensitive to what's happening around him? Thinking this way, she stared blankly at Sui Zhao's face. What did the master brother look like again? Duanzi tried hard to recall what her master brother looked like. She had just seen him in her dream, so why couldn't she remember what her master brother looked like? Before long, a wave of drowsiness overtook her. When Sui Zhao woke up, he felt that his arms seemed to have been pressed by something heavy. He instinctively glanced at the person beside the bed, and only after recognizing it was Duanzi did he let out a sigh of relief. He then used the hand that still had some strength left to search for his phone around the bed. Upon seeing the message sent by Suiyu, he almost slapped him. This bodyguard is definitely not qualified. allowing someone to enter without permission. As for those servants outside, are they just eating idle meals? Seeing Duanzi sleeping soundly, he couldn't bear to wake her up, merely staring at her and muttering, "It would be great if you were always this obedient and cute." Suddenly, Duanzi opened her eyes unexpectedly, startling Sui Zhao for a moment. After regaining composure, he asked, "How long have you been here? Why didn't you tell anyone? Don't you know it's dangerous to enter a single man's room like this? I just have 2 questions for you. I'll leave once I'm done asking." Stretching lazily, Duanzi spoke with an offhand tone. Sui Zhao somehow felt it wouldn't be anything good, thus said, "I've just woken up, my mind isn't clear yet, so I can only answer 1 question for you." Without hesitation, Duanzi blurted out, "First question, do you know the master of the Duanhou sect? Second question, have you met my master brother?" Are these really 2 separate questions? Sui Zhao chuckled lightly. "I don't truly know either well, only having met them a few times. However, I've seen your master brother more often." "What do you mean? Is my master brother really here?" Duanzi excitedly grabbed Sui Zhao's hand. Sui Zhao laughed softly, saying, "What makes you think so? I saw him in my dream." "Liar. If you've seen him in a dream, how do you even know it was my master brother?" Duanzi questioned. Sui Zhao responded matter-of-factly, "You called out in your dream." Duanzi. Chapter 168, Missing. Duanzi thought that Sui Zhao was pulling his leg, so he stood up directly. "Then what about the day you said the master of Duanhou sect tricked me? What was it about my elder brother?" "This incident probably hasn't happened yet," Sui Zhao said pensively. "I often have prophetic dreams, in which I know things I wouldn't want to know. The master of Duanhou sect is just one part of this chain." "What do you mean? If you saw him in your dream, how could he know what you were talking about?" Duanzi understood less and less. Sui Zhao said, "This is actually easy to understand. It's like people in this world who want to save others in this world. They continuously go through cycles of rebirth, repeatedly entering this era to attempt to save the world." Aren't you only supposed to meditate? How can you know such confidential information?" Duanzi deliberately lowered his voice, as if fearful someone else might hear. "This isn't a secret, but a legend," Sui Zhao continued to explain. "It's said that anyone born with significant spiritual power is mostly someone using the strength of reincarnation to save the world. To ensure their healthy growth, the elders of their families will seal them together, so they can better accumulate power and steadily prepare for saving the world." This sounded ridiculous, but Duanzi found it hard to interject, so he listened attentively. "As for me, I should not be counted among these people. My destiny doesn't allow me to live until then. However, Chu Zheng, Li Sun, and others are all such people. On their shoulders lies not only the mission of one family, but also the well-being of all humanity." Sui Zhao laughed here. "There's another point I find very strange. Originally, there shouldn't be someone like you in this world. But, for some unknown reason, suddenly, I see you." Duanzi thought this statement was odd, but he worried about exposing the fact that he wasn't from this time period, so he restrained himself. Sui Zhao pensively said, "Your fate is quite strange, perhaps crucial to breaking the deadlock. After all, in several appearances before yours, they never succeeded. Isn't it said that you only meditate?" Duanzi couldn't help but ask, "Since you're not one of those people, how do you know so many secrets? If you have a gossipy father, you could still learn everything without leaving your home." Sui Zhao looked at her meaningfully. "To talk back, you're quite different from her in my dream. I hope you won't fall for the deception of the master of Duanhou sect." Duanzi thought his words were rather nonsensical. He had already eliminated this person from his considerations, and wouldn't believe that this person could be his elder brother, so why would he fall for it again? "What has the me in your dream done?" Duanzi still couldn't help asking. "Oh, she never lived long enough to reach this moment. This time it's a bit unexpected." Sui Zhao's words carried a profound, mysterious meaning. Duanzi initially approached this with skepticism, but the more the other party spoke, the more his beliefs wavered. Perhaps he's just an ordinary person who has prophetic dreams, knowing nothing about his elder brother and having no connection to him. But if the person in the dream isn't himself and doesn't even know the elder brother, how did the master of Duanhou sect manage to deceive him? Seeing the dim expression of the other party suddenly brighten, Sui Zhao couldn't help but ask, "What interesting thought has come to your mind now? Then tell me, since you are not one of them, and I am not like the others you've mentioned, how exactly did the master of Duanhou sect deceive me with elder brother's story?" Duanzi asked curiously. Sui Zhao hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Well, it's a bit complicated. Initially, it seems it's not really related to you. No, this storyline seems irrelevant to both of you too. Rather, let me figure it out first and then tell you. After all, I haven't eaten, so my brain is a little fuzzy right now." Whether or not the other party was bluffing, Duanzi chose to believe him. After all, deceiving him didn't seem to benefit the other party in any way. Seeing that the other side finally calmed down, Sui Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Almost ran out of things to fabricate. Blending truth and falsehoods like this was really exhausting. When Duanzi heard him sigh in relief, she knew this guy must have lied to her somewhere. However, these matters, by gentle probing, could gradually be revealed. There was nothing major after all. In the past, his elder brother once told him, proper meditation leads to everything being naturally understood. He originally thought this was merely an excuse for his elder brother to escape his watchful eye when he wanted to play outside. But seeing it work on Sui Zhao, wasn't this what people call mysterious self-manifestation? Both of them sat at the dining table with their own thoughts, while the servants occasionally cast curious glances at them. Duanzi's sharp ears could clearly hear their gossip. "Miss Duan has been inside for quite some time now, hasn't she? Exactly. Isn't Miss Duan's hair a bit messy? Then, does that mean they already, you know? Hush, these words shouldn't be spread recklessly. Hearing this, Duanzi blushed furiously and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sui Zhao. He seemed not to have heard anything and was just focused on his meal. Duanzi sighed and hurriedly bowed her head to eat. What she didn't notice was that the moment she lowered her head, Sui Zhao glanced in her direction with an intense gaze. After the meal, Duanzi belatedly realized that today she had come uninvited, so she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, today I didn't wake up properly, my mind is a little unclear. It's fine as long as I am clear-headed, said Sui Zhao expressionlessly. Duanzi wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt Sui Zhao was being a bit serious right now, almost disapproving of her staying there any longer. This quenched Duanzi's initial desire to press further into the matter. She was certain that the other party had deceived her about something. For instance, her belief that the master of Duanhuan sect was her elder brother. To be honest, if Song Xiaoxiao hadn't mentioned it over and over again, she wouldn't have minded much and might have even calmed down to ponder it carefully. Perhaps back then, she would have directly followed someone like how she once tested Sui Zhao, waiting for them to tell her, I am your elder brother. Unconsciously, she had stayed here for more than half a year. She was almost forgetting what her elder brother looked like, yet she still clung stubbornly to the notion that she wouldn't believe until she saw him. Duanzi sighed wistfully and said, in fact, you could have just told me directly that you don't want to talk about it. No need for such beating around the bush. After saying this, she turned around without looking back and left Sui's residence. Sui Zhao stared at her retreating figure for a long time, as if truly yearning for someone. Chapter 169, Original CP Breakup. After going back, Song Xiaoxiao told Duanzi a piece of news that left Duanzi thoroughly puzzled. Take a look at this. Does Fu Miaomiao count as being exiled? Song Xiaoxiao said as she shoved her phone in front of Duanzi. Duanzi frowned. It probably won't be like that, after all, she is the white moonlight. But where is this place? What kind of artist can go to Thailand to accept dramas? Song Xiaoxiao asked mysteriously. Duanzi raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's just Chu Zheng's preference. Besides, the cultural atmosphere in Thailand is also nice. If Chu Zheng was really a scoundrel, he wouldn't have been able to stay with Duanzi for so long. And furthermore, in the original work, the two were supposed to be the destined couple. However, according to Sui Zhao's statement, if Chu Zheng inherited memories from previous instances, then could there be a possibility that he saw through the other party's true nature? According to Duanzi's understanding of Chu Zheng, his regard for Fu Miaomiao, even if he did know that the latter was lying, wouldn't he still not be this, heartless? Or, do you want to try divination? Song Xiaoxiao excitedly suggested. I really want to know. Duanzi shook her head and said, no, don't interfere in other people's cause and effect cycles. I'm just curious about their gossip. Song Xiaoxiao tried to persuade Duanzi eagerly. Duanzi obviously had no intention of getting involved in their affairs and did not comply with Song Xiaoxiao's request. Instead, she earnestly consoled her for a while. Song Xiaoxiao felt restless inside and asked her, isn't he your ex-boyfriend? Not at all. The person didn't agree or acknowledge it. How can they be considered an ex-girlfriend? Duanzi casually flipped open a book, looking distracted. Song Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, that's wrong. According to what you're saying, wouldn't Fu Miaomiao also not qualify as an ex-girlfriend? Then what breakup are we talking about? No, wait, what are you trying to say? Duanzi slowly nodded. Back then, I was the one-sided one. They two are more mutual. It's quite different from my case. Part of the Weiqi suffered by the original self was due to Fu Miaomiao. Even getting the chance to borrow the body was thanks to Fu Miaomiao's circumstances. What do you mean? He abandoned someone as beautiful as you and went for Fu Miaomiao, the drama queen. Song Xiaoxiao indignantly questioned. Duanzi paused for a moment, saying, why are you so worked up? The betrayed person was me, not you. Song Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by such reasoning. Duanzi wasn't interested in continuing the discussion with her and excused herself, claiming she needed rest, then entered the bedroom. Now, thinking about it, she realized she was indeed extremely selfish, only focused on surviving and never considering avenging the original self. But since things had come to this point, she wouldn't need to take action herself. Only, she didn't know whether the original self would be happy or not. However, for some unknown reason, Duanzi always felt the original self might not desire revenge either. After all, that unilateral affection was her own doing. Still, the death of the original self carried some responsibility on their part. Duanzi plunged into deep remorse and unknowingly fell asleep again. This time, however, Duanzi dreamt of delicious food, most of which were the specialties prepared by Master Brother. But her version in the dream was somewhat different. She only favored Chu Zheng, that dog of a man, and didn't even give Master Brother a proper glance. Throughout the dream, Duanzi wanted to wake herself up and tell her to treasure the meals cooked by Master Brother, as she might not get another chance later. However, the her in the dream just couldn't heed her thoughts, making her incredibly angry. Until Master Brother turned around, showing the face of Sui Zhao, Duanzi instantly woke up in shock. This was too terrifying, Duanzi muttered. Song Xiaoxiao must have sneaked in at some point without Duanzi noticing, fiddling with her phone. When Duanzi woke up, Song Xiaoxiao carefully placed the phone back. Duanzi. She didn't quite understand why the other had to sneak around like this and said, actually, you don't need to do that. If you behave well, I can buy you a new phone. That way, you won't have to keep fighting me for mine. Really? Song Xiaoxiao asked happily. Duanzi nodded. But you have to tell me, what secrets are you hiding? I was just watching a drama, something unusual. I was worried you couldn't accept it, so? Song Xiaoxiao whispered softly. And, Nobody's messages to you. I haven't read any of them. Seeing how straightforward the other was, Duanzi decided not to push further. She got up, glanced at the time, quickly tidied up, and started her live broadcast with her phone set up. During this time, she didn't answer any questions from the chat messages or perform divination. She simply sat in quiet meditation. Zhengyu explained to everyone that Duanzi had realized her own shortcomings through the tasks of the past few days and was now taking the opportunity to improve herself so as not to let everyone down. As expected, having an assistant was convenient. Duanzi didn't even need to explain things herself. Song Xiaoxiao, who had been closely following the chat messages, sincerely remarked on this. Duanzi's eyes were tightly closed, with no sign of opening. Whether it was Song Xiaoxiao's illusion or not, she felt that the energy around seemed to be flowing toward Duanzi, forcefully entering her body. She couldn't help but touch lightly, immediately feeling an immense surge of strength within her body. Startled, she hastily withdrew her hand, and then respectfully took a position next to Duanzi to meditate. The majority of the audience followed Duanzi into meditation, while the other viewers, though watching the live stream, couldn't sense the changes happening. Rui Zhao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Song Xiaoxiao is no longer suited to stay by Duanzi's side. Rui was lost in thought nearby. Hearing this remark, he hurriedly turned to look. What? It's nothing serious. I just found you someone to talk to. Rui Zhao muttered mysteriously. Rui Yu gave a startled, ah, then glanced at the phone screen, seeming to understand something but also being completely confused. Master, why do you say that Song Xiaoxiao can't stay beside Duanzi anymore? He couldn't resist asking. Rui Zhao rubbed his temples. She's absorbing all the spiritual energy meant for Duanzi during her cultivation practice. This cannot be possible. Rui Yu frowned again, looking over. It seems like some of the qi has been absorbed by Song Xiaoxiao. But isn't the spiritual energy supposed to belong to whoever absorbs it? How can it still? Seeing the shift in Rui Zhao's gaze, Rui Yu quickly covered his mouth. Overprotectiveness is fine, but coming up with excuses? Who would believe them? Chapter 170, completely confused. When Sui Yufeng burst into her house, saying she was going to take Song Xiaoxiao away, Duanzi still had no idea what had happened. Sui Yu said, well, I talk a lot, and our young master finds me annoying. He told me to find someone else to chat with. So, naturally, I thought of her. You don't have any ulterior motives against me, do you? Song Xiaoxiao immediately hugged herself tightly. Sui Yu shot her a sharp glare and suddenly regretted coming here. Duanzi didn't know what the other person wanted to do. Recalling the matter mentioned by Li Sun that day, she couldn't help but ask more questions. Can you ensure her safety if you take her back to the Sui family? What guarantees do you offer? Her tone carried an unprecedented hostility, which made Sui Yu tremble slightly as she looked at Duanzi in confusion. In the past, she went to the Sui family on her own. Let me put it this way. Do you remember yesterday's live stream? What about the live stream? Duanzi was lost. Sui Yu was getting anxious. You're probably about to make a significant breakthrough because your cultivation level has advanced so much. But when she's around, those spiritual energies tend to move toward her. Our young master is concerned she might affect your cultivation process. Duanzi stared silently at Song Xiaoxiao, who took a step back, looking somewhat guilty. I just noticed there seemed to be some energy flow around you, and I got curious and touched it. I didn't expect it to feel so comfortable and warm. I practiced beside you for a while, Song Xiaoxiao whispered. Duanzi pondered for a moment and said, it's not your fault. I wasn't disturbed yesterday. However, I don't approve of her practicing too close to me because I didn't even realize this was happening. If one day I accidentally absorbed her along with the spiritual energy, it would be very difficult to handle. After all, such pure spiritual energy inside her should remain exceptionally clean. A body of such purity might end up being swallowed anytime without notice. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao started tearing up. Is it that terrifying? Would I feel pain if I were consumed? Duanzi and Sui Yu. Unable to tolerate her stupidity, Duanzi cleared her throat and said, we're unsure since none of us are spirit bodies. But think about it, like in TV dramas, like the technique redirecting. Isn't that person obviously in pain? Without a second thought, Song Xiaoxiao pulled on Sui Yu and began heading out. I'll go with you. As long as I'm alive, anything goes. Seeing how the person who was previously reluctant to leave and was joking around now practically dragged her off, as if her life depended on it, Sui Yu found it ridiculous. How could Song Xiaoxiao care so much about her life, yet act recklessly to almost lose it? You shouldn't run so fast, Sui Yu shouted instinctively. Duanzi stopped Sui Yu, and Song Xiaoxiao immediately released Sui Yu and ran away without hesitation. I have something to tell you, Duanzi spoke seriously. I've spent a long time with Song Xiaoxiao, and we've developed a deep bond. I hope nothing happens to her, and trust you can protect her. Sui Yu paused for a moment, and then smiled. Miss Duan, please rest assured. Even if I don't want to protect your friends, our young master would force me to do so. After hearing these words, Duanzi hesitated slightly. Your young master isn't exactly good either. Sui Yu didn't know how to react, only able to give awkward smiles before hurrying away. Upon hearing Sui Yu's recount, Sui Zhao sighed deeply. It seems children grow up too quickly, harder to fool and manage. If he were her eldest brother, he'd surely be able to take better care of her. But it wasn't the kind of relationship he desired. The news of Fu Miao flying to Thailand to shoot a drama reached Chu Zheng's ears soon after. He felt an instant headache, massaging his temples while angrily asking, when did she leave? This is tricky. After all, you are her boyfriend. I just heard about it today. Zhang Yi replied slowly. He was quite different from before. Now, as the president of the Zhang Group, he basically reviewed numerous contracts each day. He only noticed the news of Fu Miao heading to Thailand on his way to the restroom, overhearing subordinates discussing it. Upon reading this, he realized the gossip involving a fellow friend and had to inquire further. To be honest, when I first read it, I really thought she was exiled by you, Zhang Yi remarked mysteriously. No, we just had an argument a few days ago, and I assumed she was just talking nonsense. After all, she can't endure hardship. Chu Zheng adjusted his glasses again, trying to continue reading documents, but his mind wandered, and he couldn't focus on a single word. So, does this mean you two have broken up? Zhang Yi walked to Chu Zheng's opposite side, leaning both hands on the desk, staring at the other. Chu Zheng. Frankly speaking, I'm utterly confused too. Chu Zheng threw the documents in front of him aside and leaned back. That day, since I didn't pursue the matter further, why does she still act like that? Why all the fuss? I don't even know what to say anymore. Zhang Yi stood up straight. Your thoughts are becoming more incomprehensible to me. She didn't mention breaking up, nor did I. But she left anyway. Chu Zheng shrugged. I've got quite a bit going on lately. There's no way I can go to Thailand after her. Isn't that just considered the end? Zhang Yi expressed astonishment. Not to criticize, but your behavior truly matches a scumbag boyfriend. If you're a man and want to break up, you should be straightforward about it. What's with the Cold War? Who's having a Cold War? Me. Chu Zheng frowned. You obviously don't know what a Cold War is. Would you like me to give you a taste? Big brother, my dear brother, aren't I good enough as your little sibling? That wasn't what I meant at all. Still, let me reiterate. I think Duan Zi is more reliable. Imagine if you were to patch things up with her, wouldn't your company flourish more? Chu Zheng was agitated by his meddling, asking, do you think Duan Zi would agree? Well, how would we know unless we try? Zhang Yi suddenly felt insecure, but continued anyway. Chu Zheng stood up. There's no need for you to worry unnecessarily. Seeing the other was about to leave, Zhang Yi hurriedly followed. Where are you going? I'll go to Thailand and ask her what exactly she means. Chu Zheng said. If not for those memories, he might feel somewhat apprehensive. But right now, this state feels pretty good. Before anything happens, making it clear between them may be a result beneficial for both sides. Chapter 171 Official Announcement of Breakup. When Chu Zheng arrived in Thailand, it was already late at night. What he wanted to do most right now was to see Fu Miao and ask her what she was really thinking. But after checking the time, he ultimately decided to look for her the next day, so he chose to stay in a 5-star hotel. It was purely coincidental that he just happened to run into Fu Miao with someone he didn't recognize. That person had dark bronze skin, looked very tall and broad-shouldered, with large eyes, thick body hair, and a typical Thai appearance. Fu Miao appeared to be drunk, being supported by that man, leaning against him. Chu Zheng immediately became restless. He thought about smoking a cigarette to calm down, but coincidentally made eye contact with Fu Miao. She seemed not entirely sober, her face red as she stumbled towards Chu Zheng. The man muttered something incomprehensible, but Fu Miao struggled to come over. After all, she was a woman and physically weaker. Chu Zheng could hear Fu Miao muttering, let go, let me go, my Jing'e is here to pick me up. Whether out of heartache or something else, Chu Zheng finally stepped forward and pulled her away. The other man clearly became angry and was about to fight Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng retorted in fluent Thai. She's my girlfriend, I've come to pick her up. The man hesitated for a moment before smirking nastily. Your girlfriend has been with me for many days already. Aren't you worried that she's dirty? Chu Zheng gave a cold laugh. What's it got to do with you? That night, he dragged Fu Miao onto their way home. When Fu Miao woke up, she was on the plane. She immediately became alert, looking around until her eyes met Chu Zheng's, stopping her search abruptly. Zheng'e, you, why am I on the plane? Fu Miao wasn't sure which question to ask first. I'm sorry for ruining your romantic getaway with your lover. Chu Zheng massaged his brow, his tone ice cold. Fu Miao instinctively shrank back and bit her lips. I went to a celebratory banquet with people from the group last night. I drank too much because I was happy. There's no such thing as a lover. Is that so? But that man said you've been together for several days already. And he even asked if I minded if you're dirty now. Chu Zheng's sharp gaze made Fu Miao uneasy. Tears were welling up in her eyes. I brought an assistant along. If you don't believe me, Zheng'e, you can ask my assistant. I didn't see your assistant yesterday. Chu Zheng diverted his gaze elsewhere. If you want to break up, you can say it to my face. I don't think being broken up with is a shameful thing. No, Zheng'e. I just wanted to prove myself to you. My ability only. Fu Miao started crying, appearing quite helpless. Chu Zheng fell silent for a moment before saying, let's stop here. Zheng'e, I'm not asking for your consent. Chu Zheng's words were cold and merciless, like a sharp blade piercing into Fu Miao's heart. Fu Miao had become a teary mess. She shouldn't have listened to her new assistant's advice to take on a movie role on her own to toughen herself up. She should have stayed obediently by Chu Zheng's side. This way, she might still have kept him. But things had come to this. When they disembarked from the plane, Chu Zheng, as usual, helped her steady herself and even hailed her a taxi. All these actions were photographed clearly by paparazzi, who then wrote an attention-grabbing headline dismissing the rumors of their breakup. However, shortly after this headline surfaced, the Chu Group issued a statement confirming their breakup early that morning. Netizens began speculating. What does this mean? Are we implying that the two broke up on the plane? In this case, will Fu Miao cancel her contract? Probably not, right? Although Fu Miao earns decently, she isn't affluent enough to pay the breach fee. Ultimately, it all depends on whether Mr. Chu wishes to keep her. The topic did not end there. Soon, pictures of last night's confrontation were posted online. Someone even claimed they spotted it while scrolling through Twitter. Instantaneously, Fu Miaomiao found herself thrust into the center of public scrutiny. So, was Mr. Chu betrayed? It could only be said that bad karma rotates, just as he treated us unfairly when it came to Dan Z back then. Hey, the previous floor needs to be more careful with your words. No dragging others down. Speaking of which, Chu Zheng never officially admitted any relationship with Dan Z back then. Therefore, without confirmation of a romantic relationship, where does the notion of betrayal come from? The conversation unconsciously refocused on Chu Zheng and Dan Z once again. Fu Miaomiao's agent originally intended to ride the wave of the recent events to promote the Thai movie, since the man who was holding Fu Miaomiao in the photos was indeed a male actor from the film crew. However, before they could buy trending data to push this angle, the topic had already shifted toward Duan Z. Duan Z's former agent couldn't help but sigh. If only Z hadn't left the entertainment industry, she could have capitalized on this and gotten even more popular. More popularity might just burn you guys, Fu Miaomiao's agent blurted out without much thought. Zhao Mian rolled his eyes. I'm not saying it for nothing, but if you push the new drama now, people will think she's exploiting scandals for attention. If you'd listen to me, verify the situation with Fu Miaomiao first, see if it matches what's online or not. That way, you can plan accordingly. You've been in the industry for how many years now, and you still need me to teach you? Not only did Fu Miaomiao's agent fail to soften her tone, but her expression turned even darker. So what if you joined earlier than me? What do you have to brag about? Even though Duan Z was gaining attention again, Chu Zheng had already publicly acknowledged their relationship, hadn't he? She didn't speak to Zhao Mian anymore and walked out directly with her phone. The artist newly under Zhao Mian's management became furious, unable to hold back. Senior Zhao, you're a top-tier agent, so why should you take this kind of disrespect? Respect? This isn't disrespect. When someone doesn't listen to advice, they'll eat humble pie sooner or later. I'm just waiting for her to come crawling back to me, Zhao Mian said leisurely. I'd better tell Z this good news. When Duan Z received Zhao Mian's call, she was thoroughly confused. What does this have to do with me all of a sudden? Where's Fu Miaomiao? I don't know either. Anyway, I didn't see her in the company. Zhao Mian sounded almost gleeful at the other's misfortune. Duan Z found the entire situation absurd. There was no reason for this kind of information to specifically reach her. Still, hearing the cheerful tone on the other end, she echoed a few comments. I thought his love was deep and sincere. He used to always advise me to be sensible, but now he must be regretting it to death. No matter how much regret there is, the old Duan Z is gone. They diverted their conversation to another topic and chatted idly for a bit before hanging up. Chapter 172. Delivery of vegetables. After hanging up the phone with Zhao Mian, Duan Z received several more calls, all inquiring about her relationship with Chu Zheng. Strange indeed. What does Chu Zheng's breakup have to do with me? Everyone seems so worried for nothing. Just as Duan Z finished speaking, she heard the doorbell ringing. Upon recognizing who was standing at her doorstep, Duan Z suddenly thought pretending to be deaf wouldn't be so bad after all. She was just about to cut off the power supply to the electronic lock and return to sleep when she noticed someone else had joined the picture. Fu miss, it has been a while. Sui Zhao, sitting in his wheelchair, spoke with a faint hint of amusement in his voice. Duan Z couldn't help but roll her eyes. He sure was good at putting on an act. Fu Miaomiao turned away, making it impossible for Duan Z to see her expression clearly. Sui Zhao, good morning. Fu Miaomiao's voice was soft, betraying some signs of fatigue. Sui Zhao glanced at the surveillance camera briefly before saying, Zizi went to bed very late last night and probably hasn't woken up yet. If you come at this time, no one will open the door for you. I really need to find her urgently. Could you perhaps give me a call? Fu Miaomiao's voice carried traces of crying, as if tears were about to spill over at any moment. Sui Zhao did not show any intention of giving in, instead advising her. If this is about Chu Zheng, it might be best for you not to say anything. Every time, because of you, their relationship ended without intervention. It might not be appropriate to let her mediate right now. I just want her to clarify that I wasn't the one who ruined their feelings to take the position. Fu Miaomiao explained. Sui Zhao chuckled. I thought you never cared about these rumors. Seeing how unyielding he was and mindful of his identity, Fu Miaomiao pitifully pleaded. Sui Zhao, if you don't help me, my career path might end here. Please help me. In the future, I will surely return the favor. There's no need. If Fu Miss can't escape this predicament by her own efforts, the road ahead will only get harder. After saying that, Sui Zhao drove his wheelchair away. Duan Z, who watched the entire spectacle, had never expected that Sui Zhao would come to her aid. Never thought. This guy actually handles things pretty reliably, Duan Z commented quite satisfied. Since Song Xiao was taken away by Sui Yu, the entire house now contained only Duan Z, causing her to feel unexpectedly lonely. Thus, solitude helps one clear the mind, she muttered to herself, then opened the fridge, intending to prepare a few decent dishes for herself. But considering her appetite, the number of dishes was finally reduced to one. The weather was getting colder. Fu Miaomiao couldn't bear the cold in Wami for long, yet she couldn't go home either. At this moment, her house must be surrounded by reporters and paparazzi, leaving no way out. She shivered and crouched in the corner, waiting for Duan Z to open the door for her. Not seeing anyone on the monitor, Duan Z assumed they had left. Driving out, she got a shock seeing Fu Miaomiao. Apparently desperate, the latter blocked her car directly. Duan Z furrowed her brows deeply, pulled the handbrake, and stepped out to ask her, do you even know what you're doing? I know. Fu Miaomiao's nose was red from the cold, her speech trembling. I know you know many people. Could you help clear my name? The backing team behind you consists of Chu Entertainment's finest. They wouldn't sit idly by. You should go home, narrate the whole incident properly, and your agent will handle everything. Duanzi didn't wish to prolong the conversation. She shouldn't have gone out today. Fu Miao Miao said, I can follow you. I can. No, it's just a breakup, not contract termination. Why are you taking it this hard? Besides, we used to be rivals. Didn't you dislike me too? What exactly are you trying to achieve? Do you think I'm the type to bury hatchets so easily? After saying that, Duanzi was about to get back in her car. Fu Miao Miao stopped Duanzi, who took a step back. What are you doing? Haven't I made myself clear enough? There's absolutely nothing I can do to help. I'm an internet celebrity. You're a big star. We don't belong to the same level. How am I supposed to assist you? You look like you've got some terminal illness or something. That photo. No. Chu Zhang. He may be petty, but his affection for you is real. At least it shows that he was jealous, right? The two of you. Duanzi paused there. There will always be chances if you look forward. A fog hovered over her forehead, and with the dark look on her face, she appeared quite terrifying. Duanzi still couldn't help but give a reminder. Well, as long as you go with the flow, you can get through this crisis. Don't have any bad thoughts. Seeing Fu Miao Miao relax, Duanzi said, Get in the car, I'll take you home. Upon hearing Duanzi's words, Fu Miao Miao suddenly had teary eyes and said, No need, I can go back myself. All right, get in the car, Duanzi said firmly without room for argument. The other party hesitated for a moment before getting into Duanzi's car. Sorry about what happened before. Though I don't want to admit it, I really was jealous, Fu Miao Miao confessed. Duanzi sighed and said, If only you had known this from the start. Why didn't you act differently then? For the rest of the journey, Duanzi did not say another word to her. Knowing that the other party disliked her, Fu Miao Miao also remained silent. Duanzi insisted on dropping Fu Miao Miao off at the building complex and advised her not to easily open the door to anyone except her agent. Okay, thank you for your reminder, Fu Miao Miao replied, knowing full well that she shouldn't regret what she'd done earlier. If only she hadn't opposed Duanzi in the past. Would things be better now? After Fu Miao Miao got out of the car, Duanzi drove away directly, without the slightest hesitation. The paparazzi nearby were all confused. How did the ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend end up together like this? Even though they didn't talk much, Fu Miao Miao was clearly dropped off by Duanzi. Could there be some other hidden agenda? Soon, the fact that Duanzi sent Fu Miao Miao home was spread across various platforms, becoming a major topic. This is truly strange, these two didn't fight. Didn't you all watch the previous program? Fu Miao Miao was like that. How come Duanzi suddenly became so saintly? I'm so mad. Duan Green Tea has disappointed me so much, actually sending Fu Miao Miao home. You shouldn't have been kind. Remember your image. Ha ha ha. The comments above are just too fun. Girls, I'm dying laughing. Chapter 173, Predicament. Because of the events of today, Duanzi decided to suddenly revive her fortune-telling segment during her live stream. Wow, is she stirring up trouble again? How long has it been since she last did this? Why does she suddenly want to do this today? Duanzi smiled and said, Today I'll take the opportunity of what happened earlier to calculate everyone's fate and career. If you're interested, it's still the same rule. Maybe the gifts on the screen distracted her, and Duanzi accidentally invited a person who didn't send any gifts when connecting with the second highest gift giver. On the other end of the video call, a young face quickly appeared, looking no more than a teenager, but lacking vitality, even appearing rather lifeless. Duanzi, who originally wanted to hang up, hesitated for a moment and continued. Sorry, my hand slipped and I clicked wrong. Since this happened, it must mean we have an edge. Would you like me to read your fortune for free? The young girl suddenly became excited. Can I get my destiny calculated? My future. The road ahead still needs to be walked by oneself. Duanzi replied. My suggestion is to go outside. Everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. How come Duanzi hadn't started reading fortunes yet, and just randomly started speaking these nonsensical words? Why is Duanzi changing her style today? Not as sharp anymore. For such an adorable young girl, wouldn't you be a bit gentler too? What if you scare her off? After hearing Duanzi's advice, the young girl nodded uncertainly. But maybe I won't be able to leave now. I will need to wait until I turn 18, which is 2 years from now. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly, quite captivating. Duanzi hesitated for a moment and said, One's original family is often a place many people cannot escape from. It's the starting point of love, but also a place of constraint. She couldn't elaborate too clearly, feeling as though she was almost enticing a minor into something inappropriate. Even though the child looked pure, her struggle within hardship could still be seen. There was hope despite how badly things were going right now, and she was bound for a prosperous future. This time, Duanzi said many encouraging words to her, mentioning that all things in the world follow cause and effect. If they had a connection, they would meet someday in real life. Never thought there'd be a day when Duanzi would say so much nonsense. TSK, how can this be considered nonsense? Each sentence holds truth. Besides, Duanzi is really gentle towards kids. So let's wrap it up here for today. Duanzi finished and hung up the call, reconnecting with the second top viewer. But when the second top viewer showed up on camera, Duanzi suddenly regretted her decision. When did Zhang Yi change from being a small tyrant to one of the 24 filial piety youths? Zhang Yi bashfully smiled and said, I've got nothing else to do today, so I came to support you. I'm General Manager Zhang now. Duanzi nodded carelessly. All right, that's it for today. Hold on. Don't be so hasty. I've already spent my money. Can you kindly spare a few more words? Zhang Yi pleaded desperately. Duanzi scoffed and said, We can talk privately. but please don't waste everyone's time. Afterward, she directly hung up. Have you noticed? Doesn't Duanzi seem to be in a pretty good mood today? No way. Is it because of that little kid at the beginning? Shouldn't it be because of the breakup rumor between them? Duanzi glanced through all these comments without saying much. She casually sat down cross-legged to meditate, acting as if the easygoing person earlier wasn't herself. After seeing this, they're never satisfied. After this comment, the viewers started quarreling. Zheng Yu hurriedly intervened to settle the issue, while simultaneously warning those users. None of this did Duanzi know about. After finishing her meditation, she shut off the live stream as usual, as if completing a mission. Right after turning off the live stream, Zheng Yu's phone call came. Boss, what's up with that little girl? Can't say too much, but her situation isn't good. Find someone to check on her and make contact discreetly. Duanzi kept it short. Preferably help her continue her education. She's at a great age and shouldn't fall behind. In Zheng Yu's impression, Duanzi rarely pried into others' business unless necessary. So this case must indicate the girl's conditions were truly severe. Without delay, Zheng Yu began investigating the matter immediately. Truth be told, Duanzi didn't consider herself some grand philanthropist, doing one kind deed per day. But the young girl's home environment clearly favored boys over girls. The girl not only dropped out at a very young age, but also worked hard to supplement her household income. If in ancient times, perhaps a letter of severance might relieve the obligation of filial piety and cut ties. However, in contemporary society, these practices are not recognized, and responsibilities of elder care remain unchanged. How incredibly difficult it was for her parents to come to their senses. She sighed again involuntarily. In the past, she could talk to her eldest master brother. Then there was Song Xiao, but now she was all alone. The doorbell rang again, and when Duanzi saw who it was, she was rather surprised to find it was Sui Zhao. She quickly opened the door and didn't go out to greet him, but instead went to boil a kettle of hot water. The reason was simple. She saw that Sui Zhao was wearing a large coat and had even wrapped a scarf around himself. It must be quite cold outside. As soon as Sui Zhao entered, he accepted the hot water from Duanzi. Come in quick. It looks pretty cold out there, Duanzi said as she went over to close the door behind him. You just let in a cold draft upon entering. Is that so? Then I sincerely apologize, Sui Zhao smiled. Just thought that your treatment of that little girl seemed somewhat different. I wondered if something unusual is going on. So you noticed that too? You're really perceptive. Duanzi couldn't help but praise him. At the time, Zheng Yu had sent a message reminding her, but Sui Zhao had figured it out on his own. When Sui Zhao looked up, he happened to see her brows curved with charm. Unconsciously, he diverted his gaze. Ah, it's just that suddenly hearing you speak nonsense wasn't very normal. Duanzi nodded and roughly explained. To help her get away from her parents is quite tough. If I were to simply buy her freedom with money, I wouldn't do it willingly, Duanzi remarked. Sui Zhao thought for a moment before saying, this matter isn't unsolvable either. As you've said, this young lady will face difficulties in the future. If they don't support this little girl, and it gets exposed publicly, later on, even if the girl does anything to them, they won't have the right to demand fairness in return. Isn't there a better way? Duanzi asked. If you interfere directly, they would only cling tighter to her. After all, who doesn't like a mobile bank? Sui Zhao raised an eyebrow slightly, looking quite confident. Duanzi, or else, how about handing this matter over to you? All right, Sui Zhao replied without hesitation. Chapter 174, Staying at Duan's house. Perhaps carried away by the conversation, the two of them chatted until late into the night. Duanzi glanced out of the window and couldn't help but say, maybe, you could stay here tonight? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Sui Zhao cleared his throat, and my home is nearby anyway. I'm also in an electric wheelchair, it's no problem. But at this time of night, it's bound to be very cold outside. I really don't feel comfortable letting you go back alone. Duanzi said this, then suddenly realized it wasn't appropriate. If I escorted you out, I would surely freeze myself. Would you let me suffer the cold with you? Sui Zhao twirled the jade bracelet on his hand, finally relenting. But the bedrooms were upstairs. After realizing this belatedly, Duanzi awkwardly suggested, you, let me support you? All right. Sui Zhao slightly curved the corner of his lips, quickly suppressing it before Duanzi noticed. Duanzi carefully extended her hand to help him get up, but for some reason, he was too heavy. She accidentally got pulled into his embrace, colliding heavily against Sui Zhao's chest. A muffled sound came from his chest. Do you feel alright? Or maybe I should just lean on the railing to go up, Sui Zhao said. Duanzi hadn't realized until the other party spoke. The vibrations from the chest resonated, making her ears tingle and even turning red. She hastily scrambled out of his embrace. No. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I can still help you up. Sui Zhao waved his hand. No need, my rehabilitation these days has been quite good. That won't do. These stairs don't look safe. What if you fall while staying with me? Saying this, Duanzi helped Sui Zhao again. This time, Sui Zhao didn't fool around anymore. Duanzi simply believed they had found a way to work together well. Hence, it became so easy to move. Duanzi had also prepared a small sofa and a coffee table upstairs. She supported Sui Zhao onto the sofa. Wait a moment while I deal with the wheelchair. No need. Moving it back and forth is troublesome. Sui Zhao quickly grabbed her arm. Tomorrow when I go down, will you carry it down for me again? Duanzi hesitated for a moment. That does make sense. Then I'll prepare your room. All right. Sui Zhao agreed but did not release Duanzi's hand. Her ears were still flushed red from the earlier mishap, now spreading to her face. She pursed her lips and said, you have to let go so I can start preparing things. Oh sorry, Sui Zhao apologized sincerely. This made Duanzi even more flustered. After all, the other party did it unintentionally, yet she was daydreaming about it. As soon as the other person released her, Duanzi rushed into a room and closed the door. Sui Zhao, a smile had already graced his lips. With something like this, we might already consider ourselves close friends? After tidying up the room, Duanzi did not open the door immediately, but took several deep breaths at the doorway to steady her emotions. Duanzi, don't fantasize because he's handsome. You're supposed to return to the original world. Duanzi muttered to herself. Sitting on the sofa, Sui Zhao faintly moved his ears, a shadow passing through his eyes. There was a click, and the door opened. Duanzi cleared her throat. I've arranged everything for you. Do you want to come check it out? No need. I trust your arrangement. Sui Zhao's voice had taken on a hint of laziness. He must be very tired, Duanzi thought as she walked over to Sui Zhao, reaching out to support him. Sui Zhao followed Duanzi's assistance and stood up, then steadily walked into the room. I'm pretty satisfied, Sui Zhao complimented, looking at the simple furnishings, although his praise seemed somewhat forced. Duanzi didn't burst his bubble, saying, sorry to inconvenience you. This is a guest room I hastily prepared, so it may not be. There's no issue. Occasionally changing the environment is actually good, Sui Zhao responded amicably. If Sui Yu were here, she'd likely think how capable their young master was. To tell lies with a straight face. Only he knew how picky his young master could be. If the hotel accommodations didn't meet his expectations during a business trip, he'd switch without considering the trouble. The bathroom is over there. Or else, should I offer you my bedroom instead? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao shook his head. Not appropriate. I'll sleep here. No need to worry, I can take care of myself. Upon hearing his words, Duanzi returned to her own room. The instant she closed the door, she rubbed her cheeks, which were much warmer than her hands. It's just unfamiliar with having a male stay overnight, definitely not due to any other reason. Duanzi tried hard to convince herself and entered the bathroom. Afterwards, thinking of Sui Zhao again, she knocked on his door. At that moment, Duanzi's hair was still dripping water, wrapped in a gray bathrobe, standing in front of Sui Zhao's room. When Sui Zhao opened the door, he also paused. Anything? Do you want to take a shower? Duanzi asked. It's so cold outside. Taking a shower will warm you up a bit. Sui Zhao teased her. My legs are not convenient. Would you help me take a shower? A single sentence made Duanzi's face flush red once more. Without looking back, she darted into her own bedroom. Sui Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud, showing an unusual lack of seriousness. You're already shy about it? Indeed, changing one's identity revealed a different world. Just how long could this day last? The next morning when sunlight streamed in, Duanzi sleepily rubbed her eyes, buried herself in the blanket for a second, then suddenly threw it off. I forgot. There's a guest at home. I need to make him breakfast. Duanzi scratched her head, quickly tidied up, and hurriedly went downstairs. Sure enough, she saw Sui Zhao sitting in the living room. Morning, said Duanzi somewhat guiltily as she greeted him. Do you always wake up this early? I thought you'd ask me how I got down here. Sui Zhao replied with a smile. Good morning. Duanzi's mouth twitched. Didn't you say your rehabilitation was already progressing well? Yes, but walking for too long still hurts my legs. I can't endure any hardship, Sui Zhao dramatically remarked. Duanzi rolled her eyes lazily and said, I'm going to start making breakfast now. If you have no specific requests, I'll just wing it. Fine. Let's see what kind of skills you've got when you wing it. Sui Zhao's tone sounded like he was comforting a child. Duanzi. That was a dangerous idea indeed. Duanzi immediately went on high alert. Chapter 175. Do I bother you? Possibly due to being shocked by the other party, Duanzi this time rarely made a mistake in performance, making the meal somewhat unspeakable. Sui Zhao tasted a bite, but still finished it all. Duanzi felt a little embarrassed upon seeing this, and hastily tried to snatch the plate from the other's hand. Well, I messed up this time. Next time, it definitely won't be like this. Sui Zhao directly held her wrist and took the plate. It's fine. It hasn't reached the point of being completely inedible. For some unknown reason, Duanzi was oddly moved. Well, how about I make it up to you at lunch? Duanzi smiled flatteringly. Sui Zhao hesitated for a moment, shaking his head repeatedly. Let's not. What? Are you afraid I'll poison you? Duanzi couldn't help but joke. After hearing these words, Sui Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Then, did I try the poison this morning? Trying poison doesn't count. I accidentally messed up this time. You can ask Xiao and others if you don't believe me. My cooking is absolutely edible. Duanzi raised 3 fingers as if making a vow. Sui Zhao slightly arched an eyebrow. Since you said that, it might simply be because of my bad luck. How can your luck be considered bad? Duanzi said with deep emotion. Even the hardest road becomes easier when I meet you. If you say that, I will feel like you want to invite me to spend the rest of our lives together. Sui Zhao joked and added before Duanzi could answer. I will leave here today first. Another day, I'll treat you to a meal. Handmaid. Duanzi asked unconsciously. Not quite. After all, I could be considered malicious retaliation, Sui Zhao said. While they were chatting, suddenly a voice appeared. Yesterday, as soon as I left, this Sui Shan just moved over directly. You think I'm in the way, right? Duanzi was startled. Her expression on seeing Song Xiao was like she saw a ghost, though the latter was indeed a ghost. But appearing so soundlessly was really quite terrifying. What are you doing? You scared me half to death, she said. I have finally got used to not having you around. And now you give me a surprise like this? Why don't you look for me since you miss me so much? Song Xiao grinned sarcastically. Not because you were caught in romantic moments, and now trying to change the subject? Not at all. We only discussed Chu Zheng's matter yesterday. which delayed the time. Duanzi quickly explained and warned Song Xiaoxiao quietly not to speak nonsense. How could Song Xiaoxiao behave properly? You're not interested in Xu Zheng's affairs, yet as soon as I leave, you start associating with his ex-girlfriend and even send her home, making it onto the hot search list. I truly don't know what you're thinking, Song Xiaoxiao said while sitting down on a nearby seat. What delicious things have you made? Let me try some too. All of these belong to me, no share for you. Wait until lunch if you want to eat, Sui Zhao said quite rudely. Song Xiaoxiao snuggled closer to Duanzi. Fine, you don't need to give it to me. Why so mean? Duanzi pushed Song Xiaoxiao's head away expressionlessly, seriously saying, this breakfast wasn't good today, and the other side criticized it for attempting to poison him. Are you sure you want to try? Just say if you think I'm bothering you. Why talk about food like this? You're too heartless. Everyone knows your food is the best, Song Xiaoxiao pouted high. Sui Zhao pushed the plate towards her face. You taste it. Seeing how resolute the other side was, Song Xiaoxiao became timid and subconsciously looked towards Duanzi. Duanzi. Are you sure? Song Xiaoxiao instinctively swallowed her saliva and repeated the other's words. Am I uncertain? All right, if you can't finish it, I'll eat you instead, Duanzi coldly laughed. Seeing how the other side changed expression greatly, Song Xiaoxiao grew increasingly curious. Just how terrible can this bad-tasting food be? When it came to her mouth, Song Xiaoxiao immediately shed tears. Actually, it's not that bad. It's just a bit worse than before. Why are you crying then? Duanzi asked with a tight face. Song Xiaoxiao said, I thought you were so heartless. Who knew I wronged you? This is the expression of repentance. Duanzi touched her head. Is there something seriously wrong with you? How come you start acting? Is it really that hard to tell the truth? Isn't it because I'm worried about not having food later? Song Xiaoxiao sobbed and said, but I assure you, every word I said before was sincere, without any falsehood. Sui Zhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I said it wasn't that bad. Who spoiled your tongue? As soon as the words were out, he regretted them, but not knowing how to make amends, he could only pretend to be calm and take a sip of water. Duanzi didn't hold back at all. It might be my elder brother. I can't even remember what my elder brother looks like now. Isn't that strange? It wasn't clear whether these words were self-talk or a question to others. The other two people both maintained an unspoken silence. After finishing everything, Song Xiaoxiao asked Duanzi, do you have no missions these few days? I heard that the new recruits you led went out. I don't know. Duanzi shook her head. Maybe some simple tasks, just for them to train a bit. By the way, how about the aftermath of Meng Tang's situation? My phone hasn't arrived yet, and I can't leave you too far either, so don't I know the same things as you? When these words were spoken, even Duanzi felt embarrassed. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, opened a certain app, and said, I really do care. Look, I've already placed the order. How can I be blamed if they haven't delivered it? Song Xiaoxiao quickly glanced at the phone and then relaxed. You still have some conscience. While the human and ghost were talking, Sui Zhao had quietly tidied up the plates and cutlery, heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. When Duanzi noticed, the precious young master was already at work. For the seated young master, the sink was a bit too high. He eventually stood up because he couldn't bear it anymore. Startled, Duanzi rushed over. What are you doing? Washing the dishes. Sui Zhao responded as though it were natural. Duanzi hastily snatched the plate from his hands, saying, you should just stay there. If you get hurt, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. Relax, I'm not made of porcelain. None of the things you're worried about will happen, Sui Zhao laughed. But Duanzi just felt it was too much of a burden on his conscience to let him wash the dishes, so she quickly took over. Tisk, you're making me want to go buy an automatic dishwasher with this. Chapter 176, Newcomers in Trouble. It's not. Your words are making me more and more confused. Song Xiaoxiao appeared again at some point. You don't live together anyway. He just happened to wash the dishes this time. There may not even be a next time. So why would you buy a dishwasher for him? Duanzi. That's right, that does make sense. Her dishwashing slowed down considerably. Rui Zhao, who was called over, faintly tilted his lips upwards, looking straight into the other person's eyes, as if also waiting for an answer. There will definitely be many exchanges between neighbors, Duanzi said. Moreover, who can't say polite words? A trace of shadow flickered in Rui Zhao's eyes but quickly disappeared. Since you've said that, then for your sake, I'll save on expenses and take the initiative to hand over the responsibility of washing dishes to you. Duanzi was daydreaming and didn't quite catch what the other party had said. After a while, she reacted, asking, what did you say? Nothing, Rui Zhao said. I'll go back first. If you haven't slept well, you can rest some more. Duanzi said, it's fine. I can wait until night to sleep. Rui Zhao tightened his lips slightly, staring at the other person's face blankly for a while, then said, your complexion is too bad. You'd better go back and take another nap. Hearing what he said, Duanzi instinctively looked toward Song Xiaoxiao, who then shifted her gaze from Rui Zhao to Duanzi, saying, right, your complexion really isn't good. Look, breakfast doesn't taste as good as it used to. It must be because you didn't rest well. Well, since you both say so, I won't be shy then. Let's go together. Duanzi pouted and chose to drive them out decisively. Rui Zhao didn't hesitate a bit, leaving when he said he would. However, Song Xiaoxiao muttered hesitantly, refusing to leave. Do you still have something to do? There was no expression on Duanzi's face, clearly dissatisfied with the other party's previous performance. Song Xiaoxiao, being a shrewd person, naturally knew the other was unhappy, hurriedly said, seriously, this meal tastes worse than before, but it's not that it's unpalatable. I've already said that, can you? No. Duanzi refused the other person without hesitation before they could finish speaking. Song Xiaoxiao looked at Duanzi with tears streaming down her face. ZZ, I just want to come back and stay. I'm not used to staying in Shui's house. I can't do without you. You were pretty decisive about leaving yesterday, weren't you? Didn't you fear getting eaten by me? Duanzi asked with a deep tone. Song Xiaoxiao waved her hands wildly, saying, No, that's not what I meant. Duanzi snickered. All right, I wasn't even angry with you in the first place. Just in case. If you get eaten by someone else rather than me, wouldn't it be quite a loss? Not possible, Song Xiaoxiao said. I really just wanted to accompany you. All right, it's less fun without you around me. Duanzi looked at her for a while, laughing. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao joyfully jumped into the air, leaping happily inside the room. Duanzi couldn't help but sigh, saying, You really are energetic. She shook her head and began cleaning up the surroundings. Seeing her busying herself, Song Xiaoxiao joined in from the side. Feeling the presence of a capable helper, Duanzi nodded satisfactorily. It seems that after being away for a while, you do grow up. How long has it been for me to have grown up already? That phrase goes, a scholar parted for 3 days should be viewed differently, Song Xiaoxiao hastily said. Before Duanzi could respond, her mobile phone rang, causing her right eyelid to twitch. This isn't a good omen. As she picked up the call, sure enough, she heard troubling news. Xiao Yi recounted the events worriedly. Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian have already gone to the scene twice with you. At that time, we thought they should have been capable of handling dangers. And from our investigation, the risk factor was not large. The location is remote, and our signals wouldn't be affected much. But something unexpected still happened. They've been unreachable since this morning. Xiao Yi couldn't help but take a puff of smoke while speaking. We originally didn't plan on having you go there, because there is a tougher task tonight for you to handle. But these two people were brought along by you, and you. I'll go, rest assured. I'll definitely make it in time for the other event tonight. Duanzi responded resolutely. Xiao Yi paused momentarily. Then let Meng Tang and Li Sun go with you. With more people, there will be more safety assurance. All right, no problem. Duanzi said. Send me the location and information of that place. I'll pack my things first. All right. Xiao Yi hung up after saying that. Duanzi quickly packed her things and didn't forget to bring Song Xiaoxiao along before leaving. Song Xiaoxiao, who had been stuffed into the bag, instantly shed tears out of joy. Look, ZZ still cares about me. But as soon as she got into Li Sun's car, Duanzi froze when rummaging through her belongings. How did I bring you out again? Song Xiaoxiao burst into tears instantly. I thought you cared about me. But it turns out I'm just a bonus. Puffed. Meng Tang laughed loudly, holding his stomach. You're just an ethereal presence, yet you're full of drama. What a pity for such an early demise. The entertainment industry has lost another talent. Pooh, poking at my lungs like that. How mean of you. Song Xiaoxiao pouted. Enough, both of you stop quarreling. Let's conserve our energy. We have a tough fight tonight. Duanzi intervened in time. Meng Tang immediately straightened up. Okay, I'll switch with Li Sun for driving later, so he can rest for a while. All right. As soon as Duanzi spoke, she fell asleep. Meng Tang was about to say something more, but, catching her close her eyes in the rearview mirror, he cast a questioning glance towards Song Xiaoxiao. The latter shrugged. It's not my fault. Last night I wasn't home. It was Master Rui who was with her. Meng Tang and Li Sun exchanged looks. Li Sun hurriedly turned his attention back to the road. What a piece of big news this was. Are they together now? Meng Tang asked. I think not. Song Xiaoxiao said seriously. Besides, this morning when ZZ was cooking, there was a bit of burnt taste in the food. Although it wasn't bad, it wasn't as good as before. Meng Tang was about to comment when he saw Duanzi stir slightly. He clamped his mouth shut and turned back around immediately. He started praying silently for Song Xiaoxiao. Chapter 177, Me and Him. The previous night, Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian had fallen asleep in a tree. This must have been what was referred to as exhausted from constant fleeing. Not really. What the heck were those things last night? How could they just gnaw on those spirit creatures? Zhao Jian hadn't yet adjusted to the sunlight and squinted her eyes. Ji Nanting waved his hand and said, How would I know? But looking at them, they didn't seem like zombies, did they? They rather looked like zombies in movies. Zhao Jian said matter-of-factly. Hearing her words, Ji Nanting couldn't help but roll his eyes. If they were zombies, we shouldn't even get down from this tree. We need to prevent them from climbing up and killing us instead. Zhao Jian pouted. I was just making a guess. Is it necessary for you to be so picky? What about it? Now that we've climbed so high, does your phone have a signal or not? No idea, Ji Nanting replied without hesitation. Zhao Jian's temper flared up instantly. What do you mean? At a time like this, how can you still joke around? Don't you understand the urgency of the situation? You really talk. Ji Nanting couldn't help but rub his temples. Listen, my phone fell while we were running. I don't even have a phone. How could I check? Brother, are you being useful at all? Zhao Jian rolled her eyes in frustration. Ji Nanting didn't bother indulging her. Unless you think where those bricks came from yesterday when I saved you from the water spray, there's no one here. Zhao Jian suddenly became speechless. If you were going to save me, you could have just said so. Why keep hiding it? Me hiding? Ji Nanting gave a cold laugh. Why don't you check your own phone first? Oh right, I remember now. You didn't even bring it when you left. You. Zhao Jian turned red with anger. All right, conserve your strength. We left without bringing any food or drink, and we're still in the tree. We don't know what's below. The only way is to wait. Ji Nanting's voice softened considerably. Wait for what? To die. Zhao Jian's words successfully broke Ji Nanting's psychological defense. He simply closed his eyes and took a nap. Seeing he ignored her, Zhao Jian muttered to herself. I was just asking a question. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And you act so petty. As if I enjoyed dealing with you. These two quarrelsome lovers stayed on the tree until noon. The first one who couldn't bear it was actually Jean Nanting. You just stay there and don't come down. I'll look for something to eat and check out some news. Zhao Jian wanted to stop him, but was a step too late as the other party had already nimbly jumped off the tree trunk. Where are you going? What if you encounter those ghostly things? Zhao Jian shouted in panic. Jean Nanting frowned and gestured for her to lower her voice. Be quieter. Are you really trying to attract those creatures and get your butt bitten? Pa. They'd likely chew on you first if they came. Zhao Jian mumbled quietly, but still voiced concern. You take good care of yourself. I don't want to starve to death. Jean Nanting waved goodbye and left without looking back. Duan Zi and a few others arrived at their destination at a little after 11. She pulled out the self-heating hot pot and thermos bucket she had prepared and distributed them to everyone else. How come you still have 2 more boxes in there? Meng Tang asked, quickly realizing the answer. Are they for those 2? Master, aren't you just too considerate? Duan Zi smiled. Is this the first day you've known I'm thoughtful? Those 2 kids, one of their elders has some connection to me. If I don't take care well enough, what will happen if the parents show up? That consideration of yours makes sense, Li Sun complimented. Duan Zi waved her hands repeatedly. That's enough. Let's eat quickly, we still have people to find later. Meng Tang and Li Sun exchanged smiles and began eating. This place is said to have strange spirits appearing. Mountain villagers gathering herbs in the mountain got scratched. At the time, hearing that villagers were merely scratched and suffered no fatal harm is why those 2 were sent here. Li Sun mumbled while explaining the case. It said that Zhao Jian didn't even bring her phone when they left. The only way to contact them was through Jean Nanting's phone. Right now, the fact that the call isn't getting through doesn't necessarily mean anything bad happened to them. So, preparing this meal makes sense. All that eloquent talking, was it just to praise me? Duan Zi couldn't help but laugh. I know you want to comfort me, but it's unnecessary. It was calculated before departure. They should have only been startled. I'm rushing mainly because of what's happening tonight. Then, should we bring them along? Meng Tang asked. Duan Zi pursed her lips and said, it wouldn't hurt to bring them. It'd toughen their courage up a bit so they don't get scared out of their wits. What kind of wits? Meng Tang couldn't help but ask, only to quickly shrug it off. Wouldn't they know as soon as they saw those 2? Right at the moment when the 3 were eating, rustling sounds suddenly came from the bushes. Song Xiaoxiao was the first to rush over, and then she saw Jean Nanting in tattered clothes. So you really are fine. The other still held a sturdy log in hand. Coach Duan, how did you come here? His eyes fell on the trio. Jean Nanting directly tossed away the log. If only we could have reached you. We would have gone in the opposite direction, Duan Zi said softly. Opposite direction? Jean Nanting was momentarily stunned. What's going on? We had another mission, but because of the both of you, we're here. Li Sun put down his chopsticks, enunciating clearly. So, do you have any explanation? Last night we found that spirit creature. But before we could act, suddenly there was a group, like zombies moving freely. Pieces of black carbon, that charged forward and gnawed the spirit creature up. And one spirit creature just headed straight for Zhao Jian. I threw my phone instinctively. Jean Nanting couldn't help but swallow hard. His eyes glued to the self-heating hot pot, as if hypnotized. Li Sun found this amusing and immediately handed him a box. Then, did you lose contact after that? Exactly, we kept fleeing and hid on the tree all night out of fear. Otherwise, you might not have spotted us at all. As Jean Nanting spoke, he directly grabbed the self-heating hot pot. Duan Zi said, then kindly point us the way. We'll split into 2 groups. One will go rescue people, and the other will look for your phone while checking for clues. To see whether that group was indeed from the Broken Soul sect. Chapter 178, Acting Separately. Duan Zi followed what Jean Nanting had said and went to the place he mentioned. If you wonder why he didn't come himself, back then, this is what he said. The 2 of us ran all night, and finally we were clinging to life on that tree. The location I chose was a bit out of the way. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know which tree it was. Besides, there are so many trees in the forest. You can't possibly search one by one. Duan Zi just felt his head buzzing. This brat is scared, but why does he have to talk nonsense like that? Alright, stop your nonsense. Just give me a direction, and I'll go myself, alright? Duan Zi gestured to stop the other person's blabbering. What an irritating habit, making people speechless every day. Meng Tang and Li Sun exchanged glances, just as they wanted to say they would also go, but were stopped by Duan Zi. None of you follow me. I just want some peace. Hearing Duan Zi's words, the others did not insist, and let him go. When Song Xiaoxiao crawled out of her bag, Duan Zi had already gone far. Hey, at least ask for my opinion? Song Xiaoxiao complained irritably. She hesitated for a moment, but still caught up with Meng Tang and the others. Meng Tang asked with a smile. I thought you'd follow our master. I'm not stupid. She's obviously in a bad mood today. If I followed, it might be me who gets beaten. Song Xiaoxiao muttered discontentedly. Ever since I returned home today, I've unknowingly danced in her minefield countless times. Meng Tang leaned over to gossip. So, is there any update about the thing you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao immediately perked up and vividly recounted the matter to Meng Tang. Li Sun smiled and shook his head, letting them chat freely. However, Jean Nanting wished he could send his ears over to listen. On Duan Zi's journey, she saw quite a few black footprints, which appeared somewhat like scorched corpses. Duan Zi took out a piece of paper and picked up the scorched black substance from the ground. After sniffing it, she almost threw up. Shit, this is pig dung. Her entire body felt unwell. So, was this their doing? Was it man-made? Duanzi disdainfully threw the stuff away and patted her hands. After contemplating for a while, she calculated precisely where the phone was located. This phone is pretty sturdy. Look, the screen doesn't even have a problem. Duanzi couldn't help but marvel in astonishment. She examined the surroundings once more, but found no further clues. Duanzi paused and said, "Is this creature really that delicious? Not even a bone shard was left behind. At least let me know what kind of thing this is. Isn't it too savage? Is this spirit beast's meat so tasty? Had I known this before, when that old demon in the back mountain was always slandering me, I should have stewed each and every one of them. Let them report my misconduct anymore. Even when I slack off during practice, Master always knows." Duanzi stuffed the phone into her pocket and started walking back. The two groups soon met at the parking spot. Zhao Jian also got very excited seeing the instant hot pot, yet didn't forget to greet Duanzi. "Instructor Duan, you're here too?" Duanzi gave a brief response, and then pulled out her phone and handed it over to Ji Nanting. "Master, did you find anything special?" Meng Tang quickly came over to inquire. Duanzi laughed and said, "Nope. That spirit was eaten clean, not a single bone shard was left. I don't even know what else to say." "Really? Then we're lucky we ran fast last night. Otherwise we'd have met the same end as that spirit." Zhao Jian gulped hard. Ji Nanting rolled his eyes. "Now you see how correct my decision was to throw this phone yesterday. Yes, you're the smartest." Zhao Jian didn't bother arguing with him. The priority now was to fill his stomach. Fortunately, Ji Nanting wasn't the type to hold on to grudges either and quickly changed the topic. "By the way, didn't Instructor Duan say your original destination was in the opposite direction? What happened there?" "Heard that there were also signs of leaked spiritual energy. The seals from the Duanhuan sect generally just redirect the energy to places they need for better cultivation." Li Sun explained. "This has been confirmed from various sources. Initially, sealing the spiritual energy was meant to prevent the underground energy from awakening too quickly. Their selfish actions have already violated the original intentions of establishing the Duanhuan sect." "What did the newly appointed leader of the Duanhuan sect say?" Duanzi asked. "This is unclear. We've all withdrawn where we could, and for those who couldn't, we've severed all ties. As for the internal affairs of the Duanhuan sect, we truly know nothing," Li Sun said earnestly. Duanzi was far from satisfied with this answer, but she also considered their situation, so she merely furrowed her brows and didn't inquire further. However, this did make sense. It explained why that old woman from the Chu family not only showed no gratitude, but also sought to take her life. The problem lay here. My influence isn't that great. Only a few fans among my followers practice cultivation. Some are just seeking novelty and cannot grasp the true mysteries, Duanzi said solemnly. "I believe, although the Duanhuan sect's methods are dangerous, they are not flawless. As long as there are enough flaws, it can serve as an excellent warning to the public, making them more aware of these kinds of issues." "True, what you say does make sense," Ji Nanting nodded in agreement. Li Sun, seeing his calmness, couldn't help but laugh. "All right, guessing here won't get us any results. Once she finishes eating, we'll go take a look together." Other things Duanzi wasn't sure about, but the seals she had placed herself were incredibly secure. The Duanhuan sect's behavior toward her was understandable, considering these facts. After understanding this, Duanzi felt much more at ease. She no longer felt as confused as when she first arrived in this world, as none of these things could be found in encyclopedias or novels. All the rules and order, the direction of events, must be due to the awakening of spiritual energy. Then, does that mean the consciousness of people in this book awakens, forming another parallel world? Phew, what nonsense am I thinking? My goal is to return to my original world, enjoy gourmet food, and continue tormenting my big brother. No matter how the world changes, our pursuits should never change. Duanzi, snap out of it. Chapter 179, Unexpected. Duanzi's expression kept changing with her thoughts. Zhao Jian was dumbfounded, wanting to say something but was pulled aside by Ji Nanting. She pulled back her sleeve, dissatisfied, and said, "What are you doing?" "Hush, lower your voice. Don't disturb Coach Duan's peace," Ji Nanting said perceptively. The rest of the journey was extremely quiet enough for Duanzi to fall asleep. Song Xiaoxiao was squeezed out of space and could only stay inside Little Wooden Doll, being held by Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian and Ji Nanting were also incredibly sleepy and fell into slumber soon after. The driver had been switched to Meng Tang. She and Li Sun did not exchange any words and very tacitly completed the handover. By the time they reached their destination, it was already 8 in the evening. "Master, should we start a live stream?" Meng Tang glanced at the time and asked as she got out of the car. Duanzi shook her head and said, "No, I just want to eat. The hotel has been arranged long ago. We're almost there," Li Sun added. Only then did Duanzi open her eyes to observe the surroundings. When she noticed the prosperity around her, she was immediately stunned. "Is this place leaking spiritual energy?" It said that the boss of the hotel we're going to. His house is our final destination." Li Sun nodded. "We're only at the city center right now. We haven't truly reached the destination yet. Mainly, everyone's worn out from the trip, so let's have some food and take a break." "Whose idea is this, yours or Xiao team leaders?" Duanzi asked instinctively. Li Sun didn't expect the other party to ask this way and hesitated before replying. "It's Xiao team leader's idea. Is there a problem?" "No," Duanzi waved her hand. "If it's a public expense meal and sleep, then everyone shouldn't be shy." Not understanding, Meng Tang asked directly and ran up to Duanzi to inquire. "Master, do you know something? You forgot, before departure Xiao team leader mentioned this mission was significant. However, when we arrived here, we were told to rest well. Doesn't that mean All the prior urgency was just a show for others? Perhaps due to pressure from above, or something else. However, Zhao team leader himself doesn't want us to interfere. He even wishes to give it away and let the Duan Han sect people solve it. Upon saying this, Duan Zi asked her, "Do you know what this represents?" "It means it's indeed particularly dangerous here. Zhao team leader doesn't want us to make mistakes." Meng Tang followed up. Duan Zi approved with a nod. "Well done. Recently this little brain has become rather sharp." "That's because you don't know who my master is," Meng Tang continued, and then shifted the topic. "Then why did you say earlier about no live streaming?" Duan Zi laughed and said, "You're still too naive, aren't you? If I updated every day, wouldn't they get used to it and stop valuing me?" Meng Tang scratched her head. "Isn't the significance of your live stream supposed to expand influence? This is beyond what one person can accomplish alone." Duan Zi remarked, "If the higher-ups thought like you, relying solely on me, then they'd better prepare for the end of the world." Meng Tang shook head and said, "We'd better not randomly discuss matters related to the higher-ups. After all, I have a big family and cannot involve them." Duan Zi tisk ed twice and changed the subject. "Have all your family members started cultivation?" "Rest assured, I've written meditation into the family rules. Everyone's following it seriously," Meng Tang promised while patting her chest. "Coach Duan, Coach Meng, come over quickly." Zhao Jian waved to them from afar. Meng Tang replied with coming, and both walked toward the hotel. A bald man, stout and portly, approached them. Seeing the two women, he enthusiastically extended his hand toward Meng Tang. "This must be the famous Duan Zi, right? Long admired." The two were momentarily stunned in place. Duan Zi gave Meng Tang a subtle nudge. Reluctantly, the latter reluctantly extended her hand, briefly touched the man's, then hastily drew back. The secretary behind him, seemingly lacking discretion, hurried over to quietly remind him. "Mr. Liu, mistake made. That's Miss Duan's apprentice, Miss Meng." "Oh sorry, I wasn't wearing my glasses, Miss Duan, forgive me." The bald Mr. Liu quickly apologized to Duan Zi and muttered under his breath to his assistant, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Both believed their conversation was secret, but Duan Zi heard everything loud and clear. Clearly, this president character wasn't really paying much attention to them either. When Duan Zi's face was expressionless, she was actually quite intimidating. Seeing that the other party didn't extend a hand and didn't give too much indication, Mr. Liu's heart was pounding like drums. At the same time, he also felt that Duan Zi was really disrespectful. A small internet celebrity actually dared to ignore him. "Miss Duan, Mr. Liu's business is pretty big. Even Mr. Chu from your H-city invited me for dinner." Mr. Liu laughed while saying, "The implication of this could not have been any clearer. But it just so happened poorly, as they say, speaking of something when it should have been avoided." "Is that so? Then, you probably know, my master has some ties with Mr. Chu. I guess we won't stay in this hotel after all." Miss Meng Tang's little madam temperament suddenly flared up. "Li Sun, get everything ready. I'll take you all to our Meng family's hotel." Meng family. Mr. Liu instinctively glanced at the secretary beside him. The secretary nodded repeatedly, quietly reminding him, "She's the new head of the Meng family. And they say that Duan Zi is also the adopted daughter of the previous head. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Mr. Liu strained to lower his voice. "Didn't what I said just offend her?" Cough cough. "Sorry, Miss Meng, I didn't know your identity. Furthermore, your master is too dismissive of others." "Me? Ha ha, it's my fault, completely my fault. A master should have the bearing of a master." Mr. Liu hurriedly apologized. "Miss Meng Tang, HMPF, Ed, if you know that, good. Let me tell you, my master is extremely capable. After we finish eating, you better tell my master everything about your matters." "Oh, yes, definitely. Please come in, please come in. Our hotel's cuisine is top-notch. Everyone who's had it has praised it." Mr. Liu chuckled as he led the way. Meng Tang winked at Duan Zi, who helplessly shook her head, but still gave the other person a thumbs up. "That's well done. One should indeed mess with him this way." Chapter 180, Adorable Kitties. Throughout the dinner, everyone listened to the host boasting about his businesses. It wasn't until near the end of the meal that they finally got to the point. He said, "Actually, when my backyard first started having problems, it was just one issue, too many stray cats. But my wife is a cat lover, so she often fed them cat food and meat and such. At first, everything was fine. The cats were gentle and like my wife. But later, for some reason, these cats suddenly became aggressive and even scratched my wife. My wife just thought it was strange, but she didn't take it seriously. You know, these little creatures, though they understand human emotions, can also be unpleasant at times." "What's the main point?" Duan Zi couldn't help but interrupt the speaker. She had lost all patience with his winding narrative. "Nothing more." Lu Tuzi's expression was abnormally sincere. The chopsticks in Duan Zi's hands snapped instantly, emitting a crisp sound. She gave him a fake smile. "How about you reconsider? Perhaps carefully think again?" "Ah, no need to ponder further. The problem lies with my wife. Now whenever she sees a cat, she becomes scared. I mean, being scratched by cats isn't something new to her, but now at the mere sight of a cat, she trembles like a sieve. Strange, isn't it?" Lu Tuzi looked sincerely into their eyes. Duan Zi found herself momentarily unsure whether she should be angry or not. Zhao Jian slapped the table angrily. "Is this what you mean by a life or death situation? Is this what you consider extremely urgent? You don't have to be so agitated." Ji Nanting pulled her slightly and smiled as he asked Lu Tuzi, "Does your wife have any other peculiar behaviors?" "Yes. She worships the moon, sneaks food at night, and she has sealed off the basement, preventing anyone from entering." Lu Tuzi became a bit more serious here. That day, when I approached a bit closer, a strange light flashed. I intended to go inside and check, but my wife suddenly appeared and scolded me harshly. A quick exchange of glances among the group indicated that since Duanzi remained irritable, things weren't likely too serious. Recalling Duanzi's analyses outside the hotel earlier, Mengtang suddenly understood why Duanzi became annoyed so quickly. It must be what they call frustration turning into anger. Li Sun originally intended to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but Mengtang suppressed her. She whispered quietly, "If you want to stay alive, pretend you don't have a mouth." Fortunately, Li Sun listened to the advice and refrained from making any further actions. "Now, take us there." Duanzi closed her eyes briefly, suppressing her inner anger. "Now? That won't work, it's too late. My wife will get upset," Lu Tuzi said matter-of-factly. As Duanzi tightly held the cup, veins popped out, and the cup shattered instantly. Everyone startled, and Lu Tuzi also blinked stupidly. "Miss Duan, are you alright? I'm sorry, but I must remind you. If we go too late and something happens to your wife, then all we can do is hold a memorial service for her." Duanzi's tone carried a hint of mockery. Lu Tuzi immediately refused. "Why do you talk like this? Based on what I've seen, your master's reputation doesn't amount to much, does it?" Duanzi let out a derisive laugh. "If I'm not mistaken, hasn't your wife already been sleeping in a separate room from you for a long time? Maybe only a few days after, or possibly even the same day, that she got scratched by the cat." "Yeah." Lu Tuzi blinked, waiting for the continuation. "The basement was sealed around that time, forbidding anyone to enter. Could it be the person you've been seeing isn't actually your wife, but rather something else?" "No, that shouldn't be right." Lu Tuzi swallowed hard. "It's completely identical. Even the way she speaks and the habits she displays are exactly the same. Except," Duanzi said, "if you keep delaying, the only thing we'll be able to do for your family might be organizing a memorial service." Lu Tuzi immediately knelt down before Duanzi. "I'm sorry, forgive me for my blindness, for my poor judgment. Master, please don't be mad. Stop being so wordy, just lead the way." Mengtang glanced at Duanzi's expression and urged promptly. Yes, let's go now right away." Lu Tuzi immediately scrambled up and led them out. Fortunately, Lu Tuzi's hotel wasn't far from his home. In just a moment, the group reached his doorstep. Mrs. Lu slept lightly. Almost the instant a few people entered the house, a voice came through. "So late. Where have you been running off to? How dare you bring such suspicious-looking people back here?" Soon, before the crowd, stood a woman dressed in a red sleepwear set who seemed quite fiery-tempered. Her eyes swept over the people present, and she directly grabbed Mr. Lu's ear. "Tell me, where did you bring these 3 little demons from? Have you grown a pair of wings?" After hearing Duanzi's analysis, whenever Mr. Lu saw Mrs. Lu, he would feel somewhat uneasy. Now that his ear was pinched by the other party, who was talking normally to him, Mr. Lu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, and he glanced at Duanzi and the others frequently. Duanzi gave a gentle smile. "We heard that Mrs. Lu is very kind and likes raising various small animals. But recently, after being scratched by one of them, she doesn't like them anymore. We're from the pet shop, and we've come here to help Mr. Lu with catching the stray cats." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu relaxed her expression slightly, but there was still a hint of caution in her gaze as she said, "To catch cats, you show up late at night? You must think I'm an idiot. It's like this. Mr. Lu was worried that if too many of us came to your house, people might gossip about it. So he specially asked us to come in the middle of the night." Mengtang quickly chimed in. Mrs. Lu looked Mengtang up and down and then said, "All right then. That group of filthy creatures should have been dealt with long ago. Since you're all here now, get to work." After saying this, she dragged Mr. Lu back into the room. "Hey, don't rush off yet. We still have some questions for Mr. Lu. If you take him away now, we'll just have to disturb your rest again later." Li Sun pushed his glasses up and spoke earnestly. Mrs. Lu responded impatiently. "Then hurry up and make sure not to make too much noise." Only when they watched her walk far away did Mr. Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. Mengtang asked Duanzi, "What are we going to do next?" "A few of you find a way to check out the basement that Mr. Lu mentioned earlier. I'll go chat with the cats," Duanzi said. Everyone looked confused. Zhao Jian immediately raised her hand. "Coach Duan, can I come with you?" "All right, you all cooperate well," Duanzi said firmly, and without looking back, she walked toward the courtyard. Mr. Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead and muttered, "Her ears are sharp. You'd better keep your voices down. Don't worry, I've set up an array. Even if you move the house, she won't notice anything." Mengtang puffed out his chest proudly and said with satisfaction. Chapter 181, Wolyang Duijui. From afar, Duanzi saw 2 large, round eyes shining brightly in the darkness. She smiled and waved at the cat, saying, "Come on, over here." The cat didn't make a sound, but carefully stepped out. When it came under the light, Duanzi got a clear view. It was a tricolor kitten with uniform fur, snow-white chin, and white paws, looking very cute with its fluffy coat. "Really adorable, no wonder you're liked." Duanzi smiled and extended her hand to stroke the kitten's little head, but it quickly dodged. It looked so well practiced at avoiding touch that it made one's hands itch to try again. Duanzi flicked her fingers and asked it, "Little one, do you know what's going on with the old monster inside?" The tricolor kitten also had an intelligent expression. It blinked its eyes and rubbed against Duanzi's leg. Just as Duanzi was about to reach out and touch it again, it cleverly moved away once more. Duanzi couldn't help laughing and said, "Kitten, what's your name? Can you help her?" The kitten's voice was pleasant. Duanzi immediately patted its little head, eliciting a clear sign of displeasure from the kitten. Duanzi couldn't suppress her laughter and said, I can help, but judging by this situation, the chances of success are slim. Slim chances? What does that mean? The kitten was so anxious it almost stood up. Seizing the moment, Duanzi roughly patted its little head and said, the time gap is too long. I cannot guarantee whether she has perished or not. What does perished mean? Can you speak in terms I can understand? The kitten irritably scratched its small ears. Duanzi tapped her finger on its little skull. I want to know what happened to her. What exactly is that thing that looks so much like her? I don't know either, but her sin is awful, like a rat, but not quite. There was also confusion in the kitten's tone. Duanzi scratched her head and couldn't help feeling puzzled as well. Like a rat, but not. Could it be a weasel? No matter what, it's a fairy creature. How could it be so shameless? Impossible? The kitten shook its head violently like a rattled drum. No, impossible for that elder. That elder has been sleeping for many years, and there's even a temple set up for it locally. We worship it every day. If it were him, I would definitely recognize it. Duanzi nodded, though she always felt that something ominous seemed to permeate the surrounding air. Perhaps, it was only after it cultivated human form that it developed such a strange smell. Like a rat, but not. Could it be because its living place is full of rats? Duanzi flicked her fingers. Follow me. The kitten agreed and followed behind Duanzi. So one person and one cat went into the house, one before the other. Li Sun and others had successfully entered the basement, but found nothing. While they were searching everywhere, Duanzi quietly appeared behind them. When Meng Tang turned around, he almost screamed in surprise and quickly covered his chest asking, Master, how come you walk without any sound? Did you find anything? Duanzi ignored his question and began searching around with her eyes. Li Sun looked rather dispirited. To be honest, we found nothing. A hint of darkness flashed through Duanzi's eyes as she glanced at the ceiling. The group also followed her gaze but saw nothing unusual, so they couldn't help asking her, what's wrong? I'm thinking, perhaps the real Mrs. Lu is also upstairs with her. Duanzi said mysteriously. Her tone was very calm, yet it caused everyone to be shocked. Lu Tuizi immediately grabbed Duanzi's hand. Please, save my wife. Master. Duanzi, who was shouted at, started having a headache and pushed him back, saying, the problem isn't that severe. There's no need for you to panic like this. Let's see. Say a word, and I'll calculate something for you. Fine. He responded without hesitation. Duanzi was surprised for a moment and asked, what's in the small house at your home's main entrance? There's nothing special in there. It's just a utility room where we usually keep some tools for workers, Lu Tuizi recalled carefully. But, I remember there might be a basement in there. My wife. Duanzi raised her hand to stop him, then walked straight to a bookshelf nearby. Just when the group was confused, Duanzi suddenly pulled out a few books, then tugged. Suddenly, the bookcase made a rumbling noise and slid aside. Let's go, Duanzi said calmly while looking at the dark tunnel. Lu Tuizi was dumbfounded. This is my home, and I didn't even know there was such a place. How did you discover it? Duanzi glanced at him and said, if we head south, we should find something. After saying that, she walked in first. Hey, it's so dark in here. Can't you turn on a light or something? While Lu Tuizi was speaking, a lithe figure followed Duanzi inside quietly. Did any of you see anything just now? Lu Tuizi couldn't help trembling a little. Meng Tang shook his head. Don't scare yourself. That thing upstairs hasn't made a sound, so there's no way it could be here. How do you know? As soon as Lu Tuizi asked this, he regretted it. Sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. I'm just curious because it feels so strange. Oh, it's just the array setup, Meng Tang replied honestly and stepped forward. Li Sun noticed the little tricolor cat and kept an eye on it from then on. Seeing Meng Tang walk further inside, Li Sun followed too. Ji Nanting and the other one didn't have such skills, so they simply took out their phones and turned on the flashlights. Before leaving, they called out to Lu Tuizi. You'd better keep up. Otherwise, if we go too far and the thing upstairs catches you, we won't come back for you. Yes, Lu Tuizi responded and rushed straight in. The little tricolor kitten gradually moved ahead of Duanzi. She fiddled with her fingers but did not rush to follow, instead keeping a certain distance from it. Is it? Li Sun couldn't help asking. He really liked small animals, even though he never kept any at home. He often secretly fed stray cats outside. It's the one Mrs. Lu keeps. We've only seen this one so far. Duanzi folded her arms and glanced at Li Sunday. Do you think this little kitty is very graceful? Is that the point? Li Sun hesitated for a moment. Duanzi smiled slightly. Not really. I was just thinking Mrs. Lu must also be a graceful lady. That's right. My wife is the most gentle person in the world. Lu Tuizi had already caught up and spoke proudly when mentioning his wife. Duanzi added sarcastically. But then again, she still hasn't realized that her husband isn't the real one, has she? Chapter 182. Joking around. Perhaps because the group had delayed too long, little third flower returned and let out a cat's meow. Old Lu jumped nearly out of his skin. A cat. How did it get here? Oh, it should be Madame Gui's friend. I invited it to help, Duanzi said with a distant tone. Old Lu's expression was perplexed. What could it possibly know? Well, let's put it this way. When it came to figuring out your wife wasn't actually your wife, it was certainly much more reliable than you. Duanzi was utterly unsparing. Old Lu's expression immediately turned pitiful. This can't be blamed on me either. Besides, isn't it common knowledge that women at a certain age enter menopause? I love my wife so much. How could I bear seeing her unhappy? Upon hearing his words, Meng Tang couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Then why didn't you try consoling her when she was acting strangely? Ultimately, it's still because you didn't care enough about her. Why do you need to sound so righteous? Duanzi refrained from adding further insult and slowly delivered an exciting piece of news. Your wife is still alive, and for now, there doesn't seem to be any major issue. How do you know? Old Lu asked, agitated. Zhao Jian took a step forward. Why so many questions? Isn't your wife the most important thing? Follow along and see. While they were talking, Duanzi had already gone a great distance following little third flower. It wasn't until they saw a disheveled woman curled up in bed that Duanzi stopped her steps and asked, Madam Lu? The woman didn't look up, instead withdrawing even more forcefully without answering. Where's my wife? Where is she? Old Lu charged ahead, full of excitement. But when he saw the woman on the bed, his whole body stiffened. He rushed forward, pulling her arm. Are you Xiaoyan? Are you my Xiaoyan? Apparently unwilling to let others see her appearance, she stubbornly buried her head in her arms, not saying a word. Duanzi said, We've come to save you. Mr. Lu already knows the person upstairs isn't you. This sentence seemed to have no effect on her as she embraced herself even tighter. At this moment, Duanzi fell silent. Meng Tang approached Duanzi and asked, What's wrong? Does she not want to go back? Haven't you seen the movie Painted Skin? Duanzi smiled ambiguously. At hearing this, Meng Tang felt her back hair stand up. You mean her face? But it might be even worse. Duanzi shook her head with resignation. What karma? Li Sun and the others heard Duanzi's words. Song Xiaoxiao finally appeared. She's here. All right, Duanzi replied softly. None of you move. I'll go deal with her outside. Knowing his wife was wronged, old Lu couldn't hold back, thinking only of going out to settle the account with her. What are you doing? Li Sun blocked him. I will beat her to death if it means anything less than vengeance for my wife. Old Lu declared grandiosely. A reminder, considering previous warnings, you haven't even seen the face of the person claiming to be your wife. How can you be sure it's definitely her? Meng Tang added sharply. Old Lu stuttered. I just know. Our little Xiao Yun is such a gentle person, and she has been harmed like this. Let me tell you, I am determined to settle this score. You mustn't go over. I fear you won't sleep tonight if you do. Li Sun firmly held him back. Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian exchanged glances, genuinely unsure why Coach Li would say something like this. However, Meng Tang laughed aloud. When we first met our master, we didn't take her seriously, thinking she was nothing but a pretty face, someone entirely lacking talent. So we were rather disrespectful toward her. It wasn't until we saw her fighting monsters barehanded and making evil ghosts beg for mercy that those of us who spoke without discretion didn't dare close our eyes all night, fearing retribution later. Is it really that dramatic? Although confused, old Lu temporarily followed everyone's advice and did not continue moving forward. Curiosity, after all, is inherent to humans. Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian were among them and hurriedly followed outside. Just then, they saw an unknown object fall before their eyes and crawl into a corner in an incredibly chilling manner. Duanzi's face bore a sweet smile. Oh, so it's Ms. Bat. Nice to meet you. Her actions were without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself in front of the figure and slapped it onto the ground. Grabbing its collar, the other transformed into a bat upon landing. Duanzi acted swiftly, stepping down directly. TSK, how unexciting. Duanzi sneered. All of this happened so fast that the two could only stare dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Did you see that clearly? Zhao Jian felt something wet on her face. She wiped it with her hand. Those seemed to be tears. Ji Nanting swallowed hard. I think I should have seen it clearly. Uncle had been right. Duanzi truly couldn't be messed with. In just a few swift moves, she had already revealed the creature's true form. Duanzi let out a long sigh and said, Look at this. I'm so nimble. How could I have ended up with such a bunch of idiots? Were they watching a play, or what? They didn't even try to find a container to put this unfortunate thing into. The two exchanged glances, and Ji Nanting focused his eyes on the nearby light-colored vase, borrowing it without hesitation. Only after Duanzi shoved the bat inside did Zhao Jian finally ask the question that had been nagging her for a while. Coach Duan, weren't we told that it would shed its skin? Why haven't I seen Mrs. Lu's skin lying anywhere? Upon hearing this, Duanzi gave her a meaningful look. In this day and age, people as sharp as you are really few and far between. Zhao Jian was confused, slowly pointing at herself. Ji Nanting grinned unkindly. Didn't you hear that Coach Duan was trying to scare Coach Meng? And here you are asking for trouble willingly. Just then, Meng Tang happened to walk to the doorway and hesitated, unsure whether she should retreat or not. Miss Duan, where's the thing? Uncle Lu shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention toward him. Meng Tang, what should I say right now to avoid making this moment awkward? Duanzi smiled slyly. Why aren't you keeping a close eye on your own wife and come out for? Do you even know when it's appropriate to butt in and stir things up? I was thinking of lending a hand. Uncle Lu scratched his head and asked, Where's that spirit monster? Duanzi avoided answering directly. How is your wife doing right now? Chapter 183, No Regrets. There was originally nothing to worry about, but after Duanzi emphasized the mention of Mrs. Lu twice, Meng Tang immediately turned around and ran back, and the others followed belatedly. But they were still a step too late. Except for little third flower, none of them had seen anything. Where is Mrs. Lu? Meng Tang asked anxiously. She was just here a moment ago. Duanzi approached with a gloomy expression. This is what you call success. With so many people, you couldn't even keep track of a single soul. Upon hearing this, everyone looked shocked. What do you mean? Was it just a wisp of soul that disappeared? Zhao Jian asked first. Not so fast, earlier. Mr. Lu touched her. If she's a soul, Shouldn't she have vanished instantly? The skills of a bound spirit are not something we can easily understand. Duanzi's voice was heavy. I originally thought that if all of you stayed here, there wouldn't be any problems, but I underestimated the situation. Because I didn't remind you properly. What? What do you mean? My lady, she's just... Lu Tuti was so shocked by this terrible news that he was speaking incoherently, tears rolling down his face uncontrollably. Duanzi, who didn't like seeing big men cry, said, It's not that there isn't a way to remedy this. Why are you so upset? Her words brought hope back to everyone. Their eyes lit up as they stared at her, hoping her next sentence would bring redemption. Your lady likely absorbed too much spiritual energy unintentionally, causing her body to lose control and explode. That bat must have been repaying her kindness, using its own elemental essence daily to nurture her. However, I don't understand why only one wisp remains while the others have disappeared. Duanzi pursed her lips. Lu Tuti quickly grabbed Duanzi's arm. Tell me what to do, where to look for her. Even if I can't save her, I can't let her dissipate into thin air. Who says she has dissipated into thin air? Duanzi replied. Li Sun, release her and question her. Before Li Sun could react, Ji Nanting already handed him the vase. She's inside. Li Sun. He silently pushed the vase away from his face, muttered the incantation, and out landed a palm-sized bat from the vase. At almost the same time, little third flower pounced onto the bat, startling it so much it didn't dare move. A lenient confession benefits you more than resistance, Zhao Jian said. The bat took a glance at Duanzi, realizing that it had no choice but to tell the truth. It soon confessed. To put it simply, among the 3 souls and 7 essences, one is exceptionally timid. I spent a great deal of effort collecting her, but one among them wasn't obedient. So, I had no other option but to confine her here. It might be due to your arrival that scared her. Then when I was hit earlier, my elemental force became unstable, and she escaped. Duanzi questioned her. If the person has died, why are you keeping her soul confined? What are you trying to achieve by impersonating her? This is a long story. The bat gave an awkward laugh, then cut to the chase. Duanzi was unyielding. Turns out, Mrs. Lu was also a disciple of the Broken Soul sect. After accidentally discovering that her family estate harbored spiritual energies, she planned to take ownership of it. She also urged her husband to join her in cultivation. However, her husband merely treated cultivation as a means to please his wife, without truly giving it any real effort. Mrs. Lu got extremely frustrated and gently tried persuading him, but clearly he didn't believe her. Thus, Mrs. Lu decided to accelerate her own cultivation process, hoping to see results sooner so that Lu Tuti could witness the changes and join her in their practice. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy was far too powerful to be cultivated by her mortal self. That led to the tragic event later on. When she realized her days might be numbered, she entrusted the bat sharing her essence with her, the bat now posing as Mrs. Lu before them, to transform into her likeness and create some disturbances at home. To help Lu Tuti discover the signs early and start believing in these matters. Wife, you're so foolish, really too foolish. Lu Tuti never imagined his carefree actions would lead to such tragedy. I'll listen to you. Cultivate well. Please, come back, okay? Come back, okay? Finally, things came to a conclusion. Duanzi and the group originally intended to take the bat's spirit away, since it was a key participant in the case. However, considering the bat hadn't done anything particularly malicious, they decided against capturing it. Master, isn't this wrong? What if the bat lied? Meng Tang scratched his head nervously. Duanzi cast a deep glance at her. You can't possibly believe in any replacement theory, right? I might fool you, but don't drag me into it. What do you mean? Zhao Jian also became interested. Duanzi smirked. I'll leave you a suspense, guess slowly. At this moment, Duanzi's backpack moved, and an adorable little head popped out. Zhao Jian's eyes lit up. Instructor Duan, how did you sneak little third flower out? I didn't, Duanzi said. Some truth she can't accept, so she wants to come out for some peace of mind. By the way, didn't you say there were many little kittens in their house? Why only one was brought out? Zhao Jian asked. The person who feeds them isn't here anymore. What should they be kept for? Starving to death, Ji Nanting said bluntly. And I've already roughly guessed the cause and effect. Is that so? Tell me, and let me listen. Zhao Jian winked. Ji Nanting shook his head and didn't respond. I think this kitten looks smart and very elegant. How about letting me take it home to raise it for a few days? I will definitely make it plump and chubby. Right? Duanzi smiled sarcastically. Your house is too small to accommodate it. Ji Nanting was momentarily confused. Our family has a big villa. All of you have small minds. Duanzi said without reservation. Ji Nanting. With a head full of question marks, he looked at Duanzi. How do you figure? Guess. Duanzi arched an eyebrow. This aroused Ji Nanting's curiosity even more. Instructor Duan, why have you suddenly become fond of teasing? Tell me, will you? Do you think having spiritual energy explosion qualifies as a big event? Duanzi asked. Of course it does. Ji Nanting replied decisively. Duanzi nodded. That's right. So many people had their spiritual energy explode, yet only this little one remained unharmed. Don't you find that strange? Her eyes were pitch black, seemingly bottomless. Chapter 184, The Secret of Sanhua. Duanzi's words successfully caught Li Sun's attention. There was a look of full doubt in his gaze towards Zai Sanhua. Your meaning is? Meng Tang couldn't help but get excited. Is there some secret about it? Duanzi smiled a bit. Let's say yes. Therefore, starting now you need to take good care of this little master. I guarantee to complete the task, said Meng Tang with excitement. Zaya Sanhua seemed to have understood, and its expression towards Duanzi was as if questioning why Duanzi didn't take it home. Duanzi said, "My place isn't suitable for raising cats. My teacher's house is so big, it's empty and quite lonely. It would be good if you bring the little fur ball back." Meng Tang couldn't resist pleading with Duanzi. Duanzi smiled, saying, "If my house is so lonely, why don't you move in? I can't even take care of myself. How am I supposed to take care of it?" "I will." Song Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared out of nowhere, her eyes flashing with excitement. Duanzi found it absurd. "Did you forget who's taking care of you? Do you have money to buy cat food? That means I'll raise it on your behalf. As for the pet supplies..." Song Xiaoxiao's voice grew softer. Meng Tang immediately chimed in. "I'll do it. It's clear that Zaya Sanhua likes you more. Why don't you try to win it?" Duanzi asked softly. Meng Tang looked at Duanzi, then stared at Zaya Sanhua for a while. "I can visit it at my teacher's house often. Moreover, I'm the head of the Meng family, not nearly as idle as you are." "What do you mean? Have you developed new skills?" Duanzi rolled her eyes. Meng Tang started to apologize quickly. "Teacher is highly skilled and capable, so you're better able to solve problems swiftly. Your time is definitely more plentiful than mine. Thus, by comparison, it's naturally more appropriate for you, teacher." "Since you've put it this way, I won't refuse," said Duanzi thoughtfully. Actually, it equated to gaining an adorable cat without any effort or payment. A hint of disdain flashed across Zaya Sanhua's face. Duanzi gave it a mocking raise of her eyebrows, even with a touch of smugness. "Shameless," Zaya Sanhua angrily said. Duanzi chuckled derisively, ignoring it. But others weren't able to keep from being completely charmed by Zaya Sanhua's little voice. "Duan instructor, I think Zaya Sanhua is pretty cute too. If it wasn't for the ridiculously dumb dog at my place, I'd like to take Zaya Sanhua back." Zhao Jian's voice also echoed. Without even turning her head, Duanzi said, "Then its vaccinations and neutering will be your responsibility. You criticizing me as shameless already gives me respect." Zaya Sanhua showed its teeth in a snarl, face full of arrogance. That moment, Zhao Jian directly agreed. "Your calculations sound so loud. I could even hear them." Li Sun finally couldn't help but say. Duanzi laughed cynically. "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a fool." When they turned around, all eyes were on Duanzi. Upon noticing, Duanzi just gave a fake professional smile. "What's wrong? You've decided to take conscience and want to adopt it yourself?" After glancing at each other, everyone shook their heads. "So who's going to take it to the hospital?" Duanzi asked again. "I won't go through with the neutering." Zaya Sanhua glared angrily at Duanzi, then walked away resolutely without looking back. Meng Tang and Zhao Jian glanced at each other, together grabbing Zaya Sanhua into the car. "Be obedient. I'll try my best not to let them neuter you," Meng Tang whispered to soothe it. Zhao Jian joined in the soothing, saying she'd definitely protect Zaya Sanhua. Zaya Sanhua, its little head messed up by their patting, fiercely stared at Duanzi's direction. Duanzi felt a sense of connection and cast a mischievous glance towards Zaya Sanhua. Zaya Sanhua instantly felt chills run down its spine and buried its head in Meng Tang's arms. The latter became very excited. "It came over voluntarily? How nice. Why doesn't the kitten like me?" Zhao Jian's voice had a tinge of sourness. Duanzi hummed with a laugh, transmitted her voice secretly. "In fact, it's pretty simple. I just want to know something." "Meow." Zaya Sanhua instantly lifted its head. "What?" Duanzi continued. "Pretty simple. I just want to know if you and that bat spirit conspired together to trick us?" "No," Zaya Sanhua said firmly. Duanzi pressed on. "I don't mean to settle old scores later. They're secrets, I understand them somewhat well. I just want your account of what actually happened." "Well, no," Zaya Sanhua replied guiltily. "I'm not that familiar with her." "You didn't train together?" Duanzi asked. The other side did not answer this question, and Duanzi didn't press further. Just as everything was settled and they were about to part ways, Zhao Jian finally couldn't resist asking. "Duan instructor, what did you talk about privately with Mr. Lu back then?" Duanzi glanced at her, but before she could reply, the other party was dragged away by Ji Nanting. "Why are you asking? Is that something you should know?" As they walked far enough out of earshot, Li Sun came over. Duanzi asked, "Are you curious too?" Li Sun shook his head. "I'm not curious, but I need material for my writing. You must cooperate." Well, that was like saying nothing at all, still wanting her to spill the beans honestly. "If your wife was a monster from the beginning, what would you do?" Duanzi asked. "The bat spirit is Mr. Lu's wife." "Shoo." Before he could finish his question, Duanzi stopped him. "Now you know, so don't publicize it. I think this incident might be due to excessive intake of spiritual energy leading to an internal breakdown, making it hard to maintain a normal state. As a last resort, little Sanhua put on this act. But this is just my guess. So, do you want to find the answer through little Sanhua?" Li Sun asked. Duanzi shook her head and said, "Not necessarily, but I'll try." One of the reasons she left the bat spirit there was for this unresolved answer. In most cases, people tend to let down their guard after the crisis is resolved. Moreover, she had also secured a powerful ally, who would stay by her side to keep watch on her. Of course, a part of it was because she herself tempted the other party. But according to Zaya Sanhua's haughty character, agreeing so easily to stay behind and enduring such humiliation must have meant she had some hidden motives. Still, the kitty really was adorable. After Zaya Sanhua returned to the villa, Duanzi went straight upstairs to sleep. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated but still chose to stay behind to take care of the kitten. At that moment, Duanzi's phone rang. Song Xiaoxiao glanced at the screen. It was Zheng Yu. She deftly answered the call. "Hello? Teacher Duan has already gone to sleep. If you have something to say, I will pass it along for you." Chapter 185, He's Not. Zheng Yu's voice carried an obvious note of urgency. There's trouble with Mr. Liu. Song Xiao instinctively looked in the direction of Xiao Sanhua, meeting those light-colored eyes, and asked, which Mr. Liu? Duanzi's mission this time was confidential, with no live streaming involved. There was no way Zheng Yu could have known about it. Mr. Liu. Liu Shu's Liu. Ugh, just let Duanzi take the call. Zheng Yu sounded anxious. Taking this opportunity, Song Xiao reviewed all the chat records between them, but there was no mention of any Mr. Liu. I'll put you on hold for a moment. I'll go fetch her, Song Xiao said before going to look for Duanzi. Duanzi was groggy when she reached for the phone and asked, what is it? The Mr. Liu from Durian app has run into trouble, Zheng Yu replied. The instant these words were spoken, Duanzi sprang up from bed. Say that again. Who? The other party hadn't yet paid the money they had promised. What were they trying to pull? Zheng Yu explained. He met with an accident. It was a car crash. They're reaching out here, wanting you to perform a ceremony for him. That can wait until tomorrow after I wake up. I returned from a mission yesterday evening, Duanzi said. This time I didn't shoot any videos, and from now on, I won't be doing this type of live stream anymore. Why? Zheng Yu believed that the influence of live streaming was immense, and Duanzi's fan base had been rising exponentially. I need to keep some sense of mystery. I can't let them know where I am or what I'm doing every day. Moving forward, I will just do live sessions meditating and read fortunes for them. Duanzi's tone hinted at the possibility of retreating from public life. Well, then I'll put together an announcement. It will also give the fans some sort of closure, Zheng Yu said. But isn't it inappropriate to announce something like this right now? Duanzi thought about it for a moment and said, then we'll say we're preparing ourselves due to the matter concerning Mr. Liu. We'll make the formal announcement after this period is over. All right, we'll proceed based on what you've said. Tomorrow, you should get up early, so we can go together, Zheng Yu stated seriously. Duanzi took a glance at the time with a drowsy gaze and slowly asked, tomorrow refers to today in the daytime, or? After checking the time herself, Zheng Yu noticed it was already past midnight. She patted her head and said, you rest now, I'll find you tomorrow morning. All right, Duanzi responded before hanging up immediately. Zheng Yu stood stunned for a moment, ultimately shaking her head helplessly. I don't know whether this job is relaxing or stressful. The next morning, Zheng Yu appeared at Duanzi's doorstep. It was Song Xiao who opened the door for her, asking in confusion as soon as she saw her. Aren't you tired? If you can show up during the day, why can't I be free from sleepiness? Zheng Yu smiled. Song Xiao laughed briefly before heading to feed the cats. Where's Zizi? Still sleeping? Zheng Yu asked. Yeah, she was probably on the road for most of the day yesterday and did several calculations. I think it must have been quite draining, Song Xiao said sympathetically. And you're still calling her late at night, increasing her stress. She's the boss. How could I dare increase her stress? Zheng Yu smirked sardonically. Song Xiao noticed how exhausted Zheng Yu looked as well and couldn't help but ask with concern, what kept you busy last night? You seem really tired. There was a bit of an issue at home, but it's not a big deal, Zheng Yu said while rubbing her temple lightly, her voice trailing off. As they chatted, Duanzi emerged and questioned her. Are you seeing someone lately? No, Zheng Yu answered resolutely. Duanzi stared at her for a long time and asked, it wouldn't happen to be Mr. Liu, would it? Song Xiao's eyes widened, looking at Zheng Yu with evident curiosity. Zheng Yu gave a bitter laugh. We barely started, and she was gone. So tragic. Duanzi casually performed a fortune-telling gesture and slapped it on her forehead, saying, with a bit of luck, you might see her one last time within these few days. Thank you, boss. Zheng Yu's eyes instantly filled with tears. Duanzi patted her shoulder and said, you came so early, and you haven't eaten yet, right? Don't rush, everything will be fine. But, maybe we were fated to meet without being destined for more. Zheng Yu burst into tears. Oh dear, stop being upset. It's my fault for talking to you like that. I'm a piao, I can also see. If she comes back, I'll surely tell you. Song Xiao's voice grew quieter and quieter, almost unintelligible toward the end. Thank you. Zheng Yu choked back her sobs. Still, this line taken out of context somehow sounded incredibly strange, didn't it? Song Xiao handed her a tissue, and Zheng Yu asked through her sobs. Then can he stay by my side forever, just like you? I don't want to stay in this world either. I also want to enjoy other different lives. If it weren't for the spiritual energy within me, I would have entered the cycle of rebirth long ago. After 18 years, I'll be back as a hero, Song Xiao said. The cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death is normal. Besides, ghosts and humans are destined to follow separate paths. The food's ready, Duanzi's voice called out, and Zheng Yu immediately found her anchor, hugging Duanzi tightly. She sobbed, Zizi, you're always the one with the most solutions. Can you help me? Shouldn't we also ask for his opinion on this? Duanzi softened her tone, careful not to deliver any harsh blows. He will definitely agree. Zheng Yu clutched onto Duanzi's arm with great excitement. Duanzi gently disengaged the other's hand, saying, let's eat first, okay? All right, as long as he agrees, everything will work out fine. Shall we eat first? After repeated persuasion from Duanzi, Zheng Yu finally sat down to eat. Song Xiao glanced at Duanzi multiple times, but noticed that the latter deliberately avoided making eye contact with her. She couldn't resist sending a private message. Do you really plan to help her? Or what? Wait until she tries to harm herself. Duanzi countered. But, doing something like this goes against heaven's will. Haven't you forgotten what you did before? It's often said that if you go against the will of heaven too many times, there'll be great danger when you encounter your trial. Song Xiao asked anxiously. Duanzi chuckled softly. Duanzi, am not afraid of these things. Seeing Song Xiaoxiao growing restless, Duanzi sent her a reassuring look. Once again, Duanzi whispered privately. Can you stop acting so heavy-hearted? First, let's calm her down, then we'll figure out the rest later. Aren't you usually clever? Why are you being so dumb all of a sudden? Chapter 186, Live Well For Me. After finishing the meal, on the way to the Liu family's house, Duanzi kept trying to start a conversation in an attempt to divert the other person's attention. Zizi, thank you for your kindness. But I just don't have the mood to talk about these things right now. Zheng Yu's spirits were low. Song Xiaoxiao pressed her lips, wanting to speak up for Duanzi, but was warned by Duanzi with a look. She had no choice but to sit back quietly. I met him when we were connecting tasks after you, and Li Qi struck a deal. Zheng Yu suddenly spoke up. We're still at the point where he was pursuing me. I only wanted to test him, but I didn't expect that everything happened so suddenly. Good thing you didn't agree. Duanzi's words were not kind. Zheng Yu, stunned, cried even harder. At this time, how can you still make jokes? Whether it's a joke or not, you'll understand once you meet Mr. Lu's wife. Duanzi couldn't help but tell the truth. When the time comes, you mustn't say anything about your relationship with him. I'm worried we'll all be thrown out together. How do you know? Zheng Yu sniffed, feeling something heavy in her chest. If it is really as Duanzi said, what am I then? Why should I be here indulging myself like this? Don't get excited yet. No matter what, just ask once you see her. Duanzi said, relax, my skills are very broad. Let alone if he's just a philandering ghost. Even if it were Lord Yama, I would dare to pull 2 of his whiskers. Song Xiaoxiao was shocked. Are you kidding? Don't you worry they will catch you if you actually do that. Don't mention the Hall of Yama first. Who knows if it even exists? And even if it does, would anyone want a troublemaker around? Duanzi uncomfortably cleared her throat. You're indeed very good at making people angry, Zheng Yu suddenly said. Though her voice still sounded somewhat congested, at least it wasn't as despairing as before. Duanzi smiled. What? Following me, this leader, made you lose out somehow. It might not be so bad. If you told me earlier about his family, I wouldn't have ended up like this. As she said this, Zheng Yu clenched her teeth. I wasted my feelings on him. Finally, Song Xiaoxiao sighed with relief and sat back properly. She didn't forget to whisper privately. When did you find out about this? Why didn't you tell us earlier? You made me so worried. Wouldn't I be exhausted if I had to calculate everything all the time? Don't you think I'd shorten my life? Duanzi said mysteriously. I just used my face reading technique. But, I prefer to call it bluffing. Anyway, since none of you know, what difference does it make if I make things up? Right, I forgot. After Song Xiaoxiao finished, there was nothing more said. Duanzi was content. When the few of them appeared at the Liu residence, a plainly dressed but highly elegant woman immediately came forward to greet them. Duanzi exchanged a glance with the woman, and her face flashed with surprise but quickly returned to normal. You all must be friends of my son? The woman asked kindly. Zheng Yu was the first to speak up. Annie, our Zizi is a sign live streamer under your company's Li Qi app. Her main job is exorcising evil spirits and fortune-telling. Since Mr. Liu is our benefactor, we specially came over to offer assistance. Mrs. Liu forced a smile. Since you've come, then you're all guests. Please come inside. Today was not the day of Lu Zong's funeral. She waited specially at the door, because she had heard that Lu Zong was chasing after a girl before and wanted to meet her today. Just didn't expect. She cast a rather subtle glance at Duanzi, finally deciding to trust her. I was actually waiting here for my daughter-in-law. Duanzi raised her eyebrows slightly. Looks like Auntie didn't wait long enough. Yes, they often quarrel. I've tried many times to persuade them that if they can't live peacefully together, they might as well never have been together. Mrs. Liu paused, unable to hold back a sigh. If they cannot stay together, why drag down a young girl's precious youth? Thinking of this, she looked straight at Duanzi and nodded affirmatively. Duanzi acknowledged with a slight nod. Do you, Auntie, wish to see him? Mrs. Liu hesitated briefly before shaking her head. No, may the deceased rest in peace. Seeing him will only make me more reluctant to let go. Auntie understands life thoroughly, Duanzi remarked, walking ahead. She had no intention of colluding with Lu Zong. Some things didn't need explanation. 2 people who trusted each other needed only a glance to understand. Still, hopefully, they haven't reached that point yet. At the very moment Duanzi stepped into the hall, the fire of the candles flickered, and a shadow appeared not far away. Duanzi simply burned incense and lit it for the other person. Your mom is right, the dead are gone. Some feelings can also wait until the next life. Lu Zong's eyes were fixed on Zheng Yu all the time, who had been trying hard to control her gaze ever since she noticed something was amiss in the hall. She must not let him discover that she could see him. But tears still welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. She faintly heard Duanzi saying something and took a few steps forward. Why do you whisper so quietly? It's as if you're close friends with him. Duanzi looked at her with an ambiguous expression. I'm not familiar with him. What about you? The first half of the sentence was indeed true. She only met Lu Zong once before. Moreover, it was when I apologized on behalf of that reckless manager. Zheng Yu did not answer immediately and followed Duanzi to burn incense for Lu Zong. I know him slightly more than you do. As soon as her words fell, she heard a familiar sigh. In the end, I failed to enter your heart. Zheng Yu felt a stab of pain in her heart. Why, when Zizi has already said that, and even the auntie said the same thing, why can't I? You must live well for me. Lu Zong's voice came again. Duanzi snorted with laughter. Who exactly are you saying this wish to? Faced with Duanzi's mocking smile, Lu Zong's expression went blank for a moment. I thought you were just a con artist pretending. Didn't expect you to actually have some substance. Thank you for Mr. Lu's compliment, but there really isn't any need. Is there nothing you want me to convey for you? asked Duanzi. Lu Zong unconsciously looked in the direction of Zheng Yu and found that the latter just lowered her head, seemingly lost in thoughts. Just tell her I'm sorry then. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Zong suddenly turned into specks of light. With tear-blurred eyes, Zheng Yu looked up and burst into tears. I want you to tell me yourself. Don't use someone else. A flash of surprise crossed the other party's face, and then everything disappeared completely. Chapter 187, A Kind Lie. All of this happened so suddenly that Duanzi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. No, she hasn't even made a move yet. How come the other party left on their own? This makes what she just did seem somewhat unnecessary. Is he really gone? Song Xiaoxiao approached to ask. Duanzi furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth to ask. Am I such an unfeeling person? Yes. Upon catching Duanzi's expression, Song Xiaoxiao quickly rephrased what she was about to say. It's impossible. So what exactly is going on? Duanzi still did some finger calculations, finally sighing in relief. She winked at Song Xiaoxiao and said, let's go out first and leave some time for these two. Song Xiaoxiao looked at Zheng Yu, and then where Lu Zong had disappeared, eventually nodding. Madame Lu also followed them out and asked, just now, did something happen? There seemed to be a hint of hope in her eyes. Duanzi hesitated for a moment, then decided to recount everything truthfully. I'm sorry, Madame Lu. We didn't do anything. Your son is a perceptive person. This point truly resembles you. Did you actually see him? What did he look like? Did he lose weight? People say ghosts are all ugly. Madame Lu sniffed, trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. Duanzi explained honestly. Your son appeared to be about 20-something, surrounded by a white light. He merely asked me to convey his apology, then left. Good. Madame Lu closed her eyes for a while. If Madame Lu has anything to say to Zheng Yu, you can tell her. Duanzi finally blurted out. Madame Lu paused and said, didn't you just say? Just now, they have already met. Duanzi told the truth bluntly. She is far stronger than we imagined. Let it go. Young people's affairs are best handled by themselves. My interference would only make things more complicated. She owes us nothing. At most our Zong doesn't have the fortune. Madame Lu choked out. Rest assured, although Zong is no longer with us, the treaty he promised will definitely not change. Madame Lu, rest assured. Duanzi immediately agreed. None of them spoke any further words. They all silently looked towards the direction of the morning hall. Zheng Yu didn't stay long either, perhaps feeling it inappropriate or being overwhelmed with sorrow. On the way back, none of the three said a word. This time, it was Duanzi who escorted Zheng Yu home. Interestingly enough, this was Duanzi's first visit to Zheng Yu's house. Her home was very beautiful, filled with flowers and plants, showing that she was a woman with a great pursuit for life. It was no wonder that Lu Zong couldn't stop thinking about her. Sorry, about today's events. As she prepared to leave, Duanzi could no longer withstand her inner condemnation and planned to confess to her. I know what you're about to say, but there's no need. Pretend I know nothing. Zheng Yu gave a bitter laugh. I know you're telling a kind lie. I forgave you once. Next time, you forgive me too. All right. Duanzi directly agreed. Zheng Yu paused in surprise and smiled. Why did you agree so readily? Because you forgave me so decisively. Duanzi gave her a hug and said with a smile. If you're still unhappy, both of us will stay here with you. Zheng Yu paused and said, forget it. You'd better go back and deal with your own matters. I've already told you, I don't plan to live stream missions anymore. Duanzi said. In that case, it wouldn't be a problem for me to practice meditation and cultivate myself here with you. Zheng Yu patted her shoulder and said, actually, what I want to say is, if you've identified someone special, you should cherish that. Don't regret it when it's lost. This isn't talking about your matter. How did it randomly lead to mine? Suddenly, Duanzi felt a little uneasy. I don't know what has happened between you and Chu Zhong, but I've seen what has been happening between you and President Sui. Honestly, I think President Sui has feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he relentlessly follow you, going to various dangerous places? Zheng Yu asked. These few sentences were precisely what Duanzi had been repeatedly questioning herself. For so long, she had questioned herself countless times, but never came up with a satisfactory answer. But he said he has a white moonlight, and that I resemble his white moonlight. Duanzi said. Zheng Yu suddenly burst out laughing, gradually laughing so hard she clutched her stomach, tears streaming down her face. Duanzi understood. All she needed was an outlet for her emotions. Thus, she let her go wild, and even lent her shoulder. Do you even believe what you just said? After a long pause, Zheng Yu spoke again. Duanzi wasn't sure if she believed it herself. These are his exact words. And what about you? Zheng Yu wiped her face and looked at Duanzi. Do you like him? I probably do like him, or maybe I don't. I don't know. Duanzi was lost in thought for a while. Besides, I like you too. It might just be the kind of liking between friends. It's different, Zheng Yu said. When you mentioned the white moonlight, you almost crushed your own teeth. So what? Should I just recklessly throw myself into danger? Duanzi asked. Zheng Yu sighed and questioned her. Then tell me, if he only cares about the white moonlight, why did he stand up for you? What if he has been faking all along? Duanzi responded without hesitation. Zheng Yu paused, asking. Then, have you ever considered, if he was faking, after pretending for so long, why did he suddenly stop? Duanzi didn't know how to explain. Let me give you some advice. Just follow your heart. There's no need for so many whys. If you like him, you like him. If you don't, then you don't. Zheng Yu gripped her hand. Since we've come this far, let me confess something I've kept from you. Duanzi immediately became alert, staring intently at her. It was you who spotted me and hired me as your assistant. But in truth, I actually went to the interview because of Sui Xiao. Zheng Yu said. This is also something that has made me feel guilty toward you. What's there to feel guilty about? I thought it was something serious. Even though he recommended you, the one who chose you was me. This really doesn't count as hiding anything. Duanzi smiled. Yeah, it was my choice, not because of Sui Zhao. It's because you are you. Zheng Yu suddenly felt her eyes water. I don't know what else to say. You're truly amazing. Chapter 188, Being Direct. In the end, Duanzi was finally kicked out of Zheng Yu's house. The reason was rather flimsy. Since I've confessed such an important thing to you, you forgave me too quickly. There must be something suspicious. To prevent you from assassinating me in the middle of the night, you have to leave right now. Duanzi, who was kicked out, stood for a long time at the door and finally asked Song Xiaoxiao, do I look like someone who acts hypocritically? Exactly, Song Xiaoxiao said. Duanzi pointed at himself and asked, are you talking about me? Yes, you. Haven't you realized how many deceitful words you've spoken these days? And that concubine flower is still in the house. Song Xiaoxiao said bluntly. Duanzi suddenly became clear-headed. That's true. There's an undercover agent inside the house. We can't waste any more time here. Let's go home. Song Xiaoxiao saw the other rush away like the wind and hurried to catch up. Caring about concubine flower is one thing, but saying she's an undercover agent? How could a little cat possibly steal from your home? I'm telling you, it's just a little concubine flower. You don't even want to invite that spirit back, yet you insist on taking this concubine flower. After explaining so much to others, have you deceived yourself? Song Xiaoxiao was speechless. Duanzi rolled his eyes. It's none of your business. Besides, that spirit really cares deeply about her own man. She sacrificed a lot to achieve their double flight together. That may be true, but didn't you say yourself that demons and humans should not be together? Song Xiaoxiao scratched her head. If you were like this from the start, wouldn't my boyfriend and I have already been together by now? You guys are like playing around. How can you compare with what he's doing? Duanzi sighed. Let's not talk about whether you met online or not. Just think about how he wanted to use a sorcerer to kill you. Can you get past this obstacle? As for that, isn't Mr. Liu also considered using the sorcerer's hand to kill his wife? It seems to me that he clearly intended to kill indirectly. Pardon me, kill the demon spirit. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but comment sarcastically. This time, Duanzi did not respond. Because the other party indeed spoke the truth. Although Bat Spirit did not resent Mr. Liu, she still wanted to ask him what exactly he meant. Duanzi had probed into this matter for her, but Lu Tuzi was sincerely remorseful. His every word was filled with love and apology. He said he must take advantage of this opportunity to properly apologize to his wife. On the side of the Bat Spirit, she also said that she would give him a chance to make amends. Duanzi was always someone who kept grudges clear. Seeing that both parties had intentions to reconcile, he gave Bat Spirit a method to ensure her survival. After all, although the other person was the man she deeply loved, her willingness to abandon everything for love did not mean that she had to sacrifice her life to settle everything. Why aren't you talking? Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Duanzi chuckled softly. Nothing, I was just a little absent-minded. Maybe I'm just too tired. Don't worry, Lu Tuzi has a long lifespan. I'm only worried about Spider Spirit. Or I'll go and watch over instead of you. Song Xiaoxiao proposed a very foolish suggestion, which was immediately rejected by Duanzi. You're such good nourishment. Who would let you go? If you really want to go to die, then consider my warning as nothing. Duanzi's words were harsh and realistic. Song Xiaoxiao instantly shrank into a ball and didn't dare to speak anymore. When Duanzi arrived at the front door, he saw Rui Zhao and Rui Yu, one sitting and one standing, outside his door. Do. Duanzi honked. The two moved aside to give Duanzi a path, but Duanzi didn't enter directly. Instead, he got out of the car and stood in front of them, asking, Are you waiting for me? Rui Yu smiled slightly and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Rui Zhao slowly caressed the jade bracelet and nodded slowly. Yes. So why are you waiting for me? Duanzi asked. It's nothing special, just heard some things happened. Wanted to ask about the situation. Rui Zhao said. Lu Zong and I have met several times. Heard he got into trouble. Huh, so you care pretty widely, huh? Duanzi said teasingly. Let me guess, aren't you just finding an excuse to see me? Nope. Rui Zhao denied immediately. Duanzi leaned forward a bit. You sure? I'm sure. Rui Zhao frowned, subconsciously regretting it. Why are you asking that? Nothing. I was just saying, you definitely wouldn't have feelings for me. Yu is just guessing randomly. Duanzi straightened up, crossing her arms. Rui Zhao's mouth opened, but in the end, no explanatory words came out. Duanzi opened the gate and said, Since that's the case, you two should head back first. I was originally worried that they wouldn't be rational, but unexpectedly, one was even more decisive than the other. Especially that, what was her name again? Lu Zong. She just as decisively entered the cycle of reincarnation. Decisive? Rui Zhao slightly raised an eyebrow. Did you send her away? No. When he appeared, his body was already surrounded by white light. He only spoke 2 or 3 sentences before directly transforming into a streak of light. Duanzi patted the rust off her hands. I should hire someone to help me with opening and closing the gates. How about it, Master Rui, interested? Rui Zhao scoffed. You sure do know how to assign tasks to others. How could I not? I saw from afar that there are 2 door gods standing by my gate, making it look much more dignified. Duanzi pretended to be carefree. All right, it's already 10 o'clock. You two should go back to sleep. I still have other things to take care of, so I can't entertain you further. After saying this, she got into her car and fiercely engaged the clutch. The car gave a violent jolt before suddenly starting. Rui Zhao and Rui Yu. The two coughed in the dust kicked up by the car and Rui Yu couldn't help but ask, "Is Miss Duan angry?" Rui Zhao glared at him. "Go close the gate." "Master, surely you're not really taking us for door gods?" Rui Yu asked. Rui Zhao rubbed his temples. "If that's what you think, then so be it." Rui Yu didn't dare to contradict Master Rui, so he hurried to close the gate. But he was too late, and almost got his nose broken by Duanzi. Rui Yu hastily took a step back, smiling flatteringly. "Miss Duan, it wasn't me who upset you. Could you please calm down?" Duanzi didn't respond, and turned around and left. Rui Yu immediately called out, Miss Duan, you know our master is just stubborn." "What about him?" Song Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared, scaring Rui Yu into biting his tongue. The pain made tears well up in his eyes. Chapter 189, Something's Off. Song Xiaoxiao saw him covering his mouth, and still hadn't realized the trouble he had caused. She simply said, "Are you really that timid?" Sui Yu couldn't speak, only able to wave his hand to show he could provoke, but should escape. Seeing him fleeing in panic, Song Xiaoxiao chased out after him. But she didn't know, once she came out, it would be hard to go back. When she woke up again, she was already confined in a golden transparent device. At that moment, Song Xiaoxiao paled immediately. "No way, what kind of grudge is this? How come I was captured like this? Could this possibly be the end of my life here?" As she muttered incessantly, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes. She hurriedly pounded on the transparent barrier, shouting loudly, Sui Yu, did you see me? Don't pretend like you heard nothing." Sui Yu did turn around indeed, and walked towards her direction. Just when she thought he would let her go, he ignored her, and took something else. "Fooey, what an idiot!" Song Xiaoxiao shouted furiously. It seemed Sui Yu sensed something, so he sneezed hard, and murmured under his breath, "I won't have such bad luck today, will I? First, I bit my own tongue, then caught a cold. The next time I see Song Xiaoxiao, that girl, I will definitely extort a hefty amount from her. Waiting to extort money from me? You're no good thing at all," Song Xiaoxiao mumbled while curling herself into a ball. Looking at the other person's appearance, it didn't seem like they knew she was here. So what should she do? "Master," Sui Yu suddenly called out. Song Xiaoxiao followed his gaze, and immediately saw Sui Zhao. His eyes actually fell upon Song Xiaoxiao, asking directly, "What did Duan Zi and Zheng Yu talk about today?" "What?" Sui Yu thought the question was directed at him, and reflexively responded. Sui Zhao stepped closer, saying, "So? Have you already forgotten the previous lesson?" Scared almost to kneeling down, Song Xiaoxiao hastily defended herself. "No. Today I didn't offend you in any way, nor did I enter your bedroom." "Answer my question." Sui Zhao's face was grim, causing Song Xiaoxiao to swallow nervously. She glanced at Sui Yu, and then whispered, "Can we give Zizi a little face and not let too many people know?" Sui Yu, for some reason, acted as if he hadn't heard Song Xiaoxiao's words. He went forward to ask Sui Zhao, "Master, what are you looking at here? I can get it for you. No need for you to personally come over." "It's fine, you go first." Sui Zhao's tone was a bit stiff. Knowing that he wasn't in a good mood, Sui Yu left without further argument. This situation made Song Xiaoxiao quite baffled. If the man couldn't hear her, why was he going through these motions? Song Xiaoxiao awkwardly chuckled several times. Today's event has dealt a pretty big blow to Zheng Yu. Maybe in order to divert attention, the two started talking about you. Zheng Yu said that you like Zizi, but Zizi thinks she's just imagining things. Afterward, there was no afterward. That makes sense. That explains why Zizi was acting so strange today. Sui Zhao's lips were tightly clenched. Perhaps today, all the other party wanted was an answer. However, this answer he couldn't provide right now. If one day the other party found out about the entanglements between them, how would they explain it then? He thought for a long time and still didn't figure it out. And Song Xiaoxiao was also worried for a very long time. The next morning, Duan Zi showed up at Sui's residence. Upon hearing the news, Song Xiaoxiao was close to tears. Still, Zizi is nice. She must have worried about me all night. When Sui Zhao passed by, he overheard Song Xiaoxiao's voice. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he threw her a sentence. According to my understanding of her, coming at this time is probably another demand for an answer. This time, the excuse may be gratitude for our guarding her door last night. Originally, Song Xiaoxiao was unsure of the situation, and after his words, she felt even more hopeless about life. "I'll tell you, everything leaves a trace," Sui Zhao said. Song Xiaoxiao was infuriated. "Same goes for you. I hope you will never regret." "I'm different from you. Why would I regret?" Sui Zhao smiled sarcastically. The truth proved that Sui Zhao was right. Just before leaving, Duan Zi specially walked up to Song Xiaoxiao. "This item is pretty exquisite. Let me have it." "You dare ask? This thing was purchased by my father at great expense." Sui Zhao replied with a half-smile. Duan Zi looked at him and said, "What? Is young Master Sui already reluctant?" "Reluctance is not the issue. However, today may not be appropriate. Some other day, I'll let Sui Yu prepare a decent package for you, and we can send it over as a gift." Sui Zhao replied calmly. "What a brilliant move to retreat before advancing. You seem a bit strange today." Duan Zi tested. "How so?" Sui Zhao felt a sudden pause in his heartbeat. Duan Zi shook her head. "It's hard to explain. By the way, there was once a person who was exceptionally skilled at deceiving others with such seriousness, just like you. That's quite coincidental. I wonder if I have the fortune to meet that person. Maybe we could even become friends." Sui Zhao's tone was very light, without any trace of his previous discomfort. Duan Zi frowned, feeling restless. "Did Xiaoxiao come to you last night?" Upon hearing the mention of herself, Song Xiaoxiao slapped her hands painfully, really painful. The golden wall seemed made of some unknown material, actually letting her ghostly self feel pain. "Perhaps she did. My father has set up some peculiar arrays recently. which they say can trap things. I will check it out for you later. Sui Zhao asked. For no apparent reason, Duanzi felt that today's Sui Zhao was a little odd, always giving vibes of wanting to get rid of her. She stretched her neck a few times, asking, You seem really weird today. Are you hiding something from me? No. Sui Zhao answered decisively. Duanzi furrowed her brows. I have only one request. Don't harm Xiao Xiao's life. I can apologize for what happened yesterday. Sui Zhao paused while stroking his ring and nodded. All right. After their exchange, they stared awkwardly at each other for quite some time. Duanzi muttered faintly. I hope everything goes as you said. If he doesn't like her, then fine, but why cause all this trouble and trap Song Xiao Xiao? As she was about to leave, she took another glance at that strange ornament. TSK, she didn't know why, but it felt like a pair of eyes was staring at her from somewhere over there. Chapter 190. Caught in a dilemma. Duanzi always felt that Sui Zhao was acting strange today, and there was also that odd, bell-like thing. There was a corner of Sui Yu's mouth. That thing, she couldn't immediately recall where she had seen it, but it definitely looked familiar. Moreover, she always felt as if there were a pair of eyes inside watching them. Miss Duan. Aunt Su returned from buying groceries, just in time to meet Duanzi at the door. Duanzi smiled and greeted her, saying, Good day, Aunt Su. Why not come in and stay a little longer to try my cooking? Aunt Su said with a smile. Duanzi shook her head. No thanks. I'm looking for my friend. You mean the girl wearing the flower-patterned skirt? Aunt Su blinked her eyes, seemingly waiting for an answer. After recalling for a moment, Duanzi immediately asked, Aunt Su, have you seen her? When? I saw her yesterday. But this young girl is kind of strange. It feels like she doesn't seem human. There was a hint of nervousness in Aunt Su's tone. Duanzi took a few steps forward and asked, About what time? It was almost midnight then. That girl was hard to explain, but she became translucent, gradually fading away. Aunt Su continued, I saw Master and Ayu both frowning, as if they were trying to figure something out to help each other. Help each other? Are you sure they weren't doing something else? Duanzi's expression turned serious. After all, Song Xiao Xiao was like a hot piece of cake. Everyone liked her. Aunt Su hesitated. Oh dear, Miss Duan. You shouldn't say that. Our master is a good person. He would never do anything strange. Besides, that's a piao. Our master wouldn't do such an animalistic thing. Even if she's a lively young woman, our master wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her. Aunt Su was afraid Duanzi might misunderstand, so she explained quickly. Duanzi rubbed her temples and decided to go back home. Aunt Su stared at Duanzi's retreating figure for a while, feeling that she might have said something wrong. Back at home, upon seeing Sui Zhao coming towards her, she still couldn't resist telling him about what happened earlier. As usual, Sui Zhao remained calm, his fingers slowly spinning his prayer bead. Yesterday, after Song Xiao Xiao smelled blood, she went berserk. Sui Yu was directly struck by the sudden burst of spiritual power and fainted on the spot. The girl immediately lunged towards Sui Yu, and if Sui Zhao hadn't been quick-handed, Sui Yu would already be reporting to King Yin by now. But, regarding the matter Duanzi mentioned, it probably wouldn't be resolved easily. After all, how exactly could one explain subduing Song Xiao Xiao and bringing the two of them back unnoticed? You continue with your business, Sui Zhao said. I'll explain things to her myself. All right, but Miss Duan looks very upset. I hope Master will explain properly, Aunt Su said, turning back without hesitation, as if she was scared that Master might realize and cause trouble for her later. In reality, Sui Zhao wasn't thinking about such things, as he was still pondering over how to explain everything to Duanzi. Sui Yu scratched his head. Master, what exactly happened yesterday? Why has Song Xiao Xiao disappeared? Upon hearing this, Sui Zhao looked up at him and replied calmly. If you knew, then that'd be more surprising. Sui Yu, did I ever ask you to practice earnestly, and did you ignore me? Sui Zhao's expression became extraordinarily serious, making Sui Yu shrink a bit. My talent can only reach this far. Please don't push me anymore, Sui Yu pleaded desperately. I do practice every day, but there's no result. Sui Zhao chuckled coldly. You should have let Song Xiao Xiao eat you yesterday. Sui Yu instantly widened his eyes, staring at Sui Zhao as if he'd seen a ghost. Who? Song Xiao Xiao eating me. She lost her mind when she smelled your blood. Sui Zhao slightly arched his eyebrows, showing an expression of anticipation. Song Xiao Xiao trapped inside the bell was dumbfounded. What? Did I want to eat someone? Why did I lose control after smelling blood? What blood? Sui Yu was confused. When I bit my tongue? Was that the blood? Sui Zhao laughed. You guess. His intervention was just timely, but the talisman he used seemed designed by someone unknown. Originally intended to make a piao uncontrollable, it suddenly made her fall deeply in love instead, creating a situation chaotic enough to give Sui Zhao a headache. Sui Yu strangely felt something off about Sui Zhao, as if he was hiding something from him. Master, since you have nothing to do, just discuss with Song Xiao Xiao. The two of you should reconcile your stories well, and don't omit anything when speaking to me. Otherwise I will never forgive you. Sui Zhao interrupted Sui Yu with a half-smile. Sui Yu hesitated for a moment. Is Song Xiao Xiao in our house? Where is she? Bravo. Even Duanzi has figured it out. Why have you noticed nothing? You haven't improved at all, Sui Zhao sneered. When looking at the bell, Sui Yu was still somewhat confused. Not quite. What do you mean? Inside this. No wonder Miss Duan kept looking here earlier. It's because of this. Sui Yu had an enlightened look on his face, then remembered what Sui Zhao said about last night's incident, instantly realizing that this matter might not be so easy to resolve. So, young master, you've already said she went berserk last night. Her state doesn't seem normal, does it? It feels kind of wrong bringing her like this, Sui Yu timidly expressed. Sui Zhao, unable to stand his dragging manner, directly said. At worst, she can hardly maintain a normal form. Meaning, with your current level, you may not necessarily see her. Other than that, everything is fine. After hearing Sui Zhao's words, Sui Yu finally relaxed. He cleared his throat. Then, what about this bell? Should we send it over? Suits me. You return it, and chat properly with her. Her friend probably knows why our bell got into her possession. Sui Zhao said with a sly grin. Sui Yu gave a stiff smile to Sui Zhao, an expression so dry it couldn't be more obvious. His tone became awkward. It wouldn't be appropriate to say it like that, would it? Sui Zhao gave another sly grin, directly driving his wheelchair away, leaving the two of them staring blankly. Young master, how do we get her out? Sui Yu stammered. Sui Zhao's voice came from far away. You think about it carefully. By the time she comes back, she should also have recovered. Young master, are you joking with me? Sui Yu exclaimed in shock. Song Xiaoxiao also felt a massive headache, thinking that with Sui Yu's intelligence, even before she was freed, the opportunity would have been lost long ago. Chapter 191. Piecing Together the Truth. After Duanzi returned, she couldn't help but cast a small Lu Ren divination to try to locate Song Xiaoxiao, but she found that the person's location was in the direction of Sui's residence. When this was combined with Aunt Sue's words, Duanzi felt that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Sui Zhao. This meant that last night's eruption of spiritual power was also related to them. However, when she got there were no traces left at all. Not even the surveillance cameras had captured any useful information, which gave her a headache. Fine, if he had tidied up everything, then why did he want to hide? And why did he keep telling one lie after another? Duanzi couldn't figure it out, and being extremely hungry, she directly went into the kitchen and prepared herself a feast of delicious food and dishes. When Song Xiaoxiao returned, she saw Duanzi sitting in front of a bountiful lunch looking as if something incredibly joyful had happened. Duanzi didn't expect her sudden appearance. After glancing at Song Xiaoxiao's tearful face and then at the sumptuous meal in front of her, she softly said, Would you like to eat some? Song Xiaoxiao burst into tears immediately, sobbing and saying, I rushed back for fear that you might worry about me. As a result, what are you doing here? Celebrating. What are you talking about? I made this because I divined that you would return safely. Don't you see? These, and these, aren't they all your favorite dishes? Duanzi smiled broadly while speaking. But you didn't prepare chopsticks or a bowl for me. Song Xiaoxiao responded with a quivering voice. Duanzi hesitated to speak. Did you use chopsticks last time? No. At that time, you flicked a talisman over, and everything was ready, Song Xiaoxiao recalled slowly. Duanzi continued to bluff. Right? Isn't it just missing a talisman? Just wait a moment. I'll flick it over right away. You little thing. Do you think after mixing around in the world for so many years, I can't bluff you anymore? Don't have a shame. Xiao Sanhua passed by, and didn't forget to sincerely comment on her. Upon hearing Xiao Sanhua's voice, Song Xiaoxiao instantly changed directions, and directly picked up Xiao Sanhua. Xiao Sanhua. You two are really evenly matched. Do you still want to eat? Duanzi lightly tapped the bowl in front of her. Appearing casual, she was actually starving to death. This young girl is indeed emotionally rich. She cries easily. Fortunately, she has practiced cultivation for quite some time already, and crying doesn't make her bloody. Otherwise, this meal wouldn't be possible to eat at all. Yes. Finally, Song Xiaoxiao put down the cat and walked over. I've been craving this taste for a long time. Duanzi nodded her head and casually placed a talisman on Song Xiaoxiao's forehead. Come on, sit down and eat quickly before it gets cold. Yes, Song Xiaoxiao could not wait. Duanzi stared at her for a while and asked, Do you want to explain where you went yesterday evening? Didn't you calculate it? How could you not know where I went? Song Xiaoxiao threw the question back to Duanzi. Duanzi was stunned for a moment and murmured mysteriously, Not knowing the full picture, I won't comment. I still want to hear your version. Xiao Sanhua wore a face full of disdain, and her internal monologue was obvious. Duanzi kicked her with her foot. Behave. How dare you beat a cat? Song Xiaoxiao protected Xiao Sanhua in her arms. And with your feet, how utterly unreasonable. Why don't you tell the truth? Duanzi said through a forced smile, then immediately devoted herself to the dinner table without giving Song Xiaoxiao another glance. When the other party stopped asking, she instead became somewhat uneasy. She moved closer to Duanzi and said, Are you not going to ask again? You've said so much already. It means you definitely don't want me to ask, right? Duanzi replied without turning her head. What a joke. Right now all I want is to eat. The two ate silently. Afterward Song Xiaoxiao followed Duanzi to wash dishes, water flowers. Finally, Duanzi couldn't help but ask her. Excuse me, may I ask if you have anything you'd like to say? No. Song Xiaoxiao cut straight to the point. Duanzi was speechless and said, Then stop following me. It's quite troublesome. Do you really not care at all? Song Xiaoxiao persisted. Duanzi said calmly, There's nothing worth being curious about. If you don't want to say, then don't say. This sentence made Song Xiaoxiao more anxious, and she had to chase after Duanzi again. Duanzi felt heartache once more and asked, What exactly do you want to do? In fact, yesterday I accidentally lost control, Song Xiaoxiao whispered. Duanzi was exceptionally calm, as if she already knew the outcome. Song Xiaoxiao was bewildered for a moment. Don't you want to ask something else? If you want to say it, then say it. If not, forget about it. Why so much hassle? Duanzi couldn't help but roll her eyes. After all, she is a young girl and cannot be pressured too hard. Song Xiaoxiao. I heard that I made advances on Sui Yu. What? Duanzi leaned in a little closer. Can't tell by the looks of you. You've got such lofty ambitions, huh? To hit on someone's bodyguard. Is there more? Xiao Sanhua also strained her little face upward as if asking silently. Song Xiao. She took a deep breath and said, actually, it's not really my fault. He bit his tongue, right? When I saw blood, I went berserk. Duanzi squinted her eyes. Then what happened? How did things return to normal? I don't remember clearly, but apparently I seem to have kissed him, but I don't recall anything at all. Song Xiao blinked, oddly feeling a bit guilty. Although I am the wolf here, I didn't actually have those thoughts toward him. So why lock me in the bedroom the moment I step out? Why should he guard against me like this? What exactly is he guarding against? Seeing Song Xiao's angry expression, Duanzi asked a question. So, do you feel anything for him? I don't feel anything for him. Absolutely nothing. I really don't know why I acted like that. Song Xiao was a bit at a loss. An idea suddenly flashed through Duanzi's mind. If someone used the talisman that I created, things would be different. You see, an attack has momentum. Even if the opponent's assault is stopped in time, harm will still come to bystanders. Thus, she transformed the attack into something gentle. However, back then, the only one who knew about that talisman was my senior master brother. In that situation, if Suiyu had made a move, all he had to do was throw the person out. Why go through such complications? That means, there's only one result. Chapter 192, A Silver Tongue. Duanzi rubbed his nose, and rather than directly expressing his thoughts, he consoled Song Xiao thoroughly. He explained that the other party was merely tempted by the allure of fresh blood, and since the wound happened to be near the mouth, such a reaction was understandable. Although Song Xiao herself felt it was a bit far-fetched, at least she had an excuse for self-consolation. This eased her significantly. Duanzi also let out a sigh of relief, and took the opportunity to visit the Sui residence again. Upon hearing the news of her arrival, Sui Zhao's book slipped straight to the floor. Master, is there something wrong? Aunt Su just happened to pass by, and picked up the book for Sui Zhao. In her memory, Sui Zhao was still that delicate young master, who couldn't carry anything heavy, or do much physical work. Sui Zhao took the book without breaking a sweat or skipping a beat, then wheeled himself out. Coincidentally, he bumped into Duanzi. Miss Duan, Sui Zhao's smile was polite but distant. Duanzi bent down to look at him eye to eye, only a few centimeters away from his face. The latter involuntarily swallowed a lump in his throat and twitched at the corner of his mouth, asking, "Do you have any business here?" "No." Duanzi straightened up with a smile. "I just feel that as a friend, I don't seem to know much about you." "I don't seem to know much about Miss Duan either." Sui Zhao's tone was indifferent. The only indication of his emotions might be the fidgeting of the signet ring on his hand. Leaning against the wall with a lazy yet alluring demeanor, Duanzi slightly raised the corners of her lips. "However, Mr. Sui seems to have become more distant towards me recently. Isn't that the result you hoped for, Miss Duan?" Sui Zhao grinned, but not from his heart, the expression simply begging for a slap. Duanzi leaned closer again. "Is Mr. Sui preparing to hide some secrets? Why are you so afraid of me?" Sui Zhao licked his dry lips. "It's not a secret. It's just that Miss Duan is so beautiful. Being too close is really hard to resist." After hearing his flirtatious words, Duanzi showed no intention of leaving, but rather moved even closer. Sui Zhao frowned. Before he could say anything, he heard Duanzi ask, "Really? So what's Mr. Sui's limit?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Sui Zhao drove his wheelchair backwards so fast that Duanzi barely had time to react. There was a loud bang, and Duanzi was left outside the door. Duanzi stood frozen. "Can't take the teasing? Then why did you sound so ambiguous earlier?" Ruiyu beside them just watched helplessly. Duanzi and Song Xiao were truly well matched. He silently apologized to Master Sui within his heart, not daring to approach now. Because Duanzi was able to come find Sui Zhao, it meant Song Xiao had told Duanzi everything, word for word. Not only had he failed to solve the problem for his master, but he had also made the situation develop in a more ridiculous direction. "Suiyu." Duanzi put back on her smiling face. Suiyu instinctively took a small step back. "Miss Duan, I really don't know anything. Yesterday, I was slammed against the wall and passed out. No, I passed out after knocking Song Xiao unconscious. At that time, the pain almost shattered my bones. No, I just want to ask about the situation. Is your master's reaction normal?" Duanzi asked. Suiyu swallowed his saliva. "TSK, did he just confess without being hit? How embarrassing." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Not really. My master has a pretty thick skin. This only shows that your face is thicker, even thicker than my master's." Duanzi, who asked for this. A shadow of disdain flickered across her beautiful face. "Frankly speaking, you would have been better off giving in to our Xiao last night. Even if you're a ghost, you might still be counted as an unsatisfactory boyfriend." Suiyu was utterly bewildered. What kind of talk was this? Ignoring his reaction, Duanzi walked straight to the entrance of Sui Zhao's bedroom and knocked on the door. Sui Zhao really wanted to cover his ears. How did this girl become so shameless? Did she even realize what she was saying? "Mr. Sui? Mr. Sui? Big brother?" Duanzi's voice came over. Suddenly, the door opened from inside, and due to losing her balance, Duanzi directly collapsed into Sui Zhao's arms. At that moment, both of them were stunned in place. Sui Zhao massaged his temples and asked, "Miss Duan, are you planning to throw yourself at me? Isn't this a bit hasty?" "Hasty? No." Duanzi supported herself on his pectoral muscles. That's right, pectoral muscles. She didn't understand how a disabled person, a sickly disabled person, could have such developed chest muscles. She exchanged a glance with Sui Zhao and said, "I just want to know if you and he are the same person. If not, then I'm not at a disadvantage, right?" Sui Zhao shoved her away instantly, and Duanzi, caught off guard, fell directly to the ground, letting out a hiss. Even the perpetrator felt a bit regretful, unable to resist stretching his neck. How's it going? Did you scrape your skin? Yeah, Duanzi whimpered. How could you do this to me? Sui Zhao. He regretted having a mouth altogether, sighed, and said, This is an act already? It's truly the loss of the entertainment industry that Miss Duan left it. Duanzi pouted. Do you really not know what I'm talking about? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Sui Zhao coldly said. Miss Duan, you should go back sooner. Duanzi was more certain about her guess. You really don't know who my master brother is? I do, so what? Sui Zhao crossed his arms. It's just a piece of information. Miss Duan, if you want to know anything, you can ask me directly. There's no need for such self-sacrifice. Duanzi thought the other's words were truly hard to hear, and became angry enough to stand up from the ground directly. Tisk, it's because your words were unclear in the first place, and now you're saying it's my fault? Anyway, it's our mistake. Moreover, we both consented, so how did it become a loss for you? Zhao, this is your mistake. How can you treat the young lady like this? The voice of Suiyang sounded. Sui Zhao only felt his headache worsen. We are not in that kind of relationship. We are discussing her master brother. Uncle Sui, you must stand up for me. It was his unclear words. Now he accuses me of sticking to him. If he doesn't have this intention, don't let him delay my dating. Duanzi whimpered while finishing her sentence, and didn't forget to give Sui Zhao a look. That look was slowly filled with defiance. Sui Zhao felt his blood pressure skyrocket. Can you stop it already? Don't act anymore. I'll tell you everything I know, alright? How dare you devalue my feelings like that? If I had known you'd be like this, I would rather have followed Chu Zhang. Duanzi hesitatingly said. That absolutely cannot happen. No way. Suiyang was the first to panic. Zhao. Chapter 193. A dream? Uncle Sui, thank you for today, Duanzi said with a grin. Having just finished dealing with Sui Zhao, Suiyang, who had seen Duanzi to the door, felt a sense of unfinished business. I'm old now. Otherwise, that young man would have gotten what he deserved. Suiyang was no longer a hot-headed youth. He already knew there wasn't any real enmity between these two. It was probably just some angry banter or something their own troublemaker son had done wrong. Duanzi paused and then smiled. Looks like I'll need your help in the future, uncle. Of course. You must bother me more often so I can have a chance to properly discipline that rascal, Suiyang replied. The two understood each other implicitly. One didn't ask, the other didn't answer. On the way back, Duanzi still thought it was ridiculous. If Sui Zhao were really the elder brother, he was too frivolous. But, recalling everything that happened earlier, perhaps he was trying to scare her off, unwilling to interact with her. Duanzi suddenly became interested again, reappearing at the Sui residence during lunchtime. Sui Shaolin, do you know about love-tethering talismans? Duanzi asked subtly. Sui Zhao's face stiffened as he replied. Sorry, is this some kind of love spell? I've never heard of it. TSK, not admitting yet. Is this even comparable to spells? Duanzi gritted her teeth, but finally forced a smile and sat back down. Nope, it's a very interesting talisman. It can make even a wild ghost become docile. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Suiyu, filled with meaning. Suiyu. His eyes bulged wide, pointing at himself. Duanzi slightly arched her eyebrows and gave him a small smile. Miss Duan, I cannot. Suiyu took a step back, his demeanor showing sheer panic. Last night, could Song Xiaoxiao have been affected by that talisman? He looked at Sui Zhao with a peculiar expression, as if judging someone to be a scumbag. Sui Zhao showed no sign of guilt. Instead, he faced the other side calmly, raising an eyebrow as if questioning the other party's intent. Duanzi, how shameless. She patted Suiyu's shoulder, full of regret in her eyes. For reasons unknown, Suiyu always felt uneasy. It was as if they were having some kind of silent communication. But having grown up together with Sui Zhao, he had never heard of the latter having a junior sister. Scratching his head, he showed no intention of getting involved in their quarrel. Duanzi sighed, finding Suiyu somewhat spineless. Sui Zhao laughed. Miss Duan, haven't you already asked all you wanted to know? What are you still lingering here for? Any problems? Duanzi simply sat down beside him. I thought we were friends. Turns out it was my one-sided fancy. Sui Zhao twirled his jade bracelet. The way Miss Duan looks at me isn't like looking at a friend. It's more like looking at some old acquaintance. I remember we once openly discussed it. I am definitely not your elder brother. Not true. You can consider it lust, Duanzi responded. I genuinely like you as a friend. Something flickered through Sui Zhao's eyes as he slowly leaned back in his wheelchair. Miss Duan, that joke of yours is quite tasteless. Why isn't it funny? Standing up, Duanzi braced both hands on the table. Back in the day, Master Sui used to find such jokes highly amusing. It had to be admitted that Sui Zhao regretted his current predicament. This was literally like lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He turned to Suiyu, hoping the other would provide an appropriate reason. Suiyu immediately tensed up. Sorry, Master. I suddenly remembered there are still things left undone. I will be right back. You keep chatting, you keep chatting. Before finishing, he had already run far away. Sui Zhao's tone carried a hint of clenched teeth, but didn't engage in further dialogue with Duanzi. Looking at his own hand, he asked, Miss Duan, everything in this world stands in the way of your return. So, Duanzi straightened up, arms crossed. Sui Zhao met her gaze. So, when Miss Duan leaves, do it decisively. Do not look back. I know what you want to know, but whether it's your elder brother or whoever else, they're merely reflections from another world. This world is bound to collapse sooner or later, and none can escape unscathed except you. Sui Zhao interrupted her words. There are some things I know but can't tell you. Regardless of personal or public considerations, I hope you can take care of yourself and don't get entangled in our disputes. Duanzi bit her lips, still reluctant to accept this outcome. I just want an answer. All you have to do is tell me yes or no. Why can't you confront this issue, she said. Instead of answering directly, Sui Zhao said, you are proficient in e-principles. I believe I don't need to explain the reason myself. The two stared at each other for a long time, and eventually, Duanzi stepped back. It's my decision to make whether it's worth it or not. You can't decide for me. Duanzi looked down at the ground. I've made many friends here, and I have many attachments. All of these can't be denied merely by saying it's not worthwhile, or I don't belong here. Duanzi was certain about his identity, waiting for his response. But instead of giving her a straight answer, he responded, Zizi, once I tell you some things, a new cycle will begin. It won't end well for you, me, or even all living beings. Sui Zhao's expression was very serious, showing no signs of lying. Duanzi took a deep breath and asked, did I experience a lot with you? Her voice was drowned out by the thunder, and Sui Zhao's figure became translucent for a moment. Duanzi felt as if her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she sat up on the bed. When their eyes met with Song Xiaoxiao's, Duanzi's brain momentarily froze. Wasn't I at the Sui residence? Song Xiaoxiao was stunned for a second and replied, no. Didn't you say you wanted a nap? It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so I came to check on you. What about that thunder just now? Duanzi asked. Song Xiaoxiao answered, there was thunder. The forecast said there would be thunderstorms today. As she spoke, she pulled open the curtains. Sure enough, the outside world was gloomy, as if it was about to rain. But that dream was too vivid, incredibly so. Duanzi's face turned pale, looking unusually worn under the flashes of lightning. Zizi, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare just now? Song Xiaoxiao asked. Duanzi shook her head. Maybe I accidentally glimpsed the truth. Chapter 194, Unusual Emotions. From the moment Duanzi woke up, she became unusually silent. She was somewhat worried about Zheng Yu's condition, so she decided to drive over. Song Xiaoxiao said, the weather isn't good today. Let's do it another day. At that moment, both of them were already in the car. Duanzi gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes distant and unsettled, which made Song Xiaoxiao feel uneasy inside. She secretly used the phone Duanzi had bought her to send a message to Sui Zhao. Zizi seemed to have a nightmare this afternoon. I don't know why she's always distracted. And she insists on driving to see Zheng Yu right now. I'm really worried about her. Could you come take a look? Luckily, Duanzi was still in a dazed state and hadn't started the car yet. She just sat in the same position. Suddenly, the car door was opened from the outside, but Duanzi showed no intention of looking back. Song Xiaoxiao was thrilled as if she'd seen a savior, but she also feared being discovered by Duanzi, so she suppressed her excitement. Aren't we going to visit Zheng Yu? Sui Zhao asked. Duanzi suddenly turned around and asked, when did you get here? I've been here for a while. Sui Zhao smiled. For some reason, Duanzi felt his smile was a little ingratiating. Probably because of the dream. Duanzi pursed her lips. Are your legs better? Yeah, no more wheelchair from now on. After saying that, Sui Zhao leaned back on the seat. After a while, he added, but I still can't drive. Hearing that, Duanzi gave a bitter smile. I didn't intend for you to drive anyway. Then she started the car. Song Xiaoxiao panicked. What's the matter? Why did I call you again? Did you forget? Sui Zhao didn't answer her, only silently watching Duanzi. Duanzi, who was usually very sensitive, didn't turn around even once. Halfway there, the weather suddenly cleared up. Song Xiaoxiao's anxiety gradually eased off. Clearly Sui Zhao had everything under control. Sui Zhao has indeed great luck. Duanzi suddenly spoke up. Song Xiaoxiao instinctively held her breath and looked at Sui Zhao. The latter smiled. Maybe it's because of you. His eyes were gentle, with an unusual warmth. In a daze, Duanzi seemed to see her master brother. When she turned back, she almost collided with another car. She slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Sui Zhao out of his seat. Sui Zhao? After sitting up straight, he looked at Duanzi. Is Zizi in a bad mood today? Duanzi inexplicably felt a chill down her spine. This wasn't like Sui Zhao at all. She swallowed hard and pulled the car over. Are you really Sui Zhao? Worried it might be a dream within a dream. Duanzi quietly cast a spell, but nothing around changed. Sui Zhao paused for a moment before saying, absolutely genuine. He crossed his arms and propped up one leg. Perhaps we should have a chat. About what? Duanzi snorted. You've got one trick after another, haven't you? Sui Zhao remained silent for a while then said, I understand now. Duanzi really wanted to ask what exactly he understood, but she didn't say it out loud. After waiting a bit, she slowly started the car again. The entire journey passed in silence. Duanzi secretly pinched her own thigh. It hurt, meaning it was real. After stopping the car, Duanzi hesitated to get out, realizing that she had somewhat deceived him. Why aren't you getting out? Sui Zhao asked. Song Xiaoxiao hushed her voice, lowering it. She lied to Zheng Yu, telling her that Lu Zong has a wife, but it backfired. Diao. Duanzi's voice was severe. I heard everything. I didn't mean it like that. I know I'm a big deceiver. I deceived her feelings, but my intentions were good. Duanzi said, not continuing further. But the result wasn't good. Sui Zhao reached out and patted her shoulder. After you two came back from the funeral, I met Mrs. Lu. I know what worries you're carrying, but Zizi, you've done enough. As a friend or a superior, you've done well. His words carried some sort of magical power, immediately soothing Duanzi's anxiety. She tapped the steering wheel. Or maybe, you could wait for me in the car? Still go together. Sui Zhao unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. Duanzi, when did he put on his seatbelt? Is my driving really that scary? What she didn't know was that all her expressions were written plainly on her face. Duanzi engaged the handbrake, turned the key, and got out of the car. For some unknown reason, he suddenly reached out. Instinctively, she dodged slightly but was still lightly touched by his large hand. Plop plop. That warm sensation threw Duanzi's heart rhythm into disarray. Sui Zhao said, "Why are you acting like a fish, puffing out your cheeks?" Duanzi. She could almost feel the pink bubbles around her burst into pieces. Phew. Duanzi couldn't help but scorn herself. A wise man shall not fall into the river of love, Duanzi. Besides, you've already forgotten what he said in your dream, haven't you? Your expressions are so rich. It's really a pity that you quit the entertainment industry. Sui Zhao's words carried a tone of sigh. Duanzi frowned. Huh. She swatted his hand and walked upstairs without looking back. Song Xiao seized the opportunity to come closer. Sui Xiao, were you also someone who didn't understand romantic feelings? Me? Huh. Sui Zhao smirked. You are. After saying that, he quickly caught up with Duanzi. Song Xiao was dumbfounded. No wonder, Sui Xiao. These newly healed long legs of yours are working pretty well. As soon as she finished her sentence, she saw Sui Zhao's steps pause for a moment. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion. After all, she herself could hardly hear her own voice clearly. Noticing someone's shadow nearby, Duanzi turned back and looked. Oh, your legs have recovered nicely. Sui Zhao smiled. The rehab doctor is very responsible, and I even underwent hydrotherapy. Another image flashed across Duanzi's mind. Is the nurse responsible for hydrotherapy a cute little nurse? Sui Zhao gave an affirmative reply. His voice was very light, making Duanzi suspect that it might be her illusion. She stopped and her eyes lit up. Then did she get in the water? I heard. Enough. Sui Zhao distanced himself a little from her. We had a perfectly normal patient-nurse relationship. Don't overthink it. Duanzi muttered. I am not imagining things. Many TV shows and movies are played out this way. Sui Zhao suddenly felt like it was unnecessary to say this extra word. Originally, he just wanted to make a casual response. He leaned forward slightly and asked, if you're truly curious, I can still tell you. This nurse. No, I'm not actually that curious. Duanzi suddenly covered her ears and ran away. Oh my gosh, I nearly became impure. Sui Zhao suddenly felt some chest discomfort. Chapter 195, Zheng Yu's disappearance. Duanzi had once thought, if Zheng Yu really wanted to resurrect Lu Zong, what could he do about it? The answer was no answer. Because those who go against the natural order never end well, just like Madame Meng. When Duanzi found that Zheng Yu didn't come to open the door, he immediately became worried and repeatedly asked Sui Zhao, where do you think she could have gone? Have you ever been to Zheng Yu's house before? Sui Zhao looked silently at the other person's anxious state. Duanzi nodded. Once. Which means that you don't really know your assistant very well, right? Sui Zhao rubbed his chin. That makes it tough. Duanzi was stunned for a moment and asked, is there something wrong? This means that the other party knows you very well, but you know nothing about them, said Sui Zhao. In other words, if they aren't home, you wouldn't even know where they are. Who says I wouldn't know? I can calculate it. Duanzi, while saying this, intended to stretch out his hand to calculate. However, Sui Zhao grabbed him by the arm. Do none of you have any taboos? Duanzi paused for a moment and said, yes, but calculating direction probably doesn't count as. Why don't you check Zheng Yu's background instead? Sui Zhao said decisively. You said then that you chose her based on fate, picking randomly. Now you can figure out her background. Shouldn't you be able to? Not so fast. Why are you pretending with me now? Zheng Yu has already said that it was because of your instructions that she came here to apply for the job. Duanzi's eyes gleamed sharply, showing that he wasn't lying. Sui Zhao frowned and said, I was interested in your affairs at the time, but the person I arranged was the grandmother from the paper dot store, not an elite like her. Duanzi rubbed his temples hurriedly, raising his hand and saying, wait a moment while I sort this out. Zheng Yu says she was sent by you, but you say otherwise. That is to say, one of you two is lying, but judging by the look on your face now, you don't seem like the type to lie. But back then, Zheng Yu seemed genuine enough too. She had absolutely no reason to deceive me. She started doubting her own judgment, but Sui Zhao only stared quietly, waiting for her thoughts to settle. She stared at Zheng Yu's doorstep for a long time, asking, what if both of you are telling the truth? How do you mean that? Sui Zhao leaned against the wall, looking leisurely. His side was near a window where light streamed in from outside, shining on half his face, making his features sharp and quite handsome. Duanzi was momentarily mesmerized by his appearance, unable to gather her wits for a while. What? Have you formed any ideas? Sui Zhao asked. Hearing his voice, Duanzi snapped out of it, her face turning red instantly. No, not yet. Duanzi suddenly felt a blank moment in her mind, and forgot her previous thoughts. How was the situation that day? Sui Zhao initiated the topic. After calming down, Duanzi recounted the events to Sui Zhao, concluding with a sentence. I always feel that her ideological shift happened too quickly, so fast that it surprised me. Though I felt a bit relieved, I'm still unsettled. She's been with you for some time, and all your live streaming videos should have gone through her. Madame Meng and Master Meng were related to bringing people back from the dead. Madame Meng turned to dust, but the people saved by the Meng family brothers remained safe and sound. Perhaps she went to the Meng family, Sui Zhao said. Duanzi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with his reasoning. So shall we head to the Meng Tang family first? Sui Zhao patiently guided her. Duanzi hesitated for a second, but still nodded. There's no denying that having Sui Zhao around gave her more peace of mind. After getting into the car, she still decided to inquire with Meng Tang first. Upon receiving the call, After understanding Duanzi's purpose, Meng Tang directly informed her that Zheng Yu had spent last night at her place. However, she left early in the morning without bidding farewell, and Meng Tang didn't know her whereabouts. Duanzi asked, did she inquire about the master and apprentice matters, or the entrance? Yes. Meng Tang responded resolutely. Last night, we drank a little alcohol, but when the other party brought up this question, their gaze was too complicated, leaving a deep impression on me. She did ask me about the condition of the children in that village at the time, and whether there were others whose bodies weren't fully intact. I told her everything I knew, Meng Tang emphasized in the end. Duanzi and Sui Zhao exchanged glances, asking, so how did you respond? Was there anyone, or not? Of course not. If there was, what would that even be? We haven't even cultivated into immortals yet. Something as sinister as this, how could it possibly happen in our world? Meng Tang said without hesitation. Oh, by the way, last night she also asked me about the two master-apprentice brothers and where they are living now. You told her? Duanzi seemed to have caught on to something. Yes, I told her the location of your array. Meng Tang suddenly raised his voice. Goodness, what have I done? All right, I understand. I'll head over there. Duanzi hung up, tossing the phone to Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao. He silently picked up the phone, tying his seatbelt with unusual obedience. Song Xiaoxiao leaned forward eagerly, her hands gripping the backrest of the front seat. As soon as the car started, she was thrown backward quite a distance. She almost hit the window. Sui Zhao reacted swiftly, grabbing the back of her collar. Stay seated in the rear, buckle up, and don't keep causing unnecessary commotion. As he spoke, the car had already left the residential area. Song Xiaoxiao's face showed signs of shock, leaving her no time to retort before being pushed back into her seat due to inertia. Holding her breath, she quickly buckled up. During this time, an eerie thought crossed her mind. She might just be the first ghost in this world who needed to wear a seatbelt and managed to fasten herself. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the Meng family gate. Sui Zhao remained remarkably calm-faced, but the veins on the hand gripping the handle were bulging visibly. Are we here? Song Xiaoxiao's voice trembled weakly. Duanzi grunted in acknowledgement, immediately unfastening the seatbelt and stepping out of the car, with Sui Zhao and Song Xiaoxiao closely following. When they reached the vicinity of the array, Meng Tang pulled Duanzi aside. Master, did I cause a huge disaster this time? Uncertain, Duanzi shook his head solemnly, saying, if she appears there, it might affect the villagers. The worst outcome could be that none of them survive. Chapter 196, So-Called Obsession. It can only be said that the two master-disciple brothers Meng Lianqing should become a bit more sober and not be deceived by Zheng Yu. I am very worried now because my situation is being live-streamed. Zheng Yu knows the people and affairs of the village extremely well. If she threatens Meng Lianqing with the lives of Arya and others, everything will not end up any different. Sui Zhao's words were true yet stinging, leaving Duanzi's heart feeling half-cold. Zheng Yu truly was an excellent partner. Serving as her assistant saved Duanzi from a lot of trouble. One has to admit that Duanzi was quite dependent on the other party. Even the house she lived in now was entirely managed by the other side. But what she called care seemed to amount to nothing. After all, just a few days ago, it was her first time visiting the other's home, and she didn't even know about their romance, causing them such great love. Her thoughts were disordered, too chaotic for normal thinking. Suddenly, she felt warmth in her hand. When Duanzi looked over, she found it was Sui Zhao's hand. Don't worry, the outcome won't be as bad as you imagine, Sui Zhao said. Duanzi nodded. I hope so. Not sure whether it was due to the other's words, or simply the person themselves. Duanzi's emotions stabilized instantly, but she didn't let go of Sui Zhao's hand. The two thus walked into the formation together. Meng Tang watched speechlessly. When did these two become so close? Why hadn't he heard any whispers at all? Meeting Meng Tang's gaze, Duanzi asked, are you coming? Meng Tang hurriedly moved forward a few steps and stood next to Duanzi on the opposite side with good judgment. Go, go, go. I'm going with you. Sui Zhao shifted aside slightly, making room for the two. This change didn't go unnoticed by Meng Tang. The distinguished young master of the Sui family not only helped Duanzi handle things back and forth, but also acted so considerately. He suddenly thought that this couple was pleasing to the eye and comfortable to look at. He really felt happy for Duanzi. If it weren't for Zheng Yu's issue, he really would have wanted to gossip about the relationship between these two. While lost in his thoughts, the group had already reached the same village they had been to before. Unlike the previous times, their current landing point was somewhere extraordinarily familiar. How about it? Do you newbies have any suggestions? Duanzi suddenly joked. Sui Zhao replied. Even those who abducted us haven't said anything. We two forced ones here. What could we say? Sui Zhao replied. Even those who abducted us haven't said anything. We two forced ones here. What could we say? Yes, the kidnappers. Successfully, under Duanzi's glance, Meng Tang silently made a gesture to zip his mouth shut. Duanzi smiled at her. It's such a pity Li Sun isn't here. As for Song Xiaoxiao, who had been forgotten among them, she sharply inhaled air. So, where should we go now? Meng Tang grabbed Song Xiaoxiao. Sister. You're here too? Quick, help me say something. Song Xiaoxiao disdainfully pulled away the other's hand. No thanks. Judging by your look, you'd better remain sisters with young Master Sui. Please don't. Please don't. Meng Tang quickly embraced Song Xiaoxiao's arm. Wrong, never again. Song Xiaoxiao froze. What exactly do you want to do? Hush, please don't talk yet. Meng Tang waved his hands continuously. Let's divide into groups. We'll go to the ancestral hall. You go to the back mountain. Okay. Duanzi nodded. Just as Song Xiaoxiao was about to leave, She couldn't resist looking at the intertwined hands of the two, preparing to say something, but was covered by Meng Tang's hand. Laughing nervously, he took Song Xiaoxiao away. We're leaving first. You two continue. Continue. Duanzi frowned, following Song Xiaoxiao's line of sight toward the intertwining hands, then guiltily withdrew her own hand. Thanks for the trouble. It's my pleasure. Sui Zhao flicked his fingers gently and calmly put his hand back in his pocket, revealing an exceptionally friendly smile. Duanzi's cheeks turned slightly red, hastily turning her gaze away. Let's hurry over there. All right. Sui Zhao nodded and didn't set off immediately, but stared unblinkingly at Duanzi. Duanzi almost fled the scene. It was the moment she tilted her head that Sui Zhao noticed that her ears were red. An inexplicable urge stirred within him, and he stepped to chase after her. Although unclear about Meng Tang's intentions, the first thing Duanzi thought of after arriving at the village was the back mountain. The back mountain now seemed shrouded in a layer of black mist, heavy and frightening. Even the vibrant green on the tree tips couldn't save the atmosphere here. Zheng Yu held a knife to the neck of a child, facing off against Meng Lianqing. Even though I don't know why you understand us so well, girl, people who die can't come back to life. Moreover, as you said yourself, his soul has already left. This situation is different from Wenwen's and the other villagers. Meng Lianqing spoke earnestly. Zheng Yu tightened her grip on the knife in her hand. All you need to tell me is how to use this spiritual energy. The rest, I'll handle myself. Seeing that Wenwen's skin had already been cut open by a bloody wound, Meng Lianqing couldn't help but tightened his walking stick. Huzi shouted in excitement. Stop. Even if you harm her, the person you care about will never return. He's gone. These spiritual forces are only able to barely maintain balance. Even if he still had a soul, there's no certainty he could be saved. The words of Arya were soft and childlike, yet their meaning was incredibly cruel. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth. Why do you have so much to say? I only need the method. Besides, he hasn't left at all. People from Duanhunman had said that even if the soul was gone, she could still find out about its reincarnation through other means. They said that Diyu had already returned to normal. It was just that Ziji and the others didn't know yet. There was still hope for everything. Meng Lianqing sighed. Talismans and formation techniques require deep learning, and they aren't something I can simply pass on for good usage. If you're willing to let go of one, I will help you. How can I trust you? Zheng Yu asked. You people rely on your abilities and love to deceive others. Your words won't fool me. Yeah, are you saying the person who deceives others is me? A familiar voice came, and Zheng Yu paused momentarily. She subconsciously opened her mouth to explain. It's not you. So what if it isn't? On that day at the Lu family ancestral hall, didn't you meet someone from the Duanhunman? Duanzi didn't answer her question. Let Wenwen go, and we'll have a proper chat. I don't need your feigned concern. You'd better not come closer. Zheng Yu took a small step back and tightened her hold on Wenwen even more. Duanzi quickly shouted. Yeah, Zheng Yu. You should know that the kid in your hands is no ordinary one and wouldn't die just because of you. It's useless to hold her hostage. Can we talk properly? Chapter 197. A Lost Affection. Duanzi. I've made my decision. Regardless of whether he's alive or dead, or if he's even entered the cycle of reincarnation, I must see him one more time. Even you should not stop me. Zheng Yu's words were firm and resolute, her grip tightening further. Black blood began to trickle down Wenwen's neck. Though everyone clearly knew that Wenwen would be unharmed, their hearts still clenched in anxiety. Wenwen. Huzi suddenly turned toward Duanzi, his tone unusually tense. Sister Zizi, please help her. When Huzi saw Duanzi giving an exaggerated wink, she suddenly felt less nervous. She took a deep breath. Do we need an array or talismans? Whatever you have, give it to me. Zheng Yu responded decisively. Duanzi exchanged glances with Meng Lianqing, who sighed. I don't have any paper and pen on me to record these things. I'll go back and fetch them for you. All right. Thank you for your trouble. Duanzi nodded slightly. As Meng Lianqing left, Duanzi said, let the child go. Since I've already agreed to write it down for you, I will surely do so. Zheng Yu pursed her pale lips, steadfastly saying, no. Who knows if you'll trick me again? Aren't you tired holding her like that? According to Meng Tang, last night you drank wine with her all night, and then came here this morning. You probably haven't eaten anything, have you? Though Wenwen weighs as much as a child, carrying clothes around while shopping is exhausting too, isn't it? Duanzi's voice remained gentle. Can you tell me what you plan to do after obtaining the method? Do you intend to resurrect him or find his reincarnation? Don't ask so many questions. No matter what you say, I won't change my mind. Zheng Yu replied. Yes, I won't stop you either. I just want to know if this might harm you, Duanzi said. Even though our initial cooperation was a lie, we've spent enough time together. I've been signed with Liu Yanap for half a year now. Don't you know me well enough yet? Zheng Yu clearly seemed touched, loosening her grip on the knife by a few centimeters. Yeah, you need to understand. Wenwen and others have special constitutions. They can neither die nor be injured. You can check her yourself. Her wounds have already healed by now. Why do you think we are standing against you like this? Haven't you realized yet? Meng Tang's words caused Zheng Yu to become tense once again. Duanzi suddenly felt a headache and couldn't help but rub her temples. It makes sense, rest assured. She sighed as such. Zheng Yu's gaze swept over several people before landing on Sui Zhao. Her expression clearly asked, how did you get up? Sui Zhao smiled at her. I've been undergoing rehabilitation for a long time. Miss Zheng, no need to be surprised. After hearing this, Duanzi turned back to look at Sui Zhao, who gave her a nod and then addressed Zheng Yu. I heard you decided to work for Duanzi because of me? What? Do you deny it? Zheng Yu's expression turned colder. You're just a scammer. Who knows when your leg actually got better? There was some sarcasm in her tone. Sui Zhao chuckled. Then there's something I'd like to ask Miss Zhang. If you're so concerned about Duanzi being deceived, why are you still distancing yourself from her? Is it because you're unsure in your own heart? A flicker of panic flashed across Zhang Yu's face. Duanzi and Sui Zhao shared a tacit glance, and she stepped forward slightly. Yeah, whatever it is, just say it, and we'll solve it together. Even if the master can't help, don't I count? Meng Tang puffed out his chest, guaranteeing. And I am your close friend who chats gossip with you. You cannot despise me. Song Xiaoxiao also chimed in. Exactly. Isn't there anything we can't solve together? We're good sisters who share life and death. Zhang Yu was visibly moved, but, seemingly remembering something, put the knife back on Wenwen's neck. Wenwen, having cooperated with acting to exhaustion, truly appeared skeletal thin, finding the pressure painful. She couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Oh, and the others could no longer bear to act. He quietly asked Hu Zi, when does this end? Upon his question, the other 6 people all looked at Hu Zi. Shoo, don't all look at me. Hu Zi pulled him aside. Act well, maybe we can stay with Sister Zizi a little longer. Duanzi noted all of this in her mind, realizing how amusing Meng Lianqing really was. What are you thinking about? Sui Zhao suddenly leaned in close, his warm breath brushing against Duanzi's ear, causing her face to flush bright red. She took a hurried step back as if escaping. If you want to talk, just talk. Why do you have to get so close? I'm not deaf. The crowd. Why does everyone feel like an awkward third wheel? What exactly are the two of you here for? Meng Tang sidled up next to Duanzi and said softly. Have you forgotten the main issue? It was because of this one sentence that Zhang Yu snapped out of her CP shippering reverie. Cough, cough. I've heard that the underworld is doing quite well. This single sentence finally drew everyone's attention towards her. I just want to see him. Perhaps due to their overly affectionate exchange earlier, it had stirred Zhang Yu's emotions. She stopped insisting on needing an array or talismans and voiced her actual request. All eyes once again turned to Duanzi. Duanzi was confused for a moment and said, you should know more about this than I do. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not from your world. It took me a lot of effort to figure out what's going on here. I pieced together the truth myself, so there's no way I could know more than any of you. Sui Zhao moved to stand next to Duanzi. I've also heard about this matter. However, it's Li family's expertise. If they haven't explicitly stated anything, then it's likely still far from fruition. Miss Zhang, isn't it risky to blindly believe others? What qualifications do you have to criticize me like that? Zhang Yu frowned and retorted. Duanzi's lies could fill up the Pacific Ocean, and you're no better either. Meng Tang lightly coughed. So master, have you ever deceived me? Duanzi instinctively dodged the question. No. Do you even believe yourself saying that? How disingenuous of you, Meng Tang asked softly. But with her involvement, the conversation became lighter. When Duanzi looked at Zhang Yu, she noticed a faint upward curve of Zhang Yu's lips. This was even more confusing. Clearly, Zhang Yu didn't hate her much. She was fully aware of the situation in the village but deliberately kidnapped a child who could neither die nor be harmed. As Duanzi stared into Zhang Yu's eyes, the latter quickly blinked her left eye. Chapter 198. What to come back with? Duanzi was taken aback for a moment, wanting to take a closer look, but the other person's expression turned cold again. What does it mean? Who is this performance for? For the Broken Soul sect? But if that's the case, she had many chances to tell me the truth. Could it be that someone used something to threaten her? While Duanzi thought about it, her hands unconsciously began to calculate. Sui Zhao cast a glance at her hand and said slowly, how about, when we have nothing to do, we exercise our brains more often instead of calculating right away? Isn't it possible that doing so may shorten one's lifespan? TSK, what do you know? If there's any problem with the methods from my clan, then they would indeed be flawed. But these are things I learned from fortune tellers. While they aren't guaranteed to hit the mark 100% of the time, they're still fairly accurate. And this is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors. It absolutely will not be wrong. Duanzi said, casually patting the other person's shoulder as if they were old buddies. Sui Zhao hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. If you've got it figured out in your heart, that's fine. Duanzi's attention also shifted to Sui Zhao, and she asked, what's the matter? You've just started getting along better with me, and now you're questioning my profession. Who? Me? How could I dare question Miss Duan's expertise since I don't have the qualification? Right. Sui Zhao smiled and said gently. Duanzi immediately put on an insincere smile, lowering her voice. How much do you know about the Broken Soul sect? How many methods of control within their sect do you understand? Meeting her smile, Sui Zhao's eyes darkened slightly. I don't know much, but I'm still clear on some methods of control, like talismans, spirit bugs, or even family members. Family members? Duanzi hesitated for a moment. However, whether it's through genuine fortune-telling for her or data she gathered herself, there were no mentions of family members inside. But what if it's about the Lu family? Duanzi's gaze suddenly sharpened as she looked toward Zhang Yu. Do you need the talismans and formations for yourself or for the Lu family? What difference does it make? Zhang Yu pursed her lips. No matter who it's for, doesn't Lu Zong need to be brought back to life? Perhaps exhausted, Zhang Yu placed Wenwen directly on the ground. I can see clearly now that none of you sincerely want to save her, just like how you deceived me back then. There was resentment in Zhang Yu's tone. Duanzi paused, saying, I can explain this matter, don't take it. Duanzi, I'm different from you. I grew up in an orphanage since childhood, and every step I've reached today is the result of my own efforts. But now I regret it. All I want is the life of the person I love. Even if there's no way to bring him back, just catching a glimpse would be good enough. Tears misted Zhang Yu's eyes. Meng Tang was fretting over the standoff between the two when she turned around and saw Meng Lianxing walking over calmly with paper and pen. She became so agitated she rushed over and snatched the paper and pen. Your leg is injured. Can't you let a child go instead? You've really given me quite a scare. Head of the house. Meng Lianxing stopped her. If this falls into the hands of the Broken Soul sect, it may not end well. You should try to persuade Miss Duan later. Understood. Meng Tang pondered for a brief moment before taking the items and walking off. Don't worry, my master certainly knows what he's doing. Master. Meng Tang called out loudly as she ran over and handed the pen and paper to Duanzi. Duanzi started drawing directly on the ground, though disdain filled her heart. Do people here truly believe knowing some formation techniques and talisman drawings means they can perfectly apply them? It's almost like dreaming. Seeing her unable to draw anything after several tries, Sui Zhao stood up, making her place the paper on his back for her to draw. The paper was still covered with mud. Duanzi felt somewhat sorry since the other person was still a young master. She coughed lightly. Isn't this improper? After all, you're still a young master. So what do you suggest? Sui Zhao grinned sarcastically. You can wait, but Zheng Yu might not be able to. Duanzi glanced at Zheng Yu and then rubbed her nose. All right, let's do it your way. I want to see what they're up to. Sui Zhao bent over, offering his back to Duanzi, who without delay treated him like a desk and drew various curved patterns on it. She also wrote quite a few words on the side. Meng Tang peered closely but couldn't understand a thing. She hissed and asked, what do you understand? To make it work, it still relies on the wisdom of our ancestors. Otherwise, why aren't your talismans as effective as mine? By the time her words were done, Duanzi had finished writing. She patted Sui Zhao's shoulder. Done. All right, let me take a look, Sui Zhao said as he straightened up and took the paper from Duanzi's hands. I wonder if he can really understand it or not. While Duanzi was thinking this, she couldn't help but lean in closer. Sui Zhao was reading it with great interest when he sensed a shadow coming near him and suddenly looked up. The distance between them was so close that it left much to the imagination. If this were any other occasion, Zheng Yu might have already started daydreaming, but given the current situation, he truly couldn't indulge in fantasies. She quickly strode forward and snatched the piece of paper from Sui Zhao's hand, accidentally tearing off a small corner. Only then did Sui Zhao and Duanzi turn back, with Sui Zhao glancing at the small part of the paper with writing still left on his hand. All right, I've got what I need. You guys carry on doing whatever you want, Zheng Yu said as though she didn't give it a second thought, directly shoving the item into her bosom. The two exchanged glances, and Sui Zhao quietly slipped the small torn part into his pocket. After today, will we still be friends? Duanzi licked her dry lips, her voice slightly hoarse. Zheng Yu closed her eyes for a moment, let out a sneer, and said, what kind of friends? When did I ever know I had any? With that, she turned around and walked away without looking back. After hearing her words, everyone present furrowed their brows. Song Xiaoxiao wanted to step forward to say something, but Meng Tang held her back, shaking her head subtly. Sui Zhao walked over to Duanzi and put an arm around her shoulder. If she doesn't want to be your friend, what's there to talk about with her? Even though Duanzi knew that the other person had a plan, her heart was still hurting a lot. What's this? Miss Duan has never lost a friend before. Then how could you be so carefree when you broke ties with Chu Jin back then? Sui Zhao's words were tinged with sarcasm. Excuse me, who is Chu Jin anyway? That person meant absolutely nothing to her. Why would she possibly miss him? But this person right here, this was someone they had genuinely gotten along with up until now. That was real emotion. Interrupted by his comment, Duanzi managed to hold back her tears. You're really something, Duanzi muttered softly, not forgetting to shoot him a glare. Chapter 199, Better Not to Meet Again. Do you still remember the child we talked about before? Sui Zhao asked. Duanzi didn't catch on right away. Which child was he talking about? She couldn't help but pause for a while. After a long time, she finally remembered something and asked Sui Zhao. Is there any new news? Yes. Her younger brother passed away in a car accident, and her family all blame her. This girl is not doing well at all. Sui Zhao's voice was gentle, with a hint of magnetism, which left Duanzi's ears inexplicably tingling. Duanzi coughed lightly. You mentioned a big deal back then. Surely it wasn't this thing, was it? It's not. I didn't do this. Sui Zhao said. Killing has its consequences, and I believe in that. Meng Tang couldn't help but move closer and asked. Which kid? Is there anything where I might be of help? No. None. Duanzi and Sui Zhao were unusually in sync. Meng Tang slightly tilted her head, her expression filled with curiosity. Duanzi felt strange and rolled her shoulders a bit, pinching her earlobe unconsciously. Ahem. What expressions are these? The matter is too complicated. If not for some connection, I wouldn't want to get involved. All right, once I've dealt with it, I'll tell you everything from beginning to end, guaranteed no regrets for you. All right, Duanzi added upon seeing Meng Tang's skeptical face. Meng Tang reluctantly responded. Okay, I'm waiting for your good news. I still have something private to say to my little sister. Carry on, please. Then, she dragged Song Xiaoxiao away. Song Xiaoxiao was utterly confused and couldn't help looking back at Duanzi, only to be pulled over by Meng Tang. What are you looking at? Don't we have plenty of things to discuss? Her eyes were brimming with gossip, leaving Song Xiaoxiao quite exhausted. She said, if I commit any crime, let the law punish me, not some kind of idle gossip. Hush, keep your voice down. Do you know how sharp my master's hearing is? Meng Tang whispered. As the two walked away awkwardly, Duanzi also started feeling uncomfortable. She bid farewell to Meng Lianxing and others and left with Sui Zhao. The two remained silent until they got into the car. Duanzi asked Sui Zhao, if one day I walk on a bewildering path, would you trust me as much as I trust Zheng Yu? Do you trust her? Sui Zhao asked. His expression was unusually serious. Duanzi glanced at him and leaned toward his ear, whispering, "How could I not trust her when she has done so much?" Then, she winked at Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao's expression blanked for a moment. "I know you're pretty, but must you blatantly flirt with me just because of Zheng Yu?" Duanzi suspected she had heard wrong, and her expression toward Sui Zhao was full of bewilderment. "Are you talking nonsense?" "Not really. Does Mr. Sui even know what women are, or something? Can we speak properly?" After saying that, Duanzi stepped on the gas without even greeting him. Sui Zhao was startled, eyes wide open. "I was just joking around with you. What are you planning to do? Listen up. If you keep acting like this, you'll soon run out of friends." A word from Sui Zhao triggered Duanzi's anger completely, and she sped off. Sui Zhao complained, "Not that I have issues, but are you done already? I was only teasing. Watch out. Red light. Red light." Annoyed by his chatter, Duanzi suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping near the white line. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Why haven't I noticed before how chatty you actually are?" "What? Are you calling someone chatty?" Sui Zhao stared at Duanzi for a while, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Care to repeat that?" Duanzi looked back at him, smiling. "Who said that?" "Thank you, feel threatened." Sui Zhao crossed his arms. "My people haven't acted yet. That child got hit by a car accidentally." "You switched topics pretty quickly," Duanzi commented while glancing at the traffic lights, then slowly drove the car. Seeing her demeanor, Sui Zhao detailed the situation he learned. That day, the girl was sent by her parents to buy soy sauce. Her younger brother insisted on following her. She refused, but her brother threatened to throw away her books and soak them in water. Unable to resist, she took her brother along. According to her account, her brother wanted a balloon. So, she bought one for him. When she returned, her brother was gone. She found him after searching, but the disaster had already happened. When the mother arrived, she slapped the girl directly. The girl fell hard to the ground due to the force of the blow. Many people tried to calm her down, but she was extremely agitated, as if she wanted to kill the little girl. It was only after everyone's repeated persuasion that the child's mother finally stopped. "I didn't foresee this calamity." Speaking these words, Duanzi slowly parked in front of Sui's residence. "Do you need me to take you inside?" "Of course, I've walked too much today. Thanks for your trouble, Miss Duan." Sui Zhao gestured to the gatekeeper, who immediately opened the gate and welcomed them in. The two had originally said their farewells, and Duanzi was supposed to leave, but she was truly worried about the little girl and decided to go see her personally. However, because of Duanzi's live streaming activities, the little girl had already returned to the courtyard, becoming a true high school student attending a boarding school. She was now heading to Zhu school. The security guard seemed somewhat familiar. She approached him and asked, "Excuse me, sir, I'm looking for someone named Zhu. Could you let the teacher know?" "Oh, the one you mentioned, Zhu. She left on leave this morning. Her mom came to pick her up." The elderly guard smiled cheerfully, giving the impression he had a good temper. Duanzi nodded. "Are you sure that person was her mother?" "Yes, absolutely sure. Her head teacher approved it, so there can't be a mistake." The guard pointed to the surveillance monitor. "If you don't believe me, you can check the footage." No, I just want to confirm." Duanzi waved her hand. "Since that's the case, I'll have to find her at home." "Thank you, sir." Not at all. The guard waved his hand enthusiastically. As Duanzi walked far away, she suddenly remembered the old man guarding the tomb and couldn't help but turn around to look. He had already returned to his post. Could it be that I mistook him for someone else? Duanzi scratched her head. Old men all look alike under heaven, it seems. Chapter 200, Selling a Daughter. When Duanzi arrived, she saw a skinny, frail-looking woman enthusiastically talking to a full-figured woman who was pulling her along. The full-figured woman occasionally glanced at the trembling little girl standing nearby. Duanzi had listened from the corner for quite some time before realizing that they were buyer and seller discussing the price of the little girl as if she were a piece of merchandise. Duanzi's frown deepened so much it could have crushed a fly. Just as the woman reached out with her fat hand to touch the little girl's face, Duanzi suddenly coughed loudly. All eyes immediately turned to Duanzi. She spoke softly. "Excuse me, are you selling your daughter?" "Hey, how rude. Who said I'm selling my daughter?" The skinny woman screeched, nearly rupturing Duanzi's eardrums. "Pretty sister," Duanzi waved with a smile. "There's no need to be so harsh. This little girl is so beautiful. Wouldn't it be better not to sell her?" "I was just about to." "Sister," Duanzi pulled the woman a bit further away. "Look at that woman over there. Does she seem like someone easy to deal with? You're getting entangled with her unnecessarily. If you sell your daughter to her, it'll be a one-time deal and you'll never get another cent from her." "Understand? You mean, if I sell my daughter to you, it won't be a one-time deal?" A flicker of shrewdness crossed the woman's eyes. "You're partly right," Duanzi rubbed her nose. "If you don't want to, then forget what I said." As soon as she finished speaking, the other party fell unconscious. The full-figured woman was obviously startled by this sudden action and instinctively called for help. Duanzi grinned at her. "I've heard many people are in this business. I wonder how many girls have passed through your hands." The woman took a small step back. "What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying." "Relax, I've already recorded everything you two just said. Relevant authorities are on their way." Duanzi smiled cruelly. At this remark, the woman attempted to flee, but who was Duanzi? Her hands moved quickly, and in no time, she had knocked the woman unconscious. From the moment Zhu saw her, a glimmer of hope lit up her despairing eyes. Now she finally cried out, "ZZ, I've seen you before." "So what?" Duanzi laughed. "You've got some nerve daring to kill your own younger brother, kid." "I didn't." Zhu teared up. "The only person in my family who truly cared for me was my younger brother. Though he could be a bit selfish, I never hated him. That's all well and good, Duanzi responded. But I can see right through whether you're telling the truth or not. Regardless, I still hope you can go down to the station and explain things clearly, then return to school and focus on your studies. Just as she finished speaking, Zhao Ying and Shui Yuan appeared within view. Oh, familiar faces, Duanzi greeted them with a grin. Haven't seen you in days, but how come you're now handling civil disputes? Zhao Ying and Shui Yuan exchanged a glance and looked away. It seemed these two had quite the grudge between them. Duanzi's smile deepened. All right, I'm confident handing this over to the two of you. It's inappropriate for me to interfere anyway. Before leaving, she patted Zhao Ying's shoulder. Not bad, uncle, setting a pretty good example. Shui Yuan unintentionally caught wind of the comment and blurted. What kind of example? What's it got to do with you? Zhao Ying coldly remarked. This single sentence successfully enraged Shui Yuan. Are you kidding? If it weren't for you, would I have been transferred from the major case unit here? Nope, you ended up here because of your own stupidity. I'm just the poor sap dragged into it. Zhao Ying replied with a sardonic smile. Duanzi shook her head continuously but decided against joining the squabble any longer. Thankfully, Zhao Ying knew his priorities and began questioning Zhu Ran. Since Duanzi had intervened, it must be more than just a minor case. Zhu Ran stared at Duanzi's retreating figure for a long while and made a resolution. Someday, she would stand behind Duanzi and become her comrade in arms. Duanzi could feel an intense gaze following her every move. But so what? Having settled one personal matter, it was time to go home and catch some sleep. On the other side, Sui Zhao worried. So he sent someone to guard Zheng Yu's whereabouts and ensure immediate updates. Sui Yu was also busy running around, having hardly rested at all. Master, isn't this something that Miss Duan could figure out with her calculations? Why do I have to watch over it? He finally let out a complaint. Sui Zhao didn't even glance at him as he said, human lifespans are only so many years. If she keeps calculating, she might not live past 50 and will be reporting to the underworld. Master, when you're with Miss Duan, is your mouth just as venomous? Sui Yu couldn't help but comment. As soon as those words left his mouth, a sharp glare from Sui Zhao pierced through him. Sui Yu swallowed hard and took a small step back. What I mean is, how I speak to Miss Duan, others may not know, but surely you do. If you say anything more irrelevant, I'll send you to Y country to mine. Sui Zhao's tone was unapologetic. Sui Yu gave a dry laugh. Master, I was just concerned about the relationship between the two of you, right? There's no need for you to get so angry. I understand. I'll go keep an eye on things for you, and I won't miss a single clue. A moonless, windy night, perfect for arson and murder. Zheng Yu walked down the road, her mind consumed by these words. You've come. Suddenly, a distant streetlight flickered on, revealing a cloaked figure standing beneath it. That's quite dramatic. This thought popped into Zheng Yu's mind, but her words were practical. You said if I bring the map, you'll tell me where Lu Zong is going. The goods still need to be inspected first. The voice from the other side was raspy and sounded very uncomfortable to the ears. Zheng Yu immediately handed over the paper. The figure glanced at it and asked, why is a corner missing? That corner is in the hands of Master Sui. This is what I managed to snatch. Zheng Yu bit her lip. If you're not satisfied, I can go and snatch it back for you. No need, I can handle it myself. The person replied rather kindly. Chapter 201, Fu Miao Miao goes viral again. Hearing the other party speak this way, Zheng Yu immediately let out a breath of relief but still added cautiously. Then, why don't you just go straight to Duanzi? The missing part might just be half a character. Perhaps there is no need for us to necessarily know. The red mask of that person appeared particularly striking under the light. He took a few steps forward, leaning his body slightly, whispering lightly in Zheng Yu's ear. Your mission has been completed. Knowing too much isn't good. Zheng Yu dodged to the side and replied, I understand. All right, the Lu family owes me something, and you've already helped me repay it. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for Lu Zong, the masked man said slowly. Can I find out where he was reincarnated? Zheng Yu asked anxiously. The gaze from beneath the mask changed momentarily, but the tone wasn't as serious as before. It's not yet his time. Once there's any news, I will contact you. Zheng Yu clenched her fists tightly, but had no position or qualification to say anything more, and so she could only leave dejectedly. When she got home, the first thing she did was call Duanzi. Sitting perfectly upright, she anxiously waited for the phone to be answered. A short minute made Zheng Yu feel as though thorns were pricking her back. What if Duanzi doesn't pick up my call? What should I do? Hello. The voice on the other end wasn't Duanzi's. Sung Xiao. Zheng Yu asked after a brief moment of surprise. Sung Xiao hesitated for a moment, looking at the note on her phone, and said, Aren't you? Just wait a second. Zizi, it's your phone. Duanzi was taking a nap in a rocking chair at that moment. Hearing Sung Xiao's voice without even opening her eyes, she lazily raised her eyelids slightly and asked, What's up? Speak. Sung Xiao covered the phone microphone and whispered softly, It's Sister Yu. It seemed as though Duanzi didn't hear what she said and simply gestured her hand toward Sung Xiao. Give it here, let me listen. Her voice sounded far from fully awake. In order to act quickly, Sung Xiao activated the speakerphone feature. Hello. Duanzi answered with a nasal tone, her speech still a bit slow. Zheng Yu stayed silent for a moment before saying, Zizi, I'm sorry. Everyone has their own attachments. This can't really be blamed on you. Duanzi's tone remained sticky and thick. Are you not curious about who received the item? Zheng Yu frowned. And the reason behind why I acted this way? I already know it was because of someone. No matter who it was for, Missing a single character feels like being off by miles. Duanzi said. Thus, the missing corner was indeed important. You put it away back then without even checking. I knew you had it figured out. After pausing briefly and hearing no sound from the other end, she asked, well, things have been clarified enough. What are your plans next? In every respect, I can no longer continue as an assistant. Zhongyu said, Xiao needs to learn some skills now. Give her a hint to attend class tomorrow. With that, she hung up the phone directly. Sung Xiao, still staring at her phone. She clearly hadn't processed the situation yet. After a while, she asked, Zizi, do I have to go? Of course. Otherwise, who will edit my videos? Surely you're not suggesting I do it myself. Duanzi questioned. Sung Xiao looked extremely reluctant, but realized since she was eating and drinking at someone else's expense, she really couldn't refuse and would just have to bear the burden herself. Duanzi quietly peeked at her with half-closed eyes, and seeing Sung Xiao's utterly disheartened face, suddenly became more intrigued. Why the glum look? Didn't you major in this field? Now when I ask you to do professional work, how come you're unhappy about it? Where did you hear that? Sung Xiao suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Didn't you tell me yourself? Duanzi said guiltlessly. What's wrong? Do you expect me to figure everything out with finger-counting magic or something? Sung Xiao's expression blanked for a moment. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the doorbell ring. She glanced at Duanzi, then at the direction of the door, and finally reluctantly trudged towards it. Upon seeing Chu Zheng, Sung Xiao vanished on the spot. Chu Zheng. If not for his sharp eyesight, he wouldn't have caught even the shadow of anyone passing by. Zhang Yi nudged Chu Zheng with his elbow. Did you see something just now? I thought I saw a white shadow. It feels eerie around here, doesn't it? Make sure you protect me once we go inside. Chu Zheng stepped back slightly. Do you remember that ghost girl beside Duanzi? Sure. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly. Was that white shadow just now her? Didn't think someone I failed to remember would be remembered by you already. Chu Zheng suddenly didn't know what to say. Our purpose here today is actually for Zizi to help drive out the evil spirits from my friend's house. I couldn't resist your persistent badgering, so I agreed and brought you along. Just make sure not to talk nonsense, especially about Fu Miao. Zhang Yi reminded worriedly. Chu Zheng thought his companion was too talkative, and he didn't want to say another word to him. At the same time, Sui Zhao at the Sui residence also caught wind of the situation and rushed over without delay. Sui Yu finished explaining the situation to Sui Engua, and upon turning around, found that their young master had already gone missing. He paused for a moment. What happened? It's just different now that his legs are fully recovered. Long time no see, Mr. Chu. Sui Zhao's voice carried an air of mockery. Chu Zheng instinctively frowned, noticing that the other party was standing on two perfectly healthy legs. So, Mr. Sui's legs have healed? Congratulations. Thank you. But, I just can't understand why your ex-girlfriend is still on the hot search list, yet you still have the leisure to visit the home of a former company artist. Sui Zhao's smile grew broader, his eyes gleaming with more than a hint of schadenfreude. Chu Zheng glanced at Zhang Yi, who hesitated for a second. Your ex-girlfriend? Why are you looking at me? Right now, I'm also a successful person, busy with my own work and career. Why would I bother paying attention to her? Even as he said this, he pulled out his phone and took a look. His expression immediately turned serious. He scratched his cheek and handed the phone to Chu Zheng. I think you should know this. Just then, the door abruptly opened, revealing Sung Xiao, looking entirely reluctant. Zhang Yi glanced between the door and the phone in his hand, then slowly said, You go first. Look at it on your own phone. I'll go inside first. You two can chat slowly. And with that, he walked right into the house without looking back. Chu Zheng gritted his teeth, opened his phone, glanced at the trending topic, and his face darkened instantly. What exactly does this woman want to do? Chapter 202, Heart Illness. Duanzi was half asleep when she noticed a shadow and called out with a laugh, Zhang Yi. I'm here. Zhang Yi replied excitedly. Duanzi was naturally pretty, and her slightly half-closed eyes gave her an air of languid beauty. She asked lazily, What's up? Was it necessary for you to come all this way? Couldn't you have just messaged me on WeChat? Well, isn't this more sincere? Zhang Yi kept smiling politely, but inside, he was seething with frustration. If Duanzi hadn't blocked him, he might not even be here now. Duanzi gave him a sideways glance and mumbled, That's just your heart illness. There's nothing worth talking about. Go back and stop overthinking. Everything will be fine. Before Zhang Yi could open his mouth, she continued, Money transfer to Xiao. She casually pointed in a direction. Zhang Yi. He resigned himself, turned around, and scanned the floating payment code in midair. This trip ended up being fruitless, and he even lost a lot of money. With a long face, he hesitated whether to say something else, but then saw Duanzi sit upright. Her gaze toward him held a hint of surprise. When did you come in? When the door was open, I just walked in. You even told me before that what I asked had to do with heart illness, not something random. Don't you remember? Zhang Yi looked at Duanzi, then towards the doorway. Duanzi rubbed her eyes, yawned, and said, There should probably be something like that. But anyway, there's nothing major going on with your family recently, so you don't need to worry. But it wasn't actually my family I was asking about. It's someone else's house. A friend's. Zhang Yi muttered. Did you visit their house recently? Duanzi couldn't stand his stuttering and cut him off directly. No, Zhang Yi blurted out. Duanzi nodded and said, Then have your friend call me or send me a video so I can see what's really going on. He might find it inconvenient. Zhang Yi looked quite troubled. He has a bit of a tendency towards lust, and I'm worried that if he sees you, he'll be tempted by your beauty. That would make things difficult for both of us later. Duanzi nodded again. Then let your friend send a video. The rest can be discussed later. Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly, but thought about the money he'd already transferred and couldn't help feeling the sting. Sister Zizi, I've already paid you earlier. Do I need to pay again? After hearing this, Duanzi glanced at Song Xiaoxiao beside her, who smiled slightly. Yes, the payment has indeed been made. Duanzi twirled her fingers and asked, did you bring Chu Jing too? Yes, he's waiting outside. But there were some other issues that caused delays. Zhang Yi said nervously. Duanzi nodded. All right, then the remaining payment can wait for your friend. Okay, no problem, Zhang Yi responded, still bringing up the topic hesitantly. Then, Sister Zizi, could you take me off the blacklist? If not, I won't be able to contact you when there's any news, right? There's no need. Just add Xiao Xiao on WeChat. Any future matters can be dealt with through her. Duanzi reached behind Zhang Yi and grabbed something. Zhang Yi looked at the familiar yet strange phone and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Duanzi had already displayed her friend code. At this point, what choice did he have left? Clearly none. Seeing him add her as a friend, she waved her hand briefly. All right, you can go now. Zhang Yi, isn't all this happening a little too fast? On his way out, he still looked confused. Did he lose 5,000 just like that? And from the very beginning, he didn't even ask for her predictions, did he? Song Xiaoxiao stared at his retreating figure for a long time and finally turned to ask Duanzi. Zizi, aren't we being a little excessive here? What excessive? Duanzi asked. Isn't this considered fraud? Song Xiaoxiao asked further. Duanzi shook her head. What fraud? His friend is far from being a good person. So, you're predicting his fortune without the other person's permission? Song Xiaoxiao asked. Duanzi's expression turned subtle. When he eventually uses this prediction, he'll thank me. Song Xiaoxiao still looked perplexed, but according to recent appearances, it doesn't look like he'll face any calamities soon. Not bad, your observation skills are improving. Duanzi patted her shoulder. Lately, there may not be any misfortune, but he will encounter very confusing matters, which will affect his path ahead. Your words don't sound like guidance at all. Song Xiaoxiao scratched her head. Duanzi laughed. Isn't it because we've added each other on WeChat? When he can't figure things out later, he'll definitely come to ask you. Once you're asked, won't I know too? So, you mean I'm the one being sold out? Song Xiaoxiao pointed at herself. Duanzi laughed again. What are you talking about? This money is going to you. Consider it as psychological counseling fee. Song Xiaoxiao's face turned red. Not that. I haven't even sorted out my situation with Sui Yu yet. Who could I? Hey, you shouldn't say that. I'm not matchmaking for you. So why are you getting shy? Duanzi teased a bit. Could it be that you really have feelings for Sui Yu? Don't joke around with me anymore, or I'll return the money. Song Xiaoxiao firmly said. Duanzi snorted. All right, return it if you want. But I need to tell you clearly, doing good deeds benefits your practice greatly. Don't neglect it, okay? She poked her ears and walked toward the door. There had been constant noise outside since just now. Although she couldn't hear what was being said, it was quite disturbing. What's the matter? Can't you two discuss this at home instead of right in front of my house? Duanzi's voice carried far. The two people chatting looked over toward Duanzi simultaneously. Even though she was still some distance from the entrance, she immediately recognized Chu Zheng's face. She couldn't help exclaiming unlucky in her heart and immediately turned around and left. Zizi, Chu Zheng instinctively called out. Duanzi clenched her molars and forced a smile while turning back. Who are you calling? I'm not even worthy to be considered your friend. This sentence froze Chu Zheng on the spot. TSK, this house is still too close to the gate. It should be built further away. With that thought, Duanzi headed back inside. Mr. Chu, if Miss Duan doesn't want you as a guest, why insist? Sui Zhao interjected at the right moment. Chapter 203, I like it this way. After hearing Sui Zhao's words, Chu Zheng raised the corner of his mouth. Young Master Sui has misunderstood me. I'm not that rude person. But you also heard clearly just now that Zhang Yi's matter hasn't resulted yet. I merely wanted to wait for the outcome. Is that so? Sui Zhao smiled and immediately pressed the doorbell. Otherwise, you can keep waiting outside? Duanzi, who was halfway through her journey, came back furiously after a while. Her face was red with anger, and her lips were pouted high. Sui Zhao found it amusing and reached out to pat her hair. You rushed off earlier, and I didn't get a chance to ask you to open the door for me. What's the matter? Sleep wasn't fully understood before Zhang Yi had woken up by yelling like a fool. Even though her tone was somewhat impatient, she did not avoid his hand. Perhaps it was because the warmth in his palm was too inviting. I need your help. Sui Zhao's smile didn't fade as he retracted his hand. Duanzi didn't beat around the bush either. She opened the door straight away. Come in. Zhang Yi, who waited in the car for Chu Zheng but did not see him come, stood frozen for a moment. Just as Chu Zheng was about to follow in, he abruptly pulled the person over. What are you doing? He deliberately lowered his voice, glancing at them subtly. They obviously exude the sour smell of love. Why would you follow? You haven't even resolved the issue with your ex-girlfriend yet. What does her matter have to do with me? Did I ask her to go eat and drink with others? Or did I suggest she go to a hotel with someone else? Chu Zheng spoke with rising fury. Coupled with the sudden closing of the door right before his eyes, an unprecedented sense of frustration overwhelmed him. His gaze towards Zhang Yi therefore brimmed with utmost unfriendliness. Zhang Yi, this truly can't be blamed on me. He let go and stepped back slightly, saying, No, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought it degrading to barge in like this. Chu Zheng made an effort to breathe deeply multiple times before finally calming down enough to speak. If you hadn't been jabbering so much and stayed in the car a bit longer, I wouldn't have gotten this upset. But if you go inside now, it'll obviously be self-degradation, said Zhang Yi. Chu Zheng's expression blanked momentarily. The other side indeed had a good point, yet his heart felt exceptionally heavy. Brother Zhang, it's not that I look down on you. Frankly speaking, regretting now is far too undignified, said Zhang Yi, slapping his chest. I tried advising you repeatedly then, but you told me not to talk nonsense. Now that you're regretting it, they definitely won't bother dealing with you. Chu Zheng blanked out momentarily, muttering. You seem pretty knowledgeable now. I've always been this understanding. Brother Zhang, you must believe me, Zhang Yi continued. You either take some actions and try to reconcile properly. Your attitude, just storming into someone's home, is indeed not appropriate. Chu Zheng solemnly nodded and turned toward the direction of the car. Zhang Yi hurriedly caught up. Brother Zhang, wait for me. Do you not have legs? Chu Zheng disdainfully remarked. If you run so fast, who could possibly catch up? Zhang Yi murmured as he got into the car. In the yard, Duanzi remained silent throughout the journey, while Sui Zhao paid constant attention to her movements, fearful that she might trip without noticing. A cold wind blew, causing Duanzi to shiver. Suddenly, a clear and cold sandalwood fragrance directly seeped into Duanzi's nostrils, accompanied by warmth on her shoulders. Looking back, Duanzi saw Sui Zhao tilting his head slightly with a lingering smile on his lips. He said, Not wearing a jacket in this season. Are you waiting for me to visit you in the hospital? It's not that severe. Duanzi nervously rubbed her nose. For unknown reasons, she genuinely felt her nose becoming quite uncomfortable. Go back and drink some cold medicine for prevention. Sui Zhao's voice was very magnetic. The proximity to Duanzi's ear made her blush again uncontrollably. She recited purification mantras silently and jumped several steps away, sprinting out so fast that it rivaled a 100-meter dash. Sui Zhao chuckled lightly and couldn't help but shake his head. What's wrong? You're concerned about your health now. You should hurry over as well. Once we return, I'll take off my coat and give it to you. Don't want you catching a cold and blaming me. Duanzi's voice was somewhat trembling. Sui Zhao took several long strides forward and quickly caught up with Duanzi. All right, I won't blame you. Duanzi. She hadn't expected that her speed would be matched in just a few steps. Reminiscing about the scene below Zheng Yu's house, indeed. Duanzi nervously rubbed her nose. Today's matter, thank you. What matter? Sui Zhao leaned his body slightly forward, his smile full of interest. Duanzi coughed lightly. Thank you for helping me keep that scumbag outside. If he had come in, I would have vomited to death. Is he that disgusting? Sui Zhao's gaze was deep and serious. Duanzi didn't dare to look at him directly, fearing she would be drawn into those unfathomable eyes. TSK, he really was. She didn't know what spell had been cast over her recently, but those unusual feelings were becoming increasingly apparent. Come inside and slowly chat over a cup of hot tea, said Duanzi. Sui Zhao retracted his gaze and replied with a simple, okay. In fact, the two did indeed pour water and drink it, not exchanging a single word throughout. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel awkward, always thinking she should say something to liven up the atmosphere. But the relationship between these two was far too subtle. Until little Triflower strutted with an air of superiority, jumped onto the table, and then without any regard for anyone else, drank all the water from Duanzi's cup. Whose cat is this? Sui Zhao asked. Duanzi looked at him, then shoved little Triflower towards Sui Zhao. If you like her, I'll give her to you. Little Triflower. So high and mighty, are you? How does giving me away benefit you? Meeting little Triflower's eyes, which carried a slight resentment, Duanzi couldn't help but twitch her lips. Why are you looking at me? Keeping you costs a lot of money. If you're having difficulties, you can tell me. Sui Zhao gently stroked little Triflower's head. Little Triflower abruptly turned her head and stared at Sui Zhao, her eyes full of shock. It seemed as if she were saying, Are you the silly son of a landlord? Is money that easy to deceive? Sui Zhao looked at Duanzi. Is she cursing me? How could she? Our little Triflower has such a good temperament. How could she secretly curse you? Duanzi forced out a couple of dry laughs. Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but support her forehead, feeling that Duanzi's words were so implausible even a cat wouldn't believe her, yet she continued on with them. Looks intelligent, I like this kind. Though Sui Zhao said this, his gaze remained fixed on Duanzi. Chapter 204, Her Heart's Desire. Facing the other person's gaze filled almost to overflowing with tenderness, Duanzi suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She hastily averted her eyes, staring blankly at the teacup on the table. Song Xiaoxiao was utterly exasperated. Was this for real? His family is influential and his business vast. His leg is even fine now. So why don't you understand? She couldn't help but clutch her chest, appearing as if furious over someone's incompetence. It was as though she were saying, I despise how unfeeling you are. Sanhua took small, quick steps and rubbed against Duanzi's arm repeatedly. Duanzi couldn't resist rubbing its little head, finding its fluffiness very comforting. Since it was unusually cooperative, she played with it for a moment. Yet Sanhua kept rubbing against her, saying, I've done enough already. Why is the atmosphere still so awkward? Duanzi was momentarily confused and subconsciously looked in Sui Zhao's direction. Sui Zhao stared at Duanzi continuously, seemingly not understanding Sanhua's feline language at all. Why do you keep looking at me like this? Am I really that much like her? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao paused for a moment. Yes and no. His words made Duanzi flush red with anger. She directly threw her clothes onto Sui Zhao and said, Go. I don't want to see you. Sui Zhao removed the clothes from his head, smiled once, and said, All right. Seeing Sui Zhao leave without changing expression, Duanzi finally sighed in relief. Heaven forbid. If he had stayed any longer, her heart would have raced out of control. By now, Duanzi was completely red-faced, feeling heat rising to her scalp. Suddenly, a voice came. ZZ, could this be your springtime feelings awakening? Duanzi covered her face and said, what does springtime feelings mean? It's just that Sanhua is too cute. Even as she spoke, her smile wouldn't fade. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Song Xiaoxiao leaned closer. Really nothing? Duanzi pushed her face aside, saying, why are you such a busybody? I've already told you there's nothing. I know, Song Xiaoxiao chuckled. At that, Duanzi completely lost her temper and returned to her room. She would never like Sui Zhao. She approached him only because of Master Brother. Only because he resembles Master Brother. Duanzi buried herself in the blankets and drifted off to sleep while thinking about this. Song Xiaoxiao thought. Duanzi seemed to have awakened in some ways, but not fully. Walking back and forth between the living room and kitchen, she ultimately couldn't help but start cooking. The fire in the kitchen shot up extremely high, scaring Song Xiaoxiao into retreating several steps. Sanhua's fur stood on end in fright. Though she was flustered, she eventually managed to finish cooking. Although the presentation wasn't good, she considered and then neatly arranged the dishes. In order to set the mood, she even lit candles and prepared red wine for Duanzi. They say that drinking occasions are excellent places for opening one's heart. Duanzi emerged groggily, incredulously asking upon seeing the dishes, did you make all this? Witnessing Song Xiaoxiao nodding personally, she knew something was off. She probed with her chopsticks at the meal before her, asking, is this edible? Are there any rat poisons in here? Song Xiaoxiao shot her an annoyed glance. Eat or don't eat, I don't care. With that, she started tidying up the stuff. Duanzi quickly stopped her. Hey, what are you doing? I warn you not to waste food recklessly, or I'll deduct your pay. Speaking as if I even have a salary. Are you already fixated on Zhang Yi's money? Song Xiaoxiao acted shocked. Duanzi shook her head. That was your own statement. Has absolutely nothing to do with me. Fine, whatever you say goes. Song Xiaoxiao pulled out a stool and sat down. Really don't know how someone with your personality survived until now. Fisk, you're becoming more competent, huh? Duanzi shoved a piece of meat into her mouth. The taste was passable. The presentation may be ugly, but the taste is tolerable. Song Xiaoxiao opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Duanzi. This was carefully selected for you. So considerate? Something's off. Duanzi put down her chopsticks, brushed her hair, and said, speak up. What's on your mind? There's only one question. Can we talk properly without dodging the issue? Song Xiaoxiao gave a subtle smile. Duanzi nodded. Sure, given the trouble you went through for these dishes, I'll endure hearing you out. Alright, straight to the point then. Do you actually like Sui Zhao, or not? Song Xiaoxiao asked earnestly. Duanzi's expression turned slightly complicated. What do you mean? Can't I just simply make friends with him? Alright, but haven't you noticed how special he treats you? Song Xiaoxiao persisted. Duanzi frowned. Didn't I already tell you? He sees me as a replacement. So here's the question again. Do you think he treats you as a replacement, making you unhappy so you don't want to like him back? Or do you truly not like him? Song Xiaoxiao asked carefully. Faced with her earnest expression, Duanzi couldn't help but follow her thoughts and reflect deeply. I definitely have some liking for him, Duanzi slowly admitted. It's just like how I like Sanhua, or even how I like you and Meng Tang. I don't find anything strange in that. But, when you're with us, you don't get flustered at all. Sometimes, you're even shameless. Song Xiaoxiao pointed out. This comment effectively made Duanzi gloomy. So it seemed she did feel differently towards Sui Zhao after all. But, how could she possibly be anyone's replacement? If you like him, go after him. Song Xiaoxiao said firmly. Listen, whether this ideal person can be replaced is all about your own abilities. How can you give up without even trying? Have you ever thought about how many people there are in the world, and how many of them actually end up with their ideal partner? Duanzi was momentarily stunned. Are you even old enough to know all this philosophy? After speaking, Duanzi regretfully slapped her forehead. I didn't mean it like that. It's fine. I know you didn't mean it. A tinge of sadness flickered across Song Xiaoxiao's eyes. Since my judgment in choosing men is terrible, I hope yours is better. Treasure the person right in front of you. You said yourself your judgment isn't good, and yet you're telling me. Duanzi quietly swallowed the second half of her sentence. No, my goal is cultivating to become immortal. How can I let feelings distract me? Isn't that ruining my own inner resolve? As she spoke these words, internal conflict began gnawing at her heart. Perhaps she really should try? Chapter 205, The Truth of the World. As she was in deep agony, she suddenly received a call from Lu Tweezy. Duanzi immediately thought of the bat spirit and answered the phone right away. Hello. Duan miss, can I ask for some advice on how to deal with this spirit? Lu Tweezy's voice sounded somewhat shaky. Duanzi asked absent-mindedly. What do you mean? Do you dislike her because she's a spirit? Not exactly. She occasionally goes berserk, and I'm quite afraid. My point is there any way to make her behave more gently? Lu Tweezy said cautiously. There are ways. Money is not an issue. I'll definitely ensure that everything is paid properly. Lu Tweezy promised. Little Sanhua came close at some point, his expression full of resentment when he looked at Duanzi, as if he were complaining about something. Duanzi reached out and patted his little head, saying, All right then, let's discuss it in person. After finishing speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Little Sanhua swung his tail unhappily, and Duanzi chuckled. What's wrong? Are you standing up for her? What else could it be? Little Sanhua angrily shook his head and started sharpening his claws. Duanzi held down Little Sanhua's head. Stop fooling around. It's a sin to delay me from making money. I see you're the one destined for divine punishment, Duanzi said contemptuously. Little Sanhua's first stood on end, looking like he wanted to fight Duanzi to the death. Song Xiaoxiao grabbed him by the back of the neck straight away. Shoo, don't interfere in this matter. Thus, a cat and an entity watched as Duanzi left. However, Song Xiaoxiao still made a decision, contacting Sui Zhao to give a simple explanation of all the events that had transpired. If, by any chance, this matter doesn't resolve peacefully, then I'd be helpless even for your feelings. Sui Zhao chuckled. You really know how to read the situation. I understand. Then, the call ended with the beep 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 sound. Little Sanhua looked perplexedly at Song Xiaoxiao, who sighed. You're still too young. Little Sanhua. I'm not human, but you're just like a dog. He turned his head abruptly and fled immediately. Song Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue and tidied up the dining table. Just as Duanzi drove to the entrance, she met Sui Zhao. She immediately felt a headache and planned to avoid him. However, unexpectedly, he charged straight towards her car. Duanzi got scared and hit the brakes right away. Lowering the window, she shouted, What are you doing? Sui Zhao nonchalantly opened the passenger side door of the car and sat in without hesitation. Duanzi felt like she went blind for a second. Do you have anything you need? Wherever you plan to go, I'll follow. Sui Zhao's words were direct. I originally came out for a stroll. Meeting you was purely coincidental. But seeing you in such a hurry, I worry you may get into a conflict with someone. So I specially came along. Duanzi sighed softly. I'm going to take care of a task. You'd better not come. Didn't I also follow you on your previous missions? I'm still alive and well now. You don't need to worry, Sui Zhao said while still smiling. Duanzi felt like her molars might crack from clenching them so hard, yet she remained powerless. It would have been simpler if it were just a normal task. How could it possibly be a morally questionable job? For reasons unknown, she just feared being caught in an imperfect state by the other party. But the other party seemed particularly interested. To harshly drive them away seemed inappropriate. Duanzi said, All right, you mustn't interfere with my judgment. Sui Zhao nodded. Rest assured, whatever decision you make, I will fully support with both hands and feet. You better not regret it. After Duanzi finished talking, without even greeting, she started the car straight away. Sui Zhao landed directly onto the rear seat. Before he knew it, the car had already rushed forward significantly. Are you in a big rush? Sui Zhao slowly uttered this sentence, but due to the wind noise, Duanzi hardly heard much of it. She barely managed to catch the meaning but had no intention of responding, merely fiddling with her ear. We'll talk when we arrive. I don't have time for idle chat. Sui Zhao gave her a glance, slightly shaking his head with a smile. Unintentionally, Duanzi's peripheral vision caught his grin and instantly felt her breathing becoming uneven. TCH, emotions truly are the most useless thing in the world. By the time they arrived, all they could hear in their ears was the howling wind. They looked at each other briefly, but neither initiated a conversation first. Duanzi cleared her throat. You'd better wait here? Let's go together. Sui Zhao's tone brooked no argument. Duanzi tapped her forehead. All right, best to keep quiet. All right, I can remain silent as well. Sui Zhao said in a good-natured tone. The car fell into silence again, and Duanzi felt the awkward atmosphere enveloping the two of them. She took a few deep breaths, then unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out. Lu Tweezy had already been waiting at the entrance to the coffee shop, and upon seeing the two of them, he immediately approached. His speculative eyes glanced between Duanzi and Sui Zhao before he chuckled and said, Miss Duan, it's been a while. Is this your boyfriend? The two of you truly make a handsome couple. Before Duanzi could refute, she saw Sui Zhao take a step forward, extending his hand. Mr. Lu truly has keen insight. It's an honor. Duanzi's eyes were full of confusion. Lu Tweezy glanced at Duanzi and directly reached out to shake hands. Pleased to meet you. I'm Lu Yiming. Your face seems familiar. Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao smiled with crinkled eyes. But Lu Tweezy broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my goodness, this is the famous young master of the Sui family. He looked at Duanzi with an added touch of subtlety, as if saying how talented Duanzi was. Duanzi immediately stepped forward to separate the two. If your eyesight isn't great, don't speak recklessly. This is my neighbor, and that's my client. Now let's go inside. As soon as they entered, Duanzi was drawn by a heated gaze. Meeting those familiar yet strange eyes, Duanzi suddenly wanted to laugh. What's the matter? Sui Zhao followed her gaze, momentarily pausing for just a moment. Lu Tweezy also glanced over, but didn't notice anything unusual. He asked cautiously, What's the matter, the two of you? Is something off? No. Both answered almost in unison, not forgetting to exchange a glance. Such harmony, and yet they're not a couple? Lu Tweezy stroked his chin, smiling and extending his hand. The reserved spot is over there. Shall we head over? Good. Duanzi nodded, pretending as if nothing had happened. Sui Zhao asked very softly, Did you discover anything? This is what I should ask you, Duanzi said, her smile not reaching her eyes. Chapter 206, Be a Good Person. As soon as he sat down, Lu Tweezy couldn't wait to open his mouth. Your method. Charms. Duanzi directly took out several charms and placed them on the table without hesitation. Lu Tweezy's eyes widened as he quickly glanced around, then stuffed the items into his own chest. Duanzi smirked faintly, slightly raising her eyebrows. Does Mr. Lu think I'm something to be ashamed of? Not at all. It's just that this kind of thing shouldn't be done so brazenly. Lu Tweezy said nervously. Duanzi didn't expose his small thoughts, but instead said, Since you've already taken the things, then we'll leave first. How incredibly hypocritical. One doesn't even know what the Bat Lady thinks. She absent-mindedly looked in another direction, but quickly drew back her gaze. Duan miss. As Duanzi stood up, Lu Tuzi hurriedly called her to stop. Duanzi gave a contemptuous smile and turned back. Is there anything else, Mr. Lu? No, I was just asking. Is this 100% effective? Lu Tuzi's palms sweated nervously, looking tense. Feng Zhao, Duanzi was about to say something when she pulled him. When did you start talking so much? Just now. Feng Zhao coughed lightly and glanced at Lu Tuzi ambiguously. The latter was also shrewd and quickly said, You two definitely have other things to do, right? Haha, blame me. Next time, I'll invite Duan Miss for dinner again. Fine. Duanzi finished speaking, then turned to leave. Feng Zhao smiled at Lu Tuzi and immediately followed out. Out the door, Duanzi immediately turned to ask him, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Trying to bring back a bunch of gossip news from meeting a client. Feng Zhao just kept smiling patiently. The two got in the car together. After a moment, she asked Feng Zhao, So, what did you find just now? It's not really a discovery, just that look seemed familiar. Feng Zhao twirled the jade ring and answered softly. Duanzi frowned. Never thought our Lord Sui knows so many people. I don't know them. It just doesn't seem like a human being. Feng Zhao said. Duanzi chuckled. What you said makes sense. She indeed isn't a human. She is our esteemed Mr. Lu's wife, a bat miss. Also, Feng Zhao's words weren't finished when they both felt a gust of wind blow by. Both turned around simultaneously to find a familiar figure suddenly appearing in the back seat. Duan, Mississippi. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Duanzi laughed. This is your own gamble. Are you here because you regret it? The young woman hesitated. I overheard him making a phone call with someone else. He plans to trade me with others. I just thought, you might be very interested in the other party of this deal, she said. Duanzi tapped on the steering wheel, her tone full of mockery. Honey, if there's anything you need help with, just say it. Don't play around with the idea of common enemies. Frankly speaking, Duanhu Insect is not my lifelong enemy. I want him dead without a trace of a grave. She gritted her teeth and said. Duanzi laughed. When you tell the truth, you're actually cuter. Ruiz Zhao frowned tightly, seeming to be very annoyed by Duanzi's tone. Such an emotion was immediately caught by Duanzi, who extended her hand to straighten Ruiz Zhao's shirt. Mr. Ruiz seems restless. Should I get out for some fresh air? No need. Ruiz Zhao leaned back a little. It's just that I'm not used to how you talk. Duanzi's eyes curved, her tone playful. Oh, our Lord Ruiz doesn't like this kind of talk? As soon as these words left her lips, Ruiz Zhao had already unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out. At the very moment the door closed, Duanzi said, That charm is fake. It'll give off an illusion of a light halo at most. It's recommended that you put in more effort in acting along with their performance. Besides, I can't keep following you guys. So take this. Having said that, Duanzi directly shoved a yellow charm into the young woman's hands. If you light this, I'll be able to reach you promptly. But if it's taken away by the other side, I will be powerless. Duanzi frankly explained. The young woman got excited and said, Thank you, Duan, Mississippi. There's no need for gratitude. Duanzi smiled. I merely detest some unsavory entities who don't act as good people. The young woman giggled along. During our lifetime, I hope there would still be a chance for me to drink congratulatory wine at both your weddings. How? Wasn't your love affair sweeter than ours before? Duanzi arched an eyebrow. Instantly, the young woman stopped laughing. Our species were inherently different. A poor ending was predetermined. But yours is different. What's so different? They're all the same. We don't have a future either. Duanzi replied resolutely. The young woman patted Duanzi's shoulder. Don't be so definitive. I think the two of you actually have a lot of potential. How to say this? A person like him obviously isn't someone who belongs in an ordinary pond. Yet before you, he seems more than willing to follow every command, doesn't he? It's different. Our relationship is quite complicated. Duanzi rubbed her temples. I can't explain everything clearly right now. Let's just leave it at that. The bat lady softly said, Don't judge by my current situation. I don't regret marrying him one bit. It's just the twist of fate, I guess. My words will stop here. I should leave. All right, Duanzi slightly nodded. And with that, the bat lady disappeared. Duanzi rolled down the window and whistled at Rui Zhao. Handsome guy, let's go back. Hearing the whistle, Rui Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Miss Duan has been very unrestrained lately. Anyway, there's no one else in this world that I care about anymore. Duanzi said. Rui Zhao paused while fastening his seatbelt. That sounds a little sorrowful. Why does Lord Rui keep following me? Duanzi asked. Because I'm bored. I said it from the beginning. Rui Zhao stopped as he was lost in Duanzi's hazy eyes. He moved his throat slightly, but didn't continue. Duanzi suddenly chuckled. It appears rather convincing indeed, isn't it? To a great extent, it could fool others. Hearing this, Rui Zhao felt his heart heavy. He shouldn't have indulged in talking nonsense about replacement literature at all. Once he got home, he'd burn all the romance novels collected by Rui Yu. No, you are still not the same. Rui Zhao slowly said. But for Chu Zheng, it might be different. So, Miss Duan, better prepare yourself for continuous harassment from him. Duanzi. She frowned. What do you mean? Are you really Duanzi? Rui Zhao smiled as he drew closer to Duanzi. I mean, Duanzi from this world. Suddenly, Duanzi felt her ears start ringing furiously. Chapter 207, Fatal Outcome. Duanzi pulled at the corners of her mouth and said with difficulty, What nonsense are you talking about? Perhaps feeling embarrassed, she shrank back slightly. No. Why are you staring at me like that? What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Sui Zhao slightly raised an eyebrow. Duanzi gave a dry laugh. What's there to feel guilty about? Your questions are just strange. She had shifted the blame, but still didn't feel entirely comfortable. It seemed she had thought of something, and suddenly gained confidence. Could it be that you're annoyed because I keep bothering you about my master brother? Duanzi seized the moment. But how can you suspect that I am not myself? You've never doubted that I'm not Sui Zhao, she said. Sui Zhao laughed once. Since you're not feeling guilty, our starting points don't conflict at all. It's your master brother. Doesn't mean he's not also different from Sui Zhao. Duanzi, I think we need to be more honest with each other. I am Duanzi, in the past, now, and in the future. Duanzi said resolutely. Sui Zhao, what about you? Sui Zhao smiled ambiguously. You're right. I'm the same. The topic had reached a point where they were clearly not seeing eye to eye. Duanzi couldn't help but laugh. All right, young Master Sui should head back. Hope Miss Duan sleeps well after returning home, Sui Zhao said, and then got out of the car and walked away. Duanzi paused, leaning out. Sui Zhao, I really look down on you. That statement by Miss Duan does carry a sense of killing intent, Sui Zhao returned. Duanzi's gaze was somewhat teasing. Young Master Sui, wasn't it you who said something about sincerity? How did you end up sounding so aggrieved? Am I aggrieved? Sui Zhao fixed his gaze on her for a long while. Duanzi, everyone has secrets. But, will this really affect our relationship? In an instant, it seemed as though Duanzi realized something. Or perhaps she realized nothing. Her expression went blank for quite a while. When she came back to her senses, Sui Zhao had already disappeared. Duanzi slowly started the car and returned to her front door. Song Xiaoxiao immediately came forward. How'd it go? How'd it go? Duanzi looked troubled. I just think Sui Zhao arrived at a pretty convenient time. As Song Xiaoxiao got closer, her expression became increasingly tense. I didn't want you to impulsively do something wrong. Nor did I want to upset you, Song Xiaoxiao explained, thinking of something else. Zizi, did he make you unhappy? What do you think? Duanzi gave a cold laugh. He actually asked if I am Duanzi. Did he think someone else took over you? Song Xiaoxiao leaned in a bit. Not possible, right? Why didn't I notice anything? Move aside. Duanzi shoved her face away directly. What are you thinking? Did I take over you? Go and do what you're supposed to do. No, I'm just trying to understand the situation better, Song Xiaoxiao said. Am I not at least half your best friend? Half a best friend? Selling me out. Duanzi pointed at herself, completely disbelieving. Are you crazy, sis? Song Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before saying, I think something's off with you. Just shut up. Duanzi waved a hand. I'm going to rest. I'll deal with you later. Little third flower meowed and approached Song Xiaoxiao's feet, rubbing against them. Song Xiaoxiao's attention was immediately captured. Duanzi turned back, gave it a thumbs up, and sent a flying kiss. There was a sound of ugh from Little Third Flower, and Song Xiaoxiao's voice followed. Little Third Flower, what's wrong with you? Is it the cat food not tasting good? Duanzi froze. Subsequently, she retreated to her room even more decisively. Song Xiaoxiao messaged Sui Zhao. What happened between you two? Why is Zizi so unhappy? The other side showed no intention of replying, making Song Xiaoxiao even more restless. Not long after, there was a sound from upstairs. Xiaoxiao, come with me for a trip. Duanzi's tone was sharp. Song Xiaoxiao instantly bristled and trembled, standing up hesitantly. What happened? You'll know when we get there. Duanzi patted her shoulder and didn't bring Little Third Flower. When Song Xiaoxiao heard this sentence, some ominous feeling flashed through her mind. After the two drove out, Song Xiaoxiao asked, what happened? A fatal outcome. Lu Tuzi is dead. Duanzi's tone was calm. Isn't the person you helped? Lu Tuzi. Song Xiaoxiao was confused. Duanzi said, don't ask so many questions. Wait for the major case team to tell you the results. The car cabin was extremely quiet. Song Xiaoxiao knew that Duanzi wouldn't be so decisive, but never expected that someone would lose their life. Did the bat spirit do it? Song Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. Duanzi shook her head. I'm not sure. I can't make a hasty decision about matters like this. Besides, I don't think it's necessary to fool you. When they arrived at their destination and opened the car door, they encountered Zhao. Back to your original position? Duanzi asked. Zhao smiled. Menchang Sanbak, hardly, but yes. Your cultivation has improved. Good job. Duanzi smiled and said, tell me the situation. Our preliminary identification result is non-human cost. Otherwise, we wouldn't have contacted your major case team. Zhao handed over the forensic pathologist's identification result to Duanzi. It was written on it. The arm wound presents as a sawtooth shape, not caused by human actions. A sawtooth couldn't possibly be done by humans? As far as I know, there are plenty of tools that could cause such a wound. Duanzi shoved the notebook into the other person's chest. I'll just ask his soul. But when she saw the body, Duanzi was already dumbfounded. Ask the soul. If only it existed. She couldn't help but furrowed her brows and calculated a divination. Her face immediately turned pale. This person wasn't. How could this be? She went forward to look at the person's face, only to gently exert some force and peel off a layer of human skin. Everyone around was shocked, including Zhao. Duanzi clicked her tongue and said, you all need to search thoroughly, especially for someone called Lu Yiming. His face must have changed already. Carefully check the surveillance around here to ensure nothing is missed. Where are you going? Just as Duanzi was about to leave, Zhao quickly shouted. Duanzi responded faintly, why so loud? If you want to know what, just follow me. Zhao quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly followed along. For convenience, Song Xiaoxiao directly sat on Zhao Ying's shoulders. At that instant, Zhao Ying's face paled. Duanzi, can you manage your people properly? Duanzi looked back at Song Xiaoxiao. That's pretty lazy of you, isn't it? Get down. Chapter 208. This awkward mess. He's a strong young man who can carry heavy things. How much do I weigh? Song Xiaoxiao said confidently. What? Wasn't it you who told me not to pair you up before? Why are you acting so? Duanzi stopped at this point, her gaze sweeping over the two of them for a long while. The implication was profound, yet unspoken. Zhao finally couldn't help but say, I don't know what I've done to offend her. Duanzi smiled slightly. It's nothing. She just loves to play tricks. Why don't you come down? The latter part of this sentence was spoken with clenched teeth. At that very moment when the words fell silent, Zhao only felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder, and his body no longer felt as icy as it had before. Duanzi showed an insincere smile, saying, Sorry, I will personally offer you an amulet later. Zhao returned a smile, and quickly said it wasn't necessary. Duanzi shook his head repeatedly. No, it should be done. Just as he finished speaking, he gave a harsh glance in one direction. The same old story, this event has its own cause and effect. It would be better for you two to investigate yourselves. It's not good for me to say too much. Duanzi waved his hand as he spoke. It's not the work of a spirit or monster, and the technique used to change skin was rather crude, just like that painted skin story. Duanzi pointed toward a nearby grove of trees. You might find what you're looking for inside. You should go back and bring a companion in to search thoroughly. That's all I can tell you. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao was bewildered for a moment. I thought you could directly tell me the outcome. How could that be possible? In your case report, you certainly can't write that it was due to guidance from a master. Duanzi shook his head. Young person, truly lacking in patience. All these events contain clues in the surveillance footage. It's not some mysterious case. Investigate carefully. Zhao laughed softly. Miss Duan, please don't worry. This is my duty after all. Since it wasn't caused by any spirits creating chaos, it's fine if Miss Duan chooses not to get involved. Duanzi bid farewell to the other party and drove away. Song Xiaoxiao didn't understand. I thought you would explain the whole case to him. There's nothing much to say, Duanzi replied. If he wants to improve, he should enhance his cultivation. I don't want to be entangled in so many causes and effects. It's unnecessary. Song Xiaoxiao felt that what Duanzi said made no sense. Then why didn't you divine before coming? What's the point of going through all this trouble? Do I look like a deity? Duanzi's words were somewhat sarcastic. Song Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Isn't that right? You used to love boasting about your abilities. How often do you boast? Duanzi sneered. I only guide those with karmic connections. Perhaps you qualify as one. Doesn't Zhao count? Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask again. Duanzi took a small step backward. He still owes me a life. How could you forget so quickly? After this incident, Zhao will accept fate and proceed accordingly. This opportunity, this destiny, is not something she herself should prevent. Perhaps the celestial masters later might grant her due to today's matter an immortal path. But none of these things did Duanzi mention a word about. So where are we going now? Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help asking. Duanzi didn't respond until she parked the car at the entrance of Sui's residence. Then, she slowly said, You should follow Sui Zhao from now on. What? Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help swallowing saliva. This can't be. I don't want to follow him. My future path will be even more difficult, Duanzi said. I don't want anything unfortunate happening to you. These words were utterly incomprehensible. Song Xiaoxiao wanted to ask further, but Duanzi's phone rang again. She said, Go ahead first, I need to answer a call. Song Xiaoxiao had no more reasons to delay and could only obediently get out of the car. Perhaps because Duanzi hadn't pursued the matter of her previously leaking information to Sui Zhao, she was now feeling uneasy, thinking Duanzi asked her to follow Sui Zhao for this reason. She looked back several times, but still chose to comply. When Song Xiaoxiao met Sui Yu, he was also surprised and hurriedly came over to ask, Did Miss Duan give any instructions? She let me stay with young Master Sui afterward, Song Xiaoxiao said grudgingly. I think it must be because of the Dongfeng Baoxing thing. Otherwise, how could she have said that? Sui Yu scratched his head and subconsciously comforted Song Xiaoxiao a few words. When Song Xiaoxiao mentioned telling this matter to Sui Zhao, he stopped her. You'd better not go there. My young master isn't in a great mood today. Song Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples. Zizi told me a little bit. Why does your young master doubt our Zizi? That doesn't make any sense. Can you tell me from start to finish? Sui Yu stepped back a bit. Song Xiaoxiao scratched her head and recounted the entire story to Sui Yu. Sui Yu was as confused as ever. Then, could it be possible that this Duanzi is not the real Duanzi? After all, a normal person wouldn't abandon an annual salary of $1 million just to become a web celebrity, right? I don't care what you think, but from the moment I met her, she's always been this way. The only Duanzi I know is her. Even if she were a demon or ghost, I'd recognize her. Song Xiaoxiao was quite upset by this notion, believing that staying here as per Duanzi's advice would simply shorten her lifespan. So she turned her face and walked away immediately. Sui Yu subconsciously tried to stop her, but failed. At that very moment, a sudden cough was heard. Sui Yu felt an impending disaster coming, nervously coughing once and pretending to look back unconcernedly. Young master. When did you come out of the bedroom? I didn't see you. Sui Zhao got straight to the point. Do you feel the same? Not knowing how to answer, Sui Yu could only force a smile continuously. Questioning you is as good as questioning a mute. Sui Zhao also regretted his decision. He thought, even fabricating a lie would have been better than bringing up the idea of someone impersonating Duanzi. It was a mistake to blurt out Duanzi's true identity like that. Now he had no excuse to meet her. If you can sort it out yourself, that's fine too. Sui Yu muttered almost inaudibly. What did you say? Sui Zhao asked. Sui Yu jumped, startled, and shook his head repeatedly. Nothing. I don't even understand why you two are having disagreements. How can I help make any decisions for you? Isn't that right? Looking at Sui Yu grinning more fawningly, Sui Zhao felt a severe headache building up. Are you getting bored recently? No. I've been extremely busy lately, super busy. Our Mr. Sui isn't thinking about passing the business down to you? A lot of tasks have been assigned to me, and I haven't finished them yet. Saying that, Sui Yu made moves to escape. Don't rush, Sui Zhao twirled his jade bracelet. You're accompanying me on a trip abroad. Young master, traveling overseas at this time doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Sui Yu whispered. It'll make people think you're acting petty over a little argument. Chapter 209. Why is he running? Duanzi didn't learn about Sui Zhao's departure until the afternoon of the next day. Didn't you follow him? He left the country, so why are you back? She asked. Why didn't you go with him? I won't go. I don't want to say another word to that big wooden block Sui Yu, Song Xiaoxiao said. You're really cold-hearted. Your boyfriend must not have missed you at all, Duanzi said mysteriously. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated, wanting to say something but stopped. Do we have to talk about this matter? What's going on? Is there a deeper meaning? Duanzi leaned in and asked. In fact, I don't have much feeling for him anymore. To be honest, online dating was just for the novelty back then, and, later, because I remembered him, I contacted him again. Who knew he would be such a bad person? When Song Xiaoxiao got to this point, she lightly coughed twice. Duanzi couldn't help but blurt out. I thought young people's love was always dramatic. Never expected I'm the real clown here. That's true. It's just a relationship after all. Why take it so seriously? When you date someone, do you really need to know their entire ancestry? Song Xiaoxiao's expression and tone made Duanzi so angry that she gave her a kick. When they heard the doorbell ring, Duanzi shifted her attention. Who is it? Song Xiaoxiao came closer to ask. Looking at Meng Tang nervously peeking through the camera, Duanzi suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as she was planning to go back to bed, unexpectedly Song Xiaoxiao suddenly pressed the button to open the door. Duanzi quickly turned around to look at her, and Song Xiaoxiao looked completely innocent. What's wrong with you? Are you upset about an unattainable love story now and want to involve innocence? Are you itching for trouble recently? Duanzi nearly gritted her teeth. Song Xiaoxiao gulped. No, how could that be? Duanzi ignored her. Since you opened the door, deal with it yourself. Don't bother me with unnecessary things. Okay. Song Xiaoxiao nodded. Duanzi decisively chose to return to sleep. Master. Where's my master? Almost simultaneously with Song Xiaoxiao, Meng Tang anxiously grabbed her, winking expressively. She said, stop shouting. Your master isn't in a good mood. Why isn't she in a good mood? I have something important to tell my master. Meng Tang hurried upstairs. Song Xiaoxiao quickly blocked Meng Tang. You don't understand. Heartbroken women are truly terrifying. Duanzi, lying in bed, took a deep breath. Who's heartbroken? She suddenly sat up like a fish leap, intending to tear Song Xiaoxiao's mouth apart someday. A sudden idea struck her, and she drew a mute talisman in the air, which flew out instantly. Song Xiaoxiao downstairs immediately went silent. She tried excitedly to open her mouth but eventually only shrugged in resignation, gesturing her phone toward Meng Tang while texting. Did you see? Meng Tang nodded several times. Thankfully, I didn't go upstairs. Perhaps because there was no way to criticize further, Song Xiaoxiao directly started to nag incessantly at Meng Tang. Meng Tang also understood the full backstory as intended and couldn't help but ask Song Xiaoxiao one question. Was their argument this simple? Song Xiaoxiao kept nodding vigorously, looking at Meng Tang's depression. Isn't it solving problems by addressing issues? So why did he run away? Maybe. Song Xiaoxiao slowly typed these words on her phone. Meng Tang looked as if understanding everything, not hearing any sound. Duanzi was even more restless, wishing she could run to them to ask properly. After taking a few deep breaths, she slowly walked down the stairs. As soon as they noticed movement, both human and ghost immediately looked toward the stairway direction. Duanzi crossed her arms, walked down the stairs with a cold face. What are you two doing? Master, why did he run away? Meng Tang ran over, agitated. Is Master Sui really that vain? Duanzi frowned, and her gaze pierced sharply at Song Xiaoxiao. Song Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, shaking her head repeatedly. Duanzi closed her eyes momentarily. Did you come today just for gossip? No, it's the special case team matter. It's just a small issue, but we lack manpower. We need your help, Meng Tang said. Duanzi massaged her temples and said, I've already been to a crime scene today. Now another thing. Meng Tang nodded and turned around to take out a file from his bag, handing it over to Duanzi. It was clearly written. In Furong Town, a child showed signs of becoming vacant and losing consciousness. And that's it? Duanzi asked. Meng Tang hummed affirmatively. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so little information, and usually, cases like these wouldn't even be assigned to our special case team. Local organizations can solve this. Then why did you say earlier that it was due to manpower issues? Duanzi paused for a moment, though she didn't seem inclined to perform any divination. Meng Tang explained. It's because there were two cases on the same day. Noticing that Duanzi wasn't performing her usual divination, Meng Tang couldn't help but ask, Master, are you not planning to divine today? No, I'm not. It's too boring. Duanzi fiddled with her ear, looking utterly calm and collected. This attitude didn't match at all someone who had supposedly suffered from a broken heart. Seeing how Meng Tang stared at her intently with big eyes, Duanzi felt uneasy and pulled back her hand. What's wrong? Is there something else? We may need to leave early. Meng Tang looked serious. Duanzi glanced around and said, All right. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do. Afterward, the two immediately set off without hesitation. On the way, Duanzi drove while Meng Tang initially paid close attention but eventually drifted off to sleep. When Duanzi noticed this, she chuckled softly to herself, sleeping so soundly. I, on the other hand, haven't slept well at all. It had been a long time since Duanzi had shown up on Liulian. Not even her videos on Chengzi were being updated anymore. Unaware of the reason, netizens began speculating that something must have happened to Duanzi. Zhengyu saw the rumors and hurriedly dealt with the private messages in the background, calming down the fans by saying that Duanzi had stopped streaming for personal reasons. As such, there wouldn't be any material for video updates anytime soon. There were no other explanations provided. Despite issuing numerous statements, strange comments continued to spread, as if only Duanzi herself coming out would suffice. Chu Zheng also noticed the disturbance online and instructed his public relations team to handle it. Not long after, the secretary knocked on Chu Zheng's door. Come in. Chu Zheng called out, and the tall secretary walked straight in. He said, the water army issue is related to Miss Fu. Chu Zheng's tone remained perfectly calm. Both parties should operate openly. This whole one-side visible one-not business is quite meaningless. The secretary hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Yes. Chapter 210, Ancient Tower. What about Duanzi's team? Chu Zheng asked. The secretary hesitated for a while and said, I'm not sure, but according to Zheng Yu's explanation, he went into some deep mountain to deal with the case of a little girl losing her soul. Doesn't their special cases team have anyone else? Chu Zheng frowned deeply. The secretary's face turned pale. Although he also felt that Chu Zheng's words were a bit strange, he still nodded. As you know, the special cases team doesn't have many capable people. The new ones lack experience, and there are some places where only an old hand can handle it. Can Duanzi even be considered an old hand? What about Sun Qian? Or Old Li? Chu Zheng asked. The secretary mumbled for a while, and in the end didn't clarify anything. Zhang Bai had been here for only half a month, and there were still many things he wasn't clear on. Isn't this pretty normal? He had clearly heard that Fu Miao Miao was Chu Zheng's favorite. So why was the president always concerned about others recently? Do you have any issues? Chu Zheng couldn't help but ask. Jiang Bai took a small step back. No problem, I just have a small question. If I manage to find out where Miss Duan is, will you go? No. Chu Zheng replied without hesitation. Jiang Bai touched his nose and reluctantly left the office. By evening, Duanzi and the team finally arrived at the destination. Without hesitation, she woke Meng Tang up. Hurry up and check. Is this the place? Meng Tang groggily opened her eyes. She glanced around sleepily and croaked. What does the navigation say? If it says yes, then that's it. Good. Duanzi nodded and got out of the car first. Where's the contact person waiting for us? Meng Tang got out by pushing the car door open and took out her phone for a look. Hold on, let me check. At this moment, Song Xiao floated over. The day has passed like this? How did it go so fast? I am so tired, okay? Duanzi stretched her neck. How about it? He said if we stand at the crossroads, we'll see a tall tower. We just need to head towards that direction. Master, what are you doing? Meng Tang prepared to go to the crossroads, but was pulled back by Duanzi. What are you doing? Don't you realize what time it is now? Are you serious about standing at the crossroads? Duanzi made a tisk sound and directly went towards one direction. How do you know which way to go? Is there a possibility we're going the wrong way? Meng Tang asked while chasing after her anyway. Duanzi scratched her ear and uncomfortably said, a child's cries, they're nearly deafening my ears. Do you think I'm going in the wrong direction? Master, I actually have a question I want to ask you. Meng Tang dryly laughed. What question? Duanzi asked without looking back. Why don't we just drive over? Meng Tang finished her sentence, and Duanzi sidestepped a bit as soon as she noticed the suddenly narrowed road ahead. She quickly changed the topic. In fact, I just want to ask Master, how come your hearing is so sharp? She asked. Duanzi snorted and smiled. You haven't even mastered talismans yet, and you already want to learn something else? Fine, today's incident of the crying child being startled will all be handed to you. But Master, I only know talismans, Meng Tang cautiously said. Duanzi turned back. Doesn't your Meng family specialize only in talismans? It seems so, Meng Tang hesitated. Song Xiao abruptly approached. Isn't there still me? Rest assured, as long as he's nearby, I'll definitely be able to help you find him. Here is your strong assistant, Duanzi shrugged. I'm more interested in that building. Master, I think you should stop wandering aimlessly. What if we lose track of you? Song Xiao asked. Duanzi casually drew a talisman and handed it to Meng Tang. I checked your facial features. Today, everything will go smoothly. Well then, why don't you check your own face and see if you should go to that building? Meng Tang directly took out a mirror from her pocket and was about to give it to Duanzi. No need. Duanzi refused with a smile. That building simply. Where exactly did you see the building? Meng Tang asked. Duanzi touched her nose. Just now. So you. Meng Tang hadn't finished her sentence when they heard someone shouting in the distance. She immediately stopped in her tracks. Meng Tang also stopped, asking, Master, did you hear someone shouting? Calling someone a pervert? Duanzi looked back at Meng Tang, completely puzzled. They were saying not to hurry coming over. Wait for him. Is it really like that? Meng Tang shook her head. Duanzi gave her a slight smile. Just wait. He'll be here soon. The man ran up, out of breath, and after panting for quite a while in front of the two, he asked intermittently, Are you the special cases team? Yes, Duanzi replied calmly. Don't you have any which here? There is. The man gasped. Duanzi crossed her arms and leaned against a tree, waiting for him to catch his breath. Finally, when he had calmed down a little, he said, There is one, but she's currently dealing with something in the city, and we don't have her contact information. That's why we thought about the special cases team. So we're your backup plan then. Duanzi smirked insincerely. No, it's not like that. I mean, these small matters used to be things we wouldn't bother the special cases team with, huh? The man forced out a laugh. Meng Tang coughed lightly. That makes sense. Other issues can just be handed over to me. Excuse me, are you Miss Duan? The person asked. Meng Tang grinned widely. Nope, I'm her apprentice. Oh, his tone turned a bit off-putting as if showing some disdain. We trust Miss Duan more, so we'd rather she handles this matter. Unfortunately, in such dark surroundings, Meng Tang couldn't see clearly. She responded with a grin. I've been thoroughly trained by my master and won't let you down. The man paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, this situation is somewhat complicated, so we're still worried about your professional skills. Meng Tang flared up at once. Before she could speak, Duanzi put herself between them protectively. If she can't handle it, I will step in. Don't worry. It seemed like they originally planned to visit the ancient tower, but that now appeared impossible. Duanzi sighed heavily in her heart. The man asked again, are you Miss Duanzi? Duanzi raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. The man seemed relieved and murmured under his breath. If it's you, then I feel reassured. The master and apprentice exchanged glances, neither of them speaking first. Chapter 211. What's so difficult about this? After more than an hour of hiking on mountain trails, the group finally arrived at the legendary campfire village. Under the guidance of their contact, they quickly reached the door of the household in question. Even through the wooden door, they could hear the heart-wrenching cries of a child. Galu, is this the right place? Duanzi asked. During the more than 1 hour journey, Galu had already introduced himself and explained why this case was tricky. This little girl's name is Lu Mengmeng, and she is only 5 years old. She's at the age when kids are lively and playful, and while playing with her friends, she accidentally fell into the pond. Afterward, she came home like this. According to other children, she wasn't actually close to the pond at first. Initially, her playmates teased her for being afraid to get wet. But later, for some unknown reason, she suddenly went toward the lake. The other children were having fun and calling her over, but she ignored them and jumped directly into the river. 2 slightly older children immediately jumped in to rescue her. When they pulled her out, she seemed fine, just having swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. At the time, apart from being somewhat slow in reaction, there was nothing unusual about Mengmeng. However, that night, she suddenly began talking nonsense and crying uncontrollably, unable to stop no matter who tried to comfort her. Yes, it's this house, Galu said, deliberately lowering his voice. Duanzi signaled to Meng Tang to knock on the door, but Meng Tang appeared lost in thought. Instead, Song Xiaoxiao stepped forward quickly and knocked. When the knocking sound rang out, Galu took several steps back in fright. His expression when looking at Duanzi was full of shock, as if he were puzzled by what just happened. Duanzi smiled politely but kept her distance. This is my apprentice's exclusive skill. Quite alarming. Finishing, she didn't forget to glare back at Meng Tang. Meng Tang finally snapped to and moved forward to explain. Yes, it's an exclusive skill. Nobody paid attention to me before, so I'll knock again. Upon hearing these words, Song Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes rather rudely and knocked on the door again. It seemed that someone inside had just heard the noise and rushed over to open the door. Duanzi and the others could hear footsteps approaching closer from inside. Galu walked a few steps forward and stood at the forefront. The door was soon opened by someone wearing a white sleeveless vest, with pants rolled up high, and shoes half dragging along. They looked quite cool. But now it was late autumn. Even Galu was dressed fully in long sleeves and trousers. Moreover, that person's grayish complexion made them seem almost not human. Galu, Lu Guoqiang greeted warmly. Galu stepped aside, revealing the figures of Duanzi and Meng Tang. Brother Guoqiang, these two are from the special case group, including the renowned Miss Duan. On hearing this, Lu Guoqiang instantly smiled, his face flushing red. Miss Duan, please come in. As soon as they entered, they saw a woman sitting in the courtyard, holding a child crying painfully in her arms. The woman was dressed much thickerly than the man and had a coat draped around her. The child's clothes weren't very well fitted, likely provided by someone else. The family's financial condition seemed to be just average. However, Meng Tang's focus was not on this. She felt dissatisfied because of the conversation between the two people. She scowled and thought bitterly. Is fame so useful? They don't know how amazing Master Meng's family leader really is. Humph. Song Xiaoxiao leaned over mischievously and said, What? Jealous? Spit. My master is talented. You better not say random things. Meng Tang lowered her voice and replied. What? Galu happened to walk to Song Xiaoxiao's position, gazing at Meng Tang with confusion in his eyes. Song Xiaoxiao poked her head out from the side and made a funny face at Meng Tang. Meng Tang's expression was extremely colorful, struggling to pull a smile. I said, a good teacher produces outstanding students, so you can rest assured if today's task is handed over to me. Duanzi turned around and glanced at her with a small smile, but didn't say anything. Lu Guoqiang seemed entirely unconcerned about who was leading and nodded. Good. Duanzi's gaze lingered on Lu Guoqiang for a long time, resisting the urge to rub her nose. She walked over to Galu and asked, Is this Lu Guoqiang in the water trade business? Galu's face slightly changed color. He coughed lightly and moved closer. Where did you figure that out from? From his attire. Duanzi's expression was somewhat peculiar, as if asking whether the other person was stupid. Galu awkwardly chuckled and quickly moved beside Lu Guoqiang, whispering softly, Brother Guoqiang, do you want to tell Taoist Master Duan about the strange event you encountered? Lu Guoqiang glanced over at Duanzi, and she instinctively smiled at him. He quickly averted his gaze. As long as the child is fine, everything else doesn't matter. That might have sounded simple, but it was a matter of life or death. Duanzi listened intently to all this and then strolled over calmly. I'm around Galu's age, so let me just call you Brother Guoqiang. Faced with Duanzi's sudden attempt to ingratiate herself, Lu Guoqiang still felt somewhat uneasy. His look towards Gaolu had a trace of seeking help. Gaolu hurriedly said, Taoist Master Duan is too polite. You're an honored guest. How could you possibly call me brother? That would be a curse on my elder brother. Not really. Solving this case heavily depends on my disciple. As for me, I'm only here to join in the fun and listen to some stories. At that moment, Duanzi's eyes sparkled with cunning. I've heard people doing water business often encounter impure things. I wonder if Brother Guoqiang has come across anything strange. Lu Guoqiang clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Gaolu with anger. Gaolu calls me Taoist Master Duan, but if I didn't have real skills, I wouldn't dare accept such a title, Duanzi laughed. My specialty is fortune-telling and physiognomy, though knowing everything isn't always entertaining. I just happen to enjoy listening to stories. Her smile deepened, making Lu Guoqiang feel increasingly uneasy inside. In a coarse voice, he said, well, coincidentally, I don't like telling stories. If you're looking for tales, you'll need to go elsewhere. That's a pity. Duanzi chuckled lightly. I hope we don't get another chance to meet. Her lack of insistence left Lu Guoqiang feeling even more uncomfortable inside. Gaolu tugged at Lu Guoqiang, whispering quietly. Perhaps they have a solution? We should at least give it a try, right? Lu Guoqiang remained silent, not answering. Just when Gaolu thought he wouldn't persuade him anymore, Lu Guoqiang finally said, let's wait and see. At that moment, his gaze toward his wife and child carried newfound hope. Chapter 212, Beg Her. Duanzi wasn't in a hurry, leisurely watching Duanzi and Song Xiaoxiao busily running around. For now, there were no issues. Both of them were doing everything correctly. Her attention gradually shifted to Lu Guoqiang. The bruise under his eyes seemed to have grown darker. There was also a dark hand on his back. Due to the dim lighting, Duanzi had a moment where she thought she might have seen wrong. Miss Duan, it's almost been half an hour. Why is there still no result here? Gaolu urged. Duanzi irritably glanced at him. I think it's taking too long as well, so I plan to go out and check the wind. Just don't follow me. Seeing this, Gaolu quickly chased after her, fearing that she would run away. No. If you leave, there will be no one to maintain control here. Where are you planning to go? What do you mean if I'm not here, there's no one? Are you implying my apprentice isn't reliable? Duanzi rolled her eyes at him. All right, stop talking. Right now, all I want is to sleep. Their house has too much energy. I simply don't want to stay anymore. Duanzi paused here, looking at him with a smirk. Who knows? This event might actually be an opportunity for you. What opportunity? Gaolu was momentarily confused, but soon turned pale as he remembered something. Duanzi patted his shoulder. Stop pretending. I've seen countless people like you. Don't you have a shaman or anything around here? Go find one and get some blessed water. After finishing, she walked away without looking back. Wait, the shaman from our village went down the mountain. Gaolu hurriedly caught up with Duanzi. You should just take a look at Brother Guoqiang. He's the only labor force in their family. If something really happens to him, the whole family will be ruined. Seeing the anxious expression on his face, it didn't seem like he was lying. However, Duanzi showed no intention of going back. Instead, she gave Meng Tang a call. Meng Tang answered very quietly on the other end. What's up, master? It's nothing. Just take a quick glance at Lu Guoqiang's shoulder. Don't make it too obvious, otherwise it'll be awkward if someone notices. Before Duanzi finished speaking, she heard Meng Tang exclaim, oh, on the other side. Feeling something was amiss, she hastily rushed back. Gaolu, unsure of what was happening, followed her. Duanzi quickly dashed inside, freezing in her tracks when she reached the doorway. Gaolu finally caught up and prepared to speak, but was silenced by a glare from Duanzi. He immediately felt a premonition of bad news and hurriedly looked into the room. The situation in the yard was peculiar. Lu Guoqiang was tightly bound and thrown onto the ground. Meng Tang stood with her hands on her hips before Lu Guoqiang, while Song Xiaoxiao drifted over and complained. This guy is crazy. He suddenly wanted to gouge out his own eyes. If Tang Tang hadn't reacted quickly, his eyes would be gone. But Duanzi didn't respond to Song Xiaoxiao. She walked directly toward Gao Guoqiang, asking, if you're conscious, answer me. There was no response. When she forced open his eyes, they were white. Duanzi instantly conjured a talisman in thin air and slapped it onto his back. He jolted forward with a violent cough, and his eyeballs turned pure black. This terrified the young girl who had just regained consciousness. She screamed and hid in her mother's arms. Duanzi briefly glanced at her, then asked, did this thing come back with the girl? This statement was a declaration rather than a question. Meng Tang almost missed it, but Song Xiaoxiao helped confirm it with a nod. Duanzi sighed. In this day and age, even a ghost can outperform a living person? Xiaoxiao. Duanzi waved Song Xiaoxiao over and casually created a golden talisman. In front of everyone else, an additional figure appeared. Meng Tang panicked. Why did you summon her? I'm still the head of the Meng family. Master, what can an incompetent person like you do? Duanzi waved her hand dismissively. Song Xiaoxiao is a spirit and far more capable than you. Indeed, Song Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance scared Gao Lu and Lu Meng quite a bit. Despite feeling awkward, Song Xiaoxiao asked Duanzi, do you need anything from me? I'll write down a place for you. Go check if that grave is empty, and see if any arms are missing, Duanzi said. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Xiaoxiao vanished on the spot. Master, did you summon her just to send her on an errand? Meng Tang was confused. That's how it is. They think you're unreliable, so let them see that you actually have help. Keep going. You'll be considered an accomplished practitioner if you can handle this case smoothly. Duanzi said softly. Meng Tang was dumbfounded. Master, are you serious? Why would I make such a joke when there's nothing beneficial for either you or me? Duanzi said calmly as she sat on the steps. How can the head of the Meng family always have someone above them? I don't care about that at all. Meng Tang followed and sat beside her. You know me, master. I've never cared about these things. All the talismans I should teach you, I already have, and even those I shouldn't, Duanzi added. Our master-apprentice bond wasn't deep to begin with. That's impossible. You're definitely not someone who will abandon me. Meng Tang hugged Duanzi's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Duanzi rubbed her temples in pain. I'm just saying you're ready to start practicing on your own, not that we'll cut ties. Why are you overreacting? I just mean you can take missions by yourself now. But you just implied that Let me tell you this. Xiao Xiao has her own destiny, and so do you. Come on, prove to me how well you can handle this situation. Duanzi lifted her chin slightly and smiled. Meng Tang glanced at Duanzi and then at Lu Guoqiang supported by Gao Lu. In 3 quick strides, she ran over, focusing intently on creating a talisman in thin air. The first few attempts failed, and she could almost feel Duanzi's weighty gaze pressing down on her back. Sweat poured down her forehead, but eventually, she managed to conjure one successfully. She hastily gave Lu Guoqiang a new talisman. As she turned around triumphantly to report her success to Duanzi, she realized the latter was nowhere to be seen. Meng Tang bit her lips, and before she could say anything more, she suddenly heard Lu's wife crying out. Ming Ming is gone too. She might have gone out with my master. Don't worry, I'll check for you. She headed towards the door, but the woman refused, accusing them of using exorcism as an excuse to steal her daughter. Meng Tang felt like there was nothing she could say to defend herself until she suddenly spotted a blood-red figure. Terrified, she quickly clapped her hand over her mouth, making sure the other didn't notice that she had seen her. She dared not utter a word. Chapter 213, Mist. The red-clothed female ghost still noticed her, and their eyes accidentally met. In a flash, Meng Tang's consciousness was drawn to the ghost, but her sudden pause of movement was interpreted by the Lu family as guilt. The woman directly lunged forward. Just as Meng Tang came back to her senses, she quickly dodged to one side. The way the Lu family wife looked at her had changed. Are you the birth mother of that little girl? What do you mean? How am I not the child's birth mother? There was a flicker of fear in the woman's expression. Hi, are you siding with her? Madam, when speaking, there must be evidence, Meng Tang smirked coldly. I'm still here, my master might have taken the child away, but would he not care for me? Why do all of you stammer like this? Could it be because you've done something you're ashamed of? No wonder master is so calm. By his nature, even if the ghost kills this family, it can only be retribution for evil. She was quickly startled by her own thoughts, hurriedly begging her ancestors for forgiveness. That woman got agitated, wanting to grab Meng Tang, but Gao Lu blocked her. Sister Chung, please don't get angry just yet. I understand how much losing Ming upsets you, but I count as an insider. I wouldn't joke about our family's affairs. Saying that really strikes straight to the heart. How is it? Aren't you just defending this little wretch because she's pretty? The woman said, reaching out behind Gao Lu. How am I supposed to live now that brother-in-law is in this condition and Ming is gone? Gao Lu frowned. Sister Chung, please calm down first. Even if what you say is true, and she has some ulterior motive, given Brother Guoqiang's situation, we still need her help. You dare speak? Chung Xine glared viciously at him. If it wasn't for your lousy idea, Brother Guoqiang wouldn't be in this state now. This really isn't my fault, Meng Tang said. Your sister is looking for you. Upon hearing these words, Chung Xine froze as if paralyzed, her mouth wide open and her face pale as a ghost. No, it's impossible. You must be trying to scare me. You're definitely bluffing. Swindler, wait until I teach you a lesson. As Chung Xine spoke, she struggled even more fiercely, and scratches had already appeared on Gao Lu's neck and arms. Meng Tang continued. Do you know why my master didn't want to interfere with your matters? She holds nothing but disdain for hypocrites like you. She doesn't distinguish people from non-people. Anyone who does inhuman things is, in her eyes, no longer human. After hearing her words, Gao Lu felt goosebumps all over his body. Whether or not it was his illusion, he could feel a pair of eyes watching them intently without blinking. Not possible. My sister fell into the river herself. It has nothing to do with me or my man. She certainly wouldn't come to us. Chung Xine screamed almost hysterically. Meng Tang coldly retorted. Is that so? She stepped forward on her own initiative. People always say those with no regrets aren't afraid of knocks at midnight. This husband of yours must have committed many regrettable deeds, hasn't he? He made his living from water. Did he never retrieve your sister's body? Or rather, no. Chung Xine said emotionally. My sister's body was found by someone else from the body recovery team. It has nothing to do with our family. A dark emotion flashed in Gao Lu's eyes, but the emotional Chung Xine didn't notice at all. Meng Tang's focus was entirely on Chung Xine, and she missed this detail. After running a little while, she walked directly to Guoqiang's side and drew a talisman in midair, slapping it onto his chest. Guoqiang, lying on the ground earlier, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up like a marionette. This sight chilled Chung Xine to the bone. You demon priestess. May you rot in hell. It's not me that will rot in hell. Meng Tang stepped aside a few steps, and with a light wave of her hand, Lu Guoqiang rushed towards Chung Xine, tightly grabbing her throat. Gao Lu watched helplessly as Guoqiang lifted Chung Xine off the ground. He had no intention of intervening. Meng Tang cast a deep glance at him. Judging by your demeanor, you quite hope they kill each other. If it's clearly your doing, why drag me into this too? Gao Lu's face visibly darkened. Meng Tang sneered mockingly, but offered no explanation. However, the red-clothed woman suddenly possessed Chung Xian's body. Meng Tang wanted to stop her, but was too late. She frowned, looking questioningly at the ghost, asking, "Don't you hate her?" The ghost didn't answer Meng Tang, but merely gave Gao Lu a deep look before fighting Lu Guoqiang. Gao Lu seemed to be frozen in place, blankly staring in the direction of the woman. Meng Tang thought, had he seen his beloved woman in that instant? But everything had happened too fast. What exactly is going on with Lu Guoqiang? This was the first question he asked after snapping back to reality. Then he asked again, "Is Xiaoyu going to get hurt?" Meng Tang smiled and said, "Probably not." She withdrew her gaze from the two people who were fighting fiercely, asking him, "How much of the truth do you know?" Gao Lu hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. Meng Tang wasn't in a hurry, calmly saying, "She's already told me everything. There's no need for you to hide anything. With just one look, my master can see through all your tricks." Gao Lu's real identity isn't Gao Lu, nor is he from Yinghua village. He's a university student who secretly pledged eternal love to Chengyu. They have a 5-year age gap. However, this 5-year difference turned into an unbridgeable chasm between them. Logically, it shouldn't have been a reason for Chengyu's family to object to their relationship. Yet, Cheng's family had long arranged Chengyu's marriage, and her fiancé was now Lu Guoqiang. Therefore, the couple decided to elope. But Cheng's parents said that if Chengyu didn't marry Lu Guoqiang, then Cheng Xian would have to marry him instead. There was nothing they could do. Chengyu returned home reluctantly, but was pushed into the water by her sister. As for the reason, she didn't know. Fate is strange like that. She was rescued by Lu Guoqiang. By then, she was pregnant and nearly lost the child due to falling into the river. Lu Guoqiang honored her request and didn't reveal her pregnancy. He even sent her back home. Seeing Chengyu return with Lu Guoqiang, Cheng Xian's heart was filled with anxiety. However, Chengyu claimed it was an accidental fall. Making up an excuse about needing rest for her health, she asked Cheng Xian to take her place in marriage. Cheng Xian was thrilled but kept silent due to shyness. With no other options, Cheng's family discussed with Lu Guoqiang and returned the betrothal gifts. Lu Guoqiang agreed. Yes, but his plan was to have both sisters. Chapter 214. Who is right, who is wrong? Chengyu didn't know about his thoughts. She just assumed he was doing it for Cheng Xian, trying to make up for things. He would often come by to deliver supplements or food to Chengyu. Chengyu had no idea that he was doing this behind Cheng Xian's back, nor did she know his plan was to have both sisters. Because of Cheng Xian, Chengyu deliberately kept her distance from Lu Guoqiang. This caused Lu Guoqiang to always look sullen when he returned home, something Chengyu learned later. Cheng Xian couldn't understand why Lu Guoqiang always disappeared until one day a neighbor congratulated her. Confused, she asked what they were talking about. That's when she found out that Lu Guoqiang had been buying baby supplies in the city and even ran into the neighbor. They also questioned Cheng Xian as to why she hadn't told the village people such big news. With pregnancy and childbirth, at this time, aside from her sister, it was hard for her to think of anyone else. When she went over, coincidentally, it was exactly the moment Lu Guoqiang was holding Chengyu's child. Seeing her, Chengyu simply asked, "You've come?" Looking at the smile on the other's face, Cheng Xian suddenly felt her sister must not have done this intentionally. Then looking at Lu Guoqiang, it was clear he wasn't happy. With a grim expression, he asked, "Why have you come?" Chengyu's expression shifted slightly. Before she could speak, she heard Cheng Xian say, "I'm just curious why you haven't been coming home lately. We can't see you every day. There's nothing I can do except come find you." She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't manage to smile. "You go back first. Your sister and I still have things to discuss," Chengyu finally said. Cheng Xian, however, was unhappy. "What does that mean? Am I stopping the two of you from talking?" Cheng Xian, are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Lu Guoqiang's expression turned sour. "I'm only here visiting your sister because you're busy. It's not easy for her living alone. You can only see her struggles, but have you seen mine?" Cheng Xian finished speaking and turned away without looking back. Lu Guoqiang initially didn't plan to follow, but Chengyu persuaded him. It's normal for couples to have arguments. Her heart is soft, so if you console her properly, everything will be fine. Don't lose harmony because of me. Hearing this, Lu Guoqiang still didn't want to leave. Chengyu added, "We've always been clean and honest. Why waste time here with me? Help convey a message. Tomorrow evening, I'd like to meet with her." Afraid of revealing his intentions and being rejected, Lu Guoqiang reluctantly agreed. Though Cheng Xian was upset, she understood they were family and decided she should still meet her sister. That day, Chengyu spoke many words, yet Cheng Xian remained sullen. When Chengyu finally asked what was wrong, Cheng Xian burst. "You knew he likes you, so why don't you keep your distance from him?" This question not only confused Chengyu, but scared their child to tears. I'm sorry," Cheng Xian hastily apologized. Chengyu consoled the crying child while feeding it milk and said, "My child has the same temper as you did when you were little. Nothing shakes them awake, but they can't stand hunger. The person I like will soon come to fetch me, but I might not be able to wait." Her latter words were so soft that Cheng Xian thought she might have imagined hearing them. Cheng Xian didn't reply, just sat there quietly waiting. After feeding the child, Chengyu handed the baby to Cheng Xian, making sure it was high enough for the drug hidden in the wrap to immediately knock Cheng Xian unconscious. Satisfied, she placed the child next to Cheng Xian and jumped into the river. Later, Cheng Guoqiang rescued her. There was no tenderness in his rescue, and after waking her up, he took advantage of her. No matter how she cried or struggled, it was useless. Afterward, he imprisoned her. Night after night, he tormented her until she became pregnant again. She pleaded with Lu Guoqiang, asking him for the sake of their child to let her go free since she already carried his offspring. Perhaps moved by thoughts of the child, he eventually released her. From that day forward, she plotted to commit suicide. Clearly, drowning wasn't the best decision. Finally, taking advantage of Lu Guoqiang's inattention, Cheng Yu smashed a bowl and used the sharp porcelain shard to cut open her major artery. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Lu Guoqiang scrambled to her side in terror, but it was too late. At last, to hide the truth, he tied rocks to Cheng Yu's body and sank it in the river. However, Providence intervened, and someone discovered Cheng Yu's body. Seeing Cheng Yu's corpse, Lu Guoqiang was terrified. Yet due to Cheng Xian's insistence, everyone believed Cheng Yu had committed suicide long ago. Indeed, Cheng Xian acted selfishly. She knew her sister had drowned herself and had not harmed her neck. The broken porcelain pieces came from Lu Guoqiang himself days earlier. These were all things Cheng Yu saw after her death. The misfortunes of Lu Guoqiang and Meng Meng were not caused by Cheng Yu. As for why Cheng Yu had appeared, Meng Tang now understood clearly. As she finished speaking, Gao Lu suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. I was that college student, Gao Lu sobbed. You tell them to stop fighting and call the police. Meng Tang waved her mobile phone, saying, I already called. The police should be here any minute. Out of humanitarianism, she still intervened to stop both parties and forced out the thing inside Lu Guoqiang's body. Just as she was about to confine it, it suddenly used ghostly mist to blind Meng Tang. When Meng Tang instinctively blocked it with her arm, the entity took the chance to escape. Meng Tang instinctively took a step forward but eventually failed to catch up. She frowned deeply. This thing seems to have considerable prowess. No idea what it is or where it comes from. Meanwhile, Gao Lu rushed directly to Cheng Xian, calling out, Yo-yo? Cheng Xian shuddered lightly, her entire body seeming to lose strength as she collapsed instantly. Even though Gao Lu arrived just in time, he only managed to protect her head. Meng Tang turned toward Cheng Yu, who had already separated from Cheng Xian's body, and asked, Is there nothing you want to say? Cheng Yu, eyes brimming with blood-streaked tears, slowly shook her head. Yo-yo. Gao Lu excitedly turned back around, his eyes welling up with imminent tears. Letting go of Cheng Xian, he looked at Meng Tang with a pleading expression. Meng Tang took a small step backward, refusing to engage. Sister. Without opening her eyes, Cheng Xian called out unconsciously, as if truly sensing Cheng Yu's presence. She still remembered that night when she lost her sister. Guilt crawled over her heart when she looked at the shoes by the riverside, panicking deeply, feeling as if she had driven her own sister to her death. After begging Lu Guoqiang to register the child's birth, she practically never left home again, shifting her focus completely onto Meng Meng. Until the day she gave false testimony, claiming her sister was no longer alive. Chapter 215. I know everything. Meng Tang wanted to say something, but Shui Ea Piao disappeared on the spot. She hesitated for a moment and still told this matter to Gao Lu. Sorry, she's no longer here. You, don't be too sad. Just as the words ended, the sound of footsteps came from outside one after another. When a familiar figure appeared in the team, Meng Tang couldn't help but ask, How are you also here? Oh, I was sent to retrieve files, and I just happened to come across this incident, Zhao chuckled. Are you alone? Not exactly. There's also my master and Song Xiaoxiao. Meng Tang said. Someone in the group called out Zhao Ying's name, and he quickly responded, briefly bidding farewell to Meng Tang. Since she was worried about Song Xiaoxiao's condition, Meng Tang planned to go to that place to find her. As soon as she lifted her foot, she saw Song Xiaoxiao's figure. The other party looked extraordinarily disheveled, as if they had just gone through a fierce fight. She anxiously asked, How are you? Are you injured? Have you ever seen a ghost get hurt? I was just running for my life, nothing serious. Hey, where's ZZ? Song Xiaoxiao said while looking around. Meng Tang shook her head and said, I don't know. Meng Meng is also missing. It's probably because Master didn't want her to see what was happening here, so he took her out to play. Oh, I see. Song Xiaoxiao said absent-mindedly. You're troubled? Meng Tang instinctively asked. Song Xiaoxiao shook her head. Not exactly. Just that when I was almost caught earlier, a red-clothed female ghost suddenly appeared, and I'm a bit concerned about her situation. Let's go back and check. Before Meng Tang could speak, Song Xiaoxiao started to leave again. She quickly grabbed Song Xiaoxiao's arm. I think I also recognize her. Let's go together. Speaking of which, a ghost and a human set off again. From the moment Duanzi stepped out, she noticed the little tail following her behind, but she didn't turn back right away. Not until she prepared to climb the ancient tower did the little girl suddenly speak. You can't go up there. This place isn't safe. Duanzi turned around and said, I know. The little girl blinked her big eyes, curiously asking, If you know it's not safe, why do you want to go up there? And what about you? Duanzi smiled, asking, Why did you walk into the water that day? Did you see something? The little girl clearly didn't expect Duanzi to ask such a question. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Sister, do you believe that ghosts exist in this world? Why do you ask this? Meng Meng seemed somewhat tense. It wasn't her who pushed me that day. I just looked at her, felt an inexplicable familiarity, and wanted to follow her. But I don't know why. She disappeared. Duanzi nodded slightly. I understand. Do you really understand? Meng Meng blinked. Then could you please help me ask her who she is? As for her, she's a very hard-working guardian angel watching over you. Duanzi patted her small head. Go home quickly, or your mother will surely worry. But this building is really dangerous. You can't go up there. Meng Meng insisted abnormally. You see, I know everything. So how could I not know this? I just feel it's mysterious and want to take a look. Duanzi smiled, saying, Meng Meng, however, replied, this place carries a curse. Whoever enters will become unfortunate. Who told you that? Duanzi asked. Didn't you say you knew everything? How come you don't even know who told me? Meng Meng angrily said. I think you're just trying to deceive me to leave and then sneakily climb up. Little brat. Maybe this is an opportunity meant for me, Duanzi said. And I don't know why I'm explaining so much to a little brat like you, when you wouldn't understand anyway. Seeing that she couldn't persuade, Meng Meng stomped her feet in anger. There's a very terrifying legend up there. They say it connects to the 18 levels of hell in the underworld. Is that so? Duanzi thoughtfully followed with a question. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, the spiritual power below should be extraordinarily strong. Yet, there was no sign of any seal. So why doesn't the spiritual energy here dissipate towards all sides? Meng Meng said. If you don't believe me, go ask my dad. My dad knows quite clearly. All right, then I'll wait for you to call your dad over. Duanzi put on a smile again. Meng Meng said. Then promise me that you'll wait for me downstairs. Hurry back, it's getting dark already. Unless you're afraid of walking in the dark, hence delaying time here intentionally. Duanzi asked. Of course, Meng Meng would not admit it. Sticking out her neck, she said, impossible. Let me tell you, I am a tough kid, and I absolutely won't be scared of the dark. All right, then prove it to me, Duanzi said patiently. Meng Meng looked at the road behind her, then at Duanzi, and finally mustered up the courage to nod. Okay, but you have to pinky promise with me. All right, pinky promise. Duanzi extended her little finger. Cross our hearts, hope to die, stick a needle in our eye, and we won't change for 100 years. Whoever changes will be a little dog. After they made the promise, Meng Meng left with satisfaction. As she kept looking back every few steps, Duanzi sighed. This kid. As soon as the words were spoken, she drew a talisman in the air and launched it. The talisman gleamed beautifully with golden light, floating far away until it landed on Meng Meng's back. Meng Meng seemed to sense something. When she turned around again, Duanzi was nowhere to be seen downstairs. She angrily stomped her feet. Cheater. Big cheater. But she really didn't have the courage to go back, so she ran home as fast as she could. Duanzi laughed uncontrollably, bending forward and backward. After a long while, she decided to go upstairs and take a look. For some reason, this building had captured all of her attention from the very beginning. With both hands in her pockets, Duanzi slowly stepped onto the stairs. In an instant, the stairs faintly emitted a layer of golden light that quickly faded away. Because the change was so subtle, although she felt that something had changed after stepping down, there was nothing unusual when she looked around. How strange. She silently marveled in her heart, and without hesitation continued walking up. The surroundings visibly changed before her eyes. Yet Duanzi was like a blind person who saw nothing, only moving forward steadily, just like taking her first step. Far away in a foreign country, Zhao suddenly felt a jolt in his chest and hastily covered it. Master, is anything wrong? Yu immediately stopped the car, asking anxiously. No need to stop, I'm fine. Zhao put aside the strange sensation in his heart, casually cast a divination hexagram, and then furrowed his brows, irritably spinning the jade ring on his thumb. He wasn't sure if ZZ would still believe his lie this time. Chapter 216, Nightmare. Yu noticed Zhao's emotions and asked, Master, did something happen to Miss Duan? No, she is safe, said Zhao. Yu thought silently that it must be because of Miss Duan. But if the other party was safe, why was he like this? Could it be because of jealousy? After having this thought, Yu frequently observed Zhao's expression, until Zhao finally lost his patience. Why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be watching the road? Miss Duan, has there been some sort of romantic luck? Yu tentatively asked. Zhao smirked coldly. How do you know it's romantic luck, not a life and death crisis? Ho! Yu swallowed nervously. Then whose life and death crisis is it? Chu Zhang's. Zhao's face darkened instantly, almost grinding his teeth as he asked. Is it that obvious? Your expression couldn't be any clearer, Yu frankly replied. In my opinion, Master, you and Miss Duan don't have major conflicts. Was it too sudden to go abroad like this? The old man said he plans to propose these few days and needs my help, Zhao lied without batting an eye. How come I didn't know? Yu wanted to turn back, but was pushed forward by Zhao. Zhao opened his mouth coldly. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Yu had no choice but to laugh sheepishly and shut up. At that moment, Duanzi also felt as if her heart had been violently tugged, suddenly feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and she immediately sat on the steps. She didn't understand. When she was observing from outside, this place only seemed to have 3 or 4 floors, yet she had already been climbing for so long. Why hadn't it ended yet? Suddenly, in one instant, Duanzi felt extremely exhausted and then fell into a dream. Unconsciously, she stepped towards a place where there were no stairs, then another step. Before she knew it, she had reached the edge of the top floor. Yet Duanzi appeared to be completely unaware of it. Downstairs, a familiar figure squinted and looked up, suddenly rushing upstairs like a madman. This building isn't anything different, Duanzi murmured. Suddenly turning her head, she saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Big brother, Duanzi called out. The figure seemed to slightly turn its face and said, Don't be afraid, I've always been by your side. ZZ, you need to take good care of yourself. Then, just like a wisp of dust, it dissipated. Duanzi was terrified and ran a few steps forward, thinking she was about to grab the person's hand, but something pulled her, and she didn't even touch the hem of their clothes. Enraged, she was about to scold him, but suddenly the surrounding scenery changed. Duanzi looked at the familiar yet strange masked figure and asked, "What happened?" The person hesitated for a moment, then directly pulled her over. Duanzi, caught off guard, directly collided into his arms. She felt her mind buzzing. Had she directly crashed into the arms of the door lord of Duan Hunmin? How could he be here? Duanzi could even hear his steady heartbeat. She tried to struggle a bit, but found it impossible to break free. "Don't move," the man said seriously, dragging Duanzi back several steps. Duanzi. Even though, isn't the brother being a bit too casual with boundaries? After retreating a few more steps, the man let Duanzi go. "If you want to die, find somewhere no one else can see first." Duanzi turned back for a glance, puzzled only for an instant before returning to normal. "Step aside." Her tone was rigid, as if angry. The man paused and said, "At least I saved you. I've saved many people from your Duan Hun man. It doesn't matter whether you just pulled me once or twice." Duanzi finished, then headed down the stairs. The man stopped her again. "Since Miss Duan has no intention of suicide, why are you standing here?" "What an interesting way to put it. I'll stand if I want to." Duanzi smiled sardonically. "I don't know why the door lord of Duan Hun Min wears a mask, as if hiding something embarrassing." The man frowned. "Does Miss Duan always speak so disrespectfully?" "Yes, truly sorry for being caught," Duanzi replied with a sardonic smile, then jumped straight down beside. The man panicked momentarily, but seeing Duanzi land firmly on the next level of the stairs, he finally sighed in relief. "See you then," Duanzi said, and walked away without looking back. The man silently watched Duanzi walk away, shaking his head helplessly. Her temper hasn't changed at all. Saying this, he also started walking downstairs. He still had another purpose today, and shouldn't waste too much time here. However, what he didn't know was that the unexpected trouble he calculated would happen to Duanzi. Duanzi had already let Song Xiaoxiao go through and take all the items with spirit energy. As a result, she also angered a great demon. She moved quickly and soon appeared at the Lu family's doorstep. She also saw Zhao Ying, who came out with Meng Meng to look for Duanzi. Duanzi gave a faint smile. "We meet again. What are you doing here?" "It's about the incident this morning. The victim's information should be related to this area, so my superiors sent me over here. Coincidentally, I ran into this situation." Zhao Ying smiled and said. Meng Meng looked at Zhao Ying, then at Duanzi, and then rushed quickly into Duanzi's embrace. "Sister, you're so capable. You must be able to see Auntie A Piao too, right?" Duanzi replied. "Yes, it is indeed like that. Can you take me to find her? She has been following me since I was very young, but I haven't seen her from earlier till now." Meng Meng looked up with pitiful eyes. Duanzi patted her head. "Sure. Is it appropriate to bring a child along?" Zhao Ying asked instinctively. Duanzi responded. "That's her blood relative, also her opportunity. I think I might become a master once more." "Are you talking about her?" Zhao Ying paused in shock. "Shoo, destiny must not be disclosed." After saying that, Duanzi pulled Meng Meng's hand firmly and walked toward a direction. Meng Tang and Song Xiaoxiao arrived just in time. Both sides fought to a draw. Duanzi's arrival made the great demon furious. "You win by outnumbering us. How shameless of you." The moment those words left his lips, Duanzi struck him hard, throwing him onto the ground. The instant Meng Meng saw Chengyu, she rushed over. "So you were here. He looks so mean, we shouldn't play with him." Chengyu stood still, without looking at Meng Meng. The great demon on the ground lit up when he saw Meng Meng. Using all his strength, he charged towards Meng Meng. Chengyu subconsciously blocked Meng Meng, not expecting Meng Tang to step forward as well. The great demon instantly hit her chest. Meng Tang flew away instantly. She thought, "This must be the tribulation our master mentioned." Chapter 217, Repaying Kindness. Duanzi's timing was perfect. He not only caught Meng Tang securely, but also deflected part of the attack. "Are you alright?" Duanzi asked anxiously. Meng Tang, holding her chest, shook her head. "I'm fine, nothing serious for now. Xiao, I'll leave her in your care for now." No sooner had Duanzi finished speaking than he slipped away. Duanzi's movements were incredibly fluid. Every time, he managed to dodge the opponent's attacks and counter with a subtle strike. As they exchanged blows back and forth, Duanzi drew closer and got a clear look at his opponent's face. He looked chubby, though there were some parts that appeared slightly dark, yet under the moonlight, strangely familiar. "You?" Before Duanzi could say more, he was pushed back a few steps by his opponent. When had he seen this person before? He couldn't quite recall. Regaining his composure quickly, Duanzi charged forward again. The opponent, seemingly worried about being recognized by Duanzi, refused to tangle any further and ran off in one direction resolutely. Suddenly, a streak of golden light erupted, sending the figure crashing to the ground. The attacker wore a black cloak and a terrifying mask, none other than the master of the Duanhuan sect just encountered moments ago. "Is the Duanhuan sect going to meddle in this too?" asked the person lying on the ground, their voice coarse but oddly familiar. "Liu Yiming?" Duanzi questioned incredulously. The individual didn't respond immediately to Duanzi's question, instead remaining motionless as if waiting for an explanation from the Duanhuan sect master. "Our agreement was contingent on you safeguarding the treasure. Now that the treasure is gone, do you still have any right to live?" The voice of the Duanhuan sect master was far more pleasant than Liu Yiming's. While the two argued, Duanzi exchanged glances with several others. Song Xiaoxiao immediately led Meng Tang away. As the Duanhuan sect master glanced up, Duanzi stepped in front of the group. "Master, since it's your matter, we don't wish to interfere. We'll be taking our leave." "It was them who took what I was guarding," said Liu Yiming painfully. Duanzi stepped back slightly, adopting a defensive stance. Miss Duan. The Duanhuan sect master moved forward a few paces. After all, I did save your life just now. Would you kindly return the item? How curious, said Duanzi sardonically. Demanding repayment in kind. Are such values really representative of the Duanhuan sect? Truly enlightening. She knew well what Liu Ziming and the sect wanted when she sent Song Xiaoxiao to fetch help, and thus she would certainly not return it. Miss Duan, you should understand. Should I truly exert myself, there's nothing you can do to stop me. The Duanhuan sect master's voice turned cold, as though intending to freeze everyone. Duanzi raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then let's fight it out. After all, I'm no coward. Evidently angered, the Duanhuan sect master's surrounding golden light flickered erratically, as if signaling an imminent explosion. Duanzi gazed calmly at him, her eyes betraying no ripple of emotion. They held each other's gaze in silence for a long while, until finally the Duanhuan sect master broke the silence. Miss Duan, given how much you've helped us previously, I'm not unreasonable either. If you return that bead, I will disclose to you the truth behind the Bat Demon case. What do you say? I say no deal. Duanzi smirked faintly. To calculate the truth, I need merely count on my fingers. And it's hardly your place to offer me charity. To trade something I don't care about for a presumably invaluable treasure. Aren't you being a bit cunning? Besides, what treasure you're talking about is something we don't even remotely understand. You? They were all near the hidden artifact just now. Liu Yiming screamed shrilly. Duanzi couldn't help but cover her ears. Hearing your voice, it sounds like you might have absorbed the bat spirit yourself, right? This realization startled her. Unexpectedly, Liu Yiming laughed uproariously and admitted. Yes, exactly. A monster is a monster. Brains are just not very useful. All it took was some flattery, and she believed me, handing over the talismans given to her. Just take a look. As he spoke, he pulled out several amulets from his chest pocket. These amulets were stained with blood. The pungent smell made Duanzi pinch her nose and step back a few paces. Do you seriously mean that? Duanzi's expression was already tinged with disgust. That's right. I should thank you, Miss Duan, for the talismans you gave me. Liu Yiming's voice carried an eerie tone, making Duanzi feel uneasy all over. She snorted disdainfully. You're really stupid. It seems that your current state is exactly what you deserve. While the two were talking, the master of Duanhuan sect had already reached behind Duanzi and was heading straight for Song Xiaoxiao. Duanzi turned around directly and cast the talisman she had drawn behind her back. Go. In an instant, Song Xiaoxiao disappeared from the original spot. The master of Duanhuan sect missed his grab, turned back to glare at Duanzi, but she simply shrugged. Look, I'm not even accusing you of being dishonorable in fighting 2 against 1, yet you still blame me? The master of Duanhuan sect who was about to speak was clearly a little slow on the uptake. Stop wasting words. Today you must explain yourself here. As Liu Yiming spoke, he rushed over. Agile in her movements, Duanzi deftly dodged, while still managing to insult. These talismans are all fake. There's no way you can subdue her with these. The reason she was killed was because she let you win. Thinking about it, you truly pitiful. I've never seen someone as pitiful as you. It was her who wanted to kill me first. Liu Yiming's eyes had already turned red, seemingly wavering on the edge of collapse. Seeing this, the master of Duanhuan sect launched a few attacks at Duanzi as if merely going through the motions. Duanzi. When she realized this, she sincerely wished she hadn't imagined too much. After all, this master of Duanhuan sect didn't seem like someone with a normal mind. Liu Yiming was delirious at this point, completely unaware of the big pitfall within all this. This is getting somewhat interesting. Duanzi drew a talisman with her hand. Bind. Instantly, Liu Yiming was bound like a mummy and fell to the ground. You're such a fool. Duanzi was already exchanging blows with the master of Duanhuan sect as she spoke. The master of Duanhuan sect seemed to chuckle. Miss Duan, I don't want to be enemies with you. With all those wrongdoings of yours, just take your beating. While saying this, Duanzi accelerated her attacks. Initially, the other party was only evading, but possibly pressed by Duanzi, they finally got serious. These two people were so intense in their fight that the ground was pounded into pits, forcing Liu Yiming to roll away. Chapter 218, Destined. For some unknown reason, Duanzi always felt an indescribable sense of familiarity about the other person. Even in the subsequent moves, there were always familiar shadows. Frowning, Duanzi couldn't help but wonder, apart from her senior brother, was anyone else here? Impossible. The chance that brought her to this world was the Thunder Calamity. Surely it wasn't possible that all capable individuals undergoing calamity ended up here? It shouldn't be. Even if so, wouldn't her senior brother be more likely to appear? Lost in thought for a moment, Duanzi was struck by the other person's palm and retreated a few steps. She tried hard to suppress the injury, but still spat out a mouthful of blood. The other party hesitated, seemingly aware they had overdone it. They instinctively took a small step forward but didn't even touch the hem of Duanzi's clothing. Duanzi, with agile movements, gave the other no opportunity. I don't know who you are exactly, but I think we shouldn't have any grudges. I hope you can keep your distance from me. ZZ. The raspy voice carried an inexplicable emotion. Duanzi herself didn't want to believe her senior brother would follow such a path. She instinctively shoved away the other's hand. Before the other could plan the next move, she spoke first. I don't care who you are. As long as you stand against me, you'll be my lifelong enemy. Don't think a small favor will make me consider you a friend or talk nicely. You're really overestimating yourself. Each word pierced through the heart of the master of the Duanhuan sect like needles. Instinctively, he clutched his chest. Duanzi tilted her head and glanced at him, eyes narrowing for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled. After a brief exchange of gazes, Duanzi disappeared without warning. Lu Yiming was dumbfounded, asking, "Master, what exactly are you doing? My matters are none of your business." The master of the Duanhuan sect abruptly turned around, releasing a beam of light that directly threw Lu Yiming out. Instantly, Lu Yiming turned into dust, not even getting a chance to speak. The cold-hearted master stared at the direction Lu Yiming disappeared, lost in thought for a long time. It was during this period that Duanzi and the others successfully escaped. Seeing Duanzi at once, Meng Tang and others finally relaxed. Meng Tang also sighed in relief, only to faint instantly. Fortunately, Song Xiaoxiao and others caught him in time, preventing him from falling. "I really should take better care of my apprentice. Are you content letting her practice independently?" Song Xiaoxiao almost cursed but managed to restrain herself. Duanzi appeared nonchalant. "Officer Zhao, could you give me a hand?" Zhaoing looked at Duanzi, then at Song Xiaoxiao, understanding the meaning, and went over to help. Despite Zhaoing looking frail, his strength wasn't lacking. "Pretty good," Duanzi said with a smile. Song Xiaoxiao found an opportunity and came close to ask Duanzi, "What kind of life-saving grace was that person talking about? And after such a short while, you already have romantic luck? Huh, is that considered romantic luck?" Duanzi spat. "Where's Lu Mingming?" "Don't worry, my colleagues are taking care of her," Zhaoing replied. Duanzi nodded. "She is the disciple I want to accept. Be sure to treat her well, alright." "You're inhumane. This disciple isn't even properly trained, yet you want to push them away? You're just making room for someone else, right?" Song Xiaoxiao remarked. Duanzi was shocked, immediately kicking her. "Are you afraid people won't know you've taken something precious from them?" Her voice was very low. Song Xiaoxiao quickly covered her mouth and stepped back slightly. Zhaoing was fully focused on how to send the people away and didn't pay attention to their interaction. Duanzi just scared her, and indeed afterward, Song Xiaoxiao's figure became translucent. This scared Zhao Ying's colleagues. One of the colleagues happened to look back and inadvertently saw this side. Others were called over by this colleague. But instead of focusing on why one person was missing, everyone's focus was on the fact that Zhao Ying was holding a beautiful woman. "What are you all looking at? Haven't you noticed one person is missing?" That person was excited. Everyone counted, realizing the numbers didn't match, and they all swallowed hard. Someone commented, "We must say, the special security group really is different. These days even ghosts get formal jobs." All gazes changed. What sort of world was this? Recalling their work in hand, they got busy again. "Is she going to be okay?" Zhaoing asked worriedly. Duanzi waved at him, "Don't worry." As she spoke, she had already swiftly drawn a talisman and calmly stuck it on Meng Tang's back. Zhaoing had just advised her to take someone to see a doctor, but then he saw Meng Tang suddenly sit up like a carp flipping over. Zhaoing widened his eyes in surprise, still digesting what he'd just witnessed. "Am I still alive?" This was Meng Tang's first instinctive question. Duanzi sneered. "What a disgrace. Oh, my master scolded me, so it's not a dream then." Meng Tang pinched his own face. Duanzi shook her head helplessly. "According to common sense, your cultivation level should already be enough for you to travel independently. As for me, my requirements aren't high. It's just that. I'll test you again when we get back. Half a life nearly met its end here. What I don't understand is why the heck the master of Duanhuan sect is so idle. Over such a trivial matter. She even came herself?" Duanzi scratched her head, revealing an uncharacteristically troubled look. "It's because of her messy love affairs," Song Xiaoxiao chimed in quickly. Duanzi rolled her eyes directly. Is one unseen face automatically classified as messy love affairs? "She saved your life," Song Xiaoxiao murmured. Duanzi chuckled dryly. "Sorry, I would rather have fallen to my death just now." Meng Tang grew anxious. What? What do you mean by rather falling to your death just now? What did you do?" With these several questions coming fast, Duanzi became even more uncomfortable, stuttering. "I just went upstairs then. I fell into an illusion. Quite strange. I'll study it carefully next time when I come again." Seeing how calmly she changed the subject without batting an eyelash, Meng Tang's focus followed along. "No way. If it was that weird, are you still going there? I think either you or me must be crazy." Song Xiaoxiao sighed. Clearly she's lost her mind. "What did she see? Tell me about it." "Sure, we should go back. Otherwise, if we go back, you can drive us." Duanzi gave Song Xiaoxiao a wry smile. "Okay, Miss Duan must be tired too. How about letting me send you both back?" Zhaoing volunteered. Duanzi glanced at him and agreed. Chapter 219, Live Broadcast Results. On the way back, none of them spoke much. Duanzi suddenly had an idea and started a live broadcast. This broadcast was completely spontaneous. Duanzi was also prepared for it to have little traffic. However, unexpectedly, as soon as it was opened, people started flooding in. "Zizi has finally started broadcasting. I've been waiting for Zizi to check on my cultivation results." Yes, Zizi. We haven't seen you for a long time. Zizi. Recently there's been a shamaness around here saying that I have the fate of a 7-star child, and she wants me to be her disciple. Should I agree to this?" "Everyone, please wait a moment," Duanzi said slowly. "If you're the one with the 7-star child destiny, just send me a private message later so I can check your 8 characters. Don't worry everyone else. You can send me videos if needed. I'll look through each of them carefully." Duanzi continued. At this point, everyone should know that cultivation is real, and the spiritual energy in the world is recovering. Before, if I had said this kind of thing, everyone would probably think I had some mental issues. But now, most of us have gained some benefits. As for basic meditation exercises, they are fine, but regarding learning from other sources, like following a shamaness or someone similar, do be cautious, Duanzi warned. As he spoke, the news spread among the crowd. This also caused a new wave of excitement on Weibo. ZZ, we will be careful with this kind of thing. Instead, why don't we chat about other topics? You don't know how much we've missed you these days. We almost crashed your Weibo with our messages, yet you didn't reply. Yes. ZZ, life without you has been really boring. Duan Z, always willing to adapt, said, am I really this popular now? Oh well, it must be me. Song Xiao leaned forward slightly. You sure have no shame at all. And by the way, you still haven't found the murderer in that case. With those words, Duan Z turned around and glared at her. What's it got to do with you? Can't you go back and take care of the injured properly? Meng Tang waved his hand. Not my business, don't involve me. I need no form of care from anyone, understood? Did anyone notice there's a person over there? Why does he seem familiar? This young lady I recognize. Is that Song Xiao? Holy cow, am I really this powerful now? Can I actually see these things? This phenomenon doesn't happen because of you. It's because her own cultivation skills are gradually improving, allowing her to appear before you in a nearly real form even during the day. Duan Z murmured on and on, explaining more. We've arrived, Zhao Ying's voice came. Duan Z pointed the camera towards Zhao Ying. Hey, this is already an old friend. Give him a hello. What? Zhao Ying was stunned for a moment, then forced a not-so-natural smile. Hello, everyone. Wah, it's the Special Cases Group. Nope, they're regular police officers from the Major Crimes Unit. Very proper. Seeing this comment, Duan Z couldn't help laughing. So, are you implying I'm not proper enough? With just this sentence, the audience used their utmost knowledge to respond, trying to smooth things over. Duan Z laughed heartily, and then quickly bid everyone goodbye. There's a guest room at my place. If you're not too bothered, you could stay here, Duan Z said. Zhao Ying looked at the time, scratched his head, and after pondering, agreed it made sense to stay. Upon returning home, Zhao Ying wasn't as tired anymore. Someone reminded about the time, and Duan Z suddenly realized how absurd the situation had been. Seriously, it's midnight already. Aren't modern youngsters supposed to be up all night? Duan Z checked the start time of the broadcast, incredulous. Song Xiao laughed. Your current popularity automatically pushes you to the top of the live streams as soon as you go online. Add to that your fans spreading the word everywhere. It naturally draws a lot of attention. ZZ, do you misunderstand your own level of popularity or something? No misunderstanding. Duan Z pushed Song Xiao out directly. Instead of wasting time, why don't you check on Meng Tang? Please keep an eye on him since today was our first encounter with that individual. As Song Xiao walked out, she questioned, it sounds like you're making me sound like a nanny. Regardless of what she muttered, Duan Z shoved her out without hesitation. Once she returned, she clicked into Sui Zhao's chat box. She typed, deleted, retyped, and ultimately sent nothing. On the other side, Sui Zhao was also about to send a message when he noticed the continuous typing from the other end with no result. Eventually, he initiated first. My father is remarrying. Would you like to come to the wedding? Duan Z, half asleep, felt her phone vibrate and absent-mindedly picked it up. In her groggy state, she didn't fully understand the message. Are you getting married? After sending this, she quickly fell back asleep without even confirming the name on the message. When Sui Zhao received this, he stared at the message for a long time, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration before putting down the phone. I forgot about the time difference. He gritted his teeth. Master. A knock on the door startled Sui Zhao into cold sweat. He turned sharply and glared at Sui Yu. What do you want? I heard that the head of Duanhuan sect really went to Miss Duan's business trip location. Sui Yu said slowly. He seemed worried about Sui Zhao's reaction. Who gave you this information? I need all the details, Sui Zhao frowned. Sui Yu cleared his throat and handed over his phone. Would you like to take a look at the message? Sui Zhao immediately grabbed the phone. After reading Song Xiao's chatter, his expression darkened further. What does hugging her mean? Did Song Xiao see this? He asked. Sui Yu leaned in closer. Where? As far as I remember, she said something. Wasn't it just imagination? Not real. If it's not true, why spread rumors? Did she even take my words seriously? Sui Zhao demanded. Seeing Sui Zhao's irrational anger, Sui Yu took cautious steps backward. Well, we're having a normal conversation here, right? Chatting about unrelated things is certainly harmless. The key point is Miss Duan didn't fall for any of it. In fact, didn't she stand up to them directly? Sui Yu chuckled nervously, trying to comfort Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao scowled. Do you think I don't know this? I'm asking how familiar you two have become that you dare joke around with the head of Duanhuan sect. Aren't you risking your lives? Chapter 220. Contrast creates differences. Sui Yu thought for a moment and said, But master, wasn't it you who said that the master of the Duanhuan sect is not a big deal? Can you try to show some initiative? Sui Zhao looked completely exasperated. Just go out already. Sui Yu. Master, since you're upset, why take it out on me? At least I've been working hard helping you all the time. Why are you suddenly like this? It was probably due to a slip of the tongue. Sui Yu accidentally let out what he really felt. Sui Zhao's expression turned somewhat enigmatic as he asked, Has your courage grown lately? Am I being too nice to you? Your words have become more and more out of line. It's not that, master. You need to be reasonable. This matter is just a matter. We were just making a small joke. We didn't really intend to betray anyone. We just feel this incident has been overly dramatized. If you were in the country, wouldn't you definitely be handling this? Think about the past incidents. This must be because you're abroad, giving others an opportunity. Sui Yu spoke until his mouth was dry, but saw no change in his master's expression. Instantly, he felt despair. Master, we really aren't saying this meaning anything wrong. Sui Yu sighed slowly. Master, Alright, Sui Zhao couldn't help but rub his temples. You don't need to say anymore. After spending so much time with Song Xiao, Sui Yu hasn't learned much else except now talking too much nonsense. He waved him away, utterly unable to tolerate any more pointless chatter. He waited for a long time and did not receive Duanzi's next message. Finally losing patience, he booked his return ticket and left with the car keys. Seeing his hurried actions and noticing he didn't call him along, Sui Yu couldn't help but follow from behind. Master, at least tell me where you're going. I can take you there. Sui Yu's face carried a grin meant to win favor, quickly pursuing far away. Driving is fine, but don't speak nonsense along the way, Sui Zhao responded impatiently. Sui Yu immediately mimed zipping his lips shut, then promptly got into the driver's seat. Hearing the destination named by Sui Zhao, Sui Yu had many questions but kept them back. Unaware whether it was tiredness, Sui Zhao soon fell asleep. In this situation, Sui Yu had to suppress himself even further. Duanzi dozed off deeply earlier, and now could not remember that matter clearly. She woke up early, around 6 o'clock. Thinking about Zhao Ying's condition, she directly got up and made breakfast. Everyone else was woken up by the enticing aroma. The first one to rush out was Meng Tang, who called out, Master, what delicious things have you made? Go sit down at the table, you'll see shortly, Duanzi replied, pushing her gently aside. Meng Tang didn't mind these details, immediately sitting down at the dining table to wait. Not long after, Song Xiao and Zhao Ying arrived at the dining table. Duanzi also successively placed the dishes on the table, 3 small dishes, for bowls of green porridge, and a few youtiao. Whoever marries Miss Duan will truly be fortunate, Zhao Ying remarked with a sigh. Meng Tang chuckled. Have you ever considered that whoever might want to marry my master probably has lots of money, and maybe a maid or two? He certainly won't need my master to do the cooking. Zhao Ying paused for 2 seconds. Actually, cooking can also count as a hobby. And does Detective Zhao have such a hobby? Meng Tang asked. Duanzi patted her shoulder and said, that kind of talk shouldn't be said, be cautious. After speaking, she opened her phone and accessed the back end, searching especially for the ID behind the witch remarks. Before finding it, a ringing telephone sounded. Duanzi hastily picked it up, only to hear Sui Yu's slightly trembling voice coming through. Miss Duan, my master bought today's ticket to return, but the plane has encountered a problem, possibly cannot land on time. Can you help me go to the airport and wait for master? Duanzi felt a ringing sensation in her ears once again. What did it mean? With Master Sui Zhao's excellent luck, these accidents wouldn't affect him. Trembling, she gathered her belongings and rushed toward the door as quickly as possible. Her speed was so fast that even Song Xiao hadn't noticed. What happened? Did anyone hear the phone conversation? Meng Tang still had an oil stick in her mouth. Although Zhao Ying's hearing wasn't sharp, he still caught the word ticket and immediately searched for news of a plane incident on the search engine. When seeing that the flight from H country to Z country was circling above for some reason, he immediately asked everyone, do you know who's in H country? Song Xiao was dazed for a moment and said, the Sui family. The 3 glanced at each other. None of them had the appetite to continue eating. They all hastily grabbed something and rushed outside, only to find that it wasn't easy to hail a taxi. Zhao Ying specially contacted someone from home to pick them up, which cost them an hour. By that time, Duanzi had already arrived at the airport. She couldn't believe that Sui Zhao was gone like that. For this reason, she even deliberately cast a divination, and the sign showed survival in dire straits. But whether such survival would allow him to return intact was still uncertain. At the same time, many people were eagerly waiting. Most of them didn't know why the flight had encountered an accident. They only knew that the plane was delayed. A lot of people gathered around the inquiry counter, trying to understand the situation, but received no definitive answers. When the announcement came over the intercom about landing, Duanzi's heart finally relaxed. She hurriedly pushed her way to the exit, her heart pounding incessantly. In the distance, a tall man carrying a suitcase walked briskly toward her. Duanzi felt that time passed excruciatingly slowly. She couldn't wait to rush forward and embrace Sui Zhao tightly. Sui Zhao was caught off guard and almost stumbled back a step. The familiar scent instantly surrounded Duanzi. It was good, he was still alive. He seemed puzzled, not understanding why Duanzi had changed so much. Her muffled voice reached him. It's so great that you're still alive. What? Sui Zhao couldn't quite hear clearly and wanted to pull her out to ask properly. But Duanzi wouldn't let go, hugging tightly as if unwilling to release him. Zizi, Sui Zhao called again. What happened? The flight hadn't been dangerous. There had only been slight turbulence, so his emotions weren't greatly affected. Although he didn't know the reason, he comforted Duanzi for quite a while. After the two sat down at the restaurant and heard each other's stories, Duanzi suddenly exploded. That Sui you deceived me? Sui Zhao chuckled softly. Not really. Our flight did encounter bad weather. Chapter 221. Overflowing Emotions. Duanzi, and said, so she's really a good subordinate of yours. Quite the liar. It wasn't my suggestion, Sui Zhao quickly clarified. But Miss Duan's reaction was still quite unexpected. Duanzi raised her eyebrows. The stray cats and dogs outside will be heartbroken without me, let alone neighbors. She leaned back a little, looking exceptionally calm. Sui Zhao stared at her for a while before eventually retreating. Will you attend my father's wedding? Are there so many people getting married recently? Duanzi asked curiously. I even saw someone saying they were getting married last night. As she spoke, she opened the chat window but then quietly took a sip of her drink. She rubbed her face and slowly said, sorry, I was too tired yesterday to look clearly. Uncle Sui's marriage. Isn't it improper for someone like me who is an outsider? He hopes you'll come. Besides, aren't we good neighbors? Sui Zhao said slowly. This sentence stirred a familiar feeling, making Duanzi squint slightly. Are you a parrot? You're such an unadorable talker, Sui Zhao said, reaching out to tap her between the brows. Duanzi felt a cool sensation on her brow, as if something had dispersed from that point. But it disappeared instantly, fast enough to seem like an illusion. Her expression towards Sui Zhao changed, and she opened her mouth to say something. This is the dessert you two ordered. The waiter interjected perfectly on time. Thank you, Sui Zhao said gently. Try it, their desserts are very famous. Duanzi responded with a nod and started eating. One spoonful entered her mouth, sweet and cooling, exceptionally tasty. The taste is excellent, Duanzi praised generously. Facing Duanzi's bright eyes, Sui Zhao's mood improved a lot. I heard when you were in Bonfire Village, you almost got into trouble? Duanzi slowly shifted her gaze away. Xiao probably told you already, right? Madame Zhao came down because she had some matters. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been your special case group's turn. Sui Zhao said. Hearing Madame Zhou's name, Duanzi couldn't help but think about that news from yesterday. She asked, is this the Zhou from Campfire Village? Do you know her? Sui Zhao chuckled lightly and nodded. I've already said, when I was young, I met many people. Madame Zhou was one of them. She's a legitimate heir of witch doctor practices, and she hasn't left Campfire Village in a long time. Do you know why? Duanzi became interested. Sui Zhao gave her a deep look and said, it's rumored that she calculated something. The 7-star child destiny? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao slightly raised his eyebrows. That I'm not too sure about. Isn't that the same as not saying anything at all? Duanzi rolled her eyes at him. If you don't know, there's no need to give me such elaborate background information. Except for wasting time, what else do you gain? I don't know the reason Madame Zhou went down the mountain, but I can reach her. Sui Zhao said while opening his phone. With light touches, he input a string of numbers and made the call. From the other end of the line came the mechanical voice of an operator. Sorry, the number you dialed has been turned off. The two looked at each other silently. Finally, Duanzi couldn't help but burst out laughing and asked, do you have anything worth showing off? This is ridiculous. No. Sui Zhao reached into his pocket as he said this. When his fingers touched something inside, he paused for a moment. What's wrong? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao said, there's something I thought I discarded long ago. This. He then placed the item in his hand on the table. It was a small yellow triangle, with cinnabar on it looking particularly beautiful. A talisman? Duanzi didn't dare touch it rashly. Instead, she observed for a while. Did she give it to you? Sui Zhao nodded. Yes. You said you met many people when you were younger. This talisman must not be the only one. How do you differentiate them? And why do you happen to carry this one? Duanzi's gaze grew serious. You don't possibly know ahead of time? Just because it gives me a better feeling, there's no other reason. You can rest assured, Sui Zhao said. I did practice for several years after all. You should believe in my discernment. After hearing this, Duanzi smirked, directly grabbing the amulet. She swiftly drew a Fu Lu charm, with patterns intricate and shining brilliantly golden. How does it feel? Sui Zhao masked the gleam in his eyes and inquired aloud. Duanzi pressed her lips together. Seems like this Madame Zhou and the person who told me yesterday that I have the 7 stars child destiny are one and the same. Sui Zhao raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? The address she gave matches the one I calculated. Duanzi said. Sui Zhao nodded. Shall we go find her now? No, Duanzi hastily interjected, pulling on Sui Zhao's arm. I haven't finished my dessert yet. Sui Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. I'm going to the restroom. All right. Duanzi dryly chuckled twice and quickly retracted her hand. Sui Zhao straightened his cuffs and walked toward the front desk. As soon as he left, Duanzi started regretting it. What was wrong with her today? Could this be what people called liking someone? That's impossible, impossible. Duanzi slapped her face and instantly turned into a bitter gourd. Far away in the restroom, Sui Zhao elegantly washed his fingers as if handling a delicate piece of art, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Groups of female waitresses gathered together, their eyes full of budding infatuation, looking towards Sui Zhao. To Duanzi, the time waiting felt like an entire century dragging on. She asked herself, why should I overthink this? What do you even see in him? His sharp tongue? His limping leg? Wasn't he limping earlier? Before she could resolve this internal struggle, Sui Zhao's voice suddenly reached her. Is something wrong? Duanzi abruptly looked up, stared at him for a moment, then quietly averted her gaze, somewhat uneasy as she said, we can leave now. Good. Sui Zhao extended a hand to grab her bag. The two stepped out familiarly together, shattering the hearts of all the waitresses. Why? All good-looking people already have someone. Someone shouted. Instantly sighs echoed around them. Duanzi tilted her head back. She glanced behind her, then at Sui Zhao, her eyes brimming with confusion. Sui Zhao slightly shrugged. Why are you looking at me? Oh, his hearing wasn't that great after all. Duanzi sighed. Let's go. It's inappropriate to visit too late. Sui Zhao murmured an affirmation and obediently followed Duanzi, resembling a well-trained big wolfhound. Duanzi blinked confusedly. What strange thought had just popped into her mind? Or did? Duanzi inadvertently met Sui Zhao's amused gaze, who then softly teased. Were you waiting for me? Who would wait for him? Duanzi darted ahead immediately, burying her head. Chapter 222, Blood Debt Must Be Repaid. After Duanzi ran to the side of the road, she immediately stopped the taxi and quickly reported the address. Sui Zhao just sat in the car without asking Duanzi anything more. But Duanzi began to feel increasingly awkward. She hesitated for a moment before calling Zhao. Hello. The reply came quickly from the other end. Duanzi replied with a hello and explained her purpose. I want to ask about the progress of the case. Whose DNA was it from? The person who had their face switched. This, Miss Duan, I'm not at liberty to disclose this, said Zhao helplessly. Duanzi didn't want to make it hard for him and settled for an alternative question. When we were in Campfire Village, we encountered Lu Yiming. Have you checked whether that person's face was real or fake? Zhao seemed troubled, hesitating for a while before replying. Miss Duan, isn't this still an indirect way of asking questions? You sure you don't want to tell? I may be able to help you find the truth. Are you sure you want to keep me in the dark? Moreover, the original dead man, Lu Yiming, is alive for various reasons and has transformed into a semi-demon body because of other causes. I think you should know. Duanzi said this with a half-smile. This statement did indeed ignite Zhao Ying's enthusiasm for his work, but his rationality told him he couldn't leak any confidential information under any circumstances. Seeing his unwavering stance, Duanzi decided to contact Zhao Ying's superior instead. Of course, the people above were well aware of the importance of the Special Cases Group, so they directly exchanged crucial information with Duanzi. Zhao Ying was then dispatched to assist Duanzi. This, however, was something Duanzi herself actively requested. Upon hearing this, Sui Zhao felt extremely uneasy. He cast a questioning glance at Duanzi, who slightly turned away. The two remained silent as they sat in the car. The taxi driver also overheard Duanzi saying that Zhao Ying would come. However, being a man of experience, the driver scanned them both and roughly figured out what had transpired. He said, "Young folks, if you like someone, you have to say it. If you continue acting like this, how will there ever be a result? And even if you want to upset him, you don't need to stir up jealousy by bringing in some third wheel." Duanzi was taken aback for a while before saying, "No, uncle, that person is my colleague. I need his help with something. This person is just a rich young master. He's useless." "What do you mean useless?" Sui Zhao frowned. "So tell me, what exactly can you do? When I asked you about Zhou Shaman, you thought about it for so long and still left it all to me to figure out," Duanzi retorted. Sui Zhao sighed. Well, since you know Zhou Shaman, just tell me who she is when the time comes," Duanzi bluntly responded. Sui Zhao wanted to say something, but held back. The driver burst out laughing, nearly splitting his mouth till his ears. "All right, young man, see? The lady cares enough to get help for you. You should be grateful." "Uncle, I'm not together with him," Duanzi protested. Sui Zhao nodded along. "Yes, we're not together." The driver chuckled. "Ah, you youngsters." At this point, Duanzi gave up explaining. Let the misunderstanding stay if it must. What was there to say? Instantaneously, silence engulfed the car cabin. No one said another word. After getting out of the car, Duanzi directly opened Gaota Map and then inquired from people around to successfully lock down on a residential area. However, upon reaching the entrance of the neighborhood, Duanzi became somewhat perplexed. It was obviously an old complex with a large interior range, and it was clear that thousands lived within its confines. Duanzi rubbed her temples, eventually pulling out her contact, a fan of hers. His name was Xiaoxiu. After receiving Duanzi's message, the other party soon replied, providing his contact information. Duanzi and Sui Zhao waited where they were as people around bustled about, glancing intermittently toward the two. Most looks were due to the pair's striking appearances, familiar faces that many recognized. Fortunately, no one intended to bother them. Sui Zhao stared at Duanzi for a while, finally removing his jacket and placing it on her shoulders. Duanzi felt warmth at her shoulder and looked at Sui Zhao with a changed expression. "Thank you." "Zizi," a clear male voice called out. Turning around, Duanzi saw a sunny young man in sportswear sprinting over with exuberant youth radiating. Next to her, Sui Zhao followed the sound and, upon seeing Xiaoxiu, appeared momentarily disoriented. He stood beside her like a hedgehog with its quills raised, unmoving. Duanzi wasn't paying attention to him, and thus had no idea what was wrong with him. "Hi," Duanzi greeted enthusiastically, extending her hand. Hi. Xiaoxiu reciprocated by extending his own hand and shaking hers. His gaze briefly landed on Duanzi before shifting his attention to Sui Zhao by her side. "I presume this is Master Sui, correct?" Nice to meet you." Sui Zhao nodded slightly as a way of greeting. Xiaoxiu smiled and said, "I'll call her right now and get her to come out." Upon hearing this, Sui Zhao furrowed his brows heavily. Indeed, he's still just a kid with no sense of propriety? Young people these days do have fiery tempers. "It's quite cold outside. You're dressed a bit too lightly. Let's find a place to sit down," Sui Zhao suggested at an opportune moment. Duanzi glanced back at Sui Zhao, about to agree when Xiaoxiu said, "I'm into sports, so I usually don't pay much attention to these things. Haven't even noticed the weather change. Sorry, sis, let's find somewhere to rest for a bit." Duanzi found his words somewhat odd, instinctively glancing toward Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao's expression seemed like a half-smile, yet there was a piercing intensity in his eyes that made one's hair stand on end. Yet, Xiaoxiu showed no sign of backing down. His gaze instead held a hint of defiance. Duanzi seemed to understand something, but was also perplexed. When did I become the center of such an epic drama? Now it's my turn to be part of the audience's snack feast? Sui Zhao redirected his gaze to Duanzi, and there was a touch of indulgence in the look he gave her. But Duanzi remained lost in thought. This kid didn't make his move earlier, making us wait for so long. Now we're stuck waiting again. If not for maintaining appearances, I'd really give him a piece of my mind, brother. Sui Zhao's lips curled slightly. This shaman can be quite superstitious. Even if you set up a time with her, she'll need to calculate her own departure time. So, if your agreed upon meeting time is 1 hour from now, you'll have to wait until then. Duanzi frowned, casually casting a divination. There's no need for the trouble, I'll go find her myself. The divination gestures looked somewhat intricate, darkening Sui Zhao's gaze momentarily as he decided against following. Xiaoxiu, however, responded enthusiastically. I'll go with you. No need. In perfect unison, both spoke at the same time. They exchanged a glance, and then fell silent, saying no more. Chapter 223, Fate Interwoven. Xiaoxiu glanced at Duanzi, then at Sui Zhao, and finally laughed, saying, No wonder everyone says you two have strong CP chemistry. Are you this in sync? The adults matters, kids should not butt in, Duanzi said as he looked at his phone. How come Zhaoing is taking so long? Perhaps he has already gone inside, Sui Zhao said. Hearing this, Duanzi raised his head from the phone and looked at Sui Zhao. We've been waiting here for such a long time. Did you see him go in? No, but it's improper to not be here by this time. Sui Zhao continued. We can go ahead first. If we meet Zhaoing, great. If not, there's nothing we can do. Duanzi thought this made sense, so they agreed right away and decided to head upstairs to take a look. Seeing the two walk ahead, Xiaoxiu unconsciously followed. Not that. If you bring me along, you can consider it as delivering me here. Without me, your visiting would seem too ambiguous, wouldn't it? Not. Duanzi grinned without genuine amusement. He's much more talented than you, and it's not your turn to take an apprentice. Being praised like this, Sui Zhao actually felt somewhat bashful. He slightly turned his head and gave a glance at Duanzi, pretending to be nonchalant. Xiaoxiu was momentarily confused, but, isn't she the one who approached me? Duanzi shot him a cold look. Do you feel special about yourself? What will you think if you get killed by her? Will I intervene or not? No, sister. It's at least my issue. Please just take me with you. I promise not to cause trouble, okay? Xiaoxiu kept assuring them repeatedly. Duanzi subconsciously looked towards Sui Zhao's direction. Sui Zhao nodded slightly. If he wants to go, just take him along. What's wrong with having one more person as padding? Duanzi couldn't quite understand what Sui Zhao was thinking for a moment, his eyes containing some surprise when looking at the other side. She transmitted her voice privately asking, You didn't approve of him before. Why take him now? Zhou Xinpa may be a bit stubborn sometimes. You might accomplish things better if you take him along, Sui Zhao said. Duanzi. But didn't you just say it wasn't possible before? Time changes everything, Sui Zhao slowly said. Looking at the smile on the other side, Duanzi couldn't help but feel strange. Sui Zhao, could it be that you're planning something sinister? Accidentally turning her head and seeing Xiaoxiu's perplexed face, she suddenly turned back to Sui Zhao. Can you transmit voice into someone else's mind? When did you learn that? Sui Zhao was taken aback for a while and slowly said, Maybe. Just now. Duanzi frowned. Isn't this too freakish? Can you act more human? By the time they finished talking, the three of them had walked quite a distance. Duanzi no longer bothered about whether to bring him along. Wait, where are we going? I arranged the time with her earlier, but she hasn't replied to my message. Xiaoxiu held up his phone. Duanzi hesitated for a while, whispering, Could you be the reincarnation of some demon? Shouldn't I be asking you that instead? Sui Zhao slightly arched his brows. If you hadn't used telepathy with me today, how would this happen? You two, what are you doing? Is there anything I shouldn't hear? Xiaoxiu was almost trying to push closer between the two. Instinctively, Duanzi took a few steps back, increasing the distance between them. Sui Zhao looked at Xiaoxiu, a glimmer of darkness flashing in his eyes for a moment. Xiaoxiu was unyielding and stared back at him for a long time. The atmosphere between the two was exceptionally subtle, as if a vortex was swirling between them. After walking quite far, Duanzi suddenly turned around and asked, Why did you two stop mid-walk? Are you admiring the scenery? Coming right away. Sui Zhao put on a warm smile and leisurely strolled over. Xiaoxiu clenched his fists tightly and ran over quickly. Sister, you're walking way too fast. I'm almost left behind. Although the old residential area was a little crowded, the towering trees on both sides of the road were truly refreshing to the spirit. At least Duanzi enjoyed this stretch of the road. She squinted her eyes, sniffed gently, and then stood still in her place. What's wrong? Xiaoxiu asked. Duanzi's gaze fell on a particular large tree, her expression gradually becoming vacant. Sui Zhao was the first to notice something amiss and immediately separated Duanzi from the tree. However, Duanzi seemed rather anxious. Big brother, big brother. Sui Zhao hugged Duanzi and slightly turned around, looking at that tree, his eyes flashing subtly. What happened to sister? Xiaoxiu hurried over later. Don't move. Sui Zhao's tone was extraordinarily serious. Xiaoxiu really froze in place, not stepping forward even once. Even Xiaoxiu himself didn't understand why, as if there was some kind of force in his words. His expression changed as he looked at Sui Zhao, clearly showing that this person was far from being as ordinary as he claimed. You call that old hag? Sui Zhao's tone carried a trace of displeasure. Xiaoxiu instinctively picked up the phone. Hey, master, where are you? We're downstairs in your residential building. You? Who else is there besides you? A somewhat rough voice came from the other side. Aunt Zhou. Sui Zhao's tone turned unfriendly. Please come down and meet us. A crackling sound was heard on the other end, followed by a pause. Ah Zhao. I'll come down and greet you. Mrs. Zhou's tone wasn't very good, lacking the calm she usually had when speaking to Xiaoxiu, even tinged with faint excitement. At this moment, Xiaoxiu believed what Duanzi said. It seemed indeed that Sui Zhao had a stronger appeal. They waited for a while longer, and Duanzi's condition remained unclear. Sui Zhao's expression appeared slightly sullen, and his gaze toward that tree carried a hint of malice. Not knowing if it was Xiaoxiu's illusion or not, he felt as if the tree started trembling under Sui Zhao's stare. Tree, it's not me. I swear it's not my fault. How can you blame me for the array problem? When Mrs. Zhou came down, She took a glance at Duanzi and Sui Zhao's arms and said faintly, "This young girl has an excellent talent." Realizing the oddity of that tree, Mrs. Zhao chuckled, "Don't torment it too much. The girl will be fine." "All right, thank you," Xiaoxiu said. "Mrs. Shaman, I would like to know." "Shu." Mrs. Zhao slowly extended one finger. "Call me Mrs. Zhao or Aunt Zhao. What era do we live in? Still calling me Shaman?" Startled by her words, Xiaoxiu stepped back a little. "No, I apologize, Mrs. Zhao." Only then did Mrs. Zhao look happy. Her gaze towards him softened a bit. "Not bad. There's some potential." Chapter 224, The Meaning of the Truth. Seeing Sui Zhao hugging Duanzi and refusing to let go, Zhou Shenbo leaned her head toward them and said, "She's fine. At most, she's just trapped in a dream. I know why you've come. On the day my son had an accident, I had a dream where he said goodbye to me. That's when I knew I was going to lose him." Sui Zhao replied, "I heard they are investigating his identity over there, and they've already been to the bonfire village. If you have time, can you make a trip there?" After hearing Sui Zhao's words, Zhou Shenbo couldn't help but laugh. "Young man, you're much more mature than before. Sooner or later, I will go, but if I do, I may not be able to see you guys again." "What do you mean? Are you waiting for us to come find you, Mrs. Zhao?" Xiaoxiu quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Zhou Shenbo glanced back at him with a somewhat eerie smile. "You're pretty sharp. Earlier, I contacted you because I thought you could inherit my legacy, but it seems now that you're not quite good enough." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiu immediately felt uncomfortable. He asked, "Mrs. Zhao, no, master, can't we negotiate on this matter? You didn't want to call me master just now, did you? But now suddenly master?" Zhou Shenbo sighed softly. "It's all due to fate. I have more important things to do. The matter of taking you as my disciple will be discussed later." "All right, I can wait," Xiaoxiu said quickly. "Do you know the cause of your son's death?" Xiaoxiu, adapting well, swiftly shifted the topic. Zhou Shenbo suddenly stopped, staring intently at him for a while. "I heard he was dragged down by someone else." For some reason, Xiaoxiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously moved behind Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao's attention was entirely on Duanzi. He asked, "How much longer until she wakes up?" "Auntie Zhao, I care deeply about her. Don't worry, that tree's spirit isn't very powerful. At most, it can only trap her in a dream for a short while. Don't be anxious, this isn't that hard to solve," the old medium reassured them. "However, what she'll see in the dream, I don't know." Sui Zhao frowned. "What kind of scope? With her high talent, she might uncover something extraordinary," the medium laughed. Sui Zhao gritted his teeth, but ultimately swallowed the question he wanted to ask. Duanzi only felt a dark and suffocating sensation, without even a sliver of light around her. Instinctively, she tried to draw a talisman to illuminate her surroundings, but nothing happened. "Where's my spiritual energy?" There was a brief moment of panic, but when she noticed a white light spot in the distance, hope welled up within her once again. Carefully, she took a few steps forward, discovering solid ground beneath her feet. Relieved, she quickly ran ahead. The glowing circle grew larger, and as soon as she entered it, the familiar scenery appeared around her. It looked like an office area, but the familiarity suggested it resembled Chu Jia's entertainment company. Confused, Duanzi glanced around and started walking towards the remembered direction, only to unexpectedly come face to face with a person she recognized instantly. Was that Duanzi? Instinctively, she checked the glass reflection and compared it with herself. She realized this wasn't as simple as she had imagined. Was this the real Duanzi, or was it her? She pushed open the door and walked in, intending to speak, when the other person raised their head, looking at her with apparent surprise. "Sister Bailing? Is Brother Chuzheng looking for me?" "Bailing?" Duanzi pointed at herself, unsure of what to say. Before long, someone from outside nudged her. Startled, Duanzi asked, "What's going on? To call someone? Why are you just standing there?" Chuzheng's tone carried a hint of impatience. "Huh?" Duanzi pointed at herself. Turning to the Duanzi, "Chuzheng, who am I?" "Sister Bailing, haven't you rested well?" Chuzheng said, reaching out to touch Duanzi's forehead, but she hastily stepped back. Duanzi was terrified, afraid she might have accidentally jumped into some strange timeline. Otherwise, why would someone call her Bailing? The Duanzi walked closer and said, "Wasn't it just that bump 2 days ago? And then the brain goes haywire? Truly delicate." Duanzi. Chuzheng pursed his lips. "Bailing is my junior sister." What does that have to do with me?" The Duanzi smiled. "Brother Chu's tastes are truly strange. I won't comment on Fu Miao Miao, but this Bailing, who looks so much like me, did you intentionally bring her back to irritate me? And what about little junior sister? What age are we in now? Please show some decency when lying." Clearly, she was upset, and she slammed the door and left without another word. Duanzi and Chuzheng were left to exchange awkward glances. Chuzheng even reached out as if he wanted to grab Duanzi's arm, but Duanzi took a small step back. "No, don't touch me. What did you want me to call her for anyway? I didn't even get a chance to say anything, and she just left." Duanzi quickly adapted to Bai Ling's role and took the opportunity to check her reflection on the glass door. "It doesn't matter. If she won't do it for you, I still have ways to solve this," Chuzheng said nonchalantly. Duanzi hesitated for a second and said, "Never mind, senior brother, this matter doesn't need to trouble Sister Zizi anymore." This line sounded oddly familiar. After saying that, Duanzi immediately regretted it. She retracted her neck slightly and said, "That's not what I meant. I mean, I can handle it." "Bai Ling, don't you know your own acting limits? What are you thinking about?" Chuzheng tapped her forehead with his fingers. "All right, I'll handle this myself. You go back and rest well. Me? Go back alone." Duanzi couldn't help swallowing hard. Chu Zheng smiled softly and said kindly, do you really think I wouldn't know? I'll see you home. Duanzi. She hesitated and asked, what about Fu Miao Miao? Chu Zheng obviously hadn't expected this question, and he paused for a while, saying, how could she be as important as you? Duanzi gave a dry laugh as she looked at Chu Zheng. How could he even say something like that? How much does Bai Ling resemble Duanzi? They could pass as twins, and no one would doubt it. On the so-called way home, Duanzi remained silent the entire time. Chu Zheng glanced at her several times. Are you upset? No, my mind is just a bit unclear, Duanzi admitted truthfully. Chu Zheng chuckled lightly and found time to pat her head. You're already talking nonsense because you're sleepy. Rest for a bit. I'll tell you once we arrive. Chapter 225, All the Truth. She didn't know whether it was the light music in the car or because of Chu Zheng's voice, but she soon fell asleep. In her dreams, she saw many strange things. The self in her dream wasn't Duanzi, but rather Bai Ling. She came from the cultivation world just like herself, but she had her own identity and was quite powerful. She directly became a disciple under the Duanhuan sect. Why was this so? It was only because at the time, the most famous organization she knew was the Duanhuan sect. So she joined without hesitation. Later, she noticed there was hidden golden light within Chu Zheng. That aura was so similar to her senior brothers. So she liked to follow Chu Zheng around until Chu Zheng discovered she was from Duanhuan sect, then officially became Bai Ling's senior brother. When Duanzi woke up again, they were already at the door. She slightly stretched her body and asked slowly, are we here? We're here, Chu Zheng said with a smile. Duanzi got goosebumps all over from his smile and leaned back a little, unfastening her seatbelt. I feel like there's something wrong with my brain. I forgot so many things. Like what? For example, where I live, Duanzi laughed. The other stared at Duanzi for a long while before saying, you're not acting normal. Duanzi's laugh froze on her face as she avoided looking at Chu Zheng. If you don't want to walk home by yourself, you can just tell me. There's no need to give such a reason and make things hard for yourself. Chu Zheng's next words left Duanzi speechless. Duanzi took a deep breath, still couldn't recover. Finally, she followed Chu Zheng almost awkwardly to Bai Ling's home. Wow, how familiar this room number is. Isn't this the room when I was Duanzi? Could it be that this place originally belonged to Duanzi? Then, isn't the white moonlight that Sui Zhao mentioned referring to this Bai Ling? But, I didn't see this Bai Ling when I arrived. Could it be that I've come to a parallel world? These questions Duanzi couldn't answer. She could only console herself that tomorrow would be better. After Chu Zheng opened the door for Duanzi, she darted inside immediately, blocking him out. Senior brother, maybe I'm too tired today and a bit confused, so I'm behaving a bit strangely. Please don't mind. Chu Zheng paused. What's wrong? Is it the aftermath of bumping your head last time? Kind of. I don't really remember the past clearly, Duanzi said anxiously. Also, I think Zizi's sister is just a little straightforward. She meant no harm. It's not her duty or responsibility to help me solve those problems. After finishing, she attempted to close the door, but Chu Zheng stopped her. You're definitely acting weird. Have you been bewitched? Saying that, he intended to take Duanzi to the elder of the Duanhuan sect. Unable to resist, Duanzi could only follow along. When she saw the great auntie, Duanzi wasn't feeling well at all. Who knew that these two people from the Chu family actually had such a good relationship? What if she found out that I'm an imposter? Great auntie, Bai Ling seems a bit unwell. Can you come and check? Chu Zheng said. As soon as he finished speaking, the great auntie rushed over, scaring Duanzi into trembling, almost falling backwards if it weren't for Chu Zheng catching her quickly by the waist. Duanzi. Thank you. You're protecting me even though you used to look like you wanted to turn into a dog and bite me. The great auntie listened to Duanzi for a moment. Just when Duanzi was about to slip away, the elder suddenly shouted, oh no, my dear granddaughter. What's wrong? Your senior brother is always making a fuss, but our granddaughter looks as adorable as ever, doesn't she? Duanzi felt the world was too surreal. She couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to go home. With pleading eyes, she looked toward Chu Zheng. Perhaps because of that glance, Chu Zheng pulled Duanzi behind him. It's fine. She says she's forgotten some things. I'm worried, so I brought her over for you to check. There's no such thing. Aren't you overreacting again? The great auntie huffed. My granddaughter looks to have higher spiritual energy than a few days ago. Did you have any new adventures recently? Duanzi twitched her mouth, wanting to force a smile, but ultimately failed. Great auntie, you frightened our granddaughter. Since there's nothing wrong, we'll leave first. Chu Zheng said, taking Duanzi's hand. Duanzi struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. She began to doubt this world. Was Chu Zheng out of his mind? Who exactly was Bai Ling? Was she really herself? How could she allow Chu Zheng to be so boundaryless? However, if she thought of the other as her senior brother, it was indeed possible for her guard to drop. But she would rather her senior brother be Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao? Yes, there was Sui Zhao too. Yet, for some unknown reason, her body wouldn't obey her control. It didn't even feel like hers anymore. Bai Ling was controlling her body, chatting incessantly with Chu Zheng about something. Duanzi's head buzzed as she seemed to hear the other say, senior brother, what task do you have tomorrow? There's one, Chu Zheng said. But if Nuan isn't feeling well, don't come along. Then Duanzi heard Bai Ling say, who said I'm not feeling well? I'm perfectly fine. I just don't know what came over me earlier. It must have been from being too tired. My brain was completely blank. I couldn't remember anything. Chu Zheng's phone buzzed, and after a quick glance, he let out a sigh of relief. It's nothing now, Bai Ling. Great auntie says that another soul mistakenly entered your body earlier, causing this reaction. Now that you're back to normal, that soul should be gone. What kind of soul? Bai Ling shouted, hands on her hips in fury. How dare it possess my body? A flicker passed through Chu Zhang's eyes but quickly smoothed out as he said, probably due to your slight collision which destabilized your soul. As he spoke, he tidied up Bai Ling's collar. Duanzi instinctively wanted to step back, yet couldn't wrestle control. Bai Ling still stood obediently at her spot, waiting quietly for his care. She hadn't seen that nasty old woman doing anything strange just now. So why had things suddenly turned this way? Frustrated, she wildly waved her hand, inadvertently letting out a slap. Unexpectedly, Bai Ling actually struck Chu Zhang across the face. He turned his face slightly, completely frozen in place. Chapter 226, Becoming Her. Duanzi never thought that she would actually slap the other person, and quickly went forward to rub their cheek. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, senior brother. Just now I had this strange voice in my head asking me why everything always troubled you. I wanted to drive away that voice, but ended up hitting you, senior brother. I'm sorry. She was using all her tricks. The voice was persistent, and even she couldn't bear to listen to it. Chu Zhang felt today's bailings seemed more clingy than usual. Remembering what Granddaddy said, he figured that she might have been frightened and thus acted like this. Hence, he was especially affectionate toward Duanzi. He basically followed whatever she asked him to do. At the same time, Bai Ling's awareness didn't approve of Duanzi's actions, even accusing Duanzi of disgracing herself. Duanzi was dismissive of it, and they had an argument as a result. Bai Ling's intention was to let Duanzi leave her body immediately. Duanzi chose silence because she also couldn't figure out exactly what was going on. I say, if you don't know what's happening, then stay for a while first. But one thing is certain, don't always fight for the control of the body. If my senior brother discovers it, he will surely send you back to Granddaddy. Duanzi scoffed. So I should thank you. To be honest, if I were to use my spirit power to confront you, I would definitely win. Why should I compromise with you? Bai Ling was clearly concerned about survival, which was somewhat similar to herself. Duanzi couldn't help but suspect whether this was her first visit inside this book. Why was there another person appearing with a personality so similar to hers? You? What exactly do you want to do? Bai Ling asked reluctantly. Bai Ling, what are you doing? Chu Zhang's voice rang from beside them. Instantly, Bai Ling took control of the body and hastily shook her head. She took the chance to look around and realized that they were already at her own doorstep. So she said, Senior brother, I'm too tired today, so I'll go home first. All right. Chu Zhang noticed that she wasn't in high spirits, but at least slightly more normal than before, hence decided not to insist further. After constant negotiation between Duanzi and Bai Ling, they found a balance point. This balance could ensure that Bai Ling could lead a normal life without hindering Duanzi's objectives either. She felt as though she only needed a short nap, and upon waking up, everything around changed completely. She frowned involuntarily, grabbing a servant passing by to ask, where is this place? Wasn't I sleeping in my own house? This is the Sui family residence. Isn't Miss Bai Ling having trouble accepting reality? The servant's mouth opened and closed. Duanzi felt like she was dreaming and questioned the servant. Wasn't I sleeping in my home just a moment ago? The white spirit really forgot. Isn't this because you broke off relations with Duanhu and sect, and our young master happened to have some acquaintance with you, and brought you here? The person slowly explained. Looking at the person, Duanzi felt unfamiliar with her. Even being in the Sui family for so long, how come she never met this person? Duanzi pulled a smile towards her, saying, Never mind, I must have been asleep for too long and confused. I'll be fine after a bit. The servant, not suspecting anything odd, nodded to her and went back to work. Duanzi walked a long way along the corridor. The surroundings seemed familiar, somewhat resembling the estate given to her by the Meng family, but these interior layouts. It wasn't until she saw Sui Zhao coming in a wheelchair that Duanzi froze on the spot. Sui Zhao. Duanzi couldn't believe her eyes and rubbed them. The other person looked exactly like before, often twirling a jade ring in their hand. He indeed looked identical to Sui Zhao at that time. She rushed over and asked, Is this mansion the Meng family's? Sui Zhao appeared unpleased, and his reply seemed perfunctory. Duanzi couldn't help but frown and asked, Do you know Duanzi? He stared at her for quite a while. Yes, the one who looks very much like you? It seems your memory really has problems. Before Duanzi could ask more questions, she lost control of her body again. It wasn't me who caused the death, it was Fu Miao Miao. Is this the first day you've known me? How can you believe such nonsense? Duanzi had adapted and understood roughly what the situation was. Bai Ling's emotions were very agitated, and Duanzi could even feel the violent tremors emanating from her heart. So, Bai Ling was also tricked by Fu Miao Miao. This Fu Miao Miao was not an easy opponent. Duanzi pondered over this, but did not rush to seize control of the body. Bai Ling was so upset that she said whatever came to her mind. Chu Zhang deceived me. He never knew about the cultivation world. Never. He tricked me. I didn't argue with him or tell him anything unnecessary. How could I kill anyone because of him? What I wanted was only my elder brother. Duanzi. So, her essence is just myself. She quietly listened to their conversation without making any noise. Bai Ling was angry. You are a cripple. Even if your Sui family has such a powerful background, how can you compete with Chu Zhang and Duanhu and sect? Sui Zhao rarely had a cold face as he listened, and surprisingly, he didn't rebut at all. Duanzi didn't know why, but suddenly felt a little sorry for him. I just thought Bai Ling was myself earlier. Is this it? Is this really it? Wait. If according to what Sui Zhao said before, his love of his life is Bai Ling, and isn't Bai Ling just me? But if that's the case, why hasn't Bai Ling ever appeared in all my memories? What happened afterward? Bailing's tone was still very intense, speaking without restraint. TSK. All she kept saying was that Chu Zheng had deceived her, and to Duanhu sect, the common people were nothing. Her elder brother would never be someone like that, and she herself wouldn't slaughter the innocent for someone like him. In other words, the collapse of this world is not far away. Then what's the point of wasting time chattering? Duanzi finally couldn't help but took control of the body, asking slowly, "What do you plan to do next?" Sui Zhao suddenly raised his eyes, with an extremely sharp gaze. "Who are you?" "Tisk." Duanzi leaned against the nearby railing in a comfortable position, looking down from above. "Sui Zhao, talk about your next plan. Perhaps I can help you." For some strange reason, Sui Zhao felt a shiver in his heart. He crossed his hands and asked, "How do you intend to help?" "Bailing can't, but I, Duanzi, can. I'm unlike this little waste who does nothing every day," Duanzi murmured. "I have been practicing day and night, tirelessly." Chapter 227, Heaven Above. A flicker of confusion passed through Sui Zhao's eyes as he asked, "What do you mean? Did someone take over your body?" Upon hearing Sui Zhao's question, Duanzi only felt thunderstruck. She pressed her forehead and said, "All right, I am Belan, and Belan is me. Right now, I just want to understand the cause and effect of this matter. Perhaps there might still be a way to save you all." As soon as Duanzi finished speaking, Sui Zhao slightly narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where have you sent Belan? Truly obnoxious as always. Who would have thought I used to think of you as my elder brother?" Duanzi muttered under her breath. Sui Zhao's brow furrowed tightly, and there was an inquisitive look in his expression as he looked at Duanzi. "What good methods do you have?" Sui Zhao asked. Duanzi said, "Haven't you already thought of a plan? Tell me, and perhaps I can lend a hand." Sui Zhao turned his gaze elsewhere. For some unknown reason, he felt a bit inclined to trust her. Duanzi felt uncertain and quickly calculated a divination. "My current abilities are enough for solo missions in the Special Investigation Team," Duanzi smiled. "Surely, you're not really planning on sacrificing yourself for everyone here, are you?" Sui Zhao's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm Duanzi, possibly from another space-time dimension," Duanzi replied. "To be honest, I don't quite agree with your approach. Do you have a better method?" Sui Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Duanzi sighed and said, "Let me handle it." "What?" There was a momentary crack in Sui Zhao's expression. "It's nothing, but as Belan, I feel pretty guilty towards you all. Doing something is also a way to make up for lost opportunities," Duanzi said. In truth, mainly because she couldn't bear to let go of you, Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao seemed to sense something, his expression becoming even more puzzled. But the instant Duanzi turned around, he quickly returned to normal. He said, "Belan, you don't belong to this world. You belong to that cultivation realm. No matter what you say, you cannot possibly be Duanzi. The Duanzi I know has never been a forgiving person, let alone trading one's life for another's." These words caused Duanzi's heart to ache. She quickly gathered her emotions and hurried back to the room where she had woken up earlier to speak with Belan, who was still inside her body. Belan said, "I thought you had disappeared long ago and might never come back in this lifetime. Never thought we'd meet again like this." Duanzi believed she could never be like this. It must be because she got struck by lightning and went crazy. "Indeed, she said as much," and Belan replied, "I'm not truly the real you, but rather only considered a fragment of the soul." Duanzi felt like her brain wasn't enough to comprehend this. Only after listening carefully later did she understand. It seemed like during the tribulation when the heavenly thunder struck, it tore her apart. She was merely a part of Duanzi, not the complete version. It was said that the elder brother used every trick up his sleeve to finally piece her together into her current form. Hearing it, it seems like one more round is needed for success. Belan added again. Duanzi questioned her. "Who exactly is this elder brother? Can't you just say something? Do you think if I knew, I would have made such mistakes?" Belan couldn't help rolling her eyes. Duanzi asked further, "Do you know about Sui Zhao sacrificing himself for the sake of this world?" "I know. I could hear everything just now." Belan's eye rims reddened. "Therefore, I decided. My plan aligns with yours, to die in his place." Duanzi was stunned for a moment. "Why? This outcome was created by me. If it weren't for me being deceived by Chu Zheng, following his words, doing all sorts of reckless things, thinking I was the most remarkable person in the world wouldn't have become like this." Regret was evident in Belan's tone. "This is probably the cost of believing the wrong person. But didn't you say that you were painstakingly pieced together by the elder brother?" "But I am ultimately not the complete Duanzi, not the whole you," Belan said. "Actually, I know. Only my death will make the world better and allow you to be well. This is partly why I consider Chu Zheng to be the elder brother. In his study, I saw a plan for my unexpected death." Duanzi felt like her mind couldn't keep up. She even thought that Belan was a madman. "Is it true that whether or not I appear, you'll sacrifice yourself for this world anyway?" Duanzi asked. Belan sighed deeply. "In the past life, the elder brother taught me many principles and told me not to betray the welfare of all living beings. Alas, I failed to do it well after all." Duanzi wanted to say more, but found herself unable to utter a sound. When she could see again, the surrounding formations were bursting with brilliant light. Belan was standing not far from her, with Sui Zhao sitting behind her and Chu Zheng standing opposite. It looked like a clear divide. Duanzi tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. She watched as Belan leaped down, trying to grab her, but failing. Her eyes widened. Then came Chu Zheng's shout. "Belan!" As Duanzi turned around, she saw Sui Zhao expressionlessly tossing Chu Zheng away. "Now you know regret? It's too late." Chu Zheng flew a great distance, stopped by a pillar. At that moment, Duanzi noticed something familiar about the scenery around her. The ancient building in the campfire village? Duanzi exclaimed in disbelief. Whether it was an illusion or not, she seemed to feel Sui Zhao briefly glance at her, but when she looked, he didn't shift his gaze. Duanzi frowned, wanting to take a few steps towards Sui Zhao, but she suddenly felt something flicker by her side, causing her to hastily step back. When she found Chu Zheng again, he was already choking Sui Zhao. You know I can't bear to let her go. This is all your fault, Sui Zhao said deliberately. Seeing the strength building in Chu Zheng's hands, Duanzi instantly rushed forward fearlessly. Sui Zhao. Chu Zheng turned, incredulous written all over his face. Bai Ling? My name is Duanzi. Duanzi gripped Chu Zheng's wrist. Someone you've deeply hurt. Whether it was Duanzi's words or this face, Chu Zheng momentarily lost focus, getting directly blasted away by Sui Zhao. With a thud, Sui Zhao also fell. He landed slightly off target, getting hit by the wheelchair's handle. Sui Zhao groaned immediately, falling to the ground without getting up. Duanzi glanced at Sui Zhao, then directly formed a magic cage array to trap Chu Zheng. Chapter 228, Wanting to Protect You. Sui Zhao paused in slight shock, looking at Duanzi with a mixture of surprise before slowly asking, You? Who exactly are you? Duanzi had originally intended to explain, but hadn't expected the other party to give him absolutely no chance. He suddenly struck Chu Zheng, causing his barely upright body to kneel again. Then, looking back at Duanzi, he said, Live well. Before Duanzi could react, he saw him jump down. She desperately chased after him, yet failed to even catch a corner of his garment. Sui Zhao. Duanzi's mind blanked for a moment before hurriedly calling out as she rushed downstairs. But just after taking a few steps, something stopped her abruptly. In the midst of immense anxiety, she was startled. At that time, Sui Zhao was sitting by the bed watching over Duanzi. No matter what Mrs. Zhao the psychic said, Duanzi's condition still couldn't be reassuring. Hearing Duanzi call his name, Sui Zhao became extremely worried and immediately moved forward to grasp Duanzi's hand. Xiaoxiu looked on, wincing from the sight, choosing to focus his eyes elsewhere. TCH, so bitter. Mrs. Zhou's gaze circled around everyone before she slowly said, It should be about time for her to wake up. Let me take a look. As she made to approach the bedside, she was blocked by Sui Zhao. Look at that, he's even guarding now. Mrs. Zhou sighed. But, you need to consider clearly. Some secrets you don't want others to know may not be possible to keep hidden. Sui Zhao directly turned to stare at her, his eyes filled with threats. Mrs. Zhou chuckled. This is all the will of heaven. It has nothing to do with me. I also lack the leisure to meddle in your romantic experiences. That segment of your history, the elder lady directly told me, my cultivation isn't worthy enough to see it. So, I'm quite curious about what secret exactly hides within you, Mr. Sui. There's nothing worth being curious about. Sui Zhao's gaze didn't leave the direction of Duanzi, scanning every inch of her face as if trying to engrave her face into his brain. Duanzi suddenly sat up. If Sui Zhao hadn't moved quickly aside, she might have bumped her head by now. Sui Zhao. Duanzi squinted her eyes, her expression bewildered. Where am I again? And who am I? Madame Zhou. There was a hint of threat in Sui Zhao's tone, making Mrs. Zhou unconsciously take a small step backward. It's none of my business. Duanzi tugged at Sui Zhao. Am I back? What back? The tree spirit dragged you into a dream. As Sui Zhao spoke, he gave a warning glance to Mrs. Zhou. Duanzi narrowed her eyes, saying, What kind of expression is that, threatening someone? Exactly what happened? Duanzi shifted her gaze to Xiaoxiu. Tell me. Me? How should I put it? It seems there's a certain destiny for you that allows you to know things others wouldn't. Some may be about him. Xiaoxiu finished speaking, retreating directly behind Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou cheerfully hid Xiaoxiu behind her. Just as Sui Zhao was about to speak, Duanzi suddenly leaned in and hugged him tightly. If you don't want anyone else to say it, I won't ask. Luckily, you didn't jump. Hugged stiffly, Sui Zhao's whole body tensed upon hearing Duanzi's words. How could he not understand what she was referring to? Sui Zhao reached out to pat her back, his voice trembling slightly. Do you already know everything? You can rest assured. This time I absolutely won't let anything happen to you. Especially, I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself in the ritual array. Duanzi's tone was resolute. Sui Zhao relaxed a bit, thankful she didn't seem to know too much yet. Suddenly, Duanzi seemed to realize something, patting Sui Zhao's back. So, did you explain everything clearly? I explained some. Basically, it means Madame Zhou's son did something unethical for someone else, then got silenced. But it wasn't people from the Soulbreak sect. Sui Zhao continued. The later involvement with the Soulbreak sect was merely due to their financial dealings with Lu Yiming. To achieve mutual profit, they randomly chose a recently deceased corpse, which led to the incident with the human faces. If you encounter such situations, wouldn't you usually try to predict or calculate them first? Why didn't you do it this time? Duanzi shook her head. True. Indeed, I didn't calculate. Because I thought it had no relation to the Soulbreak sect at the time. She lied, as she was worried discovering the culprit was the bat spirit, so she deliberately refrained from interfering in the matter. Sui Zhao stared at her for a while, patting her shoulder. Don't think too much. The chances of the bat spirit having met a bad end are high. It most likely has already died. Not dead, Duanzi replied. The bat spirit's power was absorbed by Lu Yiming, but it hasn't died. However, for it to return to its former full strength through training would likely be impossible. Madame Zhou said. I've come to ask for the help of the special case group to investigate my son's matter. Since you have such skills, I hope you can help my child. Duanzi stared at Madame Zhou for a while. I'm sorry, your son. The unspoken words already conveyed the answer. That temple indeed was worth a visit, considering how many incidents involved it. Duanzi informed Sui Zhao and others about going to the temple. Sui Zhao nodded expressionlessly. The place you mentioned, I've heard of it, but there's something eerie about it. How eerie? Duanzi couldn't help but say. The Buddha amulets issued from there were particularly effective in the past few times I've seen them. It's just that their appearance seemed somewhat baffling. Sui Zhao replied. It's the location. I've had people observe the place for quite a long time. The head monk there seems to have some kind of precognition ability. Basically, anyone he protects survives, and no one he wants to kill has escaped his grasp. At this point, everyone exchanged glances. Madame Zhao frowned tightly. My assets really cannot compare with those of the Buddhist. Auntie Zhao, don't go yourself. Just register at the Special Cases Group, and we'll handle the rest. Duanzi finished speaking and embraced Sui Zhao's arm. Sui Zhao hissed in discomfort, but didn't pull his arm back. Could she possibly know about Bai Ling? That was Sui Zhao's first thought. He wanted to ask, yet dared not. On the way to the temple later, Duanzi stayed extremely close to Sui Zhao, her inseparable behavior resembling lovers in a passionate relationship. Even Sui Zhao felt a bit flustered. He asked, ZZ, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I suddenly feel like I might be falling for you, Duanzi said slowly. After hearing this, Sui Zhao immediately pulled his arm back instead. Don't joke around recklessly. What's wrong? Duanzi looked at Sui Zhao with a half smile. I just want to protect you and walk together with you until the very end. Chapter 229, Love for All Beings. After a long moment of eye contact with the other person, Sui Zhao said, You're not Bai Ling, so there's no need to do what Bai Ling did. He could soften his tone. It must have been for Duanzi's emotions. Duanzi quickly let go of the other person's hand, smoothed her hair, and lowered her eyes to hide the discomfort in her heart. So Bai Ling, is your beloved? She raised her eyes and looked at Sui Zhao again, her gaze filled with complex emotions. She sighed slowly and said, Actually, I don't mind. I'm sure that I like you. The things I saw in the illusion, how should I put it? It feels very strange. I seem to be both Bai Ling and not her. She said she was a part of me, pieced together by my elder brother into the form she took. But she didn't know who my elder brother was. Not even at death. She said, I don't know what regrets Bai Ling had, but I only know that I've realized my feelings for you are different. I feel that going forward on this journey with you by my side will make things different. Do you even know what you're saying? The expression on Sui Zhao's face toward Duanzi seemed to contain suppressed anger. Duanzi was momentarily dazed and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you disliking me? Sui Zhao, are you disliking me? Sui Zhao's eyes seemed a bit red, and he turned his face away. What exactly did you see inside the environment? Did you see who your elder brother was? No, Duanzi said. Didn't you always get angry when I mentioned my elder brother before? You're really acting strangely today. Sui Zhao fell silent once more, though his mood was evidently low, even peculiar. She observed Sui Zhao carefully for a while and finally looked at Xiaoxiu, who had been ignored all along. The latter stepped back slightly. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Duanzi pursed her lips and asked, Is my confession so bad? And no, not at all. Hara. Xiaoxiu unconsciously glanced towards Sui Zhao's direction, waving his hands as he backed away. Duanzi remained silent for a while and ultimately didn't say anything more. When they reached the temple, Duanzi stared at the entrance for a long time, a voice in her head constantly urging her not to enter. Duanzi was one to heed advice and directly stopped at the entrance of the temple, having no intention to go in further. At the same time, Sui Zhao reacted unusually as well. His brow furrowed, and after a brief pause, he turned around to ask Duanzi, Why aren't we moving forward? Duanzi glanced at him and said, Nothing much. My confession was rejected, and I'm feeling down, so I don't plan on going inside today. Having finished speaking, she immediately changed directions and left without hesitation. Xiaoxiu looked at Duanzi, then at Sui Zhao, and asked, What's up with the two of you? Why the odd vibes? Shut up. Sui Zhao exhaled coldly and hurried to catch up with Duanzi. Not that. You've already rejected her, so why are you following her around? Xiaoxiu regretted shouting this and quickly covered his mouth. Wait for me. Just as they were leaving the temple entrance, an old monk slowly walked out. He called after them in the direction they'd left. Amit Ba Buddha. The little monk behind him was somewhat puzzled and asked, Master, since they've already reached the temple gate, why didn't they come in? It's not yet their time, the great monk said softly. These two benefactors are destined for extraordinary fortune, and since they care about all living beings, they shall definitely turn misfortune into good fortune. But master, didn't you say earlier that they brought calamity? The young monk questioned, confused. The master touched his head and said, You will understand these matters when you grow older. Upon hearing the sound, Duanzi looked back, but had no intention of returning to the temple entrance. Xiaoxiu asked, If we just return like this, how will Aunt Zhou explain it? Your nickname changed rather fast. Duanzi laughed aloud, mocking him. Xiaoxiu scratched his head, seemingly somewhat frustrated. Aunt Zhou herself has stated she doesn't want to offend the Buddhist sects. She's clearly seen something too, which is why she's not coming, Sui Zhao said. We got to the entrance, she felt uncomfortable and didn't want to go inside, so it's better that we leave. Duanzi couldn't help laughing at that. She looked back at Sui Zhao and said, You claim you don't like me, but you seem to know me pretty well. Then again, you also rejected my confession. What's going on with you? A flash of inexplicable emotion passed over Sui Zhao's face, so quickly that Duanzi didn't even have time to figure out what it was. He moved his throat and said, I don't like Bai Ling either. What I said before was merely to reject you. There's no reason for you to make such an important decision based on an irrelevant dream. Moreover, aren't you looking for your elder brother? You don't actually think that I only said these things just because I consider you my elder brother and want to keep you by my side, do you? Duanzi's gaze was sharp. If you do, you're really disgracing the feelings I have for my elder brother. Sui Zhao opened his mouth, but failed to offer an explanation in time. Because she was upset, Duanzi randomly hailed a taxi and left. The taxi driver, an uncle-like figure who looked somewhat familiar, made Duanzi glance at him a few times before he spoke. Young lady, aren't you with someone? What about your boyfriend? What boyfriend? Duanzi leaned back until her back fully rested against the seat. Only then did she feel slightly relaxed. The last time, didn't you ride with someone? You both were good-looking, so it stuck with me. The driver chattered on without pause. Duanzi hesitated for a moment before finally saying slowly, Uncle, shouldn't you be running around in the city center? The driver nodded earnestly. Yeah, but today I came out here to drop off someone. Heard this temple is very auspicious, so I decided to come along for some fun. Look, I even got myself a Buddha amulet. Saying this, he passed the Buddha amulet back toward Duanzi as if inviting her to take a look. Stunned for a brief moment, Duanzi still reached over to grab the item. Is this one freshly prayed for? For what? We people just seek peace. Lately, folks around say there's unrest, so why not get some peace of mind, whether or not it works? The driver chuckled heartily. Noticing the slight covering of black mist on it, Duanzi frowned deeply. Uncle, you've had a streak of bad luck lately? The taxi driver glanced into the rearview mirror. Hey, this girl knows something. How'd you tell? Duanzi toyed with the amulet on her fingertips for a while before replying. This Buddha amulet truly can help change your fortune, though the effect might be a bit uncertain this time around. Suggest you avoid heading southeast. All right. If Master said so, I'll trust it and invite you for dinner another day. The driver laughed warmly. Chapter 230. Save who should be saved. Duanzi also smiled and said, All right, I'll remember that. Don't think just because you don't know my name, there's no way for me to find you again. The driver uncle flashed a mouthful of white teeth and responded with a laugh. Don't worry. We've met twice already, so there must be some kind of connection. We'll definitely meet again. Good. Unconsciously, Duanzi had completely freed herself from the oppressive emotions she felt earlier. Duanzi hummed songs all the way home. Song Xiao quickly approached. You seem to be in a pretty good mood today? Where's Sui Zhao? It was better not to mention his name at all. The moment it was mentioned, Duanzi's face immediately fell. Song Xiao was startled by her reaction and didn't dare to press further questions, instead silently following her. Until Duanzi could no longer bear it, and asked her, Do you think I'm stupid? No, not at all. Song Xiao shook her head repeatedly. People like you are very rare these days. No, last time you said that even if he treated me as a substitute, it doesn't matter, right? Confessing would win me the first step, didn't you say that? Duanzi asked. Song Xiao was momentarily confused and slowly replied. Did I really say that? Seeing Duanzi getting agitated, Song Xiao hurriedly added. I think what I meant was something like that, but I'm sure those exact words were not mine. That's why it sounds unfamiliar to me now. So continue. Go on. Duanzi hesitated for a moment, then recounted everything leading up to this point. My goodness, so? You initiated the intimate gestures first, he didn't refuse. But when you confessed, he refused any further contact, right? Song Xiao shook her head. I couldn't tell he was that kind of person. Bastard. What does this have to do with him being a bastard? Duanzi was stunned. He obviously wanted to keep things ambiguous with you, without taking responsibility. Otherwise, why would he react this way the moment you confessed? Song Xiao excitedly explained. Duanzi. She instinctively felt that things shouldn't be understood this way, yet the other party seemed so convinced. It doesn't matter, these are just your assumptions. While I can't predict him exactly, it doesn't mean I don't know his character. I think your analysis is incorrect. Finally, Duanzi spoke up. I don't know what exactly you're thinking, but your words don't make much sense to me. Wait for me, let me think about it myself. Upon finishing her statement, she glanced around. Where's Meng Tang? She went out for something. She said it's related to your special case group work. Song Xiao replied somewhat uneasily. Duanzi questioned her. Didn't I tell you her injuries haven't fully healed yet, so she shouldn't be doing missions? But, Li Sun got into trouble. Song Xiao exclaimed. Duanzi pursed her lips. When did this happen? Song Xiao said. Just 2 hours before you returned, she left after that. Understood. As Duanzi spoke, she had already dialed Xiao Ye's number. However, on the other end of the phone came the message, power off. Duanzi's unease grew even more intense. She began calculating using her fingers with such agility that it looked incredibly fast. Song Xiao's eyes nearly blurred watching her, but suddenly she heard her sigh and say, Too late. What? Song Xiao jumped. Not that, what exactly is too late? It's fine. Duanzi said. Meng Tang can handle it. It's just, the special case group will suffer a bit of a loss. Huh? Aren't you supposed to think about saving people now? Song Xiao asked. This is Meng Tang's growth, and also the growth of the special case group. I have no reason to forcibly change the course of events. There was a coldness in Duanzi's tone. Besides, this loss. Well, it's all personal karmic connections. Duanzi thought her own explanation sounded rather reckless, but if this group were saved. After witnessing Duanzi return to her room, Song Xiao felt a bit bewildered. This behavior wasn't like Duanzi at all. Something must have happened. Unsure of what to do, Song Xiao sent a message to Sui Yu. The poor Sui Yu was still overseas and couldn't understand why their young master had suddenly gotten into an argument with someone. However, perhaps the dream could be clarified by asking their young master directly. After hearing about Duanzi's dream from Sui Zhao finally sighed in relief. This fortune-teller woman really knew how to fabricate stories. What bizarre karma is this? And also, Sui Yu's voice came again. They mentioned that Miss Duan predicted a calamity for Miss Meng and her team, but specifics were unclear, and Miss Duan seems to have decided not to intervene. Sui Zhao took a deep breath, rubbing his temples. Understood. I'll go take a look. You should be able to return yourself, right? I want to accompany you. Sui Zhao finished speaking, and then literally shoved him off the car. Xia Xiuhuan paused for a moment, rubbing his face fiercely. What's going on here? He glanced around, and then got into a taxi. After Sui Zhao rang the doorbell, he waited for a long time. He knew Song Xiaoxiao must have already known he was here, but why didn't she open the door? Impatiently looking at the time, and just as he raised his head, the door in front of him slowly opened. Without hesitation, he immediately walked in, faintly hearing Song Xiaoxiao muttering 2 words, jerks. Sui Zhao turned back and asked, did you just say something? Song Xiaoxiao looked confused and said, no, I didn't say anything. Sui Zhao did not ask further, directly went to knock on Duanzi's door, only to find that the other side had no intention of opening it at all. Open the door, I can explain. As soon as Sui Zhao finished speaking, the door opened. Duanzi coldly asked, is there something? If it's about just now, it's not about what happened just now. It's about the dream you had. However, you need to go on a trip with me. Sui Zhao cut straight to the point. What? Where to? Duanzi instinctively asked. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao rushed over immediately and began packing things for Duanzi. Wait, what did you two discuss? Duanzi stopped Song Xiaoxiao, deliberately lowering her voice. Why are you doing this? Didn't you analyze so confidently before that he is a bastard? It wasn't my call. Aren't you curious about the dream? Yes, the dream. I brought him over, and you'll hear him out along the way, Song Xiaoxiao said. And as for me, I will quietly stay in your bag without saying a single word. As she said this, she made a gesture of zipping her mouth closed. Duanzi quickly glanced at Sui Zhao. Well, shouldn't you at least tell me where we're going? How should I know? I'm not God, Song Xiaoxiao responded confidently. Chapter 231, his version of the truth. When they got into the car, Duanzi was the first to sit in the driver's seat. Sui Zhao then leisurely opened the door of the passenger seat and sat in. Duanzi glanced at him. Seatbelt. All right. Sui Zhao fastened his seatbelt, set up the navigation, and fixed the phone on the stand. Seeing the clock on the screen, Duanzi couldn't help but ask, where are we going? To sweep a grave? Sui Zhao ignored her. Let's go. Watch the road carefully. Aren't you supposed to tell me something? Duanzi asked. There is. The Bai Ling in your dream has never actually existed from start to finish. Her existence was strange, like a fragment of someone's soul, but not entirely. In the previous world, she took the place of Duanzi to survive. But because of her, the world collapsed once. Sui Zhao paused here as he could feel Duanzi's emotional fluctuation. He continued. She thought Chu Zheng was her senior master, helping him do quite a few things, also being one of the real culprits that directly caused the rapid resurgence of spirit energy. However, she really did sacrifice herself for the sake of this world. Bai Ling spent her whole life sealing away spirit energy, which finally saved the world on the brink of collapse. But if everyone were to survive, a very large formation needed to be activated. Sui Zhao spent a long time pondering over it. Just as he was about to succeed, Chu Zheng found him saying he wanted to cooperate together. But due to previous matters, Sui Zhao harbored some grudges and didn't agree to cooperate with the other party. Who would have thought that the other side wouldn't give up and insisted on joining Sui Zhao, saying they wanted to save Duanzi's life. In the end, Sui Zhao discovered Chu Zheng II before entering the formation. To stop the other party from entering the formation, they fought and Sui Zhao planned to destroy the formation. But because Chu Zheng's goal was the formation itself, Sui Zhao became restrained as he had to protect it too. Later, with Meng Tang and others' help, Sui Zhao entered the formation first and returned to the starting point. However, the outcome for Meng Tang and the others wasn't good. Chu Zheng captured Zheng Yu and Li Sun, using them to threaten Meng Tang. But Meng Tang did not compromise, helplessly watching as he killed the others. And he even sacrificed Song Xiaoxiao to activate the formation first, said Sui Zhao heavily. Theoretically speaking, none of these have any relation to you. I know you aren't the real Duanzi, nor Bai Ling. So, at first, I didn't want to tell you all the details. I understand. An indescribable emotion surged in Duanzi's heart, making her speech sound unintentionally brusque. When she realized this, she quickly adjusted her emotions and said, however, will there really be no impact at all after you revealed the heavenly way? It shouldn't count, Sui Zhao said with remarkable self-assurance. I don't know who all entered the formation. Strictly speaking, these two sides do not belong to the same world. As for the exact situation, I am unable to clarify further to you. Duanzi nodded thoughtfully, saying, all right, whatever you say goes. Basically, isn't it just layer after layer, each different? This time, I'm truly not lying to you, Sui Zhao said with particular seriousness. The address of our destination is where Meng Tang went. I don't want you to make a decision you might regret. Hearing this, Duanzi slammed on the brakes and parked the car on the side. Rui Zhao, since you rejected my confession, may I ask what identity gives you the right to make decisions for me? I thought we were friends. Sui Zhao's lips turned somewhat pale. Duanzi stared at the other person for a long while and said, so, is everything about the white moonlight false? Not entirely, as she sacrificed herself for the benefit of all living beings, indeed making her irreplaceable, said Sui Zhao. What a genius of logic. Duanzi snorted in ridicule, restarting the car. You're truly a talented individual. This can be considered white moonlight. Why not? Sui Zhao replied straightforwardly. Song Xiaoxiao in the bag felt an unprecedented pressure. She really wanted to crawl out and beat this brainless thing to death. So, don't you like us ZZ at all? Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help asking. Sui Zhao cast a glance back and fell silent. Duanzi no longer cared about pursuing results, focusing only on driving the car. Yet unconsciously, thoughts of what Sui Zhao said earlier about Meng Tang kept circling in her mind. How likely is it for this result to replay? Duanzi asked. Sui Zhao seemed to not expect the other party to ask this question. After contemplating for a moment, he said, I don't know. You can independently open such a huge array, yet you don't even know the trends of the future? There was already a touch of sarcasm in Duanzi's tone. Sui Zhao pursed his lips. That formation wasn't set by me. I merely used it to my advantage. The one who contributed the most was Meng Tang. No wonder he insisted on saving Meng Tang. Could it be that the person he likes is Meng Tang? Duanzi was startled by her own guess. Sui Zhao, sitting in the passenger seat, was even more speechless. He didn't understand why the other party had thought this way. Duanzi asked Sui Zhao, why did you refuse me? Is it because of Bai Ling or Meng Tang? Sui Zhao massaged his temples. My attraction to you was only because you looked a little like your eldest master. But in the previous world, you taught me quite a few things. There's a bit of your sect in me. Shouldn't that be completely normal? Indeed, it wasn't strange. Duanzi added a sentence in her heart, but defiantly said, what makes you so sure? You're not me. At this point, Duanzi suddenly had a flash of insight. You're not a fish. How would you know the joy of being a fish? Sui Zhao chose to keep silent. Then let time prove it. Duanzi smirked insincerely. All right, since you've said it. What else can I say? Though she spoke these words, the force she applied to the accelerator increased a notch. Sui Zhao was completely pressed back into the seat and silently tightened his grip on the handle. Perhaps the most pitiable one was Song Xiaoxiao. Not only had she heard her fate, but later on, she was tossed back and forth like a ball inside her bag. Song Xiaoxiao silently cried. This was absolutely inhumane. Despite some setbacks along the way, they finally arrived at their destination accurately. Looking at the road blocked by brambles ahead, Duanzi stopped the car. Looks like someone intentionally doesn't want us to go further. Sui Zhao blinked slowly. The sound of air cracking still seemed to ring in his ears, making him feel particularly uncomfortable now. He swallowed hard and said, how about we wait for a while? Sure. While Duanzi said this, her hands didn't stop working. They will be safe before midnight. Let's rest for a moment. Chapter 232, The Fate Cycle. Sui Zhao glanced at the time and said, we don't even know how much more road lies ahead. Let's deal with what's in front of us first. Upon hearing his words, Duanzi turned back and looked at her, saying, so are we just leaving this road like this, without reaching out to some people for help to clean it up? Are you, young Master Sui, going to take care of it? This comment carried a bit of sarcasm. Sui Zhao hesitated, but ultimately didn't say anything. I know what you mean, Duanzi slowly spoke. My feelings for you have nothing to do with that dream. You really don't need to explain so much to me. I don't need your explanation. Having paused here, she looked at Sui Zhao with determined eyes. She said, I cherish my disciple far more than you, so there's no need for you to give such well-meaning advice. Seeing that Sui Zhao had no intention of responding, Duanzi smiled. All right, I'll go down now and check, okay? As soon as Duanzi got off the car, Song Xiaoxiao immediately emerged. Hey, young Master Sui, big brother Sui, what exactly is going on with you? Song Xiaoxiao asked point blank. Zizi has liked you for a long time. She said the big brother might be just one kind of fixation, but liking you is genuine. The corner of Sui Zhao's mouth twitched. Then tell me, does she like me because I'm not the big brother, or because I resemble the big brother? Song Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned by the question and replied, I've never really thought about this question. Otherwise, why don't you ask? Even if I dare, would I actually be able to? Sui Zhao grinned bitterly. As for Song Xiaoxiao's penchant for gossip, did he not already know all about it? Just as he finished speaking, they suddenly saw a bright light flare up in the distance. Sui Zhao immediately sat up straight, quickly unfastened his seatbelt, and jumped out of the car. Song Xiaoxiao was startled by the commotion outside and quickly followed him out. At that moment, Duanzi was reciting incantations, but she was abruptly pulled by Sui Zhao. Startled, she exclaimed, what's wrong? What are you doing? This place is full of dry grass. If you start a fire, how will you take responsibility for it? Sui Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but it was quite stern. Duanzi took a small step back and said, me. If these brambles aren't burned, how will we get through? Besides, this is a talisman, so it can be controlled. After saying this, she immediately extinguished the fire. Sui Zhao's eyes widened, and the latter part of his sentence was directly swallowed back by himself. Only then did Duanzi notice Song Xiaoxiao's presence and asked, why did you come down too? Is it really that terrifying? It is, Song Xiaoxiao said. That sudden flame rising into the sky scared me enough to shave years off my life. Duanzi couldn't help but frown. Is it really that exaggerated? Besides, you're dead anyway. What difference does this moment make? That's different. If you set this forest on fire, the merit you owe can't just be deducted from you alone, right? Song Xiaoxiao said very seriously. Duanzi waved her hand. All right, let's get back in the car. We should leave. The three of them climbed back in the car and set off again. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Song Xiaoxiao asked, why does this feel familiar? Did you take the wrong path? No way. The person who could get lost is only you. What does that have to do with me? Duanzi waved her hand dismissively, clearly not wanting to deal with him. Song Xiaoxiao rolled her lips, muttering quietly. Then why does it feel so familiar? I've never been here before. This is normal. In the mountainous area, the mountains look almost identical. It's common to misidentify them, Sui Zhao added. Song Xiaoxiao looked at him with a touch of shock. She pointed at herself, looked at Duanzi, and made a mouth gesture to Sui Zhao, asking, "What's your situation?" Sui Zhao shook his head and did not answer her question. Song Xiaoxiao was furious and didn't say another word during the rest of the journey. Although the initial landscape did seem similar, after traveling for a while, everything started to become unfamiliar. Sui Zhao frowned. Is this an array? It appears to be, Duanzi said absent-mindedly. But it shouldn't be a problem. This array seemed very much like the one given to Zhengyu. So, is it someone from the ghost-severing sect? What is this array used for? Song Xiaoxiao asked. Duanzi's face went slightly pale. To defy fate and alter destiny. Her fingertips gripping the steering wheel turned white due to the force of her grip. Sui Zhao reached out and held her hand, saying, "Don't worry, Zhengyu isn't the kind of person to act rashly." Is she? Duanzi seemed somewhat lost. Sui Zhao tightened his grip slightly on her hand. You must have already calculated it, right? Didn't find anything about Zhengyu, did you? Yes, there isn't. Duanzi paused briefly, then regained her spirits and focused on the road ahead. Soon, Duanzi parked the car in a deserted area and said, "We're here." Song Xiaoxiao looked around and said, "Don't joke around. If they were here, where are the cars?" "The cars aren't over there." Sui Zhao seemed to casually point in a direction. Song Xiaoxiao followed his gaze and indeed saw a car, which startled her. She couldn't help muttering, "When did your eyesight get so good?" Upon hearing that, Duanzi's expression toward Sui Zhao shifted slightly, but what she said was, "Let's go down. This entrance is somewhat hidden, which makes it harder to find. Are you sure everything is right?" Sui Zhao asked. Duanzi directly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out, and Sui Zhao followed closely behind. It wasn't necessarily because of mistrust, but they worried that Duanzi might use some other means and just vanish. Sure enough, as they had suspected, in an instant, the world spun wildly. When they regained their bearings, they had already been transported to another place. Sui Zhao managed relatively well, but Song Xiaoxiao felt like she'd been thrown into a washing machine spin cycle and barely stopped throwing up. Duanzi first examined the surrounding environment and then spat out a single word. Phew. Huh. Sui Zhao mustered his energy and turned to Duanzi. What's wrong? This place is off. It's a Chinquan array. The space we entered is different from theirs. I've sensed it. There is indeed the presence of the ghost-severing sect here. Duanzi explained. What does the presence of the ghost-severing sect feel like? How do we identify it? Song Xiaoxiao leaned forward curiously. Duanzi frowned. Your sense isn't mistaken either. This array has directly transported us to Campfire Village. Campfire Village? Song Xiaoxiao paused for a second. What should we do now? Will we still be in time? I'll calculate it. Duanzi's hands fluttered like a butterfly's wings, yet soon cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Chapter 233. As you wish. As Duanzi's expression turned to pain, Sui Zhao hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was already too late. Duanzi immediately spat out blood and collapsed straight down. Duanzi! ZZ! Both shouted almost simultaneously as Sui Zhao desperately caught him. Duanzi looked like a deflated balloon, his whole body appearing as if it had been dyed with twilight. Several strands of white hair appeared visibly at his temples, shocking Song Xiaoxiao. She asked in worry with her voice tinged with sobs. ZZ, what is wrong with you? It must be the reason of Zhou Xinpa's array, Sui Zhao said. After going through that array, coming out and calculating twice more, with such intensity, hence it came to this. I didn't think you knew so much. Duanzi regained consciousness at some point. Don't worry, once I recover, I'll be fine. Fortune tellers should have been prepared for backlash. So, ZZ, does that mean we can't rely on fortune telling to get out anymore? Song Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with panic. Sui Zhao said, tell me about the principle of this array, maybe I can help. Duanzi originally intended to refuse, but inside the dream, Sui Zhao had indeed activated a grand array on his own. Though left behind by others, its power after he activated it was truly remarkable. Without hesitation, Duanzi drew the array for Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao examined it very carefully, but when he saw a certain part, he suddenly frowned and asked, is this place correct? What's wrong? Duanzi's voice sounded somewhat weak, not as if it was on purpose. Sui Zhao pursed his lips, his voice a little low. I just feel that this place seems a bit off, unlike the rest of it. Where? Elder brother, how did you notice this? Song Xiaoxiao took a look, but couldn't figure out where the extra part was. Duanzi yawned and took a glance. Oh, that part is indeed incorrect. What? Song Xiaoxiao asked again. You didn't learn these, right? Why suddenly saying you can do it? Before Sui Zhao could speak, Duanzi answered first. That's because this one has talent. Speaking, she picked up a branch beside her and drew another array for Sui Zhao. Indeed, there was an obvious change in that spot. She also told Sui Zhao the incantation. And then, take care of yourself. Don't mess things up. I don't have time or energy to deal with these issues now. Sui Zhao nodded, without saying anything more. He focused intently on learning the array and incantations, while Duanzi rested her head on Song Xiaoxiao's shoulder, waiting for Sui Zhao's success. In no time, a faint golden light emerged in the direction where Sui Zhao was located, causing Duanzi to instinctively move closer. This talented, huh? Song Xiaoxiao was stunned by Duanzi's speed. Didn't we agree there's no strength left? Though she thought that, she still followed to see what was happening. Just as they went over, another shift happened, and the three instantly disappeared from their original location. Zhaoli Village. Meng Tang and others had been tied up and hung on trees. Beneath them stood a man dressed in black robes, quietly roasting something. What do you want to do? Meng Tang gritted his teeth and asked. As for me, what I want is not much. The master of the Soul Sever sect said eerily. I only want one person back. I know, the only one familiar with this array is Duanzi. However, Duanzi is simply too difficult to approach, forcing me to take such risky actions. What? Li Sun coughed a few times. Who? You actually ask who she is? That's really laughable. She taught you quite a lot, yet none of you came along. The master of the Soul Sever sect laughed, and then cried. Li Sun and Meng Tang exchanged glances. Not far away, Zhao Jian glared at Ji Nanting, who winced in agony and asked, I just have one question. What about the first group of people from our special case group? That group, the master of the Soul Sever sect chuckled. Of course they were killed. Such good nutrients, would not let go to waste. You're mad, completely mad. Zhao Jian shouted. Just as her words faded, she was throttled by the neck by the master of the Soul Sever sect. I kept you alive just to lure Duanzi over. But she only cares about those like Meng Tang. Both of you are mere extras. If you don't listen, your life will be forfeit. Why do I feel his voice is familiar? Li Sun whispered softly. A shock flickered in Meng Tang's eyes. Is it the person I'm thinking of? As for the two men related to Duanzi, except for, Li Sun left it unsaid. Meng Tang gritted his teeth. What you want is just the array or Duanzi's life. With this question, the master of the Soul Sever sect momentarily lost focus, allowing Zhao Jian a chance to catch her breath. The master of the Soul Sever sect released his grip and cast a malevolent look at Meng Tang. Is there anything to discuss here? Life or array? It's not for you to decide. By now, if they still couldn't figure out the purpose of their opponent, they'd surely be fools. In her heart, Meng Tang silently prayed that Duanzi wouldn't show up. Logically speaking, Duanzi could never leave someone to die, especially you. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared, followed by Duanzi's slightly tired voice. Master of the Soul Sever sect, right? I know what you're after. Aren't you practically sending your own head? Teacher, run. Meng Tang's voice was tinged with crying, clearly terrified. Upon seeing Duanzi's white hair at his temples, Meng Tang broke down. He wants your life. Duanzi nodded. Why so flustered? Of course, I know what he wants. Isn't it just about Bai Ling? What's surprising? At this point, Sui Zhao suddenly frowned heavily. What does that mean? Was she? He should have known earlier. You? Do you know Bai Ling? The master of the Soul Sever sect was shocked for a moment. Impossible. How do you know her? Duanzi snorted in amusement. I've already said it. There's nothing in this world I can't calculate. And about this, Chu Zheng, shouldn't you understand that already? The master of the Soul Sever sect's body stiffened, preparing to say something when he heard Duanzi continue. To tell you the truth, Bai Ling and I are essentially one. Without her, I might not even exist. Are you really determined to test this out? Stop making exaggerated claims. Chu Zheng was unusually agitated. Even if she betrayed me later, she is still my beloved little junior sister. She will always remain a child who doesn't grow up. All right then, as you wish. Duanzi slightly curved his lips. Chapter 234, Bai Ling? It's unclear whether it was because Duanzi answered too decisively, but the master of Duanhuan sect felt a momentary pang of anxiety. A familiar image flashed through his mind. He took a small step back and said alertly, You must be joking. How is that possible? What's impossible? You want your Bai Ling back. I want my important person to be fine. Isn't this a win-win situation? Duanzi smiled slightly. Chu Zhen, you really are an asshole. Don't you care about Fu Miao Miao at all? Chu Zhen, wearing a mask on his face, responded with a rigid tone. This matter has nothing to do with her. I remember you saying that Fu Miao Miao was your first love, and she saved your life. Is saving your life so insignificant? Duanzi's voice carried a bit of sarcasm. Chu Zhen didn't quite understand how this matter was related to Fu Miao Miao, and obviously did not want to answer this question. You said you'd willingly sacrifice your life, right? Why so much nonsense? Chu Zhen replied somewhat arrogantly. Duanzi laughed, and took a few steps forward. All right, I'm just a little worried if you can actually do it. After all, Bai Ling and I were originally one. She's a fragment of soul. Do you know what a fragment of soul is? I am her complete form, and if I am gone, she will also be gone. Her laughter had a hint of sadistic pleasure. Chu Zhen's heart skipped a beat and was about to stop her when unexpectedly, she suddenly activated the array and immersed herself in golden light. Sui Zhao wanted to intervene but was too late, as he watched the golden light shoot towards the sky. Song Xiaoxiao, who was secretly helping people nearby, became completely dumbfounded. Was she a fool? Meng Tang had just been released, ignoring everything and rushing toward the array but was blocked outside. Master, Duanzi, you're such an idiot. Do you even know what you're doing? Meng Tang shouted in hysteria. The original golden array gradually turned into blue, with semi-transparent butterflies fluttering around Duanzi. Suddenly, Duanzi turned back and smiled at her. Don't be afraid, I will always be here. Almost simultaneously with her words, several semi-transparent blue thread-like objects flew out from the ground and coiled around Duanzi's limbs. Her eyes gradually lost their luster, causing even Chu Zhen to feel a little uneasy. He had deceived this array from Duanzi. The success rate of this array was something he had no idea about. Bai Ling does not belong to the present world. Not only whether or not she exists, the condition for resurrection doesn't even match. He was extremely afraid that by the end, he would not even have her corpse left. At this point, Li Sun had already arrived by Meng Tang's side, stroking the latter's back and consoling. Don't worry, someone like your master wouldn't die easily, right? While speaking, His gaze landed on Sui Zhao's direction. Sui Zhao stood with his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixated on the front, either entirely focused on Duanzi's life or death, or completely detached. Ji Nanting and Zhao Jian leaned against each other and walked over. They also noticed Sui Zhao's expression, looked at each other, and silently stood beside them. Song Xiaoxiao was the most indignant and directly confronted Sui Zhao, asking, "What exactly do you mean? Sui Zhao, do you really prefer Bai Ling that much?" The other party did not even glance at her, instead focusing tightly on Duanzi's figure. At this moment, there was very little certainty in his heart. He could not determine what Duanzi intended to do. This array was indeed a method to summon ghosts, but not entirely. It was a special array later improved by Duanzi. Probably due to the disappearing user activating the array, its original light faded little by little, and Duanzi fell sharply from the air. Chu Zhan was startled and rushed forward in panic, finally stabilizing as they both landed safely on the ground. Song Xiaoxiao looked at the unmoved Sui Zhao, and her heart sank significantly. "What do you mean? Are you just watching idly like that? Are you still thinking about Bai Ling? Don't create trouble." Sui Zhao's lips were pale, looking like he might fall down the next second. However, Song Xiaoxiao paid no attention to these details. All she cared about was Duanzi's safety. "Ah," Duanzi's voice sounded, everyone present turning their eyes to Chu Zhan's embrace, hoping the individual inside would indeed be the familiar Duanzi. But the next sentence came from Duanzi. "How did I end up here? Wasn't I dead? Bai Ling?" Chu Zhan called out delightedly. Unexpectedly, Duanzi frowned slowly and said, "Why are you being so noisy? You're going to burst my eardrums." Yes, it's my mistake, Bai Ling. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Chu Zhan's voice softened gently. "You are, senior brother?" Duanzi tentatively said. Perhaps she could be called Bai Ling, but she was indeed using Duanzi's body. Chu Zhan was thrilled and replied with a Sui Zhao's body violently shook, and Song Xiaoxiao instinctively reached out to steady him. As soon as she stabilized him, she regretted it. Attempting to withdraw her hand, she heard Sui Zhao say, "Let's go. The reunion of this senior brother and sister has nothing to do with us anymore." "What do you mean?" Ji Nanting's voice came. "I don't know any Bai Ling. I only know that my commander Duan is gone. Some ridiculous Bai Ling. I think it's just an evil spirit." Chu Zhan's gaze slightly stiffened, raising his eyes towards Ji Nanting's direction just as he was about to speak when he felt his mask loosen. Instinctively trying to stop it, he directly grabbed Duanzi's hand. Duanzi smiled sweetly. "It seems like I haven't seen senior brother for a long time." Only now did Chu Zhan release her hand, following Duanzi's movement, which fully revealed his face to everyone present. "Chu Zhan, Bai Ling sacrificed herself for the world in her previous life. I hope you don't make a mistake this time. It wouldn't have a good result for either Bai Ling or Duanzi." Sui Zhao's voice slightly weak. Chu Zhan frowned, glaring at Sui Zhao with murderous intent in his eyes. "I advise you not to speak nonsense." Regardless of whether Bai Ling had truly returned, as long as she recognized him as her elder brother, forcing these useless idiots to live on, what harm would it cause? When he looked at Duanzi again, his expression had softened significantly. "From now on, remember your name is Duanzi, because your current identity belongs to Duanzi. Avoid making unnecessary trouble by publicizing this." Bai Ling frowned. "Why? I am clearly Bai Ling. Duanzi hated me so much, I refused to use her name. Be a good girl and listen to me," Chu Zhan said, helping her up. "It's for your own good." Chapter 235, Too Obsessed. Duanzi took a step back, leaving Chu Zhang's hand hanging awkwardly in the air. His fingers curled slightly. Her tone was filled with panic. "Senior brother, where are we? I feel like I've never been here before. And why are they all injured? Meng Tang, how did you get hurt?" "It's nothing. They're all welcoming you back." Chu Zhang managed to smile, keeping up his abnormal persona. Sui Zhao scoffed. "In your mouth, this matter is really twisted into all sorts of forms." "You." Chu Zhang narrowed his eyes, about to say something when he heard Duanzi say, "All right, from now on I'll go by Duanzi as per your request. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth." Upon hearing Duanzi's words, Chu Zhang's expression wasn't as terrifying as it was earlier, instead revealing a hint of glee. Song Xiaoxiao saw this, and felt that Chu Zhang was truly detestable for demanding Duanzi's life, just for a wisp of soul. "Bai Ling, do you still remember me?" Song Xiaoxiao edged closer to Duanzi. Duanzi, however, was greatly frightened and immediately burrowed into Chu Zhang's embrace. "TSK, it's truly rare. If only it were the real Duanzi, she wouldn't do something like this. Unfortunately, our ZZ will probably never come back." Song Xiaoxiao's face was full of desolation. Her gaze towards Sui Zhao was filled with anger. "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how would Duanzi end up like this?" Sui Zhao didn't seem to be thinking much, not deigning to argue with Song Xiaoxiao. Instead, he walked calmly towards Meng Tang and the others. "Sui Zhao," Duanzi's voice came. "How did your legs get better?" A single sentence shattered Sui Zhao's composure instantly. He inhaled deeply and said, "Thank you, Bai Ling." "No, thank you, Miss Duan, for your concern. We'll pretend to know nothing about today's events. We hope Mr. Chu can show mercy and not hold us commoners accountable." Duanzi seemed to hear the tremor in his voice. She scrutinized Sui Zhao multiple times, asking, "What's wrong with him? I remember he used to speak to me differently, but now we're so distant. After all, wasn't I his savior? Now, he is your savior." Chu Zhang's words were like a needle piercing straight into Sui Zhao's heart. Everyone looked at Sui Zhao with worry. The latter hung his head slightly, his bangs conveniently covering his eyes, making it impossible to discern his emotions. In fact, it's true. Sui Zhao turned around and forced an awkward smile. I hope Miss Duan can remember this favor I owe. In the future, it must be repaid properly. For some reason, Duanzi felt a chill run down her spine. Just then, a warm hand landed on her back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can threaten you. No need. Duanzi's tone was unprecedentedly melancholic. It seems my resurrection isn't what everyone hoped for. How could you think such a thing? They're just too overwhelmed with emotion and have difficulty accepting this fact. Chu Zheng's tone was brimming with tenderness. Zizi, don't listen to them. Senior brother. Duanzi suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at Chu Zheng. But, am I not your bailing? I don't mind using the identity of Duanzi, but why do you insist on calling me Zizi even in private? Chu Zheng fell silent for a moment, then smiled again. Sorry, I haven't adjusted yet. When will you adjust? Duanzi's tone was somewhat icy. Senior brother, aren't you just unwilling to let go of Duanzi? After all, she helped you quite a bit in the past. If Fu Miao hadn't killed her, perhaps she could still stir up some significant waves right now. What nonsense. This came from Ji Nanting. He tilted his neck. Is it up to you to decide what happens with Duanzi? At the very least, your life was exchanged for hers. You're using her body and refusing her name. Legally speaking, that doesn't pass muster, does it? If someone meddlesome comes along and reports you, how will you live peacefully? You should count yourself lucky if you don't end up in prison. His words had barely finished when a fierce punch struck his chest, flinging him out. Zhao Jian, who was nearby, also got caught in the aftermath and was sent flying together. The unexpected incident startled Duanzi, and she whispered softly, Senior brother, please don't. I'm truly scared. What's there to be scared of? Your senior brother is here. Who dares to bully you? Chu Zheng's tone remained indulgent, but Duanzi retreated a small step in fear. I remember you lied to me, Duanzi said. So what? Can you say this world isn't what you wanted? Am I not the person you expected me to be? Chu Zheng took a small step forward, his tone pressing aggressively. Do you know how much pain I felt when you jumped from that building? How badly I wanted to reach out and grab your hand. You have no idea. Even Sui Zhao didn't look back at you once. You don't know how merciless he truly was. Chu Zheng continued. Duanzi pursed her lips. I only had a cooperative relationship with him. There were never any other emotions involved. But it's you, master brother. You tricked me into solving so many of your formations. But in the end, which of your promises to me were actually fulfilled? You just avoided my point earlier. So, you admit Duanzi's death has nothing to do with me, right? Yet why did you still choose Fu Miao? Duanzi questioned, pressing her points sharply. Chu Zheng's irritation visibly grew. Are you really bailing? He suddenly grabbed Duanzi's chin roughly. He couldn't understand why his once understanding bailing had turned into this person before him. Duanzi struggled under his grip, unable to utter a single sound as she attempted to speak. Sui Zhao shouted, Chu Zheng, let go. Unconsciously, Chu Zheng loosened his hold. Duanzi collapsed onto the ground with a cough, tears welling up in her eyes as she glared at Chu Zheng. This is the kind of affection you offer, huh? Ha ha ha, cough, cough. You still think of yourself as the ruler of the world, treating others like burdens, don't you? If that's the case, why revive me? To prove you're right? Well, let me tell you, you'll be greatly disappointed because whether it's in the past, present, or future, I will never approve of what you've done. Duanzi's words were clear and resolute. I detest you, and I will never forgive you in this life, the next, or even lifetimes after. Chapter 236. Has she gone mad? What's wrong with this Balan? Why is she acting so crazy? Song Xiao, frightened, retreated a little and whispered secretly to Meng Tang. Meng Tang was also confused. She thought that their current situation should count as two lovers finally being together. However, she didn't expect that the other party would suddenly confront Chu Zheng. This, wasn't it terrifying? So, what Balan had said before, that Balan was part of Duanzi, now seemed somewhat reliable. The group exchanged glances and gathered together, intending to watch the drama unfold. Seeing their intention, Sui Zhao helplessly shook his head. You guys are really something. Everyone exchanged smiles, but no one added any more words. Chu Zheng glared fiercely at her for a long time. Balan, you're sure I won't kill you, right? Not necessarily. Last time when you didn't leave me a way out, did you even consider that I might die? Balan's tone was mocking, though it was unclear who she was mocking. Chu Zheng, you're such a hypocrite. For a moment, I couldn't even tell which version of you is the real one. Before Chu Zheng could move, Balan started laughing loudly, her eyes filled with a deathly aura. Big brother, they're strangers to me. They aren't the people I knew, are they? Chu Zheng opened his mouth and eventually nodded. Yes. Balan laughed again. Then my resurrection means only you care. Only you can't let go of my death, right? And Sui Zhao. Chu Zheng reminded at this point about Sui Zhao. You must want an obedient woman, someone to stay by your side quietly, right? Perhaps, deep down, you prefer Duanzi, though you may not be aware of it yourself. Saying this, Balan touched her own face. At that moment, Balan glanced at Sui Zhao and said, Thank you for your care, but I don't need it anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, like a tree losing its vitality, she began aging rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Chu Zheng froze, panic-stricken, yelling at Sui Zhao. What are you waiting for? Do something. Sui Zhao pursed his lips and said, Sorry, I can't help. I haven't seen this formation either. You. Chu Zheng's face showed total bewilderment, as if he were a child who had done something wrong. Song Xiao was already moved emotionally. She asked, Sui Zhao, if she dies, will Duanzi come back? They share the same body. One rises, both rise. One falls, both fall. Sui Zhao looked unwell, as if he really cared about Balan's life and death. You really have no conscience. When Zizi activated the array just now, you weren't nearly as upset as this, Song Xiaoxiao commented. Sui Zhao's hand behind his back trembled slightly, and fresh blood flowed into a container. The semi-transparent device sparkled in the light, making that red color appear exceptionally seductive. Although everyone was concerned about Duanzi, none of them could think of a good solution at the moment. Li Sun, can you see Master's soul? Meng Tang wiped the sweat off his forehead, extremely worried. Li Sun licked his dry lips. No. In this case, there are only two possibilities. One is, Duanzi sacrificed her soul, and the other is, from beginning to end, it has been Duan alone. What? Meng Tang frowned and was about to rush inside but was pulled back by Li Sun. Why are you stopping me? Wait. Li Sun nodded towards Chu Zheng's direction. Maybe he can actually save her. What do you mean? Meng Tang also looked at Chu Zheng, who was desperately channeling spiritual energy into Balan, feeling momentarily bewildered. Li Sun silently pointed to the array on the ground, leaving Meng Tang completely puzzled. What is this? Shu. They exchanged glances, visibly becoming excited. I don't get it. Meng Tang said. Do you think there's something wrong with Chu Zheng? He says he likes her, yet he starts by choking her neck. Then he says he doesn't like her, yet he goes to all sorts of extremes to revive Balan. That's not where your confusion lies. Li Sun furrowed his brows. You can't possibly ask a madman why he kills, can you? He does indeed seem like a madman, Meng Tang said reflectively. After a brief silence, Meng Tang asked again, are Zhao Jian and the others all right? Li Sun looked at him inexplicably and said, yes, I've already checked. That question was asked too late. If they were expecting her to rescue them, these two should have died thoroughly by now. Voices around became indistinct. Duanzi noticed that she seemed to be gradually disintegrating. She found it rather absurd. How did things escalate to the point of her soul dissipating entirely? In her dazed state, she felt a warm current being transferred into her body, and it seemed like she saw Chu Zheng strenuously channeling his power towards her. However, she soon fell into unconsciousness. Seeing the other party blink a few times, Chu Zheng went wild with excitement, thinking Duanzi was still useful. Unknowingly, the formation under their feet suddenly emitted a blood-red glow, this light revealing a strange quality. Chu Zheng's face, which had become pale from transferring spiritual energy, now turned greenish. For some reason, he realized the formation was absorbing his vitality. Instinctively, he looked in the direction of Duanzi and noticed that her skin seemed to be gradually regaining its youth. After a brief pause, he immediately channeled all his strength into the array. Sui Zhao, who was controlling the formation, slightly raised an eyebrow and then quietly retracted his hand. Meng Tang and the others were checking on Ji Nanting's injuries. Fortunately, only the accumulated blood in his chest was expelled, so it could be considered turning misfortune into good fortune. By the time they noticed the anomaly here, it was already midway through the process. Even Song Xiaoxiao, who was closest to Sui Zhao, failed to notice anything unusual about him. Is Chu Zheng really this powerful? Song Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, even if Duanzi wakes up, we won't be able to take her away, right? How do you know it'll definitely be Duanzi coming back? Sui Zhao's words carried a somewhat eerie tone, sending shivers down Song Xiaoxiao's spine. Terrified, Song Xiaoxiao asked, will she turn into something like a zombie? No, Sui Zhao smiled. But Outpost indeed doesn't have such skills. It was utterly baffling. Song Xiaoxiao bit her lips. Could it be that you're just jealous because someone saved Duanzi? You said earlier that there was nothing you could do, yet now you're acting out of jealousy? Seeing Sui Zhao's unwavering gaze fixed on Duanzi, she couldn't help but say, envious, aren't you? I'll tell you, no matter how crazy he might be, at this point, he is Duanzi's savior, so his status might rise higher. If she had a mind like yours, all these years of cultivation would have been wasted. Sui Zhao rolled his eyes. Chapter 237, Surprising Talent. Ji Nanting showed slight signs of waking up. He vaguely saw a flash of red pass by, and finally saw Rui Zhao's pale face. Are you awake? You're Shu. Rui Zhao pointed to the pile of people nearby, and said, speak softly, they just fell asleep. At this point, Ji Nanting started looking around at his surroundings under the dim light. This was an ordinary farmhouse. Everyone was squeezed onto a large communal bed, except for him, who had been given a single bed. Rui Zhao sat on a chair nearby. He was actually being taken care of by a young master, truly an unprecedented experience. Ji Nanting took the water handed over by Rui Zhao and sipped a little. After his throat was no longer as dry, he asked, where's Instructor Duan? She's been taken away by Chu Zheng. Rui Zhao replied softly. Then, is she still not? Ji Nanting's voice became louder due to excitement, causing Li Sun, who was closest, to sit up slowly. Keep your voice down, he whispered after moving closer to them and patted Rui Zhao's shoulder. Shouldn't Mr. Rui rest a bit? You can handle it. Remember, lying there is your girlfriend. Rui Zhao chuckled sarcastically, making a joke. Li Sun hesitated for a moment, then quickly glanced towards Meng Tang's direction and coughed lightly. Well, it's fine. I didn't expend much energy today. Helping take care of the injured is acceptable, Rui Zhao said. After biting his lips, Li Sun finally voiced out. Was it you who tampered with the formation earlier? Rui Zhao smirked at the corner of his mouth and replied. In such a situation, what could any of you do? What could I possibly accomplish? Don't beat around the bush. Let me check your injuries. Li Sun tried pulling at Rui Zhao's sleeves, but the latter dodged backward. Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Don't get touchy if you're bored. Rui Zhao's laughter carried mockery. Taking a step forward, Li Sun said, we're all men. Can you stop pretending? Why did you risk yourself so much for her? Isn't that beneath you? Why hadn't anyone noticed before how sharp-tongued Master Rui really was? Stop trying to take advantage of me, said Rui Zhao. Mr. Rui, I've seen the blood on your wrist. Let Teacher Li bandage you up. If it gets infected, that would be bad news. Ji Nanting couldn't help but say, given our Instructor Duan's obvious affection for you, if something happens to you, Instructor Duan might kill us. Li Sun glanced at Ji Nanting, thinking this kid was pretty perceptive, though exaggerating too much might get them killed. Coughing lightly, he smiled and said, that's right. Instructor Duanzi doesn't have a good temper. Rui Zhao looked briefly at the communal bed area before reluctantly extending his hand. It's nothing serious. Don't wake them up or you'll regret it. When the casually wrapped cloth strips were pulled away, seeing the terrifying wound inside, Li Sun's brows furrowed deeply. Master Rui, I must think his life is too long. The edges of the wound were uneven, clearly not caused by a sharp blade, but every cut was precisely around the veins. What a tough guy. Seeing this made Ji Nanting feel uneasy as he shifted his own wrist slightly. If it was him, he would definitely be dead from the pain. Song Xiaoxiao intended to take a look, but was stopped by Meng Tang. She whispered through telepathy, what are you doing? Didn't you hear about male pride? But I misunderstood him today. I thought it was Chu Zheng who broke the formation. It turns out it was him. Song Xiaoxiao said, you better not meddle. If my teacher finds out herself, she'll be greatly moved. If we interfere, we probably won't know how we end up dying. With no lessening of strength, Meng Tang roughly shoved the wooden doll into her arms. Caught off guard, Song Xiaoxiao was pressed against the other's chest, feeling utterly despaired. Sister, I know you have a good figure, but can you consider my fragile heart? I'm about to suffocate to death. Meng Tang, however, responded, you're already a ghost. Why do you need fresh air? Stop moving. They're looking over here. That one sentence worked well. Song Xiaoxiao instantly went limp, pretending to die. At this time, Duanzi had already been brought back to the Chu family by Chu Zheng. Seeing the somewhat haggard appearance of Chu Zheng, his father was surprised and asked, where have you been this late at night, looking so disheveled? Chu Zheng ignored him and was about to go inside when Chu Yinghai asked again, is that person Duanzi? Let's talk about this tomorrow. Chu Zheng's tone was cold, not even sparing a glance for his father. Do whatever you want, just don't embarrass our family. Chu Yinghai's voice was equally cold. Even the subtle expressions didn't differ much from Chu Zheng's, obviously a father-son pair. Chu Zheng grunted once and stopped speaking further. Duanzi moved her head slightly, then heard Chu Zheng say, Dad, you should move out tomorrow. Chu Yinghai was stunned. Tisk, kids are grown up now, they know how to kick people out. Alright, he got up from the sofa. No need to wait till tomorrow, I'm leaving right now. Chu Zheng clearly hadn't expected Chu Yinghai to be so decisive. His expression carried some surprise. As you wish, little monster. If you let me hold a big fat grandson early, I won't hold today's matter against you. After finishing his words, Chu Yinghai left without even carrying his luggage. Chu Zheng didn't bother about his old father at all, placing Duanzi directly on his own bed instead. Duanzi seemed to be sleeping, flipping over as soon as she touched the bed, mumbling something, pork loin. Chu Zheng sat by the bed for a while, reaching out to cover her well, then turned off the light and walked out. Just as the door closed, Duanzi instantly sat up. She held her breath and observed her surroundings, then sighed in relief. Thank goodness, she was still alive. It seemed she had made the right bet this time. She knew that Sui Zhao's brain couldn't possibly be just for show. But, could the power contained within Sui Zhao's body really be so great? Was he able to activate 2 magical formations consecutively? That was indeed surprising talent. However, what exactly was going on with Chu Zheng? What happened between him and Balan? She thought she would return at least a week later, since even if Sui Zhao's power was immense, such an array still required accumulating strength. What kind of monster is he? Duanzi was truly puzzled beyond measure. The crisp sound of snap rang out, and Duanzi didn't immediately lie back down. Chapter 238. You saved me? The moment the door opened, Duanzi threw the pillow from the bedside directly out. The person reacted quickly and dodged. ZZ. That voice was very familiar, and in an instant after they spoke, Duanzi knew it was Chu Zheng who had returned. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through Duanzi's mind, but she finally calmed down completely. Her tone carried a hint of coldness. Chu Zheng, what exactly do you mean? Chu Zheng momentarily froze, about to explain when he heard Duanzi say, didn't you go with Fu Miao Miao? Why are you still bothering me? I've stepped back already. Don't you know that? He paused briefly and asked, what do you mean? Duanzi sneered. Rest assured, dealing with someone like Fu Miao Miao is as easy for me as crushing an ant. There's no need for special tricks. And you don't have to look at me like this. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Having said that, she quickly got off the bed. Where are my shoes? Chu Zheng was somewhat distracted for a moment, but he still handed her the shoes and said softly, Fu Miao Miao and I are basically estranged now. Is that so? Duanzi clearly hesitated for a second and became softer toward Chu Zheng. Then how come am I here? You accidentally ran into some trouble today, so I brought you here. Chu Zheng's eyes flickered with a mischievous glint. No wonder. That explains why this memory feels a bit jumbled. Suddenly Duanzi walked up to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you thinking of coming back to me then? Chu Zheng was startled for a moment and then pushed Duanzi away. I think you should wait until your memory improves more. I'm worried about your current condition. You should rest well. If you really want to go back, I'll take you. All right. Duanzi adjusted her clothes, her eyes full of seduction. Then, find someone else to send me back. After all, something you can see but can't get is pretty tormenting. Chu Zhang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and then he lowered his voice, saying, I'll ask Sun Bo to send you back. Sun Bo. Duanzi tilted her head slightly. How could she not remember who this person was? Yes, he's the new driver I just hired. Chu Zhang replied without hesitation. In reality, this person was an expert from the Duanhuan sect, whom Chu Zhang had secretly contacted earlier, asking them to verify Bai Ling's identity. Duanzi naturally knew their intention, but what could she do? Even if she wasn't Bai Ling, he would still try to protect her. After all, she looked like her. With this confidence, she became even bolder. Her actions and demeanor were almost identical to the original person, leaving Chu Zhang thoroughly perplexed. Has Duanzi really lost her memory? He sent a message to Sun Bo, asking them to take Duanzi back to her current residence. The moment Duanzi got in the car, she fell asleep deeply, not caring about any nonsense. Sun Bo quietly observed Duanzi through the rearview mirror, and when he realized that Duanzi was sound asleep, he stopped by the side of the road to video call Chu Zhang and report the situation. Without moving a muscle, Duanzi turned around just in time to catch this scene. Her sultry eyes twinkling, she chuckled. Little brother, it's wrong to sneakily film me. I'm a top influencer. Spreading private videos of me will bring bad consequences. I understand. They'll be kept private. Sun Bo responded unperturbedly. Duanzi slightly raised an eyebrow and didn't waste more words with him. Chu Zhang's hiring standard is getting worse, employing people like you. Miss Duan, you're home. Sun Bo promptly interjected. Duanzi glanced out the window and asked, where is this? Do you even know the way? Sun Bo coolly replied, Miss Duan, this is your home. It was given to you by the master of the Meng family. Could you have forgotten that? What Meng family master? Duanzi glanced at the nearby signboard. It clearly says Suizhai here. Aren't you at least a little concerned? As if due to some kind of telepathy, Sui Zhao happened to appear at the gate at that moment. Sensing the vehicle nearby, he casually glanced over. Duanzi blinked, saying, does this big brother have super hearing? He looks proper enough, but I've never seen him before. As she said this, she was about to open the window to take a look outside, but Sun Bo ruthlessly closed it. Hey, what are you doing? Sun Bo remained expressionless. Our young master has said that you mustn't meet. What's wrong with him? He doesn't want me to meet Chu Zhang? Do we even know each other? Or do they have a grudge against each other? That shouldn't be the case. Chu Zhang, that stoic, is a little cold in his daily life, but after all these years in business, he must have some skills. How could he become enemies with someone as charming as that? Duanzi finished speaking and walked down, opening the door directly. Sun Bo tried to stop her, but it was too late. Hello, handsome. After saying that, she also shook her long hair, looking extremely alluring and charming. Rui Zhao, who looked exhausted, momentarily froze at the sight of her before asking, when did you come back? Do we know each other? Duanzi pointed at herself and glanced towards Sun Bo's direction. By this time, Sun Bo had already gotten out of the car and hurriedly ran over. Sorry, our young mistress has hit her head recently and can't remember much. Young mistress? Rui Zhao's eyes flickered with something incomprehensible, suddenly smiling crookedly. Then what does the young mistress need from me? Duanzi placed her hand on her collarbone and turned to look at Sun Bo with full confusion. Who said I'm your young mistress? Did he just break up with Fu Miao Miao, and then I'm already with him? It's ridiculous. Tell him he needs to play by the rules. Rui Zhao furrowed his brows slightly, but ultimately did not get involved in their conversation. Sorry, I'll excuse myself for a moment. Wait a minute, who says you can go? Duanzi suddenly called out to Rui Zhao, and then said to Sun Bo, go tell Chu Zhang that whatever he does, there are rules to follow. Though I like him and have been his devoted admirer for so long, it doesn't mean I am yours for sale. Just because you call me young mistress means I am? There hasn't even been a confession or dating. All of a sudden I'm young mistress? I'm not that kind of person. Make sure this Sui, whatever, understands clearly in front of him. I don't belong to anyone. Perhaps Duanzi said too much at once, and both of them were momentarily stunned. Duanzi awkwardly rubbed her hands and asked, did you not understand me, or was I talking too fast? Sun Bo replied, young, Miss Duan should go back first. I will convey this message to Mr. Chu. Miss Duan, farewell. Rui Zhao smiled brightly, like a radiant sun, dazzling Duanzi into a brief trance. Chapter 239, truly lost her memory. Chu Zhang stared at the message he had received, feeling utterly enraged. That woman Duanzi, did she really want to cut all ties with him this much? Even after losing her memory? Yes, he was now certain that she indeed had lost her memory. Because not long ago, Duanzi and Sui Zhao seemed inseparable, making a rather enviable pair. Now, Duanzi's reaction clearly indicated she treated him like a total stranger. This was an unexpected development. He stared intently at the photo on his screen and eventually slowly raised his head. Something within him began to grow recklessly. He dialed Sun Bo's number. How is it going? Did you notice anything? Judging by the match between the soul and body, it's indeed the same person. It isn't. Sun Bo paused abruptly. Chu Zhang grunted in response. I get what you mean. If that's the case, when do you think she will regain her memories? Sun Bo hadn't expected this question. Mr. Chu, you're really putting me in a tough spot. I'm no doctor. Chu Zhang said. Is there any way to keep her in her current state indefinitely? Mr. Chu, if you want to be with Miss Duanzi, I'd advise against doing things that will create enmity, Sun Bo cautiously suggested. Chu Zhang's voice carried an unyielding tone. I just want the result. Sun Bo dared not say more and reluctantly agreed. Before Duanzi could close the door, he hurriedly squeezed in. Miss Duan, it's like this. Our Mr. Chu doesn't feel at ease about your condition, so he asked me to stay behind to help take care of you a bit more. Is my home so poor that it can't even afford a single nanny? Why must you come here to take care of me? Duanzi narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Could it be that you have ulterior motives? I saw you secretly recording me earlier. I strongly suspect you're a stalker infiltrating through work. And Miss Duan, Sun Bo froze momentarily. I'm not like that. I can explain. This is because Mr. Chu is concerned about you. If you don't believe me, look, quickly look. I won't. Don't show me. Those are all excuses. Duanzi waved her hands frantically and directly slapped Sun Bo's phone away. Sun Bo. He watched helplessly as his phone went flying out of sight, dumbfounded. Did I owe you something in a past life? Well, this is what happens for sneaking pictures of me, Duanzi retorted. I'm sure you were trying to get a frontal shot just now. But how can this be allowed? Since I've woken up, I haven't even seen my own face yet. What if my makeup looks a mess? If these photos spread, wouldn't it damage my reputation? Sun Bo was left speechless. He truly had never met such a shameless person in his life. He felt he couldn't possibly stay here another moment and wondered why Chu Zheng liked someone as shameless as Duanzi. Seeing his shocked expression, Duanzi leaned in closer and said, What's wrong? Not leaving? Are you waiting for me to call the police? Your phone is right there. Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Bo stormed off and locked the door himself behind him. Finally relaxing after seeing him leave, Duanzi sighed in relief. Goodness, finally got rid of him. After walking a few steps forward, Song Xiaoxiao suddenly popped into view, startling Duanzi into taking a step backward. Who are you? What do you want? This is my house. Duanzi examined Song Xiaoxiao carefully for a while. Her red-rimmed eyes, her pale and bloodless face truly made her look like some kind of spirit who'd been dead for years. She instantly took a large step back. Nope, you really don't look like a living person at all. Huh, Song Xiaoxiao gave a cold laugh. I'll tell you this, I'm already dead. Forgetting everyone else is one thing, but why did you forget me too? I followed you for such a long time. I trained under you. Duanzi wasn't expecting this twist and hesitantly asked, Trained under me? Do I know those kinds of things? Of course, the head of the Meng family is your disciple. Song Xiaoxiao quickly accepted the idea of Duanzi's amnesia. These details weren't important as long as she was alive and well. Chu Zheng had certainly thought that certain conditions might lead to Duanzi regaining her memory. So, without waiting a moment longer, he suddenly appeared at the door before Duanzi even entered the living room. Upon hearing the doorbell, Song Xiaoxiao happily rushed to answer the door. However, seeing Chu Zheng, she suddenly regretted her enthusiasm. She took a small step back, intending to pretend she hadn't seen him, but Chu Zheng said, She doesn't remember anyone right now. She'll definitely be upset if you chase me away. Song Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but still opened the door reluctantly, letting Chu Zheng in. The moment she saw Chu Zheng, Duanzi eagerly rushed over but stopped 3 steps away, pretending to be composed as she asked, How did you come here? Chu Zheng smiled slightly and replied, Sun Bo is a bit careless, so I came over just to check things out. Your place is pretty big. There must be a room for me, right? Duanzi paused for a second before replying slowly, I'm not really sure about that. Why? Chu Zheng questioned. Well, you know my brain might have some problems. I don't even remember this place at all. So I suggest you follow me and we'll check together. Duanzi responded rather stiffly. Chu Zheng interpreted her stiffness as a sign that Duanzi wanted him to stay, but was uncertain if there were enough rooms, which made her worry he would leave. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Zheng said with confidence, That's fine, I can sleep on the floor. Duanzi couldn't help showing her excitement, and even started nodding her head back and forth unconsciously. Chu Zheng seemed satisfied with the result and glanced meaningfully at Song Xiaoxiao, almost threateningly. Song Xiaoxiao, hell? This is outrageous. Does this guy actually think he owns the place? What's Sui Zhao doing? Didn't he see anything just now? That shouldn't happen. Do you have any objections? Duanzi suddenly leaned forward with a fierce look, scaring Song Xiaoxiao into stopping abruptly. Regaining her composure, Song Xiaoxiao replied, No objections at all. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Your ideas are mine too. As she spoke, she forced herself to crack a smile. Duanzi appeared dissatisfied, frowning as she said, Then you're awfully spineless. How could someone as useless as you belong to me? Song Xiaoxiao was utterly furious. TCH, how come this woman's mouth is still as venomous as ever? Chapter 240, Fainting at the Right Moment. Is Bai Ling's mouth really that venomous? When Song Xiaoxiao noticed this, she couldn't help but look back on what had happened that day. She could only say that Bai Ling was fiery in nature, and her demeanor was unbending. But Duanzi's character was more smooth and worldly. He seemed timid yet clever in any situation. However, judging from what just happened, Duanzi was truly Duanzi. Chu Zheng's single-minded focus on wanting to end Duanzi's life suggested that there must be something else amiss for him to pursue it so far. As Song Xiaoxiao thought of this, she hurriedly followed up before anyone else spoke. That room is Zizi's, and next to it is Shui's room. A particular person like Mr. Chu should not be too keen on staying in a room previously occupied by others, right? Shui, Duanzi frowned. Am I that familiar with him? Is there even a place for him in my home? Chu Zheng probably feared Song Xiaoxiao might blurt out some shocking words again, so he directly said, A normal, neighborly relationship exists, so if that's the case, I will go across the hall. Not convenient. That's my bedroom, Song Xiaoxiao said with an insincere smile. If you truly wish to stay, you'll have to wait for me to tidy it up. How does that sound? Chu Zheng hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. This Song Xiaoxiao is quite a troublesome character. Are you sure I've raised some strange thing? Duanzi asked. Song Xiao. I'm not some strange thing. My name is Song Xiao, and it's you who told me to follow you in training. Ah, I heard you constantly referring to Shui. I thought you belonged to someone else. Duanzi curled his lips into a mocking smile. Alright, since your mind isn't on me, why don't you find your Shui then? No. Song Xiao instinctively called out and glanced back at Chu Zheng, lowering her voice. It's just, you don't have servants or anything, but I'm free. I just need a place to live. Duanzi took a small step backward and said, there's no need. I don't support deadweights. Given your appearance, it seems I'll have to do all the housework myself anyway. Just leave, don't make me angry. Zizi. Song Xiao cried as she reached for Duanzi's garment, only to be shrugged off. Duanzi said, no matter what our previous relationship was like, at least now, I know nothing about our feelings. You leave, don't make things difficult for me. Song Xiao was startled by the other party's serious expression. Feeling helpless, she looked toward Chu Zheng and found him coldly staring, seemingly very satisfied that Duanzi was driving her away. She pouted, ultimately leaving against her will. Duanzi crossed his arms, looking indifferently at the departing figure as if feeling no emotion whatsoever. Zizi, we've been tired today. Rest early. Chu Zheng interjected opportunistically, breaking the silence in the room. Duanzi said, the room across you can clean yourself. I'm going to sleep first. Before the other side could respond further, Duanzi tightly shut the bedroom door, making a loud sound that shook the glass in the corridor. Sun Bo softly said, how about we return for now? I think this matter is unreliable. What's unreliable? Do you have a role to play in this matter? Chu Zheng coldly retorted, go back if you don't have anything better to do. What about the room? Sun Bo glanced towards the room's direction. Do you need my help tidying it up? No need, Chu Zheng said coldly. Sun Bo felt relieved upon hearing this, immediately rising and leaving without hesitation. When Chu Zheng turned around to give instructions to Sun Bo, there wasn't a trace of him anywhere. After Duanzi returned to the room, the first thing he did was look for his phone. However, he searched in vain and grew increasingly frustrated. Finally, he yanked open the door and asked, is this really my home? By this time, Chu Zheng was already half asleep, waking up startled from Duanzi's sudden intrusion. Surprised, he looked at Duanzi and said, of course it is. Isn't this the style you prefer? What about my phone? She asked. What? Chu Zheng appeared puzzled. Isn't it on you? Duanzi shook his head. No, it wasn't there when I woke up at your house. I thought I didn't bring it, but surprisingly, it was actually here. Chu Zheng rubbed his temples. What do you want to do? Can you use mine? No need. Duanzi began calculating with his fingers, and suddenly felt as if he had been struck on the head. The entire body collapsed straight onto the ground. Chu Zheng hurriedly stretched out to catch him, but missed entirely, watching as Duanzi fell to the ground. Duanzi let out a sharp gasp, but did not get up immediately. Chu Zheng. He paused, collected himself, and finally stood to support Duanzi. Sweat glistened on Duanzi's forehead, eyes tightly shut. This alarmed Chu Zheng. Hurriedly placing him on the bed, Chu Zheng once again called Sun Bo. Sun Bo, who had just stepped into the house, hesitated for a moment and then said, Mr. Chu, can I skip this? I'll pay you double. Chu Zheng said. Sun Bo immediately changed his attitude and said with a smile, all right, Mr. Chu, I'll come right over. Chu Zheng hung up the phone, anxiously glanced at the time, and finally called his private doctor. Both arrived almost at the same time. The private doctor's surname was Zhao, and he was momentarily surprised to see Sun Bo, but quickly got to work. He said, Miss Duan is already quite tired, and her fainting spell is probably due to skipping meals. Once she has something to eat and gets some intravenous nutrients, she should be fine. Sun Bo, standing nearby, was deeply engrossed in the explanation when he suddenly met Dr. Zhao's gaze, leaving him momentarily dazed. He pointed at himself. The doctor nodded, saying, I know you. Since you're here, why don't you take a look too? Huh? Oh. Sun Bo cleared his throat and said, well, the situation is that she must have been drained too much and couldn't handle the cosmic forces, but fortunately, her soul remains stable. In theory, there shouldn't be any serious issues. Serious issues? She collapsed on the ground. Chu Zheng furrowed his brow tightly. Dr. Zhao and Sun Bo exchanged glances, neither offering an immediate reply. Dissatisfied, Chu Zheng pressed. Is there a good way to make her wake up sooner? Mr. Chu, it's late now, and Miss Duan has fainted. After she receives the intravenous nutrients, she will definitely wake up as she should, Dr. Zhao said softly. Look at this. You seem overly concerned, getting yourself all worked up like this. Why bother? Chu Zheng didn't look at him, instead fixing his eyes tightly on Duanzi lying on the bed. His eyes were red-rimmed, clearly having gone too long without rest. Dr. Zhao hesitated before asking, if I may add, Mr. Chu, wouldn't it be wise for you to have something to eat and replenish your energy? Staying up like this really isn't appropriate. Chu Zheng did not respond. Chapter 241. It was bound to be this way. When Sun Bo looked at Chu Zheng, he was also very speechless. He did not understand what the other person was thinking. He thought that the master's thoughts were truly hard to guess. Did this person like him or not? If he didn't like him, why did he always get anxious over even a slight disturbance? If he liked him, then why did he use his body to resurrect someone else? Chu Zheng blankly turned back and asked, can you cook? No. Sun Bo took a small step backward. I really can't. In an instant, both of their gazes fell on Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao hesitated for a moment and shook his head repeatedly. Do I look like someone who can cook? You do. Sun Bo nodded. Otherwise, should we order takeout for you? Do you think takeout can come here? Chu Zheng sighed, looking at Sun Bo with a somewhat bewildered expression. Never mind. It's fine, he touched his face. I'm fine, you two go back first. After hearing that, the two directly left. Dr. Zhao smoothed out his clothes. Did you drive? I did. What's wrong? Sun Bo asked in confusion. Can I hitch a ride? Dr. Zhao bluntly asked. Sun Bo sighed softly after a pause. Sure, no problem. Where does Dr. Zhao live? East City. Dr. Zhao said. Sun Bo held his breath for a moment before saying, I plan to bring lunch for Manager Chu. I can't go too far. So Dr. Zhao, I apologize, but I can only send you to the city, not all the way to East City. That works. Didn't expect you to be so loyal, Dr. Zhao said as he sat in the front passenger seat. Sun Bo stood there stunned for a moment and said, this person really isn't reserved at all. After getting in the car, Sun Bo started the vehicle, asking about Chu Zheng's eating habits before embarking on the errand. It wasn't due to anything else. It was just because he had given too much. After all, it's our big boss. Losing him would be a waste. Chu Zheng looked at Duanzi on the bed and fell into deep contemplation. He himself was also unsure of his own feelings. Speaking of Duanzi, it wasn't that he felt nothing towards her. Compared to Balan, he preferred her innocence and lack of scheming, plus she had some skills. As for Fu Miao Miao, her advantage was also that she was easy to control. Compared to them, Duanzi was too independent, not his type. But she was really too similar to Balan. Even when Balan came back, he momentarily mistook her for Duanzi rather than Balan. Whatever. Since Duanzi doesn't have those memories, there's nothing wrong with cultivating her as Balan. Her talent displayed during this time is not something just anyone can match. If Balan is indeed a part of Duanzi, treating her as Balan wouldn't be wrong either. Duanzi thought it absurd. She had heard the other person's inner thoughts. It was absurd to the extreme. Was this person really that absurd? Still thinking about Balan? Is self-deception really that good? However, did this array truly rely on Sui Zhao alone to activate it? Seemed not. Looking at Chu Zheng's state, it was clear he contributed a lot too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked this haggard. As Duanzi's thoughts flowed, she began to worry about sending Song Xiaoxiao away. She wondered if the fool had understood her meaning. If she hadn't understood, it would be over. When Sui Zhao saw Song Xiaoxiao, he realized the situation was a bit tricky. He asked, what happened? She kicked me out and said she didn't know me anymore, Song Xiaoxiao said desolately. Sui Zhao replied, elaborate. Song Xiaoxiao recounted the whole event to Sui Zhao, who chuckled and said, you still haven't figured out where the problem lies, despite me ensuring your survival. Where? Song Xiaoxiao was confused for a moment. Sui Zhao said, the amnesia is 80% fake and 20% is intentional. What's her intention? Song Xiaoxiao asked. This requires further investigation. Sui Zhao stroked the jade finger guard on his hand. It was unknown when the rain had started outside, trickling softly, making one sleepy. Chu Zheng couldn't resist falling asleep next to the bed. But Duanzi didn't feel a bit sleepy. Who could sleep peacefully next to such a large thundercloud? She ripped off her 4-needle, moved her legs carefully, and silently got off the bed. Initially, she intended to shift the other person onto the bed, but realizing it would be awkward once they woke up, she decided against it. The moment she opened the bedroom door, she heard continuous ringing from downstairs. She glanced at Chu Zheng and hastily shut the door, heading downstairs to open it. Upon seeing Sun Bo, she almost didn't open the door, but upon seeing the things in his hands, she hesitated for a while before deciding to let him in anyway. Seeing Duanzi, Sun Bo was completely dumbfounded. How are you still awake? Sun Bo's bewilderment was evident to Duanzi. Duanzi chuckled and said, don't worry. I'm just hungry. I'm not planning to bother you right now. Go check on Chu Zheng. If possible, help him lie down on the bed. With the sound of rain outside paired with Duanzi's lazy voice, Sun Bo suddenly felt a bit dazed. For a moment, all the surrounding sounds faded away as Sun Bo uncontrollably walked toward where Chu Zheng was sleeping, helped him onto the bed, and stayed by his side. I've actually found a good job for you. This trip might make you one of his trusted confidants, Duanzi said while gnawing on a pig's trotter. Chu Zheng didn't seem like someone who liked pig trotters, so how long had Sun Bo been working with Chu Zheng that he didn't even know this? In no time at all, Duanzi had already devoured everything in front of her. When Chu Zheng woke up, the first thing he saw was the wooden ceiling, which looked exceptionally beautiful, but it was strangely unfamiliar. He tried moving his arm but couldn't. Looking over, he saw Sun Bo's ugly face. Chu Zheng. Finally unable to hold back, he asked, where's Duanzi? Sun Bo had just woken up, his face full of shock as he said, I don't know. As soon as those words were spoken, a knock came from the door. Chu Zheng instinctively said, come in. Duanzi's figure appeared at the door. You two were both exhausted last night, especially Chu Zheng. You passed out from exhaustion. You really should thank Sun Bo. There's no way I could have gotten you onto the bed by myself. For thanking Mr. Chu for taking care of me, and also for thanking Sun Bo for helping me take care of Mr. Chu, I prepared a sumptuous breakfast for you two. Chu Zheng rubbed his temples and got directly out of bed to head to the bathroom. Duanzi walked to Sun Bo and said, thank you for your food last night. Considering your position, I prepared another portion for you, which you should treasure. Sun Bo initially had some complaints about Duanzi, but she was truly acting in his favor and hadn't forgotten to feed him. He shouldn't have made that comment yesterday. TSK, he needed to apologize properly. Chapter 242, Infiltrating the Enemy's Inner Circle. Duanzi's move this time truly counted as winning people's hearts. The previously lost goodwill was now made up for. It could be considered a perfect resolution. Duanzi didn't know what Chu Zheng was really after, and she could only go along with the act. Chu Zheng had also subtly hinted to Duanzi to join the Duanhuan sect. But was joining the Duanhuan sect an issue? Clearly, it wasn't. From every aspect, Duanzi was unsuitable to agree immediately. On one hand, there was an air of hostility surrounding Chu Zheng. On the other hand, he possessed an indifferent attitude towards life and death. It seemed that apart from Bai Ling, there wasn't much in this world that caused him to feel nostalgic or reluctant to part with. Especially his stance towards his father, even calling them familiar strangers would be exaggerated. Having not interacted with Sui Zhao during this period, Duanzi wasn't sure about the thoughts in the latter's mind. The closest interaction they had recently was a chance meeting on the way home. But they always passed each other quickly. Sui Zhao did not turn back to look at her, nor did she. She only glanced secretly through the rearview mirror. She did not know what Sui Zhao thought. He neither tangled with her nor appeared at any moment like before. It was as if they had never met, and everything between them had never happened. You should know, I am not your senior brother. Chu Zheng suddenly spoke. Confused by his words, Duanzi said, I know. After finishing, fearing Chu Zheng might get angry, she hurriedly added, my concern for the elder brother is regarding his safety and isn't due to any ulterior motive. However, after saying that, Duanzi regretted slightly. No matter how to put it, Chu Zheng was like a ticking bomb ready to explode at any moment. Based on dreams and the things Sui Zhao had told her, Duanzi reached a conclusion. The Chu family must have a grand array. This array is the core hub connecting the Chu family and other places where spiritual energy leaks. Only by finding this array and sealing it tightly can the rapid development of matters be curbed. After members of the special case group learned about her loss of memory, many had more or less made contact with her. Duanzi had hinted at her current condition to those involved, also asking others to help inquire about the location of the Chu family's land and housing, to aid her investigation. Though these matters were done discreetly, they still left some traces. This made Chu Zheng begin to suspect Duanzi. And indeed, Duanzi had noticed his probing. Chu Zheng couldn't tell if her words were true or false. However, since Duanzi lost her memory, this special case group seemed to understand their movements better and better. But if he still did not want to doubt Duanzi, some words, once spoken, have no turning back. For instance, at the time, he just questioned Bai Ling about why she moved Duanzi around like that. He couldn't afford to gamble anymore. Until one day, Chu Zheng discovered Duanzi sneaking around, busy with something unknown, and asked her the reason. Stammering, Duanzi replied, nothing, it's not a big deal. Brother, what did you want to ask me? Chu Zheng, suspicious, stared at Duanzi for quite a while. Seeing that everything seemed normal with her, he then casually asked, what do you feel like eating today? I don't have any preferences. You decide, brother, Duanzi responded, laughing nervously. This immediately piqued Chu Zheng's curiosity. His suspicion started growing unchecked. Duanzi's deliberate avoidance made Chu Zheng increasingly uncomfortable. Without showing any change in expression, he arranged dinner for Duanzi and had someone prepare the thing she liked. Although Duanzi felt a bit unusual, she accepted it with satisfaction. Sun Bo went off somewhere busy, and it had been a long time since she'd seen him. But Duanzi did not think it was too important. Everything she did felt as if something was nearly exposed, though she thought she managed to cover it up. When Duanzi slept, Chu Zheng secretly checked her phone and discovered what she had searched, entries related to Sui Zhao. This immediately sparked Chu Zheng's anger, who woke everyone taking care of Duanzi in the middle of the night, questioning what exactly was going on. The servants looked at each other uncertainly, but Sun Bo interjected with a sentence. The two are neighbors. Even though Miss Duan hasn't spoken to the man, she probably has curiosity, right? This one sentence awakened Chu Zheng. He instantly shifted all his meetings scheduled for the next day. Upon receiving his invitation, Sui Zhao was also very surprised but still accepted, handing the matter over for Sui Yu to arrange. Uncertain about Sui Zhao's exact thoughts, Sui Yu dared to ask further. Miss Duan has lost her memory, and you're not anxious at all. Now her new boyfriend has almost stepped onto your territory, yet you remain so calm. Isn't this just out of curiosity that you agreed? Sui Zhao rotated the jade ring on his thumb and said calmly. I think it's probably related to Duanzi. Not. Sui Yu wanted to ask another question, but thinking about Sui Zhao always having his own insights, she stopped herself. Duanzi learned about the meeting between the two men from Sun Bo. However, she appeared very calm, even half-jokingly asking the other person. So, did they fight? This single sentence completely confused Sun Bo. Miss Duan, well, was it really intentional for Mr. Chu to see? Sun Bo anxiously scratched his head. No, Duanzi replied. I genuinely like Mr. Sui a lot, and just want to know more about him. We'll handle the rest later. Sun Bo was shocked, saying, you can't be serious. With everything our Mr. Chu has, looks, background, how does he not compare to Mr. Sui? Maybe because I've liked him for so long, but he kept hurting me again and again, Duanzi said, finding it hard even to continue acting. Sun Bo listened with an aching heart. Look, Mr. Chu is truly no good. He once even wanted to use someone else's life to save another woman. With all this talk, Sun Bo felt thoroughly devastated and became increasingly certain that their master was nothing more than a scumbag. Although Duanzi found it amusing, she did not burst the bubble. She believed this would help her further eavesdrop on the conversation between Chu Zheng and Sui Zhao. The main reason for leading the conversation this way was to divert attention while feigning something different. After all, Chu Zheng was no fool. He must have suspected her already. If she continued like this, not only could she remove any doubts in Chu Zheng's mind about betrayal, but also gain an opportunity to get closer to Sui Zhao. After all, Sui Zhao hadn't spoken to her in quite some time, making her miss him terribly. This day seemed exceptionally long, causing Duanzi to accomplish nothing. Eventually, in frustration, She swung on the swing in the courtyard, eagerly waiting for Chu Zheng to return. Chapter 243 Pursuing Sui Zhao. When Chu Zheng returned, she had already fallen asleep on the swing. She looked much gentler in her sleep, with less of that defiant air. As he was about to pick her up, he suddenly noticed that her eyes had opened at some point. His heart skipped a beat, as if startled. Did I wake you up? No. Duanzi smiled and hugged Chu Zheng's arm. Senior brother, I heard you had dinner with Sui Zhao. A flash of irritation crossed Chu Zheng's eyes, but quickly disappeared. What's the matter? It's nothing, just asking. Duanzi's smile carried a hint of naivety, looking like someone who had just started falling in love. Chu Zheng's heart clenched as he saw this. What's wrong? Do you like him? Recalling how earlier Sui Zhao had ignored his warning and openly challenged him with an arrogant confidence, it made him feel restless and irked. It wasn't for any other reason. It was that air of certainty from Sui Zhao, which made him nauseous. Duanzi paused, as if surprised by the question. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Since you're my senior brother now, we couldn't possibly be together anyway. So, I'll just come clean with you. Sui Zhao and I don't meet often. But every time I see him, I feel deeply content inside. You? Chu Zheng hesitated before continuing. Do you no longer like me? It's not that. It's hard to explain. Ever since you've been with Fu Miao Miao, I've slowly cut off any thoughts about you. If our relationship is limited to senior brother and junior sister, I can accept it. But anything more than that, I really couldn't. There was a tinge of melancholy in Duanzi's words, making Chu Zheng feel somewhat guilty. An emotion was growing wildly in Chu Zheng's heart, almost out of control. Yet this person was someone he had barely managed to win over. And if he upset her, would she leave again as resolutely as she did before? What would he do? Realizing this, he took a few deep breaths and tried to soften his tone. Actually, you can try trusting me again. Duanzi furrowed her brow. But, I heard Fu Miao Miao isn't doing well right now. If I were to stay with you now, I'd feel extremely guilty towards her. This left Chu Zheng speechless. He sighed helplessly and said, Zizi, there's an explanation regarding Fu Miao Miao. We broke up amicably. After the breakup, I didn't retaliate against her either. Everything she did afterward was her own choice, unrelated to me. But senior brother, I still feel uneasy inside. You liked me for so long, yet you never even glanced back. Now you're suddenly turning around. Are you hurt because of Fu Miao Miao? Duanzi pouted, seemingly radiating unhappiness all over. This left Chu Zheng unsure what to do. He clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately said nothing. Zizi, have you considered that maybe Sui Zhao might not be easy to pursue either? Like I used to be. Chu Zheng tried reasoning earnestly. However, Duanzi clearly wasn't buying into it. She replied slowly. If he's anything like you, I'd definitely turn and run. No need for you to worry so much. Though her smile remained bright and dazzling, it felt slightly off-putting, leaving an uncomfortable impression. Perhaps it was because Chu Zheng's mindset had changed. Duanzi retracted her hand and asked, So, senior brother, does this mean you agree? Agree with what? Chu Zheng asked subconsciously. Agreeing that I'll pursue Sui Zhao. As long as you don't interfere, I think there shouldn't be any problems, Duanzi said cheerfully. Don't speak too confidently. Chu Zheng responded expressionlessly, his tone quite cold. Duanzi hesitated, saying, Senior brother, why do your words sound so snarky? For some unknown reason, though Duanzi kept calling him senior brother sweetly, Chu Zheng wasn't happy at all. He even felt a pang of bitterness. After Duanzi lost her memory, he had spent every day accompanying her, yet she had turned her gaze to someone else so easily? How could that make sense? At home, Sui Zhao had sneezed countless times already. Concerned, Sui Yu draped a coat over him. Young master, the weather's getting colder. Wearing so little is really unsuitable. Upon hearing this, Sui Zhao glared up at Sui Yu and retorted, Clearly, someone has been thinking about me. Someone has been thinking about you. Why don't you say it's Miss Duan? Realizing midway, Sui Yu abruptly stopped, looking slightly guilty as he glanced at Sui Zhao. Young master, I didn't mean that. Perhaps she's the one thinking about me, Sui Zhao said with a sly smile. Sui Yu was taken aback by the smile on his master's face and asked, Master, can we be more specific about this matter? Is there any progress between you two? I thought Miss Duan has been suffering from amnesia, and you two haven't spoken since then. Before Sui Yu could finish his sentence, Song Xiaoxiao had already appeared in front of them. Sui Zhao frowned. What are you here for? To make a fool of yourself? I just wanted to know what that Chu guy said to you today. Who knew I would overhear some gossip as soon as I arrived? Song Xiaoxiao said irritably. I just want to know what exactly you guys discussed. Duanzi. Sui Zhao cut straight to the point. He threatened me to stay away from Duanzi, saying we aren't on the same wavelength. He also claimed his relationship with Duanzi is solid, telling me not to interfere. When did you ever interfere? When did you even talk to Miss Duan? As Sui Yu finished speaking, an idea struck him, and his expression towards Sui Zhao changed. Could it be what I'm thinking? The thought of Duanzi hasn't lost her memory flashed through his mind. Song Xiaoxiao glanced at him, asking, Is it what I think it means? Sui Yu nodded slightly. Probably. I think the likelihood is very high. The unusual activities of the Special Cases Group must have something to do with Duanzi. We just don't know why we've been left out, Sui Zhao murmured. If my guess is correct, she let Chu Zheng discover her interest in searching for me to mislead him. By doing so, she diverted Chu Zheng's attention. I don't see Chu Zheng as a love-obsessed person. Before Sui Yu could finish, he felt intense gazes from others. Did I say something wrong? Song Xiaoxiao twitched her lips. Haven't you heard that Chu Zheng once tried to exchange Duanzi's life to resurrect someone? Isn't that enough proof of how love-obsessed he is? Chapter 244, Learning to Let Go. Sui was abroad at the time and didn't get caught up in all the excitement. All he knew when he returned was that Duanzi had lost her memory and distanced herself from Sui Zhao. We won't go into other things for now, but let's talk about these past few days. Sui Zhao and Duanzi haven't been in contact at all. It was Chu Zheng who proactively reached out to Sui Zhao yesterday and threatened him right away. Unfazed, with a calm face, Sui Zhao immediately retorted, "Did she confess to you?" Chu Zheng was momentarily confused, irritated as he replied, "I don't know. How coincidental. I also don't know. But I can assure you, I've never overstepped with your Duanzi. Your behavior is truly perplexing." Sui Zhao maintained an elegant smile while observing him coldly. Chu Zheng stormed off, completely exasperated. What Sui Yu did not expect was the tacit understanding between Sui Zhao and Duanzi. How to explain this? For the time they were together, Sui Yu was mostly present, and even then, he still couldn't figure out where their Vlachit came from. However, Sui Zhao's level of insight could only be considered partially correct, with no one able to guess the rest. Duanzi was certainly true to her word, admitting everything to Chu Zheng on the first day and starting to pursue someone the next. When Sui Zhao received the flowers, his face was written all over with disdain. He looked at Sui Yu in shock. "Who just said these flowers are from whom?" "The name on the card says Miss Duan." Sui Yu responded with a laugh. Sui Zhao stared at the flowers for a long moment. "Are you sure? This looks like chrysanthemums." "I know it's chrysanthemums, but sir, you should understand clearly. If Miss Duan wants to send you anything, Chu Zheng will undoubtedly know all about it. Do you really think he would let her give them to you so easily?" Sui Yu slowly asked. "Is that so?" Sui Zhao glanced at the flowers in his hand. "I wonder why she seems to do this intentionally." Sui Yu smiled but did not respond. By noon, a strange text message appeared on Sui Zhao's phone, filled with heartfelt confessions. Sui Zhao turned pale after reading it. He briefly thought that Duanzi might have been better off losing her memory altogether. This approach was simply too crude and strange. Before he could react, his phone rang again. It was Chu Zheng. With satisfaction laced with malice, Chu Zheng said, "ZZ has started pursuing you. Have you received all the things she sent?" "I have. So what?" Sui Zhao chuckled lightly, teasing in his tone. "Mr. Chu, aren't you jealous? If you are, perhaps you should stop her. She confessed to me before she lost her memory, but I declined her." He sighed. "I originally thought she wouldn't bother me after losing her memory. Who knew our Mr. Chu has such limited charm?" This comment was nothing short of sarcasm, and Chu Zheng hung up immediately in anger. At the same time, Duanzi was cooking, chopping vegetables intently. When she looked up and met Chu Zheng's dark face, her hand trembled, cutting directly into her finger. Blood began flowing profusely. Chu Zheng also panicked and called someone to bring the first aid kit. Duanzi quietly stuffed her phone into her mouth and asked, "Master brother, has something happened on your end?" "Perhaps it hurt too much." Duanzi's voice quivered slightly with tears. Chu Zheng softened his tone and said, "Nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you've succeeded in chasing after him yet." "Not yet," Duanzi answered as the servant approached with the first aid kit. Duanzi glanced at it and said, "A band-aid will suffice, thank you." "Yes, miss." The servant quickly found the materials and applied it carefully to Duanzi. Duanzi's mind kept wandering, showing little interest in dealing with any of this. As the blood continued spurting out, Chu Zheng's expression toward Duanzi changed subtly. "Are you in a bad mood today?" "Somewhat, yes." Duanzi suddenly came back to her senses and saw her finger already wrapped up. She quietly withdrew her hand. "Random memories suddenly flooded my mind just now. Things like elder brother and whatnot," she absent-mindedly explained. "While cutting vegetables, I wasn't very focused, and now it's getting worse." Hearing this, Chu Zheng became somewhat uneasy. Setting aside any stubbornness, he urgently asked her, "Apart from that, do you remember anything else?" Upon hearing this, Duanzi looked at him for a long while before saying, "I seem to have an elder brother, but I cannot recall what he looks like. Just a fleeting confusion, nothing else." After speaking, she seemed to have recalled something. "Elder brother. Today I gave him flowers and sent love messages. Why doesn't he reply to me?" "He doesn't reply to your messages?" Chu Zheng seemed not fully recovered from the previous topic, and this interruption by Duanzi left him a little at a loss. Sui Zhao's words suddenly rang sharply in his mind, making him extremely irritated. Seeing Chu Zheng silent, Duanzi said slowly, "You're not upset because of that so-called master brother I mentioned, are you?" "No." Chu Zheng came back to reality slightly. "He doesn't like you." "What?" Duanzi was startled. "How do you know he doesn't like me?" I asked. Chu Zheng replied directly. "Seeing no response on your side, I thought I would check for you, but it turned out to be like this again." Duanzi's face was filled with disappointment, and her eyes already brimming with tears when she looked at Chu Zheng. "Master brother, you're not fooling me, are you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng couldn't help but sigh and said, "Have we reached today's point where I still need to lie to you?" "Ah, so it's like this then." Duanzi sighed disappointingly. "But it's only the first day, master brother. You won't advise me to give up, will you?" "Advise you? Would you really give up just because I advise you?" Chu Zheng's eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at her. But how could Duanzi easily agree to something like that? She grinned sarcastically and said, "I've been chasing you for several years now, haven't I? You cursing me this way makes me suspicious that you have ulterior motives. Am I still your favorite young master sister?" Well, her appearance was somewhat familiar. She resembled Bai Ling, who acted with utter confidence. Chu Zheng was momentarily dazed, saying, "I'm glad if you're happy." Now he had nothing more to ask for except keeping Duanzi by his side, even if her affection wasn't directed toward him. Duanzi didn't expect that the other party actually went along with what she said. Wasn't he crazy? Didn't he take lives for Bai Ling? What kind of blow had he endured? Chapter 245, His Identity. Noticing Duanzi's astonishment, Chu Zheng appeared very open and honest. He looked at Duanzi with an exceptionally clear gaze. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Duanzi took a small step back and said, Senior brother, your character doesn't seem to be like this. There's nothing, as long as you're alive, that's enough. When he said this, there was a flash of madness in Chu Zheng's eyes. This made it hard for Duanzi to regain her senses until Chu Zheng called her. Zizi, what's wrong? It's nothing, nothing. Duanzi forced a smile. I'll continue going to cook. Let the nanny handle this matter. You've just cut your finger. You should rest. Chu Zheng said. Duanzi was just trying to find an excuse to get rid of Chu Zheng, but when the other party said this, she quickly replied. Then I'll go back and rest for a bit. Remember to call me when it's time for dinner. Okay. Chu Zheng smiled and agreed. As soon as Duanzi turned around, Chu Zheng's smile disappeared. President Chu. Sun Bo had been waiting beside for quite some time, only speaking up after Duanzi left. Tell me, how do we help her win Rui Zhao's heart? Chu Zheng said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Sun Bo's expression changed. No, President Chu, are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Chu Zheng gave him a smile. This time, no one is going to take her life away from my side. But President Chu, if she ends up with Rui Zhao, then... Before he finished his sentence, he was scared by Chu Zheng's sharp gaze and quickly stopped talking, quietly replying, Understood. Duanzi practically ran back to her room and slammed the door shut. What on earth is going on with this Chu Zheng? Is he completely mad? The noise upstairs also made Chu Zheng laugh. Perhaps she suddenly stops liking him. Chu Zheng's laugh thoroughly frightened Sun Bo. He was indeed a bit confused about what Chu Zheng was thinking, so he asked cautiously, President Chu, can I ask how you're thinking, so I can better cooperate with your work? My work. Chu Zheng glanced at him absent-mindedly. If there must be someone who has to die, it definitely cannot be her this time. If Rui Zhao could end up liking her, maybe she won't have to die. These words stunned Sun Bo. President Chu, what exactly do you mean by that? It's fine, you just need to help her well. Chu Zheng patted his shoulder, and his sinister laughter left Sun Bo extremely uncomfortable. Sun Bo realized something wasn't right with Chu Zheng for quite some time already. At first, joining the Broken Soul sect was merely part of the Sun family strategy, regardless of whether it was the Broken Soul sect, the Special Cases Group, or that Z organization, whoever won, their Sun family would survive. When Duanzi received Sun Bo's text message, she was also quite surprised. She slowly responded with a question mark. What does this mean? I'm not sure either. Sun Bo sent another message, adding, Remember to delete our chat history, otherwise I won't even know how I die. Duanzi thought it was absurd. Wouldn't it be more reliable to call about such matters? Duanzi still didn't understand. What was meant by there having to be someone dead? Could Chu Zheng still be wanting to trigger the seal? Since Chu Zheng had made all the preparations, Duanzi wanted to take a risk and try following his pace to see how things develop. As the weather grew colder, the next day Duanzi got up early and set off on the road home before dawn. Upon hearing this news, Chu Zheng just smiled and said, Just follow her wherever she goes. And remember to let me know if you need money. Alright, Sun Bo readily agreed. In the car, Sun Bo couldn't really warn Duanzi about anything, so he kept making eye gestures. Duanzi directly demonstrated sound transmission to him. My plan is to have no plan. Forget everything else. Just focus on getting him first. Sun Bo looked at Duanzi in astonishment. Duanzi shook her head and continued transmitting sound secretly. You just focus on completing your task and finding the correct way. No matter what, I am determined to chase after Rui Zhao. After this day, Duanzi moved back into her own home again and occasionally visited Rui's residence, always under various pretenses. Until one day, unable to bear it any longer, Rui Zhao used sound transmission to ask her, Duanzi, what on earth do you want to do? Even for the future of the Special Cases Group, you shouldn't be risking your life like this. I like you, haven't I told you that? Duanzi said with a serious expression, Let me tell you again, I like you. You? Rui Zhao looked at her, wanting to say something but stopping. Just tell me what you want to do, and I will cooperate accordingly. At this moment, the two were sitting face to face on the sofa. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Duanzi stood up and sat on his lap. Rui Zhao was startled and drew back his legs, but he didn't push her away. Instead, he held onto her waist to prevent her from accidentally falling off. Do you care about me so much? Then why do you reject me? Duanzi placed her hand over his heart, her eyes captivating and enchanting. Rui Zhao hastily grabbed her hand. Stop fooling around. Stop fooling around, Duanzi repeated lazily. You clearly like me. Why won't you admit it? I've already said I like Bai Ling, but when I let her die, I didn't hesitate at all. Rui Zhao pulled her hand away, sternly saying, Get down. Rui Zhao, why exactly? I don't understand. Why do you work so hard to protect me? Duanzi frowned, unwillingly getting up. Why bother teasing me if you're not going to marry me? I'm your master elder brother. Protecting you is my responsibility. Rui Zhao's words struck Duanzi like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned in place. Incredulously, she asked, You're my master elder brother? Didn't you say you weren't? Of course, I didn't want to admit it. For both Bai Ling and you, all I have are responsibilities. Rui Zhao's cold words pierced through Duanzi's heart like a sharp sword. Duanzi pressed her hand to her chest, saying, I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, Chu Zheng became your senior brother just to get close to you, because he likes you. But I have always seen you as a burden, someone I can never be with. Rui Zhao smirked. You're still as hateful as you were when we were kids. Chapter 246, Letting Go. My eldest master brother would never speak to me like that. Duanzi's emotions were agitated as she spoke. You absolutely are not my eldest master brother. Is that so? ZZ, why don't you use your own brain? Wasn't I already annoyed by you since you were very young? Sui Zhao's words felt like a strike to the head. There was no need to talk about pursuit. Her idle filter of the eldest master brother had already shattered. After returning home, Duanzi did not leave for a long time. When asked, she simply said she was deeply affected. But why did Sui Zhao confess his identity at this particular moment and reject her? Duanzi remembered all the moments with Sui Zhao. Although he liked to talk nonsense in a formal way, he was always there during every crucial instant, even piecing together her lost soul bit by bit. She felt extremely troubled inside. Song Xiaoxiao did not show up and could not help her answer the questions in her heart. She could only bear it alone. Chu Zheng learned the ins and outs of the matter from Sun Bo, knowing that Sui Zhao had rejected Duanzi. Why? That was his carefully protected younger sister in training whom he couldn't bear to see even slightly unhappy, and even let her pursue another man. He immediately appeared at the Sui residence. At first, Sui Zhao didn't intend to see him, but agreed due to Chu Zheng's verbal threats. Chu Zheng almost lost his mind arguing with him. Between the words, his eyes expressed deep empathy for Duanzi. You made her approach me, made me fall for her. Wasn't it because you wanted me to die for her? Sui Zhao's face still wore a smile, yet it lacked warmth and carried a sense of coldness and detachment. Caught red-handed, Chu Zheng froze for a while. He indeed had this thought, but his concern for Duanzi was genuine without any falsity. You said you like her and want to be with her, thus wanting me to die for her. Have you ever considered how much she likes me, even when she has amnesia? What kind of emotion is that? If I die, how can she possibly not grieve? Sui Zhao's words struck like thunder, leaving Chu Zheng frozen in place. Without mentioning how the other party knew about his plan, just his words alone made it seem as though the other party had already made preparations for sacrifice, hence intentionally pushing Duanzi away. Is there really such a holy person in the world? Chu Zheng was unsure, even doubting what he heard. Upon seeing the astonished gaze of the other party, Sui Zhao laughed aloud. Do you really think that being her senior makes you able to replace the position of her eldest master brother? My thoughts fundamentally differ from yours. If you truly like her and care for her, this time you must keep an eye on her and do not let her know about our plan. For a moment, Chu Zheng wavered. He even thought not telling these things to Duanzi constituted a grave sin. Chu Zheng, ZZ will be left in your hands from now on. Sui Zhao's tone carried a note of release, making it hard not to sigh. He also walked in a daze on his way to find Duanzi, which greatly puzzled Sun Bo. How should he say it? The two were also rivals in love, right? Which rival could calmly sit down and have a conversation? Chu Zheng's current state clearly indicated he had suffered quite a blow. Could it be the same as last time when he was ridiculed and criticized? Sun Bo dared not ask more, only quietly following behind. Even though Duanzi excelled in calculations, she had never thought of calculating everything concerning her eldest master brother. 1. Her cultivation was insufficient, and 2. The other party's strength was formidable, with countless possibilities for the future. Due to this, she fell into despair for a long time, even refusing to meet Chu Zheng. But then one day, she felt uncomfortable inside, as if some significant event had occurred. Thinking about what she saw in the illusion, Duanzi couldn't help but think further. Thus, she directly called Chu Zheng. Master brother, has anything important happened recently? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, as if something tore through the sky. Duanzi's uneasiness grew even more pronounced, and she raised her voice. Chu Zheng, what are you doing? Chu Zheng, who was pressing a great formation at one corner, momentarily hesitated, reluctant. After a brief pause, he finally opened his mouth. ZZ, I'm sorry. Duanzi was stunned for a second, and soon the busy tones sounded from the other side of the phone. She became even more anxious. Chu Zheng, a member of the Chu family. Could it be that Chu Zheng was activating the Great Formation? With this thought, she quickly contacted Sun Bo. Fortunately, the latter immediately answered the call. After hearing Duanzi's doubts, the other party stammered for a while before saying, Miss Duan, stop asking. There must be reasons for Mr. Sui and my boss Chu to withhold this information from you. Sui Zhao and Chu Zheng? When did they? Miss Duan, this is putting me in a difficult situation. Sun Bo interrupted her. Anyway, what they're doing is for the benefit of all living beings. If Duanzi still didn't understand after hearing all of this, then she must be a fool. Where are you guys? At the bonfire village. Duanzi could only think of this place. Sun Bo on the other end did not answer the question, and all Duanzi heard was a busy tone. Duanzi immediately became furious and hurriedly drove out. Song Xiaoxiao, who had been hiding in the shadows, followed her without hesitation. ZZ, give it up. Her words made Duanzi pause her hand that was twisting the key, with an alarming feeling arising in her heart. What do you mean? You know, but I don't. Song Xiaoxiao chose silence and didn't answer her question. Fine, you won't talk, is that it? I'll go see for myself. I'll find out the results sooner or later. Duanzi directly turned the key, started the car, and sped off like an arrow released from a bowstring. Song Xiaoxiao was shocked, worried about potential issues for Duanzi on the road, and thus divulged some information. They are doing this for the benefit of all living beings, as well as for you. If you just go like this, wouldn't they have wasted all their previous efforts? What do you mean? The excessive speed distorted Song Xiaoxiao's voice slightly, so Duanzi gradually slowed down and seriously asked again. I'm not sure, but judging from what Sui Zhao implied, your special constitution makes you the most suitable candidate to be the focal point of the formation, and that's one of the reasons why the heavenly Tao brought you to this world. However, seeing you undergo too many sacrifices, and after finally discovering a way to break through reincarnation cycles and return here, there is absolutely no chance he would let you make the same sacrifices again. Duanzi's eyes began to water, stubbornly raising her head high. She said, "What about Chu Zheng? He definitely wants Sui Zhao dead, doesn't he know?" "He knows." Song Xiaoxiao's words completely dashed whatever hope remained in Duanzi's heart. The elder master brother wasn't stupid. He wouldn't put himself in danger unless they had really reached some sort of cooperation. But would Chu Zheng really not destroy Sui Zhao's plan for the sake of the Door of Lost Souls? At this moment, Sui Zhao was more important in Duanzi's heart than anything else. Chapter 247, Guarding Peace. Duanzi arrived just as the formation had already been activated, its towering gold-purple light covering a vast expanse of the sky. Occasionally, flashes of lightning were hidden within the clouds, accompanied by rumbling thunder that echoed through the heavens. Song Xiaoxiao. Sui Zhao saw the two individuals and immediately glared at Song Xiaoxiao. "How did you promise me?" A flicker of unease crossed Song Xiaoxiao's face as she said, "Isn't it because I couldn't stop her?" Duanzi wanted to take a step forward but was stopped by Chu Zheng, who said, "Zizi." That urgent voice shifted Duanzi's gaze from Sui Zhao back to him for just an instant before looking away again. She said, "I share a bit of a brother-sister relationship with you, and you should know me. I've always disliked being bound. All my obedience built on your indulgence." This statement wasn't false, but Chu Zheng quickly steadied his resolve. "Sui Zhao and I have already discussed this. This matter will be personally completed by the two of us. You shouldn't get involved. Your character makes it hard for me to believe." Duanzi's eyes appeared slightly vacant. "In fact, my memory loss was a lie to deceive you." As she spoke, Duanzi had already stepped into the formation. "I know." Chu Zheng replied without hesitation. "You should immediately exit right now." His strength was being fiercely absorbed by the formation, leaving no energy to push Duanzi out. He could even see the golden tendrils extending from the formation, already connecting to Duanzi's feet. Song Xiaoxiao tried to pull Duanzi in urgency, but was thrown back by a palm strike from Duanzi. Sui Zhao merely watched from afar without uttering a word. Chu Zheng was incredibly anxious, shouting, "Sui Zhao, can you stop pretending to be dead?" Perhaps hearing Chu Zheng swear for the first time, Sui Zhao slightly raised an eyebrow, his expression appearing somewhat mocking. "She came here to die on her own, and any persuasion from you or me is simply wasted breath. My little sister, she's had a poor mind since she was young. Why would you bother persuading a fool?" At this moment, his sharp tongue was displayed without reservation. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Chu Zheng couldn't bear seeing Duanzi's eyes redden. So agitated he wanted to throw a punch at Sui Zhao. Sui Zhao glanced at Duanzi, his tone indifferent. "An elder brother like you, humbling yourself so much, I can't possibly agree with you. The formation is about to reach its most crucial moment. Don't interfere." Upon hearing this, Duanzi knew the other party was about to become angry. But at this point, Duanzi didn't feel she should give way to the other side. She took a few steps forward directly, likely not in a critical position, as walking wasn't particularly strenuous. "For whatever reason, since you and I, elder and younger siblings, have been sent here together, we have a shared responsibility. So, whatever the outcome this time, I want to share both advances and retreats with you." Although Duanzi's voice was soft, it rang loudly in Sui Zhao's ears, making his heart burn slightly along with those words. By this point, asking her to withdraw was clearly impossible. Possibly due to an extra focal point, Chu Zheng distinctly noticed the formation wasn't absorbing his power like it had earlier. Finally, he looked in the direction of Sui Zhao. Everything had become set in stone. He couldn't stop Duanzi after all, just as he couldn't stop Balan back then. "I know you're fundamentally different from Balan, but I still have to offer a word of caution." Chu Zheng's voice trembled. "Don't do something foolish. Brother Chu, thank you for your care towards me. I also apologize on behalf of Balan for her self-indulgence." Duanzi stared straight into his eyes and said deliberately, "But this time, I don't hope for anyone else to cycle through reincarnations again. Everyone should have their own destiny." Chu Zheng tightly clenched his lips and ultimately did not agree with these words. The formation was almost at its end. Watching the electricity sparks explode beside it, Song Xiaoxiao always felt she should do something, even if it was just a minuscule amount. Her mind suddenly recalled what Sui Zhao had once mentioned, the conclusion of the previous life. Clenching her teeth, she made a startling decision: sacrifice herself. When Duanzi arrived, she had used some sort of spell, secretly setting it up during her last visit. This secret, known only to her, allowed her to bypass the fierce battle between the Special Case Group and the Duanhuan sect members en route. The Special Case Group arrived late, managing to block the opponent for 3 hours until their strength crumbled abruptly, losing all vitality. They finally had the chance to approach the formation. Just at this moment, Song Xiaoxiao transformed into a streak of light and rushed into the formation. Meng Tang acted a step too late, only managing to grab the tail of the light, tearing off a piece of Song Xiaoxiao's clothing. She watched helplessly as her friend sacrificed herself to her teacher, while her teacher would in turn be sacrificed to the formation. She refused to believe it, refused to believe so many people could just watch helplessly as Duanzi left. Thus, with an expression of fierce determination, she channeled her power into the formation. The others reacted swiftly, joining in as well. In an instant, the formation's light surged brilliantly, followed by a tremendous explosion that hurled everyone far away. When Chu Zheng awoke again, he was already in the hospital. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to look for Duanzi's figure. But among those who were present at the time, all were there except Duanzi and Sui Zhao. He stood there dumbfounded for a long time, then burst into laughter mixed with tears. They are not my kindred spirits after all. Even if I made the right decision for them, it couldn't save her. This time, he wasn't even able to keep one body fragment. Due to the magnitude of this incident, relevant departments gave it considerable attention in their reports. Based on the groundwork laid by Duanzi, many people believed in cultivation practices, and some had even achieved minor accomplishments. Thus, when they learned that these organizations were genuinely promoting such matters, they offered positive feedback. The special case group significantly expanded as members from Duanhuan sect and Z organization joined its ranks successively. Due to the damage to his Taoist heart, Chu Zheng chose to seclude himself for cultivation. After hundreds of years, a man and a woman arrived through the void, observing how everyone wielded their abilities and used them effectively, finding great solace. Duanzi excitedly pointed at someone, saying, "Look, this is the result of my hard work." Indeed, the madam's contribution is monumental. Sui Zhao slightly raised his eyebrows, but agreed with Duanzi. Hearing this, Duanzi hugged his arm and swayed, saying, "Cheer up. No one said there was no merit to you either. No, it's not that. I only feel that the madam deserves all the credit. If it weren't for your immense influence, we might have been consumed by the formation long ago." Sui Zhao chuckled, patted her on the arm. "Enough. We said there's something important. Let's not waste time. You remind me, I almost forgot. Today is her birthday. Let's go and check," Duanzi said, pulling Sui Zhao away. Sui Zhao didn't have a chance to say anything before being dragged off. Amidst the remnants of the war, with the setting sun casting long shadows, two figures stretched endlessly along the ground.